Tianhe City, Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, Class 8, Grade 12. A tense atmosphere filled the classroom. In the upper right corner of the blackboard, a 30-day countdown hangs coldly. On the platform, a middle-aged male teacher wearing glasses and with slightly thinning hair was lecturing, tapping on the blackboard. In this tense atmosphere, a short-haired boy with delicate features lay on his desk, muttering to himself. His name is Jiang Hao, and he is a true academic failure. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice rang in Jiang Hao's mind. Target spotted. System scan. System binding requirements met. System binding initiation. Binding successful. Super decomposition and synthesis system activated. Personal space opened. As the majestic and indifferent electronic synthesized voice rang out, Jiang Hao was suddenly awakened from his dream. Who's babbling on and on? He shouted the question. Instantly, all 50 pairs of eyes in the classroom turned to him. They were all surprised, while some students showed expressions of schadenfreude. The math teacher, Yuan Hong, stood on the podium, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, glaring angrily at the bewildered Jiang Hao. Adhering to the principle of always responding when called, Jiang Hao immediately answered. This infuriated Yuan Hong. Tell me about this problem. Yuan Hong was furious. He slammed the blackboard eraser down on the problem and stared intently at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao finally came to his senses and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and look up at the blackboard. At that moment, his mind went completely blank. I felt bitter inside. I had fallen asleep in class again. He didn't understand why he would get sleepy whenever he studied, and he simply couldn't control himself. His parents worked hard from dawn till dusk to support his education, but he would fall asleep at school every day. He had thought about dropping out of school many times, but he couldn't bear to disappoint his parents. At this moment, Jiang Hao could only lower his head silently, pretending to be thinking, while secretly flipping through his math book, trying to find the answer. Jiang Hao, a terrible student, can actually do the problems? I can't even solve this problem. It's a miracle he could. His grades are terrible, and he doesn't pay attention in class. He's hopeless. At that moment, a voice rang in Jiang Hao's mind again. Welcome to the Super Decomposition and Synthesis System. Ding, a senior high school math textbook has been found. Do you want to break it down? How could Jiang Hao, who had been poisoned by countless online novels, not understand what a system was? Immediately, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. But seeing Yuan Shirkai's gloomy eyes, he immediately suppressed his excitement and muttered to himself. As soon as he gave the order, the math book in his hand emitted a soft white light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling the senior high school math book and obtaining 1 senior high school math knowledge crystal, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience points. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? A new image of a rotating regular polyhedron crystal has appeared in my mind. A culmination of high school math knowledge, containing all math knowledge from before the senior year. Upon seeing this annotation, Jiang Hao was overjoyed and responded without hesitation. As the words fell, the polyhedral crystal seemed to melt and merge into Jiang Hao's mind. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been enlightened, and a sense of clarity welled up in his mind. Then, when he looked at the problem on the blackboard again, the solution steps for the math problem that had once stumped him were now clearly presented in his mind. Jiang Hao glanced at the gloating faces of his classmates around him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He stood up, surprising his classmates and teachers, and walked straight to the podium. He picked up the chalk from the lectern and immediately began writing on the blackboard. In an instant, the meticulous solution steps were written on the blackboard in one go. Jiang Hao is such a good actor. Exactly. If you don't know, don't pretend you do. He's really good at this. Even a sow could learn to climb a tree. He got the second step wrong. The teacher never said that. Ignoring the whispers of his classmates, Jiang Hao finished writing and turned to glance at everyone in the classroom. Math textbook, page 104, third example problem. Mathematics textbook, page 128, first example problem. Math textbook, page 200, fourth example problem. Combining the solutions to these 3 example problems will give you the answer to this problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hao, with a confident smile, went straight back to his seat. Yuan Hong stared in shock at the solution process on the blackboard, then looked deeply at Jiang Hao, his eyes full of doubt and surprise. Could it be that Jiang Hao had been hiding his true abilities all along? After all, the question he wrote on the blackboard was a very difficult question from previous year's college entrance exams. Not only could he solve the problem, he also accurately pointed out the source of the solution's approach. Yuan Hongxiang suppressed his excitement and continued lecturing. Jiang Hao's answer to this question is completely correct. I will now explain this question to you in detail. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp of surprise erupted in the classroom, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Impossible. How could this academically challenged student possibly solve such a difficult problem? Is this still the same Jiang Hao who only sleeps in class? Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength all along? Everyone cast complicated glances at Jiang Hao. Their expressions varied. They simply couldn't believe that this was Jiang Hao, the worst worst student in the class. Watching the scene unfold before him, Jiang Hao felt a mix of emotions. So this is what it feels like to be a top student. I used to get sleepy whenever I read, and I couldn't concentrate at all. Now that I have this system, Tsinghua University is my goal. I will never let my parents down, and I will make sure they live the happiest life possible. He made a silent vow in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao's thoughts were pulled back by the voice in his mind. Hello, host. The super decomposition and synthesis system is at your service. System, please introduce your functions. The super decomposition and synthesis system can decompose all things in the world to obtain various skills and items, and it can also synthesize all things in the world to obtain various items and abilities. In addition, each synthesis and decomposition will grant a random number of skill points and experience. Skill points are used to upgrade the host's skills, while experience is used to increase the system level. System, do you have my personal information? In novels, systems usually have a personal panel for the host, so Jiang Hao tentatively asked about it. Soon, a personal panel appeared before his eyes. Grade 1, 0.3/10. Strength 0.8, average adult 1. Agility 0.8, average adult 1. Mental state 1.2, 1 for a typical adult. Endurance 0.8, average adult 1. Skill, Math 3, 0/10. Innate supernatural power, none. Skill points, 0.3. Personal space, enabled. Seeing this panel, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little sad. Of his attributes, only his mental strength has reached the level of an average adult. The others are far from sufficient. Then, he recalled the mathematical insights he had gained while dissecting the math book. It felt like the book had been crystallized using some unknown rule. After merging, he will be able to fully master all the knowledge in the book. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao was extremely excited. In this way, could I break down each subject textbook into its constituent knowledge, just like a math textbook, and then integrate them? He pulled an English book from a stack of books on his desk. System, disassemble. The English book in my hand emitted a soft glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling the senior high school English book and obtaining 1 senior high school English knowledge crystal, 0.5 skill points, and 0.5 experience points. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? At the same time, another regular polyhedral crystal appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. A culmination of high school English knowledge, containing all English knowledge gained before the senior year of high school. As the words fell, the 64-sided crystal melted and slowly merged into Jiang Hao's mind, and a vast stream of information surged into his consciousness. It incorporated various grammar rules, pronunciations, and phrases, which Jiang Hao instantly mastered at that moment. He was immersed in the English knowledge he had just acquired, and time slipped away unnoticed. As the bell rang, Yuan Hong stopped lecturing, and Jiang Hao was startled from his immersion. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Jiang Hao packed his things without a care. Of course, this time his backpack was full of textbooks. As he walked, Jiang Hao pondered how he could use the system at his disposal to quickly turn the current situation around. Just then, a series of screams suddenly entered his ears. Help! Hey little girl, come here, give me a kiss. Jiang Hao immediately rushed over, turned a corner, and saw the situation clearly. Before them stood 3 young men with rolled-up sleeves, covered in messy tattoos, and dressed in a flashy and sleazy manner, surrounding a female student who was also wearing the uniform of Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. Song Wanner screamed for help desperately, her face filled with terror. At this moment, she was filled with remorse. Uncle Hai had something to do and would be late to pick her up today. She shouldn't have walked home alone at all. Someone please save me. Wa'ada. Song Wanner had fallen into despair. Little sister, come with us. Big brother promises to take good care of you. Yes, your brother will definitely take care of you. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, the 3 lewd men began to drag Song Wanner away. Jiang Hao felt uneasy when he saw the 3 people, but he tried his best to remain calm and stepped forward. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you ashamed to bully a girl like this? At this moment, the 3 lewd men were startled by the sudden sound. They turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a student in a school uniform who still looked very young, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. One of the young thugs with blonde hair tilted his head, glanced at Jiang Hao with a mocking look, and then turned to stare at Song Wanner. Kid, trying to be the hero and save the damsel in distress? At this moment, Song Wanner was overjoyed to hear that someone had come to rescue her. Please save me, I beg you. But when she turned around, she saw that the person who came was a thin student wearing the same school uniform, and her newly ignited hope instantly plummeted into despair. How could he possibly defeat the 3 of us by himself? Am I really doomed today? Song Wanner was pale, her face streaked with tears, and filled with despair. Her pitiful appearance evoked pity in people. At this moment, Huang Mao suddenly pulled out a folding knife with a blade about 20 centimeters long. He lightly tapped his other hand with the razor blade, staring at Jiang Hao with a mocking expression. Kid, get lost right now, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Otherwise, haha. Jiang Hao's heart tightened when he saw the blade. Although he was a poor student and had never been in a fight, it was inevitable that he would feel nervous in the face of the situation. situation. He understood what Huang Mao was saying, but he knew in his heart that if he didn't make a move today, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Looking down and around, he tried to find a weapon that could stop the folding knife. There was nothing around, except for a broken brick underfoot. Left with no other choice, he picked up the brick and made do with it. Holding the brick, Jiang Hao felt a slight sense of calm, his gaze fixed on the blonde-haired man. Ding! Spider carcass found. Decompose? Just then, a sudden voice rang in Jiang Hao's mind. He was slightly taken aback, then realized that he was the owner of the system. But where did this spider come from? Looking down, I saw that a small spider had been crushed to death on the brick. Overjoyed, Jiang Hao accepted the suggestion without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling one spider and gaining the spider skill, danger sense, skill points 0.7, and dismantling experience 0.7. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? Soon, a small ball of light appeared in his mind, and as he focused his gaze on it, a message flooded into his mind. Danger sense, current level 1/0/1, grants you a keen sixth sense, enabling you to detect danger in advance and react quickly. Agility +1, spirit +0.6. After quickly glancing at the annotations, Jiang Hao decisively chose to extract and integrate the danger perception skill. Soon, the light in his mind slowly merged into his consciousness, and then completely dissipated in a short while. As the light merged into his body, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a bright light before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery became exceptionally clear. His body also seemed to become lighter and stronger. However, apart from that, nothing else seems to have changed. At this moment, Huang Mao saw that Jiang Hao not only did not leave, but also picked up a brick, and he was immediately enraged. Kid, you're forcing me to take action. Before he could finish speaking, the blonde-haired man gripped his folding knife menacingly and approached Jiang Hao, then suddenly swung the knife and thrust it straight at him. Seeing this, Song Wanner screamed in fright. Ah, watch out. At that moment, Jiang Hao felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. He instinctively moved his body and dodged Huang Mao's blade at an unbelievable angle. Immediately afterwards, he slammed a brick hard on the back of the blonde-haired man. Huang Mao missed his target, and before he could react, Jiang Hao struck him hard on the back with a brick, causing him to lose his balance. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't move. Seeing this, the other two thugs who were holding Song Wanner were shocked and hurriedly shouted to the fallen blonde-haired man, Brother Ma, Brother Ma. But the blonde guy didn't respond at all. Jiang Hao was also somewhat surprised, looking down at his own body. Seeing that Brother Ma didn't react, the two thugs' faces darkened. They abandoned Song Wanner, quickly pulled out butterfly knives from their pockets, and angrily pounced on him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao's nerves tightened, his muscles tensed, and he was already subconsciously prepared to react. Bang, bang, ah. In the blink of an eye, two figures fell to the ground. Ah, my stomach, ouch, my head. Then came the screams of two thugs. Song Wanner was so shocked by the scene before her that she couldn't speak. She stared at Jiang Hao and the three thugs lying on the ground groaning, her face full of disbelief. These three thugs were defeated just like that? If it weren't for the bloodstains on one of their heads, she would have even suspected that these people were acting. At this moment, her gaze was fixed on the boy in front of her who was shining with light, and her eyes were filled with a complex light. Jiang Hao looked at the brick in his hand, then at the three people groaning at his feet, and recalled his subconscious action just now. He was overjoyed. Is this what danger perception is? Then, he noticed Song Wanner, who had been watching him the whole time. Only then did he take a closer look at the girl wearing the same school uniform as him. She had a head of lustrous hair, slender eyebrows, a pair of round and bright eyes that were slightly red and filled with mist, a pert nose, and pink lips. She was truly a beauty that could topple a city with one glance and a nation with a second. But her glistening cheeks were streaked with tears, and her face was somewhat pale, which involuntarily evoked a feeling of pity and protectiveness in one's heart. Jiang Hao was mesmerized, and his heart suddenly raced. Song Wanner felt a little shy under his gaze and lowered her head. Jiang Hao then came to his senses, quickly looked away, and walked over. The two asked in unison. Then, the two looked at each other and smiled, with a hint of surprise. The two answered in unison. Now, they were both a little embarrassed. Only then did Jiang Hao remember the three thugs lying on the ground behind him, and asked, What do you think we should do with those three? Should we call the police? Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly and turned to look at the three thugs who were still wailing. I don't know either. She gritted her teeth, looking somewhat helpless. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately said, Then I'll handle it. Then, under Song Wanner's curious gaze, he picked up the brick in his hand and walked straight toward the three thugs. The three thugs still had resentful expressions on their faces, glaring angrily at Jiang Hao. The blonde-haired guy had also recovered and was now full of rage. Kid, do you know who I am? You dared to hit me and ruin my good time. You're finished. That's right. You actually dared to beat up Brother Ma. You're dead. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh as he listened to their words. Oh, my back. My hand hurts so much. Are you convinced now? Jiang Hao, holding a brick, asked coldly. The three men were only focused on wailing when Jiang Hao swung the brick again, like a sudden storm, and the brick fell 3 more times. Are you convinced now? At this moment, moment, the three thugs saw Jiang Hao raise the brick again and nodded repeatedly, their voices trembling with tears. We're convinced. We're convinced. Big brother, please let us go. We'll never dare to do it again. We really won't dare to do it again. After hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up and met Song Wanner's surprised gaze. Look, this kind of person needs to be taught a lesson with a brick. He then glanced at the three of them and shouted sternly, get out of here, you three, don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Jiang Hao kicked the blonde-haired guy on the ground hard. Upon hearing this, the three thugs' faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly agreed, their voices trembling with tears. Yes, 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 we're leaving now, we're leaving now. I'll definitely avoid my older brother from now on. Seeing this, Song Wanner couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Hao turned his head and saw her smile, and his heart started racing. Thank you so much for today. Oh, right, I haven't asked you your name yet. Just then, Jiang Hao's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from his academically gifted younger sister, Jiang Zixuan, who never liked him. Slightly surprised, Jiang Hao answered the phone, and a series of urgent sobs came from the other end. Jiang Hao, come to Tianhai Hospital quickly. Dad's been attacked while setting up his stall. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's heart tightened, and his face filled with anxiety. When was it? Which ward at Tianhai Hospital are you in? He pressed for answers, his voice filled with unease. We're in bed 62 of the orthopedics department too. Hurry up and come. Okay. Take care of Dad first, I'll be right there. Jiang Hao's face darkened as he hung up the phone. Then, he said to Song Wanner with a somewhat apologetic expression, sorry, something urgent has come up at home. I have to go now. You should go home early too. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Hao turned and ran away quickly. As his figure gradually disappeared, Song Wanner suddenly realized that she didn't know the name of the boy who had just saved her. She quickly shouted, hey, what's your name? But Jiang Hao was so anxious about his father's situation that he had already run more than a kilometer away and naturally did not hear her shouts. There was no response to her calls, and Song Wanner frowned in frustration. Then she suddenly realized that Jiang Hao was wearing the exact same school uniform as her, which meant that he was also a student at Tianhai No. 2 Middle School. A stunning smile immediately bloomed on her face. I will definitely find you. On the other side, Jiang Hao was heartbroken upon learning of his father's accident. He quickly ran out to flag down a car and sped towards Tianhai Hospital. On the way, Jiang Hao's face was extremely gloomy. Dare to touch my dad, I'll make you wish you were dead. He gritted his teeth and made a silent vow in his heart. The waiting time was exceptionally long, and Jiang Hao finally arrived at Tianhai Hospital amidst his anxious anticipation. After paying 8 yuan for the ride, he rushed into the hospital, asked the receptionist for directions, and hurried to his destination. Pushing open the ward door, Jiang Hao saw an ordinary middle-aged man in a hospital gown lying on the bed with an 4 drip attached. That was his father, Jiang Weiping. Beside him, a middle-aged woman was carefully taking care of Jiang Weiping. She was Jiang Hao's mother, Hua Chunlan. On the other side of the hospital bed, a little girl with tear-streaked face and swollen eyes stared nervously at Jiang's father. She was Jiang Hao's younger sister, Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Hao rushed forward, taking 3 steps at a time, and asked anxiously, Dad, how are you? When Jiang's father saw Jiang Hao, he managed a reassuring smile. It's alright, Howard, Dad just tripped and fell and broke a bone. He didn't tell Jiang Hao the truth because he was afraid it would affect his son. Besides, if Jiang Hao knew the truth, wouldn't he stand up for him and go after someone? Moreover, there were less than 30 days left until the college entrance exam, and he didn't want this matter to affect his son. After all, if he failed the exam, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Jiang Hao understood his father's good intentions and didn't want his father to worry about him, so he pretended not to know and said softly, Dad, how could you be so careless? How is the situation now? What did the doctor say? At this moment, the mother spoke up. Your father is fine. The doctor said he just needs a few days of rest. Howard, you have your college entrance exam coming up soon, so you should go back and study. You have class tomorrow. It seemed that the younger sister and mother had also been instructed by their father to keep quiet about the truth. It's okay, Mom. I've almost finished reviewing. It's fine. But Jiang's father disagreed and insisted that Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Hao leave the ward and go home to continue their studies. Left with no other choice, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan left the ward. Reaching the hospital building, Jiang Hao asked coldly, Zixuan, what exactly did the doctor say? Jiang Zixuan glanced at her brother, seemingly noticing that her usually weak brother had changed. She hesitated slightly, but finally spoke up. The doctor said that Dad broke one of his ribs, but fortunately it didn't shift. His other condition is good. As long as he takes his medicine on time, he should be able to recover in about 3 months. Hearing her words, Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the thought of the person who had beaten his father like that filled him with rage. Do you know who it was? And what caused it? Jiang Zixuan seemed a little scared and hesitated to speak. Jiang Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted coldly, which made Jiang Zixuan tremble. It was Hong Liang. He forced Dad to pay 2,000 yuan in protection money. Dad had only been running his stall for a short time. Where would he get so much money? money. Later, he robbed Dad of the 1,000 yuan he had worked so hard to earn. When Dad went to ask for it back, he was beaten up by some of Hong Liang's henchmen. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was furious and gritted his teeth. Hong Liang, you just wait. He slammed his fist into a small tree beside him, the branch making a clang sound. Ding, one tree detected. Decompose? The voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment before realizing with delight that he still had a system. He glanced at the sapling he was holding and said, Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing his sapling and obtaining 1 bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete. Extract now? Life essence, a miraculous liquid that can enhance vitality, rapidly repair any injury, and possess the ability to bring the dead back to life. Upon seeing this explanation, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed right now. Soon, he saw a bottle of bright green liquid, about the size of a thumb, in his personal space. At this moment, Zhang Zishuan also quietly looked up and secretly observed her brother, whose expression was constantly changing, and felt that he was very different from before. Zhang Hao glanced at the sapling in front of him again. On the surface, it seemed perfectly normal, but in his eyes, the inside of the tree had already turned black, its vitality was exhausted, and it was about to wither and die. He felt no pity, it was just a tree. What he cared about most now was how to use this bottle of life essence to secretly give it to his father. On a sudden inspiration, he turned to Zhang Zishuan and said, let's go home and make some chicken soup for Dad to take with us, to help him recover. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped forward. Zhang Zishuan nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Zhang Hao. After the brother and sister returned home, they found some chicken and prepared to make soup. However, although Zhang's father was a mediocre chef who cooked at a stall every day, Zhang Hao and Zhang Zishuan did not inherit their father's culinary talent. Zhang Zishuan, do you know how to make soup? Zhang Hao, do you know how to make soup? The two asked each other questions in unison. Helpless, they stood in the kitchen, staring at the ingredients, looking at each other, at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered that his father had bought some cookbooks before, and immediately rushed into his father's room to search for them. He quickly found 2 books, the complete recipe book and homestyle dishes. Just as he was about to pick up the complete recipe book, a familiar mechanical voice rang in his ears. Ding, a recipe book has been found. Do you wish to proceed? Zhang Hao smiled knowingly. As the order was given, the complete recipe book in his hand emitted a soft glow. Ding, congratulations, host, for decomposing a recipe and gaining the skill master chef, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete. Extract? As the system notification sounded, a ball of light appeared in Zhang Hao's mind. As he focused his attention on the ball of light, a message quickly entered his mind. Divine Chef Level 1, 0/10, a legendary skill cultivated by chefs of the gods, capable of using all things in heaven and earth as ingredients to cook delicious dishes that even the gods praise. However, at level 1, you can only make ordinary dishes with ordinary ingredients. Upon seeing this annotation, Zhang Hao was stunned. Wow, that's amazing, my system. He suddenly realized what was happening, his face filled with shock and elation. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao said impatiently, extract and fuse. As soon as the command was given, the ball of light in his mind instantly merged into his consciousness. A massive influx of information flooded my mind. All of this information was about cooking, and in the blink of an eye, he went from an ordinary cook to a culinary master. At this moment, Zhang Zishuan followed in and happened to see Zhang Hao staring intently at the recipe. Zhang Hao, is it actually in the book? Zhang Zishuan's words startled Zhang Hao from his reverie, and he quickly replied, yes, yes. After saying that, he grabbed the recipe and rushed into the kitchen, and Zhang Zishuan wanted to follow him in. Don't come in, you're disturbing me. Zhang Hao slammed the kitchen door shut, leaving Zhang Zishuan outside. Zhang Zishuan was so angry that she pointed at the door, her mouth twisted in a grimace. You bastard Zhang Hao, I'll fight you to the death. She stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. In the kitchen, Zhang Hao turned on the gas, gripped the iron spatula, and a familiar feeling welled up inside him. Following the knowledge in his mind, he poured oil, added seasonings, and put in chicken pieces, all in one smooth motion. At this moment, Zhang Hao's expression was focused, just like that of an experienced chef. Soon, a rich and unique fragrance wafted out. Zhang Zishuan was startled by the fragrance and tiptoed to gently knock on the door. Knock, knock. Zhang Hao, are you done? Zhang Hao tasted the soup he had made, his face filled with shock. It smells delicious. No wonder it's a skill that even the gods admire. Just then, he heard Zhang Zishuan knocking on the door. As he responded, he divided the soup into 3 portions, leaving one for Zhang Zishuan. Then, he took out the life essence he had obtained when he had previously decomposed the sapling. System, if I pour the life essence into the chicken soup, will it affect the effect? Zhang Hao asked in a deep voice. No, host. The system's response made Zhang Hao ecstatic, and he quickly poured the life essence into a bowl of chicken soup. Immediately, a faint, refreshing aroma wafted from the chicken soup. Zhang Hao gently stirred the soup with a spoon, then then placed the chicken soup with added life essence at the bottom of the lunchbox and another bowl on top. After finishing the installation, Zhang Hao, along with a surprised Jiang Zixuan, quickly headed towards Tianhai Hospital. They arrived at the ward where Zhang's father was. "Dad, I made you some chicken soup. You and Mom can have some too." Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were quite surprised when they heard this. "You can even make chicken soup?" Jiang Zixuan interjected at the opportune moment. "Dad, Mom, Jiang Hao made this according to the recipe. It smells amazing, you should try it." Looking at her mischievous daughter, Jiang's mother's face was full of doting and helplessness. "You should call me brother, stop calling me Jiang Hao all the time." Jiang Zixuan pouted and glanced at Jiang Hao, clearly unhappy. "No, I won't call out." Jiang's mother and father exchanged a glance, then shook their heads with wry smiles. Jiang Hao casually brought out the chicken soup, and a fragrant aroma immediately filled the room, surprising everyone in the ward. "It smells so good. I'm so lucky. Yes, I've never smelled chicken soup so delicious before." Even Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were shocked. Mr. Jiang asked incredulously, "You can make such fragrant chicken soup by following a recipe?" Jiang Hao, holding the bowl of chicken soup infused with the essence of life, smiled and handed it to his father. "Dad, I really made this according to the recipe. Please try it first." Father Jiang sat up slightly, took the chicken soup, took a sip, and then exclaimed in surprise, "It smells so good." Jiang Hao then turned to his mother, who was standing to the side, and said, "Mom, there's another bowl in the lunchbox, you can try some too." Okay, I understand." Soon, Jiang's father drank a bowl of chicken soup, and Jiang Hao felt a little nervous. "Dad, do you feel anything?" Father Jiang sensed it briefly and muttered, "How does it feel?" After a moment's hesitation, he added, "After drinking your chicken soup, I feel warm all over, very comfortable, a little itchy, and even full of energy." As he spoke, he pointed to the spot where his ribs were broken. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately overjoyed. It must be that bottle of life essence that worked. Even Jiang's father found it unbelievable and then made a bold decision. "I feel like I'm really healed. No, I have to get out of bed and try." As he spoke, he was about to get up and get out of bed. At this moment, Aunt Jiang rushed over, pressed down on the restless Uncle Jiang, and scolded him. "Can you stop acting like a child? Don't you know your own body condition? Did your son really cure you with a bowl of chicken soup?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixuan smiled playfully and teased, "Brother, it's just a bowl of chicken soup your son made that looks pretty good. Is it really that big of a deal? You should just lie down and rest." The patients on the two beds next to them also chimed in with their jokes. "Are you alright? You didn't just feel good because you were happy to see your son can make soup, did you? Ha ha, that's right, you have a successful son." "Oh dear, I'm sick. My sons are all busy, so only my wife is taking care of me." Hearing others praise his son made Mr. Jiang very happy. Who wouldn't want their son to be someone others can be proud of? But at this point, Mr. Jiang still insisted that he was already cured. "I'm fine. I'm not lying. I really feel better, and I'm even full of energy. If you don't believe me, I'll get out of bed and show you." After saying that, he was about to get out of bed. Finally, with the help of others, Mr. Jiang got out of bed. He had only taken 2 steps when his face was full of surprise. He then pushed away Jiang Hao and Jiang's mother who were helping him. To everyone's astonishment, he walked around the room like a normal person, even pressing on the broken ribs with his hands. He didn't feel any pain at all. Everyone was completely stunned. "No way, this looks really good. My God, could it really be that a bowl of chicken soup cured him?" Everyone was filled with surprise and doubt. Even Jiang's mother, who was standing next to her, was so excited that she cried tears of joy. "Howard, you didn't put anything weird in this chicken soup, did you?" At this moment, Mr. Jiang also showed a puzzled look, but he quickly dismissed the idea himself. "No, even if you put in 1,000-year-old ginseng, it couldn't possibly have such a miraculous effect." The patients nearby were stunned by the scene before them and called out to Jiang Hao, "Young man, do you still have that bowl of soup? I'll pay you 100 yuan for a bowl." "Yes, I'll have one too, and I'm willing to pay." "That's not fair. I asked for it first. What, you think you're qualified to buy it? I'll pay 300 yuan. Before Jiang Hao could respond, the patients in the 2 beds next to him in the ward started scrambling for the spot. Anyone would choose to spend 100 or 200 yuan to get a healthier body without hesitation. At this moment, fearing that his father would ask for more details, Jiang Hao quickly said, "That's just ordinary chicken soup. There's no 1,000-year-old ginseng at all." "Dad, don't panic. I'll go get the doctor to take a look at you." After saying that, Jiang Hao hurriedly ran out of the ward. The doctor was also shocked after learning about the situation. Slap, slap, slap. Mr. Jiang, standing to the side, was insisting on being discharged from the hospital. Ultimately, in order to confirm the diagnosis, the doctor suggested waiting until the next day when other doctors at the hospital were on duty to take an X-ray to confirm the situation before deciding whether to discharge the patient. Jiang Hao agreed to the arrangement. In fact, he had already felt relieved. Subsequently, as requested by Zhang's father, Zhang Hao took Zhang Zixuan home, leaving Zhang's mother at the hospital to take care of her. Before leaving, Zhang Hao made a point of taking the lunchbox containing the chicken soup with him. He absolutely could not let anyone know about the life essence. Back home, Zhang Zixuan started doing her homework, but Jiang Hao felt a surge of resentment. Just then, the spider's sense of danger gave him a boost of confidence during his heroic rescue of the damsel in distress today. Hong Liang, you just wait. Jiang Hao glanced furtively at Zhang Zixuan, who was focused on her homework but didn't disturb her and quietly left the house. He arrived at the place where Zhang's father used to set up his stall, where traces of a fight still remained. Jiang Hao inquired everywhere about Hong Liang's whereabouts. Hong Liang had been around here for a long time, and many people didn't dare to mess with him, so naturally no one was willing to help Jiang Hao and didn't provide him with any useful information. Some people who know Jiang Hao learned about Zhang's father's situation today and understood Jiang Hao's intentions. However, they were not optimistic that Jiang Hao could handle Hong Liang's group by himself, and they all advised him to give up. In the end, Jiang Hao figured out Hong Liang's exact location. He rushed over and spotted Hong Liang's figure in a food stall. Hong Liang, I've finally found you. Jiang Hao's face was full of hatred, but he was not blinded by hatred. There are too many people and too many eyes around here. It's definitely not a good place to make a move. Moreover, Hong Liang was surrounded by a dozen or so brothers. Even if he sensed danger, he would be no match for them alone. Jiang Hao pressed down on a large tree by the roadside as he fell into deep thought. Ding, one ant found. Decompose it? Suddenly, a prompt interrupted his thoughts. He looked down and saw that there were many ants on the tree trunk beneath him, and he had accidentally crushed one of them. Thinking back to how he had gained a sense of danger by dissecting the spider, he felt a surge of joy. If decomposing spiders gives me a sense of danger, what skills will decomposing ants give me? With anticipation in his heart, Jiang Hao said, Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling one ant and obtaining the ant skill, Mighty Strength. You have gained 0.9 skill points and 0.9 dismantling experience points. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? Might level 1, 0/10 immense power that can break through all limitations. Jiang Hao looked at the skill description and his face lit up with ecstasy. Scientists have determined that an ant can lift an object more than 400 times its own weight and drag something more than 1,700 times its own weight. How strong will I become after merging with the great strength skill? Put. With such expectations, Jiang Hao did not hesitate to fuse the giant strength skill. The moment the supernatural powers merged, Jiang Hao immediately felt as if all the muscles in his body had undergone a transformation, becoming firmer and harder. System, open my personal information panel. Grade 1, April 1st, 10. Agility, 1.8. Spirit, 1.8. Endurance, 0.8. Skills, Mathematics level 3, 0/10. Chef level 1, 0/10. Innate abilities, Danger Perception level 1, 0 out of 1. Mighty Strength level 1, 0/10. Skill points, 4.1. Personal space, enabled. Upon seeing these figures, Jiang Hao was shocked. The first level Great Strength Divine ability increased my strength tenfold. How strong would the second level be? Unfortunately, upgrading the Mighty Divine Power to level 2 requires 10 skill points, and he currently only has 4.1 points, which is clearly not enough. However, upgrading the Danger Perception ability to level 2 only requires 1 skill point, which perfectly matches his requirements. Woo woo. System, spend 1 skill point to upgrade my Danger Perception to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. 1 skill point consumed. Innate ability Danger Perception upgraded to level 2. Danger Perception level 2, 0 out of 10 grants you a keen sixth sense, enabling you to detect danger in advance and react accordingly. Agility +2, Spirit +1. After upgrading his skills, Jiang Hao felt a sudden clarity in his mind and a great sense of ease throughout his body. What on earth happened? The personal information in the system will also be updated accordingly. At this moment, Jiang Hao possessed 8 times the strength of an ordinary person and 3 times the agility of an ordinary person. He looked at Hong Liang and the crowd, no longer afraid. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Meanwhile, Hong Liang remained completely unaware that someone was secretly watching him, harboring a heart full of revenge. After a long while, Hong Liang and his group of men finished eating and drinking, but did not pay the bill. They walked straight out of the food stall, leaving the owner helpless to watch. Jiang Hao followed silently as Hong Liang and the others turned left and right, entering a dark alley. The night was deep and there was no one around, making it the perfect time to act. The opportunity has arrived. Jiang Hao moved with the speed of a cheetah, appearing silently from behind before Hong Liang and his men could react. He clenched his fist and knocked down several of Hong Liang's henchmen with a single punch. Bang! Bang! Ouch! With Jiang Hao's current punching power, a full-force attack would likely endanger his life, but fortunately he deliberately held back. Even so, those henchmen fell to the ground groaning after being hit hard, and were never able to stand up again. Hong Liang, who was already drowsy from drinking, was immediately sobered up by the sudden turn of events. What is it? Who is it? he asked in surprise. You don't want to live anymore? You dare to ambush me? Go! Hong Liang roared furiously, and seeing his men lying on the ground, he mustered his courage and pushed a few people around him forward. With his sense of danger and 8 times his strength, Zhang Hao quickly defeated the group. When his gaze turned to Hong Liang's expression changed drastically, and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. Hey bro, what gang are you in? Hong Liang had originally tried to get closer to Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao ignored him, so he immediately backed down. Big brother, what have I done to offend you? I apologize. In his panic, Hong Liang begged for mercy repeatedly. Seeing Zhang Hao approaching, he was so frightened that he retreated again and again. Zhang Hao stared at the culprit who had injured his father, his hatred finally reaching its peak. Just then, Hong Liang suddenly revealed a ferocious smile, grabbed an iron rod about the length of an arm, and swung it toward Zhang Hao's head. Dare to block my way, I'll show you what's what. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Hao was startled, sensing the danger in advance. He quickly dodged and simultaneously threw a punch with his backhand. That punch used about 60 to 70% of its force. Hong Liang let out a miserable scream and collapsed heavily to the ground. You dare to ambush me? Zhang Hao stepped forward and kicked Hong Liang over. Let you go? Then why don't you let my dad go? As Zhang Hao spoke, he grabbed Hong Liang and punched him hard in the stomach. This punch caused Hong Liang to curl up like a crayfish, vomiting in pain. You still dare to collect protection money? Is there no law in this world? No sooner had Zhang Hao finished speaking than another heavy punch landed. The blows landed squarely, and Hong Liang eventually collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Zhang Hao stopped because he didn't want anyone to die. He stared coldly at the half-dead Hong Liang and warned him sternly. You just wait. If I ever see you collecting protection money again, I'll break your legs. You believe me? After saying that, Zhang Hao bent down, picked up a piece of iron rod from the ground, and held it in front of Hong Liang. Under Hong Liang's horrified gaze, he forcefully bent the iron rod with both hands and threw it in front of him without any mercy. Then, Zhang Hao turned and left with a nonchalant air. When she got home, Jiang Zixuan was still engrossed in doing her homework. Zhang Hao quietly slipped into the bedroom, picked up his phone, and called his mother to confirm his father's situation. After the call ended, he chatted with his mother for a few more minutes before hanging up. Lying in bed, Zhang Hao fell into a deep sleep. Today was so tiring. First, there was the surprise from the system, then I saved a beauty, then I learned that my father was injured, followed by rushing to his aid, and finally, I avenged my father. Having gone through this series of events, even though his mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, he had reached his limit. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Zhang Hao packed his things, woke up Jiang Zixuan, and they went to school together. When I arrived at the classroom, it was unusually noisy. Zhang Hao looked at the blackboard and realized that today's PE class had been taken over by the English teacher, and they would have to do a mock exam during the 3rd and 4th periods. He was already used to it. Zhang Hao took out his textbooks from his backpack and used the system to break down the teaching materials and integrate the knowledge. Textbooks were broken down, and knowledge crystals were absorbed into the mind. Before long, he mastered all the knowledge of high school and became a super student. Just as he was immersed in the feeling of being filled with endless knowledge, a beautiful figure appeared at the classroom door. She looked around as if searching for someone. It was Song Wanner, whom Jiang Hao saved yesterday. Uncle Hai said she was in class 8 of senior 3. How could he not have seen her? Song Wanner was extremely famous at school. Almost all the students in class 8 of the 3rd year of high school knew her. Hey, look, isn't that Song Wanner, the daughter of the Jade King of Jiangbei Province? Who? Song Wanner? Where? What is she doing here? Who is she looking for? Wow, whoever manages to get her will be rich. At this moment, a fair-skinned and handsome boy in the front row stood up, walked straight to Song Wanner, and showed what he thought was a handsome smile. Wanner, I'm Lu Xian, the class monitor of class 8, grade 12. It's nice to meet you. Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Xian introduced himself with a smug look on his face. Song Wanner politely replied, hello, could you please call Jiang Hao for me? A hint of disdain flashed in Lu Xian's eyes as he coldly said, Wanner, if there's anything you need, why don't you just tell me? Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly, feeling a growing disgust towards Lu Xian's obsequious behavior. She ignored Lu Xian and continued searching the classroom. The students in the classroom were shocked. Wow, Goddess Song actually came to see Jiang Hao? Ah, my goddess. When did Jiang Hao get on the good side of this super rich woman? That's impossible. A proud and beautiful woman paired with a good-for-nothing who just wants to eat and wait to die, they have no chance of ever crossing paths. Jiang Hao was also awakened by the commotion and looked up to see Song Wanner standing at the door. Following everyone's gaze, Song Wanner saw Jiang Hao sitting in the last row, staring at her. She was overjoyed and said, Jiang Hao, come out here for a moment. Jiang Hao was a little confused. He looked around and found that everyone's eyes were on him. He pointed to himself and asked in confusion, who else could it be but me? Come out here, I have something to tell you. Looking at the dazed Jiang Hao, Song Wanner smiled slightly and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up and walked over. Just then, Lu Xian, who witnessed this scene, was so angry angry that he almost exploded. Song Wanner completely ignored him. Moreover, she was even flirting with that good-for-nothing Jiang Hao. Lu Xian had some understanding of Song Wanner and harbored ulterior motives, wanting to take the opportunity to curry favor with her, but now he was burning with anger. I'm clearly a chosen one, how could I lose to a mediocre student? A surge of hatred welled up in his heart, and his eyes became even more filled with disgust. Jiang Hao ignored Lu Xian and walked past him, then left with Song Wanner. Lu Xian's teeth were grinding so hard they were practically chattering. Song Wanner, Jiang Hao. On the other side, after Jiang Hao followed Song Wanner out, Song Wanner took out a purple invitation card from her bag, which looked particularly extraordinary. She handed it to Jiang Hao and said with a smile, "Tomorrow is my 18th birthday party, and I would like to invite you, my great benefactor, to attend." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. Afraid that he would refuse, Song Wanner quickly patted the invitation, smiled, and turned to leave. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, "You absolutely must come." Just as Jiang Hao was about to say something, Song Wanner had already run far away. He looked down at the invitation in his hand, opened it, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. So, she is Song Wanner, the daughter of Song Wanzhong, the Jade King of Jiangbei Province. Although Jiang Hao doesn't usually pay much attention to gossip, he has heard of several celebrities in Jiangbei Province. Among them, Song Wanzhong, the Jade King, who made his fortune through the jade business, was a renowned figure, and this beloved daughter of the Jade King was none other than Song Wanner. Jiang Hao glanced up in the direction Song Wanner had left, then turned, and went back to the classroom. As soon as he reached the classroom door, Lu Xian blocked his way and coldly glanced at him. His gaze finally settled on the invitation in Jiang Hao's hand, and then he pointed at it, saying domineeringly, "What's that? Let me see." Lu Xian's domineering attitude made Jiang Hao dislike him even more. This guy looked down on the students with lower grades in the class, especially his own class monitor. Jiang Hao pursed his lips, ignored him, and went straight back to his seat. Lu Xian's anger erupted instantly, and he sneered, "Jiang Hao, you were just lucky yesterday, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. You really think you're something special? Let's have an English test today. Let's have a competition. If I get a high score, you'll call me Dad 3 times. If you win, I'll call you Dad 3 times. Fearing Jiang Hao might refuse, Lu Xian added a sarcastic remark, "Who's afraid of who's a coward?" Lu Xian's arrogance sparked much discussion among his classmates. Wow, has Lu Xian taken a liking to Goddess Song? His jealousy is so obvious. Ugh, he's shameless. His English is clearly the best in our class. Yes, only a fool would agree to such a bet. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked up, his gaze calmly fixed on Lu Xian, and said indifferently, "Okay, I agree. However, I don't have a stupid son like you. If I win, you'll be on your knees barking like a dog 3 times. Jiang Hao's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. What's even more shocking is that he actually accepted the bet. Has Jiang Hao gone mad? He actually agreed? Jiang Hao is still too young. He got easily fooled in his excitement. People were not optimistic about Jiang Hao's chances in this bet. Lu Xian gritted his teeth in hatred after hearing Jiang Hao's words, but more importantly, Jiang Hao actually agreed. He glared at Jiang Hao with a sinister look, then steeled himself and said, "Fine, I agree." After saying that, Lu Xian turned and left. Jiang Hao ignored him, focusing his attention on the system interface. Looking at the panel, he smiled with satisfaction. Grade 1, July 3rd, 10. Agility 2.8. Spirit 2.8. Endurance 0.8. Skills, Mathematics Level 3, 0/10. Chinese Level 3, 0/10. English Level 3, 0/10. Physics Level 3, 0/10. Chemistry Level 3, 0/10. Biology Level 3, 0/10. MasterChef Level 1, 0/10. Supernatural abilities, Danger Perception Level 2, 0 out of 10. Might Level 1, 0 out of 10. Skill points, 6.3. Personal space, enabled. Lu Xian was nothing but a clown, and Jiang Hao didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, Jiang Hao held the invitation handed to him by Song Wanner and fell into deep thought. What gift should I prepare? Before long, the second class ended, and the teacher had just left when a middle-aged woman entered the classroom. She took out a stack of test papers and called out loudly, "If you need to go to the restroom, go now. The test papers will be handed out later, and you are not allowed to leave during the process." She was Zhou Hong, Jiang Hao's English teacher, a decisive and efficient female teacher. The school bell rang, the test papers were handed out, and Zhou Hong sternly warned everyone that the exam had officially begun. Jiang Hao glanced at the English test paper and immediately noticed that the English questions that usually made him drowsy were unusually clear this time, so he picked up his pen without hesitation to answer the questions. Meanwhile, in the front row, Lu Xian turned around and stared at Jiang Hao in the back row, seemingly reminding them of their bet. The exam was in full swing. Zhou Hong stood on the podium, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, constantly monitoring each student. Before long, 20 minutes had passed. "Teacher, I'm done." A voice broke the silence of the classroom. As the sound rang out, all the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 turned around, their faces filled with shock, and looked in the direction from which the sound came. How could that be? Jiang Hao hasn't forgotten forgotten, has he? He made a bet with Lu Xian. Has Zhang Hao given up on the exam after only 20 minutes? Lu Xian turned around and looked at Zhang Hao, who had raised his hand and had a calm expression, and his heart tightened suddenly. However, when he thought of Zhang Hao's past English grades, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Hao with a smirk, "It's nothing but a publicity stunt." Even Zhou Hong was surprised, but when she saw Zhang Hao, who scored 20 or 30 points on the test, her face immediately darkened. Seeing the noise in the classroom, she immediately shouted sternly. Then, she stepped down from the podium and walked towards Zhang Hao. Approaching Zhang Hao, she frowned and warned, "Zhang Hao, it's fine if you don't want to do the questions, but could you please not bother others? Get out if you're not going to do your homework, and don't bother others." Zhou Hong's harsh rebuke made Zhang Hao feel uncomfortable. He glanced at her, then turned and left amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. Zhou Hong stared at Zhang Hao's departing figure, angrily pointing in his direction and shouting loudly, You, is this your attitude? Fine, I want to see the test you finished." After saying that, she angrily grabbed the English test paper from Zhang Hao's desk. "Look at this crooked and messy writing. What kind of nonsense is this?" As soon as she picked up the exam paper, she began to criticize Zhang Hao's handwriting. He then looked at the contents more closely, preparing to continue his accusations. "Look, this." But when she looked more closely, she was stunned. It turned out that Zhang Hao had actually answered correctly. However, she quickly came up with an excuse. "Okay, you guessed right this time." But as she continued reading, she was utterly shocked. How is this possible? All the answers are correct? Zhou Hong carefully examined the exam paper, and after confirming it multiple times, she stood there stunned. This set of exam papers is a past provincial college entrance examination paper. Excluding the 30 points for listening comprehension, the full score is 120 points. Zhang Hao's answer sheet was even more perfect than her own. She would undoubtedly give a perfect score to this test paper, 120 points. At this moment, a deep sense of doubt welled up in Zhou Hong's heart. Why did Zhang Hao only score 20 or 30 points on his exams before? As for cheating, she looked around at her classmates and shook her head in denial. That's simply impossible. Could it be that Zhang Hao has been hiding his true strength all along? If that's the case, with his level of ability, he might be able to get the highest score in the college entrance examination. Suppressing her excitement, Zhou Hong kept her eyes fixed on the direction Zhang Hao had left in, and made a decision in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Hong's unconscious whispers and her shock were exceptionally clear in the quiet classroom. In an instant, all the students in the classroom heard Zhou Hong's unintentional mutterings. Immediately, everyone was shocked. What? The teacher actually said that Zhang Hao's answers were all correct? Hiss. How is this possible? No way. Could it be that Zhang Hao has been hiding his true strength all along? At this moment, Lu Xian completely panicked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That must be fake. He's just a blind, hopeless student who got lucky. Remembering his bet with Zhang Hao, his face immediately turned extremely ugly. All right. At the same time, everyone looked at the flustered Lu Xian with sympathetic eyes. At that moment, Zhou Hong heard the whispers and immediately turned around, coldly shouting, "Stop whispering to me and focus on your own business." After warning everyone, she picked up Zhang Hao's test paper and went back to the podium. Meanwhile, after leaving the classroom, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to sneak out of the school and went straight to Tianhai Hospital to visit his father. "As soon as I entered the ward, I saw Mr. and Mrs. Zhang with happy faces, busy packing their things. They were somewhat surprised to see Zhang Hao, and Zhang's mother asked, 'Hao, what brings you here?' Zhang Hao had already prepared his reasons. 'Mom, I finished my exams early today and came over to see Dad.' When Zhang's parents heard this, they believed it to be true. "How did the exam go?" Zhang Hao answered truthfully, "Not bad." He then asked in return, "Mom and Dad, why are you so happy?" Aunt Zhang said with a smile, "Hao, the doctor did another x-ray for your dad today, and he's completely cured. Even his chronic headaches disappeared. We're getting ready to be discharged now, so we're especially happy." Father Zhang chimed in, "What your mother said is all true." Hearing this, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. After the family finished packing and completing the formalities, they said goodbye to their fellow patients and went home. In the evening, after Zhang Hao returned home from school, "Tomorrow is Song Wanner's birthday. I need to think about what gift to give her." He sat by the garden, gazing at the moon and the sky, lost in thought. Doesn't the system have two mechanisms, decomposition and synthesis? I've already experienced decomposition, but what about synthesis? But what should I synthesize? He looked around, but there was nothing he could use. Finally, Zhang Hao picked up 2 small stones. Ding! 2 stones found. Combine them? Give it a try. Use these 2 stones to synthesize it. Zhang Hao didn't have high expectations, wondering what good things could be made from 2 broken stones. With this mindset, he silently recited the instructions. Ding! Congratulations on successful synthesis. You have obtained a medium-grade jade, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience points. Extract? Instantly, a ball of cyan light appeared in Zhang Hao's mind. As he focused his attention on the beam of light, a message entered his mind. Medium-grade green jade, worth 500 yuan. 2 broken stones actually combined to form a medium-grade jade worth 500 yuan? Upon seeing this news, Jiang Hao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He quickly shouted in his mind. The next moment, he felt something smooth and round in his hand. Looking down, a piece of bright blue jade appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao held the piece of green jade, his joy barely concealed. It smells so good. It's rich. It's rich. He carefully placed the treasure into his personal space, then found 3 stones on the ground and held them in his hand. Ding, synthesis failed. You have obtained a handful of yellow soil, 0.1 skill points, and 0.1 experience points. The 3 stones in his hand instantly turned into powder, which scattered between his fingers. Jiang Hao was immediately stunned. System, come out here. Where's my jade? He shouted angrily. Ding, host, the super decomposition and synthesis system has a certain success rate in both decomposition and synthesis, so there is naturally a possibility of failure. At the same time, whether you get good items from decomposition or synthesis is entirely determined by probability. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and quickly understood the reason behind it. Nevertheless, he still felt a little regretful. That's true. If the success rate of decomposition and synthesis is 100%, I'll be rich. However, how exactly is this success rate calculated? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. Ding, host, the success rate of decomposition and synthesis will continue to increase with system upgrades. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly realized what was going on. Then he found 3 more stones, put his hands together, and silently prayed. Gods and Buddhas, please bless me to succeed this time. After paying homage to all the gods and Buddhas, Jiang Hao began the synthesis process. Ding, congratulations on successful synthesis. You have obtained a piece of low-grade yellow jade, 0.2 skill points, and 0.2 experience points. Extract, low-grade yellow jade, worth 80 yuan. Sigh, it's just low-grade yellow jade. Although I'm a little disappointed, it's better than failure. Seeing the result, Jiang Hao was somewhat frustrated and could only console himself. He then extracted the stones and found several more to begin synthesizing. After a long wait, the system notification sounded again. Ding, congratulations on successful synthesis. You have obtained a piece of superior grade black jade, 0.7 skill points, and 0.7 experience points. Extract, top grade black jadeite, worth 100,000. Not bad, it's actually worth 100,000. Although it can't compare to that top grade imperial green jadeite worth 100 million, it's still quite good. Jiang Hao wasn't too excited after extracting it and simply put it into his system space. Ding, system experience is full. Do you want to upgrade? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately overjoyed. His gaze fell on the system panel. My experience points are finally maxed out. Ding, congratulations on the system upgrade. The success rate of decomposition or synthesis in the super decomposition and synthesis system has been increased. Soon, a brand new page appeared in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. System, open my personal information panel. Grade 2, 0.8/100. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.8. Endurance, 0.8. Skill, Master Chef level 1, 0/10. Supernatural abilities, Danger Perception level 2, 0 out of 10. Might level 1, 0 out of 10. Skill points, 9.8. Personal space, Premium Icy Jadeite, Top Grade Oily Green Jadeite, Top Grade Violet Jadeite. Upon seeing the system panel, Jiang Hao was surprised to find that his previous subject skills had disappeared, and he immediately panicked. Could it all be gone? He hurriedly searched his memory, and thankfully, the knowledge had not disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, System, why aren't my knowledge and skills showing up? Ding, host, the system has hidden those knowledge and skills. You can recall them simply by reciting them in your mind when needed. After listening, Jiang Hao tried it and finally confirmed that the system had simply hidden them. That's good. It looks much neater now. Jiang Hao looked at the upgraded system and muttered to himself. Afterwards, he composed himself and went home. A new day soon arrived, and Jiang Hao went to school as usual. The first class was English, and the English teacher, Zhou Hong, walked into the classroom with a happy expression. Today, I'm going to talk to you about yesterday's test paper. However, before that, I have something to say. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Jiang Hao, who was slumped over the table in the last row. Jiang Hao, I apologize for what happened yesterday. I'm sorry. After saying that, Zhou Hong actually bowed deeply to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment and hurriedly stood up. Teacher, no need. It was my fault yesterday. I shouldn't have done that. He returned the gesture apologetically, bowing to Zhou Hong in apology. At this moment, all the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 were stunned. Teacher Zhou actually apologized to Jiang Hao. This can't be possible. It feels like a dream. The crowd began to discuss it. Sitting in the front row, Lu Xian was shocked, but a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Hong spoke again. Everyone has made progress in this exam, only a few people failed to stay calm. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Lu Xian, who was sitting at the lectern, her eyes filled with warning. Alright, let's start distributing the test papers now. Xu Chang, 37 points. Zhou Zhou Lingling, 40 points. Huang Jia, 96 points, 3rd place. Lu Xian, 100 points, 2nd place. Zhou Hong paused, her gaze fixed on Lu Xian's face. After glaring at him, she handed him the test paper. At this point, the people in the audience began to get curious. Even Lu Xian's perfect score of 100 only puts him in 2nd place. I wonder who will be in 1st place. I'm also curious, did anyone hear if anyone's name was called? Hiss, could it be Jiang Hao? Lu Xian held the exam paper, his mind in a daze, even somewhat flustered. He listened carefully, but he didn't hear Teacher Zhou call out Jiang Hao's name. He shook his head, still clinging to a sliver of hope. However, the next moment, Zhou Hang's voice shattered his illusion. The winner this time is someone I never expected. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Jiang Hao in the back row, and her voice suddenly rose. Jiang Hao, 120 points, perfect score. 1st place. As soon as Zhou Hongyi made the announcement, the classroom erupted in excitement. Jiang Hao? Wow, a perfect score of 120. That's terrifying. That can't be right. When did Jiang Hao become so good at English? Everyone could hardly believe their ears. Just then, a vehement question interrupted everyone's jubilation. How could Jiang Hao, a good-for-nothing, possibly get a perfect score? Teacher, are you sure you're not mistaken? The questioning actually came from Lu Xian. He couldn't believe that Jiang Hao, a terrible student, could get a perfect score. Zhou Hong was immediately enraged by this questioning. Lu Xian, what do you mean? Are you saying the teacher is blind, or that the teacher accepted a bribe? Her voice suddenly rose, and she questioned him sternly. In that instant, Lu Xian seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly apologized repeatedly. No, teacher, that's not what I meant. Zhou Hong looked at him, her eyes filled with disappointment. Alright, sit down. You must remember, jealousy will never make you stronger. After saying that, she ignored him. At this moment, all the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 focused their attention on Lu Xian, their eyes filled with pity. Lu Xian is so unlucky, he actually lost. Oh, who would have thought? Lu Xian is in trouble now. He still has a bet with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took the test paper from Zhou Hong and glanced at Lu Xian in the front row as he returned to his seat, but did not dare to look him in the eye. Then, with a slight smile, she sat back down, and Zhou Hong began to explain the test paper. For Lu Xian, this class felt incredibly long. He didn't hear anything. His mind was filled with the bet between him and Jiang Hao. The school bell rang, startling Lu Xian awake. After English teacher Zhou Hong left, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xian, it's your turn to honor your bet. As the sound rang out, everyone turned their attention to the source of the sound, Jiang Hao. Then, all eyes turned to Lu Xian. Lu Xian wanted to escape, but he was forced to freeze by that gaze. The classroom fell into an almost suffocating silence. Jiang Hao sat in his seat, looking at the frozen Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Would our class monitor be trying to renege on his promise? Everyone stared at Lu Xian, their faces burning with embarrassment. At this moment, Lu Xian turned around and smiled awkwardly at Jiang Hao in the back row. Hey, Jiang Hao, I was just kidding. I was really just kidding. Jiang Hao stared at the shameless Lu Xian, a meaningful smile on his lips, stood up, and walked straight towards Lu Xian. Immediately, everyone's attention turned to Jiang Hao, with a hint of curiosity. What is he going to do? Walking up to Lu Xian, Jiang Hao smiled and stared intently at him. Lu Xian could only awkwardly force a smile, his eyes full of pleading, begging Jiang Hao to let him go. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, startling everyone into a tremor. Lu Xian was so frightened that he staggered and almost fell. He stared at his desk in horror. Products manufactured by our system are guaranteed to be of high quality. A fist slammed into the table, punching a large hole in the wooden surface. The surrounding students all focused their attention on the hole. Seeing the large hole in the table, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is terrifying. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Hao, their faces filled with shock. Jiang Hao looked down at his fist, his expression calm and unhurried, and slowly withdrew his hand from the cave entrance, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, this table is so flimsy." Lu Xian was stunned into silence, thinking to himself, what if that punch landed on me? Jiang Hao's gaze returned to Lu Xian's face, and he smiled as he spoke. Squad leader, what did you just say? These words instantly brought Lu Xian back to reality from his daze. He quickly forced a smile and replied, "And nothing. I mean, I'm willing to accept the consequences of my bet." Lu Xian was so frightened that he became incoherent and hurriedly tried to explain. "Oh, that's good. Let's start paying then, or we'll have class soon." Lu Xian dared not refuse any longer, and hurriedly got up and lay down on the ground. The moment he collapsed, his eyes were filled with endless resentment and malice. "Woof, woof, woof." Lu Xian barked like a dog and looked up at Jiang Hao. "Squad leader, I never knew you had such a strong talent for acting." Jiang Hao smiled broadly, teasing Lu Xian who was lying on the ground. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. Lu Xian's face turned bright red. After Jiang Hao left, he quickly got up and sat back down, not daring to look directly at the people around him. However, deep within his heart, a roar was raging. "Jiang Hao, you just wait. This humiliation won't end here." Soon, the day passed uneventfully, and tomorrow was the weekend, finally bringing them a holiday. As a miserable senior high school student, I only get one day off off per week. Jiang Hao slung his backpack over his shoulder, bought a small gift box, and hurried home. After returning home, he changed into a brand new set of sportswear. Then, he took out an exquisite jade phoenix pendant from the system space and put it into a gift box that he had prepared in advance. This gift should catch the Jade King's attention, allowing him to get acquainted with bigwigs in the jade industry and prepare for his future foray into the jade world, Jiang Hao thought to himself. Afterwards, he informed his parents, took the invitation, and headed to the address on the invitation. Upon arriving at the venue, Jiang Hao took out his invitation and, led by a waiter, entered the banquet hall. He discovered that the banquet was divided into two parts. One side consisted of young people like himself, and the other side was filled with imposing bigwigs from all walks of life. At this time, quite a few people arrived. The men were all dressed in suits and ties, and the women were wearing gorgeous evening gowns, holding wine glasses, chatting and laughing. Jiang Hao was embarrassed to discover that he was the only person wearing sportswear at the scene. Wearing sportswear, he stood out in the setting, attracting curious glances from many people. Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable in this environment, so he found a corner and sat down as discreetly as possible. Time quickly came to 8 o'clock, and the main character of the banquet finally made his appearance. She wore a purple evening gown adorned with shimmering gold stars, like dazzling stars in the night sky. This evening gown accentuated Song Wanner's noble temperament while adding a touch of mature charm. Coupled with her angelic beauty, she made most of the girls present pale in comparison. Besides Song Wanner, Jade King Song Wanzhong and his wife accompanied her. As soon as Song Wanner appeared, she immediately attracted a crowd. At this moment, the middle-aged man next to Song Wanner spoke up. I am Song Wanzhong, welcome everyone to my youngest daughter Song Wanner's 18th birthday party. Jiang Hao stood in the corner watching. This was the first time he had seen Jade King Song Wanzhong up close. After finishing his opening remarks, Song Wanzhong handed the stage over to the young people and walked to the other side, where some bigwigs from all walks of life had gathered. At the same time, everyone began to present Song Wanner with birthday gifts. Jiang Hao looked at the beautifully packaged gift boxes and then at the one in his hand. Although he thought his gift box was already quite good, it still paled in comparison to others. However, he didn't care, because the significance of these gifts was far more than it appeared. But if I just send it out like this, and Miss Wanner doesn't even look at it, how am I supposed to get the attention of Prince Song Wanzhong? Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanzhong, who was sitting with a group of bigwigs, and then looked at Song Wanner, who was surrounded by the crowd, and fell into deep thought. Over there, many young people were eagerly presenting gifts, and Song Wanner thanked them one by one with a smile. However, she seemed restless, her eyes constantly darting around as if searching for something. Finally, Song Wanner saw Jiang Hao sitting on the sofa in the corner, dressed in sportswear, looking completely out of place in the entire venue. Jiang Hao was also looking at her. The moment their eyes met, Song Wanner's smile bloomed like a flower. She thanked everyone, broke free from the group of talented young men, and walked straight towards Jiang Hao. I thought you weren't coming, Song Wanner said with a smile. Jiang Hao stared at the radiant Song Wanner, somewhat dazed, but quickly regained his senses and responded hastily. How could that be? Here I am. After saying that, Jiang Hao took out a wrapped small gift from his pocket, handed it to Song Wanner, and offered his blessings. Happy birthday to you. Song Wanner accepted the gift and thanked them happily. Thank you, but I still owe you a life-saving favor. You've gone to so much trouble for me again. The two were having a pleasant conversation when an untimely voice interrupted them. Wanner, who is this? A young gentleman appeared beside Song Wanner. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned, turned around, and said unhappily, Xinsho, please call me Miss Song or classmate Song. Don't be so familiar with me, we're not acquainted. Her words left the young man in the suit speechless. But when Jiang Hao heard Song Wanner call Xinsho a beast, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had seen people called beast in novels before, but he never expected that there would actually be someone with that name in real life. Jiang Hao's laughter made Xinsho, who had just recovered, freeze again. He gave an awkward laugh, and Jiang Hao quickly stopped laughing and apologized repeatedly. Sorry, I lost my composure. At this moment, Xinsho realized what was happening, still smiling, and turned to Jiang Hao. It's alright. My name is indeed easy to be misunderstood, and I'm quite troubled by it, but it was chosen by my grandfather, so I can't do anything about it. May I ask your honorable name, sir? My name is Jiang Hao, and I am Wanner's classmate. Oh, so you're Miss Song's classmate. Then we're classmates too. I'm from class 1, grade 12. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xinsho stared at Jiang Hao and said with a smile, but that smile held a chilling undertone in Jiang Hao's eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, Xinsho saw the shabby little gift box in Song Wanner's hand and spoke. Is this a gift from Jiang Hao to Miss Song? It must be quite valuable. Could we take a look? Xinsho was afraid that Song Wanner would refuse, so he deliberately raised his voice when he spoke, which attracted the attention of the people around him, who gathered around curiously. When they saw Xinsho, Song Wanner, and Jiang Hao, who was dressed in sportswear and looked particularly out of place in this setting, they immediately began to discuss among themselves. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Qin family? What's going on? Oh, someone actually gave a gift that young young Master Qin praised. I'd like to see it too. Miss Song, please open it and let us see. Brother Qin, what gift did this guy give you that you're so eager to see it? Yes, is it really not even as good as Brother Qin's Guqin? Song Wanner's expression turned slightly ugly at this moment. She knew very well that Qin Shou was clearly trying to take this opportunity to mess with Jiang Hao. Uncle Hai had already told her about Jiang Hao's background, so she naturally understood that Jiang Hao's family was of modest means and that he couldn't possibly give her any expensive gifts. However, she didn't care at all whether the gift Jiang Hao gave her was expensive or not, as long as she liked it. But now that Qin Shou has brought it up, it would be inappropriate for her not to open it, but opening it might hurt Jiang Hao's pride. She was torn between two options, her mind filled with conflicting emotions. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed completely unconcerned about Qin Shou's provocations, appearing calm and composed on the surface. But he was secretly delighted. I was originally thinking about how to attract attention, but I never expected this beastly brother to help me so much. I'm so grateful to him. Qin Shou, unaware of Jiang Hao's joy, still wore a smug smile as he stared at Jiang Hao and said, Brother Jiang, everyone wants to see this earth-shattering treasure you've given us. Would you mind letting us take a look? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and responded to Qin Shou. It's not a world-shaking treasure, it's just a small item. Then, he turned to Song Wanner. Since everyone wants to see it, Miss Wanner, why don't you open it and take a look? I hope you'll like it. Jiang Hao's words made it even harder for Song Wanner to refuse. She had originally wanted to find an excuse to brush it off, but in the end she could only nod in agreement, secretly resolving to apologize to Jiang Hao afterward. She held the boxes in one hand and tightly gripped the ribbon on the gift box with the other. The surrounding crowd of onlookers also gathered around. The moment the gift box was opened, a vibrant green, clean and transparent, crystal clear, and lifelike openwork phoenix pendant lay quietly on a soft cotton cushion. Upon seeing this pendant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Even Song Wanner was amazed by the lifelike phoenix pendant. If this is truly the original, its value is likely extremely high. At this moment, Qin Shou, who had been waiting to see Jiang Hao make a fool of himself, suddenly froze, and his heart began to panic. However, he suddenly noticed the cheap tracksuit Jiang Hao was wearing and immediately realized what was going on. Brother Jiang, you haven't been scammed, have you? Look at this phoenix pendant, there's a hole in the front. It's obviously been broken and repaired. Looking more closely at the material of this pendant, although it appears to be jade, but upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that this is actually a piece of mechanically cast crystal art. Qin Shou's words instantly shattered the surrounding tranquility and aroused suspicion among the onlookers who knew nothing about jade. After all, Jiang Hao's attire didn't resemble that of a wealthy person at all. If this pendant were truly a rare treasure, many people present probably wouldn't be able to afford it, let alone a poor fellow like him. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss the matter. No way, they actually gave a crystal craft as a gift. I knew it. This is crystal. He doesn't look like someone from a wealthy family. Could it really be a lie? But this pendant looks like a real treasure to me. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, while Jiang Hao smiled and quietly watched Qin Shou, remaining silent. What's wrong? Have you got something good to show us? At this moment, Song Wanzhong walked over with several bigwigs, all smiles. Just as Qin Shou was smugly preparing to tell Song Wanzhong about this, Uncle Song Wanner's classmate has been scammed. She bought a fake pendant as a birthday present, and Before he could finish speaking, an old man next to Song Wanzhong suddenly widened his eyes and immediately noticed the phoenix pendant in Song Wanner's hand. His eyes almost popped out, and then he suddenly darted to Song Wanner's side, his eyes almost touching the pendant. The old man looked at his beloved toy with fascination, his hands itching to touch it. His actions stunned everyone. Even Qin Shou was speechless for a moment. At this moment, the old man gently nudged Song Wanner, who was staring intently at the pendant, and said with a hint of embarrassment, Wanner, little girl, let me see your pendant. Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on the old man. At that very moment, Qin Shou suddenly felt an extremely ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next second, Song Wanner was startled awake by the old man's voice. Upon seeing who it was, she was overjoyed and excitedly exclaimed, Third grandfather, it's you. This is wonderful. Please help me check if this pendant is actually imperial green jadeite of the glass type. As she spoke, she carefully handed the pendant to the old man. Song Wanner's words were like a depth charge, instantly exploding in everyone's minds. People at the scene gasped in shock. Wow, a glassy imperial green? Could it be real jade? My god, imperial green. Jiang Hao looked surprised when he heard this. It seems Miss Wanner truly knows her stuff. However, when he caught sight of Song Wanzhong, the Jade King, who was also staring at the Jade Phoenix pendant, he immediately understood. They're in the jade business, so it's not surprising they have that kind of insight. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's expression changed drastically, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. How could this be? It's fake, absolutely fake. It must be a crystal artifact, he muttered to himself in a low voice. At this moment, Song Wanner's third grandfather took the pendant, examined it repeatedly, and excitedly muttered to himself. The color is rich and even, with a consistent hue and no impurities. The texture is delicate and moist, making it a genuine glass-type imperial green jadeite. The carving perfectly captures the dynamism and luster of jade, flawlessly portraying the phoenix's spirit, truly a masterpiece. This is definitely the work of a grandmaster. Everyone was shocked by Master Song's assessment. This Master Song is a renowned figure in the jade industry. Everyone knows him. The fact that the Song family's Jade Pavilion has been able to consistently rank among the top 3 in the fiercely competitive jade market of Jiangbei province is largely due to the efforts of third Master Song. After hearing Master Song's evaluation, Jiang Hao couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After hearing what Master Song said, Xinsho collapsed to the ground as if his soul had left his body, still refusing to believe it. How could that be? It's fake. It's all fake. How could a poor boy like him possess such a precious treasure? It must be fake. Xinsho seemed to have lost his mind, roaring madly. At this moment, Master Song finally couldn't help but speak up. Kid, are you saying I'm blind? His voice was filled with anger. I'm not afraid to tell you, this pendant was made by a grandmaster, and the material is top-grade treasure. Just this one piece is worth more than 50 million. Moreover, judging from the joint on this pendant, it should be a pair, with another dragon-shaped pendant to match. If it's a dragon and phoenix symbolizing good fortune, its value will be even more astonishing. Master Song's words once again shocked everyone present. Master-level craftsmanship. I really want to see the master who carved such a rare treasure. After saying that, he reluctantly returned the lifelike phoenix pendant to Song Wanner. Jiang Hao, standing to the side, muttered to himself, the system is indeed powerful. Even a small modification function has such power. That's right, this phoenix pendant was the one that Jiang Hao had the system modify. At first, he thought the system only had decomposition and synthesis functions. Unexpectedly, when he mentioned it casually last night, the system actually helped him turn the synthesized imperial green jadeite into a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. The system's modification function only applies to items synthesized or dismantled by the system, and can only modify their appearance. Nevertheless, this made him happy for quite some time. At the same time, he also found a way to get rich. At this moment, Song Wanner carefully took the pendant. Although she loved this treasure and was moved by the precious gift Jiang Hao had given her, she still couldn't accept it. Moreover, this was completely inconsistent with the information she obtained when she asked Uncle Hai to investigate Jiang Hao, which aroused her suspicions. She put the pendant back in the box and then handed it to Jiang Hao, who was standing next to her, with a determined look in her eyes. Jiang Hao, I can't accept such a precious gift. You should take it back. I'm already very happy that you came to my birthday party. I really can't accept this gift, Song Wanner said apologetically. Seeing this, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't take back the gift. His intention in giving such an expensive gift went far beyond simply wishing Song Wanner a happy birthday. Miss Wanner, how can I take back what I've given away? I gave you this pendant not only to celebrate your birthday, but also on behalf of my master, to reach a cooperation agreement with your Quyukshuan. Those are the treasures he will carve in the future, which he hopes will be sold through your Jade Pavilion. As he spoke, he looked at Master Song, his tone revealing a hint of confidence and composure. To tell you the truth, this pendant was made by my master. This old gentleman has a discerning eye. The pendant does indeed have another half of a dragon shape, so together they form the auspicious symbol of dragon and phoenix. Then, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Song Wanzhong, the Jade King, who was standing beside him. Song Wanzhong also noticed the pendant. As someone known as the Jade King, he immediately recognized it as a genuine imperial green jadeite of the glassy type. More importantly, the exquisite craftsmanship was clearly the work of a master, making its value immeasurable. Now that this grandmaster actually wants to cooperate with him, Song Wanzhong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Okay, I agree. From now on, all the treasures your master carves can be sold at my Jade Pavilion, and we will only take a 10% commission. Although he wasn't sure if the master was real or not, even if there were problems, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Song Wanzhong's actions were extraordinary. He easily released so much benefit, a decision that not everyone could make lightly. However, he wasn't stupid. If it was a true grandmaster, exchanging a small benefit for a grandmaster's favor would be absolutely worthwhile for him. Moreover, a grandmaster's reputation could bring more business opportunities to Quyukshuan. His decisiveness surprised Jiang Hao, but he soon understood the reason. It's a great achievement. On behalf of my master, I thank King Yu. Jiang Hao bowed in gratitude. Upon seeing this, Song Wanzhong quickly stepped forward to help Jiang Hao up. Don't be so polite. Don't be so polite. Forget about the Jade King or anything like that. Since you and my Wanner are classmates, just call me Uncle Song. Jiang Hao responded without hesitation. Then thank you very much, Uncle Song. The two reached an agreement in a very short time, which shocked everyone present. 10%? The Jade King only accepts 10%? This generosity truly lives up to his reputation. Hiss. You can't judge a book by its cover. I never imagined this pendant was made by a grandmaster. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Hao and Song Wanzhong were having a heated business discussion, Master Song hurriedly interjected. Young friend, could you please introduce me to your master? I wish to to pay my respects to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt troubled. Well, I'm afraid my master has no fixed abode. He always comes to me on his own initiative, and I can't find him. I'm afraid I'll disappoint the old gentleman. The master was obviously a story he made up. Otherwise, how could the origin of this pendant be explained? Master Song immediately looked disappointed. Young friend, if your master has any new works in the future, please be sure to let me see them first. No problem, Jiang Hao readily agreed. At this moment, Jiang Hao had become the focus of the banquet, and everyone was trying to curry favor with him, while Qin Shou had long been forgotten. Qin Shou stood at a distance, watching Jiang Hao being surrounded by the crowd, his face full of resentment. In the end, he quietly left with a few of his men. At the birthday banquet, Jiang Hao also took out 3 pieces of high-quality jade jewelry whose appearance had been modified by the system, a high-quality black jade thumb ring, a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, and a hibiscus jade Buddha. These treasures were snapped up on the spot by several business tycoons for high prices of 1 million, 3 million, and 5 million. Jiang Hao almost became a millionaire overnight. From this point on, he officially entered the sights of high society. Carrying this huge sum of money, Jiang Hao was filled with excitement, trepidation, and worry on his way home, his emotions a complex mix. 9 million is undoubtedly an astronomical sum of money for Jiang Hao. He never imagined that he would possess such a huge fortune. When he arrived at his doorstep, Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement. 9 million is just a number. In the future, I will have 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times that number. At this moment, Jiang Hao is filled with boundless hope and anticipation for the future. However, jade handicrafts cannot be sold frequently in large quantities, otherwise it will really cause big trouble. Once he calmed down, Jiang Hao immediately became alert. Although the grandmaster I fabricated temporarily fooled those people, but there will always be people who doubt my words. This lie may fool people for a while, but it can't fool them forever. It seems I must become stronger as soon as possible. Only when I am strong enough will all problems be solved. Back home, Jiang Hao lay on his bed. Now that I have money, it's time to make life better for my family. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hao suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. But how should I tell my parents? He outlined the current problem and then fell into deep thought. As the new day dawned, Jiang Hao hadn't even gotten out of bed when he heard a clanging and banging sound outside. He walked out of the bedroom in a daze and saw his parents busy packing up to go out and set up their stall, while Jiang Zixuan was already focused on her studies. Since drinking the life essence, all of Mr. John's long-standing ailments have been cured, and his body seems to be aging in reverse. Even her originally gray hair has become jet black, thick, and shiny. Looks like I'll have to break down a few more bottles of life essence and get one for my mom too, Jiang Hao thought to himself. When Jiang's mother saw him, she smiled and asked, "Howard, did I wake you up? Your dad is better now and can't stay idle, so we're going to set up a stall. You're about to take the college entrance exam, and your studies are demanding. You should rest more. I'll make you something nice to eat when I get back at noon." Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Hao felt a lump in his throat. "Dad, Mom, you don't need to work so hard anymore. I already have plenty of money." He spoke without hesitation. The mother paused for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and teased. "Silly child, how much money do you have? Is it 100 or 200? Jiang Hao sensed doubt in his mother's words and immediately became anxious. "Mom, I'm really rich. I have 9 million. His mother's expression changed instantly upon hearing his incoherent ramblings. She reached out and touched his forehead, then touched her own. "You don't have a fever. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense?" After being teased by his mother like this, Jiang Hao suddenly began to question the meaning of life. Am I really that unreliable? But then I thought, if it were me, I might not believe such a thing either. Just then, the father came out pushing the cart, smiling and teasing. "If you really had 9 million, we wouldn't use it. We'd save it for you to get married. It's not easy to get married these days. First, you need to own a house, which usually costs over 1 million yuan, and sometimes even several million yuan. Then, you need a car, which will cost hundreds of thousands. The bride price will also cost hundreds of thousands. Only with these things will they be willing to agree. You'll still have to live your life and spend money, and if you have children, the expenses will be even greater. So, you should keep that 9 million for yourself." Jiang Hao was stunned by his father's words. When did Dad become so long-winded? At this moment, the father pushed the cart out while calling out, "Old Gua, let's go. We're going to set up our stall." The mother responded, smiling as she looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing there in a daze. "Your dad is right. You should keep that 9 million for yourself." After saying that, she turned around and followed her father. Jiang Zixuan, who was reading a book nearby, sneered at him. "Jiang Hao, are you still dreaming? It's broad daylight. What kind of daydream are you having? 9 million? If you have 9 million, I have 10 million. Too bad it's 10 million in ghost money." After saying that, she hugged her books and went back to her room with a smile. Jiang Hao turned around and pointed at Jiang Zixuan. "Jiang Zixuan, you." A door slammed shut, interrupting Jiang Hao's words. He reluctantly lowered his hand and muttered to himself, "Fine, you don't believe me, right? Looks like I'll have to show you my proof." After saying that, Jiang Hao went back to his room to wash up and then turned and went out. Should I buy a house first, or a car? He wondered to himself. Suddenly, Jiang Hao remembered that the 9 million in his hand were still 3 checks, which he hadn't cashed yet. Let's go to the bank and cash the check first. So, Jiang Hao took his identification documents and went to the bank to cash the check. The exchange didn't go smoothly at first. After all, he was only 18 years old and was trying to exchange a huge check for 9 million. The bank staff couldn't help but be suspicious. However, after the information was confirmed internally, everything gradually went smoothly. After the check was cashed and deposited into his bank card, the bank staff upgraded his bank card several levels, making it a diamond card. With 9 million yuan, bank staff enthusiastically introduced various wealth management products to Jiang Hao, but he wasn't very interested. Now, it's time to go look at houses. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Hao took a taxi straight to the nearest sales center. Soon, he arrived at his destination, got out of the car, and walked into the Tianhong sales center. The sales center is spacious and luxurious, with a grand and high-class decor. There were quite a few people there, and several salespeople in professional attire were introducing properties to customers with smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, some salespeople without customers chatted idly to the side. At this moment, the few female saleswomen who were chatting saw Jiang Hao, who was dressed in sportswear and had a youthful face, but none of them went forward to greet him. One of them pointed at him and said to the other woman next to her, "Xiaomei, a customer has arrived. Go and greet him. He might be a rich young master." Xiaomei turned around and looked at Jiang Hao, teasingly saying, "Sister Hong, why aren't you going? Look at his tender face. He must have just been weaned not long ago. Besides, that 100 yuan tracksuit and those sneakers that cost tens of yuan, he doesn't look like a rich young master at all." Ha, maybe this is how rich young masters dress these days? Just as the group was joking with Jiang Hao, a short, pretty girl with a slightly naive face walked over. When Xiaomei saw her, she immediately said, "Su Jia, come here for a second." The girl ran over in response, and asked somewhat shyly, "Sister Mei, what's up?" "Jia, Manager Su asked us to take extra care of you. We haven't had the chance before, but now the opportunity has arrived." Xiaomei pointed at Jiang Hao and said, "Look, there's a rich young master over there. You should go and greet him." Su Jia also saw Jiang Hao. "Okay, thank you, Sister Mei," she said, then walked towards Jiang Hao. Although she had only been there a few days, her judgment was quite good. In her opinion, Jiang Hao didn't seem like a rich young master, but she went anyway. After all, it was part of her job. Even if he wasn't some rich young master, I could still take it as a learning experience. On the other side, several gossipy female saleswomen couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle when they saw Su Jia walk over. "The young girl is still too young. Yeah, that's so stupid. They still want to steal our customers. Stop talking. Maybe he really is a rich young master." Ha! Jiang Hao saw all their mockery, but he just smiled and remained silent. He sized up the young, inexperienced girl who was walking towards him. Su Jia was also sizing up Jiang Hao. "Hello sir, my name is Su Jia. You can call me Xiao Jia. How can I help you?" "Hello, I'm here to look at the house." "Oh, may I ask your name, sir?" "Mr. Jiang. What kind of house do you need? Could you tell me your requirements first?" Su Jia asked earnestly. Jiang Hao thought about it and realized that he hadn't really figured out what kind of house he needed. "Take me to see a house worth around 5 million first," he said casually. Su Jia was taken aback when she heard his request, but adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, she still smiled and agreed. Afterwards, Su Jia took Jiang Hao to see several houses, all priced between 5 and 6 million. Clearly, Su Jia had made thorough preparations beforehand, providing detailed descriptions of the houses. Finally, after considering all the property listings, Jiang Hao stopped, pointed to the display image, and said, "This one will do." He turned to look at Su Jia, who was still explaining. Su Jia was still introducing herself when she heard this and was immediately stunned, but she quickly realized what was happening and asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to buy this set?" Jiang Hao nodded. Su Jia reminded him, "This fully furnished apartment costs about 5.16 million. Are you sure?" Jiang Hao turned to look at her and said with a smile, "What? Afraid I don't have money?" After saying that, he took out a diamond card from his pocket and handed it to Su Jia. Then, he turned and walked towards the door, saying as he went, "Go get the contract and the keys to this apartment. I'll be waiting for you outside." At this moment, Su Jia held the gray bank card in her hand, her gaze solemn. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the bank's highest level VIP card, the diamond card." She felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky and landed right on her head. After realizing what had happened, Su Jia was overjoyed. "Yes, Mr. Jiang." She turned and quickly went to get the keys and the contract. Xiaomei and Sister Hong, who had been observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but tease Su Jia as she ran over with a beaming smile. "I really don't know what this rich young master said to make Jia so happy." "Yeah, could it be that you decided to buy a house after listening to Jia's introduction?" Although Su Jia could hear the sarcasm in their words, sometimes playing dumb is the best way to protect oneself, and that's exactly what she did. She feigned surprise and replied, "Wow, Sister Mei, you have such a good eye. This Mr. Jiang is really rich. He has decided to buy that 5.16 6 million yuan house in Jingtai. As he spoke, he waved the diamond card in his hand in front of them. Look, this is his diamond card. Stop talking, Mr. Jiang is still waiting for me to get the keys and the contract. After saying that, Su Jia turned and left with a joyful expression. Xiaomei and Sister Hong stood there stunned for a long time before they came to their senses, their faces full of resentment and regret. No way, he actually has a diamond card? 5,160,000? How much is the commission then? How is that possible? Dressed like that, how could she have a diamond card? Jiang Hao witnessed all of this, which made him sigh in admiration. This young girl is really skilled. Indeed, no one should be underestimated. Holding the keys and contract, Su Jia excitedly rushed into the sales lobby and went outside. She had assumed this rich young master would drive a luxury car, but to her astonishment, he simply hailed a taxi. Looking at Jiang Hao's simple attire, she could only think that this rich young master had some peculiar hobbies. Jiang Hao personally inspected the house, returned to the sales center, readily signed the papers, and had Su Jia swipe her card. Hongjie and Xiaomei, who had been somewhat skeptical, froze on the spot when they saw Jiang Hao successfully swipe his card. They then tried to get closer to Jiang Hao, but under his cold and disgusted gaze, they could only give up helplessly. Holding the keys and various documents, Jiang Hao walked out of the sales center amidst the farewells of the crowd. It's time to buy a car. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed. Oh no, I don't have a driver's license yet. Who will drive the car I buy? He muttered and shook his head. What bad luck. Looks like I'll have to find some time to get a driver's license. After saying that, Jiang Hao walked towards home. When she got home, her parents hadn't returned yet, and Jiang Zixuan was alone at home, focused on reading and studying. Jiang Hao has great respect for his younger sister. As the saying goes, it's not that I'm afraid of others being smarter than me, it's that I'm afraid of others being smarter than me and working harder than me. That's roughly the idea. Although many people admire Jiang Zixuan for being such a top student, they have no idea how much effort she put in behind the scenes. Of course, people like Jiang Hao who use cheat codes are a different story. Around noon, when there were the most customers, Jiang Hao prepared to help support his parents. Jiang Zixuan, I'm going to help mom and dad. Do you want to come with me? Why don't we go together? You can have lunch at mom and dad's first, so mom won't have to run around when we get back. Jiang Hao made the suggestion casually. That's right, children from poor families mature early, and Jiang Zixuan is very sensible. So the brother and sister went together to where their father had set up his stall. As soon as they arrived, they saw many customers already queuing up, and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were extremely busy. The brother and sister quickly stepped forward to help. Father Jiang sells small noodles, and today, probably because it's Sunday, there are quite a few customers. When Father Jiang saw the two arrive, and since there weren't enough noodles, he called out, Zixuan, you and your mother should go to your Uncle Tang's house and buy some more noodles. Jiang Zixuan replied, okay, Dad. Jiang's mother smiled and said, let's go. Jiang Hao can clean up the table. The two then went out to buy noodles. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw the kitchen utensils and suddenly remembered his amazing culinary skills, which made him eager to try them out. He said to Father Jiang, Dad, let me do it. You rest for a while. Mr. Jiang hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy about him. It's okay, you can help carry the bowls and wipe the table. I'm not tired. But Jiang Hao was persistent and kept trying to persuade his father, who finally gave up his seat. Jiang Hao picked up the kitchen utensils and felt as if they had come to life. He began to use them skillfully. Although Jiang's father was worried, he still kept an eye on things from the side. However, when he saw Jiang Hao's movements, which were as practiced as if they were instinctive, he couldn't help but be surprised. At that moment, a piece of information suddenly flashed through Jiang Hao's mind. After reading it, he immediately understood and, without any regard for the soup base prepared by Father Jiang, began to adjust it again. Father Jiang hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Howard, I still have some soup left. You don't need to make it again. You've never made soup before, so it won't taste good. Several of Mr. Jiang's regular customers happened to come by and saw Jiang Hao making noodles with Mr. Jiang giving instructions. They couldn't help but tease him. Old Jiang, does your son know how to make noodles? Don't make them taste bad and waste them. He then took out 7 yuan and handed it over, saying, Old Jiang, you'd better cook mine yourself. Father Jiang quickly replied with a smile. It turns out to be Teacher Su. My son wanted to try it out, so I had no choice but to let him. But don't worry, I won't give the noodles he makes to the guests. As for your portion, I'll make it for you myself. How about thin noodles? While Mr. Jiang was chatting with the customer, Jiang Hao had already quickly prepared the soup and scooped the noodles into it. And so a bowl of noodles was born, and its enticing aroma instantly filled the air. Jiang Hao himself was surprised by the fragrance. A gentle breeze blew by, and the fragrance quickly spread. Several customers nearby were immediately drawn in and began to look around and chatter amongst themselves. Wow, what is this good stuff? It smells so good. You can smell it too? To create such an aroma, the chef must be a master. The smell of this dish makes my noodles taste completely bland. I really want to try it. Even if it costs hundreds or thousands of dollars, it would be worth it. At this moment, Father Jiang also smelled the aroma and felt a pang of envy. envy. However, he didn't show it. He was busy collecting money and preparing to make noodles for his old customer himself. Suddenly, several customers around him stood up and quickly walked to Jiang Hao's side, surrounding him completely as he was busy cooking. Their noses twitched slightly, their eyes filled with rapture, as if they had caught a tempting aroma. Finally, their eyes all fell on the bowl of noodles that Jiang Hao had just made, their eyes filled with shock. Immediately afterward, as if receiving some kind of command, they all pointed to the bowl of noodles Jiang Hao had made and said in unison, "I only want this one bowl, and nobody can take it from me." The group exchanged glances and then shouted at the same time, "I said it first. That's not fair. I was here first. Me first, me first." Instantly, chaos erupted at the scene. Father Jiang, witnessing this, was speechless with shock. Jiang Hao was jolted awake by the noise and, seeing the situation, quickly tried to persuade them. "Brothers, stop arguing. I made this bowl of noodles. I'll cook a few more for you all later." Upon hearing this, the customers turned their gazes to Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Jiang Hao understood immediately and continued, "Don't worry, if I don't do a good job, I won't take any money. I'll even compensate you 10 times the amount. Is that okay?" He spoke with extreme decisiveness, otherwise, the matter would never have been resolved. Seeing his confident assertion, the group exchanged glances. "Okay, I want it exactly the same as this bowl of noodles. If it's not, you have to pay 10 times the price. Remember, you said it." After Jiang Hao nodded in confirmation, they sat down around the stall, and Jiang's father also brought a small table to sit at. At this moment, Mr. Jiang rushed over, and the aroma that had made him envious earlier became even stronger. He looked closely and realized that the aroma was coming from the bowl of noodles next to Jiang Hao. He was immediately shocked. "Hao, when did you learn to cook?" Seeing his father's expression, Jiang Hao couldn't help but tease him. "Dad, this is talent." Father Jiang was amused as well. "Hey, you little rascal." After the teasing, Jiang Hao pointed to the bowl of noodles and said, "Dad, hurry up and deliver this bowl of noodles to the customer. I'll cook a few more bowls." With a joyful expression, Father Jiang carried the bowl of noodles toward the guest. Jiang Hao then skillfully cooked the noodles and prepared the broth again, following the same method as before. After Mr. Jiang delivered the noodles, the young customer thanked him repeatedly and was about to start eating when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Jiang, why do the noodles smell so good today?" He then eagerly took a sip of noodles. "Wow, it smells amazing. It smells absolutely amazing." Upon seeing this, Mr. Jiang couldn't stop smiling, but commotion attracted many passers-by. "Does it really smell that good? No way, it smells so good. I have to try it today. It looks delicious. It must taste amazing. I want to try it too." Father Jiang was busy arranging for several customers to sit down. On the other side, Jiang Hao had already skillfully made several bowls of noodles and handed them to the scrambling customers, who all praised them. Even the old customer who initially didn't think highly of Jiang Hao and insisted that Jiang's father make the noodles himself changed his mind and chose the noodles made by Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao made more and more noodles, the aroma became increasingly rich. This attracted more passers-by to watch. Just as the noodles that Jiang's father brought were about to sell out, Jiang's mother and Jiang Zishuan arrived just in time, each carrying a bag of noodles. The mother and daughter were astonished to see so many customers at their stall. They rushed forward to help. While helping, they learned what had happened and couldn't help but look at Jiang Hao in surprise. Seeing her son becoming more and more capable, Jiang's mother was naturally delighted. Jiang Zishuan gradually let go of her resistance to her brother, whom she once thought was a good-for-nothing, and began to accept him from the bottom of her heart. When Jiang Hao returned home that evening, he didn't mention the house to his parents for the time being. "Dad's birthday is in 3 days. Let's give him a surprise." As a new day dawned, Jiang Hao went to school as usual, carrying his school bag. But in his heart he was thinking, with my current abilities, it seems there's not much point in going to school. Should I take a break from school and just take the college entrance exam? As Jiang Hao was thinking, he had just turned a corner when a sharp pain suddenly struck his head and his body involuntarily tensed up. He sensed danger approaching. The moment he looked up, a wooden stick came flying at him with a whoosh, rapidly growing larger in his field of vision. The stick was about to strike his head in the next instant. In that mere 0.01 seconds, Jiang Hao reacted quickly, reaching out to grab the wooden stick that was about to fall, and with his other hand clenched into a fist, he threw a powerful punch forward without hesitation. With a scream, a figure was sent flying by Jiang Hao, falling 6 or 7 meters away before crashing hard into the wall and coming to a stop. Only then did Jiang Hao see the situation before him clearly. 8 young people stood before me, each with brightly dyed hair. They gripped the wooden sticks tightly with both hands, raised them high above their heads, and were about to smash them down on Jiang Hao, but their eyes were filled with shock. First they stared at their companion who had been knocked away, then they turned to look at Jiang Hao, completely stunned. Seeing this, one of the leaders stammered and urged, "Brothers, charge! There are 8 of us left. Are we afraid of just one of him?" As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved aside the 2 men in front of him and rushed forward, pushing his men along with him. Although these thugs were frightened by Jiang Hao's attack, under their boss's leadership, they had no choice but to step forward, brandishing their wooden sticks, their faces contorted with rage, shouting encouragement as they charged toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sneered, and with his bare hands and agile movements, he quickly went to meet the 8 people head-on. A series of punches and kicks rang out, followed by screams of agony. In the end, only Jiang Hao remained standing, while the 8 thugs lay sprawled at his feet. Looking at the 8 henchmen he had instantly defeated, Jiang Hao smiled. Danger perception, it really is a treasure. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with his level 2 danger perception, but when he saw these thugs lying on the ground groaning, he still frowned slightly. Then, he walked up to the leader, squatted down, and coldly asked, "Kid, I have no grudge against you, why did you ambush me?" The leader just clutched his stomach and cried, without uttering a sound. Jiang Hao wasn't a soft-hearted person, and said with a smile, "You won't tell? Fine, I'll tell you for you." After saying that, he threw another punch, slamming it hard into the thug's stomach. This punch made the thug's face turn pale, his stomach churn, and he almost vomited. "If you don't tell me, I'll cripple you." As Jiang Hao spoke, he picked up a wooden stick from the ground and pressed it against the thug's groin. Seeing this, the thug leader felt a chill run down his spine. He was so frightened that he kept nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Big brother, no, I'll talk. Then hurry up and tell me." Jiang Hao threatened him sternly. The gang leader hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, it was Qin Shou. He spent 20,000 yuan to give us your photo, saying he wanted to buy your 2 legs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's heart sank. Qin Shou, how could you be so ruthless as to actually sell my 2 legs?" Jiang Hao's face was gloomy. Then, he stared at the 8 thugs and growled, "You lot, get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." The 8 thugs immediately breathed a sigh of relief and were overjoyed. "Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much, brother. We're leaving now. The group quickly thanked them, turned and ran, fleeing in a disheveled state. In the afternoon, the leader issued a notice that the final test will be conducted tomorrow. This test is a large-scale examination in Tianhe City, and the standards are very formal. They got their holiday early. Jiang Hao also went home early. With his accumulated knowledge, he had already mastered all the test content, so there was no need for him to prepare any further. So he began to study the system. Ever since he used several stones to synthesize jade last time, Jiang Hao realized that his understanding of this mysterious system was far from sufficient. The system claims to be able to decompose and synthesize everything, but this is not just empty talk. At this moment, Jiang Hao was pondering what to use for his experiment. Suddenly, he saw 2 crushing carp in a basin on the ground. They were the ones that Aunt Zhang had bought to make soup for him to nourish him. This scene caught Jiang Hao's eye. "Decomposing spiders and ants gave me super powerful skills. I wonder what changes decomposing fish will bring." Thinking it over, Jiang Hao quickly walked to the fish basin and grabbed a crushing carp without hesitation. Ding! 1 crushing carp found. Disassemble? He answered without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling a crushing carp and gaining the skill, swimming, 0.5 skill points, and 0.5 experience points. Decomposition complete. Extract? Swimming level 1, 0 to 1 allows you to move freely and effortlessly in the water. Seeing this skill, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Although he couldn't swim, this skill paled in comparison to the danger perception granted by the spider and the immense strength of the ant. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao still chose to integrate. After all, as the saying goes, it's never a bad thing to have more skills. After incorporating swimming skills, he did not feel any changes in his body. Next, Jiang Hao tried to break down other things, but the results were not ideal. Left with no other choice, he had to temporarily abandon the decomposition. A new day dawned, and Jiang Hao went out and arrived at his destination. Just as he was looking for a seat, he felt someone push him. He turned around and was immediately surprised. Song Wanner? When Song Wanner saw that it was Jiang Hao, she also showed a look of surprise. The 2 asked in unison. The 2 of them gave an awkward laugh. "You're taking the exam here too?" Jiang Hao pointed to the classroom next door, indicating his intention. "Oh, you're here too?" Song Wanner nodded and asked in return. Jiang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. What a coincidence. Just as the 2 were chatting happily, a voice that annoyed Song Wanner suddenly came. "Hey, isn't that Jiang?" Jiang Hao and Song Wanner turned around and saw Qin Shou walking towards them with a smile on his face, holding exam tools. "Oh, Wanner is here too." Qin Shugang greeted Song Wanner immediately upon seeing her. But when Song Wanner saw Qin Shou, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she completely ignored him. Jiang Hao stared at Qin Shou, who always had a smiling face and could be mistaken for a sunny boy. Who would have thought that this sunny boy would actually try to break his legs? If it weren't for what happened yesterday, he probably would have been fooled by Qin Shou's smile. Song Wanner's coldness made Qin Shou slightly embarrassed, but a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he pretended to be friendly and greeted Jiang Hao, his face showing no abnormality, as if the matter of ordering someone to break Jiang Hao's legs yesterday had nothing to do with him. "Jiang, you're taking the exam here too. What a coincidence." Jiang Hao feigned surprise. "Yes, are you here too?" He feigned compliance, secretly trying to figure out what tricks this smiling tiger was up to. "Oh, what a coincidence. To be able to take the exam in this class, it seems you're a good student. I heard this exam is quite formal. How about we have a competition and see who does better? Jiang Hao smiled slightly, showing no fear. Oh, how do you want to compete? At this moment, the surrounding examinees all turned their attention to the three of them and began to discuss among themselves. Hey, isn't that Qin Shou, the top student from class 1 of senior 3, and Song Wanner, the school beauty of Tianhe number 1 high school? And who's that guy next to them? Who is he? How dare he compete with the top student Qin Shou in exams? Is he also a top student? Isn't that Jiang Hao, the notorious underachiever from class 8 of senior 3? What's he doing here, daring to compare grades with the top students? No way. A competition between a top student and a bottom student? And he actually agreed? There's no suspense at all, is there? Sigh, Jiang Hao is really overestimating himself. Some of the test takers recognized Jiang Hao, and when his past deeds were mentioned, they immediately drew strange looks from the crowd, their eyes full of mockery, as if they were watching a joke. Hearing Qin Shou and Jiang Hao's conversation, and hearing that Jiang Hao seemed to be agreeing, Song Wanner became extremely anxious. She quickly and quietly tugged at the back of Jiang Hao's shirt, signaling him not to agree. Although she didn't know how Jiang Hao was assigned to this class to take the exam, she had already asked Uncle Hai to check Jiang Hao's information. He naturally knew that his academic performance was not good. In fact, it was quite poor. Qin Shou was different. Despite her extreme dislike for Qin Shou, he consistently ranked among the top 10 in the senior year of Tianhe number 2 high school. She also understood that Qin Shou was a cunning and scheming man, far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Since he proposed this bet, he must have had ulterior motives. Sure enough, Qin Shou immediately spoke, confirming her guess. He smiled slightly and said, "Of course, the ranking in this mock exam will be the standard. Whoever ranks higher wins. Since we're men, there have to be stakes when we gamble." Qin Shou pretended to think for a moment, then said, "How about a bet of 1 meal? Whoever loses treats, and the place is Tenfu Restaurant on Central Street. Each person can bring a partner. What do you say, Jiang Hao? Not scared, are you?" After saying that, he looked at Jiang Hao with a smile, as if waiting for his reply. The students around were secretly amazed when they heard this. Wow, Central Tianfu Restaurant. It's one of the top 3 high-end restaurants in Tianhe City, and even in the entire Jiangbei province. Yes, I heard you need a membership card to get in. I know that a good bottle of wine inside can easily cost tens of thousands, and the top quality ones can cost hundreds of thousands. I doubt Jiang Hao would agree. He doesn't seem like a rich man's son. The murmurs of the crowd rose and fell, and all of this reached Jiang Hao's ears clearly. Song Wanner, standing beside him, grew increasingly anxious and quietly tugged at Jiang Hao's sleeve, pleading with him not to act impulsively. As the daughter of Song Wanzhong, the Jade King, she naturally knew the prestige of the Central Tianfu building, and her father even held a Supreme Amethyst membership card. She had seen the luxury there with her own eyes. Qin Shou was clearly setting a trap for Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao remained calm and composed, as if he had not noticed her reminder. Then he said to Qin Shou, "Alright, since you want a gamble, let's take a gamble." He then turned to Song Wanner and said, "Since it's a bet, then Wanner, you should be the witness." Song Wanner thought Jiang Hao would understand her hint, but to her surprise, he not only agreed to this obviously unfair bet, but also asked her to be a witness. She was so angry that she glared at him coldly. Now that things have come to this, all she can do is think about asking her father for the VIP membership card to help Jiang Hao get through this difficult time. The students around him were even more shocked when they heard this, and they all looked at Jiang Hao with strange eyes. Has Jiang Hao lost his mind? He jumped into a trap. Sigh, too young, he couldn't even see through such a simple provocation. I think Jiang Hao is going to lose face this time. Get away from that idiot right now, he might catch it. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and no one was optimistic about Jiang Hao. After all, Qin Shou was among the top 10 students in the senior year of Tianhe number 2 high school, while Jiang Hao was a complete academic failure. The two were not even on the same starting line. At this moment, Qin Shou was overjoyed to see that Jiang Hao had actually agreed to the bet and even had Song Wanner as a witness. He had no doubt that Jiang Hao was bound to lose. That's good. Last time I let you escape a disaster, this time I'll make you understand how terrible the consequences are for offending me. Qin Shou coldly swore in his heart. However, he suddenly noticed Song Wanner beside him, and it seemed as if a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of something. He then turned to Song Wanner and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Wanner. But since you're a witness, you can't show favoritism towards Jiang." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately became anxious and was about to retort. However, Jiang Hao suddenly pulled Song Wanner aside and said with a smile, "Don't worry, a gentleman's word is his bond. Besides, I might not necessarily lose." Qin Shou was slightly surprised by Jiang Hao's confidence, but he felt reassured when he thought about the information he had found. "Ha, it seems Jiang is very confident. Let's wait and see," he said, turning and walking into the examination room. As the excitement subsided, the other students shook their heads and avoided Jiang Hao as if he were a plague. Heading into the examination room, they were as afraid of being infected by idiocy. Song Wanner was also a little angry, pouting standing and glaring fiercely at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was somewhat stunned by her appearance, but he quickly recovered and smiled at the adorable Song Wanner, saying, "Don't be angry, trust me. There's no need to hide anymore. It's time for me to show my strength and prove myself." His tone was full of firm confidence as he spoke. Seeing his confidence, Song Wanner was stunned. "Let's go in." After saying that, Jiang Hao, for some reason, suddenly grabbed Song Wanner's gentle little hand and prepared to go into the classroom. Feeling Jiang Hao's thick, strong, and warm hand, Song Wanner was stunned, and a blush crept onto her face. She let Jiang Hao lead her into the examination room. As soon as they entered the examination room, everyone's eyes immediately fell on the spot where they were holding hands. Everyone was stunned. Sensing the strange gazes around her, Song Wanner quickly withdrew her hand, sat down in the first row, and lowered her head. At this moment, the people around seemed to realize what was happening, and they all stared at Jiang Hao with hatred, wishing they could beat him to death. Then, a series of wails rose and fell. "Ah, my dream goddess. I'm going to kill Jiang Hao. Hiss, you beast. That's my goddess. Oh my god. Another good cabbage has been eaten by a pig." Everyone stared at Jiang Hao as if he were their enemy. Qin Shou, sitting on the left by the window, had a gloomy face and stared coldly at Jiang Hao. Despite the tense atmosphere, Jiang Hao seemed oblivious, calmly walking straight to the last row, his seat. Soon, the proctor arrived, and the exam papers were handed out. Everyone threw themselves into the exam. Jiang Hao received the test paper, flipped through it casually, and immediately came up with solutions to the problems in his mind. The questions did not seem difficult. He then began to write his answer, and the only sound in the quiet classroom was the rustling of his pen. Half an hour passed quickly, and while others were still deep in thought or writing furiously, a voice broke the silence. "Teacher, I've finished. Can I hand in my paper?" Everyone turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on the source of the voice. When they discovered it was Jiang Hao, their reactions varied. Some were shocked, some were suspicious, and some were sarcastic. "Damn, Jiang Hao actually finished? No way. I've only done less than half of it. He's definitely just trying to attract attention. He probably thinks he can't beat Qin Shou, so he's just throwing caution to the wind." At this moment, Song Wanner was also startled and became extremely anxious, but she suddenly remembered what Jiang Hao had said when he entered the examination room. Could it be that Jiang Hao was really hiding his strength all along? However, she glanced at herself and realized she had only completed 3/5 of the test, which made her even more puzzled. On the other side, Qin Shou was startled by Jiang Hao's actions and even felt a little flustered. However, he quickly remembered the information he had gathered about Jiang Hao, and his heart immediately calmed down. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Just trying to attract attention, but it's good that he gave up on it." He then stopped paying attention and focused on doing the test questions. At this moment, the proctor frowned, glanced at Jiang Hao, and then walked over. After briefly glancing at Jiang Hao's exam paper, the proctor spoke. "You can't submit your paper yet. You'll have to wait 40 minutes. However, don't just focus on writing. After all, you are now in your final year of high school, and there is less than a month left until the college entrance examination. Didn't your teachers tell you this? No matter what the exam is, you must be serious and not rush. Even after you finish answering, don't rush to hand in your paper. Check it several times." The proctor kindly reminded him. However, Jiang Hao was exceptionally confident in himself and didn't appreciate the gesture at all. "Teacher, I've already checked it 3 or 4 times. In fact, Jiang Hao was not lying. But the proctor didn't believe him at all. Seeing that Jiang Hao ignored his advice, the proctor's dislike for him increased. He frowned and said in a cold voice, "All right, in that case, you can lie down on the table and not disturb others. You can hand in your paper after 40 minutes. After saying that, he turned away from Jiang Hao and returned to the podium. "Other students, hurry up and answer the questions. Stop whispering to each other. There's still plenty of time." Seeing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to lie face down on the table. 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Hao raised his hand again, ready to speak. Seeing that he repeatedly failed to correct his ways, the proctor became annoyed and coldly said, "The one who raised their hand at the back, you can hand in your paper now. Don't disturb the other students." The classroom erupted in surprise. Then Jiang Hao was seen walking straight up to the classroom with the test paper in hand. The expressions on everyone's faces varied, with most of them filled with doubt and even a hint of mockery. Only Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao with a face full of worry. Jiang Hao gave her a reassuring look. At this moment, the proctor spoke again. "All right, you can leave now that you've handed in your paper. Don't disturb other people taking the questions." Jiang Hao smiled, said nothing more, and turned to leave. On his way home, Jiang Hao was thinking about how to disassemble the valuable parts, and he seemed to have no regard for his bet with Qin Shou. "Quick, someone call an ambulance. Don't just stand there. Stop arguing. They've already fought. Everyone, spread out and let the air circulate. Don't crowd together. Hey, you bunch of grown men, who's going to drive these two to the hospital? Hey, who dares to deliver it? You go ahead. What if you get scammed?" A commotion arose ahead. Jiang Hao looked up and saw a large crowd gathered at Tianfu Garden. It seems something has happened. Out of curiosity, Jiang Hao quickly walked over, wanting preparing to join in the fun, since it was still early. After finally squeezing into the crowd, he saw an exceptionally beautiful young woman squatting on the ground, hugging an elderly man in a tang suit and crying. The old man's eyes rolled back, his face was pale, and his body was stiff. He seemed to have lost all signs of life. Jiang Hao learned from others that the pretty girl was the granddaughter of the injured old man in the tang suit. She was taking her grandfather for a walk in the park when the old man suddenly fell ill and collapsed on the spot. Kind-hearted people in the vicinity had already called for an ambulance, but it was close to the end of the workday, and the ambulance would take at least 20 minutes to arrive. Although some people wanted to drive them to the hospital, the current social climate is such that even elderly people passing by are afraid to help, for fear of being extorted. Not to mention this situation, so everyone could only watch helplessly. Jiang Hao gazed at the elderly man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and the girl beside him, who was crying her eyes out. He felt that this didn't seem like a scam, and a feeling of compassion welled up inside him. I'm afraid by the time the ambulance arrives, this old man may already be gone. I wonder if the life essence can save him. At this moment, Jiang Hao remembered the bottle of life essence with amazing effects and began to make plans in his mind. Ding, host, the life essence has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life and restoring flesh to bones. As long as life remains, it can snatch life back from the clutches of the king of hell. The system notification suddenly sounded, startling Jiang Hao, who was deep in thought. He was taken aback by these words. Hiss, the essence of life has such power. It seems I really underestimated its power before. Shocked, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He made up his mind to help the old man. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. However, we need to get a bottle of life essence first. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao quickly withdrew from the crowd, walked to a secluded corner of the park without surveillance cameras, and reached out to rest his hand on a tree. Ding, one tree detected. Decompose? Ding, congratulations on the failed decomposition. You have gained 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. After his first failure, Jiang Hao felt anxious. He immediately switched to another tree. Ding, one tree detected. Decompose? Ding, congratulations on the failed decomposition. You have gained 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. After several failures, 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and Jiang Hao's heart sank. However, he did not give up easily. After repeated attempts, he finally heard the system sound again. Ding, congratulations on successful decomposition. You have obtained 1 bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use the bottle of life essence to save people, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and his body stiffened. If I just rushed in like that, who would believe me? Let alone give the old man the life essence. Moreover, I absolutely cannot allow the existence of the life essence to be exposed. The problem is, how exactly can I quietly infuse this life essence into the old man's body? Jiang Hao was extremely anxious. Ding, host, the system can assist you. As long as you stay in contact with the elderly for an extended period of time, the system can silently inject the life essence into his body. This reminder was like a timely rain, and Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Ah, this is wonderful. With the system's help, he quickly squeezed back into the crowd and shouted, make way, I can help him. Time is life, and we must not waste it. At this moment, people around heard someone shouting and made way for them, looking in the direction of the sound with curiosity. Is the doctor here? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Hao rushed forward from behind and came to the side of the old man who was being held by the girl and was barely breathing. When the crowd saw that it was a student, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Where's the doctor? Didn't they say the doctor was coming? Could it be the child shouting? No way. A student? What does he know about saving lives? Don't he end up hurting someone? This child is really brave, daring to joke at a time like this. Jiang Hao came to the old man's side. When Tian Tong heard that someone could save her grandfather, she immediately looked at him as if she had grasped a lifeline. But when she looked up and saw the student with a youthful face and wearing a school uniform, her eyes were full of confusion. However, she was already in a panic at this moment. Although she had doubts about the student in front of her, she still held a glimmer of hope. Can you really save my grandfather? Looking into her expectant yet pleading eyes, Jiang Hao gently comforted her. Trust me, I can save him. Your grandfather will be alright. At this moment, he was about to reach out and touch the old man so that the system could inject the life essence into his body. Stop him. Don't let that little brat touch the patient. What does he know? A sharp voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a sharp suit took out his ID from his bag, squeezed into the crowd, and hurriedly said, My name is Jia Ren, and I am a doctor at Tianhe Second Hospital. This is my medical license. Upon seeing the identification, everyone immediately made way. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The doctor already said to stop the child from moving around. Several people rushed forward to try to pull Jiang Hao away, and even Tian Tong, who was standing to the side, hurriedly protected her grandfather and desperately tried to stop Jiang Hao from getting closer. Jia Ren stepped forward to check on the old man's condition and reprimanded reprimanded him sternly. Which school did you go to? How can you just touch a patient like that? If someone dies, can you take responsibility? As he carefully examined the old man's condition, his expression grew increasingly grim. I'm sorry, the old man's vital signs are very weak, he may. Before Jiaran could finish speaking, Tian Tong's face turned deathly pale, and she almost fainted. At this moment, Jiang Hao broke free from the group's grasp, shoved Jiaran aside, and pointed at him angrily, retorting, if you're not capable, then don't block my way. Don't delay my rescue. If this drags on any longer, I won't be able to save him. He turned to the men who had tried to pull him away and demanded, you guys delayed my rescue, can you take responsibility? Jiang Hao's words made them feel justified, and they immediately dared not step forward again. Jiang Hao walked to the old man's side and said gently, the ambulance can't make it in time. Only I can save your grandfather now. Are you sure you don't want me to do it? Tian Tong was torn and hesitated. Can you really save my grandfather? Yes, make a decision quickly. If you delay any longer, I won't be able to help you. Jiang Hao urged anxiously as he watched the old man's life force grow weaker and weaker. Alright, go ahead and do it. Tian Tong gritted her teeth and nodded with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly straightened the old man, laid him flat, and skillfully began to massage the old man's body with both hands. Jiaran stood to the side with a gloomy expression, staring intently at Jiang Hao. I'd like to see how you treat this. If anyone dies today, whether you're a student or not, you won't get away with it. The onlookers were full of doubt about Jiang Hao's actions and simply did not believe that he could save the patient. Will this really work? Could it really be here to cause trouble? I told you, how could a student understand this stuff? Let's keep our distance, or we'll be blamed if something happens. Jiang Hao pretended to perform first aid, but in reality, the system had already secretly injected the life essence into the old man's body. Ding, host, fusion complete. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hao immediately stopped what he was doing and stared expectantly at the old man's face. Seeing this, Jiaran immediately seized the opportunity to mock, see? Pretending to know what you don't, thinking you can save someone by just pressing a few buttons? What a joke. You'll be heading to jail soon. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Jiang Hao ignored him and breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw the old man's face begin to turn red. Cough, cough. The old man coughed softly and slowly woke up. Tian Tong, who had been anxiously watching her grandfather, saw his previously pale and cold face turn rosy and that he had woken up. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into tears and shouted, Grandpa, Grandpa, you're finally awake. I thought I'd never see you again. The cough and Tian Tong's excited shout shocked the onlookers, who then erupted in a frenzy. She's really awake. My God, how could this be saved? He was clearly on the verge of death just now. How did he wake up so quickly? Could those techniques really be some lost life-saving skill? Just as everyone was discussing this, the old man suddenly stood up, looking completely different from his previous dying appearance, which surprised everyone. Jia Renzi looked completely incredulous, as if he had lost his soul, muttering repeatedly, this is impossible, how could this be? But he quickly came to his senses and said excitedly, no, I have to become an apprentice, that's right, I have to become an apprentice. He hurriedly searched for Jiang Hao, only to find that Jiang Hao had already taken advantage of the chaos to leave, and there was no way to find him. Grandpa, that was this student just now. With tears still on her face, Tian Tong was about to introduce her savior, Jiang Hao, to her grandfather when she suddenly realized that Jiang Hao had disappeared. Hey, where did he go? He was just here. Tian Tong looked around anxiously, desperately searching for Jiang Hao's figure in the crowd. At the same time, the old man understood instantly. I think I had another attack just now, but luckily I met a kind person who saved me. Moreover, at this moment, he felt completely relaxed, and the excruciating pain in his head had disappeared without a trace. This shocked him greatly. He knew his condition best, and even the traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Chao Guosho couldn't cure it. He never expected that a stranger would cure him. He couldn't help but sigh. True masters are indeed hidden among ordinary people. However, the debt of gratitude for saving my life must not be forgotten. So he comforted his anxious granddaughter, took out his phone, and made a call. Director Wang, it's me, Tian Tang. I need your help with something. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Hao had already embarked on his journey home. He didn't expect any reward for his actions this time, nor did he take the matter to heart. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days of hard work, the joint examination for senior high school students from the 4 major universities in Tianhe City has finally come to an end, and the results have been announced. On the morning of May 12th, before the first class started, a teacher replaced the bulletin board in front of the teaching building with a list of the senior students' exam rankings. In an instant, countless senior high school students, like sharks smelling blood, surrounded the area, making it impossible to move. Don't push, let me see. Hey, how come I only got a little over 400 points? Sigh, me too, I only got the basics right. The questions were pretty hard this time. I didn't even finish a lot of them. The students stared at the ranking list, discussing it animatedly. Hearing that the results were out, Jiang Hao was preparing to go and join in the fun. But as soon as I stepped out of the classroom, I ran into my classmate, who was still smiling, like a gentleman, him but also a beast who was impossible to guard against. Beside them, Song Wanner followed reluctantly, along with some of their classmates. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, the beastly classmate immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Jiang, do you want to check the exam rankings? I'm going too. Why don't we go together and see who wins and who loses?" Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner, who looked very unwilling, and the classmates following behind Qin Shou, and immediately understood Qin Shou's intention. He smiled helplessly and said kindly, "You really want to see it? Or maybe we should just forget about it?" Jiang Hao was very confident in himself, but he didn't want to hurt Qin Shou too badly. Ring ring, but Qin Shou didn't buy it. Instead, he thought Jiang Hao was scared and became very smug, determined not to let Jiang Hao off easily. How can this be allowed? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Is Jiang Hao really that scared? Qin Shou immediately provoked him, even resorting to a simple goading tactic. Even Song Wanner, who was standing to the side, thought that Jiang Hao would admit defeat. On the one hand, she was disappointed by Jiang Hao's admission of defeat, but on the other hand, she felt that it was a wise move for Jiang Hao to admit defeat in advance. However, Qin Shou was clearly not going to let such a good opportunity slip by. Qin Shou's subordinates also rallied to his aid. How can we let it go? Is Jiang Hao really scared? He's just a coward. Sigh, I thought he was a tough guy. It's just an exam paper. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Qin Shou's smile grew even more smug. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly, knowing that the people around him had misunderstood him, so he had no choice but to speak again. Everyone, stop arguing. You've misunderstood. I'm just worried that my classmate, the beast, will be greatly affected if he sees my grades. But since you and your friends all want to see it, let's go check it out. Just don't get too devastated. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shou's face stiffened upon hearing Jiang Hao's reason for not wanting to gamble. But he quickly realized what was happening, put on a forced smile, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh my, Jiang Hao, you're really good at joking. I think your confidence is a bit too much." At the same time, not only was Qin Shou dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's words, but the students next to him were also shocked. I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so humorous. Attack us? We're not afraid at all. Oh, how arrogant. You're a complete academic failure who gave up on the exam a long time ago, and you're afraid of hurting us? They were all unconvinced, their words full of sarcasm and disdain, laughing and mocking. At this point, Qin Shou, not wanting to dwell on the matter any longer, spoke up. "Alright, since Jiang Hao is so confident, let's go and see for ourselves." As he spoke, he said to Song Wanner beside him, "Wanner, come along too. You're a witness, and we can't do without you." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly and turned to look at Jiang Hao. Seeing this, amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, Jiang Hao walked up to Song Wanner and said with a smile, "Alright, then please be our witness and come with us to take a look." Looking at Jiang Hao's confidence, Song Wanner was somewhat infected and softly agreed. Then, ignoring Qin Shou and his helpers, the two walked side by side ahead towards the column displaying the exam results rankings. The two locked eyes. On the way, Song Wanner was filled with conflicting emotions. Snap. On the one hand, Jiang Hao's refusal to admit defeat gave her a strange sense of relief. On the other hand, she was worried that if Jiang Hao persisted to the end and actually lost, the blow would be even greater. Qin Shou's smiling face instantly turned so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly said. Soon, they arrived at the list that was surrounded by many students. Seeing this, Qin Shou gave a wink to his underling. Immediately, the henchmen began clearing the crowd. Although the students watching had some complaints about the clearing of the area, they recognized these people, the school's troublemakers, and could only dare to be angry but not speak out. Before long, Qin Shou and the others successfully stood in front of the list. Jiang Hao, Qin Shou, and Song Wanner kept a close eye on the rankings, searching for their own positions. A moment later, an excited shout rang out. "Hey, I found it!" Qin Shou from Class 1, Grade 12 of Tianhe No. 2 High School, with a total score of 632, ranked 5th in the school and 12th in the overall ranking of the 4 schools. Sigh, I didn't do well on the test this time. I only got such a low score. Qin Shou pointed at the list, his tone carrying a hint of regret and dissatisfaction, but he couldn't hide his pride. At this moment, the surrounding classmates gathered around. "Wow, that's amazing, 632 points. Wow, she truly deserves to be called a top student. This is the difference between top students and underachievers. 632 points is considered bad in the eyes of top students. How are we underachievers supposed to survive? 632 points? I don't think there's any point in watching anymore. Jiang Hao has definitely lost." Qin Shou feigned modesty, then pointed to Jiang Hao and Song Wanner and said, "No way, 632 points is nothing. These two are the real academic geniuses." At this moment, Song Wanner suddenly spoke. "Oh, I found it too. Total score, 681. Second place in Tianhe No. 2 Middle School?" At this point, she frowned, seemingly puzzled, and then read aloud. "Third in the overall ranking of the 4 schools." People around gathered around, and were all stunned by the result. Wow, 681 points. My goodness, she truly is the best of the best. Second, not first? 681 points. points isn't even number 1? When did our number 2 high school produce another prodigy who can surpass even the goddess Wanner? Everyone was shocked and even more curious about who had snatched first place from Song Wanner. At this moment, Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner's grades and said gently, 681 points, that's quite good. As soon as Jiang Hao spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him, and they couldn't help but chuckle. His 681 points is only good? This Jiang Hao is really good at pretending. Even 681 points is only described as good. I wonder what his actual score was. Does he really think he's some kind of reincarnation of a show-off? Will he die if he doesn't act cool? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, everyone objected with dissatisfaction. Even Song Wanner, who was standing to the side, frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Hao was somewhat arrogant. At this moment, Qin Shou seized the opportunity and hurriedly spoke to Jiang Hao. It seems that Jiang Hao's score is even higher than Wanner's. Could Jiang Hao please give us some pointers so we can admire him? Qin Shou smiled as he stared at Jiang Hao. The surrounding classmates also joined in the commotion. Yes, point it out so we can admire it. If it's not higher than 681, don't make unfounded comments. That's right. He dares to criticize others based on his own test scores. He's shameless. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but Jiang Hao remained calm, seemingly unconcerned. I've found my grades too. As he spoke, he pointed to the number 1 spot on the list. Qin Shou, Song Wanner, and the people around them looked in the direction he was pointing. Upon seeing the names and scores, everyone gasped in shock, and the room fell into a deathly silence. After a long silence, a gasp broke the stillness, and the whole scene erupted in excitement. 747 points? My god, is this even human? Jiang Hao from Class 8, Grade 12 of Tianhe No. 2 High School, scored 747 points, ranking first in Tianhe No. 2 High School and first in the overall ranking of the 4 schools. Is this really Jiang Hao? Or could it be a printing error? Everyone stared at the result in disbelief. Song Wanner was utterly shocked. At that moment, she finally understood the meaning of Jiang Hao's words before the exam. She glanced to the side. Even with such a high score, Jiang Hao remained calm, drawing strange looks from those around him. However, the one who found it hardest to accept reality was none other than the Qin governor. His eyes were vacant, his face was ashen, and he muttered to himself, "This is impossible. It's fake. It must be fake. Yes, there must be a printing error. That must be it. I'm going to find the teacher." After saying that, he turned and ran. Jiang Hao reacted quickly, grabbing Qin Shou, who was trying to escape, and laughed in front of everyone. Is that beastly classmate planning to run away? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Qin Shou. Stared at with such strange gazes, Qin Shou immediately stiffened. He could even feel the contempt in Song Wanner's eyes. This made him very upset, but a quick idea struck him, and he hurriedly offered his explanation. How could I possibly run away? I just thought there might be an error in the exam rankings, and I was just about to go to the academic affairs office to check the exam papers. How about I go with you? Seeing this, Song Wanner chimed in. Why don't we go together? I know the test papers haven't been handed out yet. They're all with the head of the teaching department. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's expression immediately froze. The students nearby started to jeer. Go and see. Go and see. Yes, it might really be a printing error. At this point, Qin was caught in a dilemma. Jiang Hao had already pulled him toward the disciplinary office, while comforting him, saying, let's go, maybe my grades really are wrong. Pulled along by Jiang Hao, Qin Shou was as helpless as a little chick. He could only hope, clinging to the hope that the report card was indeed wrong. Soon, the group arrived at the teaching affairs office. The head of the teaching department was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a beer belly. Song Wanner explained that she wanted to check the exam papers of several people. The head of the teaching department knew that Song Wanner was the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong, so he naturally helped with this small matter. When the dean of students learned that they were looking for Jiang Hao's exam paper, he immediately realized what was going on and, while helping them search for the paper, said, "Oh, so you're looking for Jiang Hao's exam paper. You suspect that Jiang Hao's score is problematic? Actually, this is not surprising, but I can say with certainty that Jiang Hao's score is absolutely fine. At first, we suspected that something had gone wrong, but after repeated checks, the results showed that his score was completely accurate." This shocked all the teachers in the senior year group. When we learned about Jiang Hao's previous grades, we simply couldn't believe it. However, such a high score is impossible even with cheating, so we all agree that he might truly be a dark horse. As he spoke, he pulled a stack of test papers from his pocket and pointed to them, saying, "Found it. This is Jiang Hao's test paper. Take a look for yourselves." This time, we've also decided to hold a special encouragement event for all senior high school students, and we're going to have Jiang Hao share his study methods. Upon hearing the dean's explanation, everyone was immediately shocked, and all eyes turned to Jiang Hao. Wow, that's terrifying. Wow, even the head of student affairs said it himself, so it seems to be true. At this moment, Qin Shou completely broke down. Impossible, this must be fake. He was momentarily unable to accept this fact, and as if he had lost his soul, soul. He pointed at Jiang Hao and even dared to question the head of the teaching department. He only knows how to sleep, and his test scores are always at the bottom. How could he possibly get such a score? He must have cheated. The headmaster had never seen such a bold student before, and his face immediately turned ashen. Which class are you in? Call your homeroom teacher over. I want to see who taught such a jealous student. At this moment, Song Wanner quickly stepped forward to apologize, while Jiang Hao directly pulled Qin Shou out of the academic affairs office. After leaving the academic affairs office, Jiang Hao bluntly stated, "Since that beastly classmate is not going to honor his bet, then forget it. Let's just pretend we never made this bet." Song Wanner, who followed closely behind, also showed a look of disdain. The students around him who knew the truth all cast strange glances at him and walked past Qin Shou. Sigh, I never expected Qin Shou to be this kind of person. Humph, what a jealous and petty person. Look how magnanimous Jiang Hao is. That's right, let's go. Those who usually admired Qin Shou were now ignoring him, and Qin Shou couldn't stand it anymore. A flash of resentment crossed her eyes, and then she shouted loudly at Jiang Hao, who had already walked away. I, Qin Shou, concede defeat. This Sunday, at the Central Tianfu building, it's my treat. No exceptions. After saying that, he turned around and left in a huff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around and exchanged a smile with Song Wanner. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao took the report card his teacher had given him that day, went to a gift shop to buy a gift box, and then ran to a cake shop to buy a birthday cake. Today is his dad's birthday, and he certainly won't forget. This report card was a surprise he had prepared for his father. His father worked hard to support his studies, and an excellent academic record is the best way to repay his father. When I got home, my parents were still out setting up their stall and hadn't come back yet. Only my younger sister, Jiang Zixuan, had come home early from school. Jiang Hao and his sister decorated the house together, preparing a surprise for their parents who were returning home from their stall. At the same time, he displayed his culinary skills and prepared a sumptuous feast. The brother and sister then turned off the lights and waited quietly for their parents to return. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan quickly got ready. As soon as the door opened, Jiang's parents turned on the lights, and Jiang Hao immediately clicked to play the birthday music, singing along with his sister. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. After singing the birthday song, the brother and sister shouted loudly with big smiles on their faces. Happy birthday, Dad. At this moment, when Mr. and Mrs. Jiang saw this scene, their eyes immediately welled up with tears. Thank you, Howard, Zixuan. With a slight sob in his voice, Dad said gratefully. At this moment, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan each held a gift box. Jiang Hao spoke first. Dad, this is my birthday present for you. Please open it and take a look. Hearing the voice, Jiang's father looked at his son, who was now a head taller than him, and nodded silently. Then he began to unwrap the gifts. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan was also curious about what gift her brother, who had changed so much, would give to their father, and her gaze naturally fell on the gift box in her father's hand. Jiang's mother was also full of anticipation. When the gift box was opened, the first thing that caught the eye was a report card. Looking at the words circled in red at the top of the report card, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zixuan were all shocked at the same time. Jiang Hao, with a total score of 747, is first in Tianhe No. 2 High School and first in the joint examination of 4 high schools in Tianhe City. Apart from Jiang Hao, the other 3 members of the family were almost stunned. They were aware of Jiang Hao's previous achievements. Despite the approaching college entrance examination, his family did not want to put too much pressure on him, but they did not have high expectations for his academic performance. However, this report card. They stared at the report card, noticing the homeroom teacher's signature and the school seal at the bottom. The authenticity of this report card is beyond doubt, but they still find it hard to believe. Finally, Father Jiang broke the silence. Howard, is this true? Jiang Hao understood that, after all, his past performance had not been very good. Dad, don't you have my homeroom teacher's phone number? If you don't believe me, you can call and confirm. Jiang Hao's words instantly dispelled all the doubts of his family. Although he hadn't done well in school before, he had never lied. At that moment, Mr. Jiang happily said good 3 times, his face full of a gratified smile, and so did Mrs. Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Hao revealed a mysterious smile and said, Dad, the report card is just a small surprise. There's an even bigger gift coming up. Upon hearing this, Jiang's father smiled and said to Jiang Hao, I think this report card is the greatest gift I've ever received. Everything else is nothing. However, he still held the report card in his hand and turned his gaze to the bottom of the gift box. When I saw the small red notebook below and the line of text on it, I was immediately filled with doubt. Even Jiang's mother and Jiang Zixuan looked puzzled. Property certificate? Howard, is this our house? What do you need this for? I'm confused, Jiang's mother asked. The whole family's eyes immediately turned to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and answered, yes, but not entirely, Dad. You'll see for yourself when you open it. With questions in mind, Mr. Jiang opened the small red booklet. Sure enough, his name was on the property rights page. But what shocked him was the location of the house. Number 333, Jingtai 2nd Road, Tianhe City. city, 3rd floor, unit 3? Well, we don't own a house in Jingtai. Besides, Jingtai is an affluent area, how could we possibly afford it? I'm puzzled, said Mr. Jiang. Seeing this, the whole family stared at Zhang Hao, expecting him to give a reasonable explanation. Zhang Hao looked at his bewildered family members and couldn't help but smile before beginning his story. He recounted in detail how he had a mysterious master and how he had earned a huge sum of 9 million yuan. After listening to the story, the whole family felt like they were listening to a novel. Finally, Zhang Hao repeatedly assured that all of this was true and that he had not broken the law. This finally made the family members begin to believe it, albeit with some skepticism. Afterwards, Zhang's father scolded Zhang Hao for his wasteful spending, but Zhang Hao understood that it was just his father's way of showing his love, and he wasn't angry. After Zhang Hao's story came to an end, Zhang's father looked at the small gift box in Zhang Zixuan's hand. Seeing her hesitation, he gently said, "Zixuan, did you prepare a gift for Dad?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zixuan hurriedly hid the gift behind her back. "No, Dad, I forgot to prepare," she told a lie. Although she also wanted to give her father the gift she had carefully prepared all day, after seeing the gift her brother gave her, she suddenly felt that her gift was not presentable enough. Father Jiang seemed to have read her mind, patted her head, and comforted her. "Zixuan, it's okay. No matter what the gift is, as long as it's from you and your brother, I'll like it just the same." Zhang's mother, who was standing nearby, also offered words of comfort. Finally, Zhang Zixuan shyly took out her gift. As soon as Mr. Jiang opened the gift box, the whole family gathered around curiously. At this moment, Mr. Jiang took out a folded greeting card from the gift box. The greeting card was beautifully decorated, depicting a heartwarming scene of a family of 4, with everyone's face beaming with happiness, creating a joyful atmosphere. Looking at the greeting card, Zhang's father gently patted Zhang Zixuan, who was looking down. "Dad likes it very much. This is our home." As a new day dawned, Zhang Hao went to school as usual. Since he demonstrated his abilities, the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 no longer ignored and isolated him as before. Instead, she started looking for opportunities to play with him and would ask him for help when she encountered problems. Zhang Hao was not opposed to this, he would do his best to help as long as he could, and he enjoyed this feeling. During the afternoon break, while the other students went to play ball, Zhang Hao, who had never played ball before, did not go. Instead, he sat in the classroom chatting with a few classmates. Just as they were having a lively conversation, Zhou Yu suddenly rushed in, looking very anxious. "Have you seen the sports committee member?" he shouted as soon as he entered the door. The other students were also confused and didn't know what had happened, so Zhang Hao asked them, "What's wrong, Zhou Yu? Didn't the sports committee member go to play ball with you guys?" When Zhou Yu saw that it was Zhang Hao, she said anxiously, "Something terrible has happened. Xiao Wen and I were playing basketball when the sports team suddenly came over to grab the rebound. We refused, and a conflict ensued. Now the sports team members are clamoring to teach us a lesson. We only have 4 people now, and we're short one. The other students in our class who play ball aren't good enough, so we definitely can't hold the fort for the sports team. That's why I've come to talk to the sports representative. But the sports committee member has disappeared. What should we do?" Zhou Yu looked anxious. Several classmates around him also became nervous. At their age, they are full of youthful passion and naturally want to bring glory to their class. Now that we're being bullied, everyone is filled with anger. "Let's go, let's take them down. We can't let them be so arrogant." "Exactly, sports teams aren't anything special," several students said indignantly. At this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly spoke. "But do you know how to play ball?" Zhang Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. A classmate next to him, dissatisfied with his attitude, immediately retorted, "We can't fight, but do you? Aren't you just like us?" All eyes immediately turned to Zhang Hao, their gazes filled with strange expressions. Although Zhang Hao is a good student and everyone admires him, this statement is indeed somewhat inappropriate. Despite being rebuked, Zhang Hao didn't get angry. He met the strange looks from the crowd, smiled faintly, glanced at the open NBA art book on the table he was sitting on, and slowly said, "Ha, who said I can't play basketball?" He paused briefly, smiled mysteriously, and stood up. "Let's go, I'll show you my ball skills." After saying that, he picked up the picture book and pulled the bewildered Zhou Yu out of the classroom. The other students behind them also looked puzzled and exchanged glances. Could it be that Zhang Hao really knows how to play basketball? Judging by his confidence, it must be true. Then let's go and see for ourselves. Immediately, everyone sprang to their feet and chased after the basketball court. As he walked, Zhang Hao's mind was already absorbed in the system. Ding, an NBA photo album has been found. Disassemble? Ding. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. You have obtained a God-level ball skill crystal, 0.7 skill points, and 0.7 experience points. God-level ball skills culminate in the pinnacle of all ball sports. Decomposition complete. Merge? Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Hao's previously anxious heart instantly calmed down, and he chose to merge without hesitation. As soon as Zhang Hao gave the order, a flood of memories rushed into his mind, and gorgeous ball skills and various footwork emerged one one by one. In an instant, Zhang Hao, who originally knew nothing about basketball, transformed into a basketball god. Zhou Yu, standing to the side, still looked somewhat worried. Zhang Hao, do you really know how to play basketball? How good are your skills? Zhang Hao looked at her worried expression and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Once you see my ball skills, you won't ask that question anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao quickened his pace. Zhou Yu was taken aback for a moment, then also quickened his pace to follow closely behind. They arrived at the stadium, only to find it already packed with people. Chao Wen and his group were confronting several tall boys. After squeezing through, Chao Wen saw Zhou Yu, but not the sports committee member they were looking for. He immediately became anxious and questioned, Zhou Yu, what's going on? Where's the sports committee member you were looking for? Zhang Hao was completely ignored by Chao Wen. Although everyone acknowledged Zhang Hao's academic achievements, they had never seen him play basketball, so they naturally didn't take him seriously. Zhou Yu glanced at Zhang Hao before speaking. The sports committee member cannot be found. Upon hearing this, Chao Wen immediately became extremely anxious. What happened? Where did the sports committee member go? Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment, then continued. Well, Zhang Hao said he could play basketball, so he dragged me over. Upon hearing this, Chao Wen's face was full of doubt. He turned to look at Zhang Hao and asked, Zhang Hao, do you really know how to play basketball? This time we're going up against top players from the sports team. It's not something you can just do casually. Several teammates nearby also cast skeptical glances at him. Yeah, my skills aren't up to par, let's just forget about it. Just knowing how to fight isn't enough. Zhang Hao was not angry in the face of his classmates' doubts. After all, he had never played ball before, and their doubts were understandable. But what can you do when he has a cheat device? We'll know how good your skills are once you put them on the field. If they're not up to par, I can fill in for now. You can have others keep looking for the sports committee member. We can replace you anytime. Zhang Hao came up with an idea. At this moment, a tall guy from the sports team shouted loudly, Hey you guys over there, has the person you found arrived yet? Are you too scared to come? Several teammates around him, all wearing matching jerseys, joined in the shouting. Exactly, if you're scared, then get lost. A bunch of trash dares to try and steal our territory. Chao Wen and the others were furious upon hearing this and glared at them fiercely. Fed up, Chao Wen glanced back at Zhang Hao and said coldly, Okay, we'll do as Zhang Hao says. Zhou Yu, tell a few people to go find the sports committee member. Me, Guiqi, Lulu, Wang Wenjie, and Zhang Hao will go first. Zhou Yu led her classmates to find the sports committee member, while Zhang Hao and Chao Wen went onto the field. Lu Biao, we have enough men. Who's going to be the referee? We don't trust your men. Chao Wen and his 5 companions faced off against several tall men from the sports team. At this moment, Lu Biao, the head of the sports team, glanced at Chao Wen and his group. These are your team members? They all look so skinny, like babies who haven't been weaned. His words drew a burst of laughter from those around him. Indeed, apart from Chao Wen, the others were all of average physical condition and could not compare with the strong men on the sports team. Lu Biao's sarcasm infuriated Chao Wen and his group. At this moment, Zhang Hao coldly retorted, We rely on skill to play, unlike some people who are simple-minded but physically strong and just charge around recklessly. You can imagine what their skill level is. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao's face turned ashen, filled with shame and indignation. He charged forward menacingly. Who's all brawn and no brains? They're asking for it. Before he could finish speaking, he threw a punch at Zhang Hao. Lu Biao's sudden appearance shocked everyone around him. The students nearby were stunned by the sudden scene. Zhang Hao, watch out. At this critical moment, Zhang Hao looked at the fist coming towards him, but a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. His level 2 danger perception allowed him to sense the threat in advance, and he quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Biao's wrist. His innate supernatural power of immense strength was activated instantly, and he squeezed hard. Immediately, a scream rang out, followed by a scene that shocked everyone. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The scene that everyone expected Zhang Hao to be knocked down did not happen. On the contrary, the boy, who was 1.75 meters tall and slightly thin, was actually gripping the wrist of the burly man, Lu Biao, tightly with one hand. Lu Biao's face twitched in pain, his knees buckled, and he screamed in agony. This scene stunned everyone. Lu Biao's accomplices were stunned for a moment, then reacted, their faces showing anger, and they all stepped forward to surround and attack Zhang Hao. Hey kid, let go of our captain. At the same time, the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 who were cheering for Chao Wen and his classmates also came to their senses and gathered around them. Chao Wen and the others are the same. Seeing this, Zhang Hao felt a touch of emotion. The sudden surge of people startled the sports team members, who immediately stopped and stood there shouting, Let go of our captain. We're not basketball players. Are you trying to bully us just because you outnumber us? If so, we give up. That's right. What kind of hero bullies the few with the many? It was clearly Lu Biao who started the fight, but these people turned around and accused him, which made Chao Wenjing so angry that he was about to refute them. Zhang Hao grabbed Chao Wen and then lifted Lu Biao, whom he was holding. Just play ball, don't act tough. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a gentle push, sending the burly Lu Biao flying. Lu Biao staggered several times, but fortunately his teammates behind him caught him. The team members quickly helped Lu Biao up and asked him with concern. But Lu Biao stared intently at Jiang Hao, his face full of resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth, wanting to rush up and beat Jiang Hao again. He couldn't believe that he had been so easily subdued by someone, and he thought to himself that he must have been careless just now. At this moment, his teammates quickly pulled him back and advised him, "Captain, they outnumber us. It's wise to avoid a direct confrontation. Let's just play ball instead." "That's right, Captain, don't be impulsive." Lu Biao, held tightly by several men, finally calmed down and gave Jiang Hao a fierce warning look as if to say, "Wait a minute, you'd better watch out." However, these things posed no threat to Jiang Hao. On the contrary, they made him feel that the other party was somewhat naive. On the other side, someone invited a teacher who loved playing ball and was quite skilled to be the referee, and the game officially began. The spectators outside the stadium split into two groups, one cheering for Jiang Hao and his teammates, and the other supporting the sports team. The audience was abuzz with discussion, speculating about the outcome of the match. "Which team do you think will win?" "I think the sports team will definitely win. You can tell just by looking at their physiques. Yeah, they're tall and strong, while those guys in Class 8 of Senior 3 are small and skinny. They're no match for them." "That's right, I think so too." Most spectators favored the sports team, given their obvious physical advantage. Only the students from Class 8 of Senior 3 cheered for their teammates. On the field, the two teams took their positions. As soon as the whistle blew, the two players vying for the ball jumped up and began to fight for it. Jiang Hao's team had Zhou Yu on their side, while the sports team had Lu Biao as their main pick because Zhou Yu had the best physique among them. The two jumped at the same time, but Zhou Yu was no match for Lu Biao, who trained every day. Lu Biao snatched the basketball and quickly passed it to his teammate. Jiang Hao and his friends followed closely behind. The basketball team's teamwork was indeed seamless and smooth. After several passes, Lu Biao suddenly charged forward, and his teammate quickly passed the ball to him. He dribbled past his opponent and successfully scored. Lu Biao stared at Jiang Hao smugly, his eyes full of disdain. Off the field, the cheerleaders quickly clapped and cheered. The students in Class 8 of Senior 3 seemed somewhat disappointed, as the start had not been smooth. Thus, Lu Biao and his team worked together seamlessly and scored 3 goals in a row, while Zhou Yu was completely unable to catch up with Lu Biao, which made the onlookers sigh. The cheerleaders from Class 8 of Senior 3 were extremely anxious. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also became somewhat anxious and made a decisive decision, catching up with Zhou Yu and saying, "Zhou Yu, you keep an eye on the guy I was following before. I'll keep an eye on Lu Biao." Zhou Yu hesitated upon hearing this. "Can you do it? We'll see if it works or not after we try." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he ran over and followed Lu Biao closely. Helpless, Zhou Yu had no choice but to keep an eye on the person Jiang Hao had originally been following. Over here, Lu Biao, dribbling the ball, saw that the defender had changed to Jiang Hao, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. He planned to show off his ball skills in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao could see it all clearly as well. Just as Lu Biao was dribbling and preparing to break through, Jiang Hao reacted quickly, snatching the ball from his hands and then turning around to pass it to Zhou Yu. Before Lu Biao could react, Jiang Hao had already rushed towards the railing and shouted loudly. Zhou Yu was hesitating about who to pass the ball to when he heard Jiang Hao shout. He looked around and saw that no one was defending him, so he instinctively passed the ball to Jiang Hao. After passing the ball, Zhou Yu felt a little regretful. After all, she had finally gotten the ball and wasn't sure about Jiang Hao's skills, so she just passed it out so easily. Nearby, the cheerleaders from Class 8 of Senior 3 cheered loudly as they finally got the ball, shouting, "Jiang Hao, keep it up." Jiang Hao caught the ball, and Lu Biao reacted immediately, quickly chasing after him. But Jiang Hao jumped high and threw the ball directly out. With a loud thud, the ball went in. A scream erupted from outside the stadium, followed by enthusiastic applause. The students in Class 8 of Senior 3 kept shouting, "Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao." Lu Biao, who had caught up with them, had a gloomy face, but with so many people watching, he dared not show weakness. He approached Jiang Hao and said arrogantly, "Kids, I let you win this game, otherwise you might get 0 points and have nothing to do but cry when you get home." Lu Biao's attempt to show off failed, and Jiang Hao simply smiled without saying a word. It was finally Zhou Yu's turn to serve. The ball was passed to Zhou Yu, who dribbled forward but was intercepted by the person in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and cleverly turned around to shake off Lu Biao, who was staring at him. At that moment, Zhou Yu saw Jiang Hao. The goal he had just scored gave him more confidence in Jiang Hao, so he passed the ball to him. After receiving the ball, Jiang Hao dribbled past his opponent, with Lu Biao desperately chasing after him. Not far from the hurdle, Jiang Hao suddenly jumped up and slammed the ball down. The ball swished through the net, and Jiang Hao, gripping the rim, hung precariously from it. Upon seeing this, the entire audience erupted in cheers. "Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao." Even people who don't understand basketball were stunned by this amazing dunk. Zhou Yu and the others were extremely excited and rushed towards Jiang Hao. Lu Biao, who had caught up with them, was utterly shocked by what he saw. Such a powerful dunk is something he couldn't achieve even after years of basketball training. The screams from the surrounding audience made him look pale, and he could only comfort himself that it was was just an accident. Then, with the cooperation of Zhou and the others, Jiang Hao's dribbling became more and more agile, and he would occasionally make a long-range three-pointer or dunk with one hand. A variety of dazzling moves, the kind only seen on international courts, were unleashed, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Even more people gathered to watch. Almost half of the students and teachers on the playground squeezed in, and even Song Wanner and a few classmates came after hearing the news. Song Wanner's classmates kept shouting Jiang Hao is so handsome, which made Song Wanner feel inexplicably proud. The sports team members changed several times, and even Lu Biao followed Jiang Hao all the way, running like a dog, exhausted and constantly sticking out his tongue. Zhou Yu and the others finally understood where Jiang Hao's confidence came from. Such ball skills are probably something they'll never be able to achieve in their entire lives. With the sound of the whistle, the game finally came to an end. When the crowd saw the scoreboard display 100-6, they erupted in cheers. The boys in Class 8 of Senior 3 immediately swarmed forward, lifted Jiang Hao up, and threw him into the air. After the excitement subsided, the crowd gradually dispersed. The crowd surrounded Jiang Hao, preparing to return to the classroom. Suddenly, Lu Biao and his men blocked Jiang Hao's group's path. Everyone assumed that Lu Biao was unhappy about losing the game and wanted to take revenge on Jiang Hao and the others. In an instant, everyone surrounded Jiang Hao, glaring angrily at Lu Biao and his group, muttering under their breath, "Lu Biao, what's wrong? You can't admit defeat after losing? You want to fight? That's right. At such an old age, still making a fool of yourself. Come on, who's afraid of a fight? There are so many of us, if we can't take you all down, I'll admit defeat." Facing this excited crowd, Lu Biao was also somewhat uneasy, but in the end he gritted his teeth, knelt down, and stared directly at Jiang Hao, saying, "Master, please teach us how to play basketball." After he finished speaking, he pulled several uneasy teammates around him. Seeing that their captain had knelt down, the others also knelt down and shouted in unison, "Master, please teach us how to play basketball." This sudden change stunned Jiang Hao for a moment, and not only him, but everyone around him was also stunned. Everyone initially thought that Lu Biao and his group were just looking for trouble because they were angry, but they never expected that they came to ask to become his disciples. Even more shocking is that the person he was supposed to become his apprentice to was the very person who had just been challenged. The crowd looked at each other, half believing and half doubting. However, upon further reflection, Jiang Hao's superb ball skills instantly put them at ease, and they were no longer shocked. All eyes turned to Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally stepped out from the crowd, looked at the kneeling people, and quickly told them to get up. "You guys get up. I'm not really good at basketball, I just play around with it." As soon as he spoke, the people around him stared at him with suspicion, thinking to themselves, who would believe that? Lu Biao and the others, who were kneeling, were even more upset. It turned out that their years of hard training were no match for someone else's casual play. "That hurts, bro." They looked at Jiang Hao, and although his words stung them, they became even more determined to become his disciples. "Master, please accept us." The sight of Lu Biao, a burly man, kneeling before Jiang Hao looking pitiful was rather eerie. Seeing that Jiang Hao still showed no intention of taking on a disciple, Lu Biao grew anxious and spoke up, "Master, if you don't accept us, we won't get up." Jiang Hao was helpless. He had no intention of taking on any apprentices. "Fine, kneel if you want. I'm about to take the college entrance exam. I don't have time to teach you." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to walk past Lu Biao. Unexpectedly, Lu Biao grabbed his leg and quickly said, "Master, don't go. We won't take up your learning time. We'll be happy as long as you teach us a move or two in your spare time." When Jiang Hao was hugged by this burly man, goosebumps immediately rose all over his body. He struggled frantically, shouting, "Let me go. I'm not gay." These words immediately drew laughter from the crowd, and their gazes became somewhat strange. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao couldn't help but shudder. "Master, don't worry, I'm not gay. If you promise me that, I'll let go." At this moment, several of Lu Biao's teammates followed suit and gathered around. "Master, if you promise us, we'll let go." Jiang Hao was completely speechless. With class time fast approaching, he had no choice but to speak. All right, get up, all of you." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao's eyes were filled with anticipation as he stared at Jiang Hao and asked, "Master, you've agreed to our request?" Jiang Hao said helplessly, "However, I must make it clear first that I don't have time, and I can only teach you when I have free time." Although Lu Biao and the others were somewhat disappointed, the fact that Jiang Hao had agreed to teach them brought smiles back to their faces, and they quickly stood up to promise him, "Yes, we will never disturb Master's studies, definitely." The basketball game between Class 8 of Senior 3 and the sports team had just ended when, Ran, Jiang Hao's amazing plays on the court were recorded and the video was quickly uploaded to the internet. Instantly, an uproar erupted online. The number of likes and comments skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. Jiang Hao's dazzling skills on the court have driven countless basketball fans crazy. Such skills are extremely rare even in international competitions. The outside world was buzzing with excitement, but when Jiang Hao and his classmates returned to the classroom, he didn't seem to show much joy. This only made the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 admire him even more. And just like that, the day was over. The next day, day, Jiang Hao walked into the classroom as usual. As soon as he entered the classroom, Su Wentao rushed over excitedly. Jiang Hao, you're famous. You're famous. Jiang Hao was stunned. It's trending? What are you talking about? He asked, puzzled. Jiang Hao's question startled Su Wentao for a moment, and then he anxiously asked back. Jiang Hao was even more puzzled. What do I know? Dude, explain yourself. Jiang Hao complained helplessly. At this point, Su Wentao finally realized that Jiang Hao truly knew nothing. He quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket, opened a video, and started chattering excitedly. Jiang Hao curiously leaned over to take a look. Is this a video of us playing basketball with the sports team? After listening to Su Wentao's explanation, Jiang Hao finally understood that someone had uploaded the video of that match to the internet. He became famous because of this and gained a large number of fans. These fans call themselves the Hao family army. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. This was an unexpected gain. However, he felt that this seemed to be of little practical use. Jiang Hao watched for a while, smiled, and then ignored it. He returned to his seat, lay down, and began to contemplate life. Thump thump thump. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, a sudden knocking on the table woke him up. He frowned and looked up. Behind a pair of reading glasses, a wrinkled, withered old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. This scene startled Jiang Hao, who quickly shrank back. He asked, his face full of confusion. Hello, you must be Jiang Hao, the man said. My name is Wang Yangming, and I'm the sports coach at Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. Jiang Hao was still somewhat puzzled after hearing this, but he still stood up politely. Oh, hello Teacher Wang. What can I do for you? The other students in the classroom also looked puzzled. Hey, isn't this Teacher Wang? Isn't he a PE teacher? Why is he looking for Jiang Hao? Could it be that the sports team was utterly defeated by Jiang Hao yesterday, and Coach Wang is here for revenge? The students started chattering and all looked at Jiang Hao. Seeing Jiang Hao's polite response, Wang Yangming nodded, gave what he considered a friendly smile, and said, Jiang Hao, I watched your game yesterday. It was fantastic. Your basketball skills are on par with some professional athletes. I have high hopes for you and would like to invite you to join the sports team. After a period of systematic training, I will recommend you to join the provincial basketball team directly. What do you think? As soon as Wang Yangming finished speaking, gasps of surprise erupted in the classroom. Wow, he's going straight into the provincial basketball team? I heard that getting into the provincial basketball team requires going through layers of selection. How come it's so easy here? Will Jiang Hao agree? The students were astonished by Wang Yangming's words. Jiang Hao was also shocked after hearing this. Getting into the provincial basketball team isn't something just anyone can do. Coach Wang's offer to recommend him directly surprised him. It seems that Coach Wang is quite something. However, he knew in his heart that this matter did not seem to have much to do with him, because he had never really considered joining any provincial basketball team, and even his appearance on the court yesterday was out of necessity. Looking at Wang Yangming's expectant gaze, Jiang Hao said with a hint of apology, I'm sorry, Coach Wang. Thank you for your appreciation. However, I have no intention of joining a sports team, let alone a provincial basketball team. With the college entrance exam approaching, I need to seize the time to review and prepare for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp of surprise erupted in the classroom. Jiang Hao actually refused? That's the provincial basketball team. However, when everyone thought about Jiang Hao's academic performance, they immediately realized that this was not too shocking. Wang Yangming, who was standing to the side, was somewhat stunned by Jiang Hao's answer. He originally thought that if he offered the provincial basketball team a nomination, Jiang Hao would definitely rush to agree. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao rejected him to his face. Wang Yangming suspected that Jiang Hao hadn't heard him clearly, so he quickly emphasized, You must not have heard me clearly. I can recommend you join the provincial basketball team directly, the real provincial basketball team, and there's no qualification required. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. He genuinely hadn't considered joining the provincial basketball team. Besides, with his skills, he was more than qualified for the national team, let alone just the provincial team. He could only explain again. Coach Wang, I heard you clearly. I don't want to join the provincial basketball team. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and I just want to focus on preparing for it and get into the university I like. Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming became extremely anxious. He reviewed the video of Jiang Hao's game yesterday, and to be honest, Jiang Hao's basketball skills even have the potential to make it into the national team. He's so young, a talented athlete. We can't just give up like this. Just as he was feeling anxious, Jiang Hao's last words made him suddenly realize something. Take the college entrance exam? He quickly said. Jiang Hao, didn't you want to go to university? In fact, athletes can also go to university. Many universities now recruit athletes. Join the provincial basketball team first. That will be a stepping stone, making it easier to get into university. Besides, judging from where you're sitting, your academic performance probably isn't very good, and it won't be easy for you to get into a good university. Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. My academic performance is not good? It seems that Coach Wang didn't check any information about him before he came. Wang Yangming's words immediately shocked the students around him. Jiang Hao's academic performance is not ideal. The top scorer in the joint exam of 4 schools in Tianhe City, with a total score of 747, is still not considered satisfactory? My God, if this isn't a good result, what are we supposed to do? A chorus of sighs immediately filled the classroom. Coach Wang, thank you so much for your appreciation, but I don't want to be involved in sports. Jiang Hao changed the subject, as if he had thought of something, and continued. Wang Yangming was very disappointed to see that Jiang Hao had no intention of pursuing a career in sports, but Jiang Hao's sudden change of topic gave him a glimmer of hope. He hurriedly pressed for an answer. Jiang Hao glanced at the excited Wang Yangming, his eyes darting around, and casually said, I will only consider your suggestion if the principal agrees to let me switch to sports. However, if the principal doesn't agree, don't bother me again. Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming was overjoyed and, fearing Jiang Hao might change his mind, quickly agreed. Okay, it's settled then. Don't go back on your word. I'll go talk to the principal right away. A promising talent like you shouldn't be wasted on just studying. After saying that, he turned and left, seemingly impatient. Jiang Hao watched Wang Yangming's cheerful figure as he walked away, and smiled to himself. Okay, I won't go back on my word. A smile appeared on his lips. Would the principal agree to let me, the top scorer in the 4-school joint exam, become a sports student? Even if I agreed, I only said I'd think about it. I didn't agree to become a sports student. Wang Yangming, still immersed in his joy, had no idea what Jiang Hao was planning. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Hao's academic performance was not only not bad, but exceptionally outstanding, even winning first place in the joint examination of 4 schools in Tianhe City. He ran excitedly straight to the principal's office. Without knocking, he barged in. At that moment, in the principal's office, a slightly overweight middle-aged man was busy at his desk when he suddenly heard someone barge in. His brows furrowed immediately, and he looked up, ready to reprimand the intruder. However, when he looked up, he was surprised to see the old man Wang Yangming, and he sighed helplessly. Old Wang, what is it now? Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming was immediately displeased. Principal Gua, what's wrong? I came to see you, and you're so unhappy? Upon hearing this, the principal shook his head with a wry smile. Wang Yangming was once the captain of the provincial sports team. After retiring, he couldn't stay idle, so he was invited to the school to serve as the sports team coach. He also held this senior figure in high esteem, who had led the Jiangbei provincial sports team to win a national award. But this nearly 60-year-old man still acts decisively, leaving the man helpless. Alright, Mr. Wang, stop trying to fool me. I don't come here unless I need something. So, what is it? The principal's straightforwardness made Wang Yangming somewhat embarrassed, but the thought of Jiang Hao, this genius boy, filled him with overwhelming excitement. He said mysteriously, Principal Gua, great news, great news. I've discovered a genius today, a prodigy. Principal Gua was quite surprised by Wang Yangming's excited appearance, which piqued his interest. Oh, what kind of genius is it that makes Elder Wang praise him so highly? Tell me quickly. Wang Yangming quickly took out his phone from his pocket, opened a video, and placed it in front of Principal Gua. Look at this student. His basketball talent is absolutely the most outstanding I've ever seen in my life. He pointed to Jiang Hao, who was showing off his ball skills in the video, and sighed. Yes, it is indeed extraordinary. Principal Gua watched the video and nodded silently. At this moment, Wang Yangming said with even greater excitement, Principal Gua, this student is from our school. Such a genius deserves to be nurtured. Principal Gua looked at the excited Wang Yangming and asked, From our school? Didn't you contact him? Wang Yangming felt a little embarrassed, thinking to himself that he had already approached them and even offered to join the provincial sports team directly, but they just wouldn't agree. If I say it out loud, where will I put my face? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Principal Gua, I did go to see him, but Jiang Hao said he would only agree if you gave him your permission. Wang Yangming's words stunned Principal Gua. If I agree, will he agree? Then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Alright, just as Wang Yangming was full of anticipation, and Principal Gua was about to nod in agreement, Principal Gua suddenly seemed to realize something, and his words came to an abrupt halt. He then suddenly stood up. Old Wang, what's his name? Wang Yangming was startled. Seeing Principal Gua's nervous expression, he answered truthfully. Jiang Hao, a student in class 8 of the 3rd year of high school, sits in the last row, and his academic performance doesn't seem to be very good. Upon hearing this, Principal Gua's face stiffened. How could Jiang Hao from class 8 of senior 3 not know? The senior year of high school has always been his primary focus. In this joint entrance exam of 4 schools, Jiang Hao, a dark horse, suddenly emerged, shocking many people. He was one of them. The high score of 747 moved even some students who considered themselves geniuses. With grades like these, you're saying he's bad at academics? Mr. Wang, are you kidding me? No wonder Jiang Hao sent you to ask me, this clever kid. At this moment, Principal Gua stared at Wang Yangming with a strange look in his eyes. Wang Yangming was startled by his gaze. Principal Gua, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Yangming asked in confusion. Mr. Wang, don't you know about this joint exam for the senior high school students from 4 schools in Tianhe City? That Jiang Hao you mentioned, whose academic performance wasn't that great, actually scored 747 points and got first place in this 4-school joint exam. Principal Guai explained helplessly. Wang Yangming was stunned upon hearing this. No way? 747 points? First place in the 4-school joint exam? Is this for real? Could it be someone with the same name? He hesitated for a moment because in his mind, weren't those students who were called academic superstars just bookworms who sat in the front row, wore glasses, and didn't exercise much? After hearing this, Principal Guo sighed. Mr. Wang, there's only one Jiang Hao in Class 8 of Senior 3. Unless something unexpected happens, the Jiang Hao you're talking about is the top scorer in this 4-school joint exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you to ask me. Upon hearing Principal Guo's words, Wang Yangming instantly understood, and his face showed anxiety. But he's so talented at basketball. Before he could finish speaking, Principal Guo reached out to stop him. Teacher Wang, I would never agree to let this student become a sports student. Besides, don't you understand what he means? He never intended to be a sports student. His asking you to ask me was actually a polite way of declining, knowing I definitely wouldn't agree. After listening, Wang Yangming thought about it for a moment, and his face was full of disappointment. Well, that's the only way. This kid is surprisingly shrewd. Alright then, Principal Guo, you go ahead with your work. After saying this, he left dejectedly, seeing Principal Guo off. Even after leaving the principal's office, Wang Yangming still couldn't shake the feeling of being overwhelmed by Jiang Hao's amazing basketball talent. In Class 8 of Senior 3, Jiang Hao was still sleeping on his desk. No one objected to his behavior. Everyone only felt respect and admiration for him. Look at Jiang Hao, he sleeps all day but still manages to get first place in the 4-school joint exam, while all of them, no matter how hard they try, can never compare to him. Indeed, geniuses are just that unreasonable. At this moment, Wang Yangming walked into the classroom of Class 8, Grade 12. This immediately sparked a murmur in the classroom. Everyone knew about his previous conversation with Jiang Hao. Coach Wang went to ask the principal, but I don't know if the principal has given his approval. I don't think the principal will agree at all. Jiang Hao is the top student in the joint exam of the 4 schools. How could he become a sports student? Maybe the principal doesn't recognize Jiang Hao and mistakes him for someone else, and agrees? At this moment, Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao, who was lying face down sleeping, completely out of place with the tense atmosphere around him. If Principal Guo hadn't told him personally, he would never have believed that a student who only knew how to sleep could actually score 747 points. He was truly a prodigy. He walked to Jiang Hao's desk and gently tapped it. Hearing the sound, Jiang Hao snapped out of his reverie and back to the system. Looking up, he saw Wang Yangming, smiled slightly, and asked curiously, "It's you, Coach Wang. What did the principal say?" Looking at Jiang Hao, who was pushing everything onto the principal, Wang Yangming understood. He's definitely a shrewd young man. This made him like Jiang Hao even more. The principal disagrees. After Wang Yangming finished speaking, the students in the class started discussing it. I knew it. The principal would never agree. Jiang Hao was not surprised at all. This result was exactly what he had expected. He smiled apologetically at Wang Yangming and said, "Then I'm sorry, Coach Wang." Wang Yangming looked at the polite Jiang Hao and nodded. "It's okay, but if you change your mind, feel free to come find me anytime." After saying that, he turned and left, disappointed, as Jiang Hao watched him go. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, his brows furrowed, looking puzzled. "Jiang Hao, can I ask you something?" Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. "Sure, go ahead and tell me." Wang Yangming hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I see you sleeping all the time, so how come you study so well?" These words undoubtedly expressed the sentiments of all the students. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao expectantly. Jiang Hao paused slightly, but quickly understood. Coach Wang must have known that he was the top scorer in the joint exam of the 4 schools. But how should he answer this question? Are you suggesting I use cheat codes? If this gets out, probably no one will believe it. Jiang Hao stared at Wang Yangming's questioning gaze, a confident smile playing on his lips. Coach Wang, geniuses are often misunderstood. Upon hearing this, a look of sudden realization and surprise flashed in Wang Yangming's eyes. Looking at the arrogant Jiang Hao, he nodded and turned to leave. The students around him were all stunned when they heard this. That hurts, bro. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye, and it was time for Qin Shou to fulfill his bet. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Song Wana arrived early at Jiang Hao's classroom door and waited for him. "Jiang Hao, hurry up, let's go remind Qin Shou that it's Saturday and he has to honor his bet." Song Wana was overjoyed at the thought of Qin Shou's persistent pestering and the fact that he was hosting a dinner party at the Central Tianfu restaurant today. "Today, this fairy is going to teach you a lesson." Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Hao finished packing his things and came out. As soon as the two stepped out of the building, they saw Qin Shoujin walking towards them. When Qin Shuyi saw Song Wana with Jiang Hao, his signature smile froze instantly, and his expression darkened. "You bitch, I chased after you so hard, but you ignored me. Now you're throwing yourself yourself at someone else. Then, his gaze swept over Jiang Hao. And you country bumpkin, you've embarrassed me so many times. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. A hint of malice flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, but he quickly regained his smile. Jiang, Wanner, you're both here. I was just about to call you. Let's go to the Central Tianfu restaurant together later, it's on me. Oh, by the way, Jiang Hao, where are your friends? Qin Shou asked, seemingly with enthusiasm. His keeping his promise surprised both Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Is there some kind of conspiracy? The two exchanged a glance. Although they had doubts, Jiang Hao was bold and didn't take it to heart. I'll give her a call, and my friend will be here soon. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Zishuan's number. Jiang Zishuan, where are you? Come to the gate of number 2 middle school, and I'll treat you to a big meal. It's okay, it won't take up your time. You can also tell mom and dad that we'll be home later. Jiang Hao was on the phone, completely oblivious to Qin Shou's signature smiling face. Wanner, wait for me and Jiang Hao at the school gate later. I'm going to pick up some things and also invite a good friend over. Looking at Qin Shou's unusual behavior, Song Wanner felt a sense of doubt, but she still nodded. Qin Shou turned and left, and Jiang Hao also hung up the phone. He said to Song Wanner somewhat embarrassedly, Wanner, we may have to wait a while. My sister will be here in a few more minutes. Song Wanner smiled nonchalantly. However, she seemed to have thought of something else, and her smile faded as she solemnly reminded Jiang Hao, I think Qin Shou is acting a bit strange today, you have to be careful. Hearing her kind reminder, Jiang Hao smiled and nodded, don't worry, whatever happens, we'll deal with it as it comes. Soon, Jiang Zishuan arrived. The four of them got into Qin Shou's car and headed to the Central Tianfu building. Upon arriving at the Central Tianfu building, Qin Shou took out a blue crystal card and the group entered the hall under the guidance of a waiter. Jiang Zishuan was deeply impressed by the magnificent decor here. Soon, the four of them sat down in the private room. When the waiter handed them the menu, Qin Shou stopped them. Jiang Hao and his companions were somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Qin Shou said apologetically, sorry, we'll have to wait a moment. One of our friends hasn't arrived yet. We'll order when he gets here. Since Qin Shou said so, Jiang Hao and the others had no choice but to wait patiently. 20 minutes passed and that friend still hadn't shown up. This made Jiang Hao very dissatisfied. Not only was Jiang Hao dissatisfied, but Song Wanner was too, and Jiang Zishuan, who was standing next to him, pinched Jiang Hao hard in anger. Jiang Hao was furious but had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only blame Qin Shou for it. Qin Shou, your friend is so unpunctual. Jiang Hao grumbled with a face full of dissatisfaction. Just then, my phone vibrated. Jiang Hao and the others instinctively reached for their phones. Qin Shou took out his phone. It was his phone that was ringing. Jiang Hao, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed the words brother Shui flashing on Qin Shou's phone screen. Qin Shou looked at his phone, his expression changed slightly, then he stood up, took the phone, and apologetically gestured for him to go outside to take a call. Only Jiang Hao, Jiang Zishuan, and Song Wanner remained in the private room. Jiang Hao stood up. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned and left the private room. After leaving the private room, Jiang Hao headed to the restroom, guided by a waiter. Brother Shui, you said you can't come today? Just as Jiang Hao was about to enter the restroom, he heard Qin Shou's voice coming from inside and immediately stopped. But what about what you promised me? Oh, you've already had Brother Ma waiting outside? Alright, I won't kill anyone. I just want that kid's leg. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly felt enlightened. No wonder Qin Shou was so attentive today, now I know why. After realizing what was happening, Jiang Hao heard Qin Shou say, then I'll treat you to dinner another day. Oh, don't worry about the money. Okay, you go ahead with your work, I won't bother you anymore. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Hao quickly turned around and returned to the private room. A short while later, Qin Shou returned after finishing his phone call. Sorry to keep you all waiting. My friend had something come up and can't make it. Let's start ordering. Jiang Hao pretended to be unaware and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, why didn't you say so earlier? You made us wait for nothing. Song Wanner also muttered, that's right, why didn't you say so sooner? We've been waiting for nothing. Jiang Hao stood up and snatched the menu from Qin Shou's hand. Never mind, you have to order 2 good dishes to make it up to us. After saying that, he stared at the menu without any hesitation and started ordering. This abalone is good. 3 servings please. This bird's nest is fine too. 4 servings, please. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao had ordered a huge amount of food. The waiters were so busy their hands were sore. Moreover, Jiang Hao only chose the most expensive dishes on the menu. After listening to Qin Shou's phone call, Jiang Hao already knew that Qin Shou planned to find someone to take revenge on him. Since the other party had gone to such lengths, he naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. Song Wanner and Jiang Zishuan, who were standing to the side, were dumbfounded. Song Wanner silently gazed at Qin Shou, whose face was ashen, and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. She originally wanted to give Qin Shou a good beating, but before she could even make a move, Jiang Hao struck first, and with such ruthlessness. As for Jiang Zishuan, she was not familiar with her brother's friends, and although she was shocked, she did not say much. Only Qin Shou clenched his fists, his nails digging deep deep into his palms, his face grim, staring intently at Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly looked up and asked, "Qinshu, is the food I ordered enough? Would you like some more?" Qinshu felt as if he had been stabbed several times in the heart. When he heard that Jiang Hao wanted to order more food, he quickly forced out his signature smile. "That's enough, that's enough. I don't actually eat much, and there are only 4 of us." Jiang Hao stared at the menu, but his face still showed dissatisfaction. "Oh, so the food at Central Tianfu restaurant isn't anything special. It's about the same as a regular 5-star hotel." The waiter then retorted, "Sir, you don't understand. Actually, our Central Tianfu building members are divided into different levels. The private room you are in is only for Blue Crystal members, and the dishes are also limited to this level. Above the Blue Crystal membership card, there are also King level Black Crystal and Supreme Amethyst membership cards." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately surprised. So that's why he thought the Central Tianfu building wasn't anything special. It turns out that this Blue Crystal level membership card is equivalent to the treatment of a 5-star hotel. Above the Blue Crystal card, there are even higher level membership cards. At this moment, his eyes darted around, and he suddenly said to Qinshu, "Qinshu, I'm just a country bumpkin with no experience. Do you have a Black Crystal or Amethyst membership card? How about we switch things up and let me, a country bumpkin, experience some VIP treatment?" As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Song Wanner, who was drinking water, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Wanner, are you alright?" Jiang Hao asked with concern. It's nothing, Song Wanner said awkwardly, quickly wiping the water from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Zixuan looked at Jiang Hao's concerned expression, then turned to glance at Song Wanner beside her, a subtle look flashing in her eyes. However, Jiang Hao's words made Qinshu feel like he wanted to vomit blood. He secretly took this Blue Crystal membership card from his dad. Where would he get any Black Crystal or Amethyst membership cards? How dare he even dream of experiencing VIP treatment? "Jiang Hao, you're joking. I don't have such a high-level membership card," Qinshu replied with a forced smile. He already suffered a lot from a single Blue Crystal card. If he got a Black Crystal or Amethyst card instead, wouldn't that be tantamount to selling him out? What a country bumpkin. Qinshu felt increasingly disgusted with Jiang Hao. "I'll let you bloat a little longer. We'll see how you get what's coming to you." A sinister glint flashed in Qinshu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Jiang Hao and the others ate with relish, while Qinshu, filled with disappointment, ate voraciously, as if trying to make up for all the losses of the day. Jiang Hao ordered far too many dishes. Even after everyone was stuffed, the waiters kept bringing out more food. "Waiter, how many dishes have we not yet served?" Jiang Hao asked, lying on the chair and rubbing his belly. "Sir, you still have 6 dishes to serve, including the crystal lobster," the waiter replied. "Do you need more?" the waiter asked. Qinshu immediately wanted to cancel the remaining dishes to minimize losses. At this moment, Jiang Hao waved his hand. Qinshu was overjoyed, thinking that Jiang Hao had finally had a change of heart. But the next moment, Jiang Hao's nightmarish voice rang out again. "No need, just pack it up for me and I'll take it with me later. This food is so delicious, I have to let my parents try it too." Qinshu felt an urge to go berserk for a moment. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Hao, carrying the packed food, walked out of the Central Tianfu building with Jiang Zixuan, Song Wanner, and Qinshu, who had been following behind with a gloomy face. "Wanner, shall I take you home?" Qinshu hurriedly caught up with a smile and said solicitously. Song Wanner glanced at him, then pointed to a black car not far away and said, "No need, my dad has already sent someone to pick me up. You see Jiang Hao and Zixuan off." Then, somewhat shyly, she said to Jiang Hao, "Jiang Hao, my dad wants you to come visit us sometime. Please thank Uncle Song for me. I'll definitely go over when I have time." Jiang Hao nodded in response. Song Wanner nodded as well. Qinshu, who was standing to the side, was so angry that his eyes were practically spitting fire when he heard their conversation. At this moment, Song Wanner skipped over to Jiang Zixuan's side, took her hand, and said, "Little Zixuan, on behalf of my family, I also welcome you to our home." After a meal, the two girls, who were originally strangers, had become so familiar with each other that they could call each other sisters. Jiang Zixuan was very happy. "Thank you, Sister Wanner. Alright, take care on your journey, I should head back now." "The same to you." After the two sisters said goodbye, Song Wanner got into the car and was picked up. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan then got into Qinshu's car. Jiang Hao lay in the car, squinting, feeling a little sleepy. Just then, the car lurched violently, then braked and came to a stop. Jiang Zixuan screamed in fright. Jiang Hao was also awakened by the sudden shaking, and Qinshu's face was full of panic. Bang bang bang! A series of knocking sounds came from outside the car. At the same time, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside. Get down, we're robbing you." Jiang Zixuan was so scared that she ran to Jiang Hao's side. "Brother, what should we do? What should we do?" Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard the voice. This name is both unfamiliar and familiar. Jiang Zixuan hasn't called him brother in a long time. That one word, brother, brought a slight joy to his heart. "Don't be afraid, little sister, your big brother is here." As he he offered these words of comfort, his gaze drifted to Qin Shou in the passenger seat ahead, and he thought to himself, it seems this drama has already begun. At this moment, a subtle smile appeared on Qin Shou's lips, and then he feigned fear and said, don't hit me, big brother, don't hit me, I'll come down right now, I'll come down right now. After saying that, he opened the car door. Everyone got off the bus. They quickly surrounded them, carrying knives, iron bars, and the like. Jiang Zixuan was so frightened that she lowered her head and shrank into Jiang Hao's arms. At this moment, one of the thugs holding a razor blade spoke up. Robbery. Our boss said it's 50,000 yuan per person. Leave the money and you can go. Qin Shou mustered his courage and stepped forward, bowing and scraping as he spoke to the thug. Brother, can you make it cheaper for us? I'll give you 100,000. Please let us go. 100,000? 100,000 is only enough for the two of you to leave. Leave the money, and you two can go. The thug pointed the razor blade at Qin Shou and the driver next to him, and said, Brother, I only have 100,000 in total. Could you please make an exception and let us all go? Qin Shou pleaded in a low, humble voice, with a smile on his face. It smells so good. Enough with the nonsense. The 100,000 can only take two people, or neither of them should leave. The thug shouted angrily. Yes. Qin Shou was so frightened that he repeatedly agreed. Afterwards, Qin Shou got into the car to get the money. As he passed Jiang Hao, he whispered, Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I only have 100,000 yuan on me. It's not enough money, so they won't release him. Don't worry, once I'm free, I'll definitely send someone to rescue you. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, watching Qin Shou's clumsy performance. What are you two whispering about? Leave your money and get out. A thug shouted angrily from the side. Qin Shou hurriedly nodded and bowed, handing over the 100,000 coins he had prepared beforehand. Big brother, can we go now? Qin Shou asked with a smile. Then, Qin Shou turned back and gave Jiang Hao an apologetic glance, but as he turned away, his eyes flashed with icy coldness. Qin Shou's departure made Jiang Zixuan even more frightened, and she almost cried. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Qin Shou quickly got into a black sedan that was not far away. Jiang Hao gently patted Jiang Zixuan's back, comforting her. Don't be afraid, your brother is here. His gaze swept over the thugs, and he silently condemned them in his heart. You two, where's the money? Someone questioned Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Stop acting. Your acting skills are just too terrible. Where's your boss? Let him come out. Jiang Hao's words startled the thug. What did you say? If you don't have money, then everyone should keep one leg. The thugs threatened him menacingly. Just outside, one of the henchmen quietly walked toward the black car next to the detention center. He knocked on the car window, and after the window rolled down, he hurriedly said, Brother Ma, something's wrong. That kid seems to know something. Inside the car, Qin Shou was sitting there, while the man called Brother Ma was a young man with dyed yellow hair and tattoos all over his arms. The younger brother's words shocked Qin Shou and Brother Ma, who exchanged a glance. These useless bunch of good-for-nothings. Brother Ma shouted angrily, then turned to Qin Shou and said, Young Master Qin, please wait here while I take care of this. Qin Shou nodded, gestured for him to proceed, and said, Brother Ma, please. Ma Ge got out of the car and walked straight towards Jiang Hao. Seeing this, his men quickly made way for him. When Brother Ma saw Jiang Hao surrounded by people, he was immediately shocked and felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, Jiang Hao saw Brother Ma and was immediately surprised. Wasn't that the same Huang Mao who had been taught a lesson by him before? Oh, Blondie, it's you again. Jiang Hao's words shocked Huang Mao's henchman. How dare he call Brother Ma like that? Hiss, isn't this just courting death? Does he know Brother Ma? The blonde-haired man's face darkened, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Last time, the three of them teamed up, but were easily defeated by Jiang Hao. This time, Brother Shui asked him to help Qin Shou deal with someone, but unexpectedly it turned out to be Jiang Hao. Yellow Hair glanced furtively at his numerous henchmen, feeling much more at ease, and said fiercely, Kid, I didn't expect it to be you. Perfect, let's settle all our old and new scores this time. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly after hearing this. Yellow Hair, have you forgotten what I said before? After saying that, Jiang Hao glanced at him, and Huang Mao felt a surge of fear, but he quickly calmed down. After all, he had brought a lot of his underlings with him this time. Kid, don't get too cocky. I'm not fighting alone this time. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, then looked up again, his eyes suddenly turning cold and piercing. It seems you never learn your lesson. In that case, I'll help you learn a lesson. No sooner had he finished speaking than he took a step forward, snatched a stick from one of the thugs next to him, and swung it a few times, knocking several thugs to the ground on the spot. At this moment, the thugs were so frightened by Jiang Hao's skills that they all retreated, widening their encirclement and keeping a close eye on him. After eliminating the threat around Jiang Zixuan, Jiang Hao stood in front of her with an iron rod in his hand. His expression was grave. The situation was rather tricky. If he were alone, he was confident he could easily escape, but now, his younger sister was behind him. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, a long stick has been found. Disassemble? Jiang Hao was taken aback and hesitated for a moment, but that hesitation quickly disappeared. Now, giving it our all is the only option. Ding! Congratulations on dismantling a long staff and obtaining the dog beating stick technique. 0.9 skill points and 0.9 experience points. Extract and fuse. Dog beating stick technique level 1, 0 out of 1. A direct descendant martial art of the beggar's sect. The sect's ultimate skill. Upon seeing this explanation, Jiang Hao was stunned, then overjoyed. The dog beating stick technique. This is a legendary martial art, one of the two great secret techniques of the beggar's sect. This is unbelievable. Could this really be martial arts? He stared at the skill in astonishment. However, considering the system within him, this kind of thing is normal. Ultimately, the system is the most incredible thing. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. There is a large group of people outside who are eyeing us covetously. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke coldly. At his command, a torrent of memories surged through his mind. The dog beating stick technique consists of 36 moves, 12 techniques, and an 8-character formula. It is one of the two great martial arts skills passed down through generations of beggars sect leaders. These 36 styles of dog beating stick technique were created by the founder of the beggars sect and passed down orally and personally to successive leaders, never to be passed on to a second person. As the direct descendant of the beggars sect leader, the dog beating staff technique is an irreplaceable and supreme martial art of the sect. The dog beating stick technique comprises 8 key techniques: tripping, chopping, entangling, thrusting, picking, leading, sealing, and turning. Its moves include striking 2 dogs with the stick, striking a dog's head with the stick, and intercepting a dog's rump. In a short while, Jiang Hao grasped the secret. With the dog beating stick technique combined with his danger perception and superhuman strength, Jiang Hao's confidence soared. System: upgrade the dog beating stick technique to level 2. Yes, host. Ding! The dog beating stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Dog beating stick technique level 2, 0 out of 10. A direct descendant martial art of the beggar's sect. The sect's ultimate skill. As his skills improved, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a special power within him, though it wasn't very noticeable. After looking at his skill points, he made up his mind. System: upgrade the dog beating stick technique to level 3. Yes, host. Ding! The dog beating stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0 out of 100. A direct descendant martial art of the beggar's sect. The sect's ultimate skill. As the system notification sounded again, Jiang Hao clearly felt a surge of energy within his body, filling him with unprecedented power. At that moment, he felt incredibly exhilarated. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao completed the skill fusion. Meanwhile, Ma Go and his men reacted quickly. Ma Go hurriedly retreated while shouting in terror, "Go! Cripple him!" As soon as Brother Ma gave the order, his henchmen exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness, and they all raised their iron bars and blades to surround him. Beat them! At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly hooked the iron bar on the ground with his foot and launched an attack with almost instinctive agility. He shoved the panicked and screaming Jiang Zixuan into the car, quickly closed the door, and then shouted, "Beat the 2 dogs with a stick." He bent down and swung his stick horizontally, instantly knocking down several thugs who rushed at him, although a few clever ones managed to dodge the attack. But this didn't help them escape. Jiang Hao quickly changed tactics. Beat the dog's head with a stick. With lightning speed, his iron rod struck the heads of the few thugs who had dodged. Bang, bang, bang. With a scream, several more people fell to the ground. At this moment, the thugs around him were lying on the ground, but Jiang Hao did not stop. Instead, he took advantage of the situation to pursue them and beat them severely. In just a few moves, all the attackers were knocked down. A series of groans erupted from the ground. Jiang Hao, holding an iron rod, stood in front of the trembling, cold sweat-drenched yellow-haired man. He leaned down gently and whispered in the blonde man's ear, "Do you remember what I said before?" Huang Ma was so frightened that he stood there dumbfounded, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, I remember. It's good that you remember. Tell me, should we break one of your legs? Or..." Before Jiang Hao could finish speaking, Huang Ma was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a plop, his voice trembling with tears. Big brother, spare me, spare me." He kept kowtowing, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and said urgently, as if grasping at a straw, brother, someone instructed me to stop your car today. It was Qin Shou, the young master of the Qin family. He's the one who made me do it. He's still in that black car." As the blonde-haired man confessed through tears, he pointed to the black car in the distance. These words also confirmed Jiang Hao's guess. Jiang Hao looked at the yellow-haired man, who was crying and sniffling, his face calm and devoid of any pity, and said coldly, "Yellow hair, I'm giving you 2 choices today. First, I'll break your legs, and we'll call it even." Jiang Hao's words made Huang Ma tremble all over. If his legs were broken, wouldn't his life be over? Besides, he would have offended a lot of people. Just thinking about it terrified him. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke again. "Your second option is to go and capture Qin Shou and break both his legs." Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's face immediately turned ugly. Although the Qin family is not a large clan, Qin Shou's father is the owner of a listed company. If Qin Shou's leg is broken, Qin Shou's father will probably kill him. But Jiang Hao didn't care about any of that. "Alright, I've given you both options. I'll only give you 10 10 seconds to think it over. Jiang Hao started the countdown, and the blonde-haired man stared at his eyes, which were gleaming with a cold light. He instantly realized that Jiang Hao was not joking. If he didn't do as he said, his legs really would be broken. Jiang Hao's voice sounded like an order, making Huang Mao's heart tighten. He finally hardened his heart and thought, I'd rather die than let my fellow Taoist die. Stop, bro, grandpa, I'll choose the second one. With a sob in his voice, Huang Mao quickly spoke. I'll go and grab Qin Shou right now and break both his legs, right now. After saying that, he asked Jiang Hao for instructions and prepared to take immediate action. Upon hearing Huang Mao's choice, the coldness on Jiang Hao's face vanished instantly, replaced by a smile. You don't need to go there yourself. Have your men bring Qin Shou to me, and I want to see you do it yourself. Jiang Hao's words made Huang Mao's face instantly stiffen, and his last bit of hope was completely extinguished. He looked distressed, but could only force a smile. He had no choice but to agree to Jiang Hao's request. He then turned around and shouted at his two underlings who were still standing behind him. Didn't you hear me? Get up there now. The two henchmen were startled by Jiang Hao's voice. When their boss shouted, they immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the black sedan not far away. At this moment, Qin Shou, who was inside the car, was already stunned by the scene before him. How can Jiang Hao be so amazing? He muttered to himself unconsciously. Charge them. Seeing the two thugs walking towards him, Qin Shou felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Could it be that brother Ma betrayed me? What should we do? What do we do now? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and quickly took out his phone to make a call. Beep beep beep. The call was connected, but no one answered, which made Qin Shou extremely anxious. Brother Shui, answer the phone quickly. Just as he was calling out anxiously, Huang Mao's two henchmen suddenly pulled open the car door and reached out to grab Qin Shou. Qin Shou was so frightened that he dropped his phone and began to plead desperately. Brother, I'm a friend of your boss. Why are you arresting me? Let's talk this out. But the two men were so intimidated by Jiang Hao's imposing manner that they wouldn't listen to a word he said. The two men grabbed Qin Shou and dragged him out of the car towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stared at Qin Shou, whose face was covered in grime, and smiled without saying a word. Qin Shou knew that his scheme had been exposed and that he would likely face dire consequences. Meeting Jiang Hao's gaze, he hurriedly knelt down and begged. Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was bewitched, I was such a bastard. Please forgive me. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. Qin Shou cried as he spoke, slapping himself in the face as he did so, looking so pitiful that it broke one's heart. However, Jiang Hao remained unmoved and turned his gaze to the blonde-haired man. Huang Mao immediately understood, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He bent down, picked up an iron rod, and walked up to Qin Shou. Qin Shou was so frightened by Huang Mao's actions that he frantically backed away. Brother Ma, what are you doing? Qin Shou, don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. After Huang Mao finished speaking, he gestured to his two henchmen beside him. His two henchmen understood immediately and helped to restrain Qin Shou. A cold glint flashed in the blonde-haired man's eyes, and he swung his iron rod. After several blows, accompanied by Qin Shou's scream, he finally fainted. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already turned around, walked to the car window where Jiang Zixuan was, and blocked her way. Over there, after Huang Mao struck Qin Shou several times with his stick, Qin Shou's legs went limp and powerless. Jiang Hao glanced at him, then opened the car door, got in, and said, Yellow hair, have someone take me home. At first, Huang Mao was uneasy after breaking Qin Shou's leg, worried that Jiang Hao would not let him off the hook. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao kept his promise and seemed to no longer pursue his responsibility. He quickly dropped the iron bar, grinned shamelessly, and hurriedly got into the car. I'll personally escort my older brother home. I'll personally escort him. Jiang Hao did not refuse. The three people in the car were each preoccupied with their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was unusually somber. When they were near Jiang Hao's house, he asked Huang Mao to stop the car. He and Jiang Zixuan got out of the car, carrying delicious food that they had packed from the central Tianfu building. Before leaving, Jiang Hao looked at the respectful-looking blonde-haired man and gave him a stern warning. What happened today was all you're doing. It has nothing to do with me, understand? Jiang Hao's words made Huang Mao's lips twitch, but faced with Jiang Hao's stern gaze, he dared not talk back and could only nod repeatedly in assurance. I've got it. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Alright, you can go back now. Huang Mao felt as if he had been granted a pardon, thanked him profusely, and then drove away in a hurry. Watching the yellow-haired man's car drive away, Jiang Hao pulled Jiang Zixuan around twice before slowly heading home. He did this because he was afraid of bringing danger to his family. On the way home, Jiang Hao solemnly instructed Jiang Zixuan, Zixuan, you absolutely cannot tell anyone what happened today, especially your parents, do you understand? It's really him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixuan nodded silently without saying a word. The two then went home together. The next day was Sunday, and Jiang Hao had already discussed it with his parents. They were going to move into their new house that day. Especially after what happened yesterday, Jiang Hao was even less willing to stay here for another day. At Jiang Hao's insistence, the family began to move. I'll make a note of this. this. After moving into his new home, Jiang Hao began to study his system, eager to become more powerful. He knew in his heart that what happened yesterday would not end there. Next, he will face the Qin family's relentless retaliation, so he must become stronger. Meanwhile, in a private ward at Tianhe No. 2 hospital, Qin Shou lay on his hospital bed, looking dejected and seemingly having no will to live. Beside the bed, a distinguished woman of about 37 or 38 years old, with tears streaming down her face, stared at Qin Shou with a look of pity. Not far away, a middle-aged man stood silently by a window, his face grim, staring out the window. At this moment, the noblewoman couldn't help but roar at the silent middle-aged man. Qin Ming, I don't care what methods you use, you must kill the Jiang Hao and avenge Shou'er. The man turned around, glanced at Qin Shou on the hospital bed, and felt a surge of heartache mixed with anger. Qin Ming only had one son, and he was crippled by someone. Jiang Hao, no matter how powerful your background is, I will make you pay the price. A sinister glint flashed across Qin Ming's face. He then walked over to Qin Shou and gently comforted him. Shou'er, don't worry about your injury. I've already invited a famous orthopedic surgeon from the United States. Your leg will definitely be fine. As for Jiang Hao, I will avenge you. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was unaware that someone was plotting revenge against him. He felt that staying at home wouldn't make him stronger, so he decided to go out and try his luck to find opportunities. Just as I stepped outside, a door across the street suddenly opened, and a beautiful woman in a dress walked out. When Jiang Hao saw his neighbor, he felt a strange sensation. What a coincidence! Tian Tong, who was just about to leave, was stunned when she saw Jiang Hao, and then she was overjoyed. Great! I've finally found you! Tian Tong jumped to Jiang Hao's side, grabbed his arm, and was overjoyed. Oh, I didn't expect that. Has your grandfather recovered? It was Tian Tong, the granddaughter of the old man she had rescued in the park after leaving the exam early last time. Well, my grandfather is completely cured and is much stronger now. When Tian Tong talks about her grandfather, she is filled with disbelief, because she knew her grandfather's health condition beforehand. Jiang Hao asked casually, without any doubt about the miraculous power of the life essence. He had anticipated this outcome. Are you going out? I was just about to go for a walk. Jiang Hao looked at Tian Tong, who was enthusiastically holding his arm, and gave her a reminder. Tian Tong's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, I also wanted to go for a walk. Let's go together. Jiang Hao did not refuse. He didn't have any particular purpose in mind. He was just trying his luck. Now that he has a beautiful woman by his side, it suits him perfectly. So the two of them left Jingtai residential area together and walked towards the river not far away. Along the way, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong gradually became familiar with each other. It turns out that Tian Tong is also a senior high school student at Tianhe No. 1 High School. Tian Tong also told Jiang Hao that his grandfather had been searching for this great benefactor. She even invited Jiang Hao to her home that evening. Jiang Hao hadn't thought about getting anything in return when he saved the person, and wanted to politely decline, but he couldn't resist Tian Tong's repeated requests. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. And so, the two chatted casually, their conversation coming and going intermittently. Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the silence, startling countless people around. Everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came. What happened? Who's in trouble? It seems there's been a problem up ahead. Let's go check it out. Someone pointed into the river and shouted, a child has fallen into the river. Immediately, a large crowd crowded to the riverbank railing, peering into the water. Sure enough, a child was thrashing about in the water, splashing everywhere. The child clearly couldn't swim, and was crying his heart out in fear, having swallowed quite a bit of water. At this moment, the child's mother ignored the advice of others and jumped into the water as well. But she also couldn't swim, and swallowed a lot of water as soon as she entered the water. When Jiang Hao and Tian Tong saw the scene, Tian Tong was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Does anyone know how to swim? Quick, go save them. However, at this time, most of the people strolling along the river were elderly men and women, and they could not be counted on to save people. Suddenly, Jiang Hao remembered the swimming skills he had learned from the fish. Without hesitation, he leaped into the river. Jiang Hao's decisive action surprised Tian Tong. Jiang Hao, watch out! She called out instinctively, her heart filled with worry. I don't know how good Jiang Hao is at swimming. I hope nothing bad happens to him. Tian Tong stared intently at Jiang Hao's figure in the water, silently praying. After jumping into the water, Jiang Hao quickly activated the swimming skills he had learned from the fish, and immediately became agile and free in the water, just like a fish. The people on the shore were relieved to see someone jump into the water to save someone, and they all prayed for Jiang Hao. A moment later, Jiang Hao swam to the child and pulled him up. A burst of exclamations of admiration immediately erupted from the riverbank. This young man is a really good swimmer. The child is alright, he'll definitely be fine. How did you get here? Thanks to this young man, we're so lucky to have him. Quick, let's get to the riverbank and help them. The crowd discussed amongst themselves and rushed towards the river to prepare to meet Jiang Hao. Seeing that Jiang Hao was swimming so steadily and had already rescued the child, Tian Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jiang Hao, like a nimble little fish, quickly swam to the shore with the the child in tow. He planned to get the child ashore first and then go and rescue the young mother who couldn't swim but was eager to jump into the water to save her child. Tian Tong also rushed to the riverbank to offer assistance. Jiang Hao had just peeked out to take a breath of fresh air when he reached out and handed the child over. Tian Tong asked anxiously, "Jiang Hao, are you alright?" Before the words were finished, someone on the shore suddenly pointed to the distant water and exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn, including Jiang Hao's. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A piece of material resembling old tree bark was floating on the water. Strangely, several rows of sharp, serrated teeth were visible on the back of this piece of bark. Jiang Hao immediately felt uneasy. Just when everyone thought it was really a piece of tree bark, the tree bark slowly floated up, revealing more of its body. Only then could everyone see the whole picture clearly. "Oh my god, that's a crocodile! Run!" With a scream, chaos erupted along the riverbank. A crocodile? How could there be a crocodile here? "Run! Climb up quickly, the crocodiles are coming!" Panic ensued as everyone jostled and pushed each other as they fled to the shore. The scene immediately descended into chaos. At this moment, who cares about saving lives? Tian Tong was so frightened by the sudden appearance of the crocodile that her face turned pale, and she quickly grabbed Jiang Hao. "Jiang Hao, hurry up, come up here." The child who was rescued by Jiang Hao woke up and was also frightened and started crying. In the blink of an eye, everyone scattered and fled, leaving only Tian Tong and the child by the river, while Jiang Hao remained in the water. Jiang Hao was startled by the sudden appearance of the crocodile. At that moment, he had no time to think about why there was a crocodile there. He glanced at the crocodile in the distance, the young mother still struggling in the water, and the child wailing on the shore, and his heart softened instantly. "Tian Tong, quickly get the child ashore, I'll be right back." After saying that, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, kicked off the shore, and used the momentum to rush towards the young mother who was still struggling in the water. At the same time, Jiang Hao's consciousness quickly sank into the system space. System, add all my skill points to swimming. Yes, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, your swimming skill has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, your swimming skill has been upgraded to level 3. Swimming level 3, 0/100. With this, you can swim like a fish. Seeing that Jiang Hao not only didn't go ashore, but instead ignored the threat of the crocodiles and swam towards the young mother struggling in the water, Tian Tong's heart tightened, and she urgently shouted, "Jiang Hao, come back quickly. What are you doing? There are crocodiles there." People standing on the riverbank railing also witnessed this scene and exclaimed in surprise, "There are crocodiles in the river. Get ashore quickly. Young man, there's no time to save her. Hurry up and get on top. And that young lady, bring your child up here, don't just stand there." But Jiang Hao ignored everyone's advice and swam forward without hesitation. Someone quickly pulled Tian Tong and the child ashore. Jiang Hao's level 3 swimming skills allowed him to move freely in the water, and his diving time was also greatly extended. He quickly swam to the young mother, who grabbed him tightly as if he were her lifeline. Jiang Hao's body suddenly sank into the water. At the same time, the crocodile had already come running after hearing the noise, and was only 3 or 4 meters away from them. Jiang Hao's heart sank. Without hesitation, he dived into the water and used all his strength to drag his young mother, who was clinging to him tightly, toward the shore. The crocodile followed closely behind, suddenly accelerating to catch up. As the people on the shore watched the crocodile slowly approach, they became increasingly anxious, and some secretly felt sorry for the situation. "Hey, this young man won't listen to advice. The crocodile is catching up. Even if we manage to rescue the person, we're doomed. What a pity, how could he possibly outswim a crocodile?" Everyone seemed to have foreseen Jiang Hao's fate, and they all looked dejected. Hearing these words, Tian Tong burst into tears and roared, "Jiang Hao, keep it up." Everyone turned to look at her, and seeing her with Jiang Hao, they mistakenly assumed she was his girlfriend. They vaguely understood the situation and fell silent. In the river, at the critical moment of life and death, Jiang Hao unleashed all his potential. His speed suddenly increased, and he even showed signs of shaking off the crocodile. The crowd on the shore was shocked. Could he really swim past crocodiles? Wow, that's incredibly fast. Seeing this, everyone's hope was rekindled, and they held their breath in anticipation. Seeing this, Tian Tong's face showed both ecstasy and trepidation. "Jiang Hao, keep it up." Only then did everyone realize that the young man who saved the person was named Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao kept his head down and swam with all his might, without looking back. After a few breaths, he miraculously carried the young mother to the shore. He grabbed his young mother's hand, who was still clinging to him, and with a burst of strength threw her ashore. Then, he braced himself against the riverbank with both hands and leaped up. Before everyone could even cheer, the crocodile following closely behind Jiang Hao suddenly pounced, leaping out of the water and opening its blood-red maw to bite Jiang Hao. Everyone gasped in surprise and couldn't help but close their eyes. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mind jolted, as if pricked by needles, and his whole body tensed up suddenly. He instinctively turned around and was met with a fierce, sharp mouth and cold, gleaming teeth. Jiang Hao was immediately startled. His sense of danger was instantly activated, and his body reacted almost instinctively. He leaped up and kicked the crocodile's jaw as it pounced on him. At the same time, the immense power also erupted and amplified. Snap, thump, with a crisp sound, followed by a loud thud. The crocodile that lunged at him was kicked into the water by Jiang Hao, creating a splash. Upon hearing the sound of water, the people on the shore instinctively opened their eyes and secretly glanced towards the water's edge. However, the scene they were expecting did not occur. Shockingly, Jiang Hao was standing unharmed on the shore. When everyone turned their gaze to the river in front of Jiang Hao, the water was completely empty, with only ripples spreading across it. However, after a short while, traces of blood began to seep from the bottom of the water, quickly turning that area of water a scarlet red. This scene startled everyone. Has someone been injured? But when they looked at the shore and saw Jiang Hao and his young mother, who were completely unharmed, their hearts were immediately filled with doubt. Soon after, everyone finally saw a head covered in armor slowly emerge from the red-dyed river. What was shocking was that this guy, who had been so fierce just moments before, now stared at Jiang Hao with a look of deep fear in his eyes. Blood kept gushing from its mouth, and its jaw drooped limply, as if it had been broken. Everyone was horrified at the sight. Am I seeing things? Its lower jaw looks broken. I saw it too. Did you notice? It seems afraid. While everyone was in shock, Jiang Hao himself did not expect that his kick had broken the crocodile's jaw. However, recalling that he had exerted all his strength and used at least 800 pounds of force, he was not so surprised. With the danger over, Jiang Hao was about to turn around and check on the young mother he had rescued. At that moment, the crocodile in the water, which had been staring intently at him, was startled and turned around, quickly swimming away into the distance. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The crocodile was actually afraid of that young man. Could this young man have kicked off its broken jaw? No way. That's a crocodile. Jiang Hao was also taken aback when he saw the crocodile run away because of him. However, despite the initial surprise, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Only then did he walk toward the young mother he had rescued. People on the riverbank gradually realized what was happening. Some immediately called an ambulance, while others reported the appearance of crocodiles in the river to the relevant authorities. After confirming that the crocodile had gone far away, everyone went into the water to help, and Jiang Hao then withdrew. Tiantong rushed down at this moment, ignoring that she was soaking wet, and threw herself into Jiang Hao's arms. The little girl, her voice trembling with tears, asked with deep concern. Tiantong was truly terrified at that moment. After all, that's a notorious crocodile. However, Jiang Hao felt somewhat uneasy at the moment. He had never encountered such a scene before. Tiantong was exceptionally beautiful, an absolute beauty who could topple kingdoms. The sudden embrace of such a beautiful woman caught him off guard. However, Tiantong soon seemed to realize something and hurriedly stepped away from Jiang Hao's embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed. To avoid embarrassment, Jiang Hao simply pretended nothing had happened. Let's go back quickly. I'm soaking wet and feel awful. Jiang Hao reminded him. Tiantong looked at him, who was soaking wet, and nodded quickly. Yes, hurry home and change your clothes, otherwise you'll get sick and it'll be troublesome. The two slipped away from the crowd and hurried home. Those who witnessed Jiang Hao's rescue watched him walk away with admiration on their faces, secretly praising him. He does good deeds anonymously, and even takes photos as evidence. It was as if they wanted to firmly remember the image of Jiang Hao as a young hero who saved lives. However, Jiang Hao was unaware that a reporter in the group was using a high-definition device to record every moment of his rescue. Jiang Hao, looking disheveled, returned home with Tiantong's help. When he returned home looking like this, his parents were immediately taken aback. To avoid worrying his parents too much, Jiang Hao simply said that he had saved a child who had fallen into the water. Even so, he still faced a joint interrogation from his parents. They never imagined their son could swim, let alone risk their lives to save someone. However, only Jiang Zixuan believed in her brother who had suddenly become mysterious and unpredictable. That evening, Tiantong invited Jiang Hao to her home. Fearing his parents would ask too many questions, Jiang Hao said that Tiantong was his classmate. After reporting the situation, Jiang Hao went to Tiantong's house. When Jiang Hao saw Grandpa Tian again, he was also surprised. Wow, the essence of life is really amazing. At this moment, Grandpa Tian was wearing a Zhongshan suit, and his originally gray hair had turned jet black. He looked radiant. Grandpa, look who's here. Tiantong didn't tell her grandfather that she had found Jiang Hao. She just wanted to give him a surprise. When Grandpa Tian heard the voice, he turned around and was stunned when he saw Jiang Hao. Then his face lit up with joy. So it's my little benefactor. This old man has finally found you. Grandpa Tian excitedly grabbed Jiang Hao, and the three of them then chatted enthusiastically. He had intended to call his son back to host a proper banquet for Jiang Hao, to thank him for saving his life. However, Jiang Hao declined several times due to his status as a student, and only then did Grandpa Tian give up. Finally, Grandpa Tian handed Jiang Hao a personal business card, telling him to contact him anytime if he encountered any problems. Jiang Hao didn't take it to heart. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye and went home. The next day, I went to school as usual. As soon as she sat down, Song Wanner hurriedly went to find Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was somewhat confused confused and didn't understand why, so he followed her out of the classroom. Upon arriving at the back playground, Song Wanner's expression turned serious, while Jiang Hao was even more bewildered. Jiang Hao, did you break Qin Shou's leg? Song Wanner's words made Jiang Hao instantly understand. Oh, you mean Qin Shou? Jiang Hao responded calmly and unhurriedly. This only made Song Wanner more anxious. Tell me, did you do it? Yes and no. He planned this yesterday. He called people before he even invited us to dinner, and after you left, he tried to have my legs broken on the way. There was no other way, so I had to give them a taste of their own medicine. Jiang Hao briefly recounted what had happened, and Song Wanner was so angry that she gritted her teeth after hearing it. Serves him right. I never expected Qin Shou to be so treacherous and cunning. After she finished cursing, she remembered her real purpose for finding Jiang Hao, and a look of worry appeared on her face. Jiang Hao, although you did a great job this time, you have completely offended the Qin family. Uncle Hai asked me to remind you yesterday that you need to be careful lately. Qin Shou's father, Qin Ming, might seek revenge for him. Although my dad also warned Qin Ming, who knows if he might do something desperate. Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao with a worried expression, which warmed his heart. There's no other way. Qin Shou wants to fight me. How can I just sit here and wait to die? I broke his leg, so it's understandable that his dad would retaliate against me. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and will handle it carefully. Oh, by the way, please tell Uncle Song for me that I will definitely visit him another day. Song Wanner frowned, unable to think of a better solution. That's the only way. My dad warned Qin Ming, so I doubt he'll dare to retaliate openly. The two chatted casually for a while before returning to their respective classrooms. Back in the classroom, Jiang Hao lay on his desk, lost in thought. Song Wanner's reminder made him alert. Although I am not afraid of Qin Ming, what I am most worried about is that his revenge will affect my family. It seems we must nip this danger in the bud as soon as possible. The problem is, how to bring down Qin Ming has become a major and difficult problem to solve. I learned from Song Wanner that Qin Shou's father is the owner of a listed beauty company. Although I cannot compare to Song Wanner's father, such a figure is undoubtedly a huge obstacle for me. How can we bring down this behemoth? I fell into deep thought. Just then, my deskmate excitedly nudged me, quietly covered the phone screen with a book, and handed the phone to me. Jiang Hao, is this you? You really know the legendary martial arts? I was still puzzled, but after seeing the phone screen, I was immediately surprised. It turned out that my phone was playing a video that recorded the entire process of my rescue yesterday. There was even a crocodile that lunged at me, and I kicked it so hard that I broke its jaw. There was also footage of the crocodile being scared away by me. What shocked me even more was that this video actually made the news. It attracted a lot of attention, and the scene where I kicked the crocodile's jaw was even zoomed in for a close-up. For a time, many people doubted that I possessed the legendary martial arts. Legendary martial arts, something countless people dream of. Now that this legend has actually become a reality, it has naturally attracted a great deal of attention. Suddenly, I became popular again. But this fire didn't make me happy. Instead, I felt somewhat depressed and dissatisfied. Not to mention the various troubles that will arise after this video is exposed. If Qin Ming were to see it, he would probably be much more cautious about retaliating against me. I still prefer to play dumb to outsmart others. Brother Hao, is this really you? Do you really know martial arts? My deskmate stared at me, who was in a daze, and anxiously pressed me for an answer. I was startled awake by his voice, and seeing his expectant expression, I quickly explained. How could that be? This person just looks a bit like me. If I really knew martial arts, would I be sitting here? My words seemed to have had an effect. You're right, but they look too alike. However, I lay down again, intending to ignore it. His deskmate had no choice but to put his phone away, feeling rather disheartened, and continue studying. But this scene reminded me. The internet. Could I dig up some dirt on Qin Ming online? Thinking about this, I feel there is great potential, so I took out my phone and started searching online. But reality is far crueler than imagined. There are only rumors circulating online about Qin Ming Company, and there is no substantial evidence whatsoever. After all, it would be strange if that were the case. However, I quickly thought of a mysterious profession. Hacker. Although I'm not a hacker, I do have a system. Without hesitation, amidst my deskmate's surprised gaze, I stood up and walked out of the classroom. I rushed to the homeroom teacher's office and lied that I had caught a cold and needed to ask for half a day off to buy medicine. When the homeroom teacher heard that I had a cold, she immediately nodded in agreement with concern. After leaving the school, I went straight to a large bookstore and started looking for books about hackers. Soon after, I found the book Hacking Techniques. Holding the book, I was filled with anticipation. System, disassemble this book. Ding, hacking techniques detected. Decompose. Ding, successful decomposition. You have obtained 1 hacking technology crystal, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. The culmination of hacking techniques, containing most of the hacking techniques on Earth. Mastering it will make you an unparalleled force in the online world. I was thrilled to see this annotation. Should we merge? I agreed without hesitation. The moment I finished speaking, a flood of memories rushed into my mind, and the sheer volume of online knowledge made me dizzy. Soon, as the fusion ended, that feeling disappeared as well. The knowledge flooding into his mind filled Jiang Hao with excitement. System, open my personal information panel. Level 2, 60.8/100. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.2. Endurance, 0.8. Skills, chef level 1, 0/10. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0/100. Hacking level 5, 0/1000. Supernatural abilities, danger perception level 2, 0 out of 10. Might level 1, 0 out of 10. Skill points, 27.8. Personal space, enabled. Upon seeing his attribute panel, Jiang Hao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He never expected to be so lucky this time, directly obtaining level 5 hacking skills. Overjoyed, he rushed out of the bookstore and ran to a nearby internet cafe. After paying, he found a corner, turned on a computer, and began typing skillfully at a speed that was dazzling. Not long after, Jiang Hao stared at the screen, his face suddenly turning gloomy, his anger overflowing. That scumbag, what a bastard! Hiring assassins, tax evasion, money laundering, and even selling our country's secrets to the United States. Jiang Hao stared at the shocking secrets he had uncovered by hacking into the network, his eyes blazing with fury. At this moment, Qin Ming was completely unaware that Jiang Hao was watching and investigating him. In a top-floor office of a high-rise building in downtown Tianhe, Qin Ming leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. After his only son had both legs broken, his first thought was to take revenge. But just as he was about to take action, he received a warning from Jade King Song Wanzhong. This shocked and angered Qin Ming. Song Wanzhong wields immense power in Tianhe City, far beyond Song Wanzhong's reach. He must heed Song Wanzhong's warning. But his son was still in the hospital. How could he sit idly by because of Song Wanzhong's warning? No, I must avenge my son. Thinking of this, Qin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a venomous snake. He picked up the phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Ming didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Number 3, I want the murderer who hurt my son to die in an accident before tonight. There was a moment of silence on the other end, but Qin Ming remained calm and composed. After a long while, the hoarse voice rang out again. However, this is the last time I'll help you. According to our agreement, after this job, we'll be like strangers, severing all ties. Qin Ming answered without hesitation. Okay, after this is done, you won't owe me anything, and I won't know you either. Okay, let's wait for news, the other party said with satisfaction, and then hung up the phone. Qin Ming put down his phone, took out the SIM card, broke it in half and threw it away, then lay back down in his chair. That number 3 was a fellow hiker he rescued 10 years ago in the Tanglong mountain jungle. The hiker was covered in blood and on the verge of death. He never expected that this person had another identity, an assassin. Back then, he saved number 3, and number 3 not only spared his life but also promised to help him 3 times unconditionally to repay the debt of saving his life. Over the years, Qin Ming has used number 3 twice to achieve the situation we have today. This is the 3rd time. Once the matter is settled, they will sever all ties completely. Although using number 3 this time might seem like overkill, he couldn't care less about anything else in order to avenge his son. Jiang Hao was completely unaware that Qin Ming had chosen to launch his revenge today. At this moment, Jiang Hao sat in an internet cafe, reviewing the evidence he had collected, his teeth clenched, his resentment barely contained. Heaven sees what people do. Those who commit evil deeds will never have a good end. Today is the day you're punished, he murmured to himself, his hands flying across the keyboard. In an instant, he slammed down the last key. He then leaned back in his chair with a relaxed expression, a faint smile on his face. Qin Ming, it seems you've finally become famous. Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly as he stared intently at the computer screen, muttering to himself. At this moment, a pop-up window appeared simultaneously on almost everyone's computer screen in Tianhe City, dominating the entire display interface. In a university dormitory, Su Tianqing, wearing headphones, was intently controlling the most popular shooting game at the moment, PUBG. Just as he was fiercely fighting his opponent, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the screen, instantly blocking his view. What the hell is this? I'm about to be beaten to death. He was so angry that he almost fainted. In his panic, he frantically searched for the button to close the pop-up, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the option to close it. Instead, he accidentally clicked on the content inside the pop-up. Suddenly, Su Tianqing felt a wave of despair, and his heart was filled with utter desolation. Even if I quit now, I'm definitely doomed. However, when he saw the content being forwarded in the pop-up window, he was instantly captivated. After reading it in one go, he couldn't help but gasp, and then anger welled up in his heart. Damn, there are actually scumbags like this in Tianhe City. This kind of person should be shot. Not only Su Tianqing, but many people who were using computers were also forced to click on the pop-up window. After seeing the contents, they were all furious. This kind of scoundrel is actually the CEO of a listed company. Traitor, you've utterly disgraced Tianhe City. This is terrifying. We live in a society governed by the rule of law, yet people still hire others to commit murder. Even in the internet cafe where Jiang Hao was, there was a constant stream of curses. Jiang Hao looked at the scene before him and was secretly pleased. And just like that, the evidence spread rapidly across the internet at an astonishing speed. The cyber police noticed the anomaly immediately, but they were helpless against the pop-up window. The police were quickly summoned, and officers began verifying the evidence presented in the pop-up window. To everyone's astonishment, this evidence led to the discovery of clues in several previously unsolved major cases in the archives. They immediately took action. In Qin Ming's office, he was still lying in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. Qin Ming was startled awake by the ringing phone. He frowned, picked up the phone from the table, and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number, and he was immediately puzzled, but he still answered the call. An urgent shout came from the other end of the phone. "Viper, this is Owl. Where are you now?" "An owl?" Qin Ming muttered to himself, noticing the unusual tone in the other person's voice, and immediately replied truthfully, "I'm in my office. What's wrong?" The owl's voice was filled with rage as it roared, "The office? What the hell are you still sitting there for? You're exposed. The entire internet is full of news about you. Who exactly did you offend? Alright, let's not contact each other anymore. Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, the owl finished his monologue in one breath, like a machine gun, and then hung up the phone. The phone emitted a busy signal. Who did I offend? I didn't offend anyone at all. Qin Ming was completely bewildered. He quickly turned on his computer, and a few minutes later, his face turned deathly pale. However, Qin Ming was, after all, the head of a region, and he quickly regained his composure and rushed out of the office without hesitation. Outside the office, the employees of Yali Beauty Group stared at Qin Ming as he fled in panic, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. Ignoring everything, Qin Ming hurriedly pressed the button for the private elevator. As soon as the elevator door opened, he prepared to rush in. However, he suddenly stopped, raised his hands, and began to slowly back away. Then, 6 armed police officers stepped out of the elevator. Faced with such a formidable defense, Qin Ming dared not make any rash moves. Even the employees of Qin Ming's company were so frightened that they immediately covered their heads with their hands and squatted down. "Mr. Qin Ming, please come with us." Qin Ming was taken away just like that, and Jiang Hao never expected things to develop so quickly. At this moment, in Tianqing Internet Cafe, Jiang Hao felt that it was about time, so he began to clear his online activity and prepared to log off. Suddenly, he remembered the video of him saving someone, and he quickly started working on the computer again. Before long, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "I prefer playing dumb to being famous." Jiang Hao deleted the rescue video from the internet and then got off the plane. After leaving the internet cafe, he still had some time, so he went back to school. "As soon as I entered the classroom, I heard my classmates talking about Qin Ming." Jiang Hao pretended not to know anything and listened quietly to their discussion. At this moment, Jiang Hao was unaware that his actions had shaken the entire Tianhe city, and even further afield. For a time, countless people were on edge, and everyone felt insecure. Jiang Hao was completely unaware of these circumstances. Soon, news of Qin Ming's arrest spread online. When Jiang Hao saw it, he was both surprised and relieved. Now that Qin Ming has been arrested, given his crimes, the Qin family is basically finished. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hao felt that the Qin family was no longer a threat. During the break between classes, Jiang Hao was deep in thought when his deskmate nudged him, reminding him that someone was looking for him outside. Jiang Hao went outside and saw Song Wanner standing in the hallway. "Wanner, it's you. What do you want?" he asked curiously. Song Wanner turned around and stared at Jiang Hao, as if trying to read something from his face. Jiang Hao touched his face, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there something on your face?" She kept staring at him, without looking away, and suddenly said, "Qin Ming has been arrested." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately understood her purpose and his acting skills kicked in. "I know, I just saw it online. I never imagined Qin Ming would be this terrifying. Fortunately, he was caught, otherwise I really couldn't have withstood his retaliation." He was still shaken, but said with relief. Song Wanner kept staring into his eyes, but couldn't discern anything from them. She then asked. These words startled Jiang Hao, but he quickly recovered. "How could that be? If I had that ability, I would have taken care of him long ago." Although Jiang Hao denied it, and Song Wanner didn't notice anything unusual in his eyes, her sixth sense told her that this matter was definitely related to Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao didn't want to say more, and Song Wanner didn't press him for details. The two chatted for a few minutes and then went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in a villa in downtown Tianhe City, Song Wanzhong held a jade Buddha in his hand, while Uncle Hai reported to him from behind. Suddenly, he looked surprised. "Old Zhao, are you saying Qin Ming got set up?" Uncle Hai's real name is Zhao Hai. He replied respectfully, "Yes, boss, it happened an hour ago." Song Wanzhong stopped what he was doing, lost in thought. Qin Ming is really unlucky, but this time, I don't know who I've offended. After saying that, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Qin Ming is just a minor character, he's not worth his time. After a brief silence, Song Wanzhong spoke again and asked, "Old Zhao, do you think this has anything to do with Jiang Hao?" Uncle Hai paused for a moment, then pondered before saying, "That's hard to say. say. It's hard to say there's no connection, because Qin Ming was just about to take revenge on Jiang Hao when he was taken care of. If this matter is related to Jiang Hao, then who is helping him behind the scenes? However, Uncle Hai's doubts were exactly the same doubts in Song Wanzhong's mind. Uncle Hai hesitated for a moment, then said, if this matter is really related to Jiang Hao, then Jiang Hao is probably not as simple as he seems on the surface. At the same time, Grandpa Tian was looking down at the newspaper when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered. A deep voice came from the other end. Dad, the Qin Ming you asked me to warn, I didn't even have a chance to warn him before he was arrested. A powerful hacker exposed Qin Ming's clandestine activities, and the police have arrested him. Upon hearing this, Old Master Tian showed a hint of surprise on his face. Do you know who did it? The voice on the other end of the phone spoke again. I'm not sure, but it should be related to Jiang Hao, whom you asked me to take care of. Grandpa Tian was even more surprised after hearing this. Alright, you can get back to work now. Okay, Dad. Take care of yourself while you're with Tong Tong. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile appeared on Grandpa Tian's lips. With a master sculptor as his teacher, miraculous medical skills, and now this powerful hacker involved, this kid is indeed a mysterious figure. However, Jiang Hao was completely unaware of the attention these two bigwigs were paying attention to. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Hao packed his things, slung his school bag over his shoulder, and prepared to go home. Qin Ming was brought down. Without the suppression of this mountain, he returned to his previous state. As he walked down the street, pondering his future path, he suddenly felt a tightness all over his body, as if he had been pricked by a needle in the head. Immediately afterwards, a screeching friction sound and a crashing sound came from behind. He instinctively turned around and saw a car that seemed to have gone out of control, rushing towards him. Jiang Hao's expression changed drastically. His mind raced, and his sense of danger was instantly activated. He quickly took a step and dodged to the right. The next moment, the car crashed into him. Although Jiang Hao reacted extremely quickly, he was still grazed and thrown into the air, falling heavily to the ground. The out-of-control car crashed directly into the guardrail, breaking it and damaging the front of the car. Jiang Hao was knocked around several times before finally coming to a stop. Immediately, a gasp of surprise rang out from the surrounding crowd. There's been a car accident. The kind-hearted person quickly dialed the emergency number. Many onlookers gathered on both sides of the street. Oh, what a pity about that young man. Quick, go check on the young man who was hit. I hope he's alright. A middle-aged man dressed in sportswear, sunglasses, and a hat saw the scene from a window on a building across the street and smiled slightly. Qin Ming, even though you've been arrested, I haven't forgotten my promise. Now that I have fulfilled my promise, it is time for me to leave this place and return to the organization. That person was number 3. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. The people around were immediately stunned. He's actually alright. Number 3 upstairs also witnessed this scene, immediately stood up, stared at Jiang Hao who had stood up again, his face full of disbelief. After a long while, his expression turned sinister. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so tough. It seems I have no choice but to take action myself. At the same time, Jiang Hao looked at the deformed car, his face still full of lingering fear. Suddenly, he felt someone watching him from behind. Without hesitation, he turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the spying. Suddenly, the silhouette of a middle-aged man in sportswear and a hat appeared in the window of the building across the street. Jiang Hao thought he had misread it and shook his head. Soon after, traffic police arrived at the scene. Jiang Hao was only thrown away by the impact and was actually not seriously injured. The driver of the car was seriously injured and has been taken to the hospital. Jiang Hao didn't pursue the matter further, turned around and hurriedly left, quickly heading back. Jiang Hao walked into the alley of Tian. It was quiet all around, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Only ahead of him, a man wearing a tracksuit and a baseball cap, with his head bowed, was walking towards him. Still reeling from the sudden turn of events, Jiang Hao vaguely recognized the man when he saw him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But he didn't think much of it and continued walking. However, as the two gradually drew closer, a feeling of oppression and unease suddenly welled up in Jiang Hao's heart. Just then, the two finally met. Just as the two were about to pass each other, suddenly, they attacked at the same time. Suddenly, the man in the tracksuit and baseball cap produced a dagger and lunged at Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao reacted quickly, instinctively reaching out to grab the other man's wrist holding the dagger and deflecting the blade. At the same time, he clenched his other fist and slammed it down hard, hitting the man in the chest. Unexpectedly, number 3 had no idea that Jiang Hao was so agile. Not only did he block his attack, but he was also able to quickly counterattack. A look of shock appeared on his face. That's right, this person is number 3. Despite his surprise, number 3 reacted swiftly, throwing a punch with his other hand, but he ultimately underestimated Jiang Hao. At the critical moment of life and death, Jiang Hao unleashed his full power. The two fists collided, and a crisp crack was heard. With a muffled groan, number 3 was shocked and sent flying. He crashed directly into the wall, creating a large crater with cracks spreading out like a spider web around it. At this moment, number 3 felt as if his internal organs had shifted, expanded, and a sense of suffocation washed over him. He couldn't help but want to curse. This power, is this even human? Jiang Hao pressed his advantage, and in a few steps he was in front of number 3. Without hesitation, he punched him in the stomach. Number 3 collapsed weakly against the wall, his face deathly pale. The excruciating pain was unbearable even for someone who had undergone hellish and brutal training. But Jiang Hao had no intention of letting him go. He rushed forward and stomped on number 3's chest. Suddenly, number 3 coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his chest had been crushed by a large vehicle, and his breathing became extremely difficult. In desperation, number 3 mustered his last bit of strength and kicked Jiang Hao in the back. However, Jiang Hao, who possesses a keen sense of danger, would not be easily ambushed. He quickly turned around and threw an uppercut, aiming directly at number 3's outstretched knee. With a crisp crack, number 3's leg bones dislocated, and he hung limply. Despite his broken knee, number 3 still let out a muffled groan, demonstrating his resilience after rigorous training. Jiang Hao raised his foot and kicked at the side of number 3. This time, number 3 was completely rendered useless, losing all its threat. Jiang Hao stepped on him, his face grim. "What's wrong with me today? Why am I having such bad luck? Who exactly are you?" Jiang Hao asked angrily, but the other party remained silent. Looking at his attire, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered, wasn't this the same back view he had seen from the opposite building when he was hit by the car and felt a strange gaze upon him? As his thoughts raced, Jiang Hao suddenly realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Did you orchestrate that car accident just now?" he asked. Number 3 remained silent. Seeing this, Jiang Hao became even more certain that the car accident was no accident and was inextricably linked to this person. He stared at number 3, frowned, increased the pressure of his foot, and pressed for an answer. "Who are you? I don't know you at all. Explain yourself. Who sent you to kill me?" Blood kept gushing from number 3's mouth, but he wouldn't utter a sound. Jiang Hao tried to recall who he had offended. Just as he was racking his brains, one person came to mind, Qin Ming. After all, he had broken Qin Ming's son's leg. Moreover, this morning, Warner said that Qin Ming wanted to take revenge on her. At this moment, Jiang Hao was almost certain that this person was sent by Qin Ming. "Did Qin Ming send you?" he asked in a low voice. Jiang Hao stared intently at number 3 and asked again, his tone now more certain. However, this time number 3 only glanced at Jiang Hao, a strange look flashing in his eyes, before saying another word. This scene did not escape Jiang Hao's eyes. He immediately understood. Over this period of time, the enmity between him and Qin Shou has become extremely deep. Apart from Qin Ming, no one would be so ruthless as to want to kill him. Qin Ming had already been captured, but this person still dared to assassinate him. But what should we do with him now? After a moment's thought, Jiang Hao prepared to call the police. Just as he picked up his phone, number 3's expression suddenly changed drastically, then he revealed a fierce look and clenched his teeth. Immediately, number 3's head lolled to the side, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he instantly lost all signs of life. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly took a few steps back. "Hello, hello." His shouts went unanswered, and his face turned pale. Is he really dead? He imitated what he saw on TV, placing his finger next to number 3's bleeding nostril. The next second, he suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. He's really dead. Seeing the situation, Jiang Hao was completely panicked. "No, there's no one around here, no security cameras, and no one can testify for me. But I didn't kill him at all. He was perfectly fine just now." He stared at number 3, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his eyes filled with doubt. "This looks just like the assassins trained by those mysterious organizations in TV dramas. It seems like he reacted like this because he heard I was going to call the police. Could it be that he has some mysterious organization behind him?" Thinking of this, Jiang Hao reached out to touch number 3's corpse, wanting to see clearly what had happened. But the moment his hand touched the body, he froze. Ding! A human corpse has been found. Decompose it? Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Hao was somewhat incredulous. A corpse can actually decompose? At this moment, he stared at the corpse of number 3, hesitating for a moment, but finally hardened his heart. The body must be disposed of now, and the best way is to make it disappear from this world completely. Otherwise, no matter how he handles it, he will bring endless trouble upon himself. The decomposition of a system will leave absolutely no trace. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed and obtained the skill immune to all poisons, 2.1 skill points, and 2.1 experience points. Level 1 invulnerability, 0 to 1 the bane of all poisons. With this, you can safely try all kinds of herbs from now on. Decomposition complete. Merge. As the system notification sounded, the corpse in front of Jiang Hao vanished instantly without a trace. He looked at this incredible scene as if he were in a dream. However, the large pit not far from the wall proved that this was no illusion. With the complete disappearance of number 3's body, Jiang Hao finally recovered from his fear. When he saw the information transmitted from the system in his mind, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. To hell with tasting all kinds of herbs. His tense mood instantly relaxed a lot after being teased by the system. Jiang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then issued the fusion command. During the fusion process, once. He only felt a surge of energy sweep across his body, which made him shiver, but then he felt nothing unusual. After the fusion was completed, Jiang Hao turned around and carefully inspected the ground to confirm that no traces had been left behind. After repeatedly confirming that everything was correct, he hurried home. Back home, Jiang Hao completely ignored his mother's greetings and went straight to his room, closing the door behind him. Only then did he ask the system about his doubts. System, why does dissecting human corpses grant the immunity to all poison skill? The results of this decomposition left him bewildered, because human corpses had absolutely nothing to do with immunity to all poisons. Ding, host, you cannot obtain the immunity to all poison skill by decomposing human corpses. In fact, the system just decomposed a human corpse and did not gain any skills. The immune to all poison skill was extracted from the deadly poison in that corpse. Jiang Hao was shocked after hearing this. However, the shock quickly turned into solemnity. It seems my guess was right after all. He did indeed come from a mysterious organization, and fearing that the police would uncover secrets about him, he chose to commit suicide. But what secret could make him willing to give up his life? Jiang Hao was filled with questions. Just as he was deep in thought, a knock came at the door, interrupting his thoughts. Thump thump thump. Howard, are you alright? Outside the door, Aunt Jiang looked concerned. Jiang Hao quickly got up, composed himself, opened the door, and asked casually, Mom, what's wrong? Seeing his calm expression, Jiang Ma was slightly puzzled, but she didn't ask any further questions. It's nothing, the food is ready. You and Zishuan go eat. I'll go check if your dad has packed up his stall yet. Jiang Hao agreed, but felt somewhat helpless inside. Mom, now that I have money, you and Dad don't need to work so hard running your stall anymore. Go dance, take a walk, and relax more. Upon hearing this, Aunt Jiang smiled, her eyes filled with pride. I'm too old to dance. Besides, your dad and I have been busy all our lives. We're not used to having free time all of a sudden. In the end, Jiang Hao couldn't persuade his stubborn mother and had no choice but to let her go. After dinner, Jiang Hao went to bed early. The two life or death ordeals he had experienced today had a great impact on his mental state. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Hao, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly began to roll around on the bed, his hands involuntarily flailing about. Then, he suddenly sat up in bed. Huff huff huff. His eyes were wide open, his forehead was soaked with sweat, and he was breathing rapidly. Looking around by the moonlight, Jiang Hao realized he was still in the bedroom. It turned out to be just a nightmare. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and lay down wearily. But as soon as I close my eyes, that face of number 3, bleeding from all 7 orifices, lingers in my mind. Jiang Hao gave a wry smile. It seems that I am still just a mortal after all. Even with a system, I am still afraid. Left with no other choice, he got up, turned on the light, and got out of bed. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and got a glass of water. Even so, it still woke up Aunt Jiang. She came out of the bedroom, puzzled, and asked with concern, Howard, what's wrong? Jiang Hao saw that his mother had been woken up by him and looked apologetic. Mom, it's nothing, I just can't sleep. Can't sleep? Do you want me to get you some pills? Just as Jiang Hao was about to refuse, his mother, her face full of worry, went to find the medicine. Soon after, she took out a bottle of calming pills. Howard, this is what your dad bought when he couldn't sleep last time. It shouldn't be expired. Look at the instructions and see how many pills you need to take. Jiang Hao took the medicine bottle and quickly said, Mom, go to sleep. I'll read the instructions myself. Okay, then remember to eat on time. Aunt Jiang turned and left. Jiang Hao carried the water and medicine back to the bedroom, staring at the medicine bottle in his hand and muttering to himself, I wonder if it will work. He opened the packaging and found the instruction manual. Take 15 pills once a day. Following the instructions, Jiang Hao poured out 15 calming pills. The pills are about the size of toy gun bullets, and 15 of them are not many. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly froze. Ding! 15 calming pills found. Combine them? This news piqued his interest. What will this medicine synthesize into? With a change of mind, he ordered the synthesis without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations host, the synthesis was successful. You have obtained 1 super tranquilizing pill, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Super tranquilizing pill. 1 pill is effective. Even during an earthquake, it's hard to have insomnia. Extract? Jiang Hao had been looking forward to it, but when he saw this annotation, his face immediately froze, and he was speechless. He discovered that the system seemed to be becoming unreliable. If there really is an earthquake, is this going to kill me in my sleep? Jiang Hao was utterly speechless at his own system. But should I take this medicine or not? He asked the question with slight hesitation. System, this medicine won't really make me fall into a deep sleep, will it? Host, please use it with confidence. You'll be satisfied with the results. The system's assurances reassured Jiang Hao considerably. With a command, a gleaming pill, about the size of a little finger, appeared instantly in his hand. After taking the pills, Jiang Hao lay down on the bed to go to sleep. Turn off the lights, lie down, and close your eyes. Soon, even breathing filled the air, and Jiang Hao fell into a deep sleep. The next day, around 5 a.m., Jiang's parents got up early, and Jiang Zishuan got up too. But Jiang Hao hasn't made a move yet. This made Mr. and Mrs. Zhang feel puzzled. The whole family gets up at this time. Zhang Hao and his sister Zhang Zixuan have to go to school, while the couple has to get up early to run their business. Zhang Hao never sleeps in. Zixuan, go wake your brother up. He said he couldn't sleep last night. As Aunt Zhang packed her things, she said this. Zhang Zixuan frowned slightly, but still listened to her mother and walked towards Zhang Hao's room. Thump thump thump. With no response to her knocking, Zhang Zixuan had no choice but to push the door open and go in herself. I saw Zhang Hao lying on the bed like a dead pig. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave him a gentle push. Brother, wake up. However, no matter how much she shook him, Zhang Hao did not react. Zhang Zixuan suddenly sensed something was wrong, and various thoughts rushed through her mind. This terrified her. Her voice trembled as she hurriedly called for her parents. Mom and Dad, come quick. Something's wrong with my brother. We can't wake him up no matter what we do. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly dropped what they were holding and rushed over. Mom and Dad, what happened to my brother? Zhang Zixuan asked anxiously. They rushed to Zhang Hao's bedside and touched his forehead. How? There was still no response. Zhang's mother and Zhang Zixuan were already panicked, but at the critical moment, it was Zhang's father who was able to keep the situation in check. He quickly gave instructions. I'll carry Zhang Hao on my back. You quickly call a car. We need to get him to the hospital right away. After saying that, Zhang's father quickly pulled Zhang Hao out of the quilt and helped him get dressed. Zhang's mother realized what was happening and quickly picked up the phone. Just as Zhang's father was about to carry Zhang Hao to the hospital, Zhang Hao slowly woke up. Seeing his anxious parents and Zhang Zixuan beside him, he was stunned. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Hao's eyes were full of doubt. His voice startled the two elders. Hao, you're awake? Let's go take a look. Zhang's mother realized what was happening and rushed excitedly to his side. Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard this. I just took a nap. What's going on? He then learned what had happened from his mother. After learning the truth, Zhang Hao looked apologetic and quickly comforted his anxious family. His family finally breathed a sigh of relief after repeatedly confirming that he was alright. After seeing his family off, Zhang Hao decided to seek an explanation from the system. System, what exactly did you promise yesterday? He gritted his teeth and angrily questioned. The system immediately refuted the statement. Host, the system has never made any guarantees. The system guarantees the medicine will be effective and you'll be satisfied. Is the host not satisfied with the effects of the super tranquilizing pill? The system's counterattack left Zhang Hao speechless for a moment. That's exactly what I said last night. He was speechless and didn't know how to respond. Just then, Aunt John's voice came. Hao, come and eat breakfast, then hurry up and go to school. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Hao, with a touch of arrogance, walked out of the room while muttering to himself, I'll let you off this time. After taking the super tranquilizing pill, Zhang Hao's mind seemed to be opened up and became exceptionally clear. What were originally just a few ordinary calming pills, after being synthesized by the system, produced such a miraculous effect. He couldn't help but start thinking, if it's a painkiller, could it also be synthesized into a super painkiller to completely free those suffering from unbearable pain? Or, could a few cold pills be combined into a super cold medicine that would cure you instantly after one dose? Could even a few anti-cancer pills, after being systematically synthesized, become a super anti-cancer drug that can directly cure cancer? These thoughts made Zhang Hao increasingly excited, but in reality, things were far more complicated than he had imagined. After all, some medications require a prescription to purchase. On his way to school, Zhang Hao passed a pharmacy. Out of curiosity, he went into the pharmacy. He lied and said he had a cold and headache and bought several boxes of cold medicine from the pharmacy, including more than a dozen painkillers. Upon arriving at school, Zhang Hao eagerly prepared the cold medicine according to the dosage. Holding the pill, my heart is filled with anticipation. Ding, 5 cold medicine pills found. Craft them? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully synthesized 1 super cold medicine pill. Skill points plus 0.7, experience points plus 0.7. Super cold medicine, the nemesis of cold viruses. With it, you can play freely and without worry. Synthesis complete, extract now? Just as he expected, Zhang Hao was overjoyed when he heard the system notification. As soon as he finished speaking, a white pill the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. The words super cold medicine were prominently printed on it. Next, Zhang Hao prepared the remaining 9 doses of cold medicine one by one and began to synthesize them. After 3 failures, he finally obtained 6 super cold medicines. He treasured the 7 super cold medicine pills and stored them in his system space. Then he took out the 10 painkillers and began to combine them 2 at a time. As he held the 2 pills in his hand, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding, 2 painkillers found. Craft them? Having learned from his experience synthesizing cold medicine earlier, Zhang Hao was much calmer this time. Ding, congratulations, host, the synthesis failed. You have obtained some medicine residue, skill points plus 0.1, experience points plus 0.1. Despite the failed synthesis, synthesis, Jiang Hao was not discouraged. He discarded the dregs and picked up 2 painkillers again. Soon, a smile appeared on his face, although the system's annotations left him somewhat amused and exasperated. Super painkiller. With this, even the 10 most brutal tortures are nothing. Ignoring the annotations, he extracted the super painkiller and then synthesized the remaining 3 doses as well. After one failure, he obtained a total of 3 super painkillers. The first class in the morning was Yuan Data's math class. The school bell rang, and Yuan Hong walked into the classroom. "Hello, students, please have a seat. Please take out your test papers from the day before yesterday. We'll be going to go over that test paper today." Yuan Hong's voice was a little hoarse today, and he looked unwell. At this point, Yuan Hong explained the reason. I was grading papers until late last night, and I woke up this morning with a bit of a cold, so my voice might not be very loud. Please try to speak softly, otherwise the students in the back won't be able to hear me. Oh, and also, you guys are about to take the college entrance exam, so please take care of yourselves and don't catch a cold like I did. Yuan Hong jokingly reminded everyone. His concern touched Jiang Hao deeply. At that moment, he remembered the super cold medicine he had just synthesized. Should we give him one? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. After all, Yuan Hong had always treated him well, and even though his grades were poor, he never gave up on him. Moreover, a dedicated teacher like Yuan Hong deserves my help. Jiang Hao took out a super cold medicine from the system space and put it into the medicine bottle he had previously used to store medicine. Then he raised his hand. Yuan Hong, who was on the podium, quickly noticed Jiang Hao raising his hand and was somewhat surprised. Jiang Hao didn't sleep today, and even raised his hand voluntarily? He was filled with admiration for Jiang Hao, this prodigy. He always dozed off in class, yet he still managed to get first place in exams. That was something most people couldn't do. "Jiang Hao, is there something you need?" Yuan Hong asked, immediately attracting everyone's attention, who all turned to Jiang Hao, who was standing in the back row with his hand raised. Upon hearing the teacher's voice, Jiang Hao, ignoring the puzzled looks from the crowd, stood up and walked straight to Yuan Hong on the podium with the medicine bottle in his hand. He explained, "Teacher Yuan, this is a cold medicine my mom bought for me when I had a cold last time. It's very effective. Why don't you give it a try?" Yuan Hong was deeply moved upon hearing this, but medicine should not be taken casually. He smiled and thanked him, but politely declined, saying, "Thanks, Jiang Hao, but I have a special constitution. Medicine is basically useless when I have a cold. I need to go to the hospital for an 4 drip. I'll go after class." Yuan Hong was not lying. His physical condition is indeed somewhat unusual. However, Jiang Hao quickly walked up to Yuan Hong and handed him the medicine bottle. "Teacher, please try this. It's quite effective. I took 1 pill and I was cured when I had a cold last time." Yuan Hong hesitated for a moment when he saw the medicine bottle Jiang Hao handed him, but ultimately accepted it. Jiang Hao cared about him so much, he couldn't let him down. As for Jiang Hao's claim that 1 pill could cure him, he didn't take it to heart. "Thank you, Jiang Hao." In fact, not only Yuan Hong was skeptical, but all the students in Class 8 of Senior 3, who usually admired Jiang Hao, were also half believing and half doubting. After all, they had never heard of a cold being cured by a single pill. At this moment, Yuan Hong took the medicine bottle, walked to the teacher's desk, put down the test paper, opened the medicine bottle, and prepared to take a pill to try. He didn't think much of it. After all, Jiang Hao was his student, and he couldn't possibly harm him. But when he opened the bottle and saw the pills, he paused for a moment. "This is it. Jiang Hao, is this medicine really only 1 tablet? Are there no other medications included?" Yuan Hong asked somewhat embarrassedly. "Teacher, this medicine is just 1 pill. 1 pill is enough to cure it." Jiang Hao knew that a single cold medicine pill might arouse suspicion, but this pill of his was not comparable to those ordinary medicines. The effects of this medicine are known only to him. No one else knows them. When the students heard Jiang Hao say this, they looked incredulous and began to whisper among themselves. "1 pill can cure it? That sounds like the kind of medicine those quack doctors use to scam people. TCH, when did academic geniuses become quack doctors? Teacher, you'd better not take it. You can't take medicine randomly." Yuan Hong could hear the discussions below very clearly. At this moment, Lu Xian, who had always resented Jiang Hao's sudden rise to prominence and the fact that he had stolen his spotlight, stood up and directly tried to dissuade him. "Teacher, stop taking it. How could a pill of unknown origin possibly cure your cold?" As he spoke, he turned around and glared at Jiang Hao, his face full of suspicion. "I've never heard of a cold medicine that can cure a cold with just 1 pill." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao retorted without backing down. "You're like a frog in a well. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's a lot you don't know." Jiang Hao's words left Lu Xian speechless for a moment, his face turning bright red. "Alright, thank you for your concern, Lu Xian. Please sit down." Yuan Hong quickly stopped the two from arguing. He looked at the pills in his hand, feeling hesitant. Seeing those 5 large characters on the pill made him even more hesitant. Super cold medicine. This name does indeed have a bit of the Jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry, flavor of a quack doctor. He instead instinctively resisted it. But when he looked up and saw Jiang Hao in the last row, his eyes clear and full of expectation, he found it hard to refuse. In the end, he decided to believe Jiang Hao's words. Just because he was ignorant of such things did not mean they did not exist. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Jiang Hao meant well, and I believe he wouldn't joke about a teacher. Yuan Hong stopped the crowd from talking, put the pill in his mouth, and picked up the water glass next to him to take a sip. It's just a cold pill. If there's a problem, I can just go to the hospital for a checkup after class. After taking the medicine, Yuan Hong picked up the test papers again and continued grading. Alright, let's start going over this test paper now. Jiang Hao was overjoyed to see how much Yuan Hong trusted him. Worried that there might be something wrong with the medicine, he quickly checked with the system again. System, is the super cold medicine really okay? Host, please rest assured, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. However, the system's assurance reminded Jiang Hao of the embarrassment he felt that morning, leaving him speechless. I don't believe you. You old geezer, you're wicked. During this class, Jiang Hao didn't doze off. He kept his eyes glued to Yuan Hong, afraid that something might go wrong. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief, because without anyone noticing, Yuan Hong's voice returned to its usual healthy and clear state, and even his complexion became rosy and normal. However, Yuan Hong, who was diligently explaining the test paper, was completely unaware of this change, nor did anyone else notice it. Yuan Hong finally finished going over the test paper with 10 minutes left before the end of get out of class. Alright, we've finished going over this test paper. Now, look at it. If there's anything you still don't understand, raise your hand, and I'll explain it to you again. After saying that, Yuan Hong picked up his water glass and took a sip. Suddenly, his body stiffened abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. He discovered that his cold had miraculously disappeared. My throat no longer hurts, my voice is no longer hoarse, and that feeling of weakness all over my body has disappeared. This is actually real. At that moment, Yuan Hong's gaze shifted to Jiang Hao in the last row, who was playing with a pen. Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately put down his pen and stood up. The other students also stopped what they were doing and looked at Yuan Hong. However, Yuan Hong's next move shocked everyone. He actually bowed deeply to Jiang Hao in gratitude. Thank you so much, Jiang Hao, for the cold medicine. My cold seems to be really gone. At this moment, everyone finally noticed that Yuan Hong's voice was no longer hoarse, and his face was rosy as if he had just washed his face, showing no signs of a cold. Immediately, they all turned around and looked at Jiang Hao in the back row, their faces full of shock. No way. There really is a cold medicine that can cure a cold so quickly? Really? Judging from Teacher Yuan's current expression, it seems it's true. But this scene was unacceptable to Lu Xian. After all, he had just questioned Jiang Hao's medicine and even advised Yuan Hong not to take it. Who would have thought that in just a short while, Yuan Hong actually recovered after taking the cold medicine he believed to be fake? This was undoubtedly a slap in the face, and his face turned bright red. At this moment, Jiang Hao was surprised that Yuan Hong would thank him in person. He was flattered and quickly responded modestly, Teacher Yuan, you're welcome. It was just a small favor. Besides, your trust in me is already the greatest gratitude you can give me. As he spoke, Jiang Hao glanced at Lu Xian, whose face was grim in the front row, and winked sarcastically. Unlike some people, who are like frogs in a well, they will never understand the principle that there are always people more capable than themselves and that there is always something beyond their understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Lu Xian. Although he knew Jiang Hao was talking about him, he naturally wouldn't want to cause trouble, so he pretended not to hear. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Yuan Hong left the classroom, and Jiang Hao was about to rest his head on his desk when a classmate walked up to him. Zhou Tong, is there something you need? Jiang Hao was slightly puzzled. Zhou Tong was also one of the top students in Class 8 of Senior 3, but he wasn't as exceptional as Jiang Hao. As far as Jiang Hao knew, Zhou Tong came from a well-off family. His father was the vice president of a hospital in Tianhe City, and his mother ran a pharmaceutical factory. He is a true second-generation rich kid. However, Zhou Tong was a low-key person, which left a good impression on Jiang Hao. At this moment, Zhou Tong looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. Jiang Hao, could you sell me one of your cold medicines? I've had a bit of a cold these past few days, and the college entrance exam is coming up soon. I'm worried that the cold will affect my performance. At this moment, fearing that Jiang Hao might be unwilling, Zhou Tong quickly added, don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. How about 100 yuan per pill? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Zhou Tong's rosy complexion and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Should he give it to him or not? He knew that Zhou Tong's family were all doctors, but Zhou Tong had caught a cold at this crucial time. Why didn't his family help him get the medicine? What worried him even more was that if Zhou Tong got the super cold medicine and took it home for his parents to study, what if they actually replicated the drug? Wouldn't he have suffered a huge loss? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao hesitated even more. At this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to notice Jiang Hao's hesitation and immediately raised the price. Jiang Hao, if you think this price is not enough, I can increase it. How about 1,000 10,000 yuan per pill. In just a few seconds, Zhou Tong increased the price tenfold, leaving his friends around him stunned. Has Zhou Tong gone mad? A single cold pill costs 1,000 yuan. Sigh, only poor people wouldn't think of something this expensive. I wonder if Jiang Hao will agree. Everyone stared at Jiang Hao and Zhou Tong, whispers rising and falling. But with Zhou Tong's sudden price increase, Jiang Hao became even more suspicious of Zhou Tong's motives. If only I knew medicine, he thought, and casually asked, System, do you think he really has a cold? Unexpectedly, this casual question led him to discover a new function of the system. Ding, host, this person has no cold virus and is in excellent health. System, you can even diagnose illnesses? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. Ding, host, this system does not have this function, it's just a scanning function, the system replied. Upon learning that Zhou Tong didn't have a cold at all, Jiang Hao immediately understood Zhou Tong must have been eyeing the value of the super cold medicine and wanted to give it to his parents for research. Given that, how could he easily sell the medicine? He looked apologetic and said to Zhou Tong, I'm sorry, my mom only bought 2 pills last time. I already took one, and teacher Yuan just took the last one. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhou Tong's anticipation froze. His classmates were astonished. Why is the top student suddenly so slow? Selling them for 1,000 yuan each. If they run out, you can just buy more. That's a huge sum of money. Looks like even top students have their weaknesses. Is Jiang Hao stupid? Jiang Hao's answer almost made everyone think they had misheard. Zhou Tong realized what was happening, forced a smile, and said, It's okay, Jiang Hao. Why don't you tell me the location of that pharmacy, and I'll go buy a few pills myself at noon. The pharmacy was made up by Jiang Hao. Where would such a pharmacy be? One lie leads to countless others to cover it up. Jiang Hao feigned difficulty. My mother bought this medicine for me, but I don't know where she bought it. Jiang Hao's repeated refusals made Zhou Tong suspicious. Has my purpose been seen through? At this moment, Zhou Tong, who understood the value of the super cold medicine, did not give up easily despite being rejected by Jiang Hao multiple times. Oh, if that's the case, could I ask you for a favor? Before Jiang Hao could agree, he continued, Jiang Hao, could you ask your aunt which pharmacy sells this medicine when you get home tonight, and tell me tomorrow so I can buy a few pills? Jiang Hao's impression of Zhou Tong worsened. Okay, I'll ask her when I get back tonight, but it's been so long, my mom might have forgotten. He pretended to agree, and Zhou Tong quickly thanked him. Then thank you very much. But I still stand by my word. I'm willing to pay 1,000 for 1 pill. However, Jiang Hao didn't show much interest after hearing this. After Zhou Tong left, he pretended to be asleep again, slumped over the table. But that wasn't really the case. This incident made him realize that he had perhaps underestimated the value of the system synthesized drugs. In that case, I should have no problem applying for a medical major after the college entrance examination. And with systematic support, medicine won't be too difficult for me. Once I've laid a solid foundation, I can just pull out super cold medicine, super painkillers, and even super anti-cancer drugs, and everything will fall into place naturally. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao seemed to see a bright future. An ordinary day quickly passed, and the day of the college entrance examination drew ever closer. The next day, Jiang Hao came to school as usual and fell into a deep sleep, slumped over his desk. Just then, he felt someone gently push him. Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao? He opened his eyes and saw Zhou Tong. Seeing that he was awake, Zhou Tong said apologetically, Sorry to bother you, Jiang Hao. Did you ask your aunt for me yesterday? The moment Jiang Hao saw Zhou Tong, he immediately understood the purpose of his visit. He hadn't expected Zhou Tong to be so attached to his super cold medicine. This made Jiang Hao even more certain that Zhou Tong's reason for wanting the medicine was far from simple. However, knowing the truth, Jiang Hao could only disappoint him. Zhou Tong, I'm really sorry. I asked my mom last night, and she can't remember where she bought it either. These words immediately froze Zhou Tong, who had been full of anticipation. What should we do? The college entrance exam is just around the corner. If I don't get better from this cold, it will definitely affect my performance. Zhou Tong feigned anxiety, hoping to gain Jiang Hao's sympathy. Jiang Hao, are you really out of cold medicine? If you do, please help me out for the sake of our friendship. Price is negotiable. Even 10,000 yuan per pill is no problem. Zhou Tong's generosity almost made Jiang Hao agree. The surrounding classmates were all shocked when they heard the terms. 10,000 per pill? Is this some kind of elixir of immortality? Has Zhou Tong gone mad? Everyone was baffled as to why Zhou Tong was so insistent on taking just a cold medicine. Only Jiang Hao understood the truth behind it all. Zhou Tong's persistent pestering gradually wore down Jiang Hao's patience. He frowned at Zhou Tong and finally couldn't help but say, Zhou Tong, stop wasting your energy. Your complexion is rosy, your eyes are bright, and your voice is strong. You don't have any cold symptoms at all. Stop pretending. As for that cold medicine, you don't need to take it, and don't even think about it. Jiang Hao's warning made Zhou Tong panic, but as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put on an innocent look. Jiang Hao, what are you saying? I don't understand. I just want to buy a cold medicine. What are you up to? If you don't want to sell it to me, fine. Why slander me like this? Zhou Tong put on a wronged expression, but Jiang Hao didn't bother arguing with him at all. Alright, you can leave Leave now. You know what I'm saying. Stop pretending. Don't try to act like a virtuous woman while pretending to be innocent. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes as he issued a chilling warning. Zhou Tong's face flushed and paled by the insults. Just as he was about to continue the argument, he saw Jiang Hao's sharp gaze and suddenly remembered Qin Shou. Qin Shou's leg had been broken by Jiang Hao, and when his father went to seek revenge, he was directly defeated. This was practically an open secret in Tianhe City's high society. Although Zhou Tong's family had some influence in Tianhe City, it was far inferior to the Qin family. Thinking of this, under Jiang Hao's icy gaze, Zhou Tong instantly cowered. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave dejectedly. The classmates around him, unaware of what had happened, saw him leave looking disheveled after being scolded by Jiang Hao. Some were confused, while others, having vaguely understood the situation from the conversation, suddenly realized what was going on. What's going on? So that's how it is. Zhou Tong is too insidious. Wow, Jiang Shueba is so awesome. Regardless of what others were saying, Jiang Hao chased away the shameless Zhou Tong and then lay back down on the table, immersing himself in the world of the system. System, open my personal information panel. Grade 2, 71.3/100. Agility, 2.8. After saying that, he turned and left. Spirit, 2.2. Endurance, 0.8. Skills, Chef level 1, 0/10. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0/100. Hacking level 5, 0/1000. Supernatural abilities, danger perception level 2, 0 out of 10. Might level 1, 0 out of 10. Skill points, 68.3. Personal space, enabled. Jiang Hao stared at his personal panel, a thought suddenly striking him. He decided to take this opportunity to level up again. System, upgrade danger perception to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. Danger perception successfully upgraded. Danger perception level 3, 0 out of 100 grants you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect danger in advance and react in time. Agility +4, spirit +2. After his danger perception was upgraded, Jiang Hao felt much more relaxed, and his mind became exceptionally clear, a feeling he found intoxicating. Then, his gaze fell upon the giant strength divine ability on the system panel. Although mighty strength is only at level 1, it takes 10 skill points to upgrade to level 2. Jiang Hao stared at the magnificent strength divine ability, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Level 1 magnificent strength divine ability already allows me to lift 800 Jin, 400 kilograms. I wonder how much of an improvement level 2 will bring? Thinking it over, he immediately issued an order to the system. System, upgrade the great strength divine power to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. The great strength divine power has been successfully upgraded. Might level 2, 0 out of 100 immense power capable of breaking all rules. As the notification sound rang, the strength bar instantly jumped from 8 to 16. Jiang Hao felt his whole body brimming with power, as if he could shatter the air with a single punch. Although he knew it was just an illusion, he couldn't hide his joy as he clenched his fist. The second level great strength divine power has actually doubled my strength, a force of 1,600 pounds. Even the power of boxing champion Mike Tyson is nothing special. I never thought that a small upgrade would allow me to rival the world boxing champion. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think of such a thing, but now it's all a reality. Even surpassing the world boxing champion is only a matter of time. Immersed in the joy of the upgrade, Jiang Hao scanned the remaining skill points and his gaze fell on the divine chef skill in the skill bar. His chef level was a bit low, but he already had an idea. System, upgrade the chef skill to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. Your divine chef skill has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Divine chef level 2, 0 out of 100. A legendary skill honed by the chefs of the gods, dedicated to cooking food for them. They can use all things in heaven and earth as ingredients to create delicacies that even the gods praise. However, the upgraded divine chef skill didn't seem to have any obvious changes, which puzzled Jiang Hao, so he asked, System, what are the specific changes in the level 2 divine chef skill? The system's response left him helpless. Ding. The system has no authority to provide information. Please explore on your own. Left with no other choice, he had to put it aside for the time being. Looking at the brand new system panel, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, but when he saw the last item in the attribute bar, endurance, he couldn't help but frown. System, how do I improve my stamina attribute? Ding. The system is not authorized to provide this information. Please explore on your own. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Since he couldn't get an answer, he decided not to press the matter further. Soon it was noon, and the June sun made the weather exceptionally hot. Jiang Hao lay on the table, fanning himself with a book, feeling like he was about to burst from the heat. Hey Hao, wanna go buy some popsicles? At that moment, the chubby boy at the same table nudged him and asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately tempted. Let's go together. The two ran towards the school store, but a long queue had already formed in front of them. Jiang Hao and Xiao Pang had no choice but to obediently join the back of the line. After about 6 or 7 minutes, it was finally Jiang Hao and Little Fatty's turn. Jiang Hao followed closely behind Little Fatty, who stood at the front of the line. Little Fatty handed the money to the shopkeeper. "Boss, 2 bottles of chilled soda and 2 popsicles, I want chocolate flavor." Then, Little Fatty turned to Jiang Hao and asked, "Brother Hao, what flavor do you want?" "It's on me." Just as Jiang Hao was about to express his gratitude to Xiao Pang, 5 tall men in t-shirts, covered in sweat and looking like they had just finished playing basketball, rushed over from the side. They seemed completely oblivious to the long line, pushing Xiao Pang to the back. 5 bottles of soda and a pack of Honga soda, the tall guy in the lead shouted. Little Fatty hadn't even gotten his popsicle and soda when someone cut in line, making him so angry his face turned red. "Hey, what's this all about? Don't you have any manners?" The students at the back of the line also expressed their dissatisfaction, criticizing, "How can you cut in line? Can't you see everyone is queuing up? Yeah, they're high school students already, and they don't even have any manners. How rude and disgraceful." Everyone was disgusted by the 5 men cutting in line. Just then, the tall man who had cut in line suddenly turned around, looking down at the chubby boy with disdain. "Kid, what's wrong? You're not convinced? I never queue to buy things. Who do you think you are?" The people around him also gathered around, surrounding Little Fatty, their eyes fierce as if they wanted to tear him apart. Little Fatty was immediately frightened, and the other onlookers, seeing this, all shut up, pretending it was none of their business, some even lowering their heads, fearing they would get into trouble. The convenience store owner quickly intervened to mediate. "Gentlemen, please have some soda and don't get angry." The 5 then turned around and accepted the sodas offered by the shopkeeper. Although Jiang Hao was unhappy, he didn't want to cause trouble since they were at school, so he gently tugged at the chubby boy's sleeve and chose not to argue with them. The chubby boy glared at the 5 people, muttering under his breath in frustration, "They have no manners at all." Although the voice was very soft, the 5 people who were about to eat popsicles still heard it. They immediately stopped what they were doing and all looked over. Little Fatty quickly pretended nothing was wrong and looked down at the ground. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the situation in front of him and his heart tightened, knowing that things were not good. Sure enough, the next moment, the 5 people surrounded them again, and the leader reached out and nudged the chubby boy who was pretending not to hear. The chubby boy stumbled and bumped into Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao caught him. "Kid, what did you just say?" Little Fatty was already frightened, so Jiang Hao had no choice but to step in. After all, Little Fatty had just treated him to an ice cream, and even though he didn't get to eat it, he still had to return the favor. Jiang Hao pulled the chubby boy behind him, staring firmly at the group of troublemakers, and fearlessly retorted, "He said you're a bunch of rude trash, so what?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of them became furious and was about to make a move when the other person quickly pulled him back and pointed with his eyes to the camera above the convenience store. The man immediately understood and said with a sneer, "Oh, young man, you're pretty arrogant." The leader strode up to Jiang Hao, staring at him with a sneer, and said, "Kid, you've got guts. How about we go over there and have a chat?" As he spoke, he gestured towards the back playground. Jiang Hao remained unfazed by their threats. He glanced at them, then turned to Little Fatty and said, "Little Fatty, you go back to the classroom first. I'll give these bastards a good talking to about what manners are." Jiang Hao's words shocked the onlookers. "Wow, did I hear that right? Sigh, they really are like children. They get impulsive when they get excited. Impulse is the devil." Everyone understood that action was about to begin. But Jiang Hao's next answer left them speechless. However, none of them thought highly of Jiang Hao, secretly mocking him for being out of his mind. But at this moment, Jiang Hao's words provoked the 5 men to sneer in anger. "Heh, not bad, you've got guts. I hope you'll still be as arrogant then as you are now." At this moment, Little Fatty had already seen through the situation. His face was full of worry, and he was even more annoyed. Why did he have to talk so much? "Brother Hao, don't go. Let's stay here and see what they can do to me." Little Fatty mustered his courage and finally spoke up to dissuade them. "Besides, I should be the one going." Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a bit more approval for Xiao Pang, but that didn't mean he agreed to let Xiao Pang confront those people head-on. Jiang Hao was confident, skilled, and daring. He wasn't afraid of those 5 at all, while Xiao Pang would likely just get bullied. Jiang Hao smiled and patted Xiao Pang on the shoulder. "It's okay, you can go back to the classroom first." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the back playground. The 5 people looked at each other, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. "Ha, looks like we've met a young man with a temper." Just as Little Fatty was about to give chase, 2 of the 5 suddenly blocked his path. The group exchanged a smile, then looked at Little Fatty and said, "Kid, since someone's standing up for you today, we'll let you off the hook for now." After saying that, the tall man in the lead looked at Jiang Hao, who was already walking towards the back playground, and then waved to the 4 people beside him. "Let's go, guys, we should go check on this kid. We can't keep him waiting." Upon hearing this, Little Fatty became extremely anxious. The students queuing at the convenience store nearby started discussing the matter as they watched Jiang Hao and the 5 others leave. "Oh dear, that student was really impulsive. That's right, there are 5 of them. How could he possibly fight them all by himself? I hope he's alright." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, but no one dared to step forward to help. Little Fatty was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. Right, let's go back to the classroom and ask a classmate for help. Thinking of this, little Fatty looked worriedly toward the back playground, gritted his teeth, and, forgetting even the popsicle in his hand, turned and ran toward the teaching building, ready to go back to the classroom to get help. Jiang Hao went to the back playground, found a corner without surveillance cameras, and quietly waited for the 5 people to come. Soon enough, the 5 arrived, each with a mocking smile, and surrounded Jiang Hao. One of them said with a sneer, "Boy, kneel down now, call us grandpa, and beg us, maybe we can let you go." Ha ha, yes, kneel down, and beg us. Several people nearby joined in the laughter, echoing the call. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students, who all stopped to watch. Hey, aren't those the 5 bullies from class 31 of senior high? I heard they even dare to hit teachers. Are they bullying us again? Okay. Sai, who's really unlucky this time, running into these jinxes. Hearing these words, Jiang Hao's eyes were full of mockery, as if he were looking at a few laughable clowns. The leader, seeing Jiang Hao's gaze, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he stared at him like he was a fool, his face turning red with anger. He suddenly reached out and shoved Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao moved with lightning speed, grabbing the man's wrist. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and he immediately exerted all his strength, tightening his grip. With a scream, the students who were still talking suddenly fell silent and looked in the direction from which the sound came. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. Jiang Hao, whom they considered the weaker party, actually gripped the man's wrist firmly, causing the man to scream in pain. Seeing this, the 4 people next to him were immediately enraged and began to throw punches and kicks, preparing to attack Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao remained calm and collected. He grabbed the screaming man and, with a quarter of his strength, shoved him hard. The man was terrified and hurriedly retreated, stumbling and bumping into the 2 men rushing towards him. The 2 men, their faces contorted in pain, were sent flying as if hit by a speeding car. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Hao quickly turned around, raised his leg and kicked hard, striking another person in the stomach. Instantly, the man was sent flying like a rag doll. At that moment, Jiang Hao swiftly changed his attack direction. With the aid of his level 3 danger perception, his fist moved as fast as a blade of wind, appearing instantly in front of the last person who had been about to charge forward. The last man froze in terror, his eyes shut, his body stiff, unable to move. A gust of wind swept past his cheek, and Jiang Hao's fist stopped just centimeters from his face. As the man slowly opened his eyes, preparing to regain his senses, Jiang Hao raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him flying several meters. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao, whom they had initially regarded as the weaker party, would turn the tables like a wolf among sheep, defeating the 5 tyrants with just a few punches and kicks and forcing them to their knees. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. This is amazing. He actually kicked someone 2 or 3 meters away with one kick. Does he know martial arts? The 5 tyrants were just beaten down like that? For a moment, people were stunned and began to discuss the matter. Jiang Hao walked up to the tall man who was leading the group and saw him lying on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face full of pain. Hey, now you know what manners are? The tall man, upon recognizing Jiang Hao, was filled with fear. Just as Jiang Hao was about to reprimand him further, a shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Brother Hao, we're here! Jiang Hao, looking puzzled, had just stood up when he saw little Fatty charging towards him with a group of people, holding a short stick he'd somehow acquired. Seeing it was little Fatty, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Little Fatty, seeing Jiang Hao unharmed, stopped abruptly, looking completely bewildered. His companions, still confused, hurriedly asked, Fatty, which 5 people did you say? Is Master alright? But when they rushed over and saw Jiang Hao, who was calm and unharmed, they all felt a little embarrassed. Leading the group was Lu Biao, the captain of the sports team. Master, are you alright? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and nodded. Lu Biao awkwardly scratched his head and said, Hey, this fat guy said someone's bullying you. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something, turned around and began to question little Fatty. Fatty, are you lying to us? My master is perfectly fine. At this moment, little Fatty pointed to the 5 people behind Jiang Hao, who were lying on the ground clutching their stomachs in agony. Everyone was immediately shocked. Master, they. Lu Biao looked around and stammered. Jiang Hao calmly replied, Aren't these the 5 people who said they didn't know what manners were? I'll teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Lu Biao felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly remembered that time when he was playing basketball, he had actually hesitated and almost started a fight with his coach. Luckily, his friend pulled him back, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Looking at the 5 people lying on the ground behind Jiang Hao, writhing in pain, Lu Biao secretly rejoiced that he had escaped unscathed. Now he admired Jiang Hao even more. He never expected his mentor to not only be academically gifted and a great basketball player, but also such a formidable fighter. At this moment, little Fatty realized what was happening, his face full of apology, and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Brother Hao. When I went to the classroom to ask my classmates for help, that damned class monitor Lucien stopped me. He said he was going to tell the teacher, and I figured the teacher would be here soon. I had no choice but to think of Lu Biao and the others, so I went to ask them for help. Jiang Hao frowned upon hearing this. Seeing this, Lu Biao quickly stepped forward and asked, "Master, do you need my help?" Jiang Hao glanced up at Lu Biao, feeling a slight increase in his approval of him, but he still disdained to lend a hand to that clown Lucien. Jiang Hao smiled and said to Lu Biao, "It's nothing, thank you for today. Let's have a friendly match tomorrow afternoon." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao was overjoyed. "Really, master?" However, he quickly added somewhat sheepishly, Master, actually I wasn't much help today." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Alright, stop dawdling. We need to go now, or we'll be in trouble when the teacher comes." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao immediately understood. Yes, then what about them?" Just then, the chubby boy suddenly interjected with a question. Jiang Hao glanced back and was immediately startled into panic by the 5 men. Seeing their cowardly appearance, Jiang Hao turned around and said, "Let's go, don't worry about them. I know what I'm doing, they're fine, they just need a rest." "Alright, let's go." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he led a group of people back to the classroom. As Jiang Hao left, the 5 bullies, hearing that the teacher was coming soon, struggled to their feet and hurriedly returned to the classroom, supporting each other. Although they weren't afraid of the teacher, they had started the fight. The 5 of them ganged up on one, only to be soundly defeated. The fewer people who knew about this, the better, otherwise how could they maintain their reputation at number 2 middle school? Before long, the crowd on the back playground gradually dispersed. A short while later, Lu Xian arrived at the back playground with several teachers, but Jiang Hao and the others were nowhere to be seen. The homeroom teacher, Xiang Yingtian, and the dean of students looked furious, suspecting that Lu Xian had lied to them. "Lu Xian, you said Jiang Hao and the others were fighting here, where are they?" Lu Xian was also completely bewildered. The fat guy clearly said that Jiang Hao was fighting on the back playground, so how could he have suddenly disappeared without even leaving a trace? Faced with the questioning from the homeroom teacher and the dean of students, Lu Xian panicked. "Teacher, well, maybe they've already finished fighting and dispersed." Several teachers looked at the playground, which showed no signs of a struggle, and their expressions were somewhat grim. At that moment, the head of student affairs spoke up. "Teacher Xiang, go check on the class. Jiang Hao can't be hurt." Xiang Yingtian nodded. "Yes, I know. Jiang Hao probably won't fight with anyone. He's been very shy throughout his 3 years of high school." Lu Xian wanted to argue, but he knew the homeroom teacher had been fooled by Jiang Hao's outward appearance. The embarrassing scene of losing the bet and being forced to bark like a dog by Jiang Hao flashed through his mind, and he felt a sudden ache in his teeth. He couldn't help but wonder, where did Jiang Hao's shyness come from? However, the teachers were still angry, so he didn't dare say anything more. The dean of students glanced at Lu Xian and said coldly, "If someone lies and frames others, then they should be punished so that they understand that school is not a place for backstabbing and intrigue." He then turned and laughed. "Yes, I understand, I will discipline them properly." Xiang Yingtian readily agreed, then turned and glared fiercely at Lu Xian. He hadn't expected his class monitor to be so cunning, actually going to see the dean of students before looking for him. Soon, Xiang Yingtian and Lu Xian arrived at class 8 of the 3rd year of high school. Jiang Hao was sleeping on his desk, Wang Xiaoman was reading, and the other students were either reading or doing exercises, showing no signs of anything unusual. Xiang Yingtian was already used to Jiang Hao's habit of not liking to study and liking to sleep, and couldn't be bothered to care. After all, top students are always a little unusual, aren't they? However, Xiang Yingtian's face was gloomy, and he glared fiercely at Lu Xian. Then he walked into the classroom, came to Jiang Hao's side, and knocked on his desk. Jiang Hao pretended to have just woken up, and when he saw it was the homeroom teacher, he quickly stood up. In fact, he already knew the homeroom teacher would come. "Jiang Hao, where did you go just now?" Xiang Yingtian asked. Jiang Hao looked confused and casually replied, "Teacher, I was just thirsty, so I went to buy a bottle of water. I didn't do anything else." At this moment, Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. Knowing that he would be finished if he didn't say something, he hurriedly shouted, "You're lying. That fatso clearly said that you were fighting with someone on the back playground, and he even went to call his classmates for help." As he spoke, Lu Xian pointed to the chubby classmate next to Jiang Hao. Lu Xian's words instantly annoyed Xiang Yingtian and everyone in class 8 of senior 3. Xiang Yingtian frowned, his disappointment in Lu Xian growing. His face darkened, and he angrily rebuked, "Lu Xian, what's your attitude? Also, who gave you permission to give other people nicknames? As class monitor, you spend all your time tattling, giving classmates nicknames, and never uniting them. Look at you, what are you doing?" Xiang Yingtian practically roared his question. Lu Xian was immediately stunned by the rage and stammered, unable to utter a word. At this moment, Jiang Hao provided another assist. He glanced coldly at Lu Xian as if he were a clown. "Class monitor, can't you use your brain? If I went to fight, how could I have come back so quickly? Besides, if I really went to fight, how come I don't have a single scratch on me?" Jiang Hao's words were brief and powerful, instantly leaving Lu Xian speechless. speechless. The chubby boy also stood up, spouting nonsense with an air of seriousness. Teacher Xiang, I just went to buy ice cream with Zhang Hao. I had no idea about the fight. Xiang Yingtian glanced at Xiao Pang, then turned to the students of Class 8, Grade 12, and asked, just now, did Wang Xiaoman ask you to fight? This question immediately made Wang Xiaoman nervous, while Lu Xian was overjoyed. However, unexpectedly, the students of Class 8, Grade 12, answered in unison. In fact, over the past 3 years, most of the students in Class 8, Grade 12, had long harbored resentment towards Lu Xian, their class monitor. Lu Xian was arrogant and bullied others, using his position as class monitor to do no good for anyone, always only caring about himself. Just now, he not only prevented everyone from helping Jiang Hao but also went to complain to the teacher, which greatly disgusted the students. As students, they hated nothing more than someone who complained to the teacher. Undoubtedly, Lu Xian had already lost the hearts of the entire class, which explained the current situation. Jiang Hao was quite surprised to hear this. Wang Xiaoman was shocked, but also relieved. This result, however, left Lu Xian completely dumbfounded. Seeing the indifferent looks from the other students in Class 8 of Senior 3, Lu Xian panicked. That's not true. That's not true. How could you lie? However, none of his classmates paid him any attention. He turned to look at Xiang Yingtian, who was already furious, his face filled with grievance and fear. Teacher, it's not like that. Please let me explain. But Xiang Yingtian's patience had long been worn down by Lu Xian's repeated attempts. Enough, no more words needed. After speaking, Xiang Yingtian walked up to the podium, bowed solemnly to everyone, and said, I am very sorry that due to my mistake, I failed to recognize and appoint the right people, which has caused a lot of inconvenience to everyone. I apologize to everyone here. Sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Yingtian turned and glanced at the bewildered Lu Xian, and continued, Here, I also have something to announce. That means removing Lu Xian from his position as class monitor. The college entrance examination is just around the corner, so I will not have everyone vote. Instead, I will directly appoint Jiang Hao as the acting class monitor. Does anyone have any objections? Xiang Yingtian's words made Lu Xian's face turn deathly pale. Jiang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. He had never thought about being the class monitor and was about to politely decline when, unexpectedly, the students of Class 8, Grade 12, unanimously supported him and even applauded enthusiastically in celebration. Seeing the trust in everyone's eyes, Jiang Hao ultimately couldn't refuse. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Xiang Yingtian's face. Jiang Hao, since everyone trusts you so much, we'll have to trouble you for the next 10 days or so. The matter ended quickly. Lu Xian was removed from his position as class monitor and was taken away by Xiang Yingtian for some ideological education. Jiang Hao became the temporary class monitor of Class 8 in the 3rd year of high school, and everything returned to normal. Time passed day by day, and Sunday finally arrived. That day, Jiang Hao and his family had a rare day off to rest. In the morning, Jiang's parents, who couldn't stay idle, got up early again to prepare to work at the restaurant. The restaurant was opened by Jiang Hao after considering that his parents couldn't stay idle and for safety reasons. After waking up early as usual, Jiang Hao planned to go to the noodle shop with his parents. Although his parents hoped he would study hard, Jiang Hao knew best that studying was unnecessary for him. Afterwards, Jiang's mother gave Jiang Zixuan a few instructions, and the three of them went out. They soon arrived at Jiang's restaurant. Although there were quite a few people having breakfast that morning, the restaurant had only been open for a few days, and the surrounding customers were not yet familiar with it, so business was a bit slow. Jiang's parents weren't in a hurry. Jiang's mother started preparing the ingredients, while Jiang's father was busy making noodles, and Jiang Hao helped out. However, when Jiang Hao touched the kitchen utensils again, he suddenly remembered his divine chef skill, which he had abandoned after recently leveling up to level 2. Instantly, a surge of eagerness welled up within him. After reaching level 2, this divine chef skill had remained almost unchanged, and the system had allowed him to explore it on his own. Now, this was the perfect opportunity. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao said to his father, who was standing beside him, Dad, let me do it. You can rest for a while. Without refusing, Jiang's father handed the kitchen utensils to Jiang Hao, saying, Okay, you take care of it, I'll go outside and clean the table. He had great confidence in his son's cooking skills. With his father out, Jiang Hao skillfully picked up the kitchen utensils and got to work. Before long, a delicate bowl of noodles was ready, and a unique aroma instantly filled the air, making one's mouth water. Jiang Hao smelled the aroma and felt very satisfied. Just as his gaze fell upon the bowl of noodles, he was surprised to find a line of small words floating on the surface, aroma +5. This left Jiang Hao completely stunned. What's going on? He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, but when he looked at the bowl of noodles again, the words were still clearly visible. Jiang Hao was immediately shocked and couldn't help but wonder, could the food I cook have some kind of attribute? With his heart pounding, he quickly immersed himself in the system and asked anxiously, System, what exactly is going on? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's mechanical voice sounded, Ding, host, there is no need to panic. This is the change brought about by the level 2 divine chef chef skill. A level 2 master chef can give the food the host makes special attributes, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp, finding it unbelievable. It truly is a skill that even the gods admire. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Boss, this smells so tempting. I want this one. It smells so good. Boss, do you have any new dishes? While comforting the customer, Mr. Jiang rushed into the kitchen. Hao, what are you making? It smells so good. Is the bowl of plain noodles I mentioned ready? Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Dad, I didn't make anything else, just this bowl of plain noodles. As he spoke, he handed the bowl of plain noodles in front of him, which had a fragrance +5 rating, to his father. Mr. Jiang was astonished when he saw the bowl of plain noodles his son handed him, which was almost glistening with light. That incredibly enticing aroma had actually come from this bowl of noodles. 2. Elevate a simple bowl of noodles to such a level of artistry, his culinary skills were probably unmatched even by a master chef. What shocked him even more was that it was his own son who had prepared it. For a moment, Mr. Jiang looked at his son with a complicated expression, then revealed a knowing smile. It seems I really am getting old. No matter how mysterious Hao is, he is still my son. Thinking of this, he took the bowl of plain noodles, gave Jiang Hao an encouraging look, and then said, Hao, give me 3 more bowls of this plain noodle soup. After saying that, he happily took the bowl of plain noodles and went outside. Soon after, a series of exclamations of surprise came from outside. Soon, Jiang Hao made 3 more bowls of plain noodles. This time, he paid special attention to the properties of these 3 bowls of noodles. First bowl, spirit +2. Second bowl, strength +1. Third bowl, speed +1. Upon seeing these attributes, Jiang Hao couldn't help but get excited. System, the noodles I make can improve my physical attributes? The system responded, ding. The attributes added to the food made by the host with the level 2 divine chef skill are not permanent and can only be maintained for 1 day. Jiang Hao caught the key point. The level 2 divine chef skill is impressive, but what about level 3 and 4? By then, just by eating the food you make, you could probably become a god. Just as he was immersed in his wonderful dreams for the future, his father's voice came from outside. Hao, is the noodle soup ready? Jiang Hao was jolted awake and quickly composed himself, replying, okay, Dad, I'll take it out right away. To observe the customers' reactions after finishing their noodles, Jiang Hao decided to serve them himself. He presented the 3 bowls of plain noodles to the 3 customers one by one and stood aside to observe quietly. When the 3 guests eagerly took their first bite of noodles, they immediately praised them highly. Wow, this noodle dish is so delicious. The 3 of them quickly devoured the 3 bowls of noodles. At this moment, the guest who had eaten the first bowl suddenly exclaimed in surprise, hey, why do I feel especially energetic today after eating this bowl of noodles? Immediately afterward, the 2 guests who had eaten their second and third bowls of noodles also showed expressions of surprise. Now that you mention it, I feel like I'm full of energy after eating this bowl of noodles. I don't feel that way at all, I just feel lightheaded. At this moment, observing the reactions of the 3 after tasting the special attribute Yangchun noodles, Jiang Hao immediately understood the mystery. Fearing they would continue to press him, he quickly smoothed things over, saying, perhaps it's just your imagination. If you enjoyed my noodles, please feel free to come again. After seeing the 3 off, Jiang Hao threw himself into another round of busy work. Before noon, the ingredients his father had prepared for 2 days were almost used up. During this time, Jiang Hao cooked various dishes with special properties. Some boosted energy, some made the food more fragrant, some increased strength, and some even increased speed. Meanwhile, a longer and longer queue formed outside Zhang's restaurant, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from inside. Jiang Hao had been busy for most of the morning, and, seeing that the ingredients were almost gone, he decided to temporarily close the restaurant. At the same time, he wanted to adjust the prices of the dishes. After all, he was the successor of a master chef, and his food had special properties. A bowl of plain noodles for only 7 yuan was really too cheap. Moreover, business was so booming that he couldn't handle it all by himself. He also planned to add a few new dishes to the menu. After discussing it with his father, they decided to temporarily close the restaurant. Mr. Jiang came out, looked at the crowd still in line, and said apologetically, I'm sorry everyone, we've sold out of ingredients for today. Thank you so much for your support. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone began to wail in pain. Oh no, I've been waiting for so long, how come it's gone? Me too, I haven't had any yet. Left with no other choice, Mr. Jiang could only apologize to each of the disappointed guests, see them off, and then return to the kitchen to pack up. Shortly after the crowd dispersed, a black Land Rover sped up and stopped at the roadside. The door opened, and a young, beautiful woman in her late 20s, dressed in a black uniform, stepped out of the driver's seat, carrying an adorable little girl in the passenger seat. The woman looked around, seemingly searching for something, her gaze quickly settling on Zhang's noodle shop. She took the little girl's hand and walked towards the restaurant. Looking at the deserted Zhang family noodle shop, Xiaoqin was puzzled. She took out her phone, opened a picture, walked over to Zhang's mother who was tidying up outside, and handed it to her, asking, Sister, is the plain noodles in this picture from your Zhang family restaurant? Zhang Ma looked up, a hint of amazement amazement flashing in her eyes. Seeing the picture in Xiaqin's hand, she smiled broadly and said proudly, that's right, and my son even made these plain noodles. However, little sister, you're a bit late. We've already closed for the day. Upon hearing this, Xiaqin immediately became anxious. Sister, it's not even noon yet, why are you closed? Zhang's mother explained with a smile. It's all because my son's cooking is so delicious. I prepared 2 days worth of ingredients, and they were all sold out first thing this morning. After saying this, Xiaqin looked at her pale and listless daughter beside her and felt a pang of heartache. What should we do? Sister, could you please make an exception and have your son make a bowl of plain noodles for my daughter? I'll go buy the ingredients myself if needed. Her daughter had inexplicably developed anorexia, feeling nauseous at the sight of anything. She had consulted numerous doctors and tried countless medications, but nothing helped. She even hired several chefs to cook special meals for her daughter, but to no avail. Then this morning, she stumbled upon a post online praising the delicious noodles at a certain restaurant, complete with photos of long queues. She looked it up and discovered the restaurant wasn't far from her home. Although she didn't have high expectations for this small restaurant, she still brought her daughter there with a try-it-out mentality. Knowing the truth, Zhang's mother's eyes immediately filled with pity when she saw the pale-faced little girl next to Xiaqin. Oh dear, poor child, how could this happen? Okay, I'll go tell my son right away. Little sister, please sit down and wait a moment. Hearing this, Xiaqin's face lit up with joy. Thank you, sister, thank you so much. After arranging for Xiaqin to sit down, Jiang Ma went to the kitchen and told Jiang Hao what had happened. Jiang Hao listened and came out with Jiang Ma. The moment he saw Xiaqin, he was struck by her extraordinary air of nobility. Jiang's mother quickly introduced, sister, this is my son, Jiang Hao. He made that bowl of plain noodles in the photo. Hearing the noise, Xiaqin quickly turned around. After listening to Jiang's mother's introduction, she stared at Jiang Hao's youthful face, feeling both surprised and doubtful. After all, Jiang Hao looked far too young, and she had already given up much hope for this opportunity. Mr. Jiang, hello, my name is Xiaqin. Although she had some doubts, her good upbringing prevented her from forgetting where she was. As she introduced herself, she politely extended her slender hand to Jiang Hao. However, the perceptive Jiang Hao had already noticed the suspicion in Xiaqin's eyes, which greatly diminished his impression of her. He thought to himself he hadn't asked her to come. She had come to him of her own accord. What reason did she have to doubt him? So, he ignored Xiaqin's outstretched hand and instead focused his gaze on the cute little girl beside her. Seeing the little girl's pale face and listless appearance, Jiang Hao's heart tightened slightly, filled with heartache. How could such a lovely child have anorexia? He smiled gently and turned to walk towards the little girl. Jiang Hao's actions made Xiaqin somewhat embarrassed. Although she was a little dissatisfied, she didn't say anything, but simply smiled slightly, withdrew her hand, and eased the atmosphere. Seeing this, Jiang's mother gently scolded this child. Jiang Hao gently touched the little girl's hand and asked softly, little sister, what's your name? The little girl looked up at him and sweetly replied, hello, brother, my name is Xiner. Oh, so your name is Xiner. What would you like to eat, Xiner? How about I make it for you? Xiner obediently shook her head. Xiner doesn't know. Don't you know? Then I'll make you some more delicious food. You can choose whatever you like to eat later. Yes, thank you, brother. Xiner, please sit down first. Your brother will make you something delicious right away. The two chatted freely and without restraint. Jiang Hao stood up, glanced at Xiaqin, and said solemnly, I'm not sure if my cooking can help Xiner, but I will do my best. Why don't you wait with Xiner for a while? After saying that, he went straight to the kitchen. Xiaqin quickly thanked him, but Jiang Hao had already entered the kitchen. Jiang's mother, who was standing next to him, was a little embarrassed and quickly chimed in, this child, sister, don't mind him. Jiang Hao isn't usually like this. With Xiaqin and Xiner by his side, Jiang Hao returned to the kitchen and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he began preparing the ingredients, cooking according to some recipes from the divine chef's skill in his mind. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pots and through the kitchen. Xiaqin, who was sitting outside, smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, wow, it smells so good. The aroma was just as enticing as any of the top chefs she had ever hired. At that moment, Xiner, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly sniffed and turned to Xiaqin, saying, Mommy, Xiner is hungry. Xiaqin paused, as if she had misheard. Xiner repeated in her sweet, soft voice, Mommy, Xiner is hungry. Xiaqin finally heard clearly and was overjoyed. Xiner, are you hungry? It works. It works. Upon hearing this, Xiaqin burst into tears of joy. She immediately stood up, glancing frequently towards the kitchen, appearing somewhat flustered. Jiang Ma, upon hearing this, was both surprised and delighted. It's good that you know you're hungry. It seems this method really works. Xia Meizi, don't worry, I'll go see how Howard's preparations are going. After saying that, Jiang's mother got up and quickly walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, in the kitchen, Jiang Hao looked at the tempting golden yellow side dish on the plate in his hand, his heart filled with surprise, because a line of small words appeared on the dish in front of him, appetizer plus +5. This dish is reddish-brown with a hint of fire and gold, and it's shaped like a lotus flower, so I'll call it Golden Lotus in Fire. Just as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he was about to take the dish out so that Xin could try it first. Zhang's mother happened to walk in. Hao, are you ready? Mom, I just cooked a dish and I want Xin to try it first. Also, please ask Dad to go to the market to buy some vegetables, meat, goji berries, millet, etc. after he leaves Uncle Cheng's house. I'll make something else for Xin later depending on the situation. Okay, take this dish upstairs first. Xin said she's hungry. Zhang's mother urged them on, while simultaneously taking out her phone to call Zhang's father. Jiang Hao carried the Golden Lotus in Fire dish out of the kitchen. The dish was quickly served, and Xia Qin and Xin's eyes were immediately drawn to it. Xia Qin looked at the glistening dish and the pervasive aroma, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Xin, quickly try the food your brother made, is it delicious? Jiang Hao pushed the dishes towards Xin and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Xin took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of egg, and put it in her mouth. Jiang Hao and Xia Qin watched her expectantly. Soon, Xin ate her first egg, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. She then picked up a piece of tomato and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. His dish with special properties was indeed extraordinary. Xia Qin was so happy she cried tears of joy. My Xin has finally started eating. Xin kept eating with her chopsticks, and soon more than half of the side dishes on the plate were gone. Xia Qin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Hao, her face full of gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. Looking at her, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. The hearts of parents are truly selfless. Don't mention it, it's just a small favor. Besides, Xin is so cute, anyone would want to help her. Xin has just regained her appetite, so she can't eat anything too greasy. This Golden Lotus in Fire dish uses a lot of appetizing vegetables. I'm going to cook some porridge for Xin later to warm her stomach first. Xia Qin nodded respectfully to Jiang Hao, her voice trembling with reverence. I will do whatever Mr. Jiang says. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. Soon, his father arrived. Jiang Hao quickly took the ingredients from him and went back into the kitchen to get busy. Before long, a rich aroma filled the kitchen. Before long, with the help of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, plates of brightly colored and gleaming dishes were served. Jiang Hao first served Xin a bowl of porridge, which she devoured with great appetite. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were delighted to see this. Xia Qin stared at the dishes before her. Their color, aroma, and taste far surpassed anything she had ever eaten at a high-end restaurant. Even her daughter, who suffered from anorexia, couldn't resist them. She was utterly astonished. Faced with the delicious food with added benefits prepared by Jiang Hao, Xin seemed to have completely recovered from her illness. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and the others finally felt relieved. Just as Jiang Hao was about to call Jiang Zixuan to come over for dinner, a young man in a suit walked in. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, our shop is closed today. However, the man completely ignored Jiang Hao's reminder, his gaze fixed on the glistening, enticing dish on Xia Qin's table. A flicker of shock and delight crossed his eyes, followed by an arrogant, condescending expression. Kids, where's your chef? Go tell him quickly that Fan Jian, the general manager of Tianfu Tower, is waiting here. Tell him to come out immediately. I'm going to give him a great opportunity. Fan Jian's arrogant demeanor made Jiang Hao frown and feel extremely displeased. Excuse me, sir, we're closed for the day. As for the chef here, that's me. I have no interest in getting involved with this fortune you speak of. Jiang Hao replied bluntly. Fan Jian was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then his gaze fell on Jiang Hao. Seeing his youthful face, his surprise was quickly replaced by sarcasm. Kid, you? Don't be ridiculous. Go and call your head chef out. Tell him that Tianfu Restaurant's general manager, Fan Jian, is waiting for him. He won't be there until he's late. Fan Jian simply couldn't believe that a mere child who hadn't even grown up could make such exquisitely presented and fragrant dishes. Jiang Hao looked at Fan Jian as if he were an idiot. I am the chef of this restaurant. You can believe me if you want, but please leave now. We are closed for the day and will not serve any customers. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian immediately flew into a rage. Oomph, you brat, do you know who I am? Startled by the commotion, Xia Qin and Zhang's parents, who were not far away, also stood up and came over. Fan Jian, seeing Zhang's father in his apron, assumed he was the head chef and pointed to the table where Xia Qin and the others had just sat down, saying, Did you cook that meal? I'm Fan Jian, the general manager of Tianfu Restaurant. Let me tell you, you're in luck today. Tianfu Restaurant is in dire need of a chef. Pack your things and come with me. After saying that, he turned and prepared to leave, proudly announcing the name of Tianfu Tower. Fan Jian thought to himself, Tianfu Tower has a great reputation. Anyone who hears its recruiting will eagerly follow. Mr. Jiang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized, I'm sorry, sir, you may have made a mistake. That meal was prepared by my son. Before Zhang's father finished speaking, Fan Jian, who was about to leave, suddenly froze, quickly turned around, stared at Jiang Hao, and then looked at Zhang's father, his eyes full of suspicion. Let me tell you, I only hired you because because your cooking skills are passable. Don't lie to me. If you want your son to impersonate someone else and pass yourself off as someone else, that won't do," Fan Jian said sternly without any mercy. His words made Mr. Jiang and the others frown, their faces filled with displeasure. At this moment, Xia Qin spoke up. "President Fan, those dishes were indeed prepared by this young man. You've mistaken him for someone else." Fan Jian glanced at her, his eyes filled with amazement, then changed the subject. "Alright, if what this beautiful lady says is true, you'll have to come with me to Tianfu Tower for an assessment. Only if you pass will I believe you, and then you can stay at Tianfu Tower." Faced with Fan Jian's arrogant attitude, Zhang Hao retorted coldly, "Tianfu Tower? What a grand name. With a general manager like you, I think Tianfu Tower is nothing special. Alright, get out of here, you're not welcome here." Fan Jian pointed at Zhang Hao, his face filled with rage. "You little brat, I only gave you a chance because of this beautiful lady, and you dare to curse me." Zhang Hao was furious. He stared at Fan Jian's hand pointing at his face and warned sharply, "Don't point at me like that, get out." Fan Jian was furious. In the past, whenever he mentioned that he was the general manager of Tianfu restaurant, countless people would fawn over him and flatter him. He had never been insulted like this before. "You little beast, you." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hao, enraged, grabbed Fan Jian's fingers and twisted them hard, causing Fan Jian to scream in pain. Zhang's father was startled and quickly grabbed Zhang Hao, saying, Hao, stop, let go." Zhang Hao didn't let go, and with a sudden push, Fan Jian staggered back a few steps as if hit by a train, and fell heavily to the ground. Enraged, Zhang's father pushed Zhang Hao aside and rushed to help Fan Jian up, apologizing profusely. But Fan Jian, blinded by anger, shoved Zhang's father to the ground. "Get out of my way." Fan Jian roared, flipped himself up, bypassed Zhang's father, and headed straight for Zhang Hao, ready to make a move. Seeing this, Zhang's mother was horrified and quickly rushed forward to help Zhang's father who had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Hao roared angrily, "You're asking for it." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hao lunged forward, kicking Fan Jian, who had just rolled over, to the ground, and then forcefully stomped on him. Fan Jian let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. At this moment, Zhang Hao turned around and looked anxiously at his father, who was being helped up by his mother and Xia Qin, and asked anxiously, "Dad, are you alright?" Father Jiang shook his head, his voice filled with anger. "You little beast, let me go. I'm the general manager of Tianfu restaurant. How dare you touch me? Just wait and see, I'll make sure you die." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao stomped down again, followed by another blood-curdling scream. "Zhang Hao, let him go." Father Jiang was shocked and shouted angrily. Zhang Hao reluctantly lifted his foot and released Fan Jian. Fan Jian struggled to his feet, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear, but he still pointed at Zhang Hao with resentment. "You just wait." Zhang Hao couldn't help but take another step forward. Fan Jian was startled and stumbled, turning to rush out the door. Just then, Xia Qin grabbed Zhang Hao and shouted, "Are you the general manager of Tianfu restaurant?" Fan Jian had already rushed out the door, thinking he was safe. Looking at Xia Qin through the glass door, he sneered and said resentfully, "Ha, you only realize it now? Too late. I'll make you beg me on your knees. You just wait." With that, Fan Jian strode away. Fan Jian's threat filled Zhang's parents with worry, but Zhang Hao remained unconcerned. Suddenly, Xia Qin spoke up, No, I'm not afraid of you, we're all fine, but you're about to be in big trouble, because I've recorded everything that just happened. Coincidentally, I know the young lady of Tianfu Tower. I've already sent the recording to her. Let's see if the young lady will do anything about Tianfu Tower's tyrannical behavior outside." Hearing this, Zhang Hao looked at Xia Qin with some surprise. Zhang's parents, however, showed a hint of joy. Outside the door, Xia Qin's words stunned Fan Jian, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly recovered, remembering the status of the young lady of Tianfu Tower. She would never associate with such a barbaric and lowly person. Fan Jian sized Xia Qin up and down, his face full of mockery. You think you know our young lady? How could someone like you, a lowly person, possibly know our young lady?" Xia Qin did not refute, but instead smiled calmly and said, "Wait a moment, the result will be available soon." Xia Qin's composure made Fan Jian's heart tighten. Just as he was about to retort, his phone suddenly rang. Everyone instinctively reached for their phones, their eyes all turning to Fan Jian outside the door. Fan Jian picked up his phone, his hands trembling, his eyes filled with shock, then he instinctively looked at the calm Xia Qin. Xia Qin said with a smile, "Answer the phone, my dear general manager Fan. This should be your young lady calling. Don't ignore it, or she'll get angry." Fan Jian hurriedly answered the phone, immediately adopting a servile demeanor, and said respectfully, "Hello, miss." A cold, domineering, and ruthless female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Fan Jian, given your damage to Tianfu Building's image and your suspected bribery and embezzlement of public funds, the board of directors has decided to dismiss you from your position as general manager of Tianfu Buildings First District. You should have been sent to prison, but considering your past contributions to the company, we have decided to settle this privately. As long as you make up for the embezzled funds, the company will not pursue the matter further. We hope you will complete the procedures as soon as possible." The words had barely left his mouth when the call ended. Fan Jian Xiaoqin's face went blank, turning deathly pale. This is impossible. Just then, Xiaoqin's phone rang. She glanced at Fan Jian, answered the call, and pressed the speakerphone button. Hey, my dear lady, thank you so much for today. The female voice from the previous call came through again, but this time her tone was no longer domineering. Instead, it was gentle and pleasant. My Chiner, I've already kicked him out. I've helped you so much today. How do you plan to repay me? Would you like to repay me with your body? I would never mind. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Hao and his mother, immediately noticing the strange looks they were giving her. Jiang Hao looked at Xiaoqin, thinking to himself, it seems that the relationship between this Xiaoqin and the young lady of Tianfu Tower is far more than just a casual acquaintance. Xiaoqin's face flushed instantly, both embarrassed and annoyed, regretting that she had turned on speakerphone. Xue Zishi, shut up. There are so many people here, she shouted sharply, glancing at Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao, however, remained nonchalant, seemingly not hearing a thing. At this moment, the voice on the other end suddenly changed, reverting to that haughty, domineering, and unquestionable queenly tone. Xiaoqin, I heard someone say that my Tianfu Tower is nothing special? You wait, I'm coming over right now, and I'll see who dares to be so arrogant. Xiaoqin glanced awkwardly at Jiang Hao, only to find that he didn't care at all. She quickly stopped him. Miss, you're so busy, don't come over. That was just something my brother said unintentionally. Please don't take it to heart. After Xiaoqin's persistent persuasion, the queen on the other end finally relented and stopped coming. Xiaoqin hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fan Jian, who had just overheard Xiaoqin's conversation with Xue Zishi, turned deathly pale. He hurriedly opened the door and rushed into the Zhang family restaurant, kneeling at Xiaoqin's feet, tears streaming down his face. Miss Xia, please plead with the eldest young lady for me. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it again. Xiaoqin rolled her eyes and said calmly, you've got the wrong person. You should beg Mr. Jiang for forgiveness. I'll have to make him owe me a favor first before I can help you. She secretly planned to use this incident to make Jiang Hao owe her a favor, thus building a closer relationship for her daughter's subsequent treatment of anorexia. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian glanced up at Jiang Hao, then knelt down in front of him without hesitation, her voice trembling. Mr. Jiang, Grandpa Jiang, I have elderly parents and young children to support. My whole family depends on me. Please treat me like a blade of grass. I beg you to let me go. At this moment, Fan Jian feigned pitifulness, putting on a pathetic act. Jiang Hao completely ignored him, only glancing at the shrewd Xiaoqin, knowing her intentions. But he wasn't willing to owe Xiaoqin a favor for this fool. He stared coldly at Fan Jian and warned, you'd better get lost right now, or I'll call the police. Fan Jian cried his heart out, yet stubbornly refused to let go. Jiang's parents, soft-hearted, couldn't bear to watch and kept glancing at Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao was no pushover and showed no sympathy for this bully. He coldly shouted, get up. Fan Jian continued to feign pitifulness, trying to gain everyone's sympathy, and refused to get up no matter what. Jiang Hao grew impatient, grabbed Fan Jian by the collar, and easily lifted him up like a dead rabbit. Fan Jian immediately looked terrified. To everyone's shock, Jiang Hao grabbed Fan Jian and walked straight out of the restaurant, abandoning him mercilessly on the street. Fan Jian rolled several times from the fall, while Jiang Hao nonchalantly returned to the restaurant. Fan Jian, clutching his aching face, glared at the heartless Jiang Hao with eyes full of resentment, seemingly seeing no hope, before finally turning and leaving. At this moment, inside the Jiang family restaurant, Jiang Hao invited everyone to sit down. Looking at Xaner, who had regained some of her energy, he asked softly, Xaner, do you like the dishes your brother made? Xaner looked up at Jiang Hao and smiled sweetly. Xaner likes it so much. I like it so much. The child couldn't even find a more suitable word to express her delight. Seeing this, everyone smiled. Jiang Hao said with a smile, since Xaner likes your brother's cooking so much, you can come to my house often, and I'll cook for you. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Xaner immediately brightened up and turned to look at Xiaoqin with expectant eyes. Xiaoqin was in a dilemma. Although she also hoped that Xaner would get better soon, she couldn't keep troubling others. Jiang Hao saw her predicament and immediately said, don't make things difficult for yourself. I like Xaner very much, and you helped me today too. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin's eyes immediately filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang, and also my elder brother and sister. After saying that, she quickly took out a bank card and handed it over. Mr. Jiang, here is 1 million. I have no other way to repay you, it's just to express my gratitude. Please accept it. Xiaoqin's words shocked Jiang's parents. Jiang Hao also glanced at her with some surprise. Although he had long sensed that Xiaoqin was no ordinary person, he hadn't expected her to be so generous, casually taking out 1 million. However, even those who love money have principles, and he would never accept the money. Jiang Hao pushed the bank card back and said, I'm willing to help, not for the money, but for Xaner's sake. Besides, I don't lack money. Alright, if you want me to continue cooking delicious meals for Xaner, then take the card back. If you don't want me to cook for Xaner anymore, then leave the card and you can leave. Xiaoqin was a little embarrassed. At this moment, Aunt Zheng quickly took the card and and stuffed it back into Xiaoqin's hand. Sister, keep it safe. Just as Howard said, we will never accept this gift. Xiaoqin was deeply moved. She immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Hao, saying solemnly, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Sunday passed quickly, and Monday morning was Monday again, time for Jiang Hao to go to school. As the days went by, the college entrance exam drew ever closer. Recently, the teachers had started having students practice a lot of questions to train their time management skills. However, for Jiang Hao, no exam was stressful. He was always the first to hand in his paper and leave. Every time the teachers saw Jiang Hao's neat, almost perfect exam paper, their faces would light up with satisfied smiles. Therefore, the teachers basically turned a blind eye to Jiang Hao handing in his paper and leaving early, which was practically tacitly accepted. In the afternoon, as usual, Jiang Hao finished the math test in 20 minutes, handed it in with a flourish, and left amidst the almost adoring gazes of his classmates. With plenty of time to get home after handing in his paper, he thought of his apprentices, Lu Biao and the others. It's still early, why not teach them a few tricks? With that thought, Jiang Hao prepared to dial Lu Biao's number. Just as he was about to dial, his phone rang. It was Lu Biao calling, which surprised Jiang Hao. Is Lu Biao a mind reader? I just thought about teaching them a few tricks, and they already know? Surprised, Jiang Hao answered the phone. However, all he heard was a noisy commotion on the other end, followed by Lu Biao's hurried and aggrieved voice, Master, I've embarrassed you. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Huh? How did you embarrass yourself? Lu Biao slowly explained, Master, here's what happened. In the last citywide high school boys basketball tournament, our number 2 high school came in second place, and number 1 high school came in third. Because number 1 high school never beat us, they've been holding a grudge. This afternoon, Yang Chuanwei, the captain of No. 1 high school sports team, suddenly brought some people to provoke us, saying that our victory over them last time was just luck and that they wanted a rematch. If they won, we would have to give them our second place medal. If we won, they would each buy us a cell phone. We couldn't resist and agreed to the bet. At this point, Lu Biao looked a little embarrassed and continued, actually, we weren't afraid of Yang Chuanwei and his group, but who knew that guy was so cunning and actually brought in outside help? As he spoke, Lu Biao was filled with anger. Jiang Hao listened calmly and asked, and the result? Lu Biao was somewhat embarrassed. The result? Jiang Hao was somewhat exasperated. You guys lost? Lu Biao quickly explained, I haven't lost, Master, I haven't lost yet. Jiang Hao retorted, if you haven't lost yet, why are you calling me? Jiang Hao's words left Lu Biao speechless for a moment. He hesitated for a second, then said weakly, we haven't lost yet, but we're about to lose. Jiang Hao was speechless. At that moment, a mocking voice came from Lu Biao's side. Lu Biao, are you even capable? You've rested enough, haven't you? Are you scared and want to be a coward? Upon hearing this, Lu Biao flew into a rage and cursed, who's afraid? Yang Chuanwei. What the hell are you in such a hurry for? The time isn't up yet. Ha, alright then, I'll wait for you for 2 more minutes. Lu Biao stared at Yang Chuanwei, who had a smiling tiger-like face, wanting nothing more than to slap him. But then he thought of Jiang Hao on the other end of the phone, and his voice immediately became weak, full of pleading. Master. Jiang Hao naturally understood Lu Biao's thoughts, but he was also a little angry at his son's lack of self-control. Alright, stop calling. Where are you? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Lu Biao's eyes, and he quickly replied, Master, we're at field number 2 in the back playground. As Jiang Hao walked towards the back playground, he replied, okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. After saying that, he hung up the phone and hurried towards the back playground. Lu Biao was overjoyed to hear that Jiang Hao was coming. He quickly pushed his way through the crowded people and kept looking out. Just then, not far behind him, number 3 of a group of athletes wearing yellow jerseys and bearing the logo of number 1 middle school spotted him and quickly called out, Lu Biao, you're not going to run away, are you? Knowing Jiang Hao would arrive soon, Lu Biao's confidence soared, completely ignoring Yang Chuanwei's mockery. He turned back, sneered, and revealed a malicious smile. How could that be, Yang Chuanwei? Don't worry, I absolutely won't run away. However, I'm afraid you'll be the ones who can't resist running first. After speaking, he turned and looked into the distance. Seeing Jiang Hao running towards him in a white short-sleeved shirt, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. Lu Biao's unusual behavior made Yang Chuanwei's heart tighten and he felt a little uneasy. However, when he glanced at the calm and composed athlete number 8 sitting next to him, and considering the other person's identity, he immediately smiled in relief and muttered to himself that he had been overthinking things. Soon after, Jiang Hao arrived at the scene, and Lu Biao and his group rushed to greet him, immediately attracting the attention of many people around. Wow, it's Jiang Hao. It really is Jiang Hao. Now there's finally hope. Who is Jiang Hao? Is he famous? You don't recognize Jiang Hao? Are you even from number 2 middle school? Jiang Hao never expected that his reputation would be so great that he would become a household name. Meanwhile, Yang Chuanwei and his companions, who were not far away, looked at Jiang Hao, who was surrounded by Lu Biao and his group, and the reactions of the students from number 2 middle school around them, and were filled with doubt. He turned to his classmates and asked, do you know that person? Who is he? The people next to him glanced at Jiang Hao a few times and shook their heads. We don't know him, we don't know him. One of them them stared at Zhang Hao, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I heard his name is Zhang Hao. He was the top scorer in the last Tianhe City Senior 3 joint examination. He's an exceptionally talented student. I think I heard that he scored 747 points. Yang Chuanwei suddenly understood, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Hao. But when he saw Lu Biao's respectful attitude towards Zhang Hao, he couldn't help but sneer. Has Lu Biao gone mad? Their defeat is already inevitable. What are they trying to do by bringing in a top student? Do they really think a top student can help them turn the tide? Ha ha. Yang Chuanwei's words immediately drew a burst of laughter. On the other side, Zhang Hao glanced at the score, 6-45. Lu Biao and his team only had 6 points, while number 1 middle school was already leading by 45 points. He immediately understood why Lu Biao was so anxious. Continuing to play at this score was basically meaningless. At this moment, Lu Biao pointed to the number 8 athlete in the number 1 middle school team not far away, who was surrounded by number 1 middle school players, and whispered, Master, that number 8 is the foreign aide they invited. Zhang Hao looked in the direction Lu Biao pointed and saw number 8 sitting in the middle of the number 1 middle school team, wearing a tracksuit, tall and burly, with a face full of acne and clearly defined arm muscles, looking like someone not to be trifled with. Lu Biao added, I heard he's from the city's basketball association. We were completely humiliated by him. Master, you must help us get revenge. Hearing this, Zhang Hao stared at number 8, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this number 8, who looked about their age, was actually from the Tianhe City sports team. Lu Biao stared at Zhang Hao, blinking rapidly, putting on a pitiful look, trying to gain Zhang Hao's sympathy. But if this action were performed by a burly man, the scene would be truly an eyesore. Zhang Hao, helpless, simply slapped Lu Biao's face, pushed him away, and walked straight towards the basketball court. Lu Biao, his eyes full of grievance, hurriedly prepared to follow. Just then, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly rang out, Hurry up and talk to the referee, make a substitution. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao immediately looked at Zhang Hao, overjoyed, and hurriedly asked, Master, are you really going to play? Zhang Hao turned around, glared at him, and said, Just go if I tell you to, stop with the nonsense. Lu Biao chuckled, not angry at all, but instead happily ran towards the referee. A moment later, Lu Biao returned, and the referee officially blew the whistle. At this moment, Zhang Hao replaced player number 6 on the number 2 middle school sports team. The whistle blew, and Zhang Hao and Lu Biao went onto the court together. Looking at Zhang Hao standing beside him in his number 6 jersey, Lu Biao felt much more at ease. Lu Biao, we'll stick to the tactics we practiced before. I'll keep an eye on number 8 on the other side, and you each keep an eye on one person, Zhang Hao said. Lu Biao nodded quickly in agreement. Just then, Lu Chuanwei from the opposing number 1 middle school stared at Zhang Hao beside Lu Biao, first showing surprise, then sneering. Lu Biao, have you gone mad? You actually brought in a top student to turn the tide? He sneered, let me tell you, no matter how good a top student is, it's useless. This isn't an exam. Today, even if you bring in a genius, you won't be able to turn the tide. Before Lu Biao could retort, Zhang Hao grabbed him and said calmly, talking big is useless. In the end, it's all about ability. Zhang Hao's words immediately silenced Lu Chuanwei. At this moment, the number 8 player next to Lu Chuanwei also looked surprised, glancing thoughtfully at Zhang Hao, seemingly finding him familiar but unable to recall where he had seen him before. With all the players in place and the referee arriving, the match resumed. The crowd cheered when Zhang Hao entered the arena, but their initial reaction was one of worry. What's going on? Zhang Hao's only just arrived. Can he still catch up? Someone wondered. Yeah, and that number 8 from number 1 middle school is so strong. Can Zhang Hao handle him? At this moment, although Zhang Hao had entered the game, most people still had doubts about whether number 2 middle school could catch up. Zhang Hao kept a close eye on number 8, as number 1 middle school was inbounding the ball. As Yang Chuanwei passed the ball to a teammate, number 8 began to retreat towards the backboard. Seeing this, Zhang Hao did not follow closely, but deliberately created an opening, trying to lure the number 1 middle school player to pass the ball to number 8. Sure enough, the player with the ball saw that no one was near number 8, and immediately spun around and passed the ball to him. Captain, are you alright? Number 8 charged towards the ball, but just then, a dark shadow flashed past. Before number 8 could react, Zhang Hao had already stolen the ball. Zhang Hao dribbled at lightning speed, appearing instantly under the opposite backboard. Using this momentum, he leaped up and delivered a powerful dunk. Thud, thud, thud. With a loud thud, the basketball slammed into the rim and bounced back to the ground. Zhang Hao released the rim and landed steadily. Are you alright? Seeing this, the audience gasped. Wow, he actually dunked. We finally got to see that again today. Wow, a powerful dunk. He can actually do that. Ha, that's one of Zhang Hao's signature moves. Those from number 2 middle school who had seen Zhang Hao play showed pride on their faces, while the audience who hadn't seen him play were shocked. The players from number 1 high school also reacted in surprise. No way, he can dunk. Thunderous applause erupted from the sidelines, while Zhang Hao returned to his team without batting an eye. Lu Biao and the others were all beaming with with joy, their eyes shining with fervor. "Master, you're amazing." "That's right, Master, you're so cool." Hearing these words, Jiang Hao smiled calmly. Calm down, this is just a basic move." Lu Biao and the others looked at Jiang Hao, who was smugly showing off, and were speechless. These are just basic moves? Then the basics are way too advanced. On the other side, Yang Chuanwei realized what was happening and, seeing Lu Biao and the others looking as excited as if they'd been injected with chicken blood, couldn't help but say coldly, "It's just a ball, what's the big deal?" Jiang Hao completely ignored it. On the other side, number 1 middle school served, but the serve went wrong and was intercepted by Lu Biao. Lu Biao dribbled the ball and charged forward, but was surrounded and blocked by several people. At this moment, he turned his attention to Jiang Hao again. However, number 8's close attention to Jiang Hao made Lu Biao somewhat impatient. Just then, he saw Jiang Hao's gesture. Despite number 8's close marking, Lu Biao hesitated for a moment, then suddenly hurled the ball at Jiang Hao. Seeing this, number 8 immediately attacked, trying to steal the ball from Jiang Hao like he did, as revenge for his previous mistake. But he only felt a dark shadow flash by, and the ball was already caught by someone before he could react. By the time number 8 could see clearly, Jiang Hao was already dribbling the ball, advancing with agility several times that of an ordinary person, covering several meters in just a few steps. Number 8 chased after him with all his might, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao was already beyond the three-point line. He paused for a moment, raised the ball, jumped, and shot. The basketball drew a perfect arc, passing through the hoop without any deviation, completing a beautiful three-pointer. At that moment, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the surrounding area. Jiang Hao glanced back at number 8, who had just caught up, said nothing, and turned to leave. Number 8 was furious, feeling that this was a silent mockery of him. As Jiang Hao passed by Yang Chuanwei, he casually remarked, "Actually, being good at academics doesn't mean you can't play basketball well." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei's face flushed red, and he was speechless. The game continued, and number 1 middle school served again. The ball was passed to Yang Chuanwei, who looked at number 8, still pinning his hopes on him. Jiang Hao wasn't closely marking number 8, and Yang Chuanwei passed the ball to number 8 without hesitation. After receiving the ball, number 8 quickly turned around and walked up to him. Number 8 sneered, "Kid, I was just careless for a moment. Now it's my turn to perform." Just as number 8 was about to show off his skills in response to Jiang Hao's taunts, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The next moment, Jiang Hao had disappeared from his sight, dribbling the ball like a whirlwind, rushing towards the basket. Number 8's face flushed red as he roared, "Stop him, stop him." But Lu Biao and his team kept a close eye on their opponents, giving them no chance whatsoever. Jiang Hao stopped a considerable distance from the three-point line, glanced at the basket, and then reached out and shot the ball. With a soft thud, the basketball pierced precisely through the hoop. Jiang Hao turned around, looked at number 8 who had caught up with him, and said with a smile, "Sorry, what did you just say? My hearing isn't good. I didn't hear you clearly." Number 8's face was gloomy as he stared fiercely at Jiang Hao without saying a word, but a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he turned away. However, number 8's repeated mistakes infuriated Yang Chuanwei. "Sun Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Number 8 was already furious, and after being questioned by Yang Chuanwei, he turned around and roared, "Shut up!" After witnessing this scene, Lu Biao couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for number 8. To outsiders, it seemed as if everything was caused by number 8's mistake, but they knew that the truly terrifying one was Jiang Hao. He possesses an amazing physique, with incredible explosiveness and jumping ability, and his shooting accuracy is unparalleled. He has already mastered a variety of dazzling moves. He had long anticipated that number 8 was no match for Jiang Hao. It was another serve from number 1 middle school, but this time Yang Chuanwei and his team were much more cautious. Number 8 nimbly weaved left and right, but Jiang Hao didn't follow closely, because he knew that only if he deliberately relaxed would number 8 have a chance to get the ball, and that would be his opportunity. Sure enough, one of the players from number 8 saw that there was no one around him and immediately passed the ball to him. Number 8 stood outside the three-point line, received the ball, and jumped to shoot without hesitation. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by, and everything went black before number 8's eyes. Immediately afterward, he saw his basketball shot being slammed down by Jiang Hao. Number 8 was utterly shocked. Standing at 1.87 meters tall, he had trained since childhood, so his jumping ability was naturally impressive. Yet, even so, he had been blocked. How could they possibly play like this? Number 8 felt utterly powerless, a wave of despair washing over him. Just then, Jiang Hao dribbled past number 8. Number 8 saw his slightly thin figure, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, and a plan forming in his mind. As the whistle blew, Jiang Hao scored another goal. The ball was served, and number 8 quickly rushed forward to receive it, giving Jiang Hao a subtle glance before charging towards him. At that moment, Jiang Hao had his back to number 8. Number 8 suddenly charged towards him, crashing into him. Jiang Hao's heart tightened, and he immediately turned around, seeing number 8 charging towards him. He chuckled, already guessing number 8's intentions. Jiang Hao didn't dodge. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. In that instant, number 8 was already upon him. His previous previously ferocious face now filled with the smug satisfaction of a successful scheme. However, when he saw the smile on Jiang Hao's face, his heart suddenly tightened and an unease arose within him. Number 8 was sent flying. Sun Zhou felt as if he had crashed into a boulder. As he flew backward, Number 8 stared at the unmoving Jiang Hao, a look of horror in his eyes. This was not the scene he had expected at all. Crack! Number 8 made intimate contact with the ground, accompanied by a faint sound of bones dislocating, followed by a shrill scream. Number 8 misjudged the situation. Although Jiang Hao was thin, the power he possessed was far beyond their reach. At this moment, Number 8 lay on the ground, arms crossed, excruciating pain radiating from his nerves, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Sun Zhou, Sun Zhou. The team members from Number 1 Middle School quickly rushed forward to help Number 8 up. Although Yang Chuanwei was dissatisfied with Sun Zhou's repeated mistakes, the thought of Sun Zhou's background immediately brought worry to his face. Sun Zhou, are you alright? Jiang Hao, what exactly do you mean? Yang Chuanwei turned and walked straight towards Jiang Hao, actually turning the tables and questioning him. Lu Biao, standing next to Jiang Hao, immediately exploded in anger. You bastard, Yang Chuanwei, didn't you see clearly? Who bumped into whom just now? Didn't you see? Lu Biao strode forward and stood beside Jiang Hao, glaring angrily at Yang Chuanwei. His men behind him also stepped forward, staring furiously at Yang Chuanwei. The onlookers pointed and whispered. It was clearly Number 8 who dribbled the ball and charged, and now he's turning around and accusing us. That's right, I really didn't expect the people from Number 1 High School to be such sore losers. The surrounding whispers reached Yang Chuanwei's ears, and he was immediately filled with shame and a lack of confidence. After all, it was indeed Sun Zhou's mistake. His dissatisfaction with Sun Zhou grew, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou, whose arm was dislocated, then at Yang Chuanwei, and said calmly, the truth will be revealed. Now, do you want to continue the competition, or do you want to admit defeat? Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei glanced at Sun Zhou, who was seriously injured, and the dejected members of the first middle school team, then at the aggressive Lu Biao and the others, and felt a surge of resentment. That's it. Yang Chuanwei turned to leave without looking back. Jiang Hao shouted. Yang Chuanwei turned around angrily, pointed at Sun Zhou beside him, and yelled at Jiang Hao, my men are in this state. What more do you want? Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou and asked calmly, you've stopped fighting? What's going on? I'm only giving you two choices, either find someone else to continue the fight, or admit defeat and fulfill your promise. Looking at his teammates who had lost all confidence, Yang Chuanwei thought, what's the point of playing in this situation? Continuing will only make things worse. Su Kuan, give them the money, let's go, he said. Upon hearing this, the substitute player behind him pulled out a wad of cash and, gritting his teeth, handed it to Lu Biao. Lu Biao, all smiles, accepted the money. Yang Chuanwei, his face contorted with anger, turned and helped Sun Zhou away. Just as they were leaving, Sun Zhou abruptly turned back, his gaze as cold as a venomous snake fixed on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sensed danger and, following his instincts, looked over, his eyes meeting Sun Zhou's retreating figure. However, Sun Zhou, already being supported by Yang Chuanwei, quickly disappeared into the crowd. Yang Chuanwei and his group left dejectedly, while Lu Biao and the others were overjoyed. Master, you are amazing. Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou, his brow furrowing slightly, but amidst the cheers of Lu Biao and the others, he quickly dismissed the thought. Sun Zhou was just a minor athlete from the city sports team. He didn't deserve his attention at all. Master, where shall we go to celebrate tonight? I can't believe it. Lu Biao asked excitedly, while the other team members around him looked at Jiang Hao with expectant expressions. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and shook his head. You guys go have fun. I'm not going. My family is waiting for me. Remember to be careful. After saying this, Jiang Hao politely declined Lu Biao's repeated invitations and turned to go home. As usual, Jiang Hao returned home and immediately heard his mother talking to someone as soon as he entered. He wondered if there were guests at home. Curious, he went inside. Hearing the door open, Jiang's mother smiled and said to Xia Qin, Exeiner, and another young woman whose appearance was even more outstanding than Xia Qin's, it must be my son returning. The group looked towards the entrance and, sure enough, saw Jiang Hao entering. Jiang Hao glanced at Xia Qin and Exeiner, understanding something, but when his gaze fell on the woman standing next to Xia Qin, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. If Xia Qin is like an elegant tulip, then this woman, dressed in black stockings and a tight black dress, exuding a fatal allure, is like a mature poppy, making one unable to resist having improper thoughts. At this moment, Exeiner saw Jiang Hao, let go of Xia Qin's hand, and ran over happily. Jiang Hao was awakened, squatted down, opened his arms, and greeted Exeiner with a face full of doting affection. Exeiner, do you miss your brother? Jiang Hao asked softly. No way. Exeiner answered sweetly, clutching her chest, which immediately drew laughter. Xia Qin said shyly, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help again. Jiang Hao nodded slightly in response. At this moment, Jiang's mother pointed at Jiang Hao and said with a face full of pride, Sister Shui, this is my son, Jiang Hao. After introducing Jiang Hao, Jiang's mother prepared to introduce the beautiful, wildly alluring woman standing next to Xia Qin. The girl looked at Jiang Hao with surprise and in her eyes, then introduced herself. Xue Zishi is the not-so-great eldest daughter of the Tianfu Lu family that you mentioned. As Xue Zishi introduced herself, she politely extended her slender hand to Jiang Hao. Her words made the atmosphere awkward for a moment. Xia Qin secretly glared at Xue Zishi and gently nudged her, but Xue Zishi didn't seem to care. Jiang's mother also seemed a little embarrassed and quickly broke the silence, saying to Jiang Hao, How quickly thank Miss Xue. She helped us a lot yesterday. Although Jiang's mother did not say it explicitly, the change in her tone revealed that she was not satisfied with Xue Zishi. However, Jiang Hao merely glanced at Xue Zishi's outstretched hand, then ignored it completely, turning and leaving with Xaner in his arms. Jiang Hao's voice came from the bedroom, light and airy. Just telling the truth. As for gratitude? Not at all. I don't need her help. After saying that, he went into the bedroom. Jiang's mother sighed awkwardly. This child, Miss Xue, please don't take it to heart. Hao is just a bit childish. Xue Zishi shook her head, unconcerned. Her gaze fell on Jiang Hao as he entered the bedroom, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Jiang Hao's disdain only fueled her curiosity. Having grown up surrounded by praise and flattery, she had never encountered such coldness before. At this moment, Xia Qin quickly explained on Jiang Hao's behalf. Zishi, don't mind him, Mr. Jiang has always been like this. Xue Zishi nodded, and everyone sat down. Jiang Hao took off his coat, handed Xaner to Xia Qin, and went into the kitchen. With 3 more people, he would have to cook more food. Just as he was pondering what to do, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. Knock knock knock. Jiang Hao turned around and saw Xue Zishi leaning against the doorway, her eyes filled with keen interest. He pursed his lips, ignored her, and turned back to continue preparing the ingredients. With everything prepared and the oil in the pot at its optimal temperature, Jiang Hao methodically poured the prepared ingredients into the pot one by one. Various seasonings were also added in precise proportions. He held a spoon in one hand and the pot in the other, his movements perfectly coordinated. Xue Zishi, watching from the doorway, grew increasingly astonished. Jiang Hao's fluid and skillful maneuvers were, in her eyes, a true visual feast. Soon, a rich aroma of food wafted over. The fragrance tantalized Xue Zishi's taste buds, making this young lady, who was used to the delicacies of Tianfu restaurant, unable to resist taking a few extra breaths. Soon, a dish was served. Xue Zishi couldn't help but walk into the house. She gazed at the plate of glistening cabbage on the table, interspersed with strips of bright red meat, its aroma rising gently, a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Xue Zishi glanced at Jiang Hao, then stared at the dishes that looked like works of art, and was deeply impressed. From her discerning eye, Jiang Hao's dish looked as good as that of a master chef, not to mention the aroma that filled the air. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, judging by her discerning eye, Jiang Hao's dish was by no means inferior to that of a top chef at Tianfu restaurant. Perhaps only that reclusive grandmaster at Tianfu restaurant could surpass him. Xue Zishi's eyes became complicated, and her mind began to stir. She spoke up, Mr. Jiang, would you be interested in becoming a full-time chef? Jiang Hao thought to himself, although he had considered it, with the system, how could he be content to be just a full-time chef? His life should not be so mundane. Without turning his head, he frankly stated without hesitation, I'm not considering it. Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi showed no disappointment. Instead, a smile bloomed on her face, an annual salary of 5 million. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the queen-like woman with a powerful aura and a deadly allure. A 5 million annual salary was once a dream he dared not hope for, but now, the value of a few stones he picks up at random far exceeds 1 million. Therefore, the 5 million annual salary felt like an insult to him. He was surprised by Xue Zishi's boldness. She offered 5 million right off the bat. She truly lived up to her status as the young lady of Tianfu Tower. Xue Zishi thought that the reward she offered was enough to attract Jiang Hao. She smiled slightly, revealing her stunning beauty. If Mr. Jiang feels it is not enough, we can talk again. She refused to believe she couldn't fool this young man. Jiang Hao glanced at the dish on the table. Above it floated a small piece of text that only he could see. He turned his head, glanced at Xue Zishi indifferently, and said calmly, 5 million is a lot? 5 million is indeed a lot, but it depends on who it's given to. Xue Zishi didn't understand his capabilities. 5 million to hire him as her full-time chef? He was a descendant of a master chef, his dishes far surpassing those of ordinary people. 5 million to make this descendant of a master chef with added advantages work for her? Perhaps, only after she has personally tasted his food will she change her mind. Jiang Hao glanced at Xue Zishi, thinking to himself. Moreover, for him, being a full-time chef was tantamount to insulting the system and himself. Xue Zishi's expression changed slightly. The atmosphere was somewhat different from what she had expected. Smelling the enticing aroma in the air, she asked reluctantly, then, Mr. Jiang, how much do you think would be appropriate? Jiang Hao didn't turn around, his hand trembling as he calmly refused. Thank you for your kindness, but cooking is just one of my hobbies, and I don't want it to become my whole life. After he finished speaking, Xue Zishi was speechless. Such superb culinary skills were merely a minor hobby in his eyes. She didn't know what to say. Indeed, Jiang Hao's youth meant limitless possibilities. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. interrupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. After saying that, she turned and left in disappointment. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao had prepared a table full of dishes. During this time, Jiang Zixuan and her father returned home. After the dishes were served, everyone gathered together to enjoy the mouth-watering delicacies. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang looked at the table full of delicious food with pride on their faces. Jiang Zixuan stared at Jiang Hao, her shock followed by confusion. She found it increasingly difficult to understand this mysterious older brother. Xiaqin and Xiner, though somewhat prepared, were still pleasantly surprised by the table full of delicious food. Xue Zixi was equally shocked, but her gaze towards Jiang Hao held a hint of regret. The moment the dishes entered their mouths, a blissful, ethereal feeling washed over them, as if they were tasting celestial delicacies. Soon, the group devoured the entire table of food in a whirlwind. After eating Jiang Hao's cooking, everyone felt energized and refreshed. At first, they thought it was just their imagination. Xue Zixi had been busy all day, her body aching and exhausted, and she had originally planned to go home and rest. However, upon learning that Xia Qin was going to see Jiang Hao, she followed out of curiosity. Jiang Hao's cooking skills certainly didn't disappoint her, but what surprised her even more was that after eating his food, her fatigue vanished, and she felt unusually energetic and full of vitality. She couldn't help but ask Xia Qin beside her, Sister Qin, don't you feel much better after eating? Xia Qin was surprised to hear this and said, Zixi, you feel the same way? Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Zixuan, her mother, her father, and Xan all chimed in, me too. Me too. All eyes turned to Jiang Hao, but he calmly smiled and said, it's just a little trick. Eating my cooking can not only relieve fatigue, nourish the spirit, and enhance physical strength, but also stimulate the appetite and even prolong life. Jiang Hao said casually, but his words caused Xue Zixi, Xia Qin, Jiang's parents, Jiang Zixuan, and others to gasp in astonishment. Food can have such effects? Is this some kind of medicinal cuisine? It's important to know that only a master chef can create medicinal cuisine with such effects. And master chefs are extremely rare. There are only 4 known to exist in China. Xue Zixi family's Tianfu restaurant has a master chef, but even she rarely sees that master, who only appears at extremely important banquets. Moreover, each master chef is over 50 or 60 years old, while Jiang Hao is not even 20. Thinking of this, Xue Zixi's eyes burned even brighter, and countless ideas flooded her mind. Without hesitation, she said, Mr. Jiang, I am willing to offer 50 million to invite you to join Tianfu restaurant. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Xue Zixi, filled with shock. She, however, remained completely unaffected. Only she truly understood the value of this meal. She had once had the privilege of tasting the medicinal cuisine of the old master of Tianfu Tower, and even felt that the old master was slightly inferior. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Hao, awaiting his response. Jiang's father and the others looked at Jiang Hao excitedly, awaiting his decision. However, Xue Zixi's invitation did not move Jiang Hao in the slightest. His expression remained calm, having already anticipated her reaction. 50 million might be extremely tempting to others, but it was insignificant to him. Thank you for your appreciation, Miss Xue, but I'm not interested. I'm sorry, Jiang Hao said curtly. This refusal shocked Jiang's parents, but they did not interfere and respected Jiang Hao's choice. Jiang Zixuan's eyes widened in disbelief that her brother had rejected such a high reward. Xia Qin, after her initial shock, finally realized, Mr. Jiang can reject even 50 million without hesitation. No wonder he looked down on my 1 million reward. Even more shockingly, the next moment, Xue Zixi stood up solemnly with a serious expression and bowed deeply to Jiang Hao in apology. I'm sorry, Master Jiang, I was presumptuous. Consider the 50 million from earlier as an apology for Zixi's offense against Master Jiang. Zixi is willing to offer another 100 million for 1 year, as well as 3% of Tianfu Tower's shares, to earnestly request Master Jiang to join us. We will never disturb Master Jiang unless it is a major matter. Xue Zixi's words were like a bombshell, and the proposed compensation was even more astonishing. She offered a staggering 10 million for the apology alone, not to mention a 100 million annual salary. Even 3% of Tianfu Restaurant's shares, converted to cash, would be an astronomical figure. In fact, to invite the young culinary master Jiang Hao to join, Xue Zixi had already offered the same compensation as the veteran master of Tianfu Restaurant. Moreover, Jiang Hao hadn't yet made any real contributions, so Xue Zixi's bold increase in compensation was a huge risk. But if they could truly invite this young culinary genius, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to Tianfu Restaurant. Xue Zixi's words instantly shocked everyone present. At this moment, Xia Qin thought Xue Zixi had gone mad and hurriedly tugged at her clothes, but Xue Zixi ignored her completely. Even Jiang Hao was shocked and looked at Xue Zixi in surprise. Jiang Zixuan, however, caught the key point and hurriedly asked in surprise, Sister Xue, why do you call my brother Master Jiang? Upon hearing this, the others realized what was happening and all turned their gazes to Xue Zixi. She seemed slightly surprised, glancing at everyone, hesitant to speak. Only when she saw Jiang Hao remain remained calm and made no attempt to stop her. Did Xue Zishi decide to explain the meaning of Grandmaster? After a moment, she finally explained the significance of the term Grandmaster to everyone. At this moment, everyone stared at Jiang Hao with strange looks. Jiang Hao finally understood the true meaning of Grandmaster. However, he wasn't a true Grandmaster, but rather possessed abilities comparable to a culinary Grandmaster through his divine chef skill. This once again made him appreciate the power of the system. Keep in mind, his current divine chef skill was only level 2. If level 2 was equivalent to a culinary Grandmaster, how strong would levels 3 and 4 be? Hao, when did you become a Grandmaster? And Jiang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hao remained expressionless and replied calmly, the food will be ready as you cook it. It's not a big deal. I didn't tell you that. These words left everyone speechless for a moment. Becoming a master chef just by cooking? There are so many chefs in China. Why are only 4 recognized as masters? Becoming a master isn't a big deal? Then what exactly is a big deal? If Jiang Hao's words were to get out, he would likely be attacked. Facing Xue Zishi's expectant gaze, he pondered repeatedly, already sensing her sincerity. While he could easily obtain such a reward by synthesizing a few rare jadeite pieces using the system, he had already decided that he would never easily use these precious resources before his foundation was strong enough. After all, a small amount would be fine, but using too much would definitely attract unwanted attention. Although he wasn't afraid of being watched, he was afraid of trouble. Moreover, accepting Tianfu Tower's invitation would also bring him considerable benefits. So, Jiang Hao stared at Xue Zishi and asked, you said it's not a big deal, but you don't mean some nouveau riche or a young master from some family will just show up and ask me to take action? Jiang Hao's words filled Xue Zishi with joy. It seemed there really was hope. She quickly replied, no, a grandmaster must never be humiliated. Zishi understands. Then, with a hopeful yet hesitant expression, she asked, Master Jiang, does this mean I agree? All eyes turned to Jiang Hao, awaiting his decision. While Jiang's parents hoped he would accept, they would support his choice if he refused. Jiang Zishuan, looking at her brother who was both familiar and unfamiliar, suddenly felt a pang of inferiority, a feeling she had never experienced before. She had always been the object of envy and admiration. Xia Qin, on the other hand, had mixed feelings. She wanted Jiang Hao to agree, but she also feared that if he did, he would reduce his care for Xinr, which became her biggest worry. Jiang Hao's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Xue Zishi's delicate face. I can join Tianfu Tower, but unless it's something important, don't disturb my life easily. Even if it's something important, you must make an appointment in advance. Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi was so excited she almost jumped up. Master Jiang, please rest assured, we will definitely do it. I'll draft the contract right away. Let's sign it quickly. After saying that, Xue Zishi quickly stood up and prepared to draft the contract. Beside them, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang's faces were full of joy. In her excitement, Mrs. Jiang suddenly realized it was getting late and quickly pulled Xue Zishi aside, saying, Miss Xue, don't rush, it's so late, let's talk about it tomorrow. Xue Zishi glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, quite late indeed. She glanced at Jiang Hao somewhat apologetically. At this moment, Jiang Hao also spoke up. Tomorrow, just prepare the things and have someone deliver them. Xue Zishi quickly agreed. Okay, I'll definitely deliver it myself tomorrow. Just then, Xinr's childish voice suddenly rang out beside Jiang Hao. Brother, don't you want Xinr anymore? Jiang Hao turned to look at Xinr's big, round eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Xia Qin looked at him nervously and hurriedly said, how could that be? Xinr is so cute. How could your brother bear to leave you? Xia Qin's words finally put her mind at ease. Jiang Zishuan looked at Jiang Hao's doting expression towards Xinr and felt a pang of jealousy. She was his own sister. She pursed her lips, turned around, and said, Mom and Dad, Sister Xia, Sister Xue, I'm full. I'm going to do my homework. Then she walked towards her bedroom. Seeing this, Aunt Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. That brat is really jealous of Xinr. Jiang Ma's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. At night, Xue Zishi stood atop a 100-meter-high building, overlooking the brightly lit Tianhe city, and thought to herself, now that Tianfu Tower has the addition of the young Grandmaster Jiang Hao, coupled with strong publicity, Tianfu Tower will surely reach new heights. She gripped her phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and Xue Zishi decisively gave the order. 9 times, spread the word that Tianfu Restaurant has a very young culinary master. Yes, miss, came the reply without hesitation from the other end of the phone. Xue Zishi instructed, remember, this information must be leaked seemingly unintentionally. After hanging up the phone, she smiled slightly. With a young grandmaster like Jiang Hao joining us, let's see who dares to say a word. The news quickly spread throughout Tianhe City's high society, and all the bigwigs knew that Tianfu Restaurant had gained a new young culinary master. Meanwhile, in a luxurious manner on the outskirts of Tianhe City, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression strode quickly into the main hall. After informing the servants, an elderly man with a white beard appeared, accompanied by several young men. His appearance immediately exuded a powerful aura befitting someone who had long held a high position. The middle-aged man said urgently, Master Master Wu, the situation is dire. Master Wu casually sat down in the armchair, his gaze falling on the middle-aged man, and said calmly, Second Master Shui, please sit down. What is it that has made you so flustered? Without any pretense, Second Master Shui sat down and anxiously said, Master Wu, the situation is extremely critical. Today I received news from the underworld that my precious niece, Shui Zishi, has found a culinary master from somewhere, and this master is very young, not even 30 years old. The situation is extremely unfavorable for us now, Master Shui said anxiously. Master Wu's previously composed expression instantly turned to surprise, and he abruptly stood up. What? A master who was not even 30 years old? As a grandmaster of culinary arts, he knew all too well how hard-won that title was. He himself had earned it at the age of 55, and now someone had broken through to the grandmaster level before the age of 30. This news shocked him greatly. What's more, this young grandmaster of culinary arts had a conflict of interest with him, which was undoubtedly bad news for him. Although he was also a grandmaster, everyone could see that the two had vastly different potentials. Could someone really reach the grandmaster level before the age of 30? Grandmaster Wu was filled with doubt. He stared at Master Shui and asked, Master Shui, is this news reliable? Master Shui responded seriously, Master Wu, the information is absolutely true. This is intelligence from my informant who was planted next to my niece. Upon hearing this, Master Wu's expression turned solemn. He remained silent for a long time, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. In that case, we have no choice but to strike first while his foundation is still unstable. I intend to settle this with my culinary skills and completely defeat this young genius master. A ruthless glint flashed across Master Wu's face. To be able to advance to the level of a culinary master before the age of 30 is an extremely rare talent. We absolutely cannot sit idly by and watch him grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Master Shui was immediately shocked. Master Wu, you actually decided to compete in cooking with that young master you've never met before? Although Master Shui was shocked, he also hesitated. A culinary duel was an extreme way for chefs to resolve disputes. Two chefs would only resort to a culinary duel to settle irreconcilable conflicts. Each would prepare a dish, which would then be tasted and voted on by the public. The chef with the most votes would win. For a chef, the price of losing a culinary duel was extremely cruel. The loser would have to lay down their knife and never be allowed to use their culinary skills again. Master Wu seemed to sense Master Shui's concerns and said casually, Master Shui, do you not trust this old man? Master Shui was startled and quickly retorted, how could that be? Absolutely not. I have complete faith in Master Wu's abilities. Master Shui's compliments put Master Wu in a good mood. The two exchanged a smile and then burst into laughter. The next afternoon, Shui Zishi arrived at Jiang Hao's house early, waiting for him to come home. Soon after, Jiang Hao returned home from school. Master Jiang, there's 150 million in this bank card, please accept it. Shui Zishi took out a black gold card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Hao. Then, she took out a purple membership card, its surface inlaid with diamonds. This is our Tianfu Tower's highest level VIP membership card. It's a small token of our appreciation. We hope Master Jiang will accept it. Then, Shui Zishi handed over a stack of contracts, presenting them with both hands. These are the contracts I drafted this morning, which include the transfer of 3% of Tianfu Tower's shares. Please take a look, Master Jiang. If there are no objections, please sign here, she said, pointing to the last page of the contract. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. He glanced at Shui Zishi carefully before taking the contract. As for the two cards, he wasn't in a hurry to accept them. He carefully reviewed the contract terms, making sure there were no hidden unfair clauses, before picking up the pen and signing his name. To understand the legal provisions in the contract, Jiang Hao had specifically brushed up on his legal knowledge. Fortunately, Shui Zishi hadn't set any traps, otherwise he would never have let her succeed so easily. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Master Jiang. Shui Zishi accepted the signed contract, smiled, and extended a friendly hand to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at her and gently squeezed her soft little hand. It's a pleasure working with you. Time passed slowly, and finally it was the morning of June 8th. After breakfast, Jiang Hao picked up his exam materials and admission ticket, preparing to head to the exam hall. At that moment, John's mother put down what she was holding and hurriedly started looking for clothes. Howard, wait for me to get dressed, then I'll go with you, she said. Jiang Hao quickly pulled his mother back. Mom, don't make a fuss. Don't you trust your son? Aunt Jiang rolled her eyes. How could I trust you? You became a master chef without making a sound, and you even became a little hero who saves people when you go out. She nagged at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed, not expecting his mother to know so much bad news about him. Mom, stop nagging me. Just listen to me today, don't go. Your presence will actually hinder my performance. After Jiang Hao's repeated persuasion, his mother finally agreed not to go with him. But soon after they left, seeing many candidates being accompanied by their parents to the examination hall, Jiang's mother finally couldn't resist. No, I have to go check it out. Since Howard won't let me accompany him, I'll just watch him from a distance. That'll put my mind at ease. Parents' hearts are truly full of love and worry for their children. However, Jiang Hao was completely unaware of this. He entered the examination room and sat in the third row closest to the door. After the invigilator entered and briefly explained the examination rules, the examination officially began. The first exam was Chinese. Jiang Hao glanced at the paper and then picked up his pen to begin answering the questions. Unlike his classmates who looked anxious and scratching their heads, Jiang Hao started writing as soon as he picked up his pen. His handwriting was vigorous and flowing, his strokes steady and his characters neat and upright, leaping off the page. He had prepared very thoroughly for the college entrance exam. Jiang Hao focused on answering the questions, and time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had gone by, and he finally finished the essay. After checking it several times and finding no obvious problems, he became somewhat bored. His unusual behavior immediately caught the proctor's attention. The proctor stared at Jiang Hao, brows furrowed, eyes fixed intently. When he discovered Jiang Hao was asleep at his desk, he looked completely bewildered. The proctor quickly walked to his side and gently tapped the desk. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Hao looked up in surprise, staring at the teacher with a puzzled expression. The proctor leaned closer and whispered a reminder. Answer the questions carefully, there's still plenty of time. Hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't say anything, sat up, and opened the answer sheet. Seeing the densely written, meticulously written characters, the proctor was stunned. This is finished? He glanced at his watch. There were only 40 minutes left before the exam started. 40 minutes to finish an entire set of college entrance exam questions in Chinese? And the writing was so meticulous and neat, it didn't look like he was just rushing through it. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall his own arduous struggle during his own college entrance exam, and immediately cast a complicated look at Jiang Hao. Am I outdated, or am I getting old? When did students become so capable? Seeing this, the proctor turned and left, but from then until the end of the Chinese exam, his strange gaze kept sweeping over Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was utterly speechless. If it weren't for the fact that the college entrance exam didn't allow early submission, he would have already handed in his paper and left. Soon, the bell rang, ending the exam time, and many students looked disappointed. After handing in his paper, Jiang Hao rushed out of the classroom at an astonishing speed. When he rushed to the school gate first, the other students gradually emerged from the examination hall. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped out of the school gate, several reporters with microphones swarmed around him. Are you a student taking the college entrance examination this year? How difficult was the Chinese language section of this year's college entrance examination? What score do you expect to get? Jiang Hao nodded calmly and replied, the Chinese exam was very easy this time. I finished it in 30 minutes. I estimate my score will be over 145 points, maybe even a perfect score. His answer had barely left his lips when everyone around him froze. Was this year's question really that easy? Everyone snapped out of their daze, their eyes filled with doubt. Could it be that we've encountered a top student? Upon realizing this, the reporters' eyes lit up immediately, and they rushed to hand over their microphones. Which high school are you a student at? How are your grades usually? After a long while, Jiang Hao finally managed to break free from the frenzied reporters. Facing the regretful gazes of the reporters, he was still shaken and ran home without looking back. Those reporters were just too crazy. He didn't notice that under a tree in the shadows, Aunt Jiang was looking at him with a proud expression. Soon, most of the students poured out of the school gate. But unlike Jiang Hao, these students all had regrets, remorse, and resentment written on their faces. Seeing this, the reporters keenly sensed a news story and rushed forward to conduct interviews. How difficult were the Chinese language questions in this year's college entrance examination? Difficult? Of course it's difficult. I haven't even finished my essay. Sigh, me too. I feel like this year's exam might be the hardest in the last 10 years. My God, it looks like I'm completely out of luck with Jiaotong University this year. Amidst the groans of the test takers, the reporters were utterly bewildered. Didn't the first student who came out just say the questions were very easy? They even bluntly stated that the Chinese score would definitely not be lower than 145. The atmosphere feels a bit strange. Just as they were wondering if they had encountered a low-achieving student, they randomly asked a few more students who had just come out of the school gate. They summarized the answers of the next few students. In short, it was one word, difficult. 3 words, extremely difficult. This suddenly reminded them of Jiang Hao's calm and composed answer, and 2 guesses immediately popped into their minds. First, Jiang Hao is a genius. Second, Jiang Hao is a psychopath, or even a madman. In the afternoon, the math exam began. Jiang Hao was, as always, the first to rush out of the school gate, and the reporters were stunned when they saw him. They had a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After a slight pause, they reacted and quickly rushed forward. How was the math section of this year's college entrance exam? Was the question difficult? How many points do you estimate you can get? Jiang Hao hadn't expected to be surrounded by this group of people again. Looking at their eager eyes, he couldn't help but recall the fear he felt that morning when they surrounded him. Just as he was about to run away, he found himself surrounded by people with nowhere to go. Left with no other option, expression. He could only answer the reporter's question. It's not difficult. It's very simple. I finished in 25 minutes. Absolutely no surprises. Perfect score. Jiang Hao's words immediately shocked the reporters once again. Taking advantage of that moment, he quickly slipped out of the encirclement and made his escape. The next morning, the science exam began. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Hao finished the entire paper in less than 30 minutes and waited quietly for the bell to ring. This time, to avoid being mobbed by eager reporters, he deliberately didn't rush out first. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that reporters from several different organizations had already made bets on whether he would be the first to rush out of the school gate. I bet that Show-Off will be the first one to come out this time. I think so too. No, we've cornered him twice. This time I guess he'll blend into the crowd. As the bell rang, students handed in their papers and left the examination hall. Outside, reporters were already eagerly waiting, their eyes glued to the crowd, searching for something. Jiang Hao mingled in the crowd, and as soon as he stepped outside, he saw these frantic reporters looking around as if searching for something. Suddenly, his heart tightened, and he gave a look as if he had seen a ghost. Are they looking for me? Thinking about it, Jiang Hao felt it was highly likely. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. He quickly pulled up the hood of his clothes, preparing to slip away quietly. However, just as he stepped out of the school gate, he was spotted by a young female reporter who had been searching for Jiang Hao. Come quick, he's here. As soon as the female reporter shouted, the other reporters swarmed around like sharks smelling fish. Jiang Hao froze, inwardly cursing. This is bad. Sure enough, he was surrounded again in the next second. Jiang, how difficult is the combined science exam? Jiang, how many points would you expect to get on the combined science exam? It will only take about 20 or 30 minutes. No surprises, perfect score. Surrounded by a group of eager reporters, Jiang Hao quickly succumbed and fled in a sorry state. Before he knew it, the last exam of the afternoon, the English exam, began. Jiang Hao, as always, finished easily within 30 minutes. His classmates, seeing him once again appearing listless, cast a variety of complex glances at him. Has this guy really given up on treatment? He finished early again? Just trying to attract attention. The gazes directed at Jiang Hao were filled with pity, doubt, and disdain. The proctor also had a strong impression of Jiang Hao. After careful observation, finding no wrongdoing, he ignored him. Just as Jiang Hao was about to rest his head on the table, the chair he was sitting on suddenly wobbled. He looked down in surprise and saw that a candidate in the row behind him was kicking his chair. Jiang Hao glanced back discreetly and found that the person was actually winking at him. Judging from that person's actions, he was actually planning to copy his answer sheet. He even tried to get Jiang Hao to move to the left, then to the right, so he could copy the answers. Jiang Hao understood and shifted slightly. Su Tianlong, sitting in the back, saw this and secretly rejoiced. Looks like this guy's pretty smart. However, the next second, Su Tianlong's face immediately turned ugly. Jiang Hao actually pulled his chair forward, lying face down on the answer sheet, completely blocking his view. After all, this was the college entrance examination, and cheating was a criminal offense. Jiang Hao had nothing to do with him and would never risk his life for him. Jiang Hao didn't want to cause trouble either, so he had no choice but to tolerate it. But some people actually mistook Jiang Hao's leniency for weakness and became even more unscrupulous. At this moment, Su Tianlong's face was gloomy, and he kept kicking Jiang Hao's stool, deliberately harassing him. This infuriated Jiang Hao. In Tianhe City in June, mosquitoes were particularly numerous. One mosquito smelled Jiang Hao's blood and quietly landed on the back of his hand. Just as it was about to feast, a crisp sound suddenly rang out in the classroom. The rustling of writing and the turning of test papers stopped abruptly, startling everyone. The proctor frowned and walked over to Jiang Hao. Everyone else, answer the questions properly. He came to Jiang Hao's side and asked, "What's wrong with you?" These words startled Su Tianlong, who was standing behind Jiang Hao. He thought Jiang Hao was going to expose him and felt uneasy. Jiang Hao quickly changed his mind, glanced at his teacher with a hint of apology, and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. Just now, a mosquito kept bothering me, so I swatted it dead." The proctor shook his head helplessly after hearing this. "Alright, answer the questions properly, and pay attention next time." Jiang Hao nodded and replied, "Yes, yes." Hearing this, Su Tianlong gritted his teeth in anger. Wasn't this a blatant warning? The meaning was crystal clear. When have I, Su Tianlong, ever been warned at Tenhan number 4 middle school? He grew angrier the more he thought about it. Not only did the other guy refuse to let him copy the answers, but he dared to warn him. After the exam, he'd definitely have to set this guy's bones, i.e., correct his ways. But for now, he needed to make Jiang Hao suffer first. Since he himself wouldn't get into a good university and was completely clueless about English, if he was having a hard time, he wouldn't let Jiang Hao have an easy time either. Filled with resentment, Su Tianlong glared fiercely at Jiang Hao. After the proctor left, he started kicking Jiang Hao's chair again, relentlessly. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was staring at the dead mosquito on the back of his hand, grinning foolishly. If anyone else saw him, they'd probably think he was an idiot. At that moment, a voice rang in Jiang Hao's mind. "Ding, the system has detected a dead mosquito." mosquito. Decompose it? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully decomposing a mosquito and obtaining the skill Insect Control Technique 0.9 skill points and 0.9 experience points. Insect Control Level 1, 0/1 can control and command thousands of insects. Decomposition complete. Merge. Jiang Hao's interest in the insect control technique surged as he read the skill description, and he chose to fuse with it without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, followed by no other sensations. Out of curiosity, he tried activating the insect control technique. As an invisible and imperceptible fluctuation emanated from Jiang Hao, 10 mosquitoes appeared on his exam paper in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hao stared at them in astonishment, feeling a strange sense of familiarity emanating from these little creatures. A strange thought surfaced in his mind: could I really control these 10 mosquitoes? Just then, that jerk in the back row started kicking his chair again. Jiang Hao had a sudden thought and silently gave a command to the 10 mosquitoes. The next moment, the mosquitoes seemed to understand his command, flying up from in front of him and heading towards the back row. Su Tianlong continued kicking Jiang Hao's bench. Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't move, he assumed he was scared and became smug. Suddenly, he felt a needle prick on his cheek, followed by similar pricks on his hands, arms, and thighs. When he looked closely at the stinging sensation on the back of his hand, he immediately discovered a mosquito sticking its rear end up, desperately sucking his blood. Without hesitation, he took advantage of the mosquito's unpreparedness and slapped it hard. "You little brat, I'll slap you to death." Su Tianlong looked smug. However, after clapping his hands, he found that there was no mosquito in sight. He looked around frantically, searching for the mosquito, but to no avail. At this moment, the students who had been concentrating on answering the questions in the classroom all turned to glare angrily at Su Tianlong. This was the college entrance examination, a crucial juncture in their lives, and someone dared to cause trouble in such a setting. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Hao, sitting in the front row, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Kid, you think I can't handle you?" The proctor walked over with a frown, his face displeased. "What's going on with you?" Su Tianlong was startled. He looked up and saw that it was the proctor. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "I'm sorry, teacher." "You still don't know? Just now, some mosquito dared to provoke me, so I slapped it to death." He mimicked Jiang Hao's tone when he explained. The proctor frowned, sensing something was amiss, but didn't want to reprimand him harshly on the spot. "Pay attention, don't disturb others." After saying that, the proctor turned and left, glancing at his watch as he reminded everyone, "Hurry up, there are still 30 minutes until the end of get out of class." Upon hearing that there were still 30 minutes left, the candidates immediately turned their attention back to the questions and continued to answer them, completely ignoring Su Tianlong. At this moment, Jiang Hao directed the 10 mosquitoes to crawl onto Su Tianlong's face. Su Tianlong felt as if he was being pricked by needles one after another on his face, and he couldn't help but rub it incessantly. But the place he had just rubbed would be stung again in another spot, tormenting him to the point of almost going crazy. His face was covered in red scratches from his own claws. Suddenly, a mosquito flew past his eyes, igniting a surge of anger within him. He slammed his hands together, the sound particularly jarring in the silent classroom. Immediately, all the candidates stared at him with angry eyes, and even the proctors showed anger on their faces. The proctor quickly walked to Su Tianlong's side and was taken aback when he saw his face covered in welts and streaks of blood. He couldn't help but wonder if there were really that many mosquitoes in the classroom. Everyone else was quiet, but Su Tianlong seemed to have become the mosquito's favorite. Seeing his pitiful state, the proctor felt a pang of pity. However, the exam rules were strict, and Su Tianlong's actions were seriously affecting others. As the proctor, he had no choice but to intervene. "Hey kid, keep it down. Hold on a bit. Hurry up and answer the questions. Time is almost up." Su Tianlong nodded with a face full of grievance, almost crying inside. "What's wrong with me today? Why are the mosquitoes so fond of me?" Time passed quickly, and the invigilator collected the exam papers and turned to leave. Only then did the students in the classroom begin to whisper among themselves, preparing to get up and leave the examination room. Jiang Hao finished packing his stationery and was about to leave when a roar suddenly came from behind him. Everyone was startled and stopped to turn around. Jiang Hao turned around and was immediately startled. The classmate behind him had a face full of bumps and scratches, looking like he had just returned from the Amazon rainforest. Everyone else was stunned when they saw this. At this moment, Su Tianlong pointed at Jiang Hao and said arrogantly, "Kid, where are you from? You're pretty cocky." The originally serious scene suddenly broke into laughter when Jiang Hao saw Su Tianlong's expression. Jiang Hao's laughter left Su Tianlong completely bewildered, and his anger immediately flared up. "Damn it, I'll teach you to laugh." Su Tianlong cursed angrily and slapped Jiang Hao across the face. The onlookers were shocked, thinking Jiang Hao would be hit by the palm strike, but the next moment, a scream rang out. The scene before them suddenly changed. Jiang Hao remained standing firmly in place, while Su Tianlong was sent flying backward by a single palm strike. Everyone who witnessed the scene stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this martial arts? Am I seeing things? How can a slap send someone flying. His Su Tianlong has really met his match this time. The crowd stared at Jiang Hao with awe, some even with a fanatical glint in their eyes. Su Tianlong struggled to his feet, his face filled with terror, pointing at Jiang Hao and slurring his words as he backed away. You. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt utterly bored and turned to leave under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as Jiang Hao left, those around him looked at Su Tianlong with a hint of pity. Su Tianlong felt uncomfortable under the strange gazes of the crowd, roared angrily, and glared resentfully in the direction Jiang Hao had gone before turning and leaving as well. Back home, Jiang Hao, greeted by his mother's caring inquiries, turned and went back to his bedroom. He decided to delve deeper into his insect controlling technique, for he saw its immense potential. After numerous experiments, he discovered that his level 1 insect controlling technique seemed only capable of summoning 10 small mosquitoes. Jiang Hao was slightly disappointed, but when he spent a skill point to upgrade his insect control technique to level 2, the situation changed dramatically. Level 2 insect control technique could summon 100 insects. Not only that, but in addition to mosquitoes, various small insects finally appeared. Although these insects were small, they could sometimes be surprisingly effective. If he could summon a few highly venomous insects, that would be truly formidable. Insect Control Level 2, 0/10 command and control all insects. The Level 2 insect control technique is already so powerful. What will the Level 3 be like? Jiang Hao's eyes were full of anticipation. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade insect control technique to level 3, he decisively ordered. Ding! Insect control technique successfully upgraded. Insect control level 3, 0/100 command and control all insects. As his insect control technique advanced to level 3, a piece of information quickly entered Jiang Hao's mind. After carefully digesting it, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, level 3 insect control technique not only increased the number of insects tenfold, but also greatly increased the variety of insects, even allowing him to control some highly venomous insects. Anyone who dared to provoke him would likely be secretly plotted against, leaving him with no way to catch them red-handed. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was immersed in his excitement, his mother's voice interrupted his reverie. Hao, come out for dinner. Understood. Jiang Haochang suppressed the urge to try out the level 3 insect control technique and went to eat. With the college entrance exam over, Jiang Hao was finally able to relax. Early in the morning, as always, he got up to make breakfast for his parents. He went into the kitchen and gathered various ingredients. What should I make with this big cabbage? Jiang Hao looked at the cabbage in his hand and pondered for a moment. Ding! Found a Chinese cabbage. Produce it? Who are you? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, and Jiang Hao froze. Cabbage can be broken down? What can we get after breaking it down? His interest was instantly piqued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully decomposing a cabbage and obtaining 1 mutated cabbage seed, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Mutant Chinese cabbage seeds grow at super fast speed, and eating them can beautify and nourish the skin. Extract? As soon as the system notification sounded, the cabbage in Jiang Hao's hand vanished instantly. A tiny ball of light appeared in his mind, containing a seed that slowly rotated. Looking at the seed, Jiang Hao was somewhat bewildered. Mutant cabbage seeds? Rapid growth? Can eating it make you beautiful and healthy? After realizing what was happening, a look of joy appeared on his face. Wow, my system is amazing. Before he finished speaking, a purple particle the size of an ant appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao carefully preserved it, then turned his gaze to the various vegetables in the basket, his eyes gleaming. If Chinese cabbage can decompose into mutated seeds, what about other vegetables? He grabbed a red chili pepper, and then, as expected, the system notification sounded. Ding! 1 red chili pepper found. Exploit? As the system notification sounded, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips. He responded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed a red chili pepper and obtained 1 mutated red chili pepper seed, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Mutant red chili pepper seeds grow extremely fast, are appetizing and addictive when consumed. Please use with caution. Decomposition complete. Extract? After glancing at the annotations, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Wow, this mutant chili pepper not only whets the appetite, but it's also addictive? He thought about it for a moment, and it was indeed true. He had always liked spicy food, and the more he ate, the more he wanted. Chili peppers truly had an addictive magic. With that thought, he stopped thinking about it. Next, he broke down the other vegetables in the basket one by one. Besides the cabbage and peppers, he also obtained 3 mutated seeds. Mutant cucumber seeds grow rapidly, and eating them can help with weight loss. Mutant tomato seeds grow quickly, and eating them can improve skin and complexion. Mutant leek seeds grow at super fast speed, and eating them can replenish chi and enhance virility. After analyzing the 5 kinds of vegetables in the basket, Jiang Hao still felt a little unsatisfied. Holding the 5 tiny mutated vegetable seeds in his hand, he was suddenly at a loss. He searched everywhere, only to find that there was no suitable place to plant the seeds. The only thing he he could find was a small flower pot. Left with no other choice, Jiang Hao planted the mutated cabbage seed in a flower pot to see how it would turn out. He planned to buy a few more flower pots to plant the other seeds when he had time. After watering the flower pot, he buried the mutated cabbage seeds in the soil. He placed the flower pot in the bedroom and didn't pay any more attention to it. Although the system indicated that the mutated seeds were growing too fast, they had just been planted. How could they possibly grow immediately? So Jiang Hao turned around and went to cook, without thinking about it anymore. Unbeknownst to him, not long after he left, the mutated cabbage seeds planted in the flower pot had already quietly sprouted. Soon after, an enticing aroma of vegetables wafted from the kitchen. After getting up and having breakfast, Jiang's parents went to the Jiang family restaurant. Jiang Zixuan went to school. Jiang Hao also had some free time, and suddenly remembered that Song Wanzhong seemed to have asked Song Waner to invite him to the Song family as a guest many times. Uncle Song has invited me several times, but I didn't have time before. Now that I have some free time, I should go and pay him a visit. With this idea in mind, he dialed Song Waner's number, confirmed that Song Wanzhong was at home, prepared several gifts, and went out. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a grand manor. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Song Waner already waiting for him. She said with a resentful look, "You've finally arrived. It's so hard to get Jiang Shuaba, a top student, here." Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. "Well, I didn't have time before, but now that I do, I came right away." Looking at his adorable appearance, Song Waner couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, I was just teasing you. Let's go, my dad's waiting." Led by Song Waner, Jiang Hao entered the Song family manor. Looking at the magnificent manor, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Hao finally saw the renowned Jade King, Song Wanzhong, once again. In the hall, standing beside Song Wanzhong and his wife were a refined-looking young man and an elegant lady. Jiang Hao had already learned from Song Waner that they were her distant aunt and cousin, who had come from who knows where. "Dad, Mom, look who's here," Song Waner called out. Song Wanzhong caught sight of Jiang Hao outside the door, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He stood up and said, "Nephew Jiang, we've finally managed to get you here." Jiang Hao greets Uncle Song and Aunt Song. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully to Mr. and Mrs. Song Wanzhong. Seeing Song Wanzhong being so polite to this young man, Song Waner's distant cousin and aunt's expression subtly changed. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise, doubt, and worry. At this moment, Jiang Hao glanced at the two people beside him and asked, feigning ignorance, "Uncle Song, who are these two?" "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you." Song Wanzhong smiled and introduced to Jiang Hao, "This is Waner's distant aunt, you can just call her Aunt Feng." "Hello, Aunt Feng," Jiang Hao said obediently. Song Waner's aunt nodded slightly, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure, clearly showing some resistance towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't seem to care. Seeing this, Song Wanzhong frowned slightly but didn't say anything more. "This is your Aunt Feng's son, Feng Jiangwo. He has just returned from studying abroad and is a medical doctor. He now runs a fairly large private clinic in Tianhe City." At this moment, Feng Jiangwo stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand to Jiang Hao. "Uncle, you flatter me. I was just joking around." "Hello." Without thinking much, Jiang Hao reached out and shook hands. Just as he was about to let go, he felt a slight but firm grip on his hand. He looked at Feng Jiangwo in surprise, only to see the other man's eyes were dark and brooding, as if he were waiting for him to make a fool of himself. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips, and with a slight increase in strength, Feng Jiangwo's hand was instantly clenched and deformed. Feng Jiangwo's face changed drastically, filled with pain, but fearing to attract attention, he forcefully suppressed a cry. After punishing the inexplicable fellow, Jiang Hao smiled and let go. Feng Jiangwo hurriedly pulled his hand back, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, but no one noticed these details. He stared at Jiang Hao, a flash of resentment in his eyes. "Alright, everyone, sit down and let's chat," Song Wanzhong said, and everyone then took their seats. After the meal, Feng Jiangwo seized the opportunity to try and turn the tables. He glanced at Jiang Hao, then looked at Song Waner's mother, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He then said, "Auntie, haven't you been sleeping poorly these past few days? Why don't you come with me to my clinic? I recently imported one of the most advanced medical devices from the United States. How about I give you a comprehensive checkup?" Upon hearing this, He Huixin's heart stirred slightly. She had indeed been suffering from inexplicable insomnia for the past few days, finding it difficult to fall asleep. Hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered the super calming pills he had used when he had insomnia recently, and secretly thought that perhaps they could still help. At this moment, Song Wanzhong also spoke up. "Huixin, why don't you go and take a look with Jiangwo?" Feng Jiangwo's mother quickly chimed in. He Huixin finally nodded in agreement. Feng Jiangwo's face was full of smugness as he looked smugly at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, stared at him with a look of utter confusion, wondering what illness Feng Jiangwo had that made him so difficult. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back either. "Auntie, is it just insomnia?" Jiang Hao suddenly asked. This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Hao, however, remained fearless and calm. Although He Huixin did not understand his intention, she still replied, sighed. Well, I've just been having inexplicable insomnia these past few days, nothing else is wrong. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. If your aunt is just suffering from insomnia, then it's not a big deal. Feng Jiangmo sneered, his eyes full of contempt. What? Brother Jiang, do you have some magic trick to cure your aunt's insomnia? In his eyes, Jiang Hao was nothing more than a primary school student who hadn't even grown up yet he dared to boast in front of him. Song Wanzhong also frowned, looking at Jiang Hao with suspicion. Seeing this, Song Wan'er secretly tugged at Jiang Hao's sleeve, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Ignoring Feng Jiangmo's sarcasm, Jiang Hao reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. To everyone's surprise, he pushed the bottle in front of He Huixin. Auntie, this is the 9-flower jade dew tranquilizing pill that my master gave me. It can calm your mind, replenish your qi, and nourish your spirit. Originally, this was something my master exchanged with a master of medicine to enhance my spiritual power, but since my aunt needs it, I'm giving it to you in the hope that it will help you relieve your worries. Jiang Hao spoke eloquently, leaving everyone stunned. The Song family, having dealt with jade for many years, naturally recognized at a glance that the small porcelain bottle was extraordinary. However, before he could finish speaking, Feng Jiangmo pointed at Jiang Hao and sneered, I'm dying of laughter. Brother Jiang, you've been reading too many martial arts novels, haven't you? You've been completely fooled by a conman. Master? Increase spiritual power? Grandmaster? These are all plot devices from martial arts novels. There's no such thing in reality. As he spoke, he stood up and reached out to snatch the small porcelain bottle from Jiang Hao's hand. As for this thing, it looks decent, but it only costs 3 or 4 yuan outside. Just as he was about to grab the bottle, a hand suddenly shot out and snatched it away before he could reach it. When he looked up, he was surprised to find his uncle, Song Wanzhong, holding the small jade bottle and examining it closely with a serious look in his eyes. This scene took him by surprise. Uncle, you didn't believe that too, did you? However, Song Wanzhong completely ignored him. At this moment, He Huixin, hearing Feng Jiangmo's ignorant and shameful words, immediately scolded him in annoyance. Jiangmo, stop talking. He Huixin's rebuke displeased Feng's mother. Sister, Jiangmo is right. Do you really believe his nonsense? Sai, you've all been fooled by this liar, she said, pointing at the composed Jiang Hao, her eyes filled with disgust. Then she added, I think you should get this little liar out of here. Keep him away from Wan'er. Wan'er should spend more time with our Jiangmo. Song Wan'er glared at this distant aunt, filled with disgust. Hearing this, Jiang Hao finally understood why the Feng mother and son were so hostile towards him. He Huixin, standing nearby, frowned, her face etched with displeasure. She thought to herself, this distant sister really has no tact whatsoever, just like her son, Feng Jiangmo. Feng Jiangmo, however, remained oblivious, listening to his mother's praise. Though outwardly humble, his eyes betrayed his smugness. However, just as Mrs. Feng was enthusiastically praising her son, Song Wanzhong suddenly shouted coldly. Mrs. Feng was startled and felt wronged. She was about to explain when she saw Song Wanzhong staring at her coldly, finally glancing at Feng Jiangmo with disgust. He naturally understood the intentions of the mother and son, but he was too lazy to say anything. Disgraceful. Pretending to know what you don't. Song Wanzhong pointed to the small porcelain bottle in his hand and said, this is a medicine bottle made of top-grade jadeite, and it's a masterpiece carved by a master. This medicine bottle alone is worth over 1 million, and this is just a medicine bottle. After saying this, Song Wanzhong said no more, his meaning quite clear. The value of the medicine bottle alone was astonishing. One could only imagine how precious the medicinal herbs inside must be. Feng's mother and Feng Jiangmo were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the small, glazed ceramic-like bottle in Song Wanzhong's hand. How is this possible? It's just a small porcelain bottle. How could it be worth so much? That's right, brother-in-law, you must be mistaken. At this moment, the Feng mother and son seemed lost in thought, their eyes glazed over, muttering incessantly. He Huixin couldn't bear to watch and felt a pang of heartache. But Song Wanzhong glanced at the Feng mother and son, his brows furrowed, and spoke again. Hi, this mother and son seem tired. Let's take them home. Yes, sir. Soon, Uncle Hai and his men prepared to escort the Feng mother and son out. Startled awake, the mother and son cried out loudly. Surprisingly, Uncle Hai gently patted them, and they instantly quieted down. Jiang Hao watched Uncle Hai with great curiosity. Was that pressure point manipulation? Does martial arts really exist in this world? Jiang Hao remained unmoved by Uncle Hai's effortless punishment of the two clowns. Just as he was lost in thought, Song Wanzhong's voice, tinged with apology, came through. You flatter me, my dear nephew. We'll accept the medicine. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. With that, Song Wanzhong raised his wine cup and said, this cup is for my nephew. Jiang Hao quickly raised his glass in response. It's all right, uncle, don't worry about it. After a long while, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Song Wan'er and her family. As for whether He Huixin would take the tranquilizer pill, Jiang Hao didn't know, but he knew that a large family like the Song family would never easily believe him. Even if they did, they would definitely conduct a comprehensive test before daring to take it. After leaving the Song family's house, Jiang Hao went straight to the flower and bird market, bought several flower pots, and prepared to plant the other mutated vegetable seeds. When he returned home with the flower pot, he saw Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan sitting around the table in the living room, seemingly engrossed in something, unaware that Jiang Hao had returned. Intrigued, he quietly approached for a closer look. Growing so fast? Jiang Hao's voice instantly startled his parents and sister. Jiang's mother was startled, then rolled her eyes and slapped Jiang Hao hard across the face. "You little brat, you scared your mother to death." At this moment, Jiang Hao's eyes were fixed on the huge cabbage in the flower pot on the table, his eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Jiang's mother suddenly realized what was going on. She seemed to have taken the flower pot from Jiang Hao's room, and there had clearly only been a small green seedling in it before. But when she returned in the afternoon, there was a whole, tightly wrapped cabbage in the pot. She had initially thought someone had simply replaced it with a mature cabbage, but Zixuan and her father both said they hadn't changed it, and she hadn't touched it either. Hauer hadn't returned. She had even suspected it was haunted. Now, judging from Hauer's expression, it seemed he knew the reason. "Hauer, what's going on? How come such a big cabbage suddenly grew in the flower pot?" Aunt Jiang asked curiously. As soon as she spoke, Jiang's father and Jiang Zixuan's gazes immediately fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao reacted, looking at the large cabbage in front of him, and after a moment's thought, he said, "Mom, this is a mutated vegetable seed I obtained through hybridization in my spare time. It grows incredibly fast, and cabbages grown from these mutated seeds even have beauty and skin-nourishing effects." Upon hearing this, Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan were immediately shocked. When did Jiang Hao start researching these things? At this moment, Jiang's mother seemed to have a flash of inspiration and quickly asked, "Hauer, you said it can grow quickly, so how long does it take from planting to maturity?" Jiang Hao was taken aback. He was indeed stumped by his mother's question. Then he remembered that he had planted it around 8 in the morning, and it was only 3 in the afternoon. "Mom, it only takes about 6 to 8 hours from planting to maturity," Jiang Hao replied. The words had barely left his mouth when the whole family gasped, staring in shock at the giant cabbage on the table. Even Jiang Hao himself was startled by the time it took. The growth cycle of a normal cabbage is generally 50 to 60 days, but this mutated cabbage's growth cycle had been shortened to 6 to 8 hours. That's more than 200 times shorter. Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan looked at the cabbage as if it were a monster. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Jiang Hao fidgeted with his fingers and said timidly, "Mom and Dad, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that, do you? I'm shy." The whole family was immediately amused by his funny words. "Get lost. I've never seen anyone as narcissistic as you." Jiang's mother tapped Jiang Hao's forehead with her finger and glared at him. At this moment, Father Jiang calmed down, realizing the seriousness of the matter, and asked solemnly, "Hauer, who else knows about this?" Jiang's father's words immediately put the whole family on edge. Jiang Hao naturally understood what his father was worried about. He knew the saying, "A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime." "Dad, don't worry, only I know about this, nobody else knows," Jiang Hao replied. Father John finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a solemn expression, he stared at Jiang Hao, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zixuan, and said earnestly, "Honey, Hao, Zixuan, you must not spread this matter around." Jiang's mother, Jiang Hao, and Jiang Zixuan all understood the reasoning behind it and nodded in agreement. "All right, Dad, don't be so serious. I'll go make some dishes with this cabbage so you can have a taste." Jiang Hao sensed the heavy atmosphere, so he snapped the cabbage in half, grabbed it, and ran into the kitchen. The mutated cabbage was indeed extraordinary in taste, far surpassing ordinary cabbage in freshness. What shocked Jiang Hao even more was its beauty-enhancing effect. Shortly after everyone finished eating, Jiang Hao felt a greasy sensation all over his body, as if something was being expelled. The whole family took turns showering, washing 3 or 4 times before stopping. Afterwards, Jiang Hao felt much lighter and was surprised to find his complexion much fairer and smoother when he looked in the mirror. His mother's change was the most obvious. She looked several years younger. Such a powerful effect was truly astonishing. "If we take this vegetable out to sell, we're sure we can get a good price, right?" Jiang Hao thought happily. However, a hint of regret quickly appeared on his face. "Such a big cabbage. I wouldn't mind selling it for 100 or 200 yuan, but I just can't grow it on a large scale right now. However, this is also good. After all, things are valued for their scarcity." With this thought, Jiang Hao's inner turmoil vanished. As for selling the mutated vegetables, perhaps I can talk to Shuizishi. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed, and he promptly made a decision. "It's settled then." Jiang Hao hadn't forgotten his father's instructions, but he wasn't stupid enough to easily reveal his hand, so naturally, nothing serious would happen. Thinking about this, he returned to the kitchen, broke down a regular cabbage, and planted the seed of the mutated cabbage. Tomorrow, he'd need these mutated vegetables to negotiate business with Shuizishi. Unless. The next morning, Jiang Hao woke up early and was pleasantly surprised to find that all the other mutated vegetables he had planted had ripened. He harvested the ripe mutated vegetables one by one and took some out to make a simple breakfast for his family. During the meal, his family family members were all amazed. Before he knew it, it was almost noon. Jiang Hao checked the time, then took out the phone number Xue Zishi had left and dialed it. In a clean, tidy, and elegant office, Xue Zishi looked at the caller ID on her phone with some surprise. I wonder what he wants. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Zishi answered the phone with some interest. Hello, Mr. Jiang, long time no see. What can I do for you? Jiang Hao got straight to the point. It's nothing major, I just have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. After making an appointment with Xue Zishi, Jiang Hao took his mutated vegetables and drove straight to Tianfu Tower. Upon arriving at Tianfu Tower, Jiang Hao, carrying his bag and striking what he considered a handsome pose, walked straight through the magnificent gate. Unless what? However, his dashing appearance lasted only 3 seconds. As soon as he reached the door, 2 security guards stared at his simple attire with puzzled expressions and stopped him. Sir, hello, please show your membership card. Only then did Jiang Hao remember that Tianfu Tower seemed to be a membership-based establishment, and Xue Zishi seemed to have given him a VIP membership card, but he had forgotten to bring it. He awkwardly patted his clothes, but found nothing, so he looked at the security guard at the door and said somewhat embarrassedly, Brother, I forgot my membership card, but I have an appointment with the young lady of Tianfu restaurant. Could you make an exception? At this moment, a security guard spoke up expressionlessly, Excuse me, sir, we have regulations here. Although he was somewhat prepared, Jiang Hao was still a little annoyed, but he didn't say much. Since he was already here, going back to get the card wasn't practical, so he could only call Xue Zishi to send someone to pick him up. The call was answered quickly, and he said, Hello, Miss Xue, I'm downstairs at Tianfu building. I was in a hurry today and forgot the VIP membership card you gave me. I was stopped by your security. Could you send someone to pick me up? Jiang Hao didn't try to be discreet when he spoke, and the 2 bodyguards behind him heard him immediately. The 2 couldn't help but burst out laughing, then began to whisper among themselves. How many is this today? Yet another one pursuing our young lady. Yes, the one who got kicked out earlier was actually pretty good. He drove an expensive sports car and dressed well. But this guy, not only did he take a taxi, but he was also dressed so plainly, and he didn't even have a membership card, yet he dared to pursue our young lady. TSK. However, I have to admire his courage in pursuing the young lady. Jiang Hao listened and was about to take a step, but then stopped. Are they mistaking me for Xue Zishi's suitor? He turned around and looked at the 2 security guards with a hint of surprise. Realizing they had been overheard, the 2 men showed no fear. One of them even secretly gave Jiang Hao a thumbs up. Brother, I admire your courage. However, we still can't let you in. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Hao's simple clothes and the bag in his hand, and advised, Young man, stop pretending and hurry back to study hard. A VIP membership card, my foot. If you had a blue crystal card, I'd write my name backwards for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao chuckled, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and asked with interest, Does your domineering heiress have many suitors? At this moment, the security guard who had been talking to Jiang Hao immediately wore a proud expression. Of course. Today, just as he was about to launch into a long explanation to the still somewhat immature boy, his companion suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in a suit walking towards them in the distance. His expression immediately changed, and he quickly whispered a reminder to his companion who was talking to Jiang Hao, Laifu, stop talking, Manager Su is here. Upon hearing this, his companion immediately stood up straight. At this moment, Jiang Hao also saw the approaching middle-aged man. His gaze swept over the 2 security guards beside him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards slightly. He turned to the security guard who had spoken to him earlier and said casually, Security guard, remember to write your name backwards for me to see later. The security guard was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask a question, General Manager Su Jiuhui appeared at the door, and he didn't dare to think any further. Su Jiu walked over and saw a boy of about 17 or 18 years old standing at the door staring at him. There was no one else around, and he was immediately puzzled. Didn't this say that Mr. Jiang would be waiting at the door? He muttered to himself. Just as he was about to question the 2 security guards, the child who had been staring at him approached with a smile and said something that shocked him. You must be the one Miss Xue sent to pick me up? Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Hao. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the stunned Su Jiuhui and the 2 shocked security guards beside him, and strode straight in. As he passed the 2 security guards, he even patted the one who was writing his name backwards. At this moment, Su Jiu realized what was happening and remembered Xue Zishi's instructions. She quickly followed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was blind. Please forgive me. My surname is Su, and I am the general manager of Tianfu Building's S District. Suddenly, he turned to the 2 security guards beside him and snapped, You too, why don't you apologize to Mr. Jiang right now? The 2 security guards stared in shock at the simply dressed Jiang Hao, never expecting the general manager to be so polite to this poor young man. Jiang Hao waved his hand. No need, President Su, this is your duty. I forgot my card. Let's go, Miss Xue is waiting. After saying that, Jiang Hao stepped into Tianfu Tower, and Su Jiuhui quickly followed to lead lead the way. After Jiang Hao left, the two security guards looked away, exchanged a glance, and then their eyes widened. What that brother said, is it true? It seems so. Of course, this was just a minor incident for Jiang Hao, and he didn't take it to heart at all. Led by Su Jiuhui, Jiang Hao arrived at a private room that was elegantly decorated, grand, and prestigious. As soon as he entered, he saw Xue Zishi. Hearing the noise, Xue Zishi looked up and saw Jiang Hao. She immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Jiang, you've arrived. While greeting Jiang Hao, she instructed Su Jiuhui beside her. President Su, tell the kitchen to serve the dishes. Su Jiu turned to leave, but Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Xue Zishi and Su Jiu turned around at the same time. Xue Zishi asked with a hint of surprise, is there anything else you need, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Hao glanced at Xue Zishi and said mysteriously, Miss Xue, could you please ask the kitchen to prepare a few vegetarian dishes with cabbage, chili peppers, cucumbers, tomatoes, and chives? This is closely related to the business I want to discuss with you today. Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi's interest was piqued. Oh, I see. President Su, give the orders as Mr. Jiang requested. Yes, miss. After Su Jiuhui left, Xue Zishi glanced at the bulging bag next to Jiang Hao, looking somewhat surprised. She returned to her seat and looked at Jiang Hao curiously. Mr. Jiang, didn't you say you had business to discuss with me? Seeing that she had already taken a liking to him, Jiang Hao said mysteriously, Miss Xue, don't rush, I'll explain in detail once the dishes are served. I guarantee this deal will not disappoint you. Xue Zishi was deeply attracted by Jiang Hao's mysterious behavior. Oh, when did Mr. Jiang become so mysterious? Jiang Hao smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, Xue Zishi didn't press the matter further and remained silent for a moment. However, Jiang Hao suddenly asked out of the blue, Miss Xue, there should be a bathroom here, right? Xue Zishi was a little puzzled, but she still answered honestly, yes, that's good. Jiang Hao replied, then closed his eyes to rest, which made Xue Zishi feel depressed. Faced with Jiang Hao like this, she even began to doubt her own charm. Soon, the dishes arrived. Jiang Hao picked up a few dishes to taste, shook his head, and put down his chopsticks without saying a word. Then, he took out the mutated vegetables he had brought from his bag, handed them to the waiter, and said with a serious expression, please have your kitchen make the same dishes using the vegetables I brought. The waitress took the dishes with a puzzled look, glancing at Xue Zishi with a bewildered expression, clearly never having seen a customer bring their own ingredients. Although Xue Zishi didn't understand Jiang Hao's plan, she nodded and said, go ahead, let Master Zhao do the work. With Xue Zishi's instructions, the waiter hurriedly took the mutated vegetables to the kitchen. Tianfu restaurant usually sources its ingredients through its own channels and never accepts outside ingredients, let alone those brought by guests. But with Xue Zishi present, the matter became much simpler. 20 minutes later, the dishes were served. Jiang Hao smiled and gestured to Xue Zishi to try them first. Xue Zishi picked up her chopsticks with some doubt and took a bite. As soon as it entered her mouth, a rich and unique aroma exploded, greatly stimulating her appetite. She couldn't help but eat several more bites. Suddenly, she felt a little embarrassed, as if she had thought of something, and quickly tasted the dish that had been served earlier. After only a few bites, Xue Zishi frowned and couldn't help but spit it out. She was shocked to discover that the same dish, made by the same chef, tasted completely different. Just then, she suddenly remembered the vegetables Jiang Hao had brought, and her eyes lit up. She quickly looked up at Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, those vegetables you just brought. Xue Zishi looked at him expectantly, while Jiang Hao calmly tasted the vegetarian dish made with mutated vegetables that had just been served and said lightly, the skill is indeed a bit lacking, but the difference is obvious when compared. He then looked at Xue Zishi and slowly said, Miss Xue, you must have already felt the difference, right? Xue Zishi waited quietly, and Jiang Hao continued, this is a new variety of vegetable that I've been researching. It tastes more than 10 times better than ordinary vegetables. This mutated vegetable has just appeared, and I need to find a group of buyers. As a minor shareholder of Tianfu Restaurant, this is naturally my first choice. However, I wonder if Miss Xue is willing to do this business. Jiang Hao looked at her expectantly. Xue Zishi was shocked. Had she heard correctly? Jiang Hao had actually researched and developed all of this himself. A high school student could actually achieve this? Perhaps even the nation's top researchers might not be able to reach this level. But remembering that Jiang Hao was a culinary master, her shock subsided slightly. Miss Xue, would you be interested in collaborating? Jiang Hao gently reminded her when he saw her lost in thought. Startled awake, Xue Zishi quickly replied, yes, I'm willing to offer 50 million to buy Mr. Zhang's batch of mutated vegetable seeds. She quoted the price without hesitation, but Jiang Hao just looked at her, smiling noncommittally. 50 million was a lot, but he hadn't even mentioned the most significant characteristic of these mutated vegetables. If Xue Zishi knew that the cabbage she had just tasted had powerful beauty and skin-nourishing effects, she probably wouldn't have paid only 50 million. She probably wouldn't even have paid that much for the seeds of just one of the mutated vegetables. Seeing that Jiang Hao was unmoved, Xue Zishi remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Then how about this, Mr. Jiang? I'll offer 100 million to buy all all 5 types of mutated vegetable seeds. What do you think? She had barely finished speaking when she hurriedly added, if Mr. Jiang is still not satisfied with this price, there's nothing more I can do. Xue Zishi spoke again, actually doubling the price. If the mutated vegetables had only changed in aroma, he might have agreed long ago, but that wasn't the case. Jiang Hao remained silent, causing Xue Zishi to frown. She felt Jiang Hao was being too greedy. However, just then, Jiang Hao checked the time, a confident smile appearing on his face, his gaze falling on Xue Zishi. Miss Xue, don't you feel sticky and uncomfortable all over? Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi was startled. Jiang Hao's reminder made her realize that she did indeed feel unwell and had a faint smell of sweat. Miss Xue, why don't you go take a shower? We can talk later. Xue Zishi initially thought Jiang Hao had secretly drugged her, but seeing how calm he was, she dismissed the idea. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Xue Zishi said apologetically. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more. Soon, an hour passed and Xue Zishi finally arrived. This time she rushed over, looking at Jiang Hao with a shocked expression. Mr. Jiang, what exactly is going on? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. It seemed Xue Zishi had already noticed. He leisurely gestured for her to sit down, and Xue Zishi readily accepted. Only then did Jiang Hao speak. Presumably, Miss Xue has already discovered something. That's right, each of my mutated vegetables not only tastes 10 times better than ordinary vegetables, but each of them also possesses an extremely powerful special attribute. The mutated cabbage has terrifying beauty and skin-nourishing effects, which I think Miss Xue has already personally experienced, so there is no need to say more. As Jiang Hao spoke, Xue Zishi was filled with shock. Although she had suspected something while showering, she still found it hard to believe when the truth came from Jiang Hao's mouth. Jiang Hao then went on to explain the characteristics of the other 4 mutated vegetables in detail. After listening, Xue Zishi felt as if she had heard a magical story, but her own experience just now left no room for doubt. After a moment of silence, Xue Zishi apologized to Jiang Hao. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was just being petty and judging you by my own standards. But I wonder how Mr. Jiang plans to proceed with this transaction. At this moment, she realized that the price she had offered was far from enough. Jiang Hao remained silent for a while, wondering how he could close this deal. He hesitated. Originally, he planned to grow these mutated vegetables himself and then sell them to Tianfu restaurant. But then he thought about it again. He simply didn't have a suitable place to grow them on a large scale. Growing too little wouldn't be profitable. Growing too much would mean hiring workers and renting land, creating numerous problems. Now that Xue Zishi has witnessed the power of mutated vegetables, he might as well dump all the trouble on her. Besides, the seeds of the mutated vegetables were all obtained from the system, and after being deseeded, the seeds produced by the vegetables grown from those seeds cannot be planted again. Therefore, even if she sold the seeds to Xue Zishi, she couldn't replicate them and could only continuously buy mutated vegetable seeds from him. Furthermore, the abnormally rapid growth characteristic of the mutated seeds became a powerful bargaining chip in his hands. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao said, I can sell you the seeds of these 5 mutated vegetables. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Zishi was overjoyed. Jiang Hao looked at her surprised expression and revealed a sly smile. However, I've treated all these seeds to prevent them from being planted, so you can only buy these mutated vegetable seeds from me each time. Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi's eyes widened, her teeth clenched, and she even felt an urge to punch someone. However, she also understood why Jiang Hao did this. She said angrily, name your price. Jiang Hao paused slightly, then said, in that case, I will set the price of each type of mutated seed at 8 million per kilogram. Interesting. Before she could finish speaking, Xue Zishi suddenly jumped up, her eyes wide, and she almost couldn't help but accuse Jiang Hao of robbery. Jiang Hao quickly waved his hand to stop her from exploding. Then, he took out a paper package from his pocket, pushed it in front of Xue Zishi, and added, actually, these mutated vegetable seeds have an even more bizarre property that I didn't mention before. Xue Zishi asked impatiently, what? She simply couldn't believe that Jiang Hao's mutated vegetable seeds could hold secrets even more outrageous than those additional attributes. Jiang Hao, however, didn't seem to care and said with a smile, that's because I've compressed the growth cycle of these mutated vegetable seeds to 6 to 8 hours. In other words, once you plant these seeds, you can harvest them in 6 to 8 hours. Xue Zishi's previously nonchalant attitude instantly turned to shock. She stared at Jiang Hao in horror, her mind beginning to question the meaning of life. Jiang Hao had anticipated this, and quickly gestured for her to sit down. It's normal that you don't believe me. These are a few mutated vegetable seeds. Take them home and plant them in a flower pot. You'll see the results tomorrow, and then you can decide whether you want to do business with me. Alright, it's about time, I should go back. After speaking, Jiang Hao stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and ended the conversation. For a while after Jiang Hao left, Xue Zishi remained in shock. Coming to her senses, she immediately picked up the paper bag Jiang Hao had left behind, found a flower pot, and ruthlessly uprooted the precious flower in it. Then she planted the mutated vegetable seeds in it, staring intently at the flower pot. After leaving Tianfu Tower, it was still early, so so Jiang Hao decided to call home to let them know he was safe and then wander around. However, when he took out his phone, he discovered that his old phone, which he had been using for almost 3 years, was out of power. I just charged it this morning. How come it's dead so quickly? Jiang Hao muttered to himself. Looking at the old-fashioned phone in his hand, he couldn't help but think, it's been 3 years, it's time to get a new phone. Besides, my parents' and Zishuan's phones should be replaced too. With this in mind, Jiang Hao took a taxi straight to the largest electronics mall in the vicinity. Upon entering Hongrui Electronics Mall, a saleswoman quickly greeted us. Hello, welcome to Hongrui Electronics Mall. What electronic products are you looking for, sir? Jiang Hao got straight to the point. What's the best mobile phone you have here? The saleswoman skillfully began her introduction. Sir, our best phones are Huawei and Apple. As she spoke, she took out 2 large-screen, stylish mobile phones and began to introduce them in detail. Sir, these are the latest iPhone 9s from Apple Incorporated, equipped with the latest chip. Just then, a young woman with a hot figure, revealing clothes, and thick foundation on her face, standing not far from Jiang Hao, heard the word Apple and her eyes lit up. She quickly pulled a middle-aged man with a large beer belly next to her to move closer to Jiang Hao and listen carefully to the saleswoman's introduction. Jiang Hao sensed someone approaching, glanced at them briefly, but didn't pay them any attention. The saleswoman was still patiently introducing the Apple phone, but Jiang Hao's interest vanished instantly when he heard about its country of origin, and he simply interrupted her. Okay, you don't need to introduce this phone anymore. Then, he pointed to another phone next to him and said, I support domestic products, please tell me about this Huawei phone. The saleswoman remained patient, smiled slightly, and prepared to explain the Huawei phone. Okay, sir. However, at that moment, Su Jiarong, who was still eavesdropping, became unhappy. No, you have to continue introducing the Apple phone to me. I haven't finished listening yet. She glanced at Jiang Hao, who was dressed simply and had a youthful face, and her eyes were full of disdain. Little brat, if you can't afford an iPhone, don't pretend to be high class. Supporting domestic products? Can Huawei even compare to Apple? As a die-hard Apple fan, Su Jiarong would never tolerate anyone looking down on Apple phones. Jiang Hao turned around, glanced at her coldly, and said coldly, not bothering to argue with such a brainless person. Enraged, Su Jiarong reached out to hit him, but Jiang Hao suddenly turned around and stared at her coldly. When Su Jiarong's angry gaze met Jiang Hao's icy stare, she abruptly took a step back. At that moment, she was shocked to find that she was actually frightened by the eyes of a little kid. Thinking of this, Su Jiarong's face immediately turned bright red, and she felt extremely ashamed. She suddenly turned around and threw herself into the chest of the middle-aged man with a big beer belly next to her, and as if she were possessed by a drama queen, she started to sob. Brother Hao, he's being mean to people. Wa'ada. They just want that fruit 9. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at the couple embracing in surprise, and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He had assumed the middle-aged man next to the brainless woman was her father, never expecting their relationship to be like this. Even the saleswoman introducing the phone to Jiang Hao gave the couple a strange look. At this moment, the beer-bellied uncle whom the brainless woman called Brother Hao gently patted her back and comforted her, saying, it's okay, don't be afraid, he's just a poor kid. Watch Brother Hao stand up for you. After saying that, Brother Hao pulled Su Jiarong aside, then stepped to Jiang Hao's side, his face dark and fierce, and said, you poor wretch, you're asking for death. You dare to insult my woman, Hao Jian's woman. However, he was rather short, and his presence seemed somewhat lacking compared to Jiang Hao, who was 1.8 meters tall. Su Jiarong, standing beside him, stared smugly at Jiang Hao. Seeing this, the saleswoman who was introducing the phone to Jiang Hao quickly stepped forward, trying to separate the two. Sir, please calm down. Don't worry, sir, I'll introduce you to this fruit 9 right away. However, the moment the saleswoman approached, she was blocked in her path by the brainless woman. Jiang Hao looked down at Hao Jian, remained silent for a moment, and said seriously, not bad, really despicable. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman next to him couldn't help but chuckle. Hao Jian's face flushed red instantly, and he glared at the saleswoman, cursing, fuck, your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, he reached out and slapped Jiang Hao across the face. The saleswoman was startled and screamed. However, Jiang Hao seemed completely oblivious, making no attempt to dodge. Seeing his unwavering stance, the saleswoman couldn't help but close her eyes, feeling a pang of pity. Seeing this, Su Jiarong became even more smug, her face beaming with satisfaction. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out, and a figure was sent flying. This was followed by a piercing scream. Everyone turned to look. The saleswoman opened her eyes and was shocked by the scene before her. Su Jiarong was also stunned. The smug look on her face froze instantly. Things were not at all as they had expected. Jiang Hao was standing unharmed, while Hao Jian, who had been so aggressive and had attacked first, was lying on the ground, clutching his face and howling. After a moment's realization, Su Jiarong pointed at Jiang Hao, a hint of fear in her eyes. You're finished. How dare you hit President Hao? As she spoke, she quickly ran to Hao Jian, who had fallen to the ground, and anxiously helped him up. Brother Hao, are you alright? Are you alright? At this moment, the saleswoman also ran to Jiang Hao's side and urgently advised, Sir, you should leave quickly or you'll be in big trouble. Jiang Hao glanced at her, slightly surprised, but ignored her advice. The saleswoman, seeing this, looked anxious. At this moment, Hao Jian was helped up, his face full of anger. He covered his red cheek with one hand and pushed Su Jiarong away with the other. Then, he pointed at Jiang Hao, his eyes blazing with rage. You bastard, how dare you hit me? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes as he stared coldly at Hao Jian. Hao Jian was immediately frightened by this stern gaze and took a few steps back, his face showing shame. You just wait. After saying that, he took out his phone, ready to call the police. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers, and the general manager of Hongrui Electronics Mall rushed over with 5 or 6 security guards. What happened here? As soon as the general manager arrived, he hurriedly asked. Su Jiarong immediately stepped forward, playing the victim, pointing at Jiang Hao with a face full of anger. Aren't you going to do anything about this? This poor kid doesn't have money to buy a phone. Not only is he taking up space, but he's also hitting people. Seeing this, Hao Jian, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in. Mr. Wang, you have to do something about this. Look, this bitch has slapped my face so hard it's swollen. As he spoke, he pointed to his swollen face. This despicable couple was twisting the truth, but Jiang Hao didn't refute them. Just then, the saleswoman, next to Jiang Hao, unable to bear it any longer, was about to step forward and explain the truth to the general manager, but Jiang Hao grabbed her arm. The general manager frowned upon hearing this, his impression of Hao Jian significantly diminished. However, seeing Hao Jian covering his face, his opinion shifted slightly in his favor, but he wasn't foolish enough to accept only one side of the story. So, he turned his gaze to Jiang Hao, who stood to the side, simply dressed and carrying an inexpensive backpack. Being well educated, he didn't look down on Jiang Hao because of his age and attire, but instead politely asked, Sir, is that really the case? Jiang Hao glanced at the smug couple, said nothing, and pulled out a black gold diamond card from his pocket, slamming it onto the glass counter. When General Manager Wang and Hao Jian saw the card, their expressions immediately changed. General Manager Wang was utterly shocked, while Hao Jian looked as if he had eaten shit, with a hint of regret showing in his eyes. That black and gold diamond card wasn't just a high-level membership card from the Royal Bank of our country. It was a symbol of status. People who owned such cards were not to be trifled with. If they wanted to mess with him, they could easily bring him down. Now that things had come to this, Hao Jian could only silently pray for the young man's forgiveness. Just as Hao Jian was pondering how to apologize to Jiang Hao and win his forgiveness, the saleswoman next to Jiang Hao keenly noticed the change in the general manager's and Hao Jian's expressions when they saw the card. She stared at the exquisite black and gold diamond card on the counter with surprise and curiosity, feeling that it looked familiar, but she couldn't remember its origin. Su Jiarong, standing beside Hao Jian, failed to notice the expressions on Hao Jian and the general manager's faces when they saw the card. She looked at Jiang Hao with disdain and sneered, You poor wretch, what are you pretending for at a time like this? Who are you trying to scare with a game membership card? You little wimp. Before she could finish speaking, Hao Jian interrupted her with a cold shout and then slapped her hard across the face. Su Jiarong was stunned by the beating and looked at Hao Jian, who was glaring at her angrily, with a face full of grievance. President Hao, why did you hit me? The atmosphere suddenly shifted, and everyone was stunned. Ignoring Su Jiarong's grievances, Hao Jian approached Jiang Hao with a respectful smile, whispering like a lapdog, Sir, I'm sorry, it was I who looked down on you. After saying that, he pulled over the bewildered Su Jiarong, and it's all her fault, that crazy woman. Hao Jian thought to himself, if it weren't for this vain woman causing trouble, he wouldn't have stood up for her and offended this important figure. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slapped Su Jiarong hard again, threatening her coldly, You bitch, hurry up and apologize to this gentleman and beg for his forgiveness, or I won't let you off. Su Jiarong was furious after being slapped twice for no reason. Just as she was about to retaliate, her eyes met the cold light in Hao Jian's eyes, and she instantly sobered up. She knew she was just a powerless college student from the countryside, and Hao Jian had a lot of leverage over her. Moreover, judging from Hao Jian's sudden change in attitude, the card this poor boy produced was definitely not an ordinary item. Thinking about this, Su Jiarong became more and more frightened. Her face turned pale, and she slapped herself, quickly apologizing to Jiang Hao. I'm sorry, I was so blind to your true nature. Jiang Hao watched coldly, his eyes devoid of any pity. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, leaving everyone shocked and whispering among themselves, Isn't that General Manager Hao Jian from Hongzhou Company? Who exactly is that young man? Wasn't that guy so arrogant just now? How come he's suddenly groveling to me? Jiang Hao's indifferent attitude made Hao Jian and Su Jiarong increasingly uneasy. Hao Jian glanced at Jiang Hao furtively, and finally seemed to have made a difficult decision. He knelt down on the ground, his voice trembling with tears, Sir, I have an 80-year-old mother and a baby crying for food at home. Please have mercy and let us go. After saying this, Hao Jian began to kowtow. Seeing this, Su Jiarong quickly knelt down as well, imitating him. This scene made everyone around laugh and cry. Jiang Hao was also left feeling choked up by Hao Jian's exaggerated acting. He hadn't expected the card Shui Zishi had given him to be so effective. At this moment, Seeing that his performance hadn't swayed Jiang Hao, Hao Jian became anxious and actually crawled towards Jiang Hao, trying to hug his legs. Jiang Hao quickly stopped him. Stop, stop, stop. Hao Jian looked at Jiang Hao expectantly, only to be met with a look of disgust. Jiang Hao said coldly, don't try to fool me with your act. I won't pursue this matter, but don't disgust me anymore. Now take this woman and get out. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian and Su Jiarong were overjoyed and quickly thanked him, saying, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The two quickly stood up, slunk away through the crowd, and disappeared. Jiang Hao watched them leave and muttered to himself, Hao Jian, he really is despicable. Beside him, the saleswoman looked at Jiang Hao with adoration, and couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing his words. Hearing the noise, Jiang Hao turned to look at her. The saleswoman quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet Jiang Hao's eyes. At this moment, the general manager also realized what had happened and hurriedly said respectfully, Sir, we are very sorry for the accident that happened today. We sincerely apologize. Therefore, any electronic products you have taken a liking to today will be given to you free of charge as an apology from Hongrui Electronics Mall. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at the general manager in surprise, then said, no need, I can easily buy a few phones. Okay, that's all. He turned to the saleswoman beside him. Tell me about this phone. Knowing he wasn't well liked by Jiang Hao, the general manager said nothing more. The saleswoman then focused on introducing the phone to Jiang Hao professionally. Sir, this Huawei phone is equipped with the latest facial recognition function, and also, as Jiang Hao listened to the introduction, he picked up a phone and started playing with it. Suddenly, he froze as a notification sound rang out. Ding, one phone detected. Disassemble? Jiang Hao was startled and asked cautiously, what will I get after the phone is disassembled? Just as he was pondering this, he noticed a computer in the counter next to him and his eyes lit up. If a phone can be disassembled, a computer should be no problem either, right? He pointed to the computer in the counter and said to the saleswoman, could you please take it out for me so I can take a look? The saleswoman, without a word of complaint, took out the laptop and began her professional presentation. Jiang Hao had just taken the laptop when a smile appeared on his face, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Having learned all this, Jiang Hao lost interest in listening to the introduction and said directly, give me 3 of your best computers, and that Huawei phone from before, 5 of them, I want to take them all. The saleswoman was quite surprised, but she wouldn't pry into a customer's privacy and knew that the gentleman could afford it, so she quickly went to prepare it. In the end, Jiang Hao spent 46,000 yuan, carrying a large bag of things, and left with the saleswoman seeing him off. Back home, Jiang Hao grabbed 2 cell phones and 2 computers, leaving the rest in the living room. He then dashed into his bedroom, locked the door, and began his research. He first took out a SIM card from the old-fashioned mobile phone that had just been retired, called the system, and the prompt tone sounded as expected. Ding, one old-fashioned mobile phone detected. Disassemble? Jiang Hao responded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully disassembling an old-fashioned mobile phone and obtaining the skill 1000-mile voice transmission technique, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. 1000-mile sound transmission technique level 1, 0/10. The meaning is self-explanatory. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? He disassembled his old-fashioned mobile phone and unexpectedly gained this kind of magical ability. Wow, my system is amazing. Jiang Hao was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth, his excitement overflowing. He quickly ordered, extract and fuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the skill quickly merged into his body, and then detailed techniques about the 1000-mile transmission technique appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. Soon, he fully absorbed all the memories, his face beaming with excitement. This is indeed a divine technique. Once mastered, it can transmit sound throughout all the heavens and myriad realms. But do countless worlds truly exist? A hint of doubt flashed through Jiang Hao's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. However, this immortal technique is only at level 1 right now, and its sound transmission distance is only about 100 meters. He frowned slightly, looking somewhat annoyed. Fortunately, we can upgrade with skill points, so the 100-meter sound transmission distance isn't entirely useless. Thinking of this, the slight frustration in his heart immediately vanished. It sounds so amazing, but I haven't tried it myself yet. After acquiring the new skill, Jiang Hao was itching to try it out. The subject of the experiment was, of course, Zhang Zishuan, who was studying diligently at home. A mischievous glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, and he immediately activated the 1000-mile transmission technique, emanating a strange wave from his body. Zhang Zishuan, who was studying in the opposite bedroom, was completely unaware that her mischievous older brother was secretly teasing her. As she learned more about her brother, her sense of vigilance grew stronger. Therefore, she could only study even harder. After all, she is in her final year of junior high school, and with the college entrance examination just over and the high school entrance examination just around the corner, there are no cheat codes. You can only rely on yourself. Suddenly, a voice quietly entered her ears, as if someone was calling her. Zishuan, Zishuan. Zhang Zishuan turned her head to look outside the door in confusion, but seeing no one there, she listened carefully. Then, the voice rang out again. Zishuan, Zishuan, it's me, your brother. This time, Jiang Zixuan heard it clearly. It was indeed her brother's voice. But she didn't hear any footsteps. She opened the bedroom door with a puzzled look and peered into the living room. Brother, you're back? Zixuan, there's a gift I bought for you in the living room. Go and pick one out. Jiang Hao's voice entered Jiang Zixuan's ears clearly once again. However, she still couldn't pinpoint the exact source of the sound. Soon, Jiang Zixuan indeed found a pile of neatly wrapped gift boxes on the sofa in the living room, but there was still no sign of his brother around. Brother, where are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt he had teased her enough, so he went into the bedroom and stopped teasing her. Jiang Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao gave a brief explanation, and Jiang Zixuan selected a computer and a mobile phone, then returned to her bedroom satisfied. Jiang Hao returned to his room to continue his great undertaking. At this moment, his gaze fell on the brand new Huawei phone he had just bought. I've already disassembled a phone. I wonder if I'll find anything new if I disassemble it again. It was with this thought in mind that he bought an extra mobile phone. Jiang Hao held the brand new Huawei phone, and the system notification sound rang out again. Ding, a Huawei phone has been detected. Do you wish to disassemble it? As the notification sound rang, Jiang Hao hesitated slightly, but finally made up his mind. After giving the order, the Huawei phone instantly disappeared from his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed the item and obtained the skilled Spellbreaker Eye, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Breaking Eye level 1, 0 out of 10 a Divine Eye technique. With it, nothing can deceive your eyes. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? The system notification echoed in his mind, but Jiang Hao was already deeply attracted by the new skill. Hiss, the Eye of Lawbreaker? That sounds amazing. Regardless of how he managed to acquire this skill by disassembling a Huawei phone, Jiang Hao was still extremely excited. Extract and fuse, he shouted. The next moment, a purple light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, instantly adding to his mystique. But quickly, the purple light dissipated, and his eyes returned to normal. It was as if nothing had ever happened. With the skill merging, Jiang Hao finally understood the power of the Lawbreaking Eye. Lawbreaking meant being able to see through all disguises and understand the truth of the world. Having just learned the function of the Eye of Lawbreaking, Jiang Hao immediately had the idea of gambling on jade stones to find a bargain. He quickly took off a dragon-shaped jade pendant from around his neck. This pendant was something he had carried with him since childhood. His father had said it was a family heirloom. Although its authenticity was hard to determine, he could use the Eye of Lawbreaking to verify it. Jiang Hao activated his Eye of Lawbreaking, and time seemed to reverse. His mind rapidly replayed the jade pendant's history, like a movie. Rewinding. From the modern era, the Republic of China, the Qing dynasty to the Ming dynasty, the scenes flowed clearly until they suddenly stopped. After watching this, Jiang Hao could at least confirm that the jade pendant was indeed an ancient treasure. As for why the scene suddenly stopped, it was probably because his Eye of Lawbreaking wasn't high enough level yet, as it was currently only at level 1. He glanced at the screen and saw that upgrading the Spellbreaker Eye to level 2 only required 10 skill points, which he happened to have. System, upgrade the Spellbreaker Eye to level 2, he decisively ordered. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding, 10 skill points successfully deducted. The Eye of the Spellbreaker has been successfully upgraded. Level 2 Eye of the Breaker, 0 out of 100 a Divine level Eye technique. With it, nothing can deceive your eyes. After upgrading, Jiang Hao used the Eye of the Breaker to observe the jade pendant again. This time, the scene successfully reverted to the Song dynasty, where a master carver was finally pausing with an inconspicuous stone in his hand. Although it sounded like a long time, it actually only took a few seconds. Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Eye of the Breaker. He happily searched everywhere for various items to experiment with, only stopping when his parents returned home. After dinner, Jiang Hao gave the other 2 cell phones to his parents, and also took away the degraded phones belonging to his parents and Jiang Zixuan. He claimed it was to prevent waste and to exchange them for money, but in reality, he had become somewhat addicted to disassembling cell phones. After disassembling 2 phones, he gained 2 powerful skills and naturally wanted to try his luck again to see if he could gain anything new. However, this time his luck was not as good as the previous 2 times. Out of the 3 phones and 1 old computer, only 1 phone was lucky enough to gain a new skill, Superior Level 1, 0/10. Sitting at home, you can know everything that is happening in the world. This filled Jiang Hao with another wave of joy. After testing, his level 1 clairaudience could only hear sounds within 100 meters. But what made him even happier was that his 1,000-mile voice transmission skill perfectly complemented clairaudience. If he could also have a 1,000-mile vision skill, that would be even more perfect. But this was just wishful thinking on his part. He then spent 20 skill points to upgrade both telepathy and hearing to level 2 before stopping. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Hao prepared to go to the nearby antique street, hoping to use his magic breaking eye to try and find a bargain. Just as he was about to leave, Shui Zishi rushed over in a flurry. This was the first time Jiang Hao had ever seen her so anxious. As soon as she arrived, she stared intently at Zhang Hao, as if he had flowers pasted on his face. Zhang Hao knew that Xue Zishi was definitely terrified by the mutated vegetable's rapid growth. After a long while, Xue Zishi came to her senses and exclaimed with a complex expression, "Mr. Jiang is truly a sage." While the statement was exaggerated, the rapid growth was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Hao simply smiled without saying a word. Soon, Xue Zishi revealed the purpose of her trip. She agreed to purchase 2 kilograms of each, of 5 different mutated vegetable seeds at a price of 8 million per kilogram. Zhang Hao explained that the seeds were currently insufficient and more time was needed. Xue Zishi also expressed her willingness to wait. The two parties reached an agreement to complete the transaction 1 month later, and Xue Zishi paid half of the deposit up front. Zhang Hao made another 40 million. After seeing Xue Zishi off, he began to ponder how to gather the 10 kilograms of mutated seeds. If he were to buy up these 5 kinds of vegetables in large quantities in Tianhe City, Xue Zishi would definitely become suspicious. So he decided to go out of town to take a look around after a while. Right now, he still needs to finish his current tasks and try to find some bargains. After leaving the house, Zhang Hao boarded a bus and headed towards the antique street. Because the bus was moving slowly, the short journey took almost an hour. He thought to himself that he needed to learn to drive, get a driver's license, and buy a car for transportation. An hour's drive was just too boring. The bus stopped at another station, and a mother carrying a little girl boarded. The little girl kept crying for some reason, so the mother had to keep comforting her. The bus's final stop was the train station. It was packed with people, with no seats available, so the mother had to stand, holding her crying child. Zhang Hao, however, had boarded earlier and had a seat. Many people around were disturbed by the little girl's crying. Some frowned and glanced at her, but then remained indifferent. Seeing this, Zhang Hao stood up, even though there was still a long way to go. "Ma'am, please sit here, your child is crying," he said to the young mother with a smile. The mother turned around and looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, thank you." She sat down with the child in her arms, but the little girl continued to wail. The carriage was crowded, and the June weather was hot and humid. The child's crying made the atmosphere even more oppressive, and many people frowned, annoyed by the sound. Zhang Hao stood aside, watching his mother gently coax the child, her voice soft, but she still couldn't calm the child down. What happened next made Zhang Hao suspicious. The little girl was crying so hard it was heartbreaking, and it made him want to cry too. He noticed that his mother's face seemed a little impatient, and her eyes showed disgust, as if she was annoyed by the child's crying. Then, the mother took a lollipop out of her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it directly into the little girl's mouth. Zhang Hao frowned. This action made him doubt whether the child was really her biological daughter. Not only could she not soothe the child, but she also showed a disgusted expression, and her actions and behavior were not like those of a real mother. His gaze became increasingly focused on the mother, noticing that her posture while holding the child was very awkward. What puzzled him even more was that the little girl had one bare foot, her shoes were missing, her pants had slipped down, and her mother didn't react at all. Zhang Hao wondered to himself, could there really be such a careless and clumsy mother? Just then, he suddenly remembered a news article he had seen online not long ago. Human traffickers have been rampant recently, committing crimes everywhere, and have even moved to Tianhe City, reminding everyone to be vigilant. This thought suddenly jolted him awake. Could I have encountered human traffickers? My gaze fell on the little girl again, who was eating candy and her crying was gradually stopping. Zhang Hao secretly wondered, maybe I'm overthinking it. Is this really how mothers comfort their children? He continued to observe discreetly, when he suddenly remembered the eye of lawbreaker he possessed. His eyes lit up as he stared at the strange mother and daughter and activated his eye of lawbreaking. Scenes immediately flashed through my mind. At first, everything seemed normal. The mother was holding the little girl. But soon, the scene changed, and the child's mother was someone else, not the one in front of us. In the video, a mother carries her little girl into a hair salon while she gets her hair done. The little girl toddles out on her own. At that moment, the woman holding the child noticed the scene from a distance and quickly rushed to the little girl's side. She held up a lollipop and lured the little girl to follow her. The little girl followed her for a while, then the woman turned around to make sure no one was watching, picked up the little girl, and quickly fled. Having seen this, Zhang Hao had no more doubts. His guess was absolutely correct. He actually gave up his seat for the human trafficker. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his teeth. What should I do now? He couldn't help but ask himself. If he were to take action now and snatch the little girl back from that woman, he would probably be misunderstood, and the situation would be awkward. It seems that I can't just take her by force unless absolutely necessary. Anyway, she's right beside me, so I'm not worried for now. With that thought, his mind raced and he began to devise a plan. Just then, a group of soldiers stood on duty by the traffic light at the intersection ahead. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up at the sight. The light turned red, forcing the bus to stop. The bus was only about 60 or 70 meters away from the soldiers. The female trafficker next to him showed a hint of panic upon seeing the soldiers. Zhang Hao glanced at her impassively, simultaneously activating his telepathic communication skill. A special wave emanated from his mouth, heading straight for the soldiers on duty. Sun Jingyi was diligently leading his soldiers on patrol when a voice suddenly reached his ears. Brother soldier, there's a female trafficker on the bus at your left intersection. She's holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl, sitting in the third seat from the left. The child's name is Yi Xiaobei. Come and arrest her. Sun Masayoshi asked in confusion, looking around as if searching for the source of the sound, but found nothing. Then, he subconsciously glanced at the bus not far away. The soldiers behind him all looked strange and spoke up one after another. Squad leader, did you hear that too? Reporting, squad leader, I heard it too. I heard someone say there are kidnappers on the bus. Squad leader, should we go up and check it out? Masayoshi-san hesitated for a moment, but seeing so many of his comrades had heard it, he knew it wasn't a hallucination. As for whether the voice was real or not, he felt it was very likely. In any case, he had to investigate, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. So he ordered, Wang Shaoren, direct that bus to pull over for inspection. The rest of you, come with me. As a well-trained soldier of China, Wang Shaoren was swift and decisive, obeying orders without hesitation. He ran to the front of the bus and gestured for the driver to pull over. Although the driver was puzzled, he complied. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been listening to the conversation between Sun Jingyi and Wang Shaoren. The woman trafficker next to him, seeing this, froze, her heart filled with even more unease. The other passengers on the bus reacted with a variety of emotions, some noisy, some surprised, some puzzled. Masayoshi-san led his men to the car door, knocked, and the driver opened it. Amidst the puzzled looks of the passengers, Sun and his men boarded the vehicle. Excuse me, we are on a mission. Please show your ID cards for inspection. Although the passengers were confused, they all began looking for their IDs. The soldiers quickly began checking each one, with Sun personally starting the checks from the left side. The woman trafficker next to Jiang Hao looked nervous and frantically began searching her body. At that moment, Sun Jingyi seized the opportunity and came to her side. Before she could react, he reached out and picked up the little girl sitting on her lap. The trafficker felt a sudden lightness on her lap and hurriedly tried to snatch the little girl back, but then heard a delighted voice. Hey, Xiaobei, what are you doing here? The voice made the woman trafficker tremble, her face instantly turning pale. She slowly looked up and saw Sun Jingyi holding the little girl. Yi Xiaobei wasn't crying. The woman trafficker's face froze, then she quickly recovered and lowered her head. Sun Jingyi's gaze fell on the woman trafficker, his tone filled with doubt. Huh? Who are you? Why are you with Xiaobei? The woman trafficker quickly looked up, a forced smile on her face, her expression filled with fear. She stammered, I'm Xiaobei's nanny. But I didn't hear my sister mention hiring a nanny? At this moment, Masayoshi-san seemed possessed by a master actor, his performance so lifelike it was almost believable. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for him. The woman trafficker, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, but reacted quickly. Oh, I just arrived a few days ago. Masayoshi-san looked enlightened. I see. Where is your ID card? The woman trafficker searched her pockets for a long time but still couldn't find her ID card. She could only apologize and say, sorry, I forgot to bring my ID card when I went out. She smiled broadly, but her expression held a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Masayoshi-san frowned slightly. Are you really Beckham's nanny? The woman trafficker froze. Just then, Sun Masayoshi suddenly pointed at her, turned to Yi Xiaobei in his arms, and asked, Xiaobei, do you know her? The woman trafficker turned pale with fright at the question. Before the little girl could answer, she seized her opportunity, shoved aside Masayoshi-san, and rushed towards the back door. But she never expected that a squad of soldiers was already waiting outside. The moment she rushed out, a soldier grabbed her arm and slammed her to the ground. Her screams and the soldier's shouts followed. Behave yourself. At this point, Masayoshi-san was completely certain that she was a human trafficker. He was now even more curious about the mysterious voice that had tipped them off earlier. The whole thing happened almost in the blink of an eye, and when everyone came to their senses, they were all shocked. What happened? What's going on? Chaos erupted inside the carriage. Left with no other option, Masayoshi-san could only explain, everyone, please be quiet. We just received a tip that there were human traffickers in this vehicle, so we conducted an emergency inspection. Alright, the person has been caught. Now, I apologize to everyone for taking up your time. As Masayoshi-san explained the whole story, gasps of surprise erupted from inside the car. Hiss, a human trafficker? I didn't realize it yet. Immediately following, thunderous applause erupted in the carriage. Jiang Hao watched this scene, a faint smile playing on his lips. No one had expected that the unsung hero had actually been right beside them all along. After Masayoshi-san called the police, they arrived quickly and took the woman trafficker away, ending the little incident. Having gone through this ordeal, Jiang Hao soon arrived at his destination. He got out of the car and went straight into the antique street. This antique street, surrounded by antique-style buildings, is one of Tianhe City's unique features and is bustling with activity, attracting a constant stream of tourists. Jiang Hao was aimlessly looking around when he suddenly heard a shout. Hey, take a look. Look around. Heirloom blue and white porcelain, for sale at a low price. He glanced glanced at it casually and was immediately speechless. It wasn't blue and white porcelain at all. It was clearly a modern craft item and brand new at that. Even without activating his magic-breaking eyes, he could tell it was a fake. He shook his head helplessly and could only continue wandering around. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. Jiang Hao looked up and saw several people huddled together, seemingly arguing about something. Out of curiosity, he went over to investigate. A young man was seen arguing with the stall owner, holding an ancient tiger tally. Through the words of others, Jiang Hao realized that this young man, like himself, was there to find a bargain. The young man saw the tiger tally at the stall owner's shop, thought it was genuine, and offered 50,000 yuan to buy it. However, after expert appraisal, it was declared a fake, not even worth 100 yuan. Realizing he had been cheated, the young man demanded a refund. But once an antique is sold, there's no such thing as a return policy. The two argued incessantly as a result. Jiang Hao examined the tiger tally's design and material. It was indeed antique and, at first glance, appeared genuine. However, he knew that with today's advanced antiquing techniques, appearance alone couldn't determine its authenticity. Although he lacked expert-level experience, he possessed the eye of law-breaking. So, he stared at the tiger tally and activated his spell-breaking eye. Instantly, a multitude of images flashed through his mind. The tiger tally had a rather colorful history, having passed through the hands of many people. As the images in his mind gradually receded, from the modern era to the Republic of China, the Qing dynasty, the Ming dynasty, finally settling on the hands of a majestic general in the Han dynasty, Jiang Hao suddenly awoke. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This is actually real." Immediately, Jiang Hao stared at the young man who insisted on returning the goods, secretly pleased. "Brother, since you don't want it, this old monk will accept it. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will?" Jiang Hao was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it. He squeezed into the crowd, feigning curiosity, staring at the pair of tiger tallies in the young man's hand, and then asked, "Brother, aren't you going to take these?" Upon hearing this, the young man turned around, frowned, and looked at Jiang Hao. "What, kid, you want to buy this?" He sized up Jiang Hao, noticing his cheap tracksuit and youthful face, and immediately showed a hint of disdain. "But can you even afford that?" Jiang Hao didn't take it to heart. Instead, he put on a shy yet stubborn look and said with his head down, "Big brother, how much would you be willing to sell it to me for?" At this moment, some people around, seeing Jiang Hao's persistence, thought he really intended to buy it and quickly reminded him kindly, "Kid, it's fake. Experts have verified it. Don't buy it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately feigned sudden realization. "Oh, I see. Then I won't buy it." As he spoke, he was about to stand up and leave, but his eyes remained fixed longingly on the tiger tally in the young man's hand. Upon hearing this, the young man's heart stirred, and a clever idea struck him. "It's all my fault for being blind and buying a fake. Now the stall owner won't give me a refund. But since this silly kid likes it so much, I might as well sell it to him. At least I can salvage some of my losses." Buzz buzz buzz. Although this sucker doesn't seem to have much money, he's stupid. At this moment, he already considered Jiang Hao a sucker, so how could he let him leave so easily? He quickly stood up, grabbed Jiang Hao, and fiercely rebuked the person who had kindly reminded him. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is an ancestral treasure of mine. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation." Then, he nervously turned to Jiang Hao and asked, "Hey kid, how much are you willing to pay? If the price is right, I can sell it to you." People around him looked at the young man with strange eyes. Jiang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Damn it, he was just clamoring to return it, and now it's become an heirloom? You old geezer, you're really wicked. However, since you tricked me first, I have no qualms about tricking you back. He was secretly overjoyed, but on the surface, Jiang Hao pretended to be clueless and dull-witted, keeping his head down and shyly extending two fingers. Upon seeing this, the young man was taken aback and hesitated for a moment. "Although it's a bit low, since you like it, I'll be merciful and reluctantly sell it to you for 20,000. On the surface, he pretended to be heartbroken, but inside he was overjoyed. After all, he had it appraised by experts, and it turned out to be a complete fake, not even worth 100 yuan. Although he had spent 50,000 yuan to buy it, selling it for 20,000 yuan was a loss, but at least he had broken even, which comforted him considerably. "Here you go, cash, Alipay, or WeChat transfer," the young man asked eagerly, afraid that Jiang Hao would change his mind. Those around him, having been warned, stopped interfering, and simply watched. However, Jiang Hao did not accept the tiger tally. After saying that, he walked out. The young man was somewhat puzzled. Jiang Hao kept his head down and said timidly, "Big brother, I only have 2,000 yuan, not 20,000. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. "What, 2,000? But soon, looking at Jiang Hao's clothes and youthful face, he realized that he had been overthinking things. How could a student casually take out 20,000 yuan? The young man said with a self-comforting expression, "Oh well, 2,000 it is. At least I can break even." On the surface, the young man seemed very embarrassed. 2,000 yuan is too little, isn't it? This is an old family heirloom. How about you add some more? I'll sell it to you if you add a little more. Jiang Hao had already seen through the young man's thoughts. "I don't believe you for a second." However, since it was an an act, he had to play it all the way. So Jiang Hao pretended to stare longingly at the tiger tally in the young man's hand, gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind, and took out 2 yuan from his pocket. Then, he slung his bag over his shoulder and reached in as if to take money, but in reality, all his money was in his system space. This action was just a cover. Soon, Jiang Hao pulled a wad of cash from his bag, holding 2,000 yuan in one hand and 2 yuan in the other. "Brother, this is all I have." The young man glanced at the money in Jiang Hao's hands, his lips twitching slightly. "It's only 2 yuan, is it really worth making such a decision? Sigh, I really shouldn't have had any hope." He handed over the tiger tally with disdain, then snatched the 2,000 yuan from Jiang Hao. Alright, 2,000 yuan is 2,000 yuan. After saying that, he started counting the money. Jiang Hao took the tiger tally, secretly pleased. Seeing this, some people around were surprised, some shook their heads, and others stared at Jiang Hao with expressions of utter disbelief. Hey, this kid actually bought it. The young man wouldn't listen to advice, he insisted it was fake. Fine, 2,000 yuan will teach him a lesson. He needs to know how dangerous the world can be. Alas, those who don't heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. The crowd discussed the matter amongst themselves, with no one optimistic about Jiang Hao's chances. After all, even experts had verified his credentials, so he couldn't be wrong. The young man quickly counted the bills. It was exactly 2,000 yuan, and the money was fine. Afraid Jiang Hao might change his mind, he hurriedly instructed, "Kid, we're even now. I'm not going to return anything." He turned and left after saying that. But a short while later, he turned back, snatched the 2 yuan from Jiang Hao's hand, and muttered, "Well, even a mosquito's leg is meat, can't waste it." Having taken the money, the young man quickly disappeared into the crowd. Jiang Hao, clutching the 2 tiger tallies, watched the departing figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. 2,000 yuan for a pair of Han Dynasty tiger tallies, he was absolutely thrilled. Finding a bargain was truly amazing. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Jiang Hao put away the tiger tally and prepared to look around again for any hidden treasures. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Young man, wait a minute." Jiang Hao turned around and saw an old man in a Zhongshan suit, followed by a tall, strong man. The others around, hearing the commotion, also turned around and were astonished to see the old man. "Wow, it's Director Feng. I've met Director Feng of the Tianhe City Museum several times. I've seen him before. Today is Wednesday, and he comes here every Wednesday." It seemed this old man was quite famous, many people knew him. Jiang Hao looked at him with suspicion. The old man walked up to Jiang Hao, smiled, and said, "Young man, may I take a look at your pair of tiger tallies?" Jiang Hao immediately understood that this guy wanted to get his tiger tally. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao refused firmly and without reservation. He hadn't missed the whispers of the surrounding crowd. This old man was no ordinary person. Jiang Hao's decisive refusal even surprised Feng Longxi. This young man wasn't like this just now. Jiang Hao's decisiveness shocked those around him. Oh dear, he actually rejected Director Feng. Is this some kind of hothead? Perhaps he doesn't even know Director Feng? The crowd's discussions did not affect Jiang Hao. In fact, he did not know this Director Feng and had no intention of getting involved with him, so he naturally did not care. At this moment, Feng Longxi realized he had been rejected, but he wasn't upset and still smiled, saying, "It's fine if you don't want to look. How about this? I just saw the pair of tiger tallies you bought for 2,000 yuan. Now I'm willing to offer 3,000 yuan. Can you sell them to me? Look, you didn't do anything, and you made an extra 1,000 yuan just by reselling it. What a bargain." Feng Longxi carefully calculated the bill for Jiang Hao, thinking that the extra 1,000 yuan would surely tempt the shy young man. Actually, he had been observing for a while and had seen everything that had just happened. He naturally recognized that pair of tiger tallies as no ordinary item. However, because of his reputation, everyone around him knew him, and if he were to make the purchase directly, the young man would definitely become suspicious, and the price might not be as low. In contrast, this child seemed simple-minded and dull-witted, probably a novice, and easier to talk to. So he chose not to make a move directly, planning to buy it back from Jiang Hao after he bought it. But he didn't expect that Jiang Hao's shy demeanor was all an act, and that Jiang Hao knew the origins of the tiger tally better than he did. At this moment, Feng Longxi looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation. After hearing this, Jiang Hao stared at Feng Longxi, sneered, and then said, "You old bastard, you really know how to play tricks." Feng Longxi was taken aback, his body stiffening slightly. At this moment, Jiang Hao continued, "Do you think I'm stupid? 3,000 yuan can buy a pair of Western Han Dynasty tiger tallies? How about I give you 3,000 yuan, and you give me a pair of tiger tallies?" After saying this, Jiang Hao glanced at Feng Longxi with disdain, then turned and left. The surrounding crowd stared in disbelief and astonishment. What? That's a tiger tally from the Western Han Dynasty? No wonder Master Feng took action. I think I understand now. Could those tiger tallies be genuine? All eyes turned to Feng Longxi. Realizing what had happened, Feng Longxi looked in the direction Jiang Hao had left and suddenly understood. It turned out the young man had recognized the tiger tally as genuine from the start. His earlier shyness was merely an act. He was was immediately shocked and at the same time felt a pang of regret. He was shocked that even he, who only believed the tiger tally might be real, already knew its origin. Seeing the burning curiosity in everyone's eyes, Fomongshi smiled wryly and said, "It was my greed that got the better of me. That young man is right. Those tiger tallies are indeed genuine, worth at least tens of millions, or even priceless." Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped in shock. What? Worth at least tens of millions? Or even priceless? Everyone was stunned. They had just been calling Jiang Hao a fool, but now they realized he was the only smart one. At this moment, the most frustrated person was undoubtedly the stall owner, who was filled with deep regret. That was originally his prized possession. However, the stall owner felt slightly comforted by the thought that someone else was in a worse situation than him. He wondered what the young man's expression would be if he knew that the item he sold for 2,000 yuan was worth at least 10 million. Fomongshi watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, his eyes filled with regret, while at the same time becoming curious about Jiang Hao. How exactly did he know? However, no one could give him an answer. Jiang Hao left without noticing the whispers of those around him. After an afternoon of shopping, Jiang Hao had made some gains: a Ming Dynasty painting in calligraphy, an antique fan, a Tang Dynasty coin, and the pair of tiger tallies. He didn't find anything else of value after that, so he prepared to take his belongings home. Actually, the main reason was that the tiger tally he bought for 2,000 yuan was worth at least 10 million yuan, and that news had already spread. His chances of finding a bargain here were dwindling, and another reason was that he was being watched. Yes, he was being watched. The target was precisely the pair of tiger tallies he possessed. Their value was so high that it was worth the risk. As Jiang Hao stood up from a small stall, he glanced at the corner behind him, where 4 people were staring intently at him. The moment Jiang Hao stood up, the 4 quickly looked away. The scene before him reminded Jiang Hao of scenes from movies, and a slight smile played on his lips. "I never thought I'd encounter something like this." He turned and left without a word. The 4 men in the corner behind him exchanged a glance and quickly followed. Someone who witnessed this simply shook their head. The Luyun Society people arrived really fast. Now, that young man can only pray for the best. Who says otherwise? They snagged that pair of tiger tallies at a bargain price, yet they still won't leave. They dare to linger and refuse to go. They're truly insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Several elderly men shook their heads, watching the direction Jiang Hao had left in. They could almost foresee that the young man would either have his tiger tally taken away or be crippled. Compared to the powerful Luyun Society, no one had any hope for Jiang Hao, who had no background whatsoever. Jiang Hao walked calmly out of the antique street, observing his surroundings as he headed towards a less crowded area. The 4 people behind him, however, seemed puzzled. "Brothers, don't you guys feel like something's not right? Why did he choose to go to a less crowded place? Brother, isn't this better? No one will bother us, and we can get things done properly." Hearing this, the 4 men were completely unsuspecting and followed Jiang Hao closely. Soon, Jiang Hao wandered around and entered a small alley. This was clearly a demolition area, and there was no one around. Jiang Hao stopped. He turned around, a smile appearing on his face, and looked at the 4 young men following closely behind. The 4 exchanged glances, and one of them spoke first. "Kid, so you found us all alone. However, since you didn't run away and even let us here, it seems you're scared. Since that's the case, just hand over all your valuables immediately, and maybe Grandpa will be in a good mood and let you off the hook. Otherwise." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 understood and pulled out their batons. The 4 of them brandished their batons simultaneously, their eyes dark, and with a cold snort, they approached Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao showed no fear in the face of such a scene. "You think I'll just put my things down like that? Don't I have any sense of dignity? A bunch of idiots." Jiang Hao spoke sarcastically, instantly enraging the 4 men. With a low shout, they raised their batons and charged forward, aiming the batons straight at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained motionless, and the 4 men, thinking he was frightened, revealed smug grins. Just as the baton was about to fall, they saw Jiang Hao smiling at them. The next moment, they felt dizzy, and then they felt as if they had been hit by a speeding train. The 4 stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hao in disbelief, their bodies sent flying backward by the shock. 4 heavy thuds followed by screams of agony. Jiang Hao picked up a baton and walked steadily over. The 4 men clutched their stomachs, writhing in pain and unable to speak. Jiang Hao's footsteps echoed like the rhythm of death, jolting their nerves. The 4 looked up and saw Jiang Hao looking down at them, holding a baton and wearing a wicked smile. They were immediately terrified and trembled all over. What do you want to do? I'm a member of the Luyun Society." Jiang Hao didn't care at all when he heard this. Luyun Society? Never heard of it. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to break your legs." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hao swung his stick and brought it down. The 4 men screamed in agony, then immediately fainted. Looking at the 4 unconscious men, Jiang Hao shook his head. "They're really too weak to handle." He then disassembled the weapon in his hand, but found nothing. Jiang Hao was not disappointed and turned to leave. It wasn't until evening that someone passing by discovered them and immediately called the police. That's a story for another time. Back home, my mother had already prepared prepared dinner, and the family enjoyed a warm meal together before going about their own business. Jiang Hao found many old books on antique appraisal and began to study them diligently. Although he possessed the eye of breaking laws, which could reveal the truth of many things, the process of picking up each object and using the eye of breaking laws was extremely tedious. However, once he has a certain level of discernment, he can easily eliminate a large number of counterfeit goods, saving him a lot of trouble. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Jiang Hao had just finished breakfast when his phone rang. Who would it be at this time? He was puzzled, but when he took the phone, he saw that it was his classmate, Little Fatty, calling. Jiang Hao answered the phone. Little Fatty, what's up? Little Fatty's unique voice came from the other end of the phone. Class monitor, now that we've all graduated, everyone's going their separate ways soon. Other classes are organizing reunions, you see. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised to hear this. So early? On the other end of the phone, the chubby student said with a hint of helplessness, my dear class monitor, if we don't organize a gathering now, are we supposed to wait until the results come out? Once the results are out, some people didn't do well, so they're not in the mood to organize a party. Jiang Hao thought it made sense. Not everyone is as optimistic as him. Okay, I'll post an announcement in the group to get everyone's opinions. After finishing his call, Jiang Hao immediately tagged all his classmates in the class group chat, briefly explaining the situation. Soon, most responded and agreed. Everyone was about to go their separate ways, and opportunities to meet would be few, so this was a good chance to get together one last time. Based on the majority's opinion, the gathering was scheduled for 4 p.m., and the meeting place was the entrance of the Hongda Hotel. As the class monitor, Jiang Hao decided to go to the Hongda Hotel beforehand to confirm the venue. However, it was still early, so he decided to rest for a while and casually sat on the sofa browsing the web. Then he saw a news report about a dog attack that occurred in their city, Tianhe. The report states that a young mother was picking her child up from school when she encountered a young man walking two dogs. Everything was peaceful until suddenly the two dogs broke free of their leashes and pounced on the mother and child. Despite the man's stern reprimands, the dogs ignored him and continued their frenzied attack. The man fled in terror. Fortunately, a nearby police officer arrived in time and managed to chase away the two rabid dogs, rescuing the mother and child. Sadly, they both sustained injuries of varying degrees. The two rabid dogs are currently missing. The report reminds citizens to be vigilant when going out and to report any sightings to the police immediately. Relevant personnel are making every effort to capture the two rabid dogs. However, in the comments section below the report, a group of people claiming to be extreme dog lovers actually defended the two dogs. It must have been those two idiots who provoked the cute dogs, otherwise why would such well-behaved dogs attack them? You dare come to the hospital? You're not even as good as a dog. Dogs are so cute, how dare you hit them? I'll deliver 2 wreaths to your doorstep tomorrow. Some people even plan to dox the policeman who chased away the vicious dog. The barrage of insults infuriated Jiang Hao. Dog attacks on people are commonplace, and the extreme behavior of some dog lovers is even more intolerable. Jiang Hao grew increasingly angry as he looked at the screen, and finally turned off his phone, deciding to avoid seeing it altogether. However, thinking that the two rabid dogs hadn't been caught yet, he couldn't help but worry about his family's safety. So, he called his parents and told them to be careful. He also sent a text message to Jiang Zixuan, reminding her to take the bus home after school and not to linger on the road. After giving his family instructions, it was already past 10 o'clock. Jiang Hao packed his things and prepared to go to the Hongda Hotel to reserve a table in advance. After making a reservation, he left the hotel. It was almost noon. Jiang Hao wanted to go home, but he was worried about Jiang Zixuan's safety. Since it wasn't far from Jiang Zixuan's school, he took a detour to the school gate. It wasn't even noon yet, so he had no choice but to wait outside. While standing outside looking around boredly, Jiang Hao suddenly looked up and saw 2 fat dogs in the distance, one white and one black, which were the 2 mad dogs. They quickly ran into an alley and disappeared from sight. Jiang Hao immediately became alert and gave chase. Jiang Hao walked into the narrow alley, following the trail of the 2 mad dogs. He turned left and right until he saw them enter a house. The door was immediately closed after the 2 dogs went inside. At this moment, Jiang Hao activated his all-hearing skill and overheard a conversation that shocked him. His face instantly turned as cold as ice. Auntie, Ping Ping, and Anan have gone back to the old house. Ah, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Quickly bring some steaks to my 2 poor sons. Don't let them go hungry. Don't let Ping and Anan go out during this time. Those good-for-nothings are looking for my son everywhere. It's all those 3 idiots' fault, otherwise my son wouldn't have suffered like this. You damn piece of trash, why don't you just die? These vicious words reminded Jiang Hao of the report he had seen that morning, about those extreme dog lovers. Is this what extreme dog lovers are like? He wondered to himself. You don't deserve to be called a human being. Jiang Hao's face was ashen. He stared at the family and muttered under his breath, since you love them so much, I'll see just how much they love you. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and activated his insect control technique. Instantly, a rustling sound filled the air. Tens of thousands of insects insects of all kinds converged from all directions, forming a raging tide. They seemed to have a clear goal, methodically swarming towards the house. Woof woof woof. At that moment, the two rabid dogs seemed to sense the danger and began barking wildly. The family, completely unaware, looked at the two large, barking dogs and comforted them with concern, asking, Ping Ping, Anan, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry? Eat up. This is freshly bought beef. However, the swarm of insects had already crawled into the house through the cracks. Then, a sharp, piercing scream rang out. How can there be so many insects? Ping Ping, Anan. After a long while, Jiang Hao opened his eyes, gazing in the direction from which the heart-wrenching screams were coming. A cold smile crept onto his lips before he turned and left. His level 3 insect control technique had turned every insect he controlled into his eyes. Under the onslaught of tens of thousands of insects, the two mad dogs were severely traumatized, their madness instantly relapsing. They became unrecognizable, even attacking their own owners. Because the door was locked from the inside, they couldn't escape and ultimately perished in the small swarm of insects created by Jiang Hao. As for the vicious, extreme dog lovers, Jiang Hao didn't take their lives, but he made sure they received their due punishment. This outcome could be considered a satisfactory conclusion. When Jiang Hao returned from the alley, he found that Jiang Zixuan had already gone home from school, so he had to go home alone. At 4 p.m., Jiang Hao arrived at the Hongga Hotel, where his classmates from Class 8 of Senior 3 also began to arrive. Since Jiang Hao had made a reservation that morning, the group of students quickly took their seats. After the meal began, everyone exchanged blessings, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Hao was also enjoying himself, offering his blessings to each of his classmates. Everyone seemed very happy. However, in a corner, Li Xian stared at the triumphant Jiang Hao in the crowd, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred. Originally, he should have been the one standing in the spotlight today. It's all Jiang Hao's fault. It's all his fault. No, everything that should belong to me is what everyone is focusing on. Li Xian roared inwardly, then angrily slammed the cup down on the table. Startled, everyone turned to look at him. Seeing their gazes, Li Xian immediately became timid, managing only a forced smile as he explained. A mistake, a mistake. I've had too much to drink. You guys continue. I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, Li Xian staggered towards the door. The chubby classmate next to Jiang Hao saw everything clearly and leaned closer to Jiang Hao, whispering, Li Xian is just jealous of you. He should be the star of this party. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled lightly, not taking it to heart at all. Ignore him. I'll toast everyone again. Outside the door, Li Xian heard Jiang Hao's words, glared at him viciously, and turned to leave. Li Xian went downstairs and was about to leave when a voice called out from the side, Hey, isn't this young Master Li? Li Xian turned around in confusion, looking in the direction the voice came from. He saw a young man in a suit, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, squinting at him. If it weren't for the scar on his face that marred his appearance, he would have had the air of a successful man. Behind him followed 8 young men dressed in matching light blue shirts and trousers, each with a thumb-sized Lu character printed on their shirt pockets. Upon seeing them, Li Xian forced a smile onto his gloomy face and stepped forward to greet them. Team leader son, you're here too? With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the young man in the lead said, Yeah, we brought the brothers here for a better meal. At this moment, team leader Sun keenly noticed that Li Xian seemed preoccupied, so he said, Young Master Li, you don't look well. Did some jerk offend you? Do you want me to help you get revenge? Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He thought to himself, perhaps paying Sun Qi to help me vent my anger wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, Sun Qi was ruthless and a taekwondo expert. Although Jiang Hao was powerful, could he defeat Sun Qi? With this thought, Li Xian's mind immediately became active. Team leader Sun, let's talk as we walk. After saying that, Li Xian pulled Sun Qi upstairs. Upstairs, Jiang Hao and his friends were enjoying their drinks when Li Xian suddenly burst in, interrupting their fun. Everyone, stop for a minute, stop for a minute. Everyone cast questioning glances his way. Li Xian smiled, meeting their gazes, and then gave Jiang Hao a meaningful look. Let me introduce you to a few friends. Everyone, please welcome him, he said, turning to the doorway and leading the applause. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked puzzled, and some even showed dissatisfaction, whispering among themselves, what exactly is Li Xian trying to do? Who is it? Today is our class reunion. Why should we welcome his friend? Yeah, what's going on here? Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian, also feeling displeased. This was their class reunion, not his private party. However, he didn't stop them. Instead, he wanted to see what Li Xian was up to. The chubby classmate next to him frowned and asked in a low voice, Brother Hao, is Li Xian sending someone to cause trouble? Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly, It's fine, let him make a fuss. I want to see what kind of trouble he can cause. Just as everyone was discussing this, Sun Qi walked in with his 8 brothers. Sun Qi smiled broadly, and seeing that no one was clapping, he showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he acted as if he knew everyone very well, jokingly saying, Looks like you guys aren't very welcoming to us? Li Xian quickly interjected, How could that be? Let me introduce you all. This is team leader Sun from Lu Yun Society. The 8 brothers behind behind him are also his subordinates. Lu Yun Society? Jiang Hao hadn't paid much attention at first, but after hearing the words Lu Yun Society, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, I remember now. Yesterday, when I was bringing home a bargain from the antique market, those 4 robbers I encountered seemed to say they were from the Lu Yun Society. No wonder it looked so familiar. Just as Li Xian was introducing Sun Qi to everyone, he suddenly changed the subject, pointed at Jiang Hao, and said to Sun Qi with feigned enthusiasm, "This is our class monitor, Jiang Hao." Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face as he stared at Jiang Hao and said, "Squad leader, shouldn't you be toasting team leader's son on behalf of our whole class? If it weren't for my sake, you wouldn't even be qualified to know team leader's son." Li Xian's smug demeanor caused many to frown. Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, smiled and stared at Li Xian. At this moment, the chubby classmate couldn't hold back any longer, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at Li Xian angrily. "Li Xian, today is our class reunion, not your private party. If you wanna be someone's lapdog, go be one yourself. Don't put on this show of bullying others." As soon as little fatty spoke, the others who disliked Li Xian chimed in. Yes, that's exactly it. Li Xian's face turned red with anger, and he pointed at the chubby boy, shouting, "Wang Xiaoman, you." At this moment, Sun Qi walked over with a smile on his face, patted Li Xian on the shoulder like a gentleman, and advised, "Don't do that, it will hurt our relationship." His gaze then fell on Jiang Hao. This must be squad leader Jiang, right? However, the next moment, when he saw Jiang Hao's appearance, his expression suddenly changed. "Huh? It's you! You're the one who crippled 4 of my brothers yesterday?" Then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha, that was easy. Boy, hand over those tiger tallies, and if you behave yourself and let me break your limbs, I might spare your life." At this moment, his 8 henchmen quickly surrounded him. Although somewhat confused, Li Xian was surprised to discover that Sun Qi actually knew Jiang Hao, and the two seemed to have a deep-seated grudge. Seeing this, Li Xian was overjoyed. Good, he thought to himself, it would be best if we could kill him. The plot took an abrupt turn, catching everyone off guard. Suddenly, Sun Qi's 8 henchmen surrounded their class monitor. Several hot-blooded students from Class 8 of Senior 3 also stood up, glaring angrily at Sun Qi and his group. The atmosphere instantly became tense and on the verge of conflict. Seeing this, Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke up to stop them. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Sit down. This is a personal feud between team leader's son and the squad leader. Why are you all working so hard?" Li Xian's words drew the attention of everyone present. Sun Qi raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and his 8 henchmen understood immediately. They each pulled out a butterfly knife, their blades flashing nimbly in their hands, displaying a dazzling array of techniques. The students, seeing this, were startled, their confidence faltering, and their expressions filled with worry. Seeing this, Jiang Hao broke his silence and said calmly, "All right, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but is it really necessary for everyone to make such a fuss over a few punks?" As he spoke, he gestured for his classmates to step back. You all step back. Although Xiao Pang and the other classmates hesitated, Jiang Hao forbade them to interfere, so they could only watch closely from the sidelines. They would not stand idly by if Jiang Hao were to suffer even the slightest setback. Jiang Hao's words immediately darkened the faces of Sun Qi and his henchmen. At that moment, Li Xian was the happiest. He grinned maliciously, staring intently at Jiang Hao, and mocked, "What good is strength? Can you beat a taekwondo master?" Upon hearing this, Sun Qi gritted his teeth, stared intently at Jiang Hao, and roared, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Today, I'll make you never forget this." Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 8 of his henchmen immediately brandished their knives and stabbed at Jiang Hao. The surrounding students screamed in alarm, "Jiang Hao, watch out." However, Jiang Hao seemed frozen in fear, standing motionless. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in alarm, "It's over! It's over!" The squad leader's scared out of his wits. "Oh no, squad leader Jiang is probably in grave danger." Just as everyone was terrified and dared not look directly at him, Jiang Hao suddenly burst forth with superhuman speed, instantly snatching the butterfly knife from the first blonde-haired man who had charged forward. He then delivered a heavy punch to the blonde-haired man's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Before the 2 men behind the blonde-haired man could react, they were knocked aside by the flying blonde-haired man. With a sharp crack, the 3 men flew past Sun Qi, smashing the dining table behind him. The shards crackled and popped. The other 5 were also terrified. They turned to look at their 3 fallen companions, trembling, and dared not approach them. Jiang Hao gripped the butterfly knife he had just seized in his left hand, scanning the remaining men, who immediately retreated. Seeing this, a slight smile played on Jiang Hao's lips as he turned his gaze to Sun Qi. The knife moved nimbly in his hand, a dazzling display of skill. This scene immediately alarmed Sun Qi. One person, one punch, sending 3 people flying several meters. This wasn't some fake skill shown in a TV drama. His expression turned serious, and he muttered 2 words, "A trained fighter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao merely smiled faintly and offered no response. His classmates behind him were all shocked, and the chubby boy's previously worried face instantly lit up with wild joy. "I knew it. Brother Hao will be all right." The other students breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jiang Hao in astonishment, their hearts filled with with admiration and relief. Li Shen, who had been smug, froze. This is impossible. Seeing the three people who had been knocked away by Jiang Hao, Li Shen was also frightened by this sudden change. However, when he saw Sun Qi ahead, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he immediately began to repeatedly reassure himself, it's okay, everything will be alright. And with Sun Qi, a taekwondo expert, we can definitely do it. How could Jiang Hao possibly beat Sun Qi? Absolutely impossible. Li Shen seemed to be hypnotizing himself, desperately trying to bolster his spirits. At that moment, Jiang Hao stared at Sun Qi, as if he had just heard her, and asked, what did you just say? You want to break my limbs? Then come and try. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, one butterfly knife found. Disassemble? Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback, but almost without hesitation, he immediately gave the order in his mind. For him, this small situation didn't require weapons at all. The butterfly knife vanished from his hand in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling a butterfly knife and obtaining the skill Little Li Flying Dagger, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Li Xuanhuan level 1, 0/10. Li Xuanhuan never misses his target. Congratulations on the decomposition complete. Would you like to extract and fuse? What? Little Li Flying Dagger? Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He hadn't held out much hope, but the system had delivered such a surprise, the Little Li Flying Dagger. This was a powerful weapon. Ranked third on the 100 weapon rankings, and he had just casually disassembled it. Suppressing his elation, Jiang Hao quickly said, extract and fuse. At his command, a flood of information rushed into his mind, while the system made slight modifications to his body. Jiang Hao quickly accepted the system's integration and infusion. Only after he fully mastered the Little Li Flying Dagger technique did he truly understand its power. With this power, Jiang Hao's confidence soared. He looked at Sun Qi again, his face filled with joy. What a good person. He was so grateful to receive such a precious gift right off the bat. He decided to properly thank this kind person from the Luoyuan society. As for how to express his gratitude, he wanted Sun Qi to personally experience the power of the third-ranked weapon on the weapon ranking list, Little Li's Flying Dagger. At this moment, Sun Qi felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He stared at Jiang Hao and felt a strong pressure that made him dare not make any rash moves. Finally, Sun Qi glared fiercely at Jiang Hao, then turned and coldly shouted at the 5 retreating henchmen beside him, Fifth brother, help them up, let's go. Jiang Hao's strength far exceeded Sun Qi's expectations. The 3 people he easily defeated were no match for him. Moreover, Sun Qi had brought far too few people today, so he decided to let Jiang Hao enjoy himself for a few more days. After saying that, he silently led the way towards the door. Several of his underlings quickly helped up the 3 men who had been knocked away and followed Sun Qi out. Even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Qi to be so cowardly. When the others saw that Sun Qi didn't even dare to start a fight, they also slunk away. They immediately admired Jiang Hao even more. Behind him, his henchmen busied themselves helping the 3 who had been knocked away, and followed Sun Qi to leave. Jiang Hao hadn't expected Sun Qi to back down so much, and the others also slunk away in disgrace. Jiang Hao's prestige immediately soared. However, Li Shen, standing behind Sun Qi, was completely dumbfounded. He had originally hoped that Sun Qi would avenge him, but who would have thought that Sun Qi would surrender without even starting a fight? Li Shen panicked and quickly caught up with Sun Qi, shouting, Team leader son, what are you doing? We agreed that I'd give you money in exchange for teaching Jiang Hao a lesson. In his nervousness, Li Shen blurted out the words, and before he could finish speaking, everyone in the room heard them. Everyone immediately understood, their gazes turning icy as they stared intently at Li Shen, their faces showing expressions of gritted teeth. So it turns out that Li Shen was behind all of this. Upon hearing this, Sun Qi turned around abruptly and stared at Li Shen as if he were an idiot. Indeed, as the saying goes, it's not the formidable opponent you should fear, but the incompetent teammate. At this moment, Li Shen was still completely unaware, blocking Sun Qi and the others' path like a thug. Team leader son, quick, help me kill him and avenge me. Li Shen shouted loudly. Enraged, Sun Qi kicked Li Shen hard in the stomach. The kick made Li Shen vomit. At that moment, Li Shen rolled on the ground, like a gourd, clutching his stomach and screaming in pain. Sun Qi glared at him fiercely, then, without caring, led his men straight towards the door. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw that Sun Qi had retreated without a fight, and he was immediately indignant. He turned around, grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table, and instantly activated the Little Li Flying Dagger technique. His arm turned into a blur, and the chopsticks in his hand vanished without a trace. Bang bang! With a whooshing sound, the next moment, 2 chopsticks appeared on the iron gate that Sun Qi had reached out to touch. Most of the chopsticks were deeply embedded in the iron gate, and the upper halves of the chopsticks were still trembling slightly. Only then did Sun Qi realize what was happening. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look at the gate, only to see half a chopstick stuck in the iron door. They were all horrified. A deathly silence fell over the private room. They turned with difficulty to look at Jiang Hao's seat. Sure enough, the chopsticks were gone. gone. Everyone gasped, exclaiming in surprise, flying flower twisted leaf. Little leaf flying dagger? So martial arts really do exist in this world. As soon as Sun Shi turned around, she met Jiang Hao's icy gaze, and a chill ran down her spine. Jiang Hao's calm voice echoed in the air. Team leader son, did I say you could leave? This isn't a place you can come and go as you please. Jiang Hao's cold shout sent a chill down Sun Shi's spine, but he quickly recovered from his shock, his face turning grim. Being repeatedly threatened by a mere youth was incredibly humiliating. He stared at Jiang Hao, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. What else do you want? Jiang Hao looked at him coldly and replied in a chilling voice, I don't want anything. You think you can just come and go as you please? It's not that easy. Take one punch from me, and I might let you go. Otherwise. Before Jiang Hao could finish speaking, Sun Shi's heart skipped a beat, and his face grew increasingly grim. He knew that Jiang Hao's punch was not going to be easy to withstand. The previous punch had already proven everything. Looking again at the trembling chopsticks embedded in the iron gate, a deep sense of fear swept through him. Left with no other choice, Sun Shi gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and took a few steps forward to confront Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't say much, stepped forward, and threw a punch like the wind, fierce and domineering, aiming straight for the heart of the enemy. Before anyone could react, Jiang Hao's fist was already upon Sun Shi. Sun Shi instinctively raised his hands to protect his chest, preparing to take the blow head-on. The next moment, a sharp crack of bones shattering echoed through the air. Snap! With a scream, Sun Shi's face contorted with fear and pain as he was sent flying, crashing into the door before falling to the ground. A deep dent remained in the iron door. The crowd gasped again. This was the second time they had witnessed Jiang Hao's fist, yet it still left them in disbelief. Jiang Hao's voice drifted over lightly. Take your men and get out of here. Sun Shi's underlings averted their gazes in alarm and hurriedly helped him up. Team leader! Team leader! Sun Shi's arms hung limply at his sides, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. With the help of his underlings, he struggled to his feet, staring intently at Jiang Hao, as if trying to etch his face into his mind. These words were meant for his underlings. He was smart enough not to utter any harsh words at this moment. The henchmen quickly understood and helped Sun Shi flee in a panic, not wanting to stay a moment longer. But just as they stepped out the door, Jiang Hao's voice rang out again. Oh, and remember to settle the bills here. Pay what you owe, give what you owe. Upon hearing this, Sun Shi was so angry that his eyes blazed with fury. Damn it, I got nothing today. Not only did I get beaten up, but I was also extorted. It's outrageous, but the situation is against me now, so even if I grit my teeth, I can only swallow it down. These words were practically spat out through gritted teeth. Sun Shi had just left when Li Xian, whom he had kicked to the ground, was already terrified by Jiang Hao's series of forceful tactics. Even Sun Shi, whom he had always trusted, couldn't withstand a single punch from Jiang Hao, and that legendary flying flower twisting leaf technique had truly shaken him. Now, how could he dare provoke Jiang Hao? As soon as Sun Shi left, he secretly crawled towards the door when no one was looking. Just then, a chopstick suddenly stuck in front of him, a third of it embedded in the ground. Seeing the chopsticks nearly pierce his hand, Li Xian froze, trembling, and slowly looked up at Jiang Hao. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then a soft voice broke the silence. Li Xian, did I say you could leave? Li Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately turned and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, trembling as he begged Jiang Hao for mercy. Jiang Hao, for the sake of the 3 years we've spent together, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'll never dare to do it again. At this moment, he no longer cared about his fragile pride. Those around sighed in dismay at the sight, secretly relieved to see Li Xian's state. Jiang Hao, however, remained unmoved as he gazed at Li Xian, who lay on the ground, sobbing and pitifully begging for mercy. Such a despicable person never learns. Without a truly painful lesson, he would forget everything in the blink of an eye. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hao spoke. Fine, considering our 3 years together, I'll give you 2 choices. Li Xian was desperately begging for mercy when he heard this, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Hao expectantly. Jiang Hao glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, first, like that team leader son, you take 1 punch from me, and I might let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't possibly withstand a punch from Jiang Hao. Even Sun Shi, whom he had always trusted, had both arms broken. If he took the punch, he would probably lose his life. Jiang Hao continued, second, you cut off one of your fingers, as a lesson to you. Li Xian was completely dumbfounded. Cut off a finger? Wouldn't that make him crippled? He'd never even been hit before, let alone had a finger cut off. Thinking of this, he dared not think any further. At this moment, Jiang Hao picked up 2 butterfly knives from the ground, brandishing them in a menacing gesture. Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao, crying and pleading, Jiang Hao, Grandpa Jiang, I'll die, please spare me. Jiang Hao's gaze was cold, unmoved. Since you won't choose, then I'll choose for you. Li Xian turned, deathly pale with fright, trying to resist, but before he could speak, a whooshing sound rang out, followed by a heart-wrenching scream that brought tears to anyone's eyes. Seeing this, the timid nearly fainted, and the others turned pale with fear. Was this really the Jiang Hao they knew? At this moment, he had become become the epitome of ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness. Li Xian clutched his left hand, rolling on the ground in agony. Jiang Hao frowned and roared. Li Xian's fear of Jiang Hao was deeply ingrained, and, upon hearing the reprimand, he immediately lowered his voice. Even the other classmates were startled by the shout. Only then did Jiang Hao's brows furrow. He glanced at Li Xian and said calmly, "Take your severed finger to the hospital now. It might still be able to be reattached. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid there won't be a chance." Li Xian, his face covered in cold sweat and beads of pain dripping down his face, staggered to his feet upon hearing this. He picked up his bloodied, severed finger from the ground, and seeing Jiang Hao looking at him as if he were a monster, quickly covered his finger and ran outside. Watching Li Xian leave, Jiang Hao turned around with a smile and said to the others, "All right, let's continue." However, no one responded to Jiang Hao. Everyone stared at him, their eyes filled with fear and dread. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's smile slowly faded. The air seemed to freeze instantly, a suffocating atmosphere filling the space. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Hao resembled an emperor, radiating a powerful aura that made them dare not cross the line. Faced with this situation, Jiang Hao was speechless. He had originally planned to go to a karaoke bar with his classmates after dinner, but seeing everyone's gazes, he had no interest whatsoever. Jiang Hao sat down helplessly, picked up his glass, gulped down a large mouthful of wine, and then got up and left. Forget it, he had come to terms with it. They were from two different worlds now. At this moment, the fear in the eyes of the chubby classmate behind him slowly subsided. He hesitated, moved his lips, but ultimately didn't utter a sound. Jiang Hao stepped out of the hotel, looked up at the bright sky, and his gloom instantly vanished. Although the meal had left him feeling rather down, he was still happy to have gained such a magical skill as Little Li's flying dagger. Thinking of Little Li's flying dagger, Jiang Hao felt secretly pleased and began his journey home. Along the way, he observed the objects around him, calculating what he could gain from dissecting them. Whenever he saw something worth dissecting, he reached out and touched it. Along the way, the system kept bringing him surprises. He touched the trees lining the road and gained +3 life essence. He touched many iron items and obtained +9 refined iron. He touched quite a few flowers and harvested +5 mutant flower seeds. Of course, many failed to decompose, but they still brought him a considerable amount of experience points. Just then, he touched a plastic billboard and the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations, decomposition failed. Gain 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. Just as the system notification of failure to decompose faded and Jiang Hao was about to touch a potted plant, the system notification suddenly sounded again. Ding, system experience is full, upgrade? Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement. He immediately shouted, "System, open my personal information panel. Level 2, 100/100. Agility 4.8. Spirit 3.2. Endurance 0.8. Skills, swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacking level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. MasterChef level 2, 0/100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0/100. Little Li flying dagger level 1, 0/10. Supernatural abilities, danger perception level 3, 0/100. Mighty strength level 2, 0/100. Immunity to all poisons level 1, 0/1. Magic breaking eye level 2, 0/100. Telepathic communication level 2, 0/100. Hearing level 2, 0/100. Insect control level 3, 0/100. Yes. Skill points, 16. Personal space, enabled. After glancing at the system panel, Jiang Hao immediately issued an order. Ding, congratulations on the successful system upgrade. The success rate of decomposition and synthesis in the super decomposition and synthesis system has been increased. Soon, a new system panel appeared before his eyes. Level 3, 0/1000. Agility 4.8. Yes. Spirit 3.2. Endurance 0.8. Skills, swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacking level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. MasterChef level 2, 0/100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0/100. Little Li flying dagger level 1, 0/10. Supernatural abilities, danger perception level 3, 0/100. Mighty strength level 2, 0/100. Immunity to all poisons level 1, 0/1. Magic breaking eye level 2, 0/100. Telepathic communication level 2, 0/100. Hearing level 2, 0/100. Insect control level 3, 0/100. Skill points, 16. Personal space, enabled. Sure enough, after upgrading to level 3, the required experience increased tenfold. Upgrading will probably be even more difficult in the future, but it won't affect him much. At the moment, Jiang Hao looked at the 16 skill points he had left in all his skills, especially the Little Li flying dagger he had just acquired, and secretly made plans. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade Little Li flying dagger. Yes, host. Ding, Little Li flying dagger has been successfully upgraded. Li Xuanhuan level 2, 0/100. 100 Li Xuanhuan never misses his target. Jiang Hao felt the intense pleasure brought by the level 2 Little Li flying dagger, as if he had instantly grasped the entire world. When he came to his senses, the system panel in front of him showed that he had 6 skill points left, and among the many skills, only immunity to all poisons was still at level 1. He frowned slightly. For someone with a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency like him, this state was absolutely unacceptable. Although he would much rather upgrade all skills to level 3, the skill points he currently had were far from enough. System, spend 1 skill point to upgrade immunity to all poisons, he decisively ordered. Yes, host, the system responded. Ding! Immune to all poisons upgrade successful. The notification sound rang out. Immunity to all poisons 2/0/10 the bane of all poisons. With this, I can now safely try any herb. The upgraded skill didn't bring Jiang Hao many noticeable changes. Looking at the pile of skills urgently needing upgrades, he sighed helplessly. I still don't have enough skill points. Just as Jiang Hao was sighing, the roar of a sports car suddenly came from afar, followed by a crash. Before he could react, a piercing scream rang out beside him. He turned his head and saw a yellow sports car speeding past, smashing straight into a figure on the sidewalk, sending the person rolling dozens of meters away. A group of people preparing to cross the road looked terrified and quickly backed away, while the green light on the pedestrian crossing seemed particularly glaring. As the roar of the sports car faded into the distance, a surge of anger inexplicably rose within Jiang Hao. He turned to watch the departing car, a butterfly knife suddenly appearing in his hand. A flash of cold light, the blade reflecting a sharp glint in his eyes, and the next second, the butterfly knife vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, a barely perceptible whooshing sound rang out, and the sports car suddenly went out of control, tumbling and crashing into a large tree on the side of the road. Alarms blared, and the surrounding crowd was stunned, stopping to watch. Jiang Hao didn't even glance at the wrecked sports car. He went straight to the figure lying in a pool of blood. Beside him, a little boy cried out, "Daddy! Daddy!" Some people had already called the police, while others spontaneously formed a human wall to block the vehicles. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and a sentence flashed through his mind: there is true kindness in the world. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd and walked to the middle-aged man's side. Just as he was about to check the man's breathing, a sharp shout came from the side. He looked up and saw a young woman holding a little boy, her expression stern. "Who are you?" she demanded. "What are you doing? If you're not a doctor, don't come here and cause trouble." The girl appeared frail, yet her attitude was resolute, bombarding everyone with questions, immediately drawing their attention. Jiang Hao replied in a deep voice, "I am not a doctor." The words had barely left her lips when an uproar erupted around them. The girl frowned, her expression full of displeasure. "If you're not a doctor, don't cause trouble." Others chimed in, "Exactly. Men know nothing, they're not even as good as girls." "Miss is right. Is there a doctor here?" Faced with the crowd's doubts, Jiang Hao frowned and stared at the girl. "Although I am not a doctor, I can save him." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent, and all eyes were once again focused on him. Looking at Jiang Hao's youthful face, everyone was filled with suspicion. The young woman holding the little boy frowned deeply. "You're not a doctor, how can you save him?" "Yes, stop fooling around, the ambulance is on its way. He's still causing trouble at a time like this. Get him out of here." Jiang Hao was extremely annoyed by the distrust of the crowd. He coldly retorted, "And who do you think you are? Can you decide his life or death?" These words left the young woman speechless for a moment, her anger rising. Jiang Hao's gaze shifted to the tearful, helpless little boy, and he asked softly, "Little brother, what's your name? You're all grown up now. You have to make your own decision today. No one here can make that choice for you." Jiang Hao said firmly and sincerely at the end, "I can save your father." Jiang Hao's words left everyone speechless. The little boy, hearing that Jiang Hao could save his father, stared at him timidly, his eyes full of pleading. "My name is Xiao Bao, big brother, can you really save my dad?" Hearing this, the young woman holding the baby became extremely anxious, but she was powerless to help because Jiang Hao was right. She couldn't make this decision. She could only glare fiercely at Jiang Hao, but he remained unmoved, only gazing affectionately at the baby. "Impossible?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao immediately burst into tears. "Big brother, please save daddy. Xiao Bao doesn't want to lose daddy." Jiang Hao smiled gently and comforted him softly. "Don't cry, Xiao Bao. You're a little adult now. Don't worry, daddy will be fine." After speaking, Jiang Hao gently placed his hand on the middle-aged man's forehead. The young woman next to him tried to stop him, but Jiang Hao ignored her. He didn't want to delay any longer, worried that Xiao Bao's father was already breathing very weakly, and if he delayed any longer, it might be too late. He had just felt that Xiao Bao's father was barely breathing, and even if the ambulance arrived, there was no guarantee that he could be saved. Jiang Hao placed his palm on Xiao Bao's father's forehead. Everyone around stared intently, holding their breath. Jiang Hao whispered, "System, inject 2 bottles of life essence." At his command, 2 bottles of life essence in the system space instantly disappeared. A strong life force flowed from Jiang Hao's hand into Xiao Bao's father's body. With the injection of the essence, his injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Broken bones rapidly healed, blood was rapidly regenerated, replenishing lost life force, and powerful life force continuously activated his nerves. In fact, one bottle of life essence would have been enough to revive Xiaobao's father, but his injuries were too severe, and his life force was almost exhausted, so Jiang Hao decided to use 2 bottles. At this moment, the 2 bottles of life essence completely spread throughout his body, all his wounds were instantly healed, and his nerves became active again. Everyone looked on with suspicion as Jiang Hao simply touched Xiaobao's father's forehead without moving. The young woman next to him even treated Jiang Hao like a charlatan, questioning, "Hey, are you even capable of this?" Jiang Hao remained unmoved, maintaining his position. Just then, someone shouted excitedly, "He moved. His finger just moved." Jiang Hao slowly raised his head. Everyone stared intently at Xiaobao's father, repeatedly asking, when, which hand moved. Even the young lady was drawn by the commotion. At that moment, Xiaobao's father's eyelids twitched slightly. The next second, he opened his eyes, looked at everyone, and softly murmured, "Where is this?" That murmur instantly ignited the entire audience. She really came back to life. Hiss, what kind of magical technique is this? A buzz of discussion arose among the crowd. Suddenly, Xiaobao's father sat up, leaving everyone speechless with shock. Xiaobao quickly broke free from his restraints, rushed into his father's arms, and excitedly cried out, "Daddy, Daddy." Jiang Hao smiled slightly as he watched Xiaobao's excited expression, then quietly turned and left. The young woman holding Xiaobao stared in shock at the middle-aged man sitting in a pool of blood, clutching his child tightly, muttering involuntarily, "This is impossible." Just then, the ambulance arrived. "Make way! Make way! Where is the injured person?" The young woman was startled awake and hurriedly searched for Jiang Hao, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. The doctor, seeing the unharmed man sitting in a pool of blood, was utterly dumbfounded. After those around him recounted what had happened to the doctor was even more astonished. Could pressing a hand on the forehead of a severely injured person really heal them? Such a miracle had actually occurred in reality. They couldn't help but wonder if the world they had lived in for the past 30 years was actually a fantasy world of immortals and heroes. How could it be him? After learning the whole story, Xiaobao's father took Xiaobao to search for Jiang Hao everywhere. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao had already left. As for the fate of the sports car driver who caused the accident, Jiang Hao didn't care at all. Such a person didn't deserve to live in this world. Jiang Hao's method of saving lives was so miraculous that the story quickly spread, attracting a lot of attention. Fortunately, no one managed to capture Jiang Hao's face on camera. The next morning, Jiang Hao got up while his father ate breakfast and watched the news. Jiang Hao glanced at it and saw it was a report about yesterday's accident. He immediately felt awkward and was about to sneak away when his father struck up a conversation with him. How, do you think there really are immortals in this world? Such a serious injury, and just a light touch on the forehead, and the next moment he's jumping around again. It's unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's forehead immediately creased with 3 black lines. He hadn't expected that his simple act would make his father start to doubt the world. After pondering for a long time, he replied seriously, "There shouldn't be an immortal, but rather a remarkable man with a heart for the world, dedicated to saving lives and helping people." Mr. Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then turned to ask, How did you know?" Jiang Hao was speechless for a moment, but luckily he had a flash of inspiration. "Well, I already checked on my phone." Jiang's father believed him, and Jiang Hao managed to get away with it, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After breakfast, Jiang Hao brought up the system panel again to carefully check his physical data. His other attributes were decent, but his stamina was particularly glaring. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Putting aside the other attributes for now, my stamina is way too low. Insufficient stamina is greatly affecting my strength. Every time I finished a fight, I always felt a tightness in my chest, even after I threw that little flying dagger yesterday. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now it seems that my stamina is not enough. An adult's normal endurance value is 1, while mine is only 0.8. I haven't even reached the normal level, so it's no wonder I'm like this." Jiang Hao recalled the feeling after the previous intense actions and realized that his intense bursts in a short period of time had indeed greatly depleted his endurance. "But how can I improve my endurance?" Jiang Hao pondered this question. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Perhaps long-distance running can improve endurance? Maybe I should give it a try?" Having made up his mind, Jiang Hao changed into his sportswear, left home, and chose to begin his long-distance running journey in the park. An hour later, he stopped, panting heavily. Seeing the convenience store in front of him, he dragged his tired body over, feeling extremely thirsty. "Boss, a Red Bull, please." "Alright, your Red Bull, $5. Jiang Hao took the Red Bull, pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket to pay. Turning around, he opened the Red Bull, about to take a few sips to replenish his energy, when suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Ding, 1 bottle of Red Bull found. Dispose of it? He quickly realized what was happening and turned back to the convenience store without making a sound. The store owner, a middle-aged woman, smiled and asked when she saw him return, "Young man, what do you need?" Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Auntie, I'm a little thirsty today. Have 3 more cans of Red Bull." The shopkeeper turned around and brought him 3 cans of Red Bull. Jiang Hao paid, took them, and found a bench under a tree in the park to sit down. He took out a can of Red Bull and eagerly called out to the system, "System, decompose it for me." As the order was given, he waited expectantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed a can of Red Bull, obtaining 1 endurance pill, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Endurance pills, the best choice to increase endurance. Consuming them can increase endurance by 0.1. Decomposition complete. Extract? Upon seeing the instructions for the endurance pill, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He had been worried about his lack of stamina, but unexpectedly, he had just extracted a pill specifically designed to enhance his endurance. Although a single stamina pill could only increase his stamina by 0.1, Jiang Hao didn't care. If the quality wasn't enough, he'd make up for it with quantity. He quickly gave orders for the next move. The next moment, an inconspicuous black pill appeared in his hand. Looking at this ordinary pill, Jiang Hao swallowed it without hesitation. The stamina pill melted in his mouth, and instantly, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and his breathing became slightly longer. Even the aftereffects of being panting heavily after the long run had disappeared. Jiang Hao hurriedly opened his attribute panel to check. Sure enough, among the indicators representing physical fitness, his stamina had increased from 0.8 to 0.9. Seeing his stamina begin to grow, Jiang Hao was overjoyed and immediately pulled a can of Red Bull from the food bag beside him. Ding! Congratulations, host, decomposition failed. You have gained 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. Although the decomposition failed this time, Jiang Hao was somewhat disappointed but not too bothered. After all, the system's decomposition wasn't 100% successful. He took out another can of Red Bull. System, decompose. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Without a doubt, this time it was successful. After swallowing the newly made endurance pill, Jiang Hao planned to go home and buy a few more cans of Red Bull to properly boost his stats. He picked up the last can of Red Bull, opened it, took a sip, and was about to leave when he was suddenly drawn to an old man in a blue robe under a tree not far away. Jiang Hao watched the old man slowly walk under the tree, striking various poses, seemingly practicing martial arts. Filled with curiosity, he walked straight over. Soon, Jiang Hao sat down on a bench near the old man in the blue robe who was practicing martial arts. As Jiang Hao watched the sprightly old man with white hair and a youthful face slowly and deliberately strike various poses, he couldn't help but wonder, this must be Tai Chi, right? He then asked himself, but is this really the kind of Tai Chi that can overcome strength with softness and deflect 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces? Jiang Hao sat quietly watching, while the old man in the blue robe had already noticed his arrival but did not avoid him, continuing to practice unhurriedly by himself. On the other side, under a tree, 2 burly young men with sharp eyes stared intently at Jiang Hao, their bodies tense, one hand on their lower back. Clearly, they would act immediately at the slightest movement from Jiang Hao. Suddenly, one of the men spoke up. "Eighth brother, should we drive him away? Don't be impulsive." "Ninth brother, the old master hasn't given the order. We can't act rashly. Besides, you should know how terrifying the old master is." Ninth brother seemed to realize something, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he looked at the elderly man in blue robes practicing martial arts nearby, his gaze filled with reverence. Sitting on the bench, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a gaze upon him. His brow furrowed, and he abruptly turned, staring sharply at the 8th and 9th brothers. The two were startled, and quickly looked away. "8th brother, he seems to have noticed us." Jiang Hao pondered. "Who are they?" Just then, the old man in the blue robe seemed to have finished his practice, slowly withdrawing his energy and walking directly towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed, thinking the old man was coming to reprimand him. After all, peeping at others practicing was indeed inappropriate. When the old man reached him, Jiang Hao blushed slightly and quickly stood up, saying, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, I disturbed you." The old man in the blue robe smiled slightly. "You've been watching for a while, have you figured anything out?" Jiang Hao was puzzled, not quite understanding what the old man meant. He pondered for a moment, then tentatively answered, "Grandpa, was what you were practicing just now Tai Chi? Anything else?" The old man nodded non-committally. Jiang Hao was immediately a little annoyed, wondering what else. Seeing this, the old man shook his head slightly in disappointment. Just as the old man turned to leave, Jiang Hao quickly asked a question that had been bothering him. "Grandpa, do martial arts really exist?" The old man glanced back at him, then his gaze searched the surroundings, and his eyes lit up when he saw the wooden bench where Jiang Hao was sitting. Under Jiang Hao's questioning gaze, the old man walked over. He gently placed one hand on the wooden bench, and with a slight tremor, he gently removed it, then stood with his hands behind his back, smiling and silently watching Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed that where the old man had just removed his hand, there was a palm print that was a full centimeter deep. This scene gave him a sudden shock. At the same time, he remembered the acupressure technique of Uncle Hai, who was by Song Wanzhong's side. So, Kung Fu really does exist in reality. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked up and happened to see the old man striking a mysterious and unpredictable pose as a master. Suddenly, a mischievous mischievous idea flashed into his mind. He decided to tease this old man who dared to put on airs in front of him. Jiang Hao looked at the old man with admiration and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, Grandpa, you're amazing." Then, looking at the deep handprint on the bench, he suddenly became very interested. "I'll give it a try too." As he spoke, he enthusiastically placed his hand next to the handprint. Upon hearing this, the old man choked. He glanced at Jiang Hao and saw that Jiang Hao actually naively thought that anyone could make that palm print with their bare hands. So, he curled his lip, reverted to his expert persona, and wanted to see Jiang Hao make a fool of himself. However, at that moment, the old man suddenly heard Jiang Hao scream, "Wow, I made a palm print too. I can do martial arts now." Hearing Jiang Hao's exclamation, the old man turned around in disbelief, ready to give Jiang Hao a hard time and take the opportunity to become his apprentice. After all, it's not easy to meet such a patient young man, and he believes in fate. However, just as he turned to look at Jiang Hao, he suddenly glanced at the bench and saw that there was actually another handprint next to the one he had pressed on. His gaze instantly fell on that spot, staring in shock at the novice's palm print. "How did you do that?" The old man stared intently at Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao chuckled to himself. "You dare to pretend." However, on the surface, Jiang Hao seemed indifferent, as if he had done something very ordinary, and replied, "This shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Upon hearing this, the old man felt an urge to vomit blood. The old man's name is Su Weizhong, and he is the president of the Tianhe City Martial Arts Association. He practiced his family's Tai Chi for decades, but the way of heaven had long since fallen silent, all laws had ceased to exist, and the whole world was in the Dharma ending age, so it had little effect at all. He has always been able to maintain a physical strength that is only slightly stronger than that of an average person. However, just a month ago, the heavens seemed to have changed, and his decades of hard-earned martial arts skills suddenly blossomed. In fact, his body suddenly seemed to have reversed its aging process, with his vital energy and blood, which had been declining with age, suddenly surging. Then, a surge of energy appeared within him, and he seemed to have entered the legendary Ming gene. At the same time, he possessed extremely terrifying explosive power. His kung fu skills seemed to have finally shown their true power. 6 well-trained special forces soldiers were no match for him. The fact that he was able to press a 1 centimeter deep palm print into the wooden chair was also due to the force within his body. And these are the results of his decades of cultivation. Today, someone actually told him that it's not difficult? He was deeply shocked. The old man looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a monster. However, at that moment, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his brows furrowed slightly. Could he also be one of the lucky ones from the cataclysmic event a month ago? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, stared at Jiang Hao, and his face was full of eagerness. This kid is so powerful, it must be related to the changes in the world a month ago. He's even a beneficiary of it all. He just doesn't know it yet. If I take him as my disciple and he learns my martial arts, wouldn't he become even more terrifying? However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was frightened by the old man's eager gaze. Hiss, does this old guy have some kind of weird fetish? Upon realizing a certain possibility, Jiang Hao suddenly shuddered and retreated, looking at the old man with a terrified expression. "Grandpa, let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person." Jiang Hao's words left old man Su somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong with me? Am I that scary?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and instantly understood what Jiang Hao meant. Instantly, old Su's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Jiang Hao, puffing out his beard and glaring at him. "Silly boy, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person, old man?" After saying that, the old man glanced at Jiang Hao with a hint of jealousy. "If it weren't for the fact that I think you're adorably silly and have some patience, I would have considered taking you on as my apprentice. Otherwise, I won't pay any attention to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to want to take him as his apprentice. "But what exactly is this jealousy you're talking about?" Jiang Hao couldn't help but mentally complain. "However, if you want to accept it, it has to be with my consent." So, he had a sudden inspiration and decided to deliver another blow to people's hearts. Jiang Hao stared at the old man, then exclaimed with delight, "Wow, really?" Old Su thought Jiang Hao had been tricked, so he put his hands behind his back and struck a pose like a master. "Well, seeing that your attitude is quite sincere, you may become my apprentice." Seeing the old man putting on airs again, Jiang Hao's eyes darted around and he noticed the 2 palm prints, one deep and one shallow, on the bench. Suddenly, an idea came to him. "But, Grandpa, the palm print I made is much deeper than yours, which means my martial arts skills are superior to yours. Shouldn't you be the one to become my disciple?" Jiang Hao pretended to be clueless and asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, old man Su staggered, his expert image instantly crumbling. He turned and hurriedly left. "Hey, Grandpa, where are you going? Aren't you going to become my apprentice?" Jiang Hao shouted, and old man Su staggered, his pace suddenly quickening as if he were fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, under the tree on the other side, the 8th and 9th brothers, who had been watching all this, suddenly looked like they had seen a ghost. They only saw the old man chatting with the boy, so why did the old man suddenly want to become the boy's apprentice? Did something unseen happen between them? The two exchanged a glance glance, both seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes. However, Old Man Su had already gone far away, so they had to suppress their curiosity and hurry to follow. Jiang Hao watched the old man flee in disarray and immediately grinned wickedly. Sometime later, Jiang Hao sat in a chair in the bedroom. At his feet were 2 empty Red Bull crates. At this moment, Jiang Hao stared at the few black pills in his hand, his brows furrowing slightly, clearly dissatisfied. I didn't expect the system's success rate to be so low. 48 bottles of Red Bull, and it only succeeded 9 times. However, with these 9 stamina pills, my stamina will be more than double what it was before. That should be enough for now. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hao decided to let it go. As he swallowed the black pills one by one, waves of pleasure washed over him, making him almost cry out in comfort. After using up all 9 endurance pills, Jiang Hao was still not quite satisfied. Looking at his body data on the system panel, his stamina value instantly increased from 0.8 to 1.9. Jiang Hao felt completely satisfied. Then, he deeply felt that his breath was much longer than before. He tried using the dog beating stick technique, and sure enough, the tightness in his chest disappeared after using that martial art. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He had finally become more enduring and was no longer the man who could finish in 1 second. You see, this is a matter of a man's pride, so he has to take it seriously. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao had just finished lunch and was about to go out to try his luck and see if he could find a master craftsman who could forge weapons for him. Now, he's a master, and a master can't be without his own weapon, especially now that he possesses the extraordinary skill of Little Li's flying dagger. Yet he doesn't even have a single flying dagger. It would be a laughingstock if word got out. Moreover, I managed to disassemble 9 pieces of refined iron on my way home yesterday, which is just the right amount to make 9 throwing knives for him. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. Who would it be at this time? Jiang Hao, puzzled, picked up his phone and took a look. Upon seeing the name, Jiang Hao answered the phone without hesitation. Hey cousin, it's me, your sister. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Hao said with a smile, cousin, it's been so long. Hee, it has been a long time, but we'll be meeting soon. I've arrived in Tianhe City. Tell me quickly, where did you move to? I asked the neighbors, and they said you moved away? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately surprised. Cousin, is school still out? Shouldn't you be at Donghai University? At that moment, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became somewhat low. Something happened, and I'm taking a leave of absence from school. Jiang Hao immediately noticed that his cousin's mood was a bit off, so he quickly spoke up. Cousin, please wait at Uncle Joe's for a few minutes. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao's eyes were full of doubt. What exactly happened that made my cousin decide to drop out of school? Moreover, how could my materialistic aunt let my cousin come to Tianhe City? Jiang Hao's eyes were full of doubt. Mom, my cousin Ife is here in Tianhe City. I'm going to pick her up. Jiang Hao informed his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and then turned and left. By the time Zhang's mother realized what was happening and chased after him, Jiang Hao had already left. Zhang's mother stared in the direction Jiang Hao had left, full of doubt, and muttered to herself, why would my sister-in-law let Ife come to Tianhe City? Besides, isn't Ife studying at Donghai University? That brat Hao, he couldn't even explain himself clearly. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already hailed a taxi and headed to his cousin's place. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Jiang Hao spoke with the driver, asking him to wait a moment while he went to pick up the person. This made his desire to buy a car even stronger. Now, he has no shortage of money, but it may take some time for him to get his driver's license. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a tall, beautiful woman wearing a white dress, carrying a small bag, and dragging a suitcase. That was his cousin. However, at this moment, my cousin's situation was not good. She was being followed by a pervert who was wearing a white tank top, shorts, and flip-flops. Guo Yifei was very anxious at this moment. He did not expect that he would be followed as soon as he left Joji Noodle Shop. Why isn't my cousin here yet? At this moment, she remembered the short videos she had seen and became even more frightened. Just as she was filled with fear and anxiety, she suddenly heard her cousin's voice. She quickly looked in the direction from which the sound came and sure enough, she saw a boy walking towards her. That was his cousin. Guo Yifei was overjoyed. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, most of her fear vanished, and she quickly dragged her suitcase to greet him. The disheveled man who was following Guo Yifei was in a bit of a predicament upon seeing this. However, after he glanced at the goddess-like Guo Yifei, unwilling to give up the tempting prize that was about to be in their mouths, they gritted their teeth and followed. As for Jiang Hao, he was just a young upstart and didn't take him seriously. Guo Yifei came up to Jiang Hao and gave him a hug. Then, she whispered something to him. Hey bro, look, isn't there a pervert following me? Jiang Hao was initially a little dazed by Guo Yifei's hug. However, after hearing Guo Yifei's words, he glanced at the lewd man. The sleazy man knew that Jiang Hao was watching him, so he went to the shade of a tree and pretended to take a break. It's okay, sis, your little brother's here. Upon hearing this, Consort Guo released Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao then got a good look at his cousin, whom he had only seen in video chat. A pair of clear and bright eyes, arched willow eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, and fair and flawless skin with a faint rosy glow. She was a great beauty who was no less than Songwonner, except that Songwonner was the kind of lady from a wealthy family, while her cousin was the kind of person who was simple and kind. Silly boy, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help me drag this suitcase. Let's get rid of that pervert. As she spoke, Guifei handed the suitcase to Jiang Hao and hurriedly left, pulling on his other hand. Jiang Hao actually wanted to reassure her, but with his cousin pulling him like that, he had no choice but to drag his suitcase and follow along. Jiang Hao turned around and gave the lewd man a cold look. At the same time, he activated his telepathic communication skill. You trash, you better get the hell out of here, or I'll cripple you. 50 meters away, the sleazy man who was pretending to enjoy the shade under the tree was startled and quickly looked around. When he looked in Guifei's direction, he saw Jiang Hao staring at him with icy eyes. He immediately felt guilty and quickly turned his head to avoid looking at Jiang Hao. At this moment, Guifei had already left with Jiang Hao. The lewd man thought he was hallucinating. After all, he was so far away from Jiang Hao, and that voice had just appeared in his ear. So he quickly followed. Jiang Hao brought his cousin to the taxi he had called. Sir, I'm here. Could you please open the trunk so I can put my things down? Let's begin. Is this your girlfriend? She's beautiful. The driver was also a talkative person, and he started to joke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly offered an explanation. Master, this is my cousin. After saying that, he even glanced at his cousin, who didn't seem angry. Oh, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I'm sorry. The driver gave an awkward smile and apologized repeatedly. It's okay, my brother and I are inseparable. Guifei didn't mind and teased her. Jiang Hao helped Guifei into the car. Just as he opened the car door, the driver suddenly spoke. Young men, you've been followed. Get in the car quickly. Be careful when you're out and about, especially if you're a pretty girl. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately turned around and saw that the lewd man was indeed standing not far behind him, looking at them with a resentful expression. The sleazy man seemed to notice Jiang Hao looking at him, so he quickly turned his head away and pretended to be doing nothing. Jiang Hao slammed the car door he had just opened shut, but he didn't get in. Master, please wait for me for just one more minute. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the driver and Guifei's shouts and went straight towards the lewd man. Jiang Hao approached the lewd man. To his surprise, the man was incredibly calm, pretending not to know anything even though he knew Jiang Hao was there. Jiang Hao got angry as soon as he saw it. Trash, you're putting on quite a show, aren't you? However, to his surprise, even after all this, the sleazy man still pretended to be nice to him. The lewd man looked at Jiang Hao with an innocent expression. You mean me? Yes, yes. What did I pretend to be? This is ridiculous. Are you crazy? Jiang Hao just chuckled. Oomph, still pretending. I warned you, if you follow me again, I'll cripple you. You may not listen, but I will never go back on my word. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed the lewd man's eyes. However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hao had already reached out and placed his hand on the man's shoulder blade and suddenly exerted force. Snap! With a crisp sound, followed immediately by a piercing scream. The lewd man curled up in pain, and Jiang Hao tossed him aside like trash before turning and leaving. As he turned and walked a short distance away, Jiang Hao suddenly produced a pebble in his hand. How is this possible? The next moment, with a flick of his arm, the pebble vanished instantly. Ooh! Immediately afterward, a chilling, eerie scream came from behind him. The lewd man was curled up on the ground, his hands covering his groin, and blood soaked through his shorts. Jiang Hao returned to the taxi, where the driver and Guifei stared at him in disbelief. Jiang Hao calmly got into the car. Master, let's go. The driver was then awakened. Oh, okay, right away. The 20-odd-minute drive was filled with an incredibly oppressive atmosphere inside the car. The driver glanced at Jiang Hao several times, intentionally or unintentionally, through the rearview mirror. Beside Jiang Hao, Guifei would occasionally steal glances at her cousin. Although her mother and aunt were at odds and she rarely visited her aunt, with today's technology, they could maintain their relationship through various electronic devices. Therefore, she has always had a good relationship with her aunt's family. However, when she first met her cousin, she couldn't quite understand this cousin who she used to know well. However, Jiang Hao was also very frustrated at this moment. He had only taught a pervert a lesson. Why did they stop talking? 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped in front of Jingtai residential area. Jiang Hao got out of the taxi, picked up his things, and paid the bill. Thank you, master. Finally, Jiang Hao politely thanked him. The driver was flattered and drove off in a flash. Jiang Hao was even more frustrated. Let's go, cousin, we'll stay here now. Jiang Hao, dragging his suitcase, called out to Guifei, who was looking around. Guifei hurriedly followed, but when he looked at the environment around Jingtai community and the various exquisite buildings, he was immediately filled with doubt. The houses here are probably not cheap, but she knew that his aunt's family was not actually wealthy. That's why my somewhat materialistic mother looks down on my aunt's family, and my aunt is also stubborn, which is why the two families rarely interact. Even this time, she came here without her mother's knowledge. However, what he sees now seems to contradict many of the situations she remembers. Her previously domineering and powerful cousin now lives in an upscale residential area, and she's becoming increasingly curious. Gui Yifei followed Jiang Hao. Brother, the houses here must be expensive, right? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then said with some uncertainty in his tone, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? When I bought it, it didn't cost much, just over 5 million. Jiang Hao's words immediately caused Gui Yifei, who was following behind him, to stumble. What's wrong? What's wrong? Slow down, sis. Jiang Hao quickly turned around and helped his cousin up. Gui Yifei glared at Jiang Hao through gritted teeth, then pushed him away. In her heart, she had already cursed Jiang Hao countless times. You damn bro, you stinky bro, over 5 million and you said it wasn't much? You made me look bad. You're such a show-off. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Hao felt extremely frustrated when he saw his cousin ignoring him. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. However, what he said was indeed true. After all, compared to his net worth of hundreds of millions, 5 million was not much. Just a moment later, Gui Yifei remembered how Jiang Hao had helped her teach that pervert a lesson, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Hey, thanks a lot for today, bro. Jiang Hao just turned to look at his cousin when the elevator rang. We've reached the 16th floor. Jiang Hao had no choice but to take his cousin out of the elevator, find their home, and unlock the door with his fingerprint. Cousin, please come in. Gui Yifei looked around at the exquisitely decorated, elegant, and noble high-end residence. Just then, when Zhang's mother heard someone open the door, she quickly came out. I just happened to see consort Gui. Zhang's mother exclaimed in surprise. Gui Yifei also saw Zhang Ma. Immediately, the two embraced each other in delight. After a long while, on the sofa, Zhang's mother sat with red and swollen eyes, holding the phone, fidgeting restlessly. Beside her, Gui Yifei's eyes were also red and swollen. Zhang's father and Jiang Hao stood by his side. Zhang's father looked worried, while Jiang Hao's expression was somewhat strange. Just now, Gui Yifei revealed the purpose of her visit. So, there was a reason why she took a break from school to come to Tianhe City. In truth, it was all an unexpected disaster. Her father, who was also Jiang Hao's uncle, suddenly complained of chest pain not long ago. So, her mother accompanied her father to the hospital for a checkup. In the end, we were shocked to learn that it was cancer, and that it was already in its late stages. This news devastated the family. Gui Yifei was also urgently recalled from school by her mother. Her father is the owner of a small cosmetics company, and the family is quite wealthy. Therefore, her mother spent a lot of money to hire many experts. However, with the current level of medical technology, no one is confident that they can cure cancer, a terminal illness. Moreover, her father already had late-stage lung cancer, and interventional treatments were useless. He could only undergo systemic chemotherapy. Even so, her father's life is in danger at any time. Her father, the pillar of the family, suddenly collapsed, and the whole family was basically ruined. She didn't believe in fate, so she turned to the internet to try and find some folk remedies through online searches. He stumbled upon a video that had been circulating wildly lately. In the video, a person is hit by a car while crossing the road and is critically injured and on the verge of death. Later, a young man actually placed his hand on the forehead of the pedestrian who had been hit and was seriously injured and on the verge of death. After a while, the dying man miraculously came back to life on the spot. Immediately, everyone called him an immortal. Upon seeing this news, Gui Yifei's hope was rekindled. Perhaps, that immortal can cure my father's illness. After making inquiries, Gui Yifei learned that the video was actually taken in Tianhe City. So, that's why she came to Tianhe City. At this moment, Jiang Hao had a strange look on his face. So, my cousin came to see me this time? The reason is simple. The sage who saved people in the video his cousin saw was none other than him. Seeing his mother crying and his cousin, with whom he had always had a good relationship, Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed. Should I tell them? Forget it. I won't tell them for now. Even if I told them now, they probably wouldn't believe me. To avoid embarrassment, I still need to make some preparations. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before making his decision. Looking at his mother's red and swollen eyes, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Mom, don't be sad. I believe Uncle is a lucky man and will be alright. Cousin, you just arrived. You should rest well. I'll go buy some fruit. Dad, I'm leaving. Jiang Hao comforted his mother and cousin, then said goodbye to his father and left. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped out, he went straight to the library. Although I have saved many lives, I have never had any medical skills. I have only relied on the miraculous effects of the life essence. Now, I should go and systematically learn medical skills, at least to understand some basic knowledge. Besides, using life essence for ordinary illnesses is too wasteful. With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao flagged down a car and headed towards Tianhe City Library. To others, Jiang Hao's idea is nothing short of a pipe dream, but for Jiang Hao, who has a powerful cheat code, none of this is a problem. In the library, Jiang Hao held a copy of The Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic in his hand. System, disassemble. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed one copy of The Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic and obtained one medical crystal, the skill Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture Technique, 1 skill point, and 1 experience point. Medical Mastery contains some of the Yellow Emperor's medical skills. By integrating them, one can master some of the Yellow Emperor's medical skills. Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture Technique Level 1, 0/1, a set of acupuncture methods that contain the profound principles of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. Do you wish to extract and fuse it? Jiang Hao stared wide-eyed, looking completely dazed. People around him thought Jiang Hao was crazy and kept their distance. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the 2 crystals in his mind and thought to himself, holy crap. He never expected that a copy of the Huang Di Neijing would give him such a big surprise. Not only did he acquire the essence of medical knowledge, but he was also given a set of acupuncture techniques. At the same time, he discovered that the skill points he gained from this dismantling finally exceeded 1. Just as Jiang Hao was happily investigating, he suddenly discovered that this medical crystal was actually only a part of the Yellow Emperor's medical techniques. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly figured it out. The Yellow Emperor's medical skills throughout his life could not be fully explained in a single medical book. However, for him, some of it is already quite good. Extract, fuse. With Jiang Hao's command, the 2 orbs of light in Jiang Hao's mind instantly merged into his mind. The next moment, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. In that instant, Jiang Hao was immersed in an endless ocean of medical knowledge, as if he had been enlightened. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao transformed from an ordinary person who knew nothing about medicine into a master of medicine. At the same time, a warm current flowed through his body and eventually merged into the energy generated within him when he upgraded the dog-beating stick technique to level 3. Suddenly, that energy was completely assimilated by the energy already in his body. This change was something Jiang Hao hadn't anticipated. Jiang Hao was filled with doubt. System, why is this happening? Ding, host, the 5 elements yin-yang acupuncture technique requires the practitioner to possess the qi of the 5 elements, so the qi that was later integrated was the qi of the 5 elements. A single cultivation technique will generate a type of qi, and it is generally impossible for multiple types of qi to coexist in the human body at the same time. Therefore, most people don't dare to easily switch cultivation methods. However, the host is different from ordinary people. Due to the existence of the system, the qi generated by the host in practicing various techniques will be transformed into chaotic attributes by the system. The chaos attribute encompasses all attributes in the universe. Therefore, the host can learn any cultivation technique at will without any hidden dangers. After listening to the system's explanation, I quickly understood. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips. Seeing the strange expressions on their faces, the people around them all moved even further away. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Jiang Hao turned and left. Others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their ignorance. Having achieved his goal, Jiang Hao bought some fruit and went home. Back home, Jiang Hao saw his mother pacing back and forth on the balcony with her phone in her hand, glancing at it every now and then, seemingly hesitant. Jiang Hao naturally understood why she did this. His mother was worried about his uncle and wanted to call him but didn't dare to. Seeing his mother like this, Jiang Hao felt a pang of pity. In the end, Jiang Hao couldn't hold back any longer and decided to tell the truth to put his mother's mind at ease. Mom and Dad, cousin, come here. I have news about that immortal. A dozen minutes later, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang and Gui Yifei gathered together. The 3 of them stared at a blooming rose on the table, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Just moments ago, this rose looked like it was about to die. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao simply stroked the rose gently with his hand, and the nearly dead rose came back to life. Not only that, they also saw that the rose was blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Beside him, Gui Yifei stared at Jiang Hao with an incredulous expression. Jiang's mother rubbed her eyes, feeling as if it were all a dream. So, the sage who saved people in that video was really you? At this moment, Mr. Jiang's steady voice, tinged with a slight tremor, broke the silence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ma and Gui Yifei immediately stared intently at Jiang Hao as if they had grasped at the last straw. Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless as the 3 men stared at him. It's me, Dad. This is the 3rd time you've asked me this question. Then, meeting his mother's and cousin's gazes, he offered words of comfort. Mom, cousin, don't worry. Oh, that's good. The internal energy generated by the technique I practice contains a great deal of vitality and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. I'll go with my cousin to see my uncle tomorrow. I promise he'll be fine. Having received Jiang Hao's assurance, Gui Yifei's feelings were complicated at this moment. On one hand, she was thrilled to have found the immortal and that her father was saved. On the other hand, she couldn't believe that the immortal she had been searching for was right in front of her, and he was her cousin. At the same time, she was even more shocked by Jiang Hao's mystery. Guo Chunlan looked at her mysterious son, filled with countless questions, but even more so with pride and excitement. Father Jiang felt the same way. With Jiang Hao's assurance, the family finally felt relieved. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Ma's face. While Gui Yifei was extremely excited, her father was finally saved. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early and was kicked out of the house by his mother. Jiang Hao, carrying his bag, stared at the closed door with a look of resentment in his eyes. Am I really their biological child? Put. Standing to the side, Gui Yifei couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw her cousin's resentful eyes. Alright, bro, let's go. Once you cure my my dad's illness, I'll treat you to a big meal. Gui Yifei pulled Jiang Hao aside and comforted him. Okay, sis, you said it. I won't hold back then, I'm going to rob you of your riches. Jiang Hao looked like he resented the rich, and Gui Yifei couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and complain. It seems like you're the one who's rich, right? As someone who has inherited the traditional Chinese virtue of humility, Jiang Hao would naturally not admit to being a nouveau riche. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao and Gui Yifei arrived at the entrance of Luchuan City Cancer Hospital. Sis, is uncle in this hospital? Jiang Hao asked. Upon hearing this, consort Gui nodded. Let's go then. As Jiang Hao spoke, he walked inside. At that moment, Gui Yifei, who was behind him, suddenly thought of something and reached out to grab Jiang Hao. Brother, wait a minute. Jiang Hao stopped, turned around and looked at his cousin who was hesitating, and asked her curiously, "What's wrong, cousin?" Gui Yifei looked at Jiang Hao with some difficulty, and after hesitating for a long time, she spoke. Brother, if you go in and my mom sees you, she'll definitely say something that will upset you. As soon as Gui Yifei spoke, Jiang Hao understood that his cousin was giving him a heads up, afraid that he might abandon her if he got upset. Jiang Hao smiled as he looked at Gui Yifei, naturally understanding her predicament. Okay, cousin, even though your mom doesn't like me, your dad isn't just your dad, he's also my uncle. Even if your mother says the most hurtful things today, I'll endure it to save my uncle. Gui Yifei was deeply moved upon hearing this. However, she could also tell that Jiang Hao still harbored a lot of resentment towards her mother. What do you mean, your mother? That's your aunt. Gui Yifei rolled her eyes, not giving Jiang Hao a chance to refute, and then turned and walked towards the hospital. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, then followed. Led by Gui Yifei, Jiang Hao went up to the 19th floor and arrived at the door of a private ward. Gui Yifei looked at Jiang Hao with some unease, and Jiang Hao quickly gave her a reassuring look. Snap! Just then, the ward door suddenly opened. Then, a middle-aged woman dressed like a noblewoman came out. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked like she had just been crying. This is Gui Yifei's mother, Mu Xiaohua. Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seems that although my aunt is a bit materialistic, she has a very deep affection for my uncle. At this moment, Mu Xiaohua was startled when she saw her daughter suddenly appear. Consort E, didn't you say you went to find that immortal? Why are you back so soon? Have you found that immortal? Before Gui Yifei could reply, she suddenly saw Jiang Hao following behind Gui Yifei, and her face immediately darkened. What should I do? What should I do? She glared fiercely at Gui Yifei, who was trying to explain, and grabbed Gui Yifei's arm. You come here right now, you brat. Watching his aunt drag his cousin away, Jiang Hao touched the tip of his nose and prepared to go in and see his uncle. Hey, you two, come here. Jiang Hao turned his head and saw his aunt looking at him. Left with no other choice, Jiang Hao had to follow. Walking to the stairwell, Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Chen with a sarcastic tone. Did your mom send you? I heard you can't concentrate on your studies and always get the lowest grades. Now you don't have much hope of getting into university. Your mother probably sent you here so that Consort Yi's father could arrange a job for you at the company so you can make a living and inherit what the old man left her, right? Am I right? When Gui Yifei heard her mother say that about Jiang Hao, she immediately became anxious and quickly spoke up to explain for Jiang Hao. How could you do this? However, before Gui Yifei could finish speaking, Mu Xiaohua turned around, stared at Gui Yifei, and gave her a cold shout. You brat, I'll deal with you later. Listening to Mu Xiaohua's endless speculations, Jiang Hao finally realized how snobbish his aunt was. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Hao began to explain. However, before Jiang Hao could explain, Mu Xiaohua interrupted him. I don't care why you came, but I think you probably already know the answer. My house is already messy enough, so you'd better not say anything bad about me in front of your uncle. Otherwise, I'll have you thrown out. After saying that, Mu Xiaohua glared at Gui Yifei fiercely, then said calmly, Alright, now you two come with me to find Professor William and Expert Hong, and hear their latest consultation results. After saying that, Mu Xiaohua walked away in her high heels. Gui Yifei gave Jiang Hao an apologetic look, but Jiang Hao didn't pay it any mind. Gui Yifei and Jiang Hao followed their mother to the chief physician's office. In the office, Jiang Hao met William, the foreign professor his aunt had hired at great expense, and an expert surnamed Hong. Mr. Gua has a 15 by 45 tumor in his lung. It has been biopsied and confirmed to be cancer, and it is already in the late stage. We cannot perform surgical resection at this location. We can only use interventional procedures, embolization, and other methods to temporarily kill some of the cancerous cells and prevent the cancer cells from spreading further. However, even this method cannot guarantee Mr. Gua's survival time. His life is still in danger at any moment. That's basically the situation now. That's what the expert, Hong, explained. Mu Xiaohua already knew this outcome, but she still couldn't accept it. At that moment, she seemed to recall a long-forgotten name, traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, as if grasping at the last straw, she hurriedly asked, Expert Hong, Professor William, do you think traditional Chinese medicine can treat my husband's illness? No sooner had Mu Xiaohua finished speaking than the expert Hong spoke up without thinking. I know Mrs. Gui is desperate to save her husband, but this disease is incurable by traditional Chinese medicine, and Chinese medicine medicine will only accelerate the patient's condition. Alas, we Chinese people have been harmed by our ancestors. They exaggerated the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine to an unbelievable level. Traditional Chinese medicine is only good for treating colds and fevers. It's completely ineffective for anything else. After the expert Hong finished speaking, Professor William, with his big nose and blue eyes, nodded in agreement. Traditional Chinese medicine is useless. Western medicine is the mainstream. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua was immediately disappointed. Wei Yifei, listening to the two people's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, felt uncomfortable. At this moment, Zhang Hao, who was listening attentively, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this expert Hong's eloquent talk about traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Hao's laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mu Xiaohua stared at Zhang Hao with a gloomy expression, as if she could devour him. If there weren't outsiders present, she probably would have already started cursing him. At this moment, the expert, Mr. Hong, frowned, seemingly quite displeased. Who is this? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua, fearing that expert Hong might misunderstand, quickly spoke up to explain. This is my distant cousin's child. He's had a bit of a cold these past few days and just sneezed. Please forgive him, Dr. Hong. After saying that, he turned around, glared at Zhang Hao with a sinister look in his eyes, and threatened him. Isn't that right, nephew? Wei Yifei was startled and looked at Zhang Hao with deep concern. However, Zhang Hao ignored Mu Xiaohua's warning at this moment. Instead, his gaze fell on the expert, Hong, who was frowning and staring at him. Looking at this man surnamed Hong, Zhang Hao smiled and said, Expert Hong, after listening to your profound theories, I cannot agree with them. I am a Chinese medicine enthusiast. I have read some books on Chinese medicine in my spare time, so I have a little knowledge of it. If expert Hong says traditional Chinese medicine is useless, then I'll just try to teach him a lesson in front of him. Ignoring Mu Xiaohua's almost murderous gaze, Zhang Hao stared at the man surnamed Hong, and then his words shocked everyone. Expert Hong, you're sick, and seriously sick. A surge of anger rose within Hong. He pointed at Zhang Hao, glaring at him, and was about to speak when Zhang Hao spoke first. Your complexion is pale yellow, your eyes are bloodshot, and your lips are dry. You have excessive internal heat and are lacking the water element in your 5 elements. Do you often feel a tickling or dry throat? Also, have you not had a good night's sleep in a long time? Also, I noticed that you often touch your chest when you talk. Do you feel tightness or pressure in your chest and sometimes have trouble breathing? Upon hearing Zhang Hao's analysis, the expert surnamed Hong's expression changed repeatedly, from initial disdain to seriousness, then surprise, and finally shock. The reason is simple. Zhang Hao was right about everything. He had never told anyone about these things. After all, he was a doctor himself. However, he couldn't find out what was wrong with him. He just thought he was too busy these past few days. However, today, a mere young boy has seen through it all. Moreover, he just rejected traditional Chinese medicine. As a result, in the blink of an eye, this young man was able to diagnose his physical condition using traditional Chinese medicine methods. How could he not be alarmed? Perhaps he can cure my illness? As soon as the thought came to mind, Hong Yangwei immediately put it out of his mind. I'm an expert. How can I let some young upstart treat me? Hong Yangwei's face was grim, but he forced himself to speak. That's utter nonsense. I haven't noticed anything wrong with my body. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao took a closer look at the man surnamed Hong, then shook his head, looking very regretful. Sigh, these are all minor matters. Before the man surnamed Hong could rejoice, Zhang Hao spoke again. However, I only noticed at the last minute that expert Hong's lips were a little purple, and there was a purple thread on his neck. These are clearly symptoms that would only appear if one were poisoned by a very rare and exotic flower, the purple blood peach fairy flower. As Zhang Hao spoke, the others followed his description, their gazes landing on the lips and neck of the man surnamed Hong. They discovered, just as Zhang Hao had said. Moreover, if Zhang Hao hadn't pointed it out, they wouldn't have noticed it unless they looked closely, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to tell at all. They were immediately shocked. At this moment, Zhang Hao continued to speak. This rare flower's poison requires a long period of breathing to take root. I noticed that expert Hong's shirt pockets look a bit bulging. He must be carrying a sachet or something similar, right? As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, Hong Yangwei did not refute him, but instead unconsciously reached into his shirt pocket. Seeing this, everyone immediately knew that Zhang Hao was right again. Moreover, I suspect that this sachet was a gift from one of expert Hong's closest relatives. Otherwise, expert Hong wouldn't have kept it so carefully on his person. It seems that Dr. Hong's family life isn't very harmonious. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's account, Hong Yangwei swayed, his face turning extremely pale. If expert Hong doesn't believe me, he can take out the sachet and open it up to take a look. Check if the sachet contains white, heart-shaped petals with delicate purple veins. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, Hong Yangwei quickly took out a very pretty little sachet from his shirt pocket. Then he hurriedly grabbed a knife from the table and cut open the sachet. Sure enough, when he cut open the sachet and poured out the spices inside, he found that the spices were indeed white peach heart petals. Moreover, these petals also have delicate purple veins. Upon seeing this, Hong Yangwei staggered and collapsed onto onto the chair with a thud, his eyes vacant. Mu Xiaohua and the others were already horrified. At this moment, Jiang Hao continued to speak, and everyone's nerves were drawn in, listening respectfully. The poison of this rare flower is generally difficult to detect once it has been planted. Only when the poisoning is severe and the victim has only a few days left to live will minor symptoms appear on their body. Even so, it's usually difficult to spot if you're not paying attention. At this point, Jiang Hao's meaning was self-evident. This expert Hong probably wouldn't live much longer. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with awe, as if he were a god. Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yangwei, whose face was ashen and who had lost his composure, and suddenly smiled and spoke. Also, although this rare flower poison is difficult to cultivate, once it is planted, it is very difficult to cure. As far as I know, I am the only one in the entire world who can cure this poison. Upon hearing this, Hong Yangwei's eyes immediately regained their vitality. However, before Hong Yangwei could speak, Jiang Hao suddenly asked a question. But why should I cure you of this strange poison? In an instant, the flame of hope that had just ignited in Hong Yangwei's eyes was extinguished once again. At this moment, Jiang Hao pointed at Hong Yangwei and angrily rebuked him. Someone like you is so disrespectful to your ancestors, wantonly trampling on the treasures left by them. Instead, they run off to lick the boots of outsiders who throw out their superficial skills. Why should I save an unfilial descendant like you? You don't even understand what your own ancestors left behind, and you've even fundamentally rejected it. However, after going abroad, he only learned a superficial understanding of foreign practices. Then return to your homeland with a swaggering, arrogant attitude and begin your grand pronouncements. He said, traditional Chinese medicine is useless. But do you really understand traditional Chinese medicine? Do you even know anything about it? Jiang Hao's tone was full of sarcasm. Even if you're not sick, someone like you is no good. But what you don't know is that your mind, and even your soul, are sick. And it's the kind of condition that's reached its terminal stage, beyond cure. Jiang Hao practically shouted out his last few words. Just then, thunderous applause suddenly erupted from outside the door. Well said. China lacks such clear-headed warriors. Before anyone knew it, a group of patients' family members or patients had already gathered outside the door. They had been attracted by the noise from the place. However, they never expected that in this era where almost everyone worships foreign things, they would suddenly hear a strange voice. The voice seemed to awaken their spirits, and they were immediately inspired by Jiang Hao's spirit, applauding and cheering for him. Cousin, let's go. I don't want to stay here a second longer. With that, Jiang Hao walked straight out the door. At that moment, the people outside automatically made way for him and watched him leave. Thump! Just then, behind him, the expert Hong suddenly knelt down on the ground. He even kept kowtowing to Jiang Hao, who had already reached the door, and begged him. The divine doctor is right. I, Hong, have realized my mistake. Please, divine doctor, save my life. Jiang Hao paused slightly, but did not stop. Hong, the expert, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. Gui Yifei looked at the once arrogant expert Hong, who was now kneeling on the ground. She felt a surge of satisfaction and didn't want to stay there any longer. Mu Xiaohua, who was already stunned by all of this, just stared blankly at Jiang Hao as he left. At this moment, when Gui Yifei reached the door, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and then she returned to her mother's side and spoke. Mom, to tell you the truth, I've found that immortal. Before his mother could even express her joy, Gui Yifei continued to add, actually, my cousin is that immortal. Moreover, my cousin said he can cure my father. After saying that, Gui Yifei hurriedly chased after Jiang Hao and ran out, not giving Mu Xiaohua a chance to speak at all. Mu Xiaohua stared in horror at the direction Jiang Hao had left. Finally, she gritted her teeth and followed him. Jiang Hao and Gui Yifei returned to the 19th floor and entered room 34. Jiang Hao finally met his long-lost uncle, Wei Jianyet. Unlike in my memory, my uncle, who was once full of vigor, is now lying in a hospital bed, his face ashen and his hair disheveled. Uncle, I've come to see you. Wei Jianyet also saw Jiang Hao and was overjoyed. Afterwards, the two engaged in a heartwarming conversation about their long-awaited reunion. A little while later, Mu Xiaohua arrived. Xiaohua, look who's here. Wei Jianyet still thought Mu Xiaohua was unaware of Jiang Hao's arrival and was happily telling Mu Xiaohua about it. Mu Xiaohua was immediately embarrassed and didn't know how to start the conversation. At this moment, Jiang Hao glanced at the already wilted Mu Xiaohua and then spoke up. Uncle, my aunt and I have already met. As for the rest, Jiang Hao didn't say much. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua quickly echoed, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao chatted with Gui Jianyet. On the other side, Mu Xiaohua recalled her attitude and her daughter's words. She was still in a state of confusion after everything that had just happened, and she was somewhat afraid to face Jiang Hao. However, looking at her husband lying in the hospital bed, she finally couldn't hold back. Hao, please save your uncle. Only you can save him now. As she spoke, Mu Xiaohua took out a card from her person and quickly handed it to Jiang Hao. Here's 5 million. Take it first, as long as you make the sale. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless. He interrupted Mu Xiaohua and said something. Aunt, who said I'm not going to save her? I'm just trying to understand the patient's condition. As for money, I don't need it at all. At this moment, Gui Jianye, lying in his hospital bed, was completely bewildered. What are you talking about? When will Hao be able to cure his illness? I know my illness, it's late-stage cancer, and no one can save me. At this point, Gui Jianye became extremely depressed. Uncle, don't overthink it. It's just cancer. It's not a serious illness. Give me a few minutes, and I'll make you feel completely healthy, maybe even live to be 100. Gui Jianye took Jiang Hao's words as a consolation. He just smiled, and finally, as if giving up, he spoke. Alright then, since I won't live much longer anyway, let me see Hao's medical skills. Jiang Hao realized that his uncle did not believe him, but he did not explain further. Cousin, aunt, you can go out first. I'll treat my uncle's illness right away. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were immediately thrilled. Yes, yes. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then, the ward door opened, and an old man with gray hair, dressed in a white robe, walked in with a dignified expression. Behind him followed the expert Hong, the Professor William, and several other doctors. Upon seeing this person, Mu Xiaohua immediately greeted him. However, this person completely ignored Mu Xiaohua. As soon as this person arrived, he stared at the young-looking Jiang Hao and immediately became furious. You guys are absolutely ridiculous. Who can cure cancer? Even the internationally renowned cancer expert, Khalil Gibran, said that cancer can only be controlled, not cured. Now you actually believe that a mere kid can cure cancer? I think you're not just being ridiculous, you're downright insane. I will never allow such a thing to happen in my hospital. The dean appeared and declared his firm disagreement. Now, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei looked at Jiang Hao with even greater anxiety. Jiang Hao sighed helplessly. He had never been this tired before when saving people. He was no longer willing to explain. Old man, I don't care if you doubt my medical skills or have ulterior motives, but you can't make this decision. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned to look at his uncle and spoke. Uncle, you should make the decision about this yourself. If you let me treat him, I'll break his legs if he dares to stop me. As he spoke, Jiang Hao grabbed the steel pipe guardrail at the head of the bed and crushed it instantly. Seeing this, the dean was immediately startled. The dean pointed at Jiang Hao, preparing to utter harsh words. However, at that moment, Gui Jianye, who was lying in the hospital bed, shouted, "Stop arguing." Gui Jianye looked at Jiang Hao and then apologized to the dean. Dean, my days are numbered. Since I'm already in this predicament, I'm willing to let my nephew give it a try. After Gui Jianye finished speaking, the dean was so angry that he almost cursed him out. But when he saw the warning in Jiang Hao's eyes and recalled what had just happened, he immediately dared not go too far. Now, the dean is in a difficult position. At this moment, behind the dean, the expert Hong saw this and immediately knew that this was a great opportunity for him to curry favor with Jiang Hao, and possibly even at the same time, to befriend the dean. So he quickly stepped forward and spoke. Dean, I'm willing to vouch for Dr. Jiang. Let's give him a try, shall we? Upon hearing this, the dean looked at Han Yangwei and his expression changed. Although Han Yangwei gave him a way out, he then started calling Jiang Hao divine Dr. Jiang repeatedly, which meant he was rejecting him. How could he possibly be happy? The dean turned and glanced at Jiang Hao, leaving only one sentence behind. In that case, whatever happens, you will be solely responsible. The hospital will bear no responsibility. After saying that, the dean angrily flicked his sleeve, turned around and left. The others followed, but only that expert Hong stayed behind. At this moment, the expert Hong, with a fawning smile, nodded to Jiang Hao like a lapdog. Seeing this, how could Jiang Hao not understand Han Yang Guard's purpose? Dr. Jiang, please concentrate on your spellcasting. I will keep watch for you, and no one will disturb you. After saying that, Dr. Hong led the way out of the ward, and Mu Xiaohua and her daughter quickly followed. At this moment, only Jiang Hao and his uncle remained in the ward. At this moment, Gui Jianye seemed to have gone all out. He looked at Jiang Hao and smiled wryly. Hao, come on. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't stand on ceremony. He took his bag and took out a jade box with an emerald green color. The carving on it was extremely exquisite, and it was clear at a glance that it was extraordinary. Jiang Hao opened the jade box, and inside were 9 dragon head jade needles neatly arranged. Seeing this, Gui Jianye was filled with doubt. It seems that my nephew is probably not so simple. However, even so, he did not believe that Jiang Hao could save him. Jiang Hao held a jade needle in his hand, looking at his uncle lying on the hospital bed. Uncle, take off your shirt. I'll seal off all the cancerous cells in your body to prevent them from spreading. Gui Jianye, at Jiang Hao's request, exposed his chest. At this moment, Jiang Hao held the ice jade needle and simultaneously mobilized the chaotic energy within his body, injecting it into the ice jade needle. He then activated his eye of breaking the law, and at the same time, the great 5 elements yin-yang needle technique in his hand was instantly activated. Then, with a dazzling display of skill, Jiang Hao swiftly and precisely positioned 9 ice jade needles at the site of Gui Jianye's cancerous lesions. At this moment, the residual 5 elements qi inside the 9 ice jade needles flowed into Gui Jianye's body through the needles. This energy of the 5 elements instantly connected within Gui Jianye's body, forming a cycle. This 5 elements cycle locks all the diseased cancer cells within it, completely preventing the cancer cells from spreading further. At the same time, Wei Jianya immediately felt a cool sensation coursing through his body. Moreover, a sense of comfort seemed to come from the spot in his chest that had been hurting. "Are you alright?" At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again. "Uncle, I'm going to completely remove the cancerous cells from your body now. This process may be extremely painful. Can Uncle endure it? If you can't hold back, I'll have to seal your acupoints right now. This might cause you to fall into a deep sleep. If you can hold back, I'll just take action," Jiang Hao asked. Wei Jianya looked at Jiang Hao and shook his head. "No need, I can bear it. I'm afraid if I close my eyes, I'll never be able to open them again. Go ahead and do it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao did not insist. "Alright, then I'll get started. Uncle, please bear with me for now." After saying that, Jiang Hao placed one hand on the center of the 9 ice jade needles that were locked together, closed his eyes, and felt a surge of tension in his heart. He didn't know if his plan was feasible, but now he had no choice but to give it a try. System, break down all cancerous cells. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the system notification sounded. "Yes, host." Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The system didn't say it couldn't be decomposed, so it seems my plan is feasible. This is the best solution Jiang Hao could come up with, to use the system to decompose and completely eliminate cancer cells. However, he wasn't entirely confident about the plan at the beginning. After all cancer cells are intertwined with other cells, they do not exist in isolation. Most importantly, his hands couldn't even touch the cancer cells. However, this time, it seems he made the right bet. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully decomposing a large number of cancer cells. You have gained the talent skill Immortal Body and received 1.2 skill points and 1.2 experience points. Immortality level 1, 0/100. With it, you can do all sorts of crazy things, and one day you might even get tired of living. If you fuse with it, all your cells will mutate. The mutated cells will possess a powerful ability to proliferate rapidly and an extraordinary self-healing ability. Nothing can stop your cells from regenerating. Decomposition successful. Extract and fuse? As the system notification sounded, Jiang Hao was immediately startled. Isn't this the power of a protagonist named Wolverine from a certain sci-fi movie? Superhuman self-healing ability, even immortality. Before Jiang Hao could even feel happy, a scream suddenly rang out, instantly waking him up. Jiang Hao quickly looked at his uncle. The system decomposition was completed almost instantly. Wei Jianya's nerves didn't even have time to transmit the pain signal. His pain didn't start until several seconds after the decomposition was complete. At this moment, the immense pain caused cold sweat to continuously seep from Wei Jianya's forehead, and his whole body trembled. After all, how could he not feel pain when such a large piece of flesh disappeared from his body all at once? Outside the ward at this moment, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei looked worried and kept glancing towards the ward. Hong Yangwei was also accompanying them outside. "Don't worry, Madame Guo, with Dr. Jiang here, Mr. Guo will be fine." Hong Yangwei shamelessly comforted him. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua forced an awkward smile. "Thank you, Dr. Hong." But just then, a piercing scream made their hearts tighten instantly. They almost couldn't resist rushing in. "Don't come in." At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came, stopping Gui Yifei and her daughter. Jiang Hao stopped his cousin and aunt from barging in, and at the same time, he quickly gave instructions to the system in his mind. "System, quickly use a bottle of life essence." "Yes, host." The next moment, the last bottle of life essence in the system space vanished instantly. A large amount of life essence was injected into Gui Jianya's body through Jiang Hao's hands. Instantly, a large amount of pure life force replenished Gui Jianya's consumption. At the same time, under the powerful stimulation of life, countless cells devoured too much vitality, so much so that they began to divide rapidly. In an instant, the large number of missing cells in Gui Jianya's lung bronchus were finally replenished by the rapid proliferation of other cells that could be seen with the naked eye. Gui Jianya's pain also began to subside slowly. At the same time, Jiang Hao also set up a large 5 elements yin-yang formation again using 9 ice jade needles. He quickly transformed the chaotic energy within his body into the power of the 5 elements and injected it into Gui Jianya's body, providing more energy for the rapid decomposition of his cells. After a long while, Gui Jianya's pain was finally suppressed. Jiang Hao then removed the needles, his face turning deathly pale due to the massive depletion of his chaotic energy. His entire body looked as if it had been pulled out of the water. At the same time, his repeated use of the Great 5 Elements yin-yang acupuncture technique also caused considerable damage to his mental and physical health. After enduring immense suffering, Gui Jianya fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Hao glanced at Gui Jianya, forced a smile, and then couldn't help but complain. "Damn it, I must carry enough life essence with me when I go out from now on, otherwise people will die." Then, he remembered his cousin and aunt who were still worried outside the door, and Jiang Hao called out in a very weak voice, "Cousin, aunt, please come in." After saying that, Jiang Hao laboriously moved his body to the chair next to him. Outside the hospital room, Mu Xiaohua and her daughter Gui Yifei, who were waiting anxiously with worried expressions, rushed in as soon as they heard heard Jiang Hao's weak voice. Behind him, Expert Hong followed closely. Now, his life is in Jiang Hao's hands. If there's anything he can do to please Jiang Hao, he will do everything he can to do so. After Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei entered, they saw Gui Jianye lying motionless on the hospital bed. They thought something had happened to Gui Jianye, and their bodies froze as if struck by lightning. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao spoke up in an annoyed tone. My uncle just went through a lot of pain, and after he felt better, he fell asleep. I have removed all the cancerous cells from my uncle's body. You can take him for a full checkup now. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were overjoyed. Even the Hongyang guards behind them looked on in shock upon hearing this. Quick, let's take your dad for a full checkup. Mu Xiaohua looked at Gui Jianye, who was sleeping very peacefully, and quickly spoke up. She was about to push the bed away immediately when Expert Hong spoke up. Don't worry, Dr. Jiang, I'll have Xiaolu come up and take Mr. Guo for a full checkup right away. Jiang Hao nodded, accepting his kindness. Jiang Hao's simple response delighted Expert Hong. Finally, Dr. Jiang agreed to talk to him. At this moment, Gui Yifei suddenly noticed that Jiang Hao was not in a good state, and she quickly went over to check on him. Brother, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at his cousin and gave her a relieved smile. It's okay, cousin. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a rest. Upon hearing this, Consort Guo was finally relieved. Beside him, Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Hao with a complicated expression. He had already learned everything about the Zheng family from Gui Yifei. In the end, she made a huge decision. She gritted her teeth, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Jiang Hao. Thank you, Hao. It was all my fault before. Please forgive me. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled with satisfaction. If my aunt can repent through this incident, then it will be worthwhile. We're all family, no need to thank me, auntie. This scene also brought a beautiful smile to Gui Yifei's face as she squatted next to Jiang Hao. The best outcome is for the family to be able to let bygones be bygones. Soon, several young men arrived pushing a hospital bed and took Gui Jianye away. Mu Xiaohua and Expert Hong followed them. Gui Yifei was left to keep Jiang Hao company. Gui Jianye was taken away, and Jiang Hao lay on Gui Jianye's hospital bed, his eyes closed, his mind absorbed into the system. He hadn't forgotten the immortality skill he gained while decomposing cancer cells. As soon as he focused his mind on the system notification sounded. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? If we don't integrate now, when will we? System, extract and merge. At Jiang Hao's command, an eerie wave instantly spread throughout his body. This strange fluctuation instantly altered the gene chain in every cell of his body, fundamentally changing all his cells. This caused his cells to mutate. This fundamental mutation of the cells resulted in Jiang Hao's body convulsing, and endless pain instantly spread throughout his body. The immense pain made him cry out. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment. However, even so, this frightened Gui Yifei, who was taking care of Jiang Hao, so much that she burst into tears. Brother, what's wrong? Soon after all the cells in Jiang Hao's body mutated, Jiang Hao once again felt his body full of power. He even felt that he was stronger than before. Just as he was about to check his system panel, he suddenly heard Gui Yifei's cries. He quickly logged out of the system. It's okay, I'm fine. Sis, don't cry. Jiang Hao stood up and comforted him. Gui Yifei stopped crying when she saw that Jiang Hao had woken up. After a long while, Jiang Hao finally managed to comfort his cousin before re-entering the system. System, open my personal information panel. Level 3, 20/1000. Agility, 6.1. Spirit, 4.6. Endurance, 3.8. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacker level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. Master Chef level 2, 0/100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0/100. Literally flying dagger level 2, 0/100. Medical skill level 4, 0/1000. The Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture Technique, level 3, 0/100. Hazard Perception level 3, 0/100. Mighty Strength level 2, 0/100. Level 2 Invulnerability to all poisons, 0/10. Spellbreaker Eye level 2, 0/100. Transmitting voice across 1,000 miles 2, 0/100. Level 2, 0/100. Insect Control level 3, 0/100. Immortality level 1, 0/100. Skill points, 14. Personal space, enabled. Upon seeing this system panel, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He realized he had really struck it rich this time. He had only integrated the level 1 innate divine ability, immortality, which had caused his four-dimensional attributes to skyrocket. This change filled Jiang Hao with immense joy. Judging from the data on the upgrade to immortality, Jiang Hao did indeed see the power of immortality. It's only level 1, yet it requires 100 attribute points to fill it. It seems that the road to true immortality is long and arduous. Meanwhile, Wei Jianye's comprehensive examination results came out, revealing that all the cancer cells in his body had been removed by unknown means. Now, apart from being slightly weak, he is a completely normal person. The entire hospital was shocked when the results results came out. They even thought there was a mistake in the check and checked it twice more. However, the test results remained the same. Wei Jianye is a normal person. Now, even the dean, who had been giving her a cold shoulder, was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, looking at the 3 identical reports in his hand, he had to believe that someone really could cure cancer. Moreover, this person was actually a greenhorn whom he had rejected. At this moment, the dean's expression changed drastically, and he quickly made a decision. He was going to find Jiang Hao and hire him with a large sum of money. With Jiang Hao, a miracle doctor who can cure cancer, his hospital will become famous. As for his past grievances with Jiang Hao, they are nothing at all. As the ancients said, the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for gain. He believes that as long as the money is right, nothing is impossible. Then, the dean looked at Shaoli and asked, "Little Li, where is that Dr. Jian?" Shaoli was also taken aback. Wasn't the dean at odds with that Dr. Jian? How come he's also called Dr. Jiang now? However, despite his doubts, as a smart man, he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't. "Dean, that Dr. Jiang should still be in Ward 34. Upon receiving the news, the hospital director rushed to Ward number 34. After his medical examination, Wei Jianye was brought up to Ward number 34. Because Jiang Hao had fused with the innate immortal body, his body had been completely restored. At this moment, Wei Jianye stared at Jiang Hao, his heart filled with turmoil. Cancer. That's a terminal illness. No one in the world can cure it these days. However, his nephew actually cured him. Jiang Hao felt quite embarrassed being stared at by his uncle. "Uncle, you're just a little weak right now and need plenty of nutrition. But you can ask your aunt to make you some nutritious meals when you get home to help you recover. So, you are healthy now and can be discharged at any time." Wei Jianye was overjoyed upon hearing this. The physical and mental ailments that had been tormenting him had finally been cured, and he felt completely relaxed. "In that case, let's get discharged. I don't want to stay here a single second longer." Looking at his wife and daughter, who were crying tears of joy, Wei Jianye made a decision. Okay, I'll go and get the discharge papers done right away." Mu Xiaohua was very excited and nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, when Expert Hong heard that Wei Jianye was going to be discharged from the hospital, he immediately became anxious, as he still hadn't been cured of the poison from the rare flower. He immediately spoke up. Dr. Jiang." However, at that moment, the ward door opened and the hospital director walked in. He seemed to hear about the discharge procedures. Immediately, he hurriedly said, No. Madame Gua, although Mr. Gua's cancer cells have been removed, he is very weak now. Let him stay in the hospital for 2 days to receive nutritional supplements. Don't worry, our hospital will definitely give Mr. Gua the best nutritional supplements. The dean suddenly barged in, and what he said seemed to make some sense. Mu Xiaohua didn't know what to do, so she immediately looked at Jiang Hao. At this moment, the dean also hurriedly came to Jiang Hao's side, shamelessly smiling obsequiously. "Dr. Jiang is truly a celestial being. I was blind before and did not recognize your face. Please forgive me, Dr. Jiang." The dean's sudden apology surprised Jiang Hao. However, even so, he ignored it. Upon seeing this, the dean smiled awkwardly, knowing that Jiang Hao still harbored resentment about what had happened before, and he did not offer any further explanation. "Here's the thing, I'd like to hire Dr. Jiang, the legendary physician, to oversee my cancer hospital for 50 million yuan a year." Finally, he added, "If Dr. Jiang is not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it further." The dean offered Jiang Hao huge benefits and began to win him over. He couldn't believe that an astronomical figure of 50 million couldn't attract a mere young man, even if this young man is a skilled doctor. At that moment, everyone in the ward was stunned by the hospital director's words. He just asked for 50 million. 50 million a year, that's an absolutely huge number. However, when they saw Jiang Hao, they suddenly realized that Jiang Hao was a miracle doctor who could cure cancer. 50 million doesn't seem like that much anymore. At this moment, Mu Xiaohua's feelings were the most complicated. She looked at Jiang Hao with a complicated expression. This nephew, whom she had recently criticized as utterly useless, not only saved her husband today. Nowadays, jobs with an annual salary of 50 million are even coming to us. 50 million, that's almost enough to buy your own company, right? In an instant, all eyes in the ward fell on Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao was well aware of the shrewd and experienced dean's plans. "Do you really think you can buy his reputation for curing cancer for 50 million? There are plenty of rich people in the world, but for them, no amount of money is of any use if they get cancer. However, with today's technology, I'm probably the only one who can cure cancer. Once this news gets out, there will definitely be tons of wealthy people offering exorbitant sums to hire me. Is 50 million a year really a lot?" The system notification sounded again. Jiang Hao looked at the old fox, the dean, and smiled contemptuously. "Dean, do you think 50 million is a lot? Believe it or not, once this news gets out, someone will immediately offer me 50 million to beg me." Jiang Hao's words immediately froze the dean's smiling face. Although Jiang Hao's words sounded pretentious, they were indeed true, and he couldn't refute them. After all, there are plenty of rich people in this world, but only Jiang Jiang Hao can cure cancer. At this moment, Jiang Hao stood up, walked to the dean's side, and gently patted him on the shoulder. A surge of chaotic true energy was instantly injected into the dean's body. Then, the dean felt a heart-wrenching pain in his shoulder. Fortunately, the pain was only momentary and quickly disappeared. At this moment, he quickly took a few steps back, looking at Jiang Hao with a terrified expression. "What did you do to me?" Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, and then spoke. "Although I can cure cancer, the cost is too high. I don't want to be chased around every day. So, this is just a warning to you." At this point, Jiang Hao's eyes instantly sharpened. He stared at the dean and spoke, word by word. "Don't even think about messing with me. Also, I don't want to hear about this getting out. So, my uncle isn't sick, your hospital misdiagnosed him." Looking at the dean's aggrieved and indignant face, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "I've already planted a hidden weapon inside you. As soon as this gets out, I can activate it at any time. At that time, you will experience the same excruciating pain you just felt for 3 days and 3 nights, and then you will die bleeding from all 7 orifices. Therefore, you'd better keep a close eye on your men." After saying that, Jiang Hao glanced at the stunned expert Hong beside him with a warning look in his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and turned around again to look at the dean. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, the methods I left behind were discovered by me alone, and no one can undo them." At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with fear in their eyes, as if he were a god. The dean looked at Jiang Hao's smiling, innocent face. "I couldn't help but cry inside. Is this some kind of devil? This isn't some young kid at all. And yet, I had the audacity to scheme against him. Is this me courting death or something else?" Seeing Jiang Hao's devilish smile, the dean forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Dr. Jiang, I will never do it again. I promise to keep it a secret. Please, have mercy and remove the spells you've left on me." Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. "However, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't break the agreement, I won't trigger it." After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the old fox that was the dean. "Alright, now Auntie will go with the hospital director to complete the discharge procedures. Cousin, you stay with Uncle for now." Then, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on Expert Hong, who was looking at him with hope. "Come out with me." Jiang Hao pointed at Expert Hong, then turned and left the ward. Upon hearing this, Hong Yangwei seemed to guess why Jiang Hao had asked him to go out, and was overjoyed. He quickly followed. After Jiang Hao left, the hospital director had no choice but to take Mu Xiaohua to complete the discharge procedures. Guo Yifei stayed behind to take care of her father. After Jiang Hao and other experts came out, they glanced at him and then spoke. "I didn't want to save you in the first place." Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Expert Hong felt uneasy. "However, I am the kind of person who always repays kindness and avenges wrongs. Since your apology was fairly sincere and you helped me out a little, I'll reluctantly let you off this time." At this moment, Hong Yangwei was overjoyed and thanked Jiang Hao repeatedly, making numerous promises. "Thank you so much, Dr. Jiang." "Thank you. If Dr. Jiang ever needs anything from me, just give the order, and I will do my best to fulfill it for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao waved his hand. "However, the purple blood peach fairy flower is extremely rare. You may need to investigate the origin of this rare flower yourself. I can save you once, but what if there's a second time? Just take care of these things yourself. Now take me to a quiet ward, and I'll give you the antidote." When Expert Hong heard Jiang Hao mention the person who poisoned her, he immediately looked furious. However, when he heard that Jiang Hao was going to cure him of the poison, he immediately put aside his hatred and spoke up. "Yes, I will definitely pay attention. Dr. Jiang, this way please. Let's go to my office." Hong Yangwei's office. Hong Yangwei lay on the bed with ice jade needles inserted in multiple places, including his chest, neck, and forehead. A faint pink gas emerged from the dragon head at the base of the ice jade needle. Hong Yangwei immediately felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and at the same time, the tightness in his chest disappeared, and a cool sensation came from his throat. The call was connected. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke up. "Alright, I've forced out the poison from the purple blood peach fairy flower for you." As he spoke, Jiang Hao used magic to quickly pull out the ice jade needles that were inserted into Hong Yangwei's body. Hong Yangwei quickly got up and felt a wave of comfort wash over him, which made him overjoyed. At that moment, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. "Dr. Jiang, here is 1 million, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Jiang Hao slowly put away the ice jade needles, then glanced at Hong Yangwei's sincere gaze and pondered for a moment. "Alright, I'll accept this million. Consider it your money to save your life." Jiang Hao reached out and took it. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. He wouldn't throw a tantrum, he'd take what's rightfully his. "I won't take what I shouldn't have." As I left Hong Yangwei's office, my aunt was still at the hospital, having gone to complete the discharge procedures. Jiang Hao went downstairs to get some fresh air. To be honest, the atmosphere in the hospital was too oppressive. After coming downstairs, Jiang Hao found a spot to sit on the lawn in the garden. Looking at the endless stream of people coming and going in the hospital, Jiang Hao suddenly had a thought. Most people are desperately trying to make money, even at the cost of ruining their health. Later, everyone used the money they earned to treat their illnesses, and in the end, they had nothing left. What What is the purpose of all this? Just as Zhang Hao was pondering, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound. Wa'ada. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haojing noticed a young woman squatting down not far in front of him, sobbing with her head down. Zhang Hao, being soft-hearted, got up and went over, taking a piece of paper from his own paper bag and handing it to him. Miss, don't cry. Then, he remarked with some emotion. Everyone in this world has a hard life, so you have to learn to be brave and strong. If you're not brave, who will be strong for you? For a moment, Zhang Hao seemed to recall his past. Zhang Hao's voice was somewhat deep, and coupled with his slightly magnetic tone, it was a beautiful experience to listen to. The girl seemed to hear Zhang Hao speaking to her, and immediately stopped crying, slowly raising her head to look at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was surprised when he looked at the young lady's face. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes were watery and slightly swollen, and there were 2 tear streaks on her face, making people feel sorry for her. Zhang Hao shook the tissue in his hand, and the young lady hesitated slightly before taking it. Zhang Hao nodded and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The girl paused, glanced at Zhang Hao, and seemed to sense that he wasn't a bad person before she began to confide in him. It turns out that the girl's name is Leah, and like Zhang Hao, she had just finished the college entrance examination. She comes from a single-parent family, which is not wealthy and is even somewhat poor. She has lived with her father since she was a child. Not long ago, his father was diagnosed with cancer, which made the already impoverished family even worse off. However, after scraping together 20,000 yuan, she finally brought her father here. The doctor confirmed that interventional surgery can still be performed for the time being. Then, everything was ready, and all that was left was to perform the surgery. However, just an hour before the surgery was scheduled for that day, the doctor suddenly called Leah out. He then told her that they were a poor family and that he, as the doctor, dared not administer medication to her father during the interventional surgery. The reason is that they have a regulation that the national subsidy standard for impoverished households with this disease is 3,000 yuan per month. If this doctor were to administer medication to her father without authorization during the interventional surgery, it would exceed the prescribed standards. He will be investigated as a doctor, and he will be punished. Therefore, he dared not take the medicine. Even when Leah bought the medicine herself and brought it to her father for him to use, he didn't dare to use it. After her pleas went unanswered, Leah left the doctor's office with a worried expression. She then asked other patients what they did in this situation, but the results he got next were strikingly similar. Everyone told her, "That's because you didn't give the doctor a gift." She and her father were honest people, so they didn't know that people would give gifts to doctors before surgery in order to make the doctors take the upcoming surgery seriously. She was both shocked and angry to hear this. Only then did she realize that such dark and barbaric customs still existed under the bright and clear sky. But what good would it do her to know? She was just a powerless and helpless woman. In the end, she gave in. She borrowed money from all over the place and gave a red envelope of 1,000 yuan to her father's attending physician, a deputy director surnamed Dang. At first, the deputy director surnamed Dang was reluctant to accept it and was quite hesitant. They said there were hospital regulations, and so on. However, in the end, he accepted it. The only difference is that, in other people's eyes, this red envelope was forced on the doctor by Leah, and it was entirely voluntary. After receiving the red envelope, the doctor's tone immediately changed. "Don't worry, I will take your father's surgery seriously, and I will make sure he gets the necessary medication." Leah could only force a smile. "Let's just let this go this time." However, interventional surgery doesn't just need to be done once. It involves doing it once a month for the first 3 months, and then observing the treatment effect before gradually increasing the interval between treatments. Soon, the second month arrived, and Leah accompanied her father back here again. She had just finished a busy day and had gotten her father admitted to the hospital. When she went to see the attending physician surnamed Dang, he treated Leah with indifference. On several subsequent occasions, when Leah went to find that Dr. Dang, he was either sleeping during working hours or could not be found. One day, when Leah went to ask him about her father's situation after she had gone to work, she disturbed his sleep. This immediately displeased the other party, who then gave Leah a severe scolding. After feeling wronged, Leah finally reacted belatedly. "Could it be because I didn't give a gift this time?" Helpless, she presented the gift again. Just like last time, she hesitated for a moment before accepting it, but her attitude towards Leah completely changed. They instantly became kind and approachable. The second one passed just like that, and the time for the third intervention soon arrived again. Leah brought her father, just like the previous 2 times. "If you don't bring a gift, I'll ignore you. If you're so capable, go somewhere else." However, the constant gifts given to doctors, along with the monthly medical and surgical expenses for her father, have left Leah heavily in debt. The money she earns from her hard-working part-time jobs every day is just a drop in the bucket compared to such huge expenses. So now no one is willing to lend her money anymore, since she can't repay it even if she does. Because he couldn't afford to give gifts, Lee's father's attending physician wanted to stop his medication. Just then, my phone rang. Stopping medication would be allowing cancer cells to spread unchecked. This is outrageous. She had nowhere else to go, that's why she's crying here. Leah sobbed for a moment, then spoke with a nasal tone. Tell me, how can I be strong? After hearing Leah's story, Jung Hao was deeply shocked and even felt a sense of oppression. Being a doctor was originally a sacred profession, but it is precisely because of the existence of corrupt doctors like Lee's father's attending physician that the medical profession has been shrouded in darkness. Such a heartless doctor who doesn't care about human life is absolutely terrifying. Just then, a voice interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Dr. Jiang, so you've been here all along. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that it was Hong Yang guard. Hong Yangwei spoke respectfully. Dr. Jiang, Madame Gua has completed the discharge procedures and is waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Leah glanced at Jiang Hao. He's so young, and he's a doctor? Oh no, if he's the doctor here, then if I speak ill of the doctors here to him, wouldn't that be? Upon thinking this, Leah's face turned deathly pale. Jiang Hao realized that Leah seemed to have misunderstood, so he quickly explained. Don't overthink it. I'm not a doctor here. I'm a patient's family member too. Besides, look at me, I'm so young. Do you think I can be a doctor? And like you, I just graduated from high school this year. I'm here to visit my uncle. Seeing that Jiang Hao's explanation was reasonable and well-founded, Leah seemed to believe it somewhat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded helplessly. Leah was finally relieved. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and decided to lend her a hand. Alright, I sympathize with your situation. Come with me. I know the hospital director. I'll ask him to change your father's attending physician. Jiang Hao's words instantly put Leah on guard again. She once had such a naive idea, but her father's words shattered her naivety. Xiao Ya, we can't fight them. They're all in cahoots, officials protecting each other. How can we, a poor commoner, fight against them? Jiang Hao noticed Leah's wariness. He understood perfectly well. Leah was misled by that small number of scoundrel doctors. She came to believe that perhaps all doctors are like that. The thought filled Jiang Hao with rage. How many people across the country will get sick? Millions? Tens of millions? Or even hundreds of millions? How many people, like Leah, have been misled by unscrupulous doctors and become disillusioned with doctors? This is like one bad apple spoiling the whole bunch. Leah, if you trust me, come with me. If you don't, then forget it. At this point, Jiang Hao was in a terrible mood and had no desire to explain anymore. He has already given Leah the opportunity. Whether she can seize it is up to her. Old Hong, let's go. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned and left. Yes, Dr. Jiang. Hong Yangwei remained silent throughout, but when Jiang Hao spoke, he nodded respectfully and followed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao paused and spoke. From now on, call me Mr. Jiang, not Dr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Hong Yangwei immediately changed his form of address. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao had only taken a few steps when he heard Leah's voice behind him. I trust you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled. He then asked Hong Yangwei, who was standing to the side. Old Hong, where is the dean? Hong Yangwei answered without hesitation. The hospital director is waiting for you in Mr. Guo's ward. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and said to her, Hey, let's go. Leah nodded obediently. We arrived at Ward 34 in silence, and sure enough, the hospital director was there as well. As soon as the dean saw Jiang Hao arrive, he immediately stepped forward respectfully. Mr. Jiang, I have completed Mr. Guo's discharge procedures. Jiang Hao simply nodded, then looked at his uncle and the others and spoke. Uncle, aunt, cousin, please wait a moment. I have something to take care of before we leave. Wei Jianye glanced at Leah behind Jiang Hao, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Okay, Hao, you go ahead with your work, we're not in a hurry. Jiang Hao nodded after receiving Wei Jianye's reply. He then turned and walked towards the door. When he reached the dean's side, he suddenly spoke. Dean, Lao Hong, you two come out here for a moment. Although the dean was surprised, he still followed him out. Hong Yangwei had probably already guessed something, and followed them out as well. Behind Jiang Hao, Leah was shocked to see the dean's attitude towards Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's attitude toward the dean shocked him even more. Jiang Hao and his group went out and entered an office. Everyone sat down. The dean looked at Jiang Hao with a puzzled expression. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and spoke. Leah, tell the dean about your situation. I want to see how he handles it today. Upon hearing this, Leah looked at Jiang Hao's encouraging eyes, then mustered her courage and began to tell her story. After a long while, Leah finally finished speaking. At this moment, the dean's face turned ashen. Although he wasn't a good person, he was just as furious after hearing Leah's story. Although he had heard of doctors accepting gifts, as long as it wasn't excessive, most people would just turn a blind eye and let it go. But he never expected that someone would go so far. Moreover, this person works at our own hospital. The dean looked up and met Jiang Hao's icy gaze. Immediately, he frowned. Judging from the situation, if he doesn't give him a satisfactory answer today, Jiang Hao probably won't let him off the hook. Hearing about Leah's ordeal, Hong Yangwei's expression was also not very good. He has accepted gifts from others, but he has never threatened patients' families to give him gifts under the pretext of not giving them medication. This is going too far by those who are affiliated with the party. At this moment, the dean looked at Jiang Hao with some difficulty. Dr. Jiang, I am very sorry about this. As compensation, I will arrange a better attending physician for Leah's father, and I will also significantly reduce his medical expenses. As for this person, although he violated several regulations, these are only enough for me to give him a serious warning and demotion. As for kicking him out, at this point, the dean paused slightly and then appealed to their emotions and reason. Dr. Jiang, as you know, although I am the director of this hospital, I don't have the final say in this hospital. So, the dean didn't continue, but his meaning was already quite clear. This evidence is insufficient and not enough to warrant him kicking this person out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned. He is not an unreasonable person. With insufficient evidence, he cannot force the dean to make a decision. He was somewhat unwilling to let this scoundrel off so easily. At this moment, Leah felt a little regretful upon hearing the dean's solution. Did you do it? But compared to before, it's like heaven and earth. She's already very satisfied. Leah cautiously tugged at Jiang Hao's sleeve, then said timidly, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I'm very satisfied with this result." "Thank you." With that, Leah bowed deeply to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at Leah, his brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't stop her. After accepting Leah's bow, Jiang Hao looked at Leah and comforted her. "Don't worry, now that I've accepted your bow today, I will definitely give you a satisfactory result." Then, Jiang Hao looked at the dean and said, "Dean, I understand what you mean. So, as long as you have enough evidence, you can legitimately get rid of this person?" Upon hearing this, the dean, though puzzled, nodded nonetheless. Seeing the dean nod, Jiang Hao immediately spoke up. "If that's the case, then things are much easier. This man is so greedy. I don't believe he has a clean record. Dean, could you please find me a file on this person? I will now find you other evidence of this person's violations." At this point, Jiang Hao exuded confidence. Although the dean didn't know why Jiang Hao was making such outrageous remarks, he still complied. After spending more time with Jiang Hao, he discovered that Jiang Hao was not a troublemaker. Therefore, he still trusts Jiang Hao more. "Dr. Jiang, please wait a moment." After saying that, the dean sat down at a computer in his office and quickly logged into his account. He quickly retrieved the registration information for people with the surname Dang. "Dr. Jiang, this is his information." The dean introduced it to Jiang Hao, who was watching from the side. Jiang Hao glanced at it and then said, "Get up and watch my moves." The dean quickly stood up and made way for him. Jiang Hao sat down in front of the computer, amidst the puzzled looks of everyone. He placed both hands on the keyboard and started typing furiously. With Jiang Hao's world-class hacking skills, hacking into someone's electronic device and investigating that person would be a piece of cake. Then, to everyone's surprise, they saw negative information about the doctor surnamed Dang appearing on the computer screen. Soon, their gazes shifted from surprise to shock and then to horror. Meanwhile, as they carefully read the negative information about the doctor surnamed Dang on the computer screen, they became increasingly angry, alarmed, and fearful. This person was selling non-hospital issued drugs to outsiders without authorization. At the same time, he colluded with fake pharmacies outside the hospital to recommend patients to buy drugs from these fake pharmacies, and he took a cut from the profits. Furthermore, all kinds of criminal evidence. He even went so far as to force a patient's daughter to have sex with him after the patient stopped taking his medication. In the end, the girl, unable to bear the humiliation, committed suicide. It caused quite a stir at the time, but the cause was never found and the matter was quickly dropped. Seeing this, Leah felt a wave of fear wash over her. If she hadn't met Jiang Hao today, and if she hadn't had money to give a gift, she would have been in trouble. Will she also suffer the same fate? Jiang Hao had already guessed that this kind of person was no good, and sure enough, he was right. "Does anyone have a USB drive? Give me one." Jiang Hao didn't even look up, looking at the computer screen as he asked. Everyone was startled awake and checked themselves. Finally, the dean took a USB drive off his keychain. "Here you go, Dr. Jiang." Jiang Hao took it and plugged it directly into the computer, downloading all the evidence. The download finished quickly, and with one last keystroke, Jiang Hao pulled out the USB drive. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao with awe. At this moment, Jiang Hao handed the USB drive to the dean while keeping a close eye on him. "Dean, is this evidence enough?" The dean was startled awake and immediately spoke up. "Enough, enough. This evidence not only gives me a legitimate reason to kick him out, but he might even have to spend a few more years in prison." At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with fear in their eyes. They vowed that no matter who they offended in the future, they would never offend Jiang Hao again. This is absolutely terrifying. Jiang Hao is not only a miracle doctor, but also a top-notch hacker. Especially the dean and expert Hong, after all, who hasn't had some tricks up their sleeves when they're in their positions. If they offend Jiang Hao, and he really wants to get back at them, it'll be a matter of minutes. Seeing the shocked and fearful looks in everyone's eyes, Jiang Hao waved his hand and said in a very pretentious manner, sit down, whatever you're doing. It's just a basic operation." Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless and couldn't help but silently complain in their hearts. If this is considered basic, then this level of basic is way too advanced. After Jiang Hao's outburst, most of the people's fear of him disappeared. Subsequently, Leah's father was taken over by Hong Yangwei, who volunteered to take care of him. Jiang Hao did not stop him. Although Hong Yangwei was scolded by him for being utterly useless. He must have some real talent to have reached this position. The doctor surnamed Dang was dealt with swiftly by the hospital director, who dismissed him and notified the police. Originally, the man surnamed Dang refused to admit it and kept making excuses, but after the dean presented the evidence, he instantly lost his nerve. This result made Leah extremely happy. Finally, Leah looked at Jiang Hao, revealed a sweet smile, and bowed deeply once again. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Hao looked at Leah, nodded, then turned and left without a trace. As Jiang Hao reached the door, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He paused, turned around, and spoke to Hong Yangwei beside him. "Old Hong, go and get me a few boxes of the most effective anti-cancer drugs on the market." Hong Yangwei was taken aback when he heard this, wondering what Jiang Hao wanted to do with that. However, he did not hesitate for long. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." Jiang Hao nodded and spoke. "Okay, go and come back quickly." Leah, wait a moment. Leah, without suspecting anything, obediently nodded. Soon, Hong Yangwei brought 6 boxes of anti-cancer drugs. "Mr. Jiang, is this enough? If not, I'll go get some more." Jiang Hao took the medicine from Hong Yangwei and glanced at it. "No need, you can go out now, Lao Hong. I want to have a few words with Leah alone." Upon hearing this, Hong Yangwei understood and quickly withdrew. Leah looked at Jiang Hao, wondering what Jiang Hao wanted to say to him. Jiang Hao held the medicine in his hand, his mind focused on the system. Synthesize this for me using every box of anti-cancer drugs. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully synthesized 1 super anti-cancer drug and gained 1 skill point and 1 experience point. Super anti-cancer drug powerfully fights cancer, absolutely inhibits the spread of cancer cells, and extremely kills cancer cells. Extract? Ding! Congratulations! Then a series of notification sounds rang out, and soon, without Leah noticing anything unusual, the medicine in the 6 boxes of anti-cancer medicine in Jiang Hao's hand had already disappeared. With a command from Jiang Hao, 4 anti-cancer drugs appeared in Jiang Hao's system space. Of these, only 2 failed to synthesize. Next, Jiang Hao instructed the system to make a small medicine bottle using the jade in his space and put the 4 super strong anti-cancer pills into it. Leah looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. At this moment, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and took out a small jade medicine bottle from his pocket. He glanced at Leah and then spoke. "Do you believe me?" After what just happened, Leah was completely obedient to Jiang Hao. Leah nodded repeatedly without the slightest hesitation, like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and then handed the jade medicine bottle in his hand to Leah. "Since you trust me, that's good. There are 4 pills in this jade bottle. Give your father 1 pill every month, and he will get better." Upon hearing this, Leah stared at Jiang Hao in shock. "But my father has cancer. It seems that no one can cure cancer." Leah thought Jiang Hao had misunderstood her father's illness and emphasized this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and spoke up. "If you trust me, then do as I say. If you don't trust me, then pretend I didn't say anything. This is the last time I'll help you. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to keep this a secret, or you know what will happen." "How is that possible?" After saying that, Jiang Hao turned and left. Leah watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, gritted her teeth, and finally decided to believe him. He wouldn't lie to me. After his uncle was discharged from the hospital, Jiang Hao stayed at his uncle's house for a day. However, despite his uncle's family's strong urging, he insisted on going home. After returning home, Jiang's mother personally cooked a delicious meal to reward Jiang Hao. Previously, after curing his uncle, he immediately notified his mother. So, Jiang's mom has been in a good mood these past few days. After saying that, he turned and left. During the meal, Mr. Jiang suddenly spoke up. Hao, now that you've graduated, when are you going back to your hometown to visit your grandparents for a while?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. "Mom, I've thought it through. My sister's high school entrance exam starts the day after tomorrow. After she passes the exam, my brother and I will go back together." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang nodded without saying anything more. After finishing his meal, Jiang Hao stood upstairs, looking at the endless stream of cars on the street below, and suddenly remembered something. It's time to buy a car. However, before that, I need to learn to drive and get my driver's license. With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao decided to look for some books about driving back in the day. Unlike others, he was able to quickly master the skill of driving once he had the books he wanted. After some time, Jiang Hao finally found a copy of Motor Vehicle Driving Instruction in a bookstore. After buying the book, Jiang Hao left the bookstore, found a quiet corner, and took out the book. The system notification tone then sounded. "Ding, a copy of Motor Vehicle Driving Instruction has been found. Do you wish to disassemble it?" Jiang Hao did not hesitate. With Jiang Hao's command, the book he had just bought disappeared from his hand. Then, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling a copy of Motor Vehicle Driving Instruction and obtaining 1 driving skill crystal, plus 0.8 skill points, plus 0.8 experience points. Driving skills, a condensed essence of driving experience for all modes of transportation. With this, flying a plane will be a piece of cake and pushing a train will be a breeze. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? Jiang Hao looked at the description of the crystal and was speechless. The system is as unpredictable as ever. I just want to learn how to drive a car quietly, but the system won't let me keep a low profile. You mean flying a plane? Fine. What's the deal with pushing a train? Can you push a train? As the saying goes, you can't make a name for yourself by just talking, and you can't make a train move by pushing it. But here with the system, it's the opposite. Extract and fuse. After complaining about the system, Jiang Hao ordered the fusion of the crystal he had just obtained. As the ball of light in Jiang Hao's mind disappeared, a torrent of memories rushed into Jiang Hao's mind. In no time at all, Jiang Hao mastered the skill of driving, and driving skills have almost become his instinct. Now all we need is a car. After mastering his driving skills, Jiang Hao gets an itch to drive whenever he sees a car. He wasn't very familiar with cars, after all, his family wasn't well off before, and buying a car was a luxury. Therefore, he never thought about getting a driver's license, let alone driving. So, if you want to buy a car, you need to find someone who knows about cars to go with you. After thinking it over, Jiang Hao finally called Song Wanner. As a wealthy heiress, Song Wanner must be quite familiar with luxury cars, right? That's what Jiang Hao thought. Jiang Hao made the call, and it was answered very quickly. Wow, Jiang is such a benefactor. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? As soon as the call connected, Song Wanner's tone carried a hint of resentment. Jiang Hao was extremely embarrassed and awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Well, my uncle was sick a few days ago, so I went to visit him and only got back today. I need to talk to you about something. Do you know anything about cars? I want to buy one, but I don't know which kind to get. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner exclaimed, "You want to buy a car? Then don't buy it. I'll give you one for free. My family has several garages filled with nice cars, but I've never driven them. They were all gifts from others." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately devastated. I don't even own a car. Do other people's luxury cars have garages to spare? Those wicked capitalists. Rich woman, are you going to take me on as a sugar daddy? Jiang Hao joked. On the other side, Song Wanner was stunned upon hearing this, and then her face turned red. Who wants to keep you as a sugar daddy? Song Wanner blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. No need for that. I can't accept something for nothing. I'll just buy it myself. It won't cost much. Despite the joke, Jiang Hao still declined Song Wanner's offer. Alright then, wait for me at Tianhe Square. I'll come find you. After receiving Song Wanner's reply, Jiang Hao packed his things and headed out. After picking up Song Wanner, Jiang Hao led her to a large auto show. I learned from Song Wanner that the organizer of this auto show was one of her uncles. Jiang Hao was already dazzled by the luxury cars all around him. Just then, they suddenly saw a crowd gathered in the distance, and gasps of amazement came from the onlookers. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner quickly squeezed in. Turns out, there was a really cool car parked here. Jiang Hao's gaze instantly fell on a luxury car that gleamed with black light, exuding an indescribable naturalness, as if it were a masterpiece of nature. Upon seeing this car, Jiang Hao couldn't take his eyes off it. Jiang Hao's gaze remained fixed on the car, and he subconsciously asked Song Wanner, who was standing next to him, a question. Wanner, what do you think of this car? Song Wanner glanced at it, then said indifferently, "You like it? If you like it, then buy it." Song Wanner had just finished speaking. Cough cough. Immediately afterwards, a series of coughs came from the surrounding area. Instantly, countless eyes turned to look at them. At this moment, a fat man next to Jiang Hao and Song Wanner heard this, glanced at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, and then spoke up. "Brother, is this your first time here?" Jiang Hao glanced at the fat man and nodded. It was indeed his first time at a car show like this. Upon seeing this, the fat man looked completely enlightened. "Hey bro, do you know what this car is called? And how much does it cost?" Jiang Hao shook his head, while the fat man smiled smugly, unable to resist showing off. "Then let me, fatty, explain it to you. This car is named Longteng Guoshen. It uses a dragon as its logo and was designed by the internationally renowned designer Duan Muhongyu. It is equipped with..." The fat man rattled off a whole bunch of professional knowledge in one breath, instantly impressing Jiang Hao. At this moment, the fat man saw the surprised look in Jiang Hao's eyes, then smiled mysteriously, keeping him in suspense. "Do you know how much this car costs?" Jiang Hao shook his head subconsciously. Upon seeing this, the fat man immediately felt bored. "Let me tell you, this car is priced at 14,320,000. After the fat man announced the price, everyone gasped in shock. Seeing everyone's reaction, the fat man then looked at Song Wanner and spoke. "Girl, if you want to buy this car, even selling yourself wouldn't be enough." However, the fat man was unaware that Song Wanner had shown absolutely no surprise throughout his explanation. Song Wanner glanced at the fat man, then said indifferently, "I don't need to buy one, I have several of the same model at home. They were all gifts from others." Song Wanner's words immediately caused a sensation once again. Everyone looked Song Wanner up and down, their faces full of suspicion. "Really? Exactly, it sounds so true. People these days are so hypocritical. Giving a luxury car worth over 10 million as a gift? Poverty truly limits my imagination." At this moment, even the fat man standing to the side frowned upon hearing this and nudged Jiang Hao. "Dude, rude, your girlfriend is such a braggart. Song Wanner was furious that her simple statement would be questioned, and she was about to explain herself. Seeing this, Jiang Hao grabbed Song Wanner. Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. Jiang Hao didn't look at Song Wanner, but glanced at the fat man and then smiled slightly. Brother Fatty, thank you for the introduction. However, my girlfriend never brags. After saying that, amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, Jiang Hao took Song Wanner's hand and walked straight to the Longting Guosheng car. He then spoke to the salesperson who was specifically in charge of this car. I want this car. Jiang Hao's protectiveness made Song Wanner feel as sweet as if she had eaten honey. However, the others were surprised to hear this, and then they looked at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner with either doubt or sarcasm. Holy crap, could he really be a rich kid? This kid's got guts, he's still holding on. After his initial surprise, the fat man was instantly filled with worry. Hey bro, stop messing around. Come back here. You can't just give out random prices here. However, Jiang Hao smiled slightly at the fat man, ignoring the discussions of the people around him, and looked at the salesperson next to him. The salesman was a young man, only about 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Hao. He quickly glanced at Jiang Hao, feeling somewhat uneasy. Judging by his outfit, he doesn't look like a rich kid. Did I run into one of those idiots who tries to buy a car with mahjong tiles? He had seen something similar not long ago. A couple went to a 4S store to buy a car, and they even agreed on the price and were ready to sign the contract. To everyone's surprise, the man and woman ended up with a huge pile of mahjong tiles, all of them in sets of 40,000 and 80,000. In the end, the couple naturally received a severe beating. Later, everyone found out that those two were so desperate to become internet celebrities that they wanted to prank others to become internet celebrities. At that moment, he was having some doubts, but he still walked over. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this car? However, at this moment, a woman next to him looked at Song Wanner with some jealousy and then took the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark. Tianhong, look at them, they look so young and immature. And look at their clothes and their demeanor. How do they look like rich young masters or ladies? Are you alright? Is he trying to become an internet celebrity again, deliberately causing trouble to prank people? I know someone did this not long ago and almost got beaten to death. As she spoke, the woman glared fiercely at Song Wanner. This woman's snobbish words instantly aroused Jiang Hao's dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao frowned, clearly displeased. Song Wanner, standing nearby, had never suffered such humiliation as the daughter of the Jade King. Who are you? What does it matter to you whether I want to buy this car or not? Jiang Hao frowned, staring at the arrogant woman. You don't need to know who I am. It's you who's disrupting the order here. Don't you even know where you are? Is this a place for a poor wretch like you? What should I do? What should I do? The woman was extremely arrogant, she said sarcastically. At the same time, she waved to the patrolling security guards not far away. Security! Security! Come here! There's a disturbance! Her loud shout instantly attracted a lot of attention. Is someone causing trouble? Who's so bold? Su Tianhong, who was standing to the side, seemed to be convinced by her. He frowned, glanced at Jiang Hao, and spoke. Sir, I can let this matter go. You may leave now. Su Tianhong's words instantly angered Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Song Wanner looked at the two of them and said coldly, a bunch of snobbish bastards. I've really learned something today. I never imagined that my Uncle Miao would have people like you under his command. I wonder what my Uncle Miao would think if he knew what you've done. After saying that, Song Wanner angrily took out her phone, ready to make a call. Song Wanner's words instantly made the crazy woman and Su Tianhong tense. Uncle Miao? Our boss seems to have the surname Miao. Does she know the boss? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Then they openly sized up Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Let's not even talk about Jiang Hao and Song Wanner didn't dress very well in order to keep a low profile. However, this actually dispelled their newly formed idea. Impossible, it must be a coincidence. The crazy woman became even more smug. Go ahead and hit me. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Song Wanner glanced at the crazy woman but ignored her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the crazy woman with sympathy, shook his head, and remained silent. However, before Song Wanner could even make the call, the commotion alerted the manager. The manager here is surnamed Huang, and he's a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Manager Huang frowned as he looked at the gathered crowd. What's wrong with Su Tianhong? As he spoke, he quickly led his men over and squeezed in. Su Tianhong, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Manager Huang scolded. Su Tianhong and Zhu Yanli were reprimanded by the manager and immediately pointed at Jiang Hao and the others to explain to Manager Huang. Manager, they're causing trouble here. They said they wanted to buy this Longtem Guosheng, and she even said she has several in her garage. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately began to ponder it in his mind. Who on earth is so arrogant? They own several Longting Guosheng cars. Do you really think this thing is as common as cabbage? Manager Huang frowned and looked in the direction Su Tianhong and the madwoman were pointing. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to be a young master from any family. I've never seen him before. However, when his gaze fell on Song Wanner next to Jiang Hao, his expression immediately immediately changed. At this moment, the crazy woman still tried to preemptively accuse the other party. Manager Huang, it's them. This shameless little girl even said her family owns several cars of the same model as ours. However, before she could continue speaking, Manager Huang suddenly turned around and slapped her. That slap instantly stunned the crazy woman. Manager Huang, you. Manager Huang, his face full of anger, slapped the crazy woman again and then scolded her. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Get out of here, and you too. As he spoke, Manager Huang pointed at Su Tianhong and angrily cursed him. Su Tianhong was stunned when he heard this. He felt bewildered, and for a moment, his stubbornness flared up. Manager Huang, I didn't violate any rules. Why are you telling me to get out? Manager Huang glanced at him coldly and ignored him. However, when he turned to look at Song Wanner, he tried his best to put on an apologetic expression and said respectfully, Miss Song has been frightened. Don't worry, Miss Song, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. At this moment, the sudden and unexpected turn of events left everyone bewildered. Seeing Manager Huang's attitude towards Song Wanner, the onlookers immediately began to speculate wildly. Hiss, could this girl really be the daughter of some big shot? I think it's possible. Seeing Manager Huang's attitude towards her, Song Wanner paused her phone call and then asked, You know me? Upon hearing this, Manager Huang immediately smiled apologetically and said, I had the honor of accompanying Chairman Miao to a banquet hosted by your father, and I met you there. You are Song Wanzhong, the Jade King of Tianhe City, and Mr. Song's daughter. How could I not recognize you? Manager Huang revealed Song Wanner's background. Instantly, Su Tianhong, who was still stubbornly waiting for Manager Huang to give a reason while tilting his head to the side, and the crazy woman next to him turned pale. Meanwhile, the onlookers around were in an uproar. Holy crap, she's actually the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong? Wow, I didn't realize that. Hee, these two's really messed up this time. Ignoring the gloating crowd, Manager Huang then looked at Su Tianhong and the crazy woman covering her face. Now you know why I fired you, right? The woman you're talking about is the daughter of the Jade King, and our Chairman Miao is also a good friend of Mr. Song. And Miss Song wasn't lying, the Longting Guosheng family does indeed own several of them. Not long ago, Miss Song celebrated her birthday, and our Chairman Miao gave her a Longting Guosheng as a birthday gift. After Manager Huang said that, Su Tianhong completely gave up. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Indeed, poverty limits our imagination. At this moment, Su Tianhong was filled with resentment. It's all that crazy woman's fault. If it weren't for her, I could not only have sold this Longting Guosheng, but I would also have had the honor of meeting the Jade King's daughter. At this moment, Su Tianhong became angrier and angrier. He looked at the crazy woman who was also in a daze and then slapped her hard across the face. It's all your fault. Then, he looked up and met Manager Huang's cold gaze. He immediately realized that an apology was useless, so he turned and left. The mad woman seemed to be awakened by Su Tianhong's slap. She stared at Song Wanner as if she had gone mad. This is impossible. It can't be. You lied to me. You lied to me. Upon seeing this, Manager Huang frowned and gestured to the security guard beside him. The security guards immediately understood and stepped forward to drag the crazy woman away. At this moment, Manager Huang looked at Song Wanner and quickly spoke up. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Song Wanner glanced at Manager Huang, then suddenly saw Jiang Hao watching the commotion from the side and immediately pulled Jiang Hao over. The person you should apologize to is this one, not me. Besides, this is the same person who's buying a car today. I'm just accompanying him. No. Song Wanner's words immediately piqued everyone's interest once again. Hiss, what's this young man's identity that he needs the Jade King's daughter to accompany him? Damn, I misjudged him. This young man is quite something. Manager Huang was taken aback upon hearing this. Only then did he take a good look at Jiang Hao. A slightly handsome face, casual attire, and a youthful appearance. But who exactly is this young master? Why does he need the Jade King's daughter to accompany him? Looking at Manager Huang, who was completely bewildered by Song Wanner, Jiang Hao seemed to have guessed what Manager Huang was thinking. He glanced at Song Wanner, who was looking at him mischievously, shook his head helplessly, and said, Manager Huang, stop guessing. I'm not some young master from a wealthy family. Can I buy this car? As Jiang Hao spoke, he took out the diamond card that Xue Zishi had given him from his pocket and handed it over. Manager Huang was immediately shocked when he saw it. Yes, I'll handle it for you personally right away. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll get the contract for you right away. As he spoke, he hurriedly ran off to get the contract. As Jiang Hao watched Manager Huang's departing figure, he suddenly felt a pang of emotion. This really is a money-driven society. The people around were once again shocked by Manager Huang's attitude. A little while later, Jiang Hao paid in full for the Longtung Guosheng. Jiang Hao was thrilled to get his new car and immediately became itchy to own it. Looking at his luxury car, he waved his hand and said to Song Wanner, Come on, let me show you my skills today. Song Wanner glanced at the smug Jiang Hao and rolled her eyes at him. Whose brother are you? Jiang Hao drove his car home. Originally, he wanted to show off his driving skills, which included pushing a train by hand, in front of Song Wanner. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. There are just too many cars on the road. It's a traffic jam. Even if he drives a nice car, he still has to obey traffic rules. And so, his dream of racing cars was shattered. Another traffic light. Zhang Hao stopped the car in frustration and waited for pedestrians to cross the road. At that moment, on the other side, in the same lane, a white car that was also waiting at the traffic light had its driver's side window open. Then, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth, tattoos on his arms, and an earring waved to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao opened the car window, and the young man immediately spoke. "Hey buddy, you bought such a nice car, how about we have a comparison? After this section, we'll get on the Hanjiawan Expressway. Let's see who gets to Jingtai first, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao glanced at it but shook his head. Not good. Then, before the young man could speak, he immediately followed up. "You are no match for me." Zhang Hao's words immediately ignited the young man's fighting spirit. "Ha, quite the big talker. We'll only know who wins and who loses after the competition." Just then, as the red light was about to change, the young man uttered a single sentence. "Anyone who doesn't dare to compete is a coward." After saying that, he closed the car window, and then a roaring sound came from the rear of his car. The moment the red light disappeared, the white car shot off like an arrow. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly. Seeing this, Song Wanner, who was in the passenger seat, was both excited and anxious. "Quick, chase after them." Zhang Hao silently started the car and then said calmly, "Let him run a little longer." A minute later, the white car completely disappeared from Zhang Hao and Song Wanner's sight. Song Wanner was extremely anxious, so Zhang Hao stepped on the gas, and the car roared off. Song Wanner screamed in fright. A short while later, the white car finally came into view of Zhang Hao and Song Wanner. Song Wanner immediately shouted excitedly, "Quick, catch up with him." Zhang Hao smiled and sped up again. Soon, the distance between the two cars became shorter and shorter. The white car slowed down as it made a sharp turn. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly accelerated, performed a perfect drift, and narrowly missed the white car, rushing to the front of it. Then, Zhang Hao looked in the rearview mirror and saw the white car behind him that had braked suddenly in fright. He then stepped on the gas and accelerated again, until the white car was thrown far away, and even quickly disappeared from the white car owner's sight. Inside the white car, the young man stared at the vanished Zhang Hao with a livid face, looking utterly shaken. Damn it, he's a madman. After speeding for a while, Zhang Hao slowed down after exiting the highway. Zhang Hao savored the thrill of his adrenaline rush and felt a surge of excitement. Song Wanner was the same way. Just then, a middle-aged woman rode a scooter wobbling along the side. When she saw Zhang Hao's luxury car, her eyes lit up. Then, as Zhang Hao passed by, she suddenly rode her electric scooter up and crashed directly into the car that Zhang Hao had just bought. Then, a shout was heard. "Ah, someone's been hit. Someone's been hit." Zhang Hao instinctively slammed on the brakes. Beside her, Song Wanner's face turned pale with fright. "Did you hit someone?" Zhang Hao and Song Wanner quickly got out of the car. At that moment, the screams grew even louder when the car door creaked open. Instantly, pedestrians from all directions were drawn to the scene. Seeing this, everyone pointed and whispered about Zhang Hao and Song Wanner. "Sigh, young people these days don't watch their step when they drive." Exactly, driving this beat-up car feels like flying an airplane. Zhang Hao and Song Wanner heard the murmurs of the crowd. Song Wanner panicked and went to help the woman who was screaming in pain. When the middle-aged woman saw that Song Wanner was about to help her up, she immediately revealed a barely perceptible smile. Another rich kid has fallen for it. Then, she burst into tears. At this moment, Zhang Hao keenly sensed something was wrong, and immediately understood the cause and effect by using his eye of breaking the law. I was immediately filled with helplessness. Damn it, I never thought I'd encounter a staged accident scammer. In the eyes of the broken law, the truth of the matter was that his car was almost passed when the woman crashed into him. Looking at the woman lying on the ground, unwilling to get up. If this isn't a staged accident, what is it? Then, Zhang Hao looked at his new car, which had been hit and had a huge dent, and he was on the verge of tears. My new car. At this moment, he looked at the middle-aged woman who was wailing and crying, and suddenly felt a sense of disgust. He pulled Song Wanner up as she bent over. Song Wanner was stunned and looked at Zhang Hao. The middle-aged woman who was wailing was also taken aback. Did I not give myself away? But only for a moment, and then she started crying again. My legs. My legs. Seeing that the person trying to scam him was still pretending, Zhang Hao immediately decided to teach him a lesson. Zhang Hao felt something in his pocket, then stepped forward and asked, "Ma'am, are you alright?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman subtly revealed a smile. Then, he launched into a tirade of profanities at Zhang Hao. "Nothing wrong, my ass. Are you blind? My legs. You little brat, you're not leaving here today without 200,000. At this moment, Song Wanner seemed to have vaguely realized something, and then she was filled with anger. The people around seemed to have figured something out as well. These two young men are in trouble. They've run into a scammer. Hey, why would someone like that, with hands and feet, do this? Is this a distortion of the mind or a decline in morality? Some people felt sorry for Zhang Hao. However, although the woman who staged the accident cursed at Zhang Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao did not show any dissatisfaction. Big sister, I have 200,000 yuan. Get up first, I'll get you 200,000 yuan right away. As he spoke, Jiang Hao returned to his car and took out the 200,000 yuan in cash that he had just retrieved and intended to keep as a backup. The onlookers gasped in astonishment when they saw Jiang Hao actually pull out 200,000 yuan in cash from the car. Holy crap, they're rich. My god, now I know why she, a perfectly healthy person, is doing this kind of work. This money came way too easily. At this moment, the woman who was trying to stage an accident was also stunned when she saw that Jiang Hao had actually taken out 200,000 yuan. She didn't expect it to be so easy this time. They gave her the money as soon as she asked. Looking at the 200,000 yuan, she was overjoyed, but then suddenly felt annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I should have asked for more. At this moment, Jiang Hao handed over the money. Big sister, here's 200,000. Please take it. Jiang Hao smiled and handed the money to the woman who was trying to stage an accident. Immediately, the woman who was faking the accident and the people around her looked at Jiang Hao with strange expressions. Is this child mentally challenged? At this moment, it wasn't just one or two people who thought this way. After all, they didn't believe Jiang Hao wouldn't notice such an obvious staged accident. Even Song Wanner, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but tug at Jiang Hao at this moment. Jiang Hao glanced at Rong Song Wanner, then gave her a reassuring look. The woman who staged the accident accepted the 200,000 yuan with both hands. Although she was a little confused, she was surprised to see that she had earned so much money all at once. They had long since put Jiang Hao's strangeness out of their minds. Perhaps he really is a fool. That's what she thought. Holding a large pile of money, she quickly checked the authenticity of the banknotes. When she drew out a card that was genuine, he excitedly scrambled up from under the car. Then, looking at Jiang Hao, she actually gave him a friend zone card. Young man, you're such a good person. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and nodded. At this moment, the woman who was trying to stage an accident chuckled, picked up her electric scooter, and then said, I'm fine, you can go now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao revealed a sly smile. Big sister, I'm so glad you're alright. Seeing this, everyone was indignant. My goodness, how could such a shrewd young man be a fool? However, just as everyone was shaking their heads and looking at Jiang Hao as if he were a fool, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke up. Big sister, you're alright now, but I'm in trouble. The woman who was trying to stage an accident was taken aback and subconsciously asked a question. What do you need? Everyone was curious. Jiang Hao revealed a sly smile and spoke. Ma'am, do you know how much this car of mine costs? The woman who was trying to stage an accident seemed to be overjoyed by the 200,000 yuan in her arms, and even followed Jiang Hao's question and asked him, how much? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and stared at the woman who was trying to stage an accident. He first held up one finger, and then 4 fingers. The woman who staged the accident hugged the 200,000 yuan she had just received, and then mimicked Jiang Hao's gesture with her hands. Then, he looked up at Jiang Hao. 140,000? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head. No, let's guess on a larger scale. The woman who was trying to stage an accident was surprised to hear this. Could it be 1.4 million? Upon hearing this number, everyone understood. No wonder he can casually pull out 200,000. However, Jiang Hao shook his head again at this moment. Guess again. Guess boldly and without hesitation. Everyone fell silent when Jiang Hao denied it again. Upon hearing this, the woman who was faking an accident fell silent for a moment, then stared at Jiang Hao in horror, and finally spoke cautiously. It can't be 14 million, can it? As soon as the number was announced, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to Jiang Hao, as if they wanted to get confirmation from him personally. Jiang Hao nodded, then quickly shook his head. Just as everyone was wondering, Jiang Hao spoke up. You're right, and you're wrong. To be precise, this car costs 14.32 million. If you don't believe me, I have the receipt here. As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out a receipt, and the series of data on it was indeed quite substantial. For a moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. At this moment, the woman who was trying to stage an accident was also frightened. More than 14 million. What a fool. I should have asked for 2 million back then. At this moment, the woman who staged the accident was heartbroken. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao grabbed the woman who was faking an accident and brought her to his car. He pointed to the large dent on his car caused by the woman's electric scooter that had staged an accident. A pair of eyes gleamed with unparalleled coldness, followed by a chilling, emotionless voice. My problem is, this hole is worth 1 million. You're not leaving until you pay up. Jiang Hao's sudden outburst startled everyone. Then everyone realized what was happening. Jiang Hao isn't stupid, this is a trap. The woman who tried to stage an accident has really met her match this time. I'll give you 200,000, and you give me 1 million. At this point, the woman who was trying to stage an accident was completely dumbfounded. 1 million? Where are you going to find 1 million? At this moment, Song Wanner, who had watched the whole thing from the side, immediately revealed a knowing smile. This is the Jiang Hao he knows. At this moment, the woman who was trying to stage an accident suddenly thought of a plan. She lay down on the ground and started crying loudly while hugging her legs. My leg! I was hit by a car. Everyone was speechless upon seeing this, and then they all looked at Jiang Hao. They wanted to know how Jiang Hao would deal with this kind of deadbeat. Just then, everyone saw Jiang Hao take out a phone, tap on it, and turn the volume up to the maximum. Immediately, a recording was played. At this moment, even the woman who was faking an accident stopped shouting, and everyone heard her. Jiang Hao, big sister, here's 200,000, take it. The woman who staged the accident said, young man, you're such a good person. The woman who staged the accident said, I'm fine now, you can go. Jiang Hao, big sister, I'm so glad you're alright. Upon hearing this recording, everyone burst into laughter, which was rather unkind. Ma'am, if you don't give me the money, I'm going to call the police. The woman who was trying to stage an accident was completely dumbfounded. After a long silence, the woman who staged the accident gave away the 200,000 yuan she had just received and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it. Here's your 200,000. Please let me go. The woman who was trying to scam him looked pitifully at Jiang Hao, but when she met Jiang Hao's cold eyes, she finally lowered her head. Jiang Hao picked up the phone. Don't hit him. Don't hit him. Startled, the woman who was trying to stage an accident quickly took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Hao. I only have 200,000 left. It's all yours, all yours. Jiang Hao took the card and glanced at the woman who was trying to stage an accident. The woman who was trying to stage an accident thought Jiang Hao had accepted it and was overjoyed. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao turned around and asked the people around him, does anyone have paper and a pen? Although everyone had doubts, one of the students still provided Jiang Hao with 2 items. Jiang Hao took the item, thanked him, and then quickly wrote something on it. Jiang Hao finished writing quickly. He handed the notebook and pen to the woman who was trying to stage an accident and said coldly, you give me 400,000, so you still owe me 600,000. Here's the IOU. Take a look, and if there are no problems, then sign it. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized what he meant, and then they all clapped and cheered. The woman who was trying to stage an accident froze and looked at Jiang Hao. When she saw Jiang Hao's cold face, she knew that her pleas for mercy would be in vain, so she signed her name. After that, her face turned pale. Jiang Hao snatched the IOU from the woman who was trying to stage an accident and returned the paper and pen to the student. Looking at the IOU, Jiang Hao spoke. Okay, now you can go. Go make some money. You're a debtor now. After saying that, he gestured for Song Wanner to get into the car, and Jiang Hao also took the 200,000 yuan with him. The two drove away. The woman who was faking the accident was left standing there dumbfounded, while everyone looked at her with pity. This is probably a case of someone trying to scam someone but ending up being extorted instead. In the car, Song Wanner kept glancing at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, do you think she will return that 600,000 yuan to you? Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner, his cold expression vanishing, and he spoke with a smile. No, he'll probably run away once he's sober. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately became anxious. That won't do. No, we have to go back and find her. I hate people like this who have hands and feet but still try to scam others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao simply smiled but did not return. Song Wanner was furious when she saw this. You're still laughing. Your brand new car got dented by someone. Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner before explaining. No. First, that dent can be repaired under warranty by manager Huang. It won't cost you anything. So, we've essentially gotten 200,000 yuan for free. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately realized what was happening. Then, she stared at Jiang Hao and said only one sentence. You're amazing. Jiang Hao continued. Secondly, although I can drive, I don't have a driver's license yet, so I can't afford to waste time with her. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner was stunned. Then, as if she remembered something, her face suddenly turned pale, followed by a scream. Jiang Hao immediately braked. What's wrong, Wanner? However, Song Wanner glared at Jiang Hao and urged him to get out of the car. Get off the bus. Get off the bus. Jiang Hao got out of the car with a puzzled look on his face. Song Wanner quickly got into the driver's seat and glared at Jiang Hao. Get in the car quickly. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was both amused and exasperated, while Song Wanner reprimanded him. You don't have a driver's license, and you're speeding. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed, and Jiang Zixuan has finally finished her high school entrance exam. Jiang Hao then drove Jiang Zixuan back to his hometown, with his parents seeing them off. It's worth mentioning that the dent in his car occurred after he made a phone call to manager Huang. Manager Huang quickly sent someone to drive the car away for repairs, and then specially delivered it back after the repairs were completed. As for the driver's license issue, Song Wanner has already helped resolve it. Song Wanner was incredibly efficient. She finished the job on the 3rd day and sent it to Jiang Hao, so now he's a certified person. Success! The brother and sister chatted along the way. Time flew by, and 5 hours later, the brother and sister finally arrived at Jiangjia village. Jiangjia village is located deep in the mountains. Although the environment is beautiful, the conditions are not good. It's been more than half a year since Jiang Hao last went back to his hometown. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived, he encountered a boy of about 10 years old who was leading a large black ox, walking unsteadily. Hearing the sound of a car behind them. The child quickly led the big black ox to the side of the bushes to make way for it, and then stared at the car with his big black eyes. This is his third uncle's child, named Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Hao stopped the car, rolled down the window, and asked with a smile, Jingyi, why are you still herding cattle? Didn't you go to school? Zhang Jingyi saw that it was Zhang Hao in the car and immediately shouted excitedly, Brother Hao, you're back? Ding ling ling, Zhang Hao said with a smile. I haven't been home for more than half a year. I'm going home for a visit. I'm going home now. Come over to my house after you finish herding the cattle. I brought you some delicious food. Hello, teacher. Zhang Jingyi was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Zhang Hao then drove home. Soon, Zhang Hao stopped in front of a house, which was his hometown. After parking the car on the side of the road, Zhang Hao and his sister Zhang Zishuan got out of the car. Just then, a small black dog darted out from in front of the door, barking and rubbing its head against Zhang Hao's legs repeatedly. This little dog is named Xiao Hei, and it belongs to his grandma. I've had it for almost 10 years. Then, a middle-aged woman came out and immediately spotted Zhang Hao. She exclaimed excitedly, Hao, Zishuan, you're back? Zhang Hao looked up and then smiled and spoke. Fourth aunt, we're back. Zhang's father had 4 brothers, and his father was the second oldest. His uncle's family lives in Hongfeng City and rarely comes back, sometimes only once every few years. His third uncle's family lived in the same village, not far away. His fourth uncle stayed in his hometown to take care of his grandparents. Zhang Hao and his sister Zhang Zishuan soon met their grandparents, and the whole family was overjoyed. His grandparents are both in their 70s, but they look quite healthy. His grandfather, in particular, had a ruddy complexion and bright eyes. Unlike the cloudy eyes of most elderly people, he was even more energetic than the average person. When Zhang Hao returned, he was puzzled to find his fourth uncle missing. Fourth aunt, where is my fourth uncle? Upon hearing this, Auntie's smile vanished instantly, as did Grandpa and Grandma. Your fourth uncle went to Lu Biao's house to repair it a few days ago. The wall collapsed and he broke his leg. He's recuperating in the downstairs room now. She's probably asleep and didn't hear you coming. I'll go check on her. As she spoke, Auntie turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao frowned and quickly followed. When did this happen? Why didn't you inform us? Upon hearing this, Auntie C forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. What do you need to notify me about? I know you're all busy. Zhang Hao sensed the resentment in his aunt's tone and was momentarily speechless. His uncle's family was the wealthiest of his father's 4 brothers, but they usually didn't even come back for the Lunar New Year. Their relationship had long since become estranged. As for his family, they didn't have a good life before, as his fourth aunt knows. His third uncle's family lived the same way. My fourth uncle broke his leg, and my fourth aunt had to take care of him, my grandparents, and a child who was still in school all by herself. That's why Aunt C's tone was filled with resentment. Zhang Hao was silent for a moment before speaking. Fourth aunt, I'm sorry. Auntie C secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a nonchalant smile. It's okay, I'm used to it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt even worse. Fourth aunt, don't worry, I know a little medicine. Let me take a look at my fourth uncle first. No, I'll drive my fourth uncle to a big hospital in the city to get him checked out. Auntie C shook her head after hearing this and said with a smile, Hao, I'm happy you have this thought, but it's not necessary. Your fourth uncle's leg has been immobilized, and now he just needs to rest. Besides, how much would it cost to be hospitalized in the city? At this moment, Zhang Zishuan, who was following nearby, interjected. Fourth aunt, please let my brother take a look at my fourth uncle first. My brother is a very skilled doctor. Auntie paused, looked at the serious-looking Zhang Zishuan and Zhang Hao, and finally nodded. Zhang Hao and his sister were overjoyed. Upon arriving at the lower room, Zhang Hao finally met his fourth uncle. He was lying in bed, his right leg immobilized in a splint, but he was asleep. Hao Yu's dad. Wake up, look who's here. Hao Yu is his fourth uncle's child. Fourth aunt nudged fourth uncle, who was asleep on the bed. Soon, Uncle C slowly woke up. Zhang Hao and his sister stepped forward and called out, Fourth uncle, we've come to see you. When the fourth uncle realized that it was Zhang Hao and his sister, he was overjoyed. Hao, Zishuan? Then he struggled to get up. Hey, fourth uncle, don't move, just lie down. Zhang Hao quickly pressed down and made his fourth uncle lie down. After a brief conversation, Zhang Hao finally made his suggestion. Fourth uncle, I've learned some medical skills. Let me take a look at your leg. Fourth uncle smiled wryly and spoke. Forget it, Dr. Su at the clinic has already set it up for me. I'll be fine after 3 months of rest. At this moment, fourth aunt spoke up to help Zhang Hao. I've heard that Hao is a good doctor. Let him take a look at you. Fourth uncle glanced at fourth aunt with surprise, but finally agreed to Zhang Hao's request. After receiving approval, Zhang Hao carefully removed the fixed reinforcing plate and peeled off the gauze. Then, the bruised and swollen right calf of fourth uncle was revealed. Seeing this, Zhang Hao frowned. Which lousy doctor prescribed this extra board for you? It's so swollen, and the bones haven't even returned to their original positions. Uncle and aunt were shocked when they heard this. Really? I heard Dr. Su is a top student from university. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao became even angrier. Fourth uncle, you're not going to assign a greenhorn as your permanent job, are you? How did you manage to find him with this kind of injury? Luckily, I arrived early. If I had come a few days later, your bones would have been misaligned. Even if you recovered, you would have been left with long-term effects and become a cripple. Upon hearing this, Uncle C and his wife immediately became anxious and quickly spoke up. How, what should we do now? Your fourth uncle is the pillar of the family. What will we do if he becomes crippled? Jiang Hao frowned as he stared at his fourth uncle's legs, then offered words of comfort. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt, don't panic, I will heal fourth uncle. Jiang Zishuan, standing to the side, also gently comforted the two of them. If my brother says he will, he definitely will. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt, don't panic, listen to my brother. Okay, I'll listen to Hao. Upon hearing this, uncle and aunt nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke up. Fourth aunt, go to the clinic and buy some bone-setting patches. Zishuan, go get a basin of clean water and gently wipe fourth uncle's legs. I'm going to the car to get something. After the division of labor was clear, Jiang Hao looked at his fourth uncle, whose face was full of worry, and comforted him. Fourth uncle, don't be afraid. This little injury is nothing to me. I'll reduce the swelling first, then set your bones, and then apply my special medicine. It won't be long before you can stand up again. Upon hearing this, fourth uncle managed a forced smile. Okay, I'll listen to Hao. Fourth aunt hurriedly went out to buy things, while Jiang Hao went out and pretended to look for something in the car. Then he took out his set of ice jade needles from the system space. Jiang Zishuan was cleaning her fourth uncle's injured leg. Grandpa and Grandma heard the noise and quickly came over. Seeing Jiang Hao come in, Grandma quickly asked him questions. Hao, can you really cure your fourth uncle's leg? Jiang Hao looked at his anxious grandmother and his grandfather, who was secretly listening nearby, and then smiled. Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. Even if I'm a scoundrel, I wouldn't joke around with my fourth uncle's leg, would I? Jiang Hao's words immediately put his grandparents at ease. Grandma believes in you. Soon, his sister Jiang Zishuan cleaned his fourth uncle's injured leg, and Jiang Hao took out 9 ice jade needles and used the Great 5 Elements Yin Yang needle technique. This will help reduce the swelling in Uncle C's leg. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Hao swiftly inserted 9 ice jade needles into his fourth uncle's injured area. As the 9 ice jade needles were inserted, a cool sensation brought a sense of comfort to Uncle C. Fourth uncle, how are you feeling? As Jiang Hao twirled the ice jade needle in his hand, he infused it with the 5 elements while asking questions. Jiang Hao's question instantly drew everyone's attention to his fourth uncle's face. Uncle C felt a cool sensation coming from his swollen, burning calves, and said, I felt a cooling sensation in my shin bone, and the swelling and burning discomfort from before disappeared. I feel very comfortable now. Even someone who doesn't understand medicine could understand what fourth uncle was saying. This is because Jiang Hao's acupuncture worked. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on everyone's face. Jiang Hao nodded. That feels right. Look, the swelling in your leg is already going down. Jiang Hao's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Uncle Jiang Hao's leg, and sure enough, his calf, which had been swollen like a chicken leg, was no longer so swollen. Seeing this result, everyone was overjoyed, and the grandparents were finally relieved about Jiang Hao's medical skills. Soon, Auntie C bought bone-setting patches, and Jiang Hao's swelling was almost gone. The swelling at Uncle C's wound had subsided. At this moment, Jiang Hao took the bone-setting plaster that Aunt C had just bought. You all watch over my fourth uncle for now. I'll go find some herbs by the door to promote blood circulation, prepare the medicine, and I'll be right back. Fourth aunt and Jiang Zishuan wanted to help, but Jiang Hao refused. Jiang Hao went out and took out the bone-setting plasters, placing 1 plaster for every 3 plasters. Since the system can even synthesize super anti-cancer drugs, synthesizing a super bone-setting patch shouldn't be too difficult, right? Thinking this, Jiang Hao took the 3 bone-setting patches into his hands. Ding, 3 bone-setting patches detected. Do you want to combine them? At Jiang Hao's command, the 3 bone-setting patches in his hand disappeared instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, the synthesis was successful. You have obtained 1 super bone-setting patch, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Super bone-setting patch possesses super healing power and super compounding power. Whether you have a broken leg or a broken arm, just 1 application can give you a new lease on life. Synthesis complete, extract now? Jiang Hao was shocked when he saw the annotation. Hiss, the system is indeed powerful. He made the right bet. Originally, if he couldn't synthesize what he wanted, he was prepared to use the life essence to force his fourth uncle's cells to multiply rapidly and repair his injuries. However, now that we have this, it seems we won't need the essence of life anymore. Jiang Hao quickly extracted the super bone-setting patch and then synthesized all the remaining bone-setting patches. After several synthesis attempts, he received 4 bone-setting patches in total. The other attempts all failed. Afterwards, Jiang Hao took a super bone-setting patch and returned home, ready to set his fourth uncle's bones. As soon as Jiang Hao entered, the whole family surrounded him. Hao, is the medicine ready? Jiang Hao nodded, put the super bone-setting patch aside, and then took out a jade bottle from his pocket and looked at his fourth uncle. Fourth uncle, I need to have your dislocated that bones set back perfectly, so it will be very painful during the bone setting. Here's a super painkiller I've been keeping secret. Take it first, and then I'll set your bones, and you won't feel any pain anymore. Jiang Hao opened the jade medicine bottle, poured out a white pill, and handed it to his fourth uncle. Fourth aunt quickly brought fourth uncle a glass of water. After his fourth uncle took the pill, Jiang Hao pulled out 9 ice jade needles. Then, under the tense gaze of everyone, he secretly activated the eye of breaking the law, and after a few kneading motions, he suddenly exerted force when his fourth uncle was not paying attention. Bang bang! With a soft click, before his fourth uncle could even react, Jiang Hao had already reset his fourth uncle's dislocated bones. The speed was so fast that even Aunt C, Grandpa and Grandma, Jiang Zishuan and others who were watching closely couldn't see it clearly. Jiang Hao gently put his fourth uncle's leg down and said with a smile, "Fourth uncle, I've set your bones back in place." Fourth uncle was still confused. "It's connected already? I didn't feel anything coming from it." At this moment, not only fourth uncle was stunned, but everyone else was also stunned, and they all looked at Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao turned to look at everyone and explained with a smile, "Fourth uncle, you just took my super painkiller. Of course you won't feel anything. If you don't believe me, pinch yourself and see if you can feel it." As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, his fourth uncle actually pinched himself hard. Startled, Jiang Hao quickly reminded him, "Fourth uncle, don't pinch yourself so hard. You'll hurt yourself. Actually, you can't feel anything right now. Even if you were stabbed, you wouldn't feel it." Sure enough, even though Uncle C pinched himself so hard, he didn't feel any pain. Now, everyone looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. This painkiller is so powerful. It's practically like a full-body anesthetic. Why hadn't they heard of such an incredible painkiller? Jiang Hao didn't explain, but simply took the super bone setting patch from the side and applied it to his fourth uncle while explaining, "Fourth uncle, I added a secret ingredient to this bone setting patch. It has a super healing function and will quickly heal your bone injuries. Once the effects of the super painkiller wear off, your injuries will have mostly healed, and you'll be able to try walking again." Jiang Hao's words startled everyone. "What? Your fourth uncle can get out of bed once the painkiller wears off?" Aunt C asked in surprise. Grandma, standing nearby, also seemed somewhat incredulous. How, are you mistaken? As the old saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone or tendon. No matter how much treatment you receive, a broken bone or tendon will require at least 100 days of rest to recover. Jiang Hao had anticipated that they would ask this question. Jiang Hao held his grandmother's hand and explained, "Grandma, you've seen my medical skills, and the medicine I use is an ancient prescription passed down from my master. You can rest assured. I said my fourth uncle can go to the fields first thing tomorrow morning, so he can go to the fields first thing tomorrow morning." At this moment, the grandfather, who had been watching the whole process, seemed to believe Jiang Hao and spoke up. "Women are all talk and no action. Since Hao Hao said it's okay, then it's okay. Would Hao Hao lie to his fourth uncle?" The old man still exuded authority. His words instantly silenced everyone's doubts. "Hao Hao, come out here, let's go for a walk. Hongmei, go cook. Hao Hao and the others probably haven't eaten yet. Hongmei is the name of my fourth aunt. Zishuan, sit with your grandma for a while. Seer, just rest assured. Since Hao Hao has said so, you can relax." The old man gave the order, and everyone else obeyed. Jiang Hao watched the old man's retreating figure, then turned around and smiled at everyone. "Then you rest first, fourth uncle. I'm going out for a walk with grandpa." Fourth uncle and fourth aunt nodded. "Go on your way. Remember to come home early for dinner later." Jiang Hao responded and then followed the old man out. The old man walked ahead, his pace quickening. Jiang Hao watched the old man's faster steps, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Hao didn't say much, and then continued to follow. However, the old man's pace quickened, eventually becoming almost faster than a young person's running speed. At this moment, Jiang Hao was absolutely certain that the old man definitely possessed martial arts skills. The old man was the second person he had met who possessed martial arts skills. In fact, from Jiang Hao's perspective, the old man's skill seemed to be even stronger than that of the pretentious old man he had encountered in the park while jogging. Jiang Hao was shocked. He had never heard of his grandfather knowing martial arts. "I've only heard that my grandfather used to be an opera singer. Moreover, he goes home almost every year, but he has never seen the old man practice his kung fu." Soon, the two chased each other into a small grove of trees. The old man suddenly stopped, and without even panting, turned around and slapped Jiang Hao. The palm strike carried the sound of wind, but it was not enough to harm Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was afraid of hurting the old man, so he quickly retreated, but the old man chased after him relentlessly. Helpless, Jiang Hao reached out and pulled the old man's arm to the side, then repeatedly called for a stop. "Grandpa, stop hitting him. I can't beat you." The old man acted as if he hadn't heard, and with a backhand punch, struck Jiang Hao directly in the abdomen. However, Jiang Hao, who possesses a keen sense of danger, had already sensed it in advance. Helpless, he had no choice but to reach out and catch the old man's fist tightly, make it impossible for him to pull back. The old man tried several times, but when he couldn't pull the weapon back, he finally gave up. He looked at Jiang Hao with a complicated expression. "Grandpa, how do you know martial arts?" this? Jiang Hao released the old man's fist and asked curiously. The old man stopped and strolled through the jungle, seemingly lost in some kind of memory. Grandpa was an orphan from a young age, with no one to rely on, and he was always hungry and cold. He almost died back then. Fortunately, a theater troupe owner took a liking to him, and he joined the troupe. The old man's voice drifted over, and Jiang Hao listened quietly without making a sound. Because I have some talent, I quickly achieved success. The boss also valued me highly, so he asked a master to teach me some martial arts moves. Later, I became a martial arts performer, and those martial arts moves became my compulsory course. I have a natural talent, and I quickly mastered those techniques and formed my own system. The old man seemed quite proud as he said this. However, upon seeing Jiang Hao beside him, that pride instantly turned into frustration. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately urged them on. Then what? Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled and continued speaking. My teacher at the time looked at me with great regret. They say I was born in the wrong era, that this era is one of stagnation, where the way of heaven is dormant, all laws cease to exist, and we are in the Dharma ending age. I didn't understand at the time, but the old master said something at the end. This era lacks a certain substance. No matter how much one practices, extraordinary power cannot be cultivated. Back then, I was arrogant and believed that human will could overcome nature, so I vowed to cultivate the extraordinary power that my master had mentioned and show it to him. As the old man spoke, Jiang Hao was somewhat influenced by his imposing presence. However, the old master simply smiled and shook his head. After that, I persisted in practicing. But even so, this system could only make my physical fitness slightly stronger than the average person. However, even so, I never gave up my daily studies, and I persisted in this for over 50 years. I thought my life would just end like this, but 40 days ago, my body seemed to come back to life like a withered tree in spring. My vital energy, which had been declining with age, suddenly surged, and I felt as if I had undergone some kind of transformation. At this point, the old man's tone was filled with disbelief. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao frowned. 40 days ago, wasn't that when I first obtained the system? Could all of this be related to the system? This idea instantly startled Jiang Hao. He kept this thought to himself and continued listening to the old man's recollections. At this moment, the old man continued to speak. Then, I discovered that a kind of energy had appeared in my body. This energy kept circulating throughout my body, and later, I found that I seemed to be able to control this energy. After continuous experimentation, I finally mastered this energy. As he spoke, the old man slapped a tree next to him. With a muffled thud, the tree shook violently, and the old man pulled away. Jiang Hao saw a deep palm print left on the tree. It suddenly occurred to me that this might be the extraordinary power that the old master once spoke of. The old man became very excited as he spoke. Gradually, the old man calmed down. Grandpa, how did you know I also know martial arts? Jiang Hao voiced his doubts. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao and continued speaking. Today, when you were giving your fourth uncle acupuncture, I felt that there was a kind of energy on the needle that was different from the energy in my body, a different kind of energy. I wasn't sure at first, but when I called you out and deliberately sped up, you were able to keep up. That made me certain you know martial arts. Then, the old man's feelings became somewhat complicated. There was shock, joy, and frustration. The old man continued speaking. However, I never expected that your skill level would be even higher than mine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was speechless. Did I upset the old man? But he knew that these were things the system had instilled in him, not things he had cultivated himself. He felt a pang of guilt and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to do it. Just then, the old man spoke up and asked, How, who is your master? Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback. Seeing this, the old man assumed that Jiang Hao was in some kind of difficulty and then waved his hand. Since your master forbids me from saying it, then forget it. However, someone who can teach a disciple like you must be a master. You must learn from him diligently and never anger your master. The world is undergoing tremendous changes. Only by seizing opportunities can we avoid being eliminated in the great era to come. At this point, the old man gazed at the setting sun on the horizon, his eyes filled with solemnity. At this moment, Jiang Hao heard the old man's imaginary thoughts and was both amused and exasperated. He was initially struggling with how to explain it, but unexpectedly, the old man had already provided a perfect explanation in his mind. Fine, I can just go with what the old man has in mind, Jiang Hao said somewhat embarrassedly. Grandpa, I'm not actually that powerful. My master is indeed very powerful. He gave me a few pills, and that's how I started to feel the chi in my body. The old man was also taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be the legendary elixir? It must be. Only legendary elixirs can have this effect. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded when he heard the old man's imagined scenario. So, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue. Probably. I'll ask my master for a few when I have the chance, and give some to my grandfather. The old man listened with a sense of relief. How, it's enough that you have the heart. However, I have cultivated for decades and finally developed extraordinary power. Now, my wish has been fulfilled, and this old man is satisfied. Originally, I wanted to pass on all my martial arts skills to you, but I didn't expect your your skill level to be higher than mine. You no longer need them. Next, the old man wants to see if Jingy is willing to learn from me. Otherwise, all the hard work I've put into my life over the past few decades will really be taken to my grave. The old man was very open-minded and joked. Jiang Hao was about to say a few words of comfort when the old man came to a big red jujube tree, looked at it for a few moments, and then found a spot to dig. Jiang Hao didn't know what the old man was digging for, but he still helped him dig. Soon, the old man dragged a small wooden box out of the pit. Under Jiang Hao's curiosity, the old man opened the small wooden box and took out a thread-bound book. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao and then handed it to him. Here you go. Although I know you look down on the cultivation technique I came up with without thinking, I still intend to give it to you as a memento. Jiang Hao took it, his heart heavy. It felt like the old man was saying goodbye before he left. At this point, the old man threw the small wooden box back into the pit and filled it back with soil. Hao, let's go. Your fourth aunt should have already prepared dinner. Let's go eat. After saying that, the old man left first. Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow. When the grandfather and grandson returned home, they saw many adults and children gathered in front of Jiang Hao's car, discussing the matter. It turned out that in the short time it took Jiang Hao to go out with the old man, the news that he had returned in a luxury car had already spread throughout the entire Jiang family village. Many people rushed over to watch. At this moment, everyone saw Jiang Hao and greeted him warmly. Hao, when did you get back? Hao, is this your car? You don't have a girlfriend yet? What do you think of my area? Jiang Hao was patiently answering questions, but suddenly everyone crowded around and started talking. The noise made Jiang Hao dizzy, and he was immediately taken aback by the enthusiastic villagers. This is way too enthusiastic. For a moment, Jiang Hao was somewhat flattered. Seeing this, the old man grinned mischievously and secretly slipped home, leaving Jiang Hao alone to be surrounded by the crowd. Jiang Hao was at a loss for words. He recognized the burly man who had introduced him to a girlfriend. Her name is Jiang'an, and her daughter, Arya, is someone Jiang Hao has met before. She is burly and incredibly violent. He's experienced it firsthand. Have her be your girlfriend? Jiang Hao shuddered at the thought. Jiang Hao fled from the encirclement as if escaping, originally intending to go home and hide. However, just as he entered the door, he suddenly noticed a noticeable scratch on his car parked by the roadside. Jiang Hao frowned, walked closer and wiped it with his hand, only to find that it had been scratched by something. Jiang was immediately angered. My car has had so many misfortunes. I bought it and it got hit by a scammer. Now, just a few days later, it's been scratched. Curious, the villagers followed and were immediately shocked. Damn, which idiot scratched someone's car like this? Everyone turned around and looked at the others with suspicion. However, everyone had the same expression. They were all suspicious of each other. However, behind the crowd, there was a person with a thick layer of foundation on their face, bright red lipstick, and dressed in a rather fashionable way. A woman, probably around 30 years old, was dragging a little boy who was covered in dirt. Upon hearing the questions from the crowd, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and he involuntarily dragged the little boy behind him to hide him. At this moment, a slightly plump middle-aged woman asked in a low voice, How, this car must be worth a lot of money, right? Jiang Hao shook his head and spoke. Although this car isn't very expensive, the scratches on the paint are a real pain to repair. So please keep a close eye on your children and prevent them from scratching it with metal pieces or anything like that. As he spoke, Jiang Hao looked at the woman at the back of the crowd whose attire and appearance were completely out of place with the others. When the woman saw Jiang Hao looking over, she panicked and quickly avoided his gaze. Through his eye of lawbreaking, he learned that his car had been scratched by that woman's brat with a piece of metal. This made him both angry and helpless. They were all from the same village, so he couldn't really blame them and could only issue this warning. Jiang Hao's words immediately made everyone frown. Judging from Jiang Hao's tone, it seemed that he suspected one of their children had scratched his car. Immediately, everyone was somewhat indignant, feeling that Jiang Hao had gone too far. They were still helping him, and now he's starting to suspect their child. At this moment, a mother, filled with anger, reached out and slapped her child's bottom. Tell me, you little brat, wasn't I? Other parents with children followed suit. Although hitting their children was not their intention, they could not allow their children to be suspected by others. For a time, the sounds of spanking, children crying, and adults scolding filled the air. Jiang Hao felt he had been very tactful, but people still misunderstood. Feeling helpless, they quickly prepared to stop it. But at that moment, a little girl couldn't withstand her parents' torture and confessed. It wasn't Lele who paddled it, it was Jiang Xiaolong. The girl's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked toward Jiang Xiaolong, whom the little girl had mentioned. At this moment, the heavily made-up woman panicked and immediately looked at the little girl, questioning her. Jiang Lele, did you see my Xiaolong scratch the car? You brat, don't make false accusations. The little girl was immediately frightened and hid behind her mother, whispering, Mom, Lele isn't lying, I saw Xiaolong scratch it with a piece of metal. After the little girl finished speaking, several other children nearby also chimed in. I saw it too. The piece of metal he was carrying is still in his pocket. The children's words immediately convinced convinced most of the crowd. At this moment, the heavily made-up woman, knowing she could no longer deny it, actually adopted a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water attitude. Even if my son Xiaolong scratched it, what does it have to do with you? It's just a beat-up car. Who told him to park it here? She muttered curses, then reached into her hand, pulled out 100 yuan, and threw it on the ground. You're just trying to extort money from my mother and me. I've seen this kind of thing a million times. Here's $100. That should be more than enough to fix your lousy car paint. When my DeLong comes back, I'll tell him what happened today. Come on, Xiaolong, let's go home. After saying that, the woman actually grabbed the brat and turned to leave. Behind her, the other villagers were initially furious upon hearing the woman's words. However, upon hearing the name Zhang Dalong, they seemed quite wary and could only suppress their anger and watch the woman leave. Zhang Dalong, a local tyrant in Jiangjia village, was an uneducated and good-for-nothing from a young age and became a hoodlum with more than a dozen henchmen behind him. Moreover, he was a hothead who once broke the leg of someone who had offended him. He was eventually arrested and imprisoned, where he spent 3 or 4 years. Moreover, after Zhang Dalong was released from prison, he did not restrain himself and gathered a group of people to collect protection money. I rarely go back to Jiangjia village, maybe once or twice a month. This is why people look wary when Zhang Dalong is mentioned. Jiang Hao had originally planned not to pursue the matter, but upon hearing the woman's harsh words and the insulting 100 yuan she threw down, he was instantly enraged. Who let you leave? However, the woman turned to look at Jiang Hao with a sarcastic expression. What? You think 100 yuan isn't enough? You want to extort more? Jiang Hao suppressed the urge to hit someone and spoke. I already knew about your child, so I was just reminding him, and I didn't intend to pursue the matter. But you know you're wrong, yet you not only don't apologize, but you also treat people like this. Since you're being so shameless, then let's handle this officially. As he spoke, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Hao opened the car door and took 2 forms out of the car. My car is worth 14.32 million yuan. Here's the invoice. As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out one of the tickets and held it up in his hand, passing it to everyone. After everyone looked at them one by one, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. More than 14 million. Old Lu's family renovated a courtyard, and it only cost less than 200,000 yuan in total. That's not even a fraction of the price of this car. Everyone was stunned by this astronomical figure. The heavily made-up woman's expression changed drastically. However, she still forced to smile and retorted sarcastically. This piece of junk is worth over 14 million? You must be crazy. Your family can afford a car? You wouldn't do anything sneaky like stealing someone's car, would you? This crazy woman has a sharp tongue. She can turn black into white. Jiang Hao suppressed his anger and spoke. You don't need to tell me that. If you have any questions, you can call the police to investigate. The crazy woman naturally wouldn't dare call the police. After all, it's fine if no one reports the shady things his husband does, but if the police are really called in, Zhang Dalong will probably be the first one to get into trouble. How about I call the police to handle this? When Zhang Dalong's wife heard that Jiang Hao wanted to call the police to resolve the issue, she panicked. Jiang Hao, don't go too far. I've already paid for the paint repair. What more do you want? Jiang Hao was so angry at the shameless woman that he couldn't help but laugh. Don't make yourself sound so wronged, as if I bullied you. Jiang Hao gave a cold shout and looked at her with disgust. Then, she took out another piece of paper from her hand and began to speak. A few days ago, someone staged an accident on my car, leaving a small dent. In the end, she paid me 1 million yuan for repairs. This is an IOU. It's in black and white. As he spoke, Jiang Hao waved the IOU in his hand. Seeing that it was clearly written on it, most of the people immediately believed it. For a moment, everyone fell silent again. It was just a small dent, yet they're demanding $1 million in compensation. How much would it cost to repair the wound that Zhang Xiaolong caused? At this moment, Zhang Dalong's wife turned deathly pale. $1 million. She had never seen so much money in her entire life, let alone lost it. If Jiang Hao wanted $1 million, even selling all of her family's assets wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Originally, a scratch this long would be worth $1 million, but I know you can't afford it. You're heartless, unlike me. So, considering we both belong to Jiangjia village, you can give me 500,000 as compensation. Otherwise, I'll have to call the police. Jiang Hao's words seemed to instantly pronounce a death sentence on the madwoman. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, everyone felt that it was perfectly reasonable for Jiang Hao to ask for 500,000, and there was nothing wrong with it at all. At this moment, Zhang Dalong's wife was dumbfounded. Although Jiang Hao gave him a 50% discount, 500,000 was still beyond his means to pay. At that moment, she felt immense regret. It's all my fault for talking too much. Seeing Jiang Hao's cold gaze, she had no choice but to turn her pleading eyes to the others. He hoped someone would plead for him, but his past actions have already offended everyone, so who would be willing to plead for him? At this moment, Jiang Hao took out a pen and paper from the car and wrote down an IOU. I know you can't pay me back right now, but I'm giving you 5 days to make up the difference. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Zhang Dalong's wife signed the papers in a daze, and then, staggering, angering, dragged Jiang Xiaolong away. Seeing the madwoman punished, everyone felt a surge of relief, and all the pent-up frustration in their hearts dissipated. However, they soon remembered Jiang Hao's thug Jiang Dalong and became somewhat worried. How, although you vented everyone's anger today, you also provoked Jiang Dalong. Be careful. Moreover, Jiang Dalong will never give you that 500,000. The crowd kindly reminded Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled dismissively. It's alright, let Jiang Dalong come if he wants, I'm not afraid of him. I was so angry today, I apologize for any offense I may have caused. Jiang Hao lowered his head and apologized to all the uncles and aunts in an attempt to bridge the gap between them. When everyone saw Jiang Hao apologize, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. It's alright, it's alright. Afterwards, the crowd dispersed, and the news of Jiang Hao's exorbitantly priced luxury car spread throughout Jiangjia village and even several neighboring villages. Meanwhile, the adults in each family sternly warned their children not to touch Jiang Hao's car. With the matter settled, Jiang Hao returned home, only to be subjected to questioning from his family. Jiang Hao only said that he had recently made a fortune in business. He planned to buy an apartment for his fourth uncle in Tianhe City and bring his grandparents there, but his fourth uncle refused to accept Jiang Hao's gifts anymore. And that was the end of that matter. At night, Jiang Hao lay quietly in bed, but he hadn't forgotten a question he had from earlier that day. Grandpa said that he had undergone a transformation just 40 days ago. At that time, he had just obtained the system. Was that cataclysmic change related to the system? Only the system can probably answer this question for him. Jiang Hao focused his attention on the system and inquired, System, were the changes in the world 40 days ago related to you? After a moment of silence, the system notification sounded. In this world, the heavenly Tao is silent, and all laws do not exist. The emergence of the system has injected new vitality into this world. Each decomposition and synthesis of the system continuously activates the laws of nature in this world, causing the spiritual energy to constantly revitalize. Jiang Hao was shocked upon hearing the system's explanation. System, will the entire earth eventually revert to ancient times? Ding. Insufficient system privileges. Please upgrade your system level. You can't even say this? Jiang Hao felt depressed. So how much has the world changed now? Have any beings stronger than me appeared? Ding. Insufficient system privileges. Please upgrade your system level. After several consecutive problems, the system kept prompting insufficient permissions, which frustrated Jiang Hao greatly. However, so far, apart from him, he has only seen two other people with extraordinary power, so it seems that the world has not changed much. Even so, he still needs to prepare early. With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Hao heard excited shouts coming from the next room early in the morning. When Jiang Hao got up, he saw his fourth uncle and aunt supporting him as he walked around in the yard. Auntie was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness, while uncle was as excited as a child. Grandpa, Grandma, and Zhang Zishuan were all shocked when they saw this, and they all gathered around to watch. Soon, after getting used to it, fourth uncle asked fourth aunt to let him go. He started wandering around the yard alone. Seeing this, everyone was even more astonished by Jiang Hao's medical skills. After breakfast, Aunt Si went to work in the fields, and Jiang Hao, having nothing to do, went with her. My fourth uncle's family grows a lot of vegetables. When the vegetables are ripe, my fourth aunt will pick some and take them to the nearest county town to sell. Or we can wait for the vegetable vendors to come and buy. This is another source of income for my fourth uncle's family. Wow, these cabbages are so good, and the price is so cheap right now. Aunt Si looked at the cabbages in the field and let out a long sigh. Jiang Hao looked at his fourth aunt with a puzzled expression. Fourth aunt, the price of our natural ingredients should be reasonable, right? Aunt Si smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Sigh, no matter how good the food is, the price will naturally drop if there's too much of it. Besides, our small town simply can't consume that much. Looking at the large patch of cabbage and other vegetables, Jiang Hao suddenly had an idea. Auntie, are there many families in our village that grow vegetables? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Aunt Si was taken aback for a moment, but then, without thinking much of it, she spoke up. Our Jiangjia village has always been poor. Growing and selling vegetables is one of the sources of income for the villagers. Almost every household grows a lot of vegetables. How, why are you asking this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's face lit up with joy. Come on, fourth aunt, let's go home and gather the villagers. I want to buy all the vegetables that are ripe in Jiangjia village right now. Jiang Hao's decision surprised his fourth aunt. How, why are you buying so many vegetables? And all the vegetables from the whole village. Too many vegetables flooding the market will cause them to go unsold. Moreover, vegetables are not easy to preserve. Auntie Si quickly tried to dissuade him. However, Jiang Hao's mind was made up. Helpless, she had no choice but to go back with them. When Aunt Si brought Jiang Hao to the village chief and explained their purpose, without asking any questions, the village chief agreed to promote Jiang Hao. He had heard about Jiang Hao's incredibly expensive luxury car. Now that Jiang Hao has become wealthy, he wants to help his fellow villagers, and he naturally agrees wholeheartedly. Subsequently, the village chief announced the matter through the village's public address system. system, and soon many villagers rushed over. Upon their arrival, they were all very excited and asked Jiang Hao about the situation. How, are you really going to buy the vegetables from our Jiangjia village? How, what price will you pay for all kinds of vegetables? In reality, although every household in Jiangjia village grows a lot of vegetables and some of them are sold, it is still a small place with a small population. Therefore, only a limited number were sold, and the prices were not high. Most of the vegetables are bought up by vegetable vendors at extremely low prices and resold to more places. Another portion of it rotted in the ground. This is why the villagers were so excited when they heard that Jiang Hao was going to buy all the vegetables grown in the village. Jiang Hao comforted them one by one and told them to sit down, preparing to talk all at once they were all there. Soon, everyone arrived, and Jiang Hao stood up to speak. I'm sure you all already know why I've gathered you all here today. That means I'm going to buy all the vegetables in the village and sell them to big cities. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, it aroused whispers among the people underground. Jiang Hao gestured for everyone to stop talking and then spoke again. Don't worry, everyone. I can buy all kinds of vegetables at 20% higher than the market price. Next, whoever is willing to sell should register with my sister and then come to me to collect the deposit. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the crowd. How, have you thought this through? If this goes wrong, all the vegetables might rot and you're paying such a high price. You'll lose big time. Jiang Hao turned around and saw a tall, burly man looking at him with a worried expression. The speaker was named Jiangyan, a very honest and kind man. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said to Jiangyan, Uncle, don't worry, I have my own channels, I won't lose money. The others were overjoyed to see that Jiang Hao was determined to buy the vegetables. Olden, don't worry, Hao is an educated man, he wouldn't do a losing business. Yes, Hao's car is incredibly expensive. This shows that Hao is very capable, so you can rest assured. Subsequently, many people took Jiang Hao's deposit, but some remained in a state of uncertainty. However, Jiang Hao did not insist. Soon, each household that had received the deposit began harvesting the ripe vegetables. Jiang Hao drove to the nearest county town and rented a large warehouse to store vegetables. Then we found several large trucks and arranged a time with them. Everything is ready. Jiang Hao returned and began helping his fourth uncle's family harvest vegetables. Soon, the vegetables at Uncle C's house were harvested. Jiang Hao called a truck with a large scale, and they weighed the vegetables and loaded them onto the truck at the same time. Finally, after all the vegetables at Uncle C's house were weighed, the total price according to Jiang Hao's price was 15,230. Jiang Hao paid the money on the spot and gave his fourth uncle an extra 5,000 yuan to ask his fourth uncle and aunt for help. Although fourth uncle refused to accept it, Jiang Hao still forced it on him. Afterwards, Jiang Hao took his fourth uncle and aunt to buy vegetables from other places. The sudden appearance of the fourth uncle caused a sensation. Since they were from the same village, they naturally knew that the fourth uncle's leg had been broken a few days ago. Why is everything so good today? Jiang Hao had anticipated this and told them not to reveal that they knew medicine. So they lied and said that Uncle C's leg was just sprained and that no bones were broken. He would be fine after a few days of rest. Everyone believed it. Then, the frenzied vegetable buying began. As each household's vegetables were purchased, Jiang Hao settled his accounts with each household according to the agreement. Now, those who were still hesitating couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately contacted Jiang Hao, who naturally accepted their inquiries without hesitation. After several days of aggressive purchasing, Jiang Hao bought up all the ripe vegetables in Jiangjia village. Immediately, every household was counting piles of banknotes, and joyful laughter filled the air. Jiang Hao then followed the last truck to the warehouse where all the vegetables were stored. After dismissing everyone else, he sorted out the purchased vegetables. Ding! Congratulations, host, for decomposing a cabbage and obtaining a mutated super cabbage seed, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Mutant super cabbage seeds, super fast growth, and eating them can beautify your skin. Decomposition successful, extract? Ding! Congratulations, host, for decomposing the cabbage. Because the system was decomposed too much and the system notification sounds were too frequent, Jiang Hao temporarily muted the system notification sounds. A while later, most of the cabbages in the warehouse disappeared, and Jiang Hao also obtained countless mutated cabbage seeds. However, after breaking down so many cabbages, the system experience should have been sufficient by now. However, the system did not provide any notification. However, when Jiang Hao opened his personal panel, he discovered that after dismantling so many cabbages, his skill points and experience points had only increased by 100. Jiang Hao's expression turned somewhat grim. System, what's going on? At this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host, the skill points and experience points gained from decomposing the same item multiple times decrease with each subsequent decomposition. In fact, if the host decomposes too many cabbages, in the end, the host may not be able to gain skill points and experience points even if he continues to decompose cabbages. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately taken aback. However, he quickly realized that if there were no restrictions, he could level up many times in a single day. The system wouldn't leave such an obvious vulnerability for him to exploit. After figuring it out, Jiang Hao was still a little frustrated, but he continued to break down the other vegetables. After a long while, all the vegetables were finally decomposed, and Jiang Hao looked at his panel. Level 3, 520/1000. Agility, 6.1. Spirit, 4.6. Endurance, 3.8. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacker level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. Master Chef level 2, 0 out of 100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0 out of 100. Literally flying dagger level 2, 0/100. Medical skill level 4, 0 out of 1000. The Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture Technique, level 3, 0/100. Hazard Perception level 3, 0/100. Mighty Strength level 2, 0/100. Level 3, 0 out of 100. Invulnerable to all poisons. Spellbreaker Eye level 2, 0 out of 100. Transmitting voice across 1,000 miles 2, 0/100. Level 2, 0/100. Insect Control level 3, 0/100. Immortality level 1, 0/100. Skill points, 514. Personal space, enabled. After breaking down so many vegetables, I only gained 500 skill points and 500 experience points respectively. Now, to upgrade all his skills to the next level, he needs at least 100 skill points. 500 skill points are only enough for him to upgrade 5 skills. But he wants to upgrade all 4 skills in the skill list: Divine Chef, Dog Beating Stick Technique, Literally Flying Dagger, and Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Needle Technique. Moreover, his talents include Danger Perception, Great Strength, Insect Control, and Immortality, all of which are important means to enhance his strength. 500 skill points are clearly far from enough. Left with no other option, Jiang Hao had to choose 5 of them to upgrade. First and foremost, you must have adequate means of survival. Therefore, Immortality was Jiang Hao's first choice. Once confirmed, Jiang Hao gave the order without hesitation. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade the talent, Undying Body to level 2. Yes, host. Ding. Immortality upgrade successful. Immortality level 2, 0/1000. With it, you can do all sorts of crazy things, and one day you might even get tired of living. As soon as the system notification sounded, Jiang Hao's expression suddenly changed drastically. He then collapsed to the ground, his veins bulging and his body convulsing. The intense pain caused Jiang Hao to let out a low growl involuntarily, as a way of venting his agony. However, the pain quickly disappeared. After a moment of calm, Jiang Hao got up from the ground, still shaken. System, why is the upgrade to immortality so painful? Why didn't you remind me? Jiang Hao said with dissatisfaction. Ding. The enhancement of immortality lies in altering the host cell's gene chain, and the reconstruction of the gene chain is naturally painful. As for why the system didn't remind the host, does it mean that after the system did remind the host was prepared to give up on upgrading the immortal body? The system's words left Jiang Hao speechless. Give up upgrading to immortality? Just kidding, that's impossible. At this moment, Jiang Hao quietly sensed the changes that came from the upgrade of his immortal body. Every time I clench my fist, a powerful force surges forth, and a single punch seems capable of shattering the heavens and earth. However, all of this is just an illusion brought about by the sudden increase in strength. However, when Jiang Hao saw on the system panel that his physical attributes had doubled, he was immediately excited. Agility, 12.2. Spirit, 9.2. Endurance, 7.6. The 4 basic attributes have doubled overall. Jiang Hao's strength has increased dramatically. Choosing to enhance immortality is absolutely the right choice. The changes in the body's 4-dimensional attributes are just one benefit of being immortal. Another benefit is its super fast recovery and healing ability. I wonder if a level 2 immortality can compare to Wolverine's physique. Jiang Hao secretly weighed the options in his mind. However, he was not yet clear about his own immortality and could not make a comparison for the time being. He couldn't very well harm himself and then see the regenerative power of his immortality, could he? With this in mind, Jiang Hao temporarily put aside his immortality. His gaze swept back and forth over the other skills. Soon, Jiang Hao focused his attention on his innate ability, Danger Sense. This is another one that absolutely needs to be upgraded. His sense of danger saved his life several times. Having made his decision, Jiang Hao spoke. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade my talent, Danger Perception to level 4. Yes, host. Ding. Talent, Danger Perception successfully upgraded. Danger Perception level 4, 0/500 grants you a keen sixth sense, enabling you to detect danger in advance and react accordingly. Agility +8, Spirit +6. Soon, his innate perception upgrade was completed, and Jiang Hao felt that everything around him was clearly visible. He can even perceive everything around him without looking. This made Jiang Hao extremely excited. After trying a few times, Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement and looked at the prompt. He discovered that the skill points required to upgrade to level 5 Danger Perception had not increased tenfold. This gave him a slight sense of relief. Even so, it still requires 500 500 skill points to level up. This is equivalent to all the results of his busy work over the past few days. Ugh, no skill points, this is unbearable. Now that he has upgraded his immortality and danger perception, he can use his skill points to upgrade 3 more skills. He needs to think this through carefully. The potential profits are enormous, and he can't afford to waste them. Zhang Hao frowned as he looked at the system panel. Let's leave the talent skills as they are for now. The others are enough for now, and I'll deal with the brute force once I've mastered this surge in strength. Then, Zhang Hao turned his attention to the skill bar. Swimming, hacking, basketball, these skills are enough, no need to upgrade them. Next up is the chef skill. Zhang Hao's gaze lingered on the divine chef skill. Does he still remember that a level 2 master chef can make food with attributes? I wonder what kind of changes will occur at level 3. Zhang Hao became more and more interested the more he thought about it. Perhaps the additional attributes of food made with the level 3 divine chef skill are permanent? With this in mind, Zhang Hao no longer hesitated. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade the divine chef skill to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. Master chef skill successfully upgraded. Divine chef level 3, 0 out of 1000. A skill practiced by the legendary chefs of the gods, specializing in cooking food for the gods. They can use all things in heaven and earth as ingredients to make food that even the gods praise. As the system notification sounded, a flood of knowledge once again entered Zhang Hao's mind. However, as Zhang Hao's mental attributes surged, his ability to accept information also increased rapidly. Soon, Zhang Hao fully absorbed the influx of knowledge. Upon waking up, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. A level 3 master chef can actually use special spiritual materials to make food that permanently increases attributes. And the added properties of food made from ordinary ingredients can also last for a day. Zhang Hao was worried about his inability to improve his strength on his own. I never expected that someone would bring me a pillow when I was feeling sleepy. The level 3 divine chef skill can actually use special spiritual ingredients to make food that permanently enhances one's strength. But what exactly is this special spiritual material? At this moment, the system seemed to sense Zhang Hao's doubts and immediately spoke up to answer them. Host, special spiritual materials refer to medicinal herbs that possess spiritual energy. Ordinary ginseng can only be considered a special spiritual material. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao froze. Ordinary ginseng can only be considered a special spiritual material. So what is a true spiritual material? Ding, host, only ginseng that is over 100 years old truly belongs to the category of spiritual materials. At this moment, the system bluntly delivered another blow to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's face immediately darkened. A century-old ginseng is extremely rare and hard to come by. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Where is he supposed to find that? Zhang Hao was extremely frustrated and decided to put aside the matter of the divine chef skill for the time being. Next, Zhang Hao's gaze swept back and forth between the 3 skills, the dog beating stick technique, Little Li flying dagger, and the great 5 elements yin-yang needle technique. Judging from the experience required for upgrading at the same level, Little Li's flying dagger should be of a higher grade. Then let's upgrade Little Li flying dagger first. It's simply because he has too few skill points. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so conflicted. System, upgrade Little Li flying dagger. Yes, host. Ding. Little Li flying dagger has been successfully upgraded. Li Xuanwan's flying dagger level 3, 0/1000. Li Xuanwan's flying dagger never misses its mark. Soon, a system notification sound rang out. Then, Zhang Hao felt another surge of energy flow into his body, which was then swallowed up by the domineering chaotic energy within him. And the energy within his body also increased several times. At this moment, Zhang Hao's true combat power doubled again. No one can get close to him if he wants to. Zhang Hao suppressed his urge to try his skills and looked at the other skills and the remaining 100 skill points. After a moment's thought, he decided to keep the remaining 100 attribute points for future use. Perhaps in special circumstances, I will need other skills to break the deadlock. Looking at the drastically changed attribute panel, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. Subsequently, in the underground warehouse, Zhang Hao began to adapt to his rapidly increasing strength. However, he found that he had defense and ranged attacks, but what he lacked was close combat. At this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered the martial arts technique that the old man had given him. He quickly took out the cultivation manual that the old man had given him from the system space. System, is there any way for me to learn this boxing manual? Zhang Hao looked at everything in his hands and asked the system with a hopeful expression. It's impossible for him to learn the boxing manual on his own. Well, studying is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Practicing boxing is too tiring, so I'll just follow the system and be a lazy bum. Just knowing how to shout 666 is enough. Ding! A nameless boxing manual has been found. Do you wish to learn it? The system notification sounded, and Zhang Hao was overjoyed. As the system notification sounded, the boxing manual in Zhang Hao's hand disappeared. Ding! You have acquired the skill, Nameless Fist Technique. Skill points +3, experience points +3. Nameless Fist Technique level 1, 0/1. A blend of various various techniques, forming its own unique style. The system notification sounded, and Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Grandpa truly deserves to be called a cultivation genius. The boxing manual he researched has actually received the system's approval. At this moment, Jiang Hao sincerely admired the old man. System, upgrade your fist technique to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. Nameless fist technique successfully upgraded. Nameless fist technique level 3, 0/100, a blend of various techniques, forming its own unique style. As his fist techniques improved, a new energy re-emerged within Jiang Hao's body, circulating throughout his body before finally converging in his dantian and being assimilated. Having acquired the fist technique, Jiang Hao began practicing in the warehouse to adapt to his newly increased strength. After a long while, Jiang Hao finally came out of the warehouse and drove home. When he got home, his aunt had already prepared the meal, and the whole family was waiting for him. After dinner, Jiang Hao and his grandfather went out for a walk. Grandpa, did our village ever have a blacksmith who could forge iron? He has already upgraded Li Xuanwan's flying dagger to level 3, but he still doesn't have his own exclusive weapon. The 9 pieces of refined iron in his space had been sitting there for so long that they were almost moldy. The main reason is that with the rapid development of technology today, the technique of manual blacksmithing has long been obsolete. So Jiang Hao took a chance, hoping to see if anyone in the countryside would inherit this craft. Upon hearing this, the old man stopped and glanced at Jiang Hao's face. You want to build weapons? The old man's question carried a hint of certainty. Jiang Hao didn't hide anything. Yes, my master taught me a throwing knife technique, but most of the throwing knives sold on the market are machine-made. They're rubbish, so I'm thinking of finding someone to play a few rounds with. The old man listened in silence for a long time before finally speaking. Hao, although you are very skilled in martial arts, we live in a society governed by law. Besides, no matter how skilled you are, you can't stop a bullet. Don't be foolish and do anything illegal or disorderly, the old man said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao naturally understood the old man's concerns. I will not attack unless attacked. This is Jiang Hao's principle of conduct. He certainly wouldn't do bad things for no reason. However, in order to dispel the old man's worries, Jiang Hao quickly spoke up to explain. Grandpa, don't worry, I've grown up now. I know what I should and shouldn't do. I would never dare to do anything illegal or disorderly. I just like throwing knives to practice with, and besides, my master gave me 9 special iron blocks, which is why I thought about forging a few throwing knives. Jiang Hao's words still had an effect. The old man hesitated for a moment, then spoke. There used to be a blacksmith in our village, and he was very skilled. People from the surrounding area used to ask him to make farm tools. However, he later got into a fight and his tendons were severed. I'm afraid I can't help you then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. Grandpa, you mean Uncle Debiao? Jiang Hao then remembered that he had heard others say this before. Uncle Debiao's full name is Zhang Debiao. He is over 40 years old but still a bachelor. It's all because his tendons in his hand were torn. He can't hold things steadily even when he's catching them. I never imagined he had such a glorious past. The old man nodded, and Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Grandpa, it's all right. You've forgotten, I know medicine. A severed tendon is incurable for most people, but for me, it's a piece of cake. Oh right, how could I forget? The old man then remembered Jiang Hao's amazing medical skills and was immediately overjoyed. Debiao is a good guy. He's suffered most of his life, but meeting you has brought him good fortune. Come on, I'll take you to find that kid Debiao. The old man said this, and surprisingly, he was preparing to go right now. Jiang Hao quickly grabbed the old man. Grandpa, it's too late now. Let's go tomorrow morning. I'll bring the things and we'll go together. The old man had no choice but to give up. In the morning, just as Jiang Hao got up, the old man had already gotten up early and returned from practicing his boxing in the old woods for a while. Just then, Jiang Jingyi suddenly rushed in. Brother Hao, my mom said that Jiang Xiaolong's dad drove back with a lot of people last night. She told you to hide quickly. Jiang Jingyi was panting heavily, his 2 little faces flushed. Jiang Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. Then he remembered that Jiang Dalong's wife had said she was going to complain, but nothing had happened in the past few days. He thought that Jiang Dalong's wife was scared. I didn't expect Jiang Dalong to be recruiting people, but is he afraid of Jiang Dalong? He has never been afraid of the 2 dragons. Besides, his strength just increased dramatically yesterday, so he has even less reason to be afraid of Jiang Dalong. Jiang Hao smiled and patted Jiang Jingyi's head, then took some snacks from the table next to him. Jingyi, thank you for letting me know. Also, please thank your second aunt for me and tell her I'll be visiting her in a couple of days. You should go back now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingyi grabbed Jiang Hao, but his little face was full of anxiety. Brother Hao, hurry up and run. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaolong's dad will be here. Hearing this, Jiang Hao was touched and gently pinched Jiang Jingyi's cheek. Thank you, Jingyi, but I'm not afraid of Jiang Dalong. Just then, the old man heard the noise and came in. He looked at Jiang Hao. Hao, are you sure you can handle this? If not, take Zishuan and leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and looked at the old man. Grandpa, how good do you think my martial arts are? Before the old man could speak, Jiang Jiang Hao immediately spoke up. Actually, I don't even know how amazing I am right now. As Jiang Hao spoke, a powerful aura emanated from his body. A look of shock flashed in the old man's eyes, and he said no more. Soon, a van arrived in front of Jiang Hao's house. 8 people got off the bus one after another. Each of them carried an iron rod or a machete. The leader had a dark complexion and a scar on his forehead, making him look fierce and menacing. This person is none other than Zhang Dalong. Brother Long, is this the place? I'd like to see just who dares to act so arrogantly towards Brother Long. At that moment, one of them saw Jiang Hao's car parked by the roadside and suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Brother Long, since this car is the cause of all this trouble, why don't I smash it up and vent your anger for you? Zhang Dalong glanced at it, but didn't say anything, which was taken as tacit agreement. Immediately, the blonde-haired man who had suggested smashing the car revealed a sinister smile and walked towards Jiang Hao's car, stick in hand. The noise outside was so loud that it disturbed the neighbors. They all opened the door to check. When they saw that it was Zhang Dalong, they immediately realized that Zhang Dalong had come seeking revenge. At that moment, they also heard the blonde-haired man say that he was going to smash the car, and they were immediately shocked and looked anxious. This car costs over 14 million. That bastard Zhang Dalong. Should we call the police? How? Why haven't you left yet? Should we stop them? How is so good to us? The neighbors, remembering Jiang Hao's kindness, couldn't stand by and watch as someone harmed him. Just as the blonde-haired man raised the iron bar in his hand, about to smash it down, a neighbor couldn't stand it any longer, shouted, opened the door, grabbed a shovel, and came out. At the same time, Jiang Hao's front door suddenly opened, and a shoe appeared like a sharp sword. Before anyone could react, it hit the blonde guy squarely on the back of the head. With a thud, the blonde-haired man fell to the ground and remained motionless. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, followed by a wave of shock. Crunch! Just then, the sound of an old wooden door opening came from the room, and everyone turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. The door opened, and Jiang Hao walked out calmly and composedly. Behind him were his fourth uncle and aunt Jiang Zixuan, his grandfather and grandmother, Jiang Jingyi, and others. When the neighbors saw Jiang Hao come out, the others also grabbed shovels and hoes and looked at Zhang Dalong warily. At this moment, Zhang Dalong was also shocked to see this situation. He looked around and saw that the villagers, whom he used to bully, were now all filled with anger, holding farm tools and staring at him intently. This situation also frightened him and his men. The 7 men, who had been so arrogant, now looked at each other, each seeing evasiveness in the other's eyes. Zhang Dalong glanced back at the blonde-haired man lying motionless in front of Jiang Hao's car, and at a slipper not far from him. Did a slipper knock someone unconscious? He suppressed his shock and revealed a fierce expression. Jiang Hao, you've really gotten some skills. They're not even fully grown yet, and they're already trying to extort money from me. Now, they've actually joined forces with them to deal with me? Zhang Dalong pointed at Jiang Hao and the surrounding villagers, and said fiercely, you just wait, and I hope none of you are left out. Take Lao Lu with you, let's go. After uttering those harsh words, Zhang Dalong turned and led his men away. But would Jiang Hao just let them leave like that? Jiang Hao took a step forward and let out a cold shout. Zhang Dalong paused, turned around, and glared angrily at Jiang Hao. What? Trying to bully the few with the many? Jiang Hao ignored them and looked around. He was touched to see the uncles and aunts around him who were willing to help him. Dear uncles and aunts, thank you all for helping me under these circumstances. However, this is a matter between Zhang Dalong and me, and I will handle it personally today. Then, he glanced at Zhang Dalong and his men, and said disdainfully, besides, these few small fry don't need everyone's help. Jiang Hao's words immediately enraged Zhang Dalong and his men. Meanwhile, the surrounding neighbors were all shocked. How, don't be a hero. Exactly, there are so many of them. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop everyone from trying to persuade him. Zhang Dalong, there are always people more capable than you, and there's always a higher level to reach. You may act like a king here, but in my eyes, you're not even worth an ant. Come on, let me teach you a lesson today. Behind Jiang Hao, the others were extremely anxious and all looked at the old man. Grandpa, please try to persuade Hao. That's right, how could Hao possibly be a match for them all by himself? Yes, Grandpa Jiang. However, while everyone else was in a great hurry, the old man remained calm. Let Hao handle it himself. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately felt that the old man had gone mad. Oh, this. Everyone was extremely anxious, but Jiang Hao and the old man wouldn't let them go up, so they could only worry helplessly. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan looked at the anxious crowd and comforted them. Uncle and aunt, don't be afraid, my brother is very strong. However, before anyone could object, on the other side, Zhang Dalong watched as Jiang Hao, this fool, actually challenged them to a one-on-one fight. Moreover, he was taking on a whole group of them by himself. After exchanging glances, they grabbed their weapons and suddenly charged at Jiang Hao. One of them rushed forward the fastest. He reached Jiang Hao and raised the iron rod in his hand to strike Jiang Hao's head. As the iron bar was about to strike, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao gave this person a contemptuous smile. Then, with lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed the man's hand, squeezing squeezing it hard. The man screamed in pain and released his grip, causing the iron rod to fall to the ground. Without even looking, Jiang Hao reached out with his other hand and grabbed the falling iron rod. Immediately afterwards, a blow was delivered to the man's leg. At that moment, the others arrived. The others raised their weapons and attacked Jiang Hao's body from all sides. Seeing this, Jiang Hao forcefully pushed the person in his hand away. Caught off guard, the three of them were bumped into by the person Jiang Hao pushed out. The immense impact made them feel as if they had been hit by a train. All four of them were sent flying backwards. In the blink of an eye, almost simultaneously, Jiang Hao crouched down and swept his fist across the ground. He struck their legs first, knocking them both to the ground. Although Jiang Dalong subconsciously dodged Jiang Hao's sweeping attack, before he could react, Jiang Hao grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Jiang Dalong rolled his eyes, his face flushed red, and he couldn't breathe. He grabbed Jiang Hao's hands with both hands and tried desperately to pry them outwards. He wanted Jiang Hao to put him down. Jiang Hao grabbed Jiang Dalong as if he were a rag doll and slammed him to the ground. Jiang Dalong let out a scream, then rolled over, one hand clutching his back. Jiang Dalong and his men were lying haphazardly on the ground, groaning incessantly, while Jiang Hao stood alone in place. In just a few seconds, this battle between one against many was over. At this moment, everyone around was staring at Jiang Hao with expressions of horror. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. That wasn't all. Jiang Hao, carrying an iron rod, broke the legs or arms of the group of people one by one, amidst their terrified gazes. For a moment, the scene was filled with shrill screams. Everyone gasped. At this moment, the people around Jiang Hao looked at him with a hint of fear. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Dalong, whose eyes were filled with resentment, with a cold face, and said softly, "Jiang Dalong, I'm ready for your revenge anytime. However, next time it won't be just one arm." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the men lying on the ground, their faces filled with fear, quickly helped Jiang Dalong up. They then helped each other into the van. Jiang Dalong and the others left in a sorry state. Jiang Hao then turned to look at everyone and smiled. "Don't be afraid, everyone. I believe Jiang Dalong won't come looking for trouble again." At this moment, a middle-aged woman who was short and slightly overweight looked at Jiang Hao and asked him cautiously, How, do you know martial arts?" After Jiang Hao made up a random excuse to get away with it, the villagers dispersed one by one. Afterwards, the old man took Jiang Hao to Jiang Debiao's house. Jiang Jingyi was also traveling with them. On the way, Jiang Jingyi looked on with envy and kept asking Jiang Hao about his martial arts skills. It seems he's completely captivated by martial arts. The old man looked at Jiang Jingyi and spoke with a smile. "Jingyi, do you want to be as amazing as your brother Hao Hao?" Jiang Hao knew what the old man wanted to do, so he stood quietly to the side without disturbing him. The old man's words immediately caught Jiang Jingyi's attention. Jiang Jingyi nodded excitedly, like a chick pecking at rice. At the same time, he cautiously glanced at the old man. "Grandpa, can brother Hao teach me?" The old man looked at his youngest grandson, smiled, and shook his head. Seeing this, Jiang Jingyi lowered his head in disappointment, his hopes dashed, and he seemed about to cry. Seeing this, the master stopped speaking in riddles. "Jingyi, your brother Hao Hao's martial arts have a different lineage, and he can't teach them to you, but I can teach you my grandfather's martial arts." Jiang Jingyi, whose hopes had just been dashed, thought he probably wouldn't have the chance to learn martial arts. However, what he didn't expect was that, after all the mountains and rivers seemed to have no way out, a new village appeared amidst the willows and flowers. The flame of hope that had just been extinguished was showing signs of reigniting. Jiang Jingyi said cautiously, "Grandpa, you know martial arts too?" The old man smiled without saying a word, then casually slapped the tree, leaving a handprint on it. Jiang Jingyi was immediately stunned. "Grandpa, teach me, teach me." Jiang Jingyi was extremely excited. The old man's face became much more serious. "Jingyi, if you really want to learn, I can teach you, but do you have the perseverance and willpower to stick with it? Learning martial arts is not something that can be done overnight." Jiang Jingyi nodded firmly. "I can do it, I will persevere." Seeing this, the old man's previous seriousness vanished, and he returned to his kind and approachable self. "Okay, tomorrow morning you get up half an hour earlier than today and come over here. Grandpa will teach you." Grandpa accepted Jiang Jingyi, and Jiang Hao was also very happy. Soon, the three arrived at Jiang Debiao's house. Jiang Hao explained his purpose, and Jiang Debiao gave a wry smile. "Ha, it's not that Uncle Debiao doesn't want to help you, but look." As he spoke, Uncle Debiao extended his hand. The hand hung limply, curled up, looking just like a chicken claw. Jiang Hao glanced at the old man's face, then smiled and spoke. "Uncle Debiao, don't worry, I can heal your hand." Jiang Hao's words were like a thunderbolt, giving Jiang Debiao a great shock. After a brief silence, Jiang Debiao glanced at Jiang Hao, and also took a special look at the old man who hadn't said a word. Jiang Hao's outrageous remarks seemed to have gained some credibility. Jiang Debiao's voice trembled with excitement. Hao, as long as you can heal my hand, I give you 100 beatings if you wanted." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. "Alright, Uncle Debiao, in that case, I'll treat you right away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Debiao was extremely excited. Hao, what do you need to prepare? I'll go get it right away." Uncle De Biao, no need, just lie down and give me your hand. Without hesitation, Zhang De Biao quickly went to bed and lay down. At that moment, he could even clearly hear his own heartbeat. After a long while, Zhang Hao pulled 9 ice jade needles from Zhang De Biao's wrist. Then, he secretly injected half a bottle of life essence, which quickly repaired Zhang De Biao's wrist injury. Uncle De Biao, alright, now try moving around a bit, Zhang Hao said as he packed his things. Upon hearing this, Zhang De Biao tried moving his hand. Sure enough, he was able to grab it flexibly and even release it at will. He hadn't felt this way in almost 20 years. Zhang De Biao burst into tears of joy and kept trying out different positions. It's really healed. It's really healed. The old man showed a hint of relief upon seeing this. Zhang Hao didn't disturb them. After a long while, Zhang De Biao finally reacted. He quickly came to Zhang Hao's side and bowed deeply to him. Hao, thank you so much for making Uncle De Biao a complete person. Don't worry, Uncle De Biao will definitely make you satisfied with what you want. Zhang Hao was after Uncle De Biao's words. Then I'll leave it to Uncle De Biao. As he spoke, Zhang Hao took out 9 black iron blocks and a blueprint from his bag. Uncle De Biao, these are 9 special iron blocks that I obtained by chance. You can use these as materials. Also, here are the blueprints. Zhang De Biao took the item and glanced at it. Okay, Uncle De Biao will make it for you right away. Come pick it up at this time tomorrow. Having received Uncle De Biao's assurance, Zhang Hao and the old man decided not to disturb his work and turned to go home. On his way home, Zhang Hao encountered Uncle Lin coming down from the mountain. He looked as if he had encountered something good and ran down the mountain with an excited expression. Uncle Lin, what's the good news that makes you so happy? When Uncle Lin saw that it was Zhang Hao, he couldn't contain his excitement and said, Hao, I went up the mountain today and accidentally dug up a very large wild ginseng. How much do you think it costs? As he spoke, Uncle Lin quickly took out a rolled-up shirt from his bag and unfolded it. Then, a ginseng root about the thickness of a rolling pin was revealed, with a red thread tied to it. This ginseng has sparse roots, a light and agile body, fine veins on its head, and a long stem. It's clearly a top-quality wild ginseng, and it's quite old. At this point, the system will issue a prompt. Ding! A 50-year-old wild ginseng has been found. Decompose it? Zhang Hao was taken aback, then looked at Uncle Lin with his honest smile and told him the truth. Uncle Lin, you've struck it rich. This ginseng is already 50 years old, and since it's wild ginseng, its value is even higher. Uncle Lin chuckled, then hurriedly asked, so how much do you think this is worth? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao glanced at the honest-looking Uncle Lin, somewhat surprised. Uncle Lin, are you going to sell it? Zhang Yin nodded, somewhat helplessly. Your brother Pingyan isn't very capable. He's already 27 or 28 and still hasn't found a wife. Not long ago, he called to say that he's got a girlfriend. Your aunt and I were initially happy and asked him when he would get married, but his girlfriend said that they could get married anytime. The condition is that you must buy an apartment in the city, otherwise, you won't get married. As you know, your brother Pingyan isn't very educated, so he doesn't have a decent job and doesn't earn much money in a month. A house in the city costs at least 4 or 500,000 yuan. Where is he going to get that kind of money? I've been worried about this for the past few days, so I'm planning to go up the mountain to gather some things to sell. However, I never expected to be so lucky today, actually encountering this ginseng. Uncle Lin laughed happily as he said this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt somewhat saddened. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. At the same time, there is a sense of helplessness regarding the current distorted social situation. Zhang Hao took the wild ginseng from Uncle Lin's hand and suddenly remembered his level 3 divine chef skill. Wasn't this wild ginseng a special spiritual medicine? Then he looked at Zhang Yin and said, Uncle Lin, according to market prices, a 50-year-old wild ginseng is priced between 300,000 and 500,000 yuan. The heavier the weight, the higher the price. This plant is probably worth around 400,000. However, private sellers definitely wouldn't offer you such a high price. Besides, it's not safe. In that case, if you really want to sell this wild ginseng, I'm willing to pay 500,000 to buy it. Consider the extra as my wedding gift to brother Pingyan. Zhang Hao announced his price. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin was immediately thrilled. Great, great. Now we can finally buy a house for Pingyan to get married. However, Hao, 500,000 is too high. 400,000 will do. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a greater appreciation for this honest and kind man. Uncle Lin, if I say 500,000, then it's 500,000. After all, sometimes it depends on who ends up with it. He ended up in the hands of someone who needed him, and the price wasn't high at all. I'll drive you to the bank to transfer the money when we get home. Zhang Hao felt it was worth it to buy a 50-year-old wild ginseng for 500,000 yuan, since he wasn't short of money right now. Money is meant to be spent, and besides, this wild ginseng is quite valuable to him. The old man just watched without saying a word. He wasn't surprised at all that his grandson could casually pull out 500,000 yuan. After all, his amazing medical skills alone are enough to ensure he never has to worry about money. After transferring the money to Uncle Lin, Zhang Hao bought a lot of fresh vegetables and some medicinal herbs. Now that he has special spiritual materials, he naturally wants to test test his level 3 divine chef skills. Back home, his aunt was preparing to cook when Jiang Hao quickly spoke up. "Fourth aunt, don't bother, I'll cook today, you can all try my cooking." Aunt C was still somewhat skeptical when she heard this. Upon hearing that Jiang Hao was going to cook himself, Jiang Zixuan immediately pulled her fourth aunt away. "Fourth aunt, my brother's cooking is delicious, but he's a bit lazy and rarely cooks. Let's wait for his meal today." Aunt C looked surprised and was dragged away by Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Hao sensed the resentment in Jiang Zixuan's tone and glared at her fiercely. "You glutton, you eat so much of my food and you still complain about me. You might not get any today." Jiang Hao's threat frightened Jiang Zixuan so much that she quickly tried to be cute and beg for mercy. "Brother, look how cute your sister is. Would you really want her to go hungry?" Jiang Hao rolled his eyes, dismissed Jiang Zixuan, and then began to take action. "Tie on your apron and start preparing the ingredients, especially the wild ginseng and some Chinese medicinal herbs. Heat the pan, add oil, stir-fry all the ingredients lightly, then pour into a clay pot and simmer over low heat." To him, these movements seemed to possess a unique beauty. Everything was performed almost seamlessly, as if Jiang Hao had transformed into a culinary master. Soon, a unique fragrance spread, wafting for miles. For a moment, the fragrance filled the air throughout Jiangjia village. It caused countless dogs to bark wildly, and even birds flying by couldn't help but circle around it. Countless neighbors exclaimed in surprise, "What's this delicious food? It smells so good. Whose house is this, and what are they doing?" Fourth uncle and fourth aunt, grandpa and grandma, Jiang Zixuan was also surprised by the fragrance. They took a deep breath of the aroma and immediately felt a wave of comfort wash over them, as if they had inhaled some divine energy. Among them, the old man was the most sensitive, and he keenly sensed that the fragrance seemed to contain something special. Moreover, it's useful for his cultivation. At this moment, he remembered the wild ginseng that Jiang Hao had bought that morning, and considering Jiang Hao's miraculous medical skills, he seemed to have figured something out. "I was just about to ask Jiang Hao." Then they heard Jiang Hao's voice coming from the kitchen. "Zixuan, go and call third aunt, and Jingyi too, let's eat together." Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't forget that when Zhang Dalong came, his third aunt asked Jingyi to remind him of the kindness he had shown him. Although he didn't need it, he appreciated the sentiment. Moreover, this medicinal meal will be of great benefit to Jiang Jingyi, who is about to learn martial arts. "Another thing is that my third uncle's family is struggling. My third uncle went away to work, leaving only my third aunt and Jiang Jingyi. Even without that debt of gratitude, it's only right that he takes care of her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixuan responded, said something to her fourth uncle and the others, and then went out. Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Jiang Hao in the kitchen and revealed a look of satisfaction. He was relieved to have Jiang Hao as his grandson. In the kitchen, Jiang Hao multitasked, cooking in 2 pots at the same time while simmering soup in another, yet he showed no sign of panic. Everything was in perfect order. After a long while, plate after plate of delicious dishes, with their even color and enticing aroma, were served. Jiang Hao took them one by one and looked at them. As various attributes appeared before his eyes, Jiang Hao smiled. "However, all of this is just an appetizer. The real feast is yet to come." Jiang Hao turned around, looked at the soup pot next to him, and then glanced at his watch. 40 minutes is just right. Then, he eagerly lifted the lid of the casserole to take a look. A fragrant aroma, imbued with a spiritual aura, instantly wafted into the air. On the golden broth, a few slices of white ginseng are mixed in, and a few red goji berries and dates serve as garnishes. Pieces of tender fresh meat are dyed golden. But Jiang Hao saw something different. Medicinal ginseng chicken soup, chi and blood +10, essence +6, aroma +5, vitality +8, strength +3. Seeing so many additional attributes, Jiang Hao was immediately astonished. As expected of a skill that even the gods praise, "It seems I'll have to pay more attention to special medicinal herbs in the future." Jiang Hao was overjoyed. "Brother, auntie, and Jingyi are here." At this moment, Jiang Zixuan's voice came, and Jiang Hao was startled awake and quickly answered, "Okay, I've finished cooking. Hurry up and help me serve the dishes." Afterwards, the family set up a dining table outside and sat in the yard to enjoy their meal. Everything was ready, and everyone sat down at the table. Everyone stared at the exquisite delicacies on the table, exclaiming in amazement, How, I never knew you were such a good cook." "Exactly. I feel like the chefs in those restaurants are nowhere near as good as you," everyone exclaimed in admiration. The old man started eating, and they quickly followed suit. When they took a bite, it sparked another round of amazement. At the same time, they were surprised to find that the more they ate the dishes cooked by Jiang Hao, the more energetic and spirited they became, and they even felt a warm current flowing through their bodies. Soon, all the food on the table was gone. Jiang Hao then took some more bowls and brought out the soup he had been cooking. Jiang Hao scooped a spoonful for each person. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan looked at her bowl of soup, which was less than half full, and everyone else's bowls were about the same size, and immediately complained, "Dude, you're way too stingy. There's still so much left in the pot. Why are you only scooping out such a small amount for everyone?" Although the others also had doubts, they simply assumed that Jiang Hao wanted them to try it and then make it themselves according to their needs. They all tried to exonerate Jiang Hao. Hao. Zishuan, your brother probably thinks we're already full and is worried he'll give us too much to drink. How could we not drink such a fragrant soup? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Isn't that right, Hao Hao? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled without saying a word, but his eyes were fixed on the old man. At this moment, the old man stared at the ginseng soup in his hand, deeply shaken. Just now, he only took a deep sniff of the soup, but that aroma alone caused his internal energy to surge, giving him a feeling of breakthrough. Looking at the ginseng slices on the rim of the bowl, the old man was deeply moved. Even if this soup contains 50-year-old wild ginseng, it shouldn't have such powerful effects, right? At this moment, the others were surprised to see Zhang Hao staring at the old man. What did this have to do with the old man? They all looked at the old man. The old man sensed something, looked up at the doubts in everyone's eyes, and then spoke. Drink up. This soup is extremely good for your health. Moreover, this pot of soup is extremely valuable. The ginseng inside is a 50-year-old wild ginseng that Hao Hao bought from that kid Zhang in this morning for 500,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly dropped their bowls. 500,000? Fourth uncle jumped up, his face filled with shock. The others were no less impressive, and they all looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. Fourth uncle suddenly became anxious. Hao Hao, why are you spending money so recklessly? Before fourth uncle could finish speaking, the old man shouted a rebuke. Sit down. What kind of behavior is this, all jumpy and startled like this? Since Hao Hao has already made it, you should just drink it. Why all the nonsense? The old man gave a stern rebuke, and everyone fell silent, but the shock in their eyes remained. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao spoke up. Everyone, drink up. After you finish drinking, you'll feel it was worth the money. Of all the people, perhaps only the old man understood this sentence. Others also felt that spending 500,000 yuan on a soup was too extravagant. However, once they took a sip, they couldn't stop. After they finished drinking the half bowl of soup in their bowls, they immediately felt a warm sensation spreading throughout their bodies. Moreover, just half a bowl of soup made them feel very bloated, and they couldn't drink any more even if they wanted to. At this moment, their faces were flushed, and their eyes kept shifting between Tang and Zhang Hao in surprise. At this moment, Ansi suddenly pointed at the faces of the other people and exclaimed in surprise, your faces. Ansi's cries woke the others. They looked up, some in shock, and pointed at each other. Your faces. At this moment, Zhang Hao spoke up to clarify things for everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone, everything is alright. These are all toxins that everyone has expelled from their own bodies. Third aunt, fourth aunt, Zishuan, grandma, you should go and wash up first. As soon as Zhang Hao spoke, they got up and left. At this point, only 4 people remained at the table. Fourth uncle and Zhang Jingyi stared at Zhang Hao and the old man in shock. After Zhang Hao and the old man finished their food, they showed no signs of discomfort. They then scooped out another bowl and ate it. The old man stopped drinking after he had drunk 3 bowls. At this moment, his face was rosy, his blood and qi were surging, and he could hardly suppress the feeling of breaking through. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, the slight aura he revealed still made people feel extremely oppressed. At this moment, the old man hurriedly got up, turned around, and went back into the house under the bewildered gazes of his fourth uncle and Zhang Jingyi, and deliberately closed the door. Fourth uncle turned around, looking at Zhang Hao with a worried expression, and asked, Hao Hao, is your grandpa alright after eating so much? Zhang Hao glanced at the closed door, then turned to look at his fourth uncle, and shook his head with a smile. The old man has absorbed the spiritual energy from the soup and can no longer suppress the urge to break through. Fourth uncle was unaware of the situation. He only noticed that the old man's expression was off, so he was worried about him. So he offered words of comfort. Fourth uncle, don't worry, grandpa is fine. Upon hearing this, fourth uncle still frowned, recalling the scene just now, his eyes filled with worry. But why does your grandfather look so strange? And when I sat next to him just now, I felt really depressed. Did we make him angry? Zhang Hao stopped scooping soup with his spoon, looked at his suspicious fourth uncle, and had no choice but to explain helplessly. Fourth uncle, don't overthink it. The more you drink this soup, the better it is for your health. However, this soup needs time to digest. Grandpa has probably gone to rest. Upon hearing this, fourth uncle gave up, still somewhat skeptical. Then, looking at the soup on the table, he felt a pang of regret. It's a pity your second brother went to university and won't have the chance to taste your soup. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled slightly. Fourth uncle, don't feel sorry for me. Wait until my college entrance exam results come out. My third brother will be back soon. Bring him along, and let him and my fourth aunt come celebrate with me. I'll make you something even better. Upon hearing this, fourth uncle's face lit up with joy, and he readily agreed. It seems Hao Hao was very confident about the college entrance exam. Okay, as long as you don't mind, our whole family will celebrate for you. Zhang Hao smiled and continued drinking his soup. If you don't drink this soup today, it won't have the same medicinal effect the second time you drink it, so it would be a waste if he didn't drink it. Moreover, after drinking this soup, he could clearly feel the energy within his body gradually increasing, and he felt warm all over. His strength is also gradually increasing. The ability to increase strength through eating is something others would kill for. As for why Jiang Hao isn't bloated. In fact, the medicinal effects that Jiang Hao absorbed were completely devoured by the immortal cells in his body as soon as they entered his body. Then, to the astonishment of his fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi, Jiang Hao finished all the remaining soup. Jiang Hao let out a burp and looked at his fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi, who were wandering around the yard digesting their food. He then glanced at the bathroom and said with a smile, "Fourth uncle, why don't you and Jingyi take a basin inside to wash up? Otherwise, you'll probably be waiting for a while." After saying that, Jiang Hao began to tidy up the things on the table. Although he had drunk the soup and his body was also constantly detoxifying, his body had already undergone multiple detoxifications, unlike his fourth uncle and the others. After a long while, once Jiang Hao had finished cleaning up the mess, he moved a stool and sat down in front of the old man's door to keep watch. At this moment, the old man was undergoing a breakthrough and could not tolerate being disturbed. Soon, the old man's voice came from inside the room. "Hao, come in." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately got up and went into the room. Just as Jiang Hao pushed open the sliding door, a sudden tremor came from within, and at that moment, his danger perception skill was passively triggered. A fist kept growing larger in his eyes and came crashing down on him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, as if he hadn't noticed, and turned to close the door. However, he managed to dodge the punch. The fist, defiant, relentlessly pursued Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned his body and dodged the punch again. Only a wisp of wind from the punch ruffled Jiang Hao's hair. Then, the owner of the fist threw punches one after another, but Jiang Hao managed to dodge them each time. If others saw the scene, they would definitely think that the two had practiced and coordinated for a long time to reach this level. Only when Jiang Hao came to the bedside, turned around and sat down did the owner of the fist behind him stop. Jiang Hao smiled and met the old man's complicated gaze. Seeing the old man's depressed expression, he asked, "Grandpa, you've broken through?" That's right, the person who just threw the punch was the old man. The old man had just broken through and was very excited. "I just want to see which is more powerful, myself after the breakthrough or my grandson." However, the result left him in despair. Even after his breakthrough, he couldn't even touch Jiang Hao. Could it be that he was already letting me win the first time we fought? The old man recalled the scene of their first encounter and suddenly thought to himself. Helpless, the old man nodded, acknowledging that he had completed his breakthrough. However, what Grandpa Jiang didn't know was that although he had broken through, Jiang Hao was not idle either. The upgrade to immortality alone has already doubled his strength, not to mention the addition of Little Li's flying dagger and the enhanced sense of danger. So, where is Jiang Hao's improvement in strength faster than his? This result is not surprising. Seeing the old man's depressed expression, Jiang Hao smiled and comforted him. "Grandpa, you are the most skilled martial artist I have ever met." Of course, he wouldn't tell the old man that he had seen two people who knew martial arts, including the old man himself. "Besides, even though I'm so powerful, I'm still your grandson." That's absolutely true. No matter how powerful you are, your grandfather is still your grandfather. The old man felt a little better after hearing this. "Sigh, this old man has completely given up on competing with you. That's so discouraging." The old man glanced at Jiang Hao and said helplessly. Jiang Hao suppressed a laugh. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. Once I find an even more powerful elixir to make medicinal cuisine for you, perhaps one day you will be able to defeat me." Upon hearing this, the old man was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at the crowd. "You little brat, you're making fun of your grandpa. By then, who knows how much stronger you'll have become." Jiang Hao chuckled and agreed with the old man's words. At this moment, the old man looked at Jiang Hao, the joke on his face gone, replaced by a serious expression. "Hao, after my breakthrough, I seem to be able to sense the substance in the air that can promote my cultivation growth. That's the special substance that the master who taught me the moves was talking about." As the old man spoke, he closed his eyes and quietly savored the moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately taken aback. "Grandpa, what realm are you at now? Did your master who taught you explain how the realms are divided?" Jiang Hao was anxious and immediately asked. Upon hearing this, the old man opened his eyes and said somewhat dejectedly, "That old master didn't say either. After all, he hadn't even cultivated extraordinary power, and I reached this level of cultivation through my own exploration." After saying that, the old man looked at Jiang Hao with some curiosity. "You don't know either? Didn't your master tell you?" Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, "Oh no." Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard the old man speak again. "It seems your master was only a little ahead of us. He's also figuring things out and doesn't know how to classify strength." Hearing the old man's imaginings, Jiang Hao quickly nodded. He suddenly wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered a curse. That was close. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the old man's imaginative abilities. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the system. The system should know, right? With that in mind, Jiang Hao quickly focused his attention on the system and asked a question. "System, how exactly are realms divided?" As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the system notification sounded as expected. However, the system did not answer his questions as he had hoped. "Ding! Host's permissions are insufficient. Please upgrade your system level first." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao also felt a bit depressed. Insufficient permissions again. In the evening, when Jiang Hao went for a walk after dinner, every time he met someone, that person would ask him about the ginseng that Jiang An had bought for him. Jiang Hao never expected that in just one afternoon, the news that Jiang An had dug up wild ginseng on the mountain and sold it to him would spread. Just then, another woman saw him and immediately chased after him. This woman's name was Tian Suitsui, and she was the wife of a carpenter in Jiangjia village. How, did you really buy that wild ginseng that Jiang An dug up for 500,000? Jiang Hao was somewhat annoyed. After all, this concerned other people's privacy, and he was unwilling to talk about it anymore. Auntie, this is Uncle N's private matter. Why are you asking about this? Seeing that Jiang Hao's expression wasn't good, Tian Suitsui didn't dare to ask any more questions. Okay, I won't ask. After saying that, he quietly moved closer to Jiang Hao and whispered, How, if there's more ginseng, will you still buy it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at Tian Suitsui in surprise. Auntie, do you also have ginseng? Upon hearing this, Tian Suitsui gave an awkward smile. Not for now. I'm planning to go up the mountain with your uncle tomorrow. Maybe we'll run into him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately understood. She saw that Jiang An had found wild ginseng on the mountain and exchanged it for 500,000 yuan with him. So, some people were envious, thinking there was more than just that one wild ginseng on the mountain, and decided to try their luck. Moreover, I'm afraid quite a few people share this idea. But is wild ginseng really that easy to find? Not to mention those that are older. However, these things are none of his concern. He actually hopes they can find it, and preferably one that's over 100 years old. Jiang Hao glanced at Tian Suitsui and smiled. I'll take them. As long as they're over 50 years old, I'll pay 500,000 for each one. I can offer between 500,000 and 1,500,000 for a single plant that is between 50 and 100 years old. For those over 100 years old, the price exceeds 2 million. When Jiang Hao announced the price, Tian Suitsui was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. If I could get one of these, wouldn't I never have to worry about anything for the rest of my life? Tian Suitsui seems to have already dreamed of her life as a wealthy lady, which is practically beckoning to her. Okay, I'll go back and prepare now, and we'll head up the mountain first thing tomorrow morning. Just wait for my good news. With that, Tian Suitsui turned around and hurriedly ran home. Jiang Hao watched Tian Suitsui's departing figure and shook his head. Dreams are always beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Even if he tells the truth, they might not believe him. Let them look for it and give it a try. Maybe they'll actually find it. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that countless people were too excited to sleep that night. The next day, many villagers set off early in the morning with dry rations and headed deep into the mountains. Jiang Hao was still sleeping in, but Jiang Jingyi arrived early, his face full of excitement. The old man got up early too. The old man couldn't stand seeing Jiang Jingyi arrive so early while Jiang Hao was still sleeping in. How, wake up and come with us. What kind of young man is he, lacking even a shred of vitality? Jiang Hao didn't want to go at first, but the old man eventually pulled him up. On a narrow path, the old man and Jiang Jingyi walked ahead, while Jiang Hao followed behind them, looking at the old man with a resentful expression. We arrived at the grove where the old man used to practice his martial arts. Jiang Hao sat on a tree stump, leaning against the trunk, watching the old man and his younger brother Jingyi, yawning repeatedly. The old man and Jingyi stood facing each other, the old man looking at Jingyi with a serious expression. Jingyi, there are a few rules you need to remember when you learn martial arts from your grandfather. Jiang Jingyi looked at the old man and listened attentively. At this point, the old man continued. First, never show off your martial arts skills in front of outsiders. Secondly, no matter how well you cultivate your martial arts, you must not do anything illegal or disorderly. Third, one should not be competitive with others, but one should also not allow oneself to be bullied. As long as you're in the right and can't beat them, just go find your brother Hao. As he spoke, the old man looked at Jiang Hao and said, I imagine your brother Hao won't refuse to help, right? Hao. Jiang Hao was originally watching the show from the sidelines, but he never expected to be caught in the crossfire. Jiang Hao opened his mouth, but in the end, he looked at his younger brother Jingyi's hopeful eyes and the old man's threatening gaze. In the end, they succumbed to the old man's tyranny. Seeing Jiang Hao lower his head, the old man nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Jingyi again, his gaze becoming sharp. However, if you violate any of these 3 rules, you will be punished at best, and at worst, your martial arts skills will be nullified. I will personally cripple your martial arts and make your brother Hao support you for the rest of your life. You, Hao, should have no trouble supporting you. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao lying on the tree trunk and felt a pang of sadness. I was a martial arts genius, but after decades of hard work, I was still no match for such a lazy boy. Jiang Hao, who was standing to the side, was once again caught in the crossfire, unaware of how much hatred his current posture was attracting. Even the old man was annoyed by him. Jingyi, did you remember? The old man gave a cold shout. Jiang Jingyi was startled and quickly answered, I've got it. The old man nodded in satisfaction. direction. Okay, now I'll teach you, just follow along. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingyi was immediately filled with enthusiasm. Time flies like an arrow, in the blink of an eye, the morning has passed. The old man held a tree branch and sternly corrected Jiang Jingyi's incorrect movements. Jiang Jingyi was covered in sweat and looked exhausted. To Jiang Hao's surprise, even so, Jiang Jingyi never complained of being tired. The old man looked at Jiang Jingyi, and the hint of admiration in his eyes was no longer concealed. Afterwards, Jiang Hao went to Uncle De Biao's house and obtained 9 throwing knives that satisfied him greatly. When he returned, Jiang Jingyi was still practicing his skills. Jiang Hao noticed that it was almost noon and immediately interrupted the grandfather and grandson's lesson. Grandpa, it's about time, shall we go home? Besides, martial arts skills cannot be mastered overnight. It's already quite remarkable that Jingyi has been able to persevere for so long since he started learning. Upon hearing this, the old man pretended to be serious. If you don't have the talent, you have to work harder. Back in the day, I once endured a whole day under the scorching sun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingyi gritted his teeth and spoke. Brother Hao, I can keep going. Jiang Jingyi's words greatly surprised Jiang Hao and the old man. However, seeing Jiang Jingyi's trembling body, the old man still felt sorry for him and changed the subject. However, what your brother Hao said is also true. Martial arts training cannot be achieved overnight. Let's call it a day and go home for dinner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingyi immediately relaxed and collapsed to the ground. Startled, Jiang Hao rushed out, picked up Jiang Jingyi, and examined him. The old man heard the commotion behind him, turned around and saw what was happening, and immediately called out, Jingyi, Jingyi, Grandpa, Jingyi is fine, he's just a little exhausted. As he spoke, Jiang Hao secretly injected half a bottle of life essence into Jiang Jingyi's body. A surge of immense vitality rushes forth, and the cells instantly gain a tremendous amount of energy, instantly regaining their vitality. Jiang Jingyi slowly opened his eyes. The old man was finally relieved. The old man suddenly realized what was happening. His previous seriousness vanished, and he looked at Jiang Jingyi with a kind expression. Jingyi, if you're tired in the future, just tell Grandpa. Don't push yourself too hard, understand? Jiang Jingyi nodded. Alright, Grandpa, Jingyi is fine. Don't blame yourself. If you want to learn martial arts, you can't avoid hardship. I'll carry Jingyi on my back. Jingyi can rest for a while. Let's go home. The grandfather, and grandson then went home. When they arrived at the door, Jiang Jingyi was already jumping around energetically. After Jiang Hao injected half a bottle of life essence, he not only replenished all of Jiang Jingyi's consumption, but also allowed a large amount of vitality to accumulate in his body. These life forces continuously transformed Jiang Jingyi's body, making his body more compatible with spiritual energy. It was an unexpected stroke of luck. In the afternoon, Jiang Jingyi practiced various movements by himself, which made Jiang Hao think to himself, would the old man have taught a martial arts fanatic to do this? However, who would have thought that Jiang Hao's words would come true? However, that's all in the future. As evening approached, those who had gone into the mountains that morning to search for wild ginseng, dreaming of getting rich overnight, returned one by one. As Jiang Hao had predicted, not a single wild ginseng over 50 years old was found. Only 1 or 2 people were lucky enough to obtain a few wild ginseng roots that were over 10 years old and less than the thickness of a thumb. However, Jiang Hao still bought it, intending to make soup for Jiang Jingyi. After all, Jiang Jingyi practices martial arts every day, which consumes a lot of energy. Jiang Hao looked at the road leading into the mountains, and after no one came out, he turned around and prepared to go home. Although he knew this would be the outcome, he still felt some regret. Just then, a scream made him stop in his tracks. Help! Help! Upon hearing the cries for help, Jiang Hao instantly activated his super hearing skill. Then, like a swift cheetah, he strode straight towards the path leading into the mountains. Soon, Jiang Hao spotted a man and a woman on a path in the jungle. However, neither of them was in good condition at the moment. The 2 men were disheveled, their clothes torn to shreds by tree branches, but they didn't care about that now. All they cared about was fleeing for their lives in a sorry state. As they ran, they would occasionally look back, their eyes filled with terror, as if something horrible was chasing them. At that moment, a deafening roar shook Jiang Hao's ears. Jiang Hao's face was stern, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, after a loud running sound quickly faded into the distance, and a strange noise came from the woods, the surroundings returned to calm, and the sense of danger disappeared. With the danger gone, Jiang Hao rushed towards the 2 people. Jiang Hao took a closer look and realized that one of them was Tian Suetsue, who had asked him about the price of ginseng yesterday. The other man was her husband, Jiang Guoqing, the carpenter from Jiangjia village. At this moment, the 2 were still in shock and immediately cried out for help when they saw Jiang Hao. How, there's something behind us. A monster is chasing us. Tian Suetsue was breathless, her eyes filled with terror, and she cried out. Beside him, Jiang Guoqing's face was deathly pale, one hand covering the other arm, which was wrapped in a thick layer of clothing. Even so, traces of blood still seeped through the clothes covering the arms. Jiang Hao also keenly detected a bloody smell. It's alright, auntie. That monster seems to have escaped and didn't chase after us. Jiang Hao offered words of comfort. No, they didn't chase after us? Tian Suetsue turned around, looked around in surprise, and found that there was really no movement at all. She burst into tears of joy. These are their tears of mixed joy and sorrow after surviving a catastrophe. Ah, we survived. Tian Suetsue abandoned her husband, collapsed to the ground, and seemed to be in a daze, her voice a mixture of crying and laughing. At that moment, Jiang Guoqing glanced at Song Lin, who had run out of the forest, and smiled slightly before his vision went black and he collapsed. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Guoqing to support him. Tian Suetsue, who was standing nearby, was also awakened at this moment. She hurriedly came to Jiang Hao's side, looking scared and anxious, and kept shaking Jiang Guoqing. Master, master. After checking on Jiang Guoqing, Jiang Hao found that he had simply lost too much blood and was too exhausted. In addition, he had been under a lot of tension and suddenly relaxed, which is why he fainted. Auntie, don't worry, I know a little medicine, let me take a look at uncle. After saying that, Jiang Hao quickly laid Jiang Guoqing flat on the ground. Slowly, they unwrapped the blood-stained clothes from his arm. Then, a large wound was revealed on his arm. This looks like it was torn apart by something. Jiang Hao was filled with doubt. What exactly had they encountered? What exactly was that beastly roar just now? However, this is not the time to ask that question. Saving lives is the priority. At this moment, Tian Suetsue stared at Jiang Hao with hopeful eyes, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling with sobs. How's your uncle? Should we take him to the hospital quickly? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao explained as he stood up, reached into his pocket and, using the pocket as cover, took out the ice jade needle box from his system space. Auntie, don't panic, I have a plan, just wait a moment. Then, he squatted down, pulled up Jiang Guoqing's arm, and quickly used the ice jade needle to seal the blood vessels in his arm to prevent blood loss. Subsequently, with the help of the system, Jiang Hao silently injected a bottle of life essence into Jiang Guoqing's body. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao took out a super bone setting patch from his pocket and applied it to the wound. Finally, he removed the ice needles, tore a clean piece of cloth from his body, wiped the blood off Jiang Guoqing, and bandaged him up. Although Tian Suetsue didn't know how skilled Jiang Hao was in medicine, just looking at Jiang Hao's 9 ice jade needles and his skillful movements, she could tell. Suddenly, I felt a sense of awe and wonder. Moreover, there was no one else present at the time, so he could only trust Jiang Hao. However, seeing Jiang Hao start bandaging his wounds made her feel a little worried. How, is the treatment finished? How's your uncle? Tian Suetsue quickly asked. Jiang Hao glanced at it and then said, Auntie, don't worry, I've treated Uncle Guoqing's wound and used my special medicine. He'll wake up soon. He collapsed because of excessive blood loss, physical exhaustion, and mental depletion. Jiang Hao explained, and Tian Suetsue felt a little relieved. Just then, as her gaze returned to Jiang Guoqing's face, Jiang Guoqing's eyelids twitched slightly, and he slowly woke up. Tian Suetsue immediately exclaimed in delight. Ah, she's awake! She's awake! You're awake, sir? Jiang Guoqing woke up and slowly propped himself up to sit up. He then looked around, recalling everything, and remembered that Jiang Hao had caught him before he fainted. How, did you save me? Jiang Hao nodded. At this moment, although Jiang Hao had countless questions, it was already dark, so he spoke up to remind him. Uncle Guoqing, Auntie, it's getting dark now, it's not safe here, let's go home first. Reminded by Jiang Hao, Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suetsue seemed to realize something, their faces filled with horror, and they quickly got up. Yes, let's go home quickly. Then, Jiang Hao and Tian Suetsue helped Jiang Guoqing down the mountain. After dropping Jiang Guoqing off at home, Jiang Hao stayed behind to find out what had happened. In one room, Jiang Guoqing sat on the earthen bed, leaning against the wall, while Tian Suetsue went to change her clothes. Jiang Hao sat on the kong, a heated brick bed, looking at the silent Jiang Guoqing, and finally couldn't help but ask, Uncle Guoqing, what exactly happened to you? Why are you in such a sorry state? Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoqing glanced at Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He paused for a moment before finally speaking. Yesterday, your aunt heard that your uncle and dug up a wild ginseng and went to you to exchange it for 500,000 yuan. She was envious and felt that there was more than just that one wild ginseng on the mountain. I initially disagreed with their plan to dig for ginseng, as it seemed like a gamble. However, your aunt wouldn't give up. She went to ask you about the price of wild ginseng, and after she told me, I was momentarily bewitched and agreed. At this point, Jiang Guoqing glanced at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao touched the tip of his nose somewhat awkwardly. How does this have anything to do with me? At this point, Jiang Guoqing continued. This morning, we went into the mountains early and wandered around for a long time. Although we found some wild ginseng, they were all too small. Later, I was about to give up, but your aunt disagreed, saying she wanted to go look for it in the primeval forest under Eagle's Beak. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned immediately. Uncle, and did you go into the primeval jungle under Eagle's Beak and Teeth? Jiang Guoqing did not refute, which startled Jiang Hao, and he immediately became somewhat angry. Uncle Guoqing, don't you know how dangerous it is there? There are all kinds of large wild animals in there, and some places even have miasma and poisonous fog. Going in there is just asking for death. Have you forgotten what happened 8 years ago? Jiang Hao's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, sounding somewhat angry at his son's lack of ambition. 8 years ago, a family in in Jiangjia village was building a house and thought of cutting some wood in the mountains to save money. After all, a single piece of wood costs over 20 yuan, and a house needs at least 64 pieces, which would cost a lot of money. So the couple, along with their 18-year-old son, went into the mountains. However, despite the abundance of trees on the vast mountain, there were few good logs suitable for building houses. The family then accidentally wandered into a cliff that looked like an eagle's beak, below which lay a primeval forest. There was indeed plenty of good wood there, and the family got too excited and started cutting down trees without checking their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, this primeval forest remained untouched and preserved in its most pristine state. Therefore, it contains all kinds of wild animals, and even wild men. Sure enough, the loud noise they made while logging attracted many wild animals, and the couple were attacked and killed on the spot. Only their 18-year-old son escaped, but in his panic, he stumbled into the deeper parts of the area. In that primeval forest, the accumulated decaying branches and leaves over the years created miasma. The son inhaled a large amount of miasma and ultimately could not escape. The villagers were unaware of the situation until a few days later, when they stopped seeing the family and realized something was wrong, so they called the police. According to the information, the police learned that the men had gone into the mountains to log and never returned. Therefore, it was determined that they were trapped in the mountains, either still alive or already dead. Police and villagers then searched the mountains and eventually found the trail at the edge of the primeval forest, where wild animals were also seen. The police officers on duty at the time made a quick decision and urged the villagers to evacuate immediately. The report was then submitted, and special police were dispatched. Sure enough, they discovered many large wild animals in that primeval jungle. However, they discovered that this beast seemed to only roam that primeval forest and never left it. In recent years, with social development, forests have been destroyed and true primeval forests have become increasingly rare, so this primeval forest has been protected. The police set up a protective fence around the perimeter of the jungle, and the matter was dropped. That primeval forest thus became a forbidden area for Jiangjia village, and no one dared to enter. When this happened, Jiang Hao was about the same age as Jiang Jingyi, and he was also at his hometown. Therefore, he remembers it quite clearly. To his surprise, Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizui were so reckless as to dare to go there. Just then, Tian Suizui entered the room and heard Jiang Hao's angry voice. Hao, don't blame your uncle. I was out of my mind and made a mistake. Tian Suizui quickly admitted her mistake and took responsibility. For a moment, Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. However, at that moment, Tian Suizui seemed to have thought of something and immediately said excitedly, Hao, actually it was fine at first. Moreover, we actually found a very large wild ginseng inside. Tian Suizui said excitedly. Based on Tian Suizui's description, Jiang Hao judged that this wild ginseng was definitely more than 100 years old. However, at that moment, Jiang Guoqing frowned, a hint of fear flashing across his face, and then suddenly shouted, Shut up, stop talking. Jiang Guoqing's sudden outburst of anger startled Tian Suizui. Jiang Hao looked at Tian Suizui with some confusion, only to see her evasive gaze. He immediately sensed that Tian Suizui was hiding something from him. After all, if they discovered wild ginseng that was hundreds of years old, how could Tian Suizui, with her personality, not pick it? Furthermore, what happened to the bite wound on Jiang Guoqing's arm? Also, what was that beastly roar he heard at the end? At this moment, a smile appeared on Jiang Guoqing's stiff face, and he then spoke. Hao, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. There's no such thing as a wild ginseng that big. Jiang Hao stared at Jiang Guoqing, but did not believe his words. After all, if Tian Suizui hadn't actually seen such a large wild ginseng, she wouldn't have described it in such detail. Jiang Hao glanced at Jiang Guoqing's arm and then spoke up to remind him. Uncle Guoqing, the wound on your arm should be healed now. You can take off the bandages I put on it and wash it. Jiang Hao's meaning was already very clear. I saved your life, and you actually hid the truth from me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoqing's expression froze, as if he understood something. However, he quickly pretended to be surprised. Really? It's done so quickly? Jiang Hao stared into Jiang Guoqing's eyes and replied, although the animal bite wound on your arm is indeed very serious, but for me, it's not a big problem. Try moving your arms and see. Jiang Hao emphasized the words animal bite wounds when he spoke. Jiang Guoqing's forced smile froze, and his body stiffened, but soon, he lowered his head and stretched his arms. Then, he suddenly realized that his arm was really healed, and he couldn't feel any pain at all. He quickly took off his clothes, unwrapped the bandage on his arm, and tore off the last layer of bone-setting plaster. However, to his horror, he discovered that the bite wound on his arm had disappeared. Only a piece of tender, red flesh stood out starkly against the surrounding dark skin. Upon seeing this, Tian Suizui quickly ran over, grabbed Jiang Guoqing's arm, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and kept stroking the tender new flesh. At this moment, they felt as if it were all a dream. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly, but he just watched quietly without making a sound to disturb them. After a long while, Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizui seemed to wake up and looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Jiang Hao smiled as he looked at the incredulous expressions on their faces. Uncle Guoqing, Guoqing, how was it? How were my medical skills? Zhang Hao's admission shattered the worldview that Zhang Guoqing and Tian Suizui had formed over decades. A long silence followed. Zhang Guoqing finally spoke. Hao, let me tell you the truth. Your aunt and I did indeed find a wild ginseng at the edge of that primeval forest. It's the one your aunt was talking about. At this point, Zhang Guoqing suddenly became agitated, and even his voice rose several decibels. But Hao, I don't want to say it's for your own good. You can't go there. Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao didn't say anything and just stared at Zhang Guoqing quietly. Helpless, Zhang Guoqing had no choice but to continue speaking. Because there's a huge brown bear guarding that wild ginseng. Speaking of the brown bear, Zhang Guoqing's eyes were filled with fear. That brown bear was huge, incredibly huge, at least 3 meters tall. I was just about to dig up that plant when that brown bear suddenly jumped out and bit my arm. Luckily, I instinctively dodged. At this moment, a hint of relief flashed in Zhang Guoqing's eyes. Then, your aunt and I ran for our lives. For some reason, the brown bear slowed down after chasing us for a distance. That's how your aunt and I escaped with our lives. As Zhang Guoqing recalled this, he seemed to feel a sense of unease. At that time, we were so terrified that we just covered our heads and ran away. And that's when we met you. After saying that, Zhang Guoqing looked at Zhang Hao with a complicated expression. They were tempted by Zhang Hao's words and almost died, but in the end, they were saved by Zhang Hao again. It's almost as if it were arranged by God. That's why I didn't let your aunt tell you, for fear that if you heard it, you would go and pick them and lose your life for nothing. Zhang Guoqing's words were naturally a reminder to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was deep in thought, but when he heard Zhang Guoqing's reminder, he smiled slightly. Uncle Guoqing, what are you thinking about? Although I need wild ginseng, I haven't reached the point where I'm desperately picking it. Besides, wild ginseng isn't only found here. As long as I put this price out there, those who own wild ginseng will naturally come to me to trade. Besides, if my aunt hadn't come to ask me yesterday, I would have thought you were just looking around in the back of our mountain. I never imagined you'd be so bold as to go there. Zhang Hao's words immediately caused Zhang Guoqing and Tian Suizui to feel somewhat awkward. Then, Zhang Hao glanced at Zhang Guoqing and Tian Suizui, especially Tian Suizui, and spoke up to remind them. Uncle, aunt, what good is all that money if you don't have the life to enjoy it? You guys are really pushing your limits. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing finally felt relieved. However, he responded to Zhang Hao's criticism with a self-deprecating smile. Oh, don't even mention it. Who knew back then? Maybe I was bewitched. You're right, you need to be alive to enjoy money. Take this as a lesson. I'll never risk my life again. Your old man isn't ready to live any longer. After Zhang Guoqing finished speaking, Tian Suizui, who was standing next to him, quickly chimed in. Me too, me too. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhang Hao realized that they had truly learned their lesson. Afterwards, Zhang Hao checked the time and realized it was getting late, so he said goodbye and went home. Back home, Zhang Hao lay on his bed, reflecting on what Uncle Guoqing had told him. And then there was that beast roar he heard with his super hearing skill. Suddenly, he felt a strong itch in his heart. Indeed, he had to admit that what Uncle Guoqing said today, the beast roar he heard, and that mysterious primeval forest had attracted him. Of course, the fact that the wild ginseng was over 100 years old also played a part in this. Moreover, unlike Uncle Guoqing and his group, he possesses superior martial arts skills. In addition, it possesses a variety of amazing skills and terrifying physical abilities. Even if he were to encounter the brown bear that Uncle Guoqing mentioned, with his current strength he is absolutely confident of winning. At that moment, he made a decision. Let's go into that primeval forest tomorrow. The next day, Zhang Hao got up and went to the kitchen to cook a lot of delicious food, most of which he then put into the system space. A small number of families left their breakfast at home. Before leaving, Zhang Hao also put the 2 large buckets of water from his home into the system space. After all, these are essential for survival in the wild. After the system was upgraded to level 3, the system space has expanded to 100 cubic meters. He can even take his car away at will, so this is definitely a must-have for travel. Zhang Hao then told his family that he had something to take care of and wouldn't be back for lunch, and then drove off. Zhang Hao first went to a nearby city to buy a set of travel clothes and some wilderness survival necessities. Unfortunately, he has yet to acquire a powerful and lethal skill such as swordsmanship or knife techniques. Moreover, there's nowhere to buy swords and the like. So, as a second best option, he bought a mountain-splitting knife. After all, you can still buy this. After making the purchase, Zhang Hao drove to a secluded place. He then got out of the car and used his keen hearing skill to scout around. After finding no one around, he put the car into his system space. Everything in the system space is static, even time is frozen. Therefore, it doesn't hinder anything. After changing his clothes, getting everything ready, and getting his bearings, Zhang Hao set off lightly. Zhang Hao's terrifying physical abilities allowed him to quickly reach the outskirts of the primeval forest beneath Eagle's Beak. Crossing the guardrail, Zhang Hao entered the primeval forest without hesitation. Upon entering the primeval forest, Zhang Hao activated his super hearing ability. With his level 2 clairvoyance skill, Zhang Hao could detect any movement within a radius of 100 100 meters immediately. Therefore, Jiang Hao was relaxed and at ease the whole way, looking around as if he were on a sightseeing trip. The primeval forest truly lives up to its name. Various plants and animals rarely seen elsewhere are quite common here. Jiang Hao was walking along when he suddenly stopped, because he heard a loud snoring sound. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Hao's face, and he immediately followed the trail. Soon, Jiang Hao discovered a ginseng plant with lush branches and leaves under a giant tree. However, his eyes did not linger on the ginseng. Instead, he looked to the side, at the large pit beneath a tree that was almost too big for 4 people to hug. Inside the large pit, a brown, furry thing was curled up, mixed in with the nearby withered branches and leaves, which almost made Jiang Hao overlook it. Looking at the tattered cloth not far from the tree, Jiang Hao was certain that the furry creature was the brown bear that had bitten Uncle Guoqing. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, made no attempt to conceal himself, and stepped forward. Since he acquired the system, he has never encountered a formidable opponent. Moreover, after several upgrades, he himself was no longer aware of just how powerful he was. Now that he's encountered a brown bear, he can use it to test his strength. Jiang Hao called out. The furry thing twitched, and then a huge head rose up and stared at Jiang Hao. Looking at Jiang Hao, a look of bewilderment flashed in the brown bear's eyes, as if to say something. When did this guy trespass on my territory? Jiang Hao looked at the brown bear and waved his hand. The brown bear seemed to understand Jiang Hao's gesture and immediately rolled over and stood up. The brown bear stared at Jiang Hao intently for a moment. Then, its 2 front legs suddenly lifted up, suspending it in the air, and its entire body stood upright using its 2 strong hind legs. When the brown bear stood up, Jiang Hao realized that this guy was really big. It was just like the giant tree next to him, which took 3 or 4 people to encircle. Its sheer presence alone was incredibly intimidating. The brown bear roared to the sky, seemingly asserting its territorial sovereignty. Then, he pounced forward, leaping several times until he was right in front of Jiang Hao. It stretched out a huge bare paw and slapped it directly at Jiang Hao's head. At this moment, Jiang Hao was shocked by the immense power of the brown bear charging towards him, but he did not back down. As the brown bear's massive paw slammed down, Jiang Hao stretched out his hands with lightning speed. He grabbed the bear's paws with both hands, instantly displaying his innate supernatural strength. With a sudden burst of strength, he easily flung the brown bear away. The brown bear crashed to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, it also let out a strange scream. Although brown bears look huge, they actually weigh around 1,000 kilograms. With Jiang Hao's current powerful physique and strength nearly 5 times that of its body, lifting it is indeed not difficult. Having failed in its first attack, the brown bear quickly got up from the ground again and confronted Jiang Hao once more. Jiang Hao watched as the brown bear, after being violently thrown to the ground by him, only let out a scream and then acted as if nothing had happened. They really are tough and resilient. However, at this moment, the brown bear was even more confused. It couldn't understand how such a tiny thing could be more powerful than it. After that fall, the brown bear seemed to become much more cautious. Don't act impulsively. However, its stillness does not mean that Jiang Hao is still. Jiang Hao charged forward and reached the brown bear in less than a second. He activated his superhuman strength and kicked the brown bear directly in the head. Before the brown bear could react, it was kicked to the ground. It never expected that Jiang Hao was not only incredibly strong, but also unparalleled in speed. The brown bear let out another strange, pitiful cry. It rolled once on the ground and crashed directly into a tree. Before the brown bear could even get up, Jiang Hao rushed up, straddled its back, and started punching and kicking it. Jiang Hao's fists rained down like raindrops. The brown bear was completely outmatched. It had absolutely no chance to fight back. Under Jiang Hao's iron fist, it howled incessantly, its pitiful cries echoing throughout the quiet primeval forest. This startled the surrounding small animals, causing them to scatter in all directions. In this primeval forest, some large animals not far from the brown bear were also startled by its screams. They all stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction where the brown bear was. After a long while, Jiang Hao gave the brown bear a good beating, and then stopped, seemingly tired of it. He stepped back a few paces and stared at the disheveled brown bear. At this moment, the brown bear's originally smooth brown coat looked as if it had been carelessly trimmed with scissors. Clumps of brown fur were scattered all over the ground. The brown bear lay under the tree, its nose and mouth filled with blood, too weak to get up. At this moment, his eyes were filled with immense fear as he looked at Jiang Hao, and tears of grievance even welled up in his eyes. "Mommy, I want to go home." Jiang Hao looked at the brown bear, which was unable to get up, and noticed the fear in the bear's eyes. As soon as he approached, the brown bear immediately cowered in fear, its eyes filled with pleading as it looked at Jiang Hao. Seeing its appearance, Jiang Hao felt a sense of unease. Is this the same brown bear that dares to challenge powerful beasts like tigers and lions, and even defeat them? They say a bear has the heart of a bear and a leopard has the courage of a lion. It seems even bears can be scared sometimes. Seeing this, Jiang Hao thought to himself, could it have been defeated by itself? If this brown bear could hear Jiang Hao's inner thoughts right now, it would be incredibly aggrieved. Fear is an emotion that every living being has. Who says that we bears can't have this emotion? At this moment, the brown bear trembled, ready to to receive Jiang Hao's iron fist. At this moment, it felt so wronged. It hadn't done anything today, yet it had been attacked for no reason. Mom, I want to get away from this pervert as soon as possible. At this moment, in order to verify whether he had subdued the bear, Jiang Hao went inside and reached out his hand to the brown bear again. The moment Jiang Hao reached out, the brown bear shuddered in fright, closed its eyes, and seemed ready to receive Jiang Hao's iron fist. However, Jiang Hao was much gentler this time. He reached out and stroked it, smoothing its messy fur, while his eyes were fixed on its head. If it makes the slightest unfriendly move, Jiang Hao will let it know exactly how red the flower is. After waiting for a long time, the brown bear didn't receive Jiang Hao's iron fist and was somewhat surprised. Then it secretly opened its eyes and glanced at Jiang Hao. However, this glance led to a direct confrontation with Jiang Hao's eyes, which were fixed on it. It was so frightened that it immediately lay down and pretended to be dead. Jiang Hao was amused by the bear's comical appearance. Okay, stop playing dead. I won't hit you anymore. Jiang Hao always felt that this bear was very intelligent and seemed to understand him. Sure enough, when Jiang Hao spoke, the brown bear raised its head again and stole a glance at Jiang Hao. After a long while, seeing that Jiang Hao really stopped hitting it, it was overjoyed. It struggled to roll over and rubbed against Jiang Hao affectionately, as if begging for mercy, like a little puppy. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was 90% certain that it had been defeated by its own attack. However, its rubbing against him made Jiang Hao feel extremely strange. Can you imagine a huge brown bear rubbing against Jiang Hao like a puppy affectionately towards its owner? However, perhaps it had been taught a harsh lesson by Jiang Hao before. So, after only a short while of standing up, the brown bear couldn't hold on any longer and lay down on the ground again. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt that the brown bear was indeed quite pitiful. He wanted to continue wandering in this primeval jungle, so he began to think about taming it. It's quite an accomplishment to have a brown bear as your underling. With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao decided to subdue it. To recruit followers, you must use both soft and hard tactics, giving them a beating followed by a sweet treat. Now that the fruit is ready, it's time to bring out the sweet dates. Jiang Hao looked at the bloodstains on the brown bear's mouth and the injuries all over its body from his beating, and then a brilliant idea struck him. He took out a bowl from his spatial storage, scooped some water into it, and then poured some of a bottle of life essence into the water. Then, the bowl was handed to the cowardly bear. The brown bear sniffed the water and keenly sensed a scent that was incredibly enticing. This bowl of water seemed to offer him endless benefits. It was even more enticing to the bear than the scent emanating from the wild ginseng it had been guarding. Instinctively, it immediately stuck out its tongue and began licking repeatedly. After drinking a bowl of water mixed with half a bottle of life essence, a powerful life force instantly spread from the brown bear's body. Instantly, a feeling of comfort spread throughout its entire body. In the blink of an eye, all the injuries left on the brown bear by Jiang Hao's beating were gone. Even more remnants of its vitality eventually merged into the cells within its body, continuously transforming them. After recovering, the brown bear rolled to its feet, looking energetic and seemingly regaining its former glory. However, when it looked at Jiang Hao, its eyes showed both fear, gratitude, and affection. At the same time, it looked at the other half bottle of life essence in Jiang Hao's hand, filled with longing. Jiang Hao was quite surprised to see this. As expected, this guy is incredibly talented. Jiang Hao deliberately waved the remaining life essence in his hand, then put it away. The brown bear became anxious when it saw the half bottle of life essence in Jiang Hao's hand disappear. It actually leaned against Jiang Hao and started rubbing against him, acting all cute. Even so, Jiang Hao just kept hanging on, ignoring it. Jiang Hao took out an entrenching tool from his spatial storage and went to the wild ginseng that the cowardly bear was guarding, ready to dig it up. Upon seeing this, the brown bear let out a mournful howl, its eyes filled with reluctance, but it did not step forward to stop it. Jiang Hao merely glanced at the cowardly bear and then ignored him. When Jiang Hao arrived at the wild ginseng, he confirmed that it was indeed over 100 years old. As for the specifics, he'll have to dig them out to find out. Then he started digging. The brown bear, however, was uneasy, pacing back and forth around, glancing every now and then at the wild ginseng it had been guarding for so long. Finally, it seemed to think that out of sight, out of mind, it actually lay down and went to sleep with its back to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was taken aback. This cowardly bear was actually more intelligent than he had expected. This made him even more determined to trick this cowardly bear into becoming his underling. After a long time, Jiang Hao finally dug out the wild ginseng. After system testing, it was found that the wild ginseng was actually 200 years old. This gave Jiang Hao a big surprise. An interesting thing happened while Jiang Hao was digging for wild ginseng. That is, the brown bear that was pretending to be asleep would turn around from time to time. She secretly glanced at the wild ginseng, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, it quickly covered its eyes with its paws, pretending to be asleep just to deceive itself. After happily putting away the wild ginseng, Jiang Hao looked at the cowardly bear covering its eyes with its paws and found it amusing. Then, he scooped a bowl of water and took out the half bottle of life essence, pouring half of it into the water. Upon seeing this, the brown bear immediately stood up and excitedly circled around Jiang Hao. Her eyes kept glancing at the bowl bowl in Jiang Hao's hand, and she kept sticking out her tongue to lick her lips. Jiang Hao handed it the bowl, and it immediately began to lick it happily. Soon, the bowl of water was gone, and it still seemed unsatisfied. Then it looked up at Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao spoke up and waved the remaining life essence in his hand. "Come with me, and I'll give you this." Then, regardless of whether it understood or not, it packed its things and turned to leave. The brown bear watched Jiang Hao leave, filled with reluctance. After Jiang Hao walked several dozen meters, the brown bear still hadn't caught up, and he immediately thought that the silly bear hadn't understood. "But he's already gone, so we can't go back, can we? Doesn't Jiang have any pride?" So I decided to give up. Just then, he suddenly heard a noise behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems this cowardly bear isn't stupid at all. As for why Jiang Hao believed that the brown bear was not attacking him from the shadows, but rather following him, this is naturally thanks to his level 4 danger perception. The brown bear showed no hostility, so it did not trigger any sense of danger. Sure enough, the next moment, the cowardly bear came up and rubbed against Jiang Hao before lying down. He then roared at Jiang Hao. It seems to be that Jiang Hao was being made to ride on his back. Jiang Hao was surprised for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then mounted the horse. The brown bear got up and carried Jiang Hao, heading in the same direction Jiang Hao had just traveled. The seemingly mismatched pair of human and bear roamed this primeval jungle in perfect harmony, creating an eerie sense of peace. During his journey, Jiang Hao encountered many animals that are rarely seen in the outside world. There are wild boars, wolves, tigers, foxes, and more. These animals seemed to him to be more intelligent than any other animals of their kind he had seen outside. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Jiang Hao made many gains along the way. Later, he encountered 2 wild ginseng plants that were 100 years old, and a giant, extremely rare, 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. This made him exclaim that the trip was totally worth it. Of course, he encountered many dangers along the way. Wild animal attacks are just one example. There are also various poisonous insects in the jungle. However, Jiang Hao possesses the ability to be immune to all poisons and the skill to control insects, so there is no danger from poisonous insects. Wild animal attacks are common. Despite the presence of the enormous brown bear, Little Coward, some reckless wild animals still attack them. Little Coward was the name he gave the brown bear because he thought the bear was too cowardly, so he named it Little Coward. For example, the pack of wolves he encountered not long ago. Nearly 20 wolves. If Jiang Hao hadn't suddenly erupted and captured the Wolf King, beating him half to death and scaring away the pack, it would have been different. He and Xiaosong are really unlikely to escape unscathed. This also made him realize the dangers of this primeval forest. Jiang Hao sat on Xiaosong's back, looking around curiously. This place truly lived up to its reputation as a primeval forest. Various rare and precious trees that are hard to find elsewhere are surprisingly abundant here. Just then, he suddenly saw a chameleon lurking on a tree branch. Jiang Hao immediately became interested, so he patted Xiaosong on the shoulder, and Xiaosong stopped. He jumped off the little rascal and went towards the chameleon. As Jiang Hao approached, the chameleon perhaps realized that someone was spying on it. Its color changed instantly, becoming exactly the same as the color of the surrounding tree branches. At this moment, if Jiang Hao hadn't been keeping an eye on it beforehand, he might not have been able to spot it at all. Jiang Hao suddenly felt a pang of envy for the little guy's talent. Jiang Hao grabbed it and examined it carefully. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Chameleon detected. Decompose? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then spoke. Jiang Hao prayed silently in his heart, hoping to acquire a useful skill. The next moment, the system notification sounded again, and the chameleon in his hand disappeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully dismantling a chameleon and gaining the talent skill, shapeshifting. You have also gained 1.1 skill points and 1.1 experience points. Talent skill, transformation level 1, 0 to 1. This is more than just a powerful jungle survival talent. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? When Jiang Hao heard that he had acquired a talent skill, and it was the very skill he had just admired, he was overjoyed. Is this what destiny has ordained? Jiang Hao felt a surge of smugness. Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to the system's inexplicable annotations. Without the slightest hesitation, extract and fuse. At Jiang Hao's command, a strange change instantly merged into his body. At the same time, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind. He was overjoyed, only then realizing that he had indeed underestimated the system's annotations on talents. This is indeed more than just a powerful talent for jungle survival, because in his memory, this shapeshifting ability was somewhat similar to the ability of a mutant named Mystique in a movie he had seen. However, at only level 1, it is far inferior to Mystique's shapeshifting ability. But unlike others, Jiang Hao can upgrade this talent using skill points. In this way, reaching the level of the shapeshifting which is a certainty, and he may even surpass her. Upon realizing this, Jiang Hao immediately gave instructions to the system. System, upgrade the talent skill to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. Talent successfully upgraded. Transformation to level 3. Talent, transformation level 3, 0 0 out of 100. This is more than just a powerful jungle survival talent. After upgrading to level 3, Jiang Hao had a premonition that he would be able to easily change his appearance. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Jiang Hao's skin actually changed. His skin tone had somehow become similar in color to the surrounding trees. It's just as good as a chameleon. However, the fact that his clothes cannot change color is his biggest flaw. Perhaps he should learn from Mystique, always naked, using his skin to create clothes? Jiang Hao thought about it for a moment, and then felt a chill run down his spine. Afterwards, Jiang Hao put the problem aside for the time being and waited to see what could solve it later. Just then, Jiang Hao mounted Xiaosong and prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly he heard a noise ahead, and he quickly patted Xiaosong on the shoulder. The little coward understood and immediately stopped. Jiang Hao carefully jumped off the little slacker, his talent, hearing the wind, instantly activated, and listened carefully. Suddenly, I heard the voices of several people talking. Boss, is the map the organization gave us real or fake? Is this really the tomb of the Zhou dynasty emperor? We've been searching here for 4 days and haven't found a single one, but Lao Wu lost his life. One man complained. Just then, he was reprimanded by another person. Fourth brother, shut up. What did I tell you when we came here? Less talk, more action. Everyone else, stay alert. According to the map, we're getting close. Then there was a moment of silence, after which the leader spoke again. However, this time, his tone seemed somewhat subdued. As for the fifth brother, I will deliver his share to his mother after we complete this mission. Listen up, all of you, I don't want any more of us to die. Alright, let's rest here for a bit. You guys check your bullets and stay alert. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately shocked. He never expected that he wasn't the only living person in that primeval forest. There was actually a group of Tomb Raiders there too. Moreover, this was a group of organized Tomb Raiders, and they even had guns. In China, the supervision of firearms is extremely strict, and it's not something that just anyone can own. At the same time, Jiang Hao was puzzled as to which Zhou emperor they were referring to. King Wen of Zhou? King Wu of Zhou? Or perhaps King Yu of Zhou? Or were they other emperors of the Zhou dynasty? To date, China has never successfully excavated the tomb of a Zhou dynasty emperor. Also, what exactly is the organization they're talking about? However, all of this remains a mystery for now. At this moment, Jiang Hao's interest was piqued, and he decided to go and find out. Jiang Hao patted Xiaosong on the shoulder, signaling him to wait there. He himself, using his talent, shapeshifting, quickly changed the color of his body and stealthily moved toward the direction from which the sound came. A short while later, Jiang Hao spotted a group of people not far away. There are 6 people in this group, including what he had heard earlier that one person had died. That means there were a total of 7 people in the team. Looking at the group's equipment, Jiang Hao suddenly felt that they didn't seem like Tomb Raiders. Because they wore various costumes and carried various weapons and equipment, they looked just like mercenaries on TV. They're definitely not to be trifled with. Moreover, judging from their practiced movements, clear division of labor, the guarded stance of the 2 men, and their sharp eyes, they were clearly not to be trifled with. Jiang Hao immediately concluded that this must be a group of mercenaries. But who hires these mercenaries? For a moment, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. After a long period of deliberation, Jiang Hao decided to take these people and get to the bottom of things. Although the opposing team has 6 people, and each of them is elite, this only applies to the others. As for Jiang Hao, who possesses various extraordinary skills, capturing them wouldn't even require using force. Moreover, in this forest that has preserved its most pristine state, he is the true king. Immediately, Jiang Hao activated the level 3 insect control technique, and instantly, a special fluctuation emanated from Jiang Hao's body. Soon, countless poisonous insects from all directions converged within a radius of 100 meters. These venomous insects lived year-round in this primeval forest, and their venom is far more potent than that of ordinary insects outside. Perhaps any one of them could be deadly. Moreover, Jiang Hao's level 3 insect control technique can already summon tens of thousands of insects. Just then, a rustling sound rang out. One of the 6 men seemed to have heard something. He looked around but found nothing. Third brother, did you hear a rustling sound? The man was still uneasy, so he asked someone next to him. Upon hearing this, the man immediately became alert and then listened intently. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, instantly causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. He thought it was the sound of leaves, so he relaxed his guard and said it without a care. Seventh brother, don't be too nervous, it's just the sound of wind blowing through the leaves. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi hesitated, but he did indeed feel a gentle breeze. I just assumed I was too nervous and stopped caring. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiang Hao chuckled inwardly. It seems even the heavens are on my side. Immediately, he gave the order, directly commanding tens of thousands of poisonous insects to launch an attack. Instantly, some poisonous insects silently crawled onto the bodies of the 6 people who were standing on the ground. It slipped into their clothes and roamed all over them. Meanwhile, another group of poisonous insects fell from the branches above their heads. A small number of flying creatures also attacked from the air. Then, a scream rang out. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the primeval forest. Ah! Bugs, bugs, run! Run! There are poisonous insects everywhere. Screams rang out. It got inside my clothes. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted, "Quickly, get out of here." After saying that, he took the lead and ran out instantly. However, it was too late. Countless poisonous insects had already burrowed into their clothes. They panicked even before the poisonous insects started biting. At this moment, the special insect repellent they carried was completely useless. After they had run a certain distance, they thought they were safe. He then discarded the gun and recklessly sprayed insect repellent all over himself. However, it was to no avail. These insects seemed completely unaffected by the deworming medication, as if they had gone mad. "Damn it, the deworming medicine isn't working. Stop spilling. Take off your clothes." They hurriedly took off their clothes and cleaned the bugs crawling on them. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. At that moment, he gave an order, commanding a portion of the poisonous insects to attack. With a scream, one of the 6 men collapsed, foaming at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. He had only taken off half of his clothes. He hadn't even had time to take them all off yet. Soon, countless insects crawled all over his chest and took over his body. But the most deadly thing was the multicolored spider, about the size of a fingernail, that was crawling on his neck. It had already injected venom into the man's body. At this moment, the leader was still patting his body and shaking it to drive away the insects on his body. Suddenly, he heard a scream. When he looked up, he saw the third brother lying on the ground. His expression changed, and he shouted. However, before he could say anything, the others collapsed one after another. Their faces were all bruised, their skin was red and swollen, their eyes were rolling back, and their bodies were convulsing. They looked extremely gruesome. One of them struggled to look at the leader, who was still standing, his eyes full of pleading. "Big brother, save me." The other person felt hopeless and managed to utter a few words with difficulty. "Big brother, hurry, let's go." However, no sooner had they finished speaking than their bodies were covered in swarms of black insects. "Second brother, fourth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother." Upon seeing this, the eldest brother roared repeatedly. At this moment, his brothers who had followed him through thick and thin and had been in the underworld for many years fell one by one in front of him, and he was powerless to do anything about it. His eyes widened in fury, filled with rage and self-loathing for his own incompetence. He let out a shrill roar, then pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired several shots into the air until the pistol was out of ammunition. At that moment, he was filled with a determination to die and knelt down on the ground. Not far away, Zhang Hao was somewhat moved by their brotherhood. Originally, Zhang Hao planned to kill 5 of them, leaving only the leader alive to see if he could extract any information from him. Seeing this, Zhang Hao decided to hold off on killing them for now and see if he could subdue them and make them work for him. If not, it's not too late to make a decision yourself, since their lives are already in your own hands. If I want you to die, you must die. If I want you to live, you can live. Zhang Hao has that confidence. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao dispelled his transformation, walked out from the side, looked at the kneeling boss, and spoke. "Do you want them to live?" Zhang Hao's sudden voice instantly startled the leader. "Who are you?" The eldest brother was startled awake and stared intently at the suddenly appearing boy. They were extremely shocked. How could there be other outsiders here besides them? However, he seemed to realize something soon, and suddenly pointed his gun at Zhang Hao in a rage, roaring like a madman. "Tell me, did you do all this? Was it you? Who are you?" Zhang Hao looked at his crazed boss, smiled slightly, and indeed did not answer his question. "Just a heads up, if they don't get treatment soon, they'll really die." Upon hearing this, the leader froze, calmed down, and slowly lowered the hand holding the pistol. "I'll agree to anything you ask if you'll save them." His eyes were full of pleading as he looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao glanced at his boss, his eyes full of admiration. Truly worthy of being called elite troops. Immediately, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small jade bottle, and tossed it over. "There is an antidote pill inside. You can use it to save your third brother first. The others are not in immediate danger." This is a super detoxification pill that Zhang Hao synthesized using the system before entering this primeval jungle. Although he has the skill of being immune to all poisons, the skill is currently only at level 2, so he is not completely invincible. Out of reverence for this primeval forest, and also to ensure his own safety, he specially synthesized the super antidote pill. The eldest brother hurriedly caught the medicine that Zhang Hao threw to him, ignoring the poisonous insects on his body, and rushed to the third brother who was lying on the ground. At this moment, the third brother's entire cheek was covered with poisonous insects, but he didn't care about that and reached out to wipe the poisonous insects off the third brother's face. Seeing this, Zhang Hao had a sudden thought and spoke up. "Step back." Before the eldest brother could react, he was horrified to discover that the poisonous insects on the third brother's face had receded instantly, like a receding tide. After these poisonous insects retreated, they seemed to form an organized circle, instantly surrounding the leader and the third brother. Seeing this, the leader looked at Zhang Hao in disbelief, then looked back at the encirclement formed by the insects around him. At this moment, Zhang Hao saw that his move had completely intimidated the boss, and the corners of his mouth immediately turned up slightly. At the same time, he spoke up to remind them. "If you don't give him the antidote soon, he's really going to die." Zhang Hao's reminder instantly woke the boss up. The boss boss hurriedly opened the jade bottle that Jiang Hao had given him and poured out a black pill. He helped up the third brother, whose face was ashen and who was foaming at the mouth, and without hesitation, he put the pill into the third brother's mouth. Then, he stared nervously at the third brother. At that moment, a super detox pill was swallowed. In the blink of an eye, the third brother's complexion improved, the bruises on his face faded, and his complexion regained its rosy hue. The next moment, the third brother's eyes slowly opened. At this moment, the boss was shocked once again. He never expected the medicine this person gave him to have such amazing effects. However, the poison can be neutralized in the blink of an eye. This is simply a miraculous medicine. When the third brother woke up, he looked at his eldest brother and thought they were already in hell. Brother, have we already arrived in hell? At this moment, the third brother was resurrected, and the eldest brother wept with joy. No, we are still alive. Upon hearing this, the third brother was shocked and struggled to sit up, looking around. However, just as he sat up, he saw Jiang Hao, a stranger, and instinctively reached for his gun. However, Jiang Hao showed no fear in his eyes, staring at the two men with great interest. The moment the third brother touched the gun, the eldest brother reached up and pinned him down. Third brother, don't be impulsive. The third brother turned around, somewhat puzzled, and looked at the eldest brother. Big brother, who is he? The eldest brother shook his head, took the gun from the third brother, and threw it onto the withered leaves on his body. The third brother immediately sensed something was wrong and his eyes darted back and forth between the eldest brother and Jiang Hao. The eldest brother didn't answer the third brother. After throwing down the gun, he glanced at Jiang Hao. This was a way to gain Jiang Hao's trust. Jiang Hao simply smiled, which was his response to his boss's actions. At this moment, although the super antidote pill had removed the toxins from the third brother's body, his nerves were slowed down, so he was still unable to fully control his body. Therefore, the third brother was unable to get up for the time being, so the eldest brother helped him lean against a tree. Then, he stood up, looked at Jiang Hao, and spoke. Tell me your conditions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head and spoke. Let's put that aside for now. First, throw all your weapons into that spot. As he spoke, Jiang Hao pointed to an open space not far from him. Upon hearing this, the eldest brother frowned, hesitated slightly, but still did as he was told. He had no choice but to do this, even though he was confident in his marksmanship, because the lives of his four brothers were still in Jiang Hao's hands. At the same time, given the strange abilities Jiang Hao had just displayed, he was unsure whether Jiang Hao possessed any other abilities. He dared not gamble. If his attack failed to kill them, none of them would likely escape this primeval forest. At this moment, as he removed the weapons from their bodies one by one and moved them to the positions indicated by Jiang Hao, the boss was less than 5 meters away from Jiang Hao. He suddenly had a plan to take down Jiang Hao and use him as leverage. However, he had just begun to have wicked thoughts. Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came through. You think you can win me over? Upon hearing this, the eldest brother froze and looked at Jiang Hao, but her gaze met Jiang Hao's harmless smile, and a wave of fear washed over her. How did he know? Could this person read minds? At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke. Don't worry, I don't have any mind-reading abilities. However, I can introduce you to my companions. After saying that, Jiang Hao shouted loudly, Little coward, come out here. However, Jiang Hao's actions immediately surprised the eldest and third brothers. How is this possible? There are other people around here? As veteran mercenaries who have experienced countless battles, their vigilance is far from being so poor that they wouldn't notice if someone was nearby. However, the next moment, with a roar, a huge brown bear suddenly charged out. The appearance of the brown bear greatly shocked them, and they were already considering retreating. However, to their even greater surprise, the brown bear ran up to Jiang Hao and rubbed against him like a puppy. This scene completely shattered their worldview. At the same time, it also completely dissuaded them from giving up. The eldest brother didn't hesitate and quickly went to the others, removing all the guns from their bodies, including the third brothers. He then threw the gun at the location designated by Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, patted Xiao Song on the shoulder, and said, Now we can talk. Tell me your names. What are you from? What do you do? The eldest brother was very well behaved. He introduced. My full name is Gu Chuanzhong. My second brother is Gu Quanxiao. My third brother is Gu Quanrun. My fourth brother is Gu Chuani. And my fourth brother is derived from loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. We come from the world's second largest mercenary organization, Hades. We've received a mission to locate the Zhou dynasty emperor's tomb based on the map. What this person said temporarily aligns with what he had heard before. Jiang Hao nodded, temporarily accepting their words. Jiang Hao continued to ask questions, and based on Gu Chuanzhong's answer, he finally understood. It turns out that this 7-person team was just on a mission from the Hades organization. His patron gave them an ancient map and asked them to determine whether the tombs on the map were real or fake. As for why they were certain it was the tomb of the Zhou emperor, that information was sent to them by their benefactor. At this moment, Jiang Hao stared at the map he had just received from Gu Chuanzhong, his brows furrowed. Where did this patron get the map, and why is he so certain it's the tomb of the Zhou emperor? Furthermore, if he only wanted to confirm the authenticity of the tomb, why would he specifically tell Gu Chuanzhong and the others that it was the tomb of the Zhou Emperor? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Hao suddenly realized, this tomb should be real, but whether it belongs to the Zhou Emperor remains to be verified. The financier may have wanted to use Gu Chuanzhong and his group as test subjects, using the Zhou Emperor's tomb as bait to lure them into exploring it. Then we can reap the benefits. Jiang Hao thought for a long time, and that was all he could guess. However, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that his guess was close to the truth. However, that's a story for another time. Jiang Hao rubbed his temples and immediately decided to stop overthinking. At this moment, Gu Chuanzhong looked at his other brothers lying on the ground and became somewhat anxious. Seeing that Jiang Hao was no longer thinking, he quickly spoke up. I've told you everything you wanted to know. What will it take for you to save them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao seemed to be deep in thought. He decided to recruit Gu Chuanzhong and his men as his subordinates. This place is not far from Zhangjia village. If this is true, the big spender will definitely not give up and will send more people in. At that time, it's better to be safe than sorry. It would be bad if mercenaries stormed into Zhangjia village. Therefore, Jiang Hao decided to recruit this team. On the surface, they are still mercenaries from the Hades organization. Secretly, he wanted Gu Chuanzhong to return to the underworld organization and become his undercover agent. He instructed Gu Chuanzhong to immediately inform him of any news regarding the matter. But would Gu Chuanzhong and the others listen to him? Although Gu Chuanzhong and the others are temporarily threatened by me, once I save them and let them go back, wouldn't they be like dragons returning to the sea? How can I get them to listen to me? As Jiang Hao was pondering, suddenly a spider appeared hanging in the air from a tree branch in front of him. He immediately reached out and caught it, then mentally gave the system a command. System, disassemble. Yes, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully dismantling a spider and obtaining the skill Poison Master, along with 1.2 skill points and 1.2 experience points. Poison Master level 1, 0/1. By fusing with it, you will become the king of poisons. A professional poison maker, you can easily create any type of poison. Decomposition complete. Extract and fuse? The system notification tone sounded. Upon hearing the system's annotations, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. This is exactly what I wanted to happen. Am I really that lucky today? Or is this the correct way to use the system? At this moment, Jiang Hao began to doubt his previous understanding of how poorly he had used the system. It can only be passively decomposed. As for what you get, that's all up to fate. He only realized today that the system prefers proactive actions and dislikes passive ones. After figuring it out, Jiang Hao was immediately overjoyed. Immediately, an order was given. Extract and fuse. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind. In an instant, Jiang Hao had a thorough understanding of various poisons and how to make them. Moreover, medicine and toxicology are inseparable. He already possessed level 4 medical skills, and now that he has combined them with Poison Master skills, his control over poisons has instantly reached a new level. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, your Poison Master skill has been upgraded to level 3, 50/100. At the same time, the medical skills section on his system panel also changed. The medical skill level 4, 0/1000 has been changed to medical skill level 4, 61/1000. This change caught Jiang Hao completely off guard. However, it's not the time to study this yet. Jiang Hao suppressed his curiosity for the time being, then looked at Gu Chuanzhong, who looked anxious, and spoke. I can save them, but there are conditions. As Jiang Hao spoke, he picked up several highly poisonous insects from among the countless insects on the ground and held them in his hand. At this moment, Gu Chuanzhong only wanted to save his brother and could no longer heed Jiang Hao's repeated requests. He said anxiously, tell me, and I'll agree to anything you say. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up, stared at Gu Chuanzhong, and spoke. I want you to submit to me and return to the Hades organization. Seek any information about this map and notify me immediately of any news regarding it. Jiang Hao finished speaking in one breath without pausing, and then stared straight at Gu Chuanzhong. Gu Chuanzhong was startled upon hearing this. You want us to be your undercover agents? Jiang Hao nodded. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuanzhong fell silent. Mercenaries value their reputation. If they agree, what will become of their credibility? But when his gaze fell upon his feet, upon his brothers, he made a decision immediately. What use is credibility if you're dead? Besides, once they go back, it's like dragons returning to the sea. Okay, I promise you. Gu Chuanzhong agreed, and a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. But just then, the third brother behind him made a different sound. Big brother, I don't. However, before the third brother could finish speaking, a black light flashed and disappeared from Jiang Hao's hand. After a brief whooshing sound, a scream rang out. My hand! Gu Chuanzhong's expression changed, and he subconsciously looked behind him. He saw the third brother holding up a blood-soaked hand, screaming in terror. His palm was completely pierced by a sharp weapon. When he looked behind the third brother, he saw a black throwing knife stuck in a tree. Meanwhile, at the third brother's feet, feet, there was a pistol lying there. That was left behind when he took the third brother's gun. When he collected the guns earlier, he did indeed take 2 pistols from the third brother. As for why the third brother also had a pistol, it's because he always carried 3 pistols with him. This is the third brother's hobby. At the same time, he was unwilling to hand over his entire fate to God. They were betting on the chances that Jiang Hao would eventually let them go. Who would have thought that the third brother would be so reckless as to expose himself prematurely? What horrified him even more was the throwing knife. He didn't see any trace of it. The throwing knife just appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Jiang Hao's voice came, but this time, Jiang Hao's voice became cold and even chilling. I told you, don't have any other ideas. At this moment, Jiang Hao patted Xiaosong on the shoulder, and Xiaosong immediately understood and got up to walk towards the third brother. Upon seeing this, Gu Chuanzhong was immediately alarmed and quickly pleaded with Jiang Hao for mercy. No, I promise you everything. Please spare the third brother. Jiang Hao looked at Gu Chuanzhong and at the same time glanced at the screaming third brother. As he spoke, he picked up Gu Chuanzhong and the others' water bottles from the ground and opened them. He put the poisonous insects he had just picked up from the ground into the water bottle, put it back in, shook it vigorously, and handed it to Gu Chuanzhong. Okay, I can take this as a warning and let it go. But if you drink a few sips of this pot of water first, I'll let him go. Gu Chuanzhong looked at the water Jiang Hao handed him, and he also saw Jiang Hao throwing insects into the kettle. But he didn't hesitate, picked it up and drank it. Gulp gulp. After a few sips of water, Gu Chuanzhong looked at Jiang Hao. Because he knew that Jiang Hao still needed him, Jiang Hao wouldn't take his life for the time being. The third brother was shocked to learn that Jiang Hao had made his eldest brother drink water mixed with poisonous insects because of his foolishness. He wanted to stop it immediately, but when a brown bear squatted in front of him and met Jiang Hao's cold eyes not far away, he ultimately didn't dare to make a sound. Jiang Hao turned around, glanced at Gu Chuanzhong, and nodded in satisfaction. After saying that, he snatched the water bottle from Gu Chuanzhong's hand, walked up to the third brother, and handed the water bottle to him. Your older brother drank for your sake, shouldn't you have a little too? Jiang Hao looked at the third brother, seemingly mocking him, but also testing him. Gu Chuanzhong also looked at the third brother. The third brother glared at Jiang Hao, and without the slightest hesitation, he took the kettle with his other hand, ignoring his bloodied hand. Gulp gulp. The third brother took several large gulps, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He then snatched the kettle from the third brother's hand. The third brother coughed for a while, then spat out a spider and threw it on the ground. Jiang Hao ignored them and turned to look at the people lying on the ground. He then walked toward the people lying on the ground. As he arrived, all the insects on the ground automatically made way for him, as if welcoming a king. Gu Chuanzhong and Lao San were shocked to see this. Then, Jiang Hao took out antidote pills and fed them to the people one by one. Then, as soon as they woke up, I gave each of them a few sips of water from the kettle in my hand. The super detox pills effect is only for one use. After one detoxification, it will disappear without leaving any residue. Therefore, he was not afraid that the poison he had just been given would be neutralized by the remaining antidote pill. After reviving them one by one, Gu Chuanzhong and Lao San quickly dragged them to rest against a tree. Jiang Hao casually tossed aside the water bottle in his hand, then went to the tree where the third brother had just stood and retrieved his throwing knife. Then he turned around and went to the pile of guns, picked up 2 pistols and a rifle, and in front of the bewildered crowd, he casually mounted Xiaosong. Before leaving, he looked at Gu Chuanzhong and called him over. Gu Chuanzhong, come here for a second. Without hesitation, Gu Chuanzhong approached Jiang Hao amidst the puzzled looks of the others. As a result, he discovered that after talking with Jiang Hao for so long, he still didn't know how to address Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao seemed to notice Gu Chuanzhong's embarrassment and casually asked, "Just call me Mr. Jia." Gu Chuanzhong had no doubts and quickly replied respectfully, "Mr. Jia." Jiang Hao nodded, glanced at Gu Chuanzhong, then looked at the others who were still in a daze, and spoke. "You can talk to the others about this later. I don't want anything to delay my business." Gu Chuanzhong quickly replied, "No, no." At this point, he had come to feel a sense of awe towards Jiang Hao's methods. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao ignored it and continued, "Also, write down my contact information and let me know if you have any news." After giving Gu Chuanzhong his contact information, Jiang Hao looked at Gu Chuanzhong seriously. "Remember, even if there's no news from you, you must contact me at least once a month. However, if you want to die, you don't have to contact me. The water I just gave you contained poison, a secret recipe of mine. If you don't get the antidote within a month, the poison will take effect. At that time, each of you will rot from the inside out and die a painful death. Perhaps you don't believe me, or even if you think someone can help you get rid of this poison, you can try it." After saying that, he ignored Gu Chuanzhong, who was standing there dumbfounded. With a rifle slung over his shoulder, 2 pistols in his hands, and a brown bear beneath him, he swayed and rode off into the distance. After Jiang Hao disappeared into the depths of the forest, Gu Chuanzhong suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Just then, a rustling sound came from behind him, and Gu Chuanzhong turned around to look. The insects that had surrounded them seemed to receive a command and retreated like a tide. It disappeared very quickly. Gu Chuanzhong was stunned, feeling as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Jiang Hao rode on the back of the little rascal, holding a gun in his hand, seemingly reluctant to put it down. However, he doesn't seem to know how to use a gun. Moreover, even if he knew how to use a gun, he hadn't practiced marksmanship. If the target stood still and let him shoot, he probably wouldn't be able to hit it accurately. Sharpshooters are made by being fed bullets, but he doesn't have that many bullets. Suddenly he remembered that the system preferred to take the initiative. How about we disassemble one of the guns? Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling a small pistol and gaining shooting skills, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Shooting level 1, 0 to 1 with this, you will be proficient in all kinds of weapons, including pistols, rifles, and bows. Decomposition successful. Extract and fuse? As the system notification sounded, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. As expected, the system still prefers to take the initiative. Extract and fuse. Such an awesome skill definitely deserves to be combined. Jiang Hao gave the order, and immediately, all the knowledge about shooting appeared in his mind, and a new skill was added to his personal panel's skill bar. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao gave the order again. System, upgrade shooting skill to level 3. Yes, host. Ding! Your shooting skill has been successfully upgraded to level 3. Shooting level 3, 0 out of 100 with this skill, you will be proficient in all kinds of weapons, including pistols, rifles, and bows. When the system upgraded his shooting skill to level 3, Jiang Hao instantly felt that the gun in his hand and himself had become perfectly integrated. It gave him a sense of complete control, and hitting a target from 100 paces away was not a difficult task for him. After playing with the gun in his hand for a while, Jiang Hao lost the initial novelty. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the map he had taken from Gu Chuanzhong. He then stored all the guns in his system space and took out the map to look at it. As a result, Jiang Hao stared at it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what it was. Feeling frustrated, Jiang Hao put the map away. And so, led by Xiaosong, Jiang Hao continued deeper into this primeval forest. Before he knew it, most of the time had passed, and Jiang Hao decided not to go any further and prepared to return. Just then, a faint sense of threat came over, and the danger perception was triggered immediately. Without Jiang Hao's prompting, the little timid creature beneath him also stopped, looking ahead warily, seemingly wary, and constantly growling. Jiang Hao was also staring intently ahead. At this moment, apart from Xiaosong's low growls, the surroundings were deathly silent. The silence was almost frightening. At this moment, Jiang Hao was preparing to activate his insect control technique, wanting the insects to scout ahead first. However, at that moment, suddenly, the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao suddenly produced a mountain-splitting knife in his hand, turned around and slashed down fiercely. Snap! The moment he turned around, Jiang Hao saw a huge and sharp wooden vine poking at him. This vine is as thick as an average adult's arm. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw that the piece of vine he had broken off was actually moving as if it were alive. Moreover, some green, unidentified liquid kept oozing from the wound. The remaining part of the vine, which he had cut off, quickly retracted like a startled snake. Then, before he could even react, to his shock, he discovered that the countless wooden vines above his head seemed to have come alive, and they were all pointing their spears at him. They surrounded him instantly, like giant pythons. The next moment, Jiang Hao's expression changed drastically. A series of whooshing sounds came from the air, and countless wooden vines shot out from all directions like javelins. Jiang Hao immediately unleashed all his strength, and with a swift motion of his mountain-splitting knife, he cut through dozens of wooden vines in front of him as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Just like the first vine that Jiang Hao had cut, it quickly retracted. This finally gave Jiang Hao an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Hao slapped the cowardly boy hard and shouted, "You coward, run!" In an instant, Xiaosong understood, let out a roar, and charged towards the empty space carrying Jiang Hao. Don't let the brown bear's bulky appearance fool you, its speed is no joke. At that moment, the surrounding trees seemed to recede into the distance. Above their heads, countless sharp wooden vines rained down from the sky, violently plunging into the earth. Looking at the damaged ground, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. If you were to get poked in the wrong way, wouldn't you feel a chill run through you and your heart soar to new heights? At this moment, as if these vines were sentient, they began to anticipate the direction of Xiaosong's charge and countless wooden vines began to intercept him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately grabbed his machete and jumped off Xiaosong's body. Charging ahead of the cowardly kids, he took them down one by one with a single slash, cutting down all the vines that were blocking their way. The severed vines quickly retracted, and Jiang Hao led the charge. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, yet Jiang Hao had already dashed 50 meters ahead. Just then, dozens of wooden vines, like flexible whips, lashed out fiercely at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao started wielding the mountain-splitting knife in his hand like a dog-beating stick. At the same time, the combination of the level 3 dog-beating stick technique and the great strength divine power made him invincible for a time. He chopped down countless vines as thick as an arm from the air, and countless countless green unidentified liquids splashed everywhere. Jiang Hao channeled his inner energy and his speed surged once again, instantly covering 100 meters. These vines surprisingly stopped pursuing. Then, a piercing roar came from behind Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao noticed this and stopped, still shaken, turning around to look behind him. Behind him, Xiaosong rushed out, following closely behind Jiang Hao, while the vines coiled around the tree again. In an instant, peace returned to the place. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. However, there were thick wooden vines lying haphazardly on the ground, some as thick as an arm, with green unidentified liquid oozing from their wounds. This proves that a fierce battle had just taken place here. What exactly is this thing? Jiang Hao touched his wildly beating heart, his face filled with surprise and doubt. At this moment, as he recalled everything that had just happened, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap, is this some kind of real-life Black Mountain demon? Damn it, is the world crazy, or am I crazy?" Jiang Hao stared at the tree branches for a long time, slowly calming himself down. "It seems the world has changed. With my current strength, it's not suitable for me to go any further." Jiang Hao frowned and looked into the depths of the forest, deciding not to take any more risks. "However, this feud is now incurred. I'll settle the score with you once I've increased my strength." Even now, Jiang Hao still feels a chill when he recalls what just happened. Luckily, he had prepared a mountain-splitting knife. At the same time, this made him even more eager to acquire a powerful and lethal martial art. "Well, it's about time. It's time for me to head back." Then, Jiang Hao patted Xiaosong on the shoulder and prepared to return. However, the moment Jiang Hao turned around, he caught sight of the vines he had cut, their wounds oozing an unidentified green liquid, and he stopped in his tracks. "Now that I've come all this way, I can't leave empty-handed, can I?" Jiang Hao tentatively approached, and seeing that the vines did not react, he quickly picked up a few severed vines from the ground. "However, after running to a safe place, I looked at these vines, each as thick as a small tree trunk. After looking at it for a long time without figuring it out, Jiang Hao decided to break it down and try." He picked up a vine and began to speak. "System, disassemble." "Yes, host." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking down a section of the nameless vine. You have obtained 3 herbal pills, 1.1 skill points, and 1.1 experience points. Herbal elixir, formed from the essence of herbs and plants and absorbing spiritual energy. It has beauty and skin-nourishing effects and can maintain youthful appearance for 5 years. Decomposition successful. Extract." At this moment, Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this annotation. This is practically a weaker version of the youth-preserving pill from the novel. Shocked, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. "This is good stuff. Selling this one for a few million shouldn't be a problem, right?" Jiang Hao muttered to himself. Jiang Hao quickly spoke up. Soon, 3 green pills, as green as emeralds and radiating a crystal-clear luster, appeared. A faint, refreshing woody scent follows, which is pleasant to the senses. This is definitely not an ordinary product. Jiang Hao quickly gave instructions to the system. "System, make me 8 more jade bottles." "Yes, host." Soon, the jade stones in Jiang Hao's system space disappeared, but several exquisitely carved jade medicine bottles appeared. Jiang Hao took one, put the 3 herbal pills inside, and then looked eagerly at the remaining vines at his feet. Without hesitation, he picked up one at random and gave the system instructions. "System, disassemble." "Yes, host." "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful decomposition." A short while later, Jiang Hao had completely decomposed the 6 vines he had picked up. He now had 12 more herbal pills in his hand. After decomposing them, Jiang Hao was still somewhat unsatisfied, so he looked at the vines that he had cut but hadn't picked up. Jiang Hao even boldly started hitting the still living vines that were entwined around the trees. "I wonder if the system can directly decompose it." Jiang Hao thought, if this succeeds, wouldn't I be rich? With that in mind, Jiang Hao decided to take the risk. Jiang Hao made up his mind, immediately focused on the outermost vine, jumped up and grabbed it. But when Jiang Hao grabbed the vine, it actually started to struggle. However, once Jiang Hao activated his innate strength, it was unable to break free. At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly spoke up. "System, disassemble." "Ding. Target level too high. Cannot be decomposed. Insufficient level to decompose?" This is the first time in history that the system has been unable to decompose anything. The system, which had been unsuccessful in the first time, finally suffered its first setback. This greatly surprised Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao's actions seemed to have angered the guy again. Suddenly, the countless vines wrapped around the tree began to stir. Jiang Hao quickly used his cleaver to cut the vine he was holding, and then retreated hastily. "Let's go, you little coward!" Jiang Hao shouted, then turned around, mounted Xiaosong, and quickly returned. As soon as Jiang Hao left, countless vines, as if possessed, shot down from the tree and lashed at the spot where Jiang Hao had just stood. Its power was simply earth-shattering. Then, from the depths of the jungle behind, another piercing roar came. It sounded like an angry roar. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, riding his little scooter, had already gone quite a distance. Along the way, Jiang Hao wondered, has the world really changed? Or is this how the world has always been, and he just hasn't discovered it yet? At this moment, Jiang Hao recalled everything his grandfather had said before, along with the system's explanation. explanation. Perhaps this is the change brought to the world by the arrival of the system. With that in mind, and with Xiaosong running at full speed, Zhang Hao returned to the outskirts of the primeval forest in just 1 hour. Along the way, Zhang Hao did not encounter Gu Chuanzhong and the others again. Perhaps they have already left the forest, or perhaps they are still in the forest. This primeval forest is so vast, it's perfectly normal not to encounter anything. Beside the guardrail, Zhang Hao took out a bottle of life essence from his spatial storage, poured it into a bowl, mixed it with water, and handed it to Xiaosong. The little rascal excitedly stuck out his tongue and quickly finished licking it. Zhang Hao patted Xiaosong. "Go back now, I'll come find you to play again next time." Saying goodbye to Xiaosong, Zhang Hao quickly crossed the mountain and returned to the main road in the dark. After checking around and finding no one nearby, he took the car out of the system space. "Then I changed my clothes and drove home." Back in Jiangjia village, Zhang Hao spent a few days practicing martial arts with the old man and Zhang Jingyi, and then went to Zhang Dalong's house to collect debts. At the same time, he used some of the spiritual materials he obtained from the primeval forest to prepare a medicinal meal. Firstly, it was to lay the foundation for his younger brother Zhang Jingyi. Secondly, it was also to lend a helping hand to the old man. Zhang Hao had been in Jiangjia village for several days, and time flew by. The college entrance examination results were about to be released, so Zhang Hao decided to return to Tianhe City. Early this morning, at the entrance of Jiangjia village, Zhang Hao rolled down the car window and waved goodbye to everyone with his sister. Then he drove towards Tianhe City. When Zhang Hao returned to Tianhe City, it was noon, just in time for his mother's lunch. After dinner, Zhang Hao called Xue Zishi to make an appointment. In a private room at Tianfu Tower, Zhang Hao and Xue Zishi sat facing each other. Xue Zishi looked at Zhang Hao and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here today?" Zhang Hao glanced at Xue Zishi, then smiled and took a small bag from behind him, handed it to Xue Zishi, and said, "Miss Xue, here are the super vegetable seeds you requested. Please take a look." Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi immediately took the package from Zhang Hao, overjoyed. "No need for further examination. How could I not trust Mr. Jiang? I'll settle the rest of the money now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao smiled but remained silent. At this moment, Xue Zishi took out her phone and made a call. Soon, Zhang Hao's phone rang. He took it out and saw that there was indeed an extra 40 million in his account. Zhang Hao looked at Xue Zishi, a smile appearing on his face, and extended a hand of friendship to her. "Miss Xue, it's a pleasure doing business with you. It's a pleasure doing business with you." Then, just as Zhang Hao was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Then, he paused, looked at Xue Zishi, and spoke. "Miss Xue, could I do you a favor?" Xue Zishi was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Jiang, please speak." Zhang Hao did not hesitate and immediately spoke. "In a few days, I'd like to invite my family to a meal at Tianfu restaurant. I'd like to personally cook a few dishes for them to try." Before Zhang Hao could finish speaking, Xue Zishi preemptively agreed. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Just let me know when the time comes, and I'll talk to the kitchen staff myself." "Okay, thank you very much. If Miss Xue has the time someday, I would be grateful if you would do me the honor of visiting. I want to thank you for your patronage. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. I would be honored. I will definitely be there." After speaking with Xue Zishi, Zhang Hao turned around and went home. Afterwards, Zhang Hao thought for a moment and then called to invite Song Wanner, as well as his parents. This time, he plans to use the finest ingredients he obtained from the primeval forest to prepare a medicinal meal as a way to repay his relatives and friends. 2 days passed quickly, and the college entrance examination results were released. Zhang Hao sat at his computer desk, surrounded by his parents and younger sister, Zhang Zixuan, all staring at the computer screen. Zhang Hao opened the score inquiry website, entered his information as required, and filled in his admission ticket number. I clicked on the final query. At that moment, Zhang Hao and his family held their breath in anticipation. The search results came back quickly. Chinese, 149, Mathematics, 150, English, 149, Science, 299, total, 747. Zhang Hao was not surprised to see this result, but his parents and Zhang Zixuan were stunned. After a long while, everyone gasped in shock. How, did you type it wrong?" Zhang's mother could hardly believe that this was the result her son had achieved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was both amused and exasperated. "Mom, it clearly says Zhang Hao's name on this. You don't even recognize your own son? Besides, I entered my exam admission ticket number. How could there be a mistake? As for this score, it only proves that your son, me, is an absolute genius." Zhang Hao bloated for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother also felt that it was impossible to have lost correctly, and immediately looked at Zhang Hao with a sense of pride. He had already anticipated that he would run into acquaintances when he went out in the future. "Your son is the top scholar. This is the top scholar's mother." He was instantly delighted by all the flattery and compliments. Meanwhile, Zhang Zixuan felt extremely weak. Originally, she thought she was the top student, but seeing Zhang Hao's grades really shocked her. He studied hard from dawn till dusk, but in the end, he was outdone by his brother who was always idling around. Beside him, Father Jiang couldn't hide his smile either. It's stretched all the way to his ears. Just then, Jiang Hao's phone, which was on the table, rang. Jiang Hao picked up the phone and saw the caller ID, class teacher. He then answered the phone under everyone's watchful eyes. Hello, Teacher Yang. Then, an excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey Jiang Hao, your results are out. Have you seen them? Jiang Hao glanced at the results on the computer and replied, I just saw it, Teacher Yang. At this moment, the voice on the other end of the phone could no longer contain its excitement. You're amazing, Jiang Hao. 747. Just 3 points away from a perfect score. You are the most talented student I have ever seen. This time, you have completely broken the record for the highest score in the college entrance examination over the past few years. Without a doubt, you are absolutely #1 in the country. I estimate that soon, many prestigious universities will extend invitations to you, and most will even send people to poach you. Have you decided which university you want to attend? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at his parents and then spoke. I haven't decided yet. I need to discuss it with my family first. Oh, no rush. Take your time choosing. Remember to let me know when you've made your choice? Okay, then you go and discuss it with your parents. I'll go ask about the other people's grades. Alright, goodbye, Teacher Yang. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao looked at the gazes cast by his parents. Mom and Dad, did you hear that? Now you're sure your son's grades are real, right? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang nodded repeatedly, like chicks pecking at rice. At this moment, Jiang Zishuan suddenly asked, Brother, do you have a school you like? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang also looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and then looked at his parents. Mom and Dad, which school do you want me to go to? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were also taken aback. Then, they quickly took out their phones and started looking up schools. Jiang Hao didn't know which school he should go to, but suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Let me ask Warner which school she's going to first. With that, Jiang Hao picked up his phone and got up to make a call. The call was quickly connected, and Jiang Hao asked, Warner, how did your exam go? On the other end of the phone, Song Warner's gentle voice came through. I performed as usual, about the same as I normally do, 640 points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao spoke up. That's excellent. With a score like that, you can basically choose any university in China. On the other side, Song Warner nodded and then asked in return, and what about you, Jiang Hao? At this moment, Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. After a pause, he spoke somewhat uncertainly. Maybe, perhaps, I performed as expected? Jiang Hao was afraid of upsetting her, so he tried to brush it off simply and quickly changed the subject. Warner, which university do you want to go to? However, Song Warner had already sensed something was off about Jiang Hao's tone. She was startled and worried that Jiang Hao might have failed the exam. Don't interrupt. Tell me your score first, and then I'll tell you where I want to go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless, but then he thought that the college entrance examination results would probably be released soon, and then it would be impossible to hide it anymore. Then, Jiang Hao began to speak hesitantly. Well, I scored over 700 points. Upon hearing this, Song Warner finally breathed a sigh of relief. 700, how much? 47. Cough cough. Just as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a cough came from the other end of the phone. This made Jiang Hao somewhat worried. Warner, are you alright? Song Warner rolled her eyes cutely, feeling somewhat speechless. 747. This is Jiang Hao, who is often called a slacker. Moreover, despite his high score, he spoke with such confidence, which worried her. Haha, men. No, I have something to do. After Song Warner finished speaking, she hung up the phone. A busy signal came from the phone, and Jiang Hao stared at his phone in bewilderment. Isn't that a bit much? Warner's reaction is way too much. Hey, she still hasn't told me which school she's going to. Jiang Hao was immediately frustrated. Just then, his phone vibrated, followed by a notification sound indicating a message. Warner, I'll choose Jiangbei University. What about you? Jiang Hao clicked on it and immediately burst out laughing. Heh, woman, you say no, but your body says otherwise. Jiang Hao quickly replied to the message. Wow, we're on the same wavelength. I also got into Jiangbei University. Whether Song Warner believes Jiang Hao's nonsense is another matter entirely. Jiang Hao was having a great time chatting with Song Warner when his mother suddenly ran over, her face beaming with excitement. How, a teacher from Tsinghua University just called and offered various preferential policies, trying to get you to choose Tsinghua University. Do you want to go? Tsinghua University may have been his dream school, but now, with his abilities, it doesn't matter where he goes. It's better to go to Jiangbei, it's closer. Mom, with my abilities, it doesn't matter where I go, so I chose Jiangbei University, which is nearby. Although Jiangbei is not as good as Tsinghua University, it can still rank in the top 10 among so many universities in the country, so Jiangbei is not that bad. Jiang Hao reported the truth, and after thinking for a moment, his mother nodded. Her son has grown up, so she supports his decisions. Then, Jiang's mother asked, okay, so how should I talk to the professors at Tsinghua University? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Don't say anything for now, just say you don't know anything, and I'll handle the rest. Jiang's mother did as instructed, and subsequently, Jiang's parents' phones were bombarded with messages. These These were all invitations from well-known universities. Jiang Hao first called his homeroom teacher to let him know. Jiang Hao, aren't you going to reconsider? Zhangbei is nice, but it still lags behind places like Tsinghua University. After hearing Jiang Hao's choice, teacher Yang hesitated for a moment, but still offered a word of advice. However, Jiang Hao had already made up his mind and naturally would not change it. Teacher Yang, I know, but I feel that it's all the same to me, and Zhangbei is closer to my home. After a brief silence, teacher Yang on the other end of the phone stopped trying to persuade her. Okay, I'll go and talk to the principal. Now, in order to win you over, admissions officers from several universities have been bombarding this place with calls and calls. Moreover, I heard that some university admissions officers have already come to our school. If they knew you chose Zhangbei, I wonder what their expressions would be. Teacher Yang made a joking remark, then said a few words to him briefly before hanging up the phone. However, Jiang Hao's performance has sparked heated discussions among outsiders. Holy crap, did you guys know? Our city has produced a top scorer in the college entrance exam. You mean that guy who got 747 points? Wow, this is a true academic genius. Countless people online and in real life are amazed. Of course, some dissenting voices have also emerged. With such a high score, who knows if it's fake? Perhaps they already have the college entrance exam questions? Moreover, I heard that this person used to be a poor student, but only a month ago did he suddenly unleash such strength. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's past was brought up again by some people with ulterior motives and posted online. Immediately, the news spread like wildfire, and the narrative began to turn against Jiang Hao. However, the situation quickly reversed when Education Bureau leaders stepped forward to personally refute the rumors, completely exposing the lie. Meanwhile, another, even more explosive piece of news was revealed. Jiang Hao did not choose Tsinghua University or Tianhua University. Instead, they chose Zhangbei University, which is not as strong overall. Immediately, countless people were stunned. Holy crap, do you think this top scholar has become a bookworm from studying so much? That's right, Zhangbei is nowhere near as good as Xuemu. Did Zhangbei University make some important promise? For a moment, everyone was puzzled and began to make wild guesses, until finally, news came out that the reason why he didn't choose Tsinghua University but chose Zhangbei University was simply because Zhangbei University was closer to his home. This has sparked a new round of discussion. That's just how capricious the big boss is. This is probably the biggest difference between us mediocre students and the geniuses. At the same time, many people also believe that Jiang Hao is too willful and that he will eventually become just another ordinary person if he continues like this. At the same time, people were surprised to discover that the person who took the college entrance examination earlier, the student who made the outrageous remarks during the college entrance examination interviewed by the reporter, turned out to be the top scorer in the exam, and only then did everyone realize what had happened. It turns out, they were just telling the truth. Perhaps those college entrance exam questions were really too easy for a top scorer like him who got almost a perfect score. However, Jiang Hao simply laughed off the heated discussions about him online and didn't seem to care much. Jiang Hao has been staying at home these past few days to cultivate his mind and body. It's not that he doesn't want to go out. It's just that he's become too famous these past few days, and he gets recognized by some people whenever he goes out. Therefore, he plans to stay at home for a few days until things calm down. During this time, admissions officers from Zhangbei University also rushed over upon hearing the news and met with Jiang Hao. They valued Jiang Hao highly. Jiang Hao is now a golden brand. The addition of such a top-performing college entrance exam candidate in history will be extremely beneficial to their school's future enrollment. The president of Zhangbei University even made a solemn promise that it would be no worse than universities like Tsinghua and Tianhua. Tuition is waived for 3 years, plus various awards and incentives. Of course, Tianhe No. 2 Middle School in Tianhe City also gave Jiang Hao a lot of rewards. Jiang Hao didn't care much about these things, but something was better than nothing. Several days passed, and the buzz surrounding Jiang Hao, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, finally died down a bit. Jiang Hao then prepared to hold a celebration banquet for himself. In fact, this was also what Mr. and Mrs. Zhang wanted. After all, everyone only has this once in their life. Moreover, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang came from rural areas and were quite enthusiastic about these things. In rural areas, when a child from an ordinary family gets into a second-tier university, some families will hold a big celebration, let alone Jiang Hao, who was the top scorer. Afterwards, Jiang Hao first contacted his fourth uncle to arrange a time, and then Zhang's father took people to pick up his grandparents and others. At the same time, Jiang Hao also notified his uncle's family, and his mother went to receive his uncle's family. As for Jiang Hao's uncle who runs a business in a neighboring city, Jiang Hao originally didn't want to inform him, but after thinking about it, we're all family, so it's good to let them know. Whether he comes or not is not something he needs to consider. After making arrangements with his family, Jiang Hao prepared to personally invite Shui Zishi. At the same time, it's also to inform Shui Zishi, since he needs to use the important kitchen of Tianfu restaurant, and it's only right that he goes there in person. Tianfu building, top floor, 1 office. Miss Shui, please make sure you attend the day after tomorrow, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Definitely, definitely. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. You could have just made a phone call. There was no need for you to come all this way, Shui Zishi said politely. The two were exchanging pleasantries when a commotion outside the door interrupted them. Sir, you cannot come in. Our young lady is currently meeting with guests. Get out of the way. If you don't move, I'll have Xiao Cici fire you. Sir, you can't do this. At this moment, Shui Zishi frowned, and her expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Xiao Lu, let him in. As soon as Shui Zishi spoke, the door opened. Cici, you finally agreed to see me. Then, a young man in a suit and tie with a cool hairstyle appeared, looking quite flamboyant. He barged in, wearing a strong, pungent perfume and carrying a bouquet of fiery red roses. He came in with a fawning smile on his face. However, when he saw Jiang Hao sitting in the chair opposite Shui Zishi, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned cold. He stared at Jiang Hao and said coldly, "Who are you?" Jiang Hao turned around and glanced at the man as if he were an idiot, then pretended not to see him. Jiang Hao's attitude immediately enraged the show-off. I have never been treated like this before. Immediately, he pointed at Jiang Hao and stared intently at Shui Zishi. Cici, who is he? Shui Zishi stared at this moment, her face extremely ugly. Jiarani, how many times have I told you not to come looking for me? And please call me Shui Zishi, okay? Finally, please apologize to Mr. Jiang immediately. However, upon hearing this, Jiarani was instantly enraged and could no longer contain himself. He pointed his finger almost at Jiang Hao's nose, then looked angrily at Shui Zishi. Cici, you want me to apologize to him? Who does he think he is? Jiang Hao was already very unhappy about being pointed at, and the person was like a mad dog, biting anyone in sight, which completely enraged Jiang Hao. At the same time, seeing that Shui Zishi loathed this person to the extreme, he immediately decided to help her and teach him a lesson. My hand, my hand. With a pitiful scream, the once arrogant Jiarani instantly collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain, his mouth agape as he screamed in agony. Jiang Hao stepped on Jiarani's head. Jiang Hao's cold voice carried the chill of a biting wind. I hated more than anything else in my life to be pointed at. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly, and no one had time to react. Shui Zishi was also taken aback. At this moment, Jiarani screamed in agony, yet remained incredibly arrogant, and began threatening Jiang Hao. Ah, damn it, let me go. I'm going to kill you today. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. Kill me? Since that's the case, then I'll kill you first. After saying this, Jiang Hao reached out and a white pill appeared in his hand. He grabbed the man by the back of the neck and lifted him up. Jiarani was in excruciating pain and was about to scream when he opened his mouth. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao, with extremely fast hand speed, threw the white pill in his other hand directly into his mouth. Then, he casually threw it on the ground. Cough cough. Without noticing, Jiarani swallowed the white pill, which caused him to cough. At this moment, he stood up and roared angrily. Damn it, what did you feed me? Jiang Hao, who was so arrogant towards Jiarani, smiled faintly and spoke. I'm giving you something to eat. It's good stuff. Call it itchy pill. If you eat it, your whole body will itch, and the itching will be unbearable. You won't be able to stop it. Only by scratching hard with your hands can you get temporary relief, and you can never stop. Then you'll scratch yourself until you're covered in blood, and maybe you'll even tear a few big holes in yourself, until your skin and flesh are scratched raw and you bleed to death. Upon hearing this, Jiarani thought Jiang Hao was lying to him and immediately burst into mockery. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. His face was a little itchy, and he couldn't help but scratch it. The next moment, his whole body started to itch. I'm so itchy. I'm so itchy. Jiarani suddenly lay down on the ground and began scratching himself haphazardly. At this moment, he was extremely itchy all over, and the itch was only slightly relieved when he scratched it hard. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Jiang Hao's words and immediately looked at Jiang Hao with fear in his eyes. He pointed at Jiang Hao, but as soon as he stopped, the places on his body that had been scratched became even itchier, and he couldn't help but scratch them frantically. He even started tearing his clothes haphazardly. You hurry, give me the antidote. I am the second young master of the Jia family, otherwise, my elder brother will not let you off. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head speechlessly. Threatening at a time like this is incredibly stupid. At this moment, Shui Zishi was also stunned. Originally, he also thought that Jiang Hao was just trying to scare Jiarani. However, judging from Jiarani's condition, it doesn't seem like he's faking it at all. In other words, everything Jiang Hao just said is true. Suddenly, she recalled Jiang Hao's description of that itching pill and felt a chill run down her spine. Isn't that kind of ending a bit too tragic? Moreover, this drug is too bizarre, isn't it? At the same time, in addition to admiration for the mysterious Jiang Hao, she felt a renewed sense of awe. However, although she also loathed Jiarani, she could only endure it because of the Jia family's power. Therefore, she tacitly approved of Jiang Hao's actions in teaching Jiarani a lesson. But if Jiarani really gets into trouble with her, the Jia family will probably cause him trouble. After much hesitation, Shui Zishi felt a pang of reluctance. Mr. Jiang, could you please spare him? Jiang Hao glanced at Shui Zishi, quickly, then thought for a moment, glanced at Jiarini who was writhing wildly on the ground, and spoke. Since Miss Shui has pleaded for you, I will grant Miss Shui this favor. As he spoke, he took out a very small black pill from his pocket and held it in his hand. Although you may escape the death penalty, you cannot escape punishment. Therefore, I can only give you half of this antidote. After saying that, he squeezed the pill in his hand hard, crushed some of it, put it into the teacup in front of him, and drank it. Then, he pinched the other half with 2 fingers, squatted down, and looked at Jiarini. As soon as Jiang Hao reached out, Jiarini quickly snatched the antidote and put it in his mouth. Jiang Hao didn't mind and instead slowly explained. This half pill can slightly alleviate your pain, and at the same time, you won't die. But you might need to persist for another 3 days before the effects of this itching pill wear off. After saying that, Jiang Hao stood up, picked up Jiarini with ease, as if he were carrying a rag doll. Miss Shui, I'm so sorry to have startled you. I have to go now. I'll take this trash out for you. Please wait. After saying that, Jiang Hao picked up Jiarini with one hand and left Shui Zishi's office as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Jiarini's hand was still scratching wildly at his body, while he screamed in agony. His screams immediately drew the attention of everyone around him. However, when they saw Jiarini in Jiang Hao's hand, they were immediately shocked. Holy crap, isn't that the second young master of the Jia family? Wow, this guy's got guts. It's over. This young man has completely offended the Jia family. Some people praised Jiang Hao's eccentricities, while others shook their heads. Behind Jiang Hao, Shui Zishi watched him leave with Jiarini, her expression complex. Soon, after leaving Tianfu Tower, many passers-by were attracted by this strange combination and stopped to watch. Jiang Hao casually tossed Jiarini aside on the roadside, got into his car under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and drove off with a flourish. After Jiang Hao left, passers-by gathered around to look at Jiarini, who had been abandoned by Jiang Hao on the roadside and was dressed in rags. Those who recognized the person immediately gasped in surprise. Hiss, that's Jia family's spoiled brat. Oh dear, what happened to him? Who was that person just now? The revelation of Jiarini's identity immediately caused a stir. Subsequently, some kind-hearted people called an ambulance and also contacted the Jia family. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was already driving towards Song Wanner's house. He didn't care at all about Jiarini's matter. Although the Jia family is powerful, it is much stronger than the Qin family before. But Jiang Hao at this point was no longer the same person he once was. It's not something anyone can control. If anyone dares to mess with him, he will naturally show them what will happen if they do. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived outside the Song family manor. Jiang Hao told the security guard, who then called to confirm. Soon after, Song Wanner came out to greet Jiang Hao in person. However, Song Wanner didn't seem very happy today. Her face looked a little off, and her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just been crying. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, Wanner, what happened? Upon hearing this, Song Wanner suddenly turned around, threw herself into Jiang Hao's arms, and burst into tears. Wa'ada. This left Jiang Hao somewhat puzzled. Jiang Hao gently patted Song Wanner to comfort her. Okay, what exactly happened? After Jiang Hao comforted her, Song Wanner seemed to calm down a bit. My mom suddenly fell ill yesterday. She was chilled all over and kept saying she was cold. No matter how many blankets I added for her, it didn't help. My dad consulted a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, but after examining him for a long time, the old doctor couldn't find anything. He's currently discussing this with several experts. But my mother's condition is getting worse and worse. At this point, Song Wanner choked up again. I'm scared. Then, she threw herself into Jiang Hao's arms again and cried. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Wanner, don't cry. Take me to see your mother. I might know about her illness, but I need to confirm it first. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately stopped crying and looked at Jiang Hao with joy. Really? Jiang Hao looked at Song Wanner and said seriously. Song Wanner felt as if she had grasped at the last straw. Then hurry up. I'll take you to see my mother right now. Overjoyed, Song Wanner led Jiang Hao on a wild run. Soon, Song Wanner led Jiang Hao to the door. Before Jiang Hao even went inside, he could hear the usual chatter. Mr. Song, has Mrs. Song touched anything unusual recently? No. My wife has always preferred quiet. She doesn't do much all day, just reads books and admires flowers and plants. But she's always been like this. This has never happened before. But we've already examined Madam's body with advanced equipment, and we haven't found anything abnormal. At this moment, Song Wanner led Jiang Hao in. As soon as Jiang Hao entered the room, he looked directly at Song Wanzhong and then spoke with a serious expression. Uncle Song, think carefully. Did your aunt experience this situation about 10 years ago? Jiang Hao's sudden interruption immediately displeased everyone. When they discovered that the person who interrupted was just a young boy, they became even more uncomfortable. They were all frequent guests of wealthy and high-ranking officials. This kid suddenly appeared and, without any manners, interrupted their conversation. If it weren't for the fact that the Jade King's daughter was personally accompanying Jiang Hao, they would have already spoken up and reprimanded him. May I ask who this gentleman is? At this moment, one of the young doctors spoke up and asked. However, Jiang Hao ignored him completely and stared intently at Song Wanzhong. At this moment, Song Wanjong's long-buried memories were stirred up by Jiang Hao's sudden question. 8 years ago, when he and Huixin went to the Divine Jade Mine in Myanmar to select jade, they had just gained the approval of the mysterious mine owner and entered the mine. Huixin suddenly fainted while selecting a piece of high-quality icy jade. Subsequently, Huixin's state was exactly the same as the current situation. She was freezing cold, shivering, and kept saying how cold she was. He consulted many doctors, but none of them could help him. Finally, the mysterious mine owner heard the news and sent someone to tell him that he had a way to save Huixin. That time, with Huixin by his side, he finally met the mysterious mine owner for the first time. He was an old man whose body was almost withered, but even so, no one dared to underestimate this mysterious mine owner. Moreover, the mine owner's men seemed to be filled with fear and fanatical worship of this old man, and dared not overstep their bounds in the slightest. After checking on Huixin's condition, the mine owner looked up at himself and shook his head. "Your wife isn't sick, she just has a special constitution. I can save your wife, but in return, I will face a calamity that I need your help to overcome." After saying that inexplicably, the mysterious mine owner let him choose for himself. At the time, he was also very puzzled. This mine owner of the sacred jade mine was extremely powerful in Myanmar. What kind of calamity would he suffer? How did he know that he would face a calamity in the future? Furthermore, why was he so certain that he could save him? Although Song Wanjong was capable, he had no medical background and his influence was not as great as that of the mine owner. At the time, Huixin was in dire straits, and many people were at a loss, but only this mysterious mine owner had a solution. He and Huixin were a loving couple, and naturally he didn't want to see Huixin suffer, so he had no choice but to agree. Subsequently, the mysterious mine owner kept his word and healed Huixin. The mysterious mine owner warned that Huixin must never touch jade or anything cold again. So, ever since then, he decided that he would be responsible for earning money to support the family, while Huixin would only need to be beautiful. After being reminded by Jiang Hao, Song Wanjong instantly recalled this long-forgotten event. At this moment, Song Wanjong's expression changed, and he quickly got up and came to stand in front of Jiang Hao. "Nephew, your aunt did indeed have the same experience as today 8 years ago, but it was already cured by a master back then." Song Wanjong's words immediately shocked everyone. At the same time, they all looked at Jiang Hao. How does this young lad know so much? Their doubts were the same doubts Song Wanjong had. Song Wanjong stared at Jiang Hao. "Nephew, how did you know?" After confirming the situation with Song Wanjong, Jiang Hao immediately felt reassured. "Uncle, please take me to see Aunt. I can solve Aunt's problem." However, Jiang Hao's outrageous remarks immediately shocked everyone once again. The doctors then exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion as they looked at Jiang Hao. Among them, every single one of them is at least a senior physician. Even these highly skilled doctors are helpless against this disease. How could this young upstart possibly cure it? Is this some kind of boast? At this moment, one of the young doctors couldn't help but step forward. "Mr. Song, I know you are anxious, but we don't even know the cause of your wife's illness right now. At this point, you can't let anyone do whatever they want." Then, he looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. "As for why this young student knows about what happened 8 years ago, perhaps he heard it from Miss Song?" When he said the words, "little classmate," he emphasized his voice even more. He then continued speaking. "Moreover, you didn't tell us about what happened 8 years ago beforehand, so we didn't know either. Now, we would like to ask Mr. Song to recount in detail what happened 8 years ago. Perhaps we can find the cause of your wife's illness and thus cure her completely." At this point, what is said is reasonable and well-founded, and most people might actually believe it. Even the other doctors behind him quickly spoke up. Yes, Mr. Song, Xiao Chen is right." At this moment, Song Wanjong's thoughts also wavered somewhat. However, at this moment, Song Wana ran to Song Wanjong's side. "Dad, why didn't you tell me about this?" Song Wana's words immediately made everyone's faces stiffen, and then they felt a burning pain on their faces. At the same time, Song Wana's words also awakened Song Wanjong. "Yes, I've never told Wana about this, and Huixin certainly wouldn't. How did he know that? Could he really cure Huixin's illness? Perhaps we have no choice but to give it a try." At this moment, Song Wanjong looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, my wife and I have never mentioned this matter to anyone, and Wana is completely unaware of it." Song Wanjong's words immediately and completely slapped the faces of the doctors. At this moment, Jiang Hao glanced at Xiao Chun, who was objecting, and the several old doctors behind him, with some disgust, and then said sarcastically, "A bunch of fame-seeking scoundrels, utterly ignorant." Jiang Hao's words instantly enraged the doctors, who pointed at him, trembling with anger. "You brat, how dare you insult me? Kid, do you know who I am?" However, Jiang Hao completely ignored it. Jiang Hao stared at Song Wanjong and spoke again. "Uncle, Aunt's condition is not an illness at all. It's just that her constitution is different from ordinary people. It is the legendary 3 meridians. These quacks know absolutely nothing, so don't count on them." At this moment, an elderly man among the doctors behind them heard Jiang Hao's words and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What? The legendary 3 meridians? But, according to legend, those with the 3 meridians meridians cannot live past 27. How come Madam Song is now? Before the old man finished speaking, the others already knew what he was going to say. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised and turned to look at the old man. He never expected that among this group of self-important doctors, there would be someone who knew about the 3 meridians. At this moment, everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Those with the 3 meridians will indeed not live past 27. However, it can be suppressed using special methods. 8 years ago, the expert my uncle met was also unable to fundamentally solve my aunt's problem. Therefore, he must have used special methods to suppress his aunt's constitution, which is why she has lived to this day. Jiang Hao's words instantly shocked Song Wanzhong. Hu Weixin is 35 today, but wasn't she 27 8 years ago? Moreover, that mysterious mine owner did say that Hui Xian's condition wasn't an illness, but rather that he had a somewhat special constitution. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke again, and what he said once more surprised everyone. But I have a way to cure the 3 meridians. Jiang Hao's words revealed absolute confidence. At this moment, Song Wanner's voice was trembling with tears as she quickly spoke. Dad, you should let Jiang Hao try it. However, at this moment, even without Song Wanner saying anything, Song Wanzhong completely believed Jiang Hao. He grabbed Jiang Hao, abandoned everyone else, and hurriedly left. Nephew, please come in. Your aunt is in the room next door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly followed, and Song Wanner followed without hesitation. The 5 doctors looked grim and hesitated slightly in the end. At this moment, the old man who knew about the 3 meridians was greatly shocked and looked incredulous. The legend of the 3 meridians is actually true. Moreover, someone actually has the ability to completely resolve the 3 meridian syndrome? No, I have to go check it out. Having said that, he quickly followed after them. At this moment, the other doctors exchanged glances and eventually followed suit. Soon, Jiang Hao met He Huixin. However, He Huixin at this time was vastly different from when he first met her. At this moment, she was covered with several quilts, shivering all over, and kept shouting, "Cold, so cold." The 3 girls serving her looked anxious. At this moment, the 3 girls saw Song Wanzhong and his group arrive and immediately ran over to report the situation. Master, you've arrived, madam. However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hao rushed to the bedside. He pulled out one of He Huixin's arms, made a flower-picking gesture with his hand, placed it on He Huixin's wrist, and directly took her pulse. At the same time, he spoke directly. Uncle, let Wanner stay and help out. You and the others can go out and wait for a while. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong hesitated somewhat. At this moment, Song Wanner hurriedly called out anxiously. Song Wanzhong glanced at his daughter, then gritted his teeth. Then I'll have to trouble you, my dear nephew. After saying that, he turned around and let everyone out, closing the door behind him and personally guarding the door. Just then, several doctors who had rushed over happened to be there. After asking them some questions, they had no choice but to wait with Song Wanzhong with regret. In the room, Jiang Hao lowered the bed curtains and took out a jade box from his body, inside which were his 9 ice jade needles. Wanner, take off your aunt's coat. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and listened to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly explained. Wanner, I need to use acupuncture, so this is necessary. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner did not blame him, but stared at Jiang Hao with pleading eyes. Jiang Hao, you must save my mother. Jiang Hao nodded and offered words of comfort. Wanner, don't worry, I will take care of your aunt's health issues. Alright, I'm going to administer the acupuncture now. Please keep your aunt calm. Song Wanner quickly did as instructed. Jiang Hao took out the 9 Dragons Ice Jade Needle, instantly activating the Eye of Breaking the Law, and simultaneously using the Great 5 Elements Yin-Yang Needle technique. As the chaotic energy within his body decomposed into different types of energy, it was injected into the Ice Jade Needles and inserted one by one into He Huixin's 9 acupoints. The 5 fundamental elemental energies that Jiang Hao infused into the 9 Ice Jade Needles were instantly injected into He Huixin's body, and a large 5-element cycle was formed within her body. Meanwhile, the cold energy constantly generated by He Huixin's 3 meridians constitution is continuously absorbed by this great 5-elements cycle and transformed in the way of the 5 elements. It was transformed into Qi with the attributes of the 5 elements. Soon, the cold energy generated by the 3 meridians was completely absorbed by the 5 elements cycle and transformed into the 5 elements original attributes. And now, without the cold air, the great 5 elements cycle, maintained by the 5 fundamental sources, began to expand continuously, spreading to all parts of He Huixin's body. It began to continuously nourish He Huixin's body. As the 5 elements dispersed within He Huixin's body, she instantly felt a warm and comfortable sensation throughout her body. Meanwhile, the 3 major yin meridians in her body, Taiyin, Shaoyin, and Juyin, were invaded and occupied by the 5 elements origin. Soon, He Huixin stopped shivering, stopped complaining of being cold, and her complexion gradually became rosy. She seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Jiang Hao checked his pulse, then nodded and quickly put away the 9 ice jade needles. He then turned around, stepped out of the curtain, and spoke with his his back to Song Wanner. Wanner, I've resolved your aunt's health issue, so I'll head out now. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned and left. Song Wanner watched as her mother's body warmed up, her complexion became rosy, and her trembling stopped. Hey, Jiang Hao, when will my mother wake up? Before Song Wanner could even utter a sound, her mouth was covered by a hand. When she took a look, she was immediately shocked. It was her mother who covered her mouth. Her mother looked embarrassed and angry, glaring fiercely at Song Wanner. Hearing the noise behind him, Jiang Hao smiled. In fact, he already knew that He Huixin should have woken up. He was there, but it was a little awkward, so he kept pretending to be asleep. Outside the door, Song Wanzhong was extremely anxious, pacing back and forth in front of the door. At this point, the young doctor who had previously refuted Jiang Hao was also becoming somewhat impatient. At the same time, he disapproved of Jiang Hao's previous behavior and muttered in a sarcastic tone, "If we can't cure this disease, how could a mere kid possibly cure it? It's a complete waste of time." Hearing this mutter, Song Wanzhong was immediately displeased and stared coldly at Xiao Chen. The other doctors looked at Song Wanzhong and realized something was wrong, so they all moved away from him and distanced themselves from him. Just then, the tightly closed door suddenly opened. Jiang Hao walked out from there. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and Song Wanzhong hurriedly walked over and anxiously inquired, "Nephew, how is your aunt doing?" Jiang Hao glanced at Xiao Chen and then ignored him. He happened to hear Xiao Chen's mutterings. Jiang Hao looked at the anxious Song Wanzhong and then smiled and spoke, "Uncle, don't worry, aunt is safe, and I've resolved her health issues." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, Song Wanzhong was overjoyed, while the others were also surprised. Previously, they had inquired about the 3 Yin meridians from the old man who knew about them. "Of course, I know how terrible this constitution is. Now, she has actually been cured." However, at this moment, a strange muttering made everyone frown and look over. Who knows if it's true or false? They're just making things up. Xiao Chen lowered his head and muttered to himself. At this moment, Jiang Hao was also somewhat displeased and decided to teach this person who had repeatedly annoyed him a lesson. However, before Jiang Hao could make a move, Song Wanzhong became enraged. "Dahai, please escort this Mr. Chen out and take good care of him." At this moment, the middle-aged man whom Jiang Hao recognized and whom Song Wanner always called Uncle Hai walked out from behind him. "Yes, sir." After saying that, he went up to Xiao Chen and gestured for him to come in. "Mr. Chen, please." At this moment, Xiao Chen became frightened and begged for mercy. However, before he could speak, Uncle Hai pressed a finger on Xiao Chen's back, and Xiao Chen was taken away without being able to speak. At this moment, Song Wanzhong looked at Jiang Hao. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, my dear nephew. Can I go see Hu Weixin now?" Song Wanzhong asked anxiously. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but before he could speak, the door behind him opened. Hearing the commotion, everyone turned around and were immediately startled. Song Wanner actually came out, dragging her mother's hand. At this moment, Hu Weixin was just like any other person, with a rosy complexion and bright eyes. Is this still the same patient who was lying in bed before, pale-faced, with cloudy, lifeless eyes, and trembling all over? Overjoyed, Song Wanzhong strode over to Hu Weixin's side. Immediately, the two embraced tightly. The people around also smiled. In the main hall of the Song family, at the banquet table, Song Wanzhong picked up his wine glass and looked at Jiang Hao with gratitude. "Nephew, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Today, I toast you with a cup of wine." Jiang Hao quickly picked up his wine glass and said politely, "Uncle, you're too kind." Having left the Song family manor, Jiang Hao had achieved all his objectives. Song Wanzhong readily accepted Jiang Hao's invitation. His whole family will go to support Jiang Hao. With the Jade King's support, I doubt many people in Tianhe City have that kind of influence. Jiang Hao went home happily. However, unlike Jiang Hao's joy, one guy groaned all day. In a special care ward at the Second People's Hospital of Tianhe City, Jia Reni lay on a special care bed with his limbs bound. His face looked like it had been scratched by a kitten. His entire face was covered in scratches and blood vessels. However, it wasn't just his face that was like this. After taking the hospital medication, his entire body was covered in scratches, not a single spot was unscathed. Beside his hospital bed, a woman lay kneeling beside it, staring at Jia Reni, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face. "Reni, your mother will definitely avenge you. Which vicious beast could have harmed my son so terribly?" He wiped away his tears while cursing loudly. Outside the ward, at one end of the corridor, a young man dressed as a CEO stood with a cold expression on his face. His eyes held a sinister glint that made people afraid to meet his gaze. He gazed out the window at the bustling city, lost in thought for a long time. And he is Jia Renjie, the eldest son of the Jia family and the head of the Jia family. Before, the Jia family was about the same as the Qin family, or Qinshou used to be, in the entire Tianhe city. However, the old man of the Jia family died early, and after Jia Renjie took over the Jia family grew rapidly under his leadership. That's how the Jia family came to be what it is today. In Tianhe City, Jia Renjie's methods are notoriously ruthless and vicious. There are even rumors that the death of the old man of the Jia family was related to his eldest son, Jia Renjie. However, the rumors are just rumors and there is no evidence. Behind him, two doctors were giving a report. it. Mr. Jia, that's basically the situation with the second young master. We have conducted a comprehensive examination of the second young master's body using the most advanced medical equipment, but we have not found any abnormalities. Moreover, even though we gave the second young master an anesthetic injection, it doesn't seem to have any effect. We are truly helpless in this bizarre situation. The doctor spoke with a look of frustration on his face. He has been practicing medicine for over a decade and has never encountered such a bizarre situation before. In that case, I'll leave it to you two. You can go ahead and get back to work. At that moment, Jia Renjie's chilling voice rang out, causing the two doctors to shiver involuntarily. The two doctors looked at Jia Renjie's back, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes, before speaking with trepidation. Mr. Jia, you flatter us? This is simply our duty. Then we'll head down for now and won't disturb Mr. Jia any longer. After saying that, the two of them quickly turned around and left. It was simply that Jia Renjie's aura was too strong, and he also exuded a cold and sinister feeling, which made them very uncomfortable. At this moment, they didn't want to stay a moment longer. After the two left, Jia Renjie stood there alone, gazing out the window, lost in thought. The light that had been shining at the end of the hospital corridor fell on Jia Renjie, but it made the atmosphere around him even more oppressive. Just then, Jia Renjie's cold voice rang out eerily. Shadow, how's the investigation going? Young master, the matter has been investigated and clarified. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side, and then a person wearing a black robe appeared there without anyone noticing. Without turning his head, Jia Renjie coldly uttered a single word. He looked behind him, and the person in the black robe spoke next. Today, the second young master went to Tianfu Tower again with flowers. At first, Xue Zishi did not see him, as if she was meeting a guest. Later, the second young master forced his way in and met Xue Zishi. Meanwhile, they discovered that Xue Zishi was meeting with a high school student, and the second young master subsequently got into a conflict with him. Xue Zishi seemed very respectful to the high school student, even making the second young master apologize. The second young master refused and angered the high school student by pointing at him and cursing. Subsequently, the second young master was defeated by the high school student in one move. At that time, the second young master mentioned the name of the Jia family, but the high school student did not seem to be afraid, or perhaps it's ignorance. Then, he fed the second young master a black pill, which he called the itchy pill. After a long while, the figure seemed as if it had been there at the time, as if it had been seen with its own eyes. He recounted the scene verbatim. After hearing this, Jia Renjie fell silent for a moment, and the surroundings became deathly quiet. After a long while, Jia Renjie's voice rang out again. Xue Zishi, since my brother likes you so much, then you should become my brother's wife. Tell the second son of the Xue family that my Jia family is willing to cooperate with him, on the condition that Xue Zishi is involved. Yes, young master. Behind him, the man in black robes received the order. At this moment, Jia Renjie's voice came again. Jiang Hao? Oh, the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Go and inform him to kneel down as he goes, and bring the antidote to the hospital to beg for forgiveness. Yes, young master. The man in black robes answered again. Alright, you can go ahead and get busy. As soon as Jia Renjie spoke, the man in black robes vanished into the darkness. Jia Renjie gazed out the window at the bustling city and murmured to himself, tonight, I am destined to be sleepless. At this moment, Jiang Hao had finished dinner, and the whole family was watching TV together. Just then, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Hao's mind, and then his muscles involuntarily contracted. He quickly got up and turned off the light, plunging the entire room into darkness. Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan were immediately filled with surprise and doubt. How, why did you turn off the light? Before Jiang Hao could answer, a sound of shattering glass rang out. Everyone was startled, and Aunt Jiang roared angrily. Whose brat is breaking my window this late at night? Meanwhile, in a room across the street, a figure completely hidden in a black robe stared at Jiang Hao's house as the lights suddenly went out, looking puzzled. What a coincidence. Did this high school student realize something? After a moment of silence, a soft murmur echoed again in the deathly quiet room. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Then, he glanced at the target room across the street. Mission accomplished, I should leave now. He then got up, disassembled the long sniper rifle he was sitting on, put it into a box, and then turned and left with the box. Meanwhile, at Jiang Hao's home, Jiang Hao turned the light switch back on. Just now, the intense stimulation I felt from that sense of danger disappeared. As soon as Jiang Hao turned on the light, everyone stood up and looked at the broken window. At that moment, Jiang Hao also came to the broken window and subconsciously looked across the building. Suddenly, he saw a figure in a black robe flash by in the light of a room across the street from his own. Just then, Jiang Hao's phone rang. Jiang Hao took it out and saw that it was a message from an unknown number. That was just a warning. The Jia family is not one you can mess with. If you want to live, take the antidote and kneel down one step at a time to beg for forgiveness in Ward 3, 16th floor, Tianhan No. 2 Hospital. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao's expression immediately turned cold, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Threatening me? Making me beg for forgiveness? But I'm afraid you can't accept my apology. Jiang Hao sneered inwardly, then recalled the fleeting black-robed figure across the street earlier. Let me see what you're capable of using to threaten me. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother and father were picking up the broken glass from the ground while muttering to themselves. How did the glass suddenly break? Did some naughty kid throw something and break our window? Impossible. This is the 16th floor. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to fabricate a lie. A sudden gust of wind just blew by. It's probably because our windows weren't closed properly. Zishuan, can you help me clean up? I'll go downstairs and buy some tape, then find something to stick on top to block the wind. I'll replace it with a new one tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Hao had already left before his parents could say anything. Looking at the closed door, Aunt Jiang muttered something under her breath. This child is still so rough around the edges. Jiang Hao quickly went downstairs and then activated his level 3 insect control technique, instantly summoning flying insects within a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, they located the man in black. Then he looked in one direction, a dangerous smile appearing on his lips, and murmured something. You slipped away pretty quickly. After saying that, he quickly headed towards the location of the insect he had just manipulated. Soon, Jiang Hao saw the black-robed figure he had seen earlier heading into the distance. Looking in the direction he left, Jiang Hao didn't follow, but instead went around through a small alley. At the corner of a small alley, a figure hidden in a black robe passed by quickly. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the pitch-black night. The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts have lost their traditional values. Such a grown man, yet he still secretly smashes people's windows. You think you can just smash it and run away? Do you think you can escape? The voice suddenly came from the darkness, and the man in black robes froze, stopping in his tracks. At that moment, he was indeed deeply shaken. How could he not have noticed that there were people here? Unless the newcomer is more skilled than me. At the same time, he clearly felt that he was locked in by a powerful aura, which made him dare not make any rash moves. Instantly, the face beneath the black robe turned serious. He slowly turned around, and by the moonlight, he saw a person leaning against the wall of the alley behind him. It seems we've been waiting for quite some time. However, when he saw the figure clearly, the man in black was immediately shocked again. Is that the high school student? Indeed, the man in black robes who had been leaning against the wall for a long time was Jiang Hao. At this moment, in the darkness, Jiang Hao stared at the man in black robes, and the man in black robes stared back at Jiang Hao. After a long silence, the black-robed man's hoarse voice finally rang out. You are a martial artist? This sentence sounds like a question, but the tone is full of certainty. Jiang Hao did not answer, but said coldly, Did Jia Renjie send you? It seems there isn't a single smart person in the Jia family. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the man in black robes dropped the box in his hand, and without saying a word, attacked Jiang Hao directly. Jiang Hao looked at the black-robed man rushing towards him, smiled contemptuously, and didn't care at all. The man in black robes threw a punch with a powerful gust of wind, aiming for Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao, arriving late but arriving early, easily caught the black-robed man's fist with a casual flick of his wrist. His immense strength talent was activated, and the black-robed man was unable to advance an inch. The man in black robes changed his expression and quickly pulled a small pistol from his waist with his other hand, about to fire at Jiang Hao. However, before he could pull the trigger, Jiang Hao had already gripped the gun with one hand and stuck one finger on the trigger, making it impossible for the man in black to pull it. The man in black robes was surprised by Jiang Hao's reaction. He looked up at Jiang Hao with a shocked expression. However, the man in black robes quickly reacted and then twisted his entire body at an incredible angle, delivering a flying side kick aimed at Jiang Hao's head. This kick carried a strong gust of wind. If it landed, even those boxing champions would surely die. However, upon seeing all this, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. The next moment, Jiang Hao grabbed the black-robed man's arms and, with tremendous force, slammed him to the ground. The black-robed man's foot was less than 10 centimeters from Jiang Hao's head when suddenly a tremendous force came from his arm. Snap! A sound of bones cracking rang out, followed by a sharp pain throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, his body went out of control and he was violently slammed to the ground. With a dull thud, the man in black robes crashed to the ground, sending dust flying. In an instant, blood streamed from the black-robed man's forehead, nostrils, and mouth. At the same time, his internal organs were severely damaged, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, he was in excruciating pain all over his body, dizzy, and seeing stars. However, he was filled with horror. He never expected Jiang Hao to be so powerful. However, before he could think further, Jiang Hao seemed a little unsatisfied, so he grabbed the black-robed man's arms and started playing whack-a-mole. He pulled the man in black robes up again and again, then slammed him to the ground. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds filled the air. After a long while, Jiang Hao finally stopped and threw the man in black robes to the ground. However, the man in black robes was now unrecognizable and his aura was extremely weak. It seems he only has one breath left. Jiang Hao crouched down and grabbed the man in black robes by the back of his collar. He then lifted the hood covering the black-robed man's head, stared at the black-robed man whose face was already unrecognizable, and said in a deep voice, You think you're so great just because you know a little bit of kung fu and put on a black robe? However, you are nothing nothing but an ugly rat that cannot stand the light of day. After saying this, Jiang Hao stood up and picked up the half-dead man in black robes. Then, looking in the direction of the Second People's Hospital of Tianhe City, he murmured something. I wonder if this gift of apology will satisfy our general manager Jia? After a murmur, Jiang Hao put the pistol on the ground and the box left behind by the man in black robes into his system space. Then, carrying the half-dead man in black robes, he unleashed his full speed and headed towards Tianhe No. 2 Hospital. In the monitoring room of the Second People's Hospital of Tianhe City, a staff member was dozing off in a chair. Suddenly, all the monitor screens in the control room turned into static. The staff member monitoring the surveillance was half asleep and didn't notice anything at all. In the special care ward number 3 on the 16th floor of the inpatient department, Jia Renyi lay on the hospital bed, groaning incessantly. Beside the sick bed, grandmother Jia stared at Jia Renyi with a look of pity. Behind him, Jia Renji stood there, looking at Jia Renyi on the hospital bed. Brother, I have already had Ing inform that sinner to bring the antidote and apologize to you. At that time, he'll be at your mercy. As for Xue Zishi, I will make her obediently marry you. Just as Jia Renji finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Jia Renji turned around and saw a figure in black robes flash past the door. He immediately became suspicious. Shadow is back so soon? Grandmother Jia also noticed, and immediately looked at Jia Renji with some fear. In the dead of night, a dark shadow flashed by in the hospital corridor. Wouldn't you be scared? Any normal person would probably be scared. However, Jia Renji thought it was his subordinate returning, so he looked at his mother and said, Mother, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he turned and left. As Jia Renji left the ward, he glanced around and saw a figure in a black robe with his back to him at the side window at the end of the corridor on the right. Jia Renji had no suspicions and walked straight past. Jia Renji walked to within 5 meters of the black-robed man, but suddenly stopped and refused to go any further. By the light of the hallway, Jia Renji suddenly noticed a pool of blood at the feet of the man in black robes, and his pupils immediately contracted. Without hesitation, he turned and prepared to run. However, just as he turned around, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Jia Renji was so frightened that he staggered back 3 or 4 steps. Young Master Jia, I've come to apologize. What are you afraid of? A mocking voice came from behind. When Jia Renji saw the person who had arrived, his eyes narrowed. However, at this moment, the man in black robes was suddenly thrown to the ground. Upon hearing the sound, Jia Renji quickly turned around and his expression changed drastically. The man in the black robe was unrecognizable, his face covered in blood, and the black robe he had worn was already tattered. He lay there quietly on the ground, without making a sound. Ing is a martial artist, how could he be injured like this? However, before he could think further, the voice behind him rang out again. Young Master Jia, isn't my apology gift quite nice? Upon hearing this, Jia Renji was immediately awakened. He quickly suppressed his shock and tried to calm himself down. Jia Renji regained his composure, looked at Jiang Hao, and spoke calmly. Tell me, what are your conditions for letting me go? At this moment, he made no excuses or begged for mercy, but directly asked Jiang Hao to state his conditions. He never expected that his trump card would be lost to a high school student. Shadow, as her trump card, has been handling special tasks for herself over the years and has never failed. Even more surprisingly, 40 days ago, he suddenly became a martial artist and his strength increased several times over. However, even so, he was still beaten up like this by this high school student. He's not like his good-for-nothing brother, Jia Renyi. At this point, he knew that sophistry and threats were useless, so he went straight to the point and asked Jiang how to state his conditions. He's a businessman, he only believes that profit moves people's hearts, and that money can make the devil turn the millstone. However, he didn't understand Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at Jia Renji, who was initially a little panicked but quickly regained his composure, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As expected of the ruthless young Master Jia, his composure is truly remarkable. But you don't understand me at all. As Jiang Hao spoke, he took a few steps and approached Jia Renji, staring at him and saying each word slowly and deliberately. I will not attack unless attacked. Then, he grabbed Jia Renji's shoulder and pressed down hard. Snap! A cracking sound rang out, and Jia Renji immediately cried out in pain, about to shout. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao had a white pill in his other hand that was exactly the same as the itching pill he had fed to Jia Renyi. Then, he covered Jia Renji's mouth with his hand. Instantly, the pill in his hand went directly into Jia Renji's stomach. Jia Renji's pupils widened as he stared intently at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stared at Jia Renji and said coldly, I've already warned your Jia family not to mess with me, but you didn't listen. In that case, you'll experience firsthand the terror of provoking a poison master. After saying that, Jiang Hao reached out and pressed hard on Jia Renji's acupoint for speech. Then, he threw Jia Renji to the ground without even glancing at him. He then picked up the dead man in black robes, turned around, and disappeared into the stairwell. In the hallway, Jia Renji kept shouting, but no sound came out. Just then, his face suddenly became incredibly itchy. He couldn't help but scratch himself hard, and soon his face was covered in blood. Soon, the itch spread throughout his entire body, and and he began frantically tearing at his clothes, then scratching himself all over. At this moment, in the dark corridor, Jiang Hao held the dead man in black robes in his hand and secretly communicated with the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dissecting a human corpse and obtaining one incomplete human pill. Skill point +1, experience point +1. Fragmented human pill, a pill made from the essence of a martial artist who has just entered the martial arts path. Consuming it allows one to inherit all of that martial artist's power. Decomposition complete, extract? The black-robed corpse in Jiang Hao's hand disappeared, followed by a system notification. Jiang Hao was immediately shocked when he heard about what he had obtained from the decomposition. Human pill? A pill made from a human? The things obtained from this system's decomposition are getting more and more fantastical. Even human pills have appeared. But who could possibly swallow this pill? Jiang Hao felt nauseous at the thought that this pill was made from one person. Fine, I'll accept it, but I can keep it to train my own subordinates. After thinking it through, Jiang Hao spoke. The next moment, a black pill appeared in his hand. Then, he took out a jade bottle from the system space and put the incomplete human pill into it to preserve it. Then it disappeared into the moonlight. On his way back, Jiang Hao randomly picked a small shop that was still open and bought a roll of tape to take home. That same day, Jiang Hao got up early and made breakfast for his family. After breakfast, the family began preparing for tomorrow's feast. Today, Father Jiang is renting a car to go back to Jiangjia village to pick up Grandpa, fourth uncle, and others. And Jiang's mother is going to receive Jiang Hao's uncle's family. Meanwhile, to Jiang Hao's surprise, his uncle, whom he rarely contacted, called early this morning to say that he would be attending the banquet. This surprised Jiang Hao. You know, his uncle is the kind of person who rarely even goes back to his hometown for Chinese New Year. Jiang Hao never expected that he would come to his victory celebration banquet. However, it doesn't matter if he comes. With everything assigned, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan began cleaning the house after their parents left. Jiang Zixuan turned on the TV and did housework while watching it. Just as Jiang Zixuan was looking for a TV series, a morning news report made Jiang Hao stop what he was doing. This morning, we report that Jia Renjia, a well-known entrepreneur in our city, is suspected of being infected with an unknown virus, and several experts are at a loss as to what to do. The Jia Group's stock was greatly affected and began to fall continuously. Jiang Hao looked at the news report, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Just then, Jiang Hao's phone rang. Jiang Hao took it out and saw the caller ID, Xue Zishi. Jiang Hao glanced at the news report on TV and roughly guessed the purpose of Xue Zishi's call. Jiang Hao dropped the mop he was holding, picked up the phone, and turned back to the bedroom. Jiang Zixuan glanced at Jiang Hao once and then ignored him. In Jiang Hao's bedroom. Hello, Miss Xue, is there something you need? Hey, Mr. Jiang, I'd like to know, was that your doing? Xue Zishi hesitated, asking with some fear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao pretended not to know. Miss Xue, what is it? Xue Zishi hesitated slightly, then said timidly in a soft voice. It's about Jia Renjie. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao feigned sudden realization, as if he had just come to his senses. Oh, you mean him. There's nothing I can do. They won't listen to advice, so I have to try to persuade them again. Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi felt a chill run down her spine. The Jia family is a newly emerging wealthy family, even surpassing Tianfu Tower in status. However, in Jiang Hao's words, the Jia family seemed to be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will. At this moment, in addition to admiration for Jiang Hao, she felt a renewed sense of fear. After exchanging pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Jiang Hao had no idea what Xue Zishi was thinking. However, he had been too low-key in the past, so people only knew about his magic but not about his prowess. Therefore, many people tend to subconsciously ignore him. He then realized that being too low-key was actually not a good thing, and showing off your muscles appropriately is also very necessary. At this moment, Jiang Hao went to clean up again. However, outside the city, a huge wave was stirred up in Tianhe's high society. People who don't know the details might believe what they see in the news, but they won't. In high society, the relationships between each faction are intricate and complex. When Jia Reni and Jia Renjie ran into trouble one after another, they sensed a crisis. Soon, the information about Jiang Hao, the man who brought Jia Renjie out of Tianfu Tower, was collected piece by piece. It is suspected that there is a master-level carver who is on good terms with the Jade King. She has superb culinary skills and cured an anorexic patient with her cooking. The young master of the Qin group offended him and had his leg broken. The Qin family then sought revenge, but was completely destroyed by someone else. With his superb medical skills, he cured the Jade King's wife of an illness that had baffled several renowned doctors in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. The domineering young lady from Tianfu Tower treated him with utmost respect, even at the cost of offending the Jia family for him. The second young master of the Jia family offended him and was thrown out of Tianfu Tower. The eldest young master of the Jia family sought revenge for his younger brother and is now infected with the virus. Putting these major events together, they suddenly realized that Jiang Hao had become someone they absolutely deserved to take seriously. At the Song family manor, Song Wanzhong and his wife sat in the pavilion admiring the flowers, while Uncle Hai stood beside them, reporting on his work. Master, that's roughly what happened. Mrs. Classmate is no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, He Huaixin looked at Uncle Hai beside her with some surprise. Da Hai, I've never heard you speak of a young man like that before. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai straightened his expression, looked at He Huaixin, and said respectfully, Madam, I heard from Miss about the process by which he resolved your constitution. I'm 80% certain that he's probably the same kind of person as me. Uncle Hai's words startled Song Wanzhong, who had been looking at the lotus flowers blooming in the pond. He then turned around abruptly to look at Uncle Hai. Ocean, are you sure? Uncle Hai nodded solemnly. Uncle Hai's words seemed to have made Song Wanzhong make a certain decision. Song Wanzhong stood up and looked at the lake surface, which shimmered in the breeze. A new era is about to begin, and people like you will be the darlings of the world. To be an enemy of people like you is to be an enemy of the entire new era. Moreover, Jiang Hao has done me a great favor. In that case, Da Hai, from now on, do your best to befriend Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai was immediately startled. However, he didn't need to question the master's orders, he only needed to obey. Yes, sir. At this moment, He Huaixin suddenly spoke up. Actually, I think Wanner and Jiang Hao have a very special relationship. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong paused for a moment. Don't worry, I'm not a conservative person. They can handle their own affairs, I won't interfere. Upon hearing this, He Huaixin immediately smiled. Actually, I quite like Jiang Hao too. Jiang Hao probably never imagined that his first forced action would have such a miraculous effect. However, no one would have imagined that this extraordinary person, who single-handedly caused turmoil in the upper class of Tianhe City, was actually mopping the floor at home. Soon, the morning was over, and Jiang Hao and his sister Jiang Zixuan had completed the great task of cleaning the house. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang also called, saying they would be back around 2 or 3 p.m. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Father Jiang picked up the old man, the old woman, the third aunt, Jiang Jingyi, and the fourth uncle's family and came back first. Then, Aunt Jiang arrived with her uncle's family. The Jiang family suddenly became lively. Time flies, and a new day begins. Early in the morning, at the VIP area of Tianfu Tower, Xue Zishi stood facing 8 middle-aged men dressed as chefs. Xue Zishi glanced at the 8 chefs and then spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished guest who is hosting a banquet here today, and he has decided to cook for us himself. Therefore, we have no choice but to ask 1 or 2 of you to help him out today. As soon as Xue Zishi finished speaking, it caused a huge stir. Everyone stared at Xue Zishi in shock, some even with expressions of dissatisfaction. Young miss, the kitchen is a restricted area. No one is allowed to trespass here. That's right, miss. Besides, who does he think he is, having several culinary masters like us assist him? Immediately, everyone started discussing it. The chefs who can work in the kitchen of the VIP area of Tianfu Tower are no ordinary people. Which one of them isn't a culinary master with decades of experience in the art of cooking? Capable people often have tempers. They were furious when Xue Zishi made them work for an unknown nobody. They are all culinary masters. How could they easily lower themselves to be subordinate to others? Xue Zishi looked at the chef, who was getting agitated. Although he was the boss, he also needed to consider the feelings of his employees. Alright, everyone, listen to me first. When Xue Zishi spoke, everyone stopped, but their eyes were still fixed on her. They needed an explanation. At this moment, Xue Zishi did not hesitate. He looked at everyone and spoke. I understand how you all feel. You are all culinary masters, and you would definitely be unhappy to be asked to work as assistants for ordinary people. Put yourself in my shoes. If I were you, I wouldn't be convinced either. At this point, Xue Zishi paused, then looked at everyone and spoke. But when did I say that he was an ordinary person? Do you think an ordinary person would agree to this request? At this moment, the head chef, though equally puzzled, still spoke with some resentment. Even if he's not an ordinary person, is his cooking skill better than ours? The head chef's words immediately resonated with all the chefs present, and they all echoed his sentiments. That's right, that's right. However, upon hearing this, Xue Zishi smiled slightly and then revealed a piece of news that shocked all the chefs present. Master Lin, you were absolutely right. This distinguished guest's culinary skills are indeed superior to all of yours, for he is a true master chef. As soon as Xue Zishi finished speaking, it caused a huge stir. Everyone stared at Xue Zishi in disbelief. How is that possible? At that moment, Chef Lin, while still shocked, seemed to realize something and then exclaimed, Young miss, is it possible that Master Wu of our Tianfu Tower is going to take action personally? Upon hearing this, the others were also greatly surprised and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Then, they stared intently at Xue Zishi, seemingly wanting her to personally confirm the truth. However, Xue Zishi smiled mysteriously and shook her head. Now, everyone was even more confused. If it's not Master Wu, then where is the master from? It's important to know that the title of Grandmaster isn't given lightly, and the number of Grandmasters is incredibly small. At this moment, Xue Zishi reminded her. Don't you remember the rumors that there was another culinary master at Tianfu restaurant? Everyone suddenly understood, followed by confusion and excitement. Young miss, Miss, could that rumor be true? If it's true, then could today's distinguished guest be that mysterious culinary master who has just joined but has never shown his face before? Shwezishi nodded as she looked at the eager gazes of the crowd. Immediately, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Young Miss, I'm willing to stay. I'd love to. When the self-important culinary masters heard that they were to assist a master chef, they were shocked. Immediately, they all looked delighted and rushed to stay. Although they are all culinary masters, it would be their honor to serve as assistants to a grandmaster. If they could truly learn even one or two moves from a grandmaster, they might have a glimpse into the realm of grandmasters. This is absolutely a windfall, and they're certainly not stupid. Shwezishi smiled as she looked at the crowd whose attitudes had changed drastically. Is this a case of "it's so good, it's actually delicious" warning? Just then, a shout suddenly rang out, interrupting the argument. Miss Shui? This morning, Jiang Hao got up early and decided to go to Tianfu restaurant first to start preparing ingredients. The VIP area of Tianfu Tower is not a place for ordinary people. However, today, Jiang Hao has booked the entire venue. Jiang Hao wanted to get everything ready so that he could start his personal cooking show once his father and the others arrived. However, this is what he saw as soon as he arrived. At this moment, everyone was interrupted, and all eyes immediately fell on Jiang Hao. When they saw that it was a student with a young face, they immediately frowned. However, they didn't say much. After all, how could someone who could enter the supreme zone of Tianfu Tower be an ordinary person? Perhaps he is the young master of some family? That's what everyone was guessing. At this moment, Shwezishi turned around and saw that it was Jiang Hao. She was overjoyed and quickly walked over, smiling respectfully. Mr. Jiang, you're here so early? Jiang Hao nodded and spoke. I want to prepare the ingredients in advance so that I won't be caught off guard when my guests arrive. However, the culinary masters standing nearby were stunned when they heard the conversation between the two. The culinary masters exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. The head chef surnamed Lin glanced at Jiang Hao a few more times, and finally couldn't help but ask Shwezishi somewhat nervously. Young Miss, could this be the grandmaster? Immediately, the culinary masters all turned their attention to Shwezishi, wanting her confirmation. Upon hearing this, Shwezishi immediately realized what was happening and pointed at Jiang Hao, introducing him to the culinary masters. That's right, this is Mr. Jiang, the mysterious culinary master who recently joined our Tianfu restaurant. Everyone, please welcome him. Shwezishi led the applause, but the expressions of the culinary masters were quite varied. Their faces showed doubt, shock, and even disbelief. Looking at Jiang Hao, they were certain that Jiang Hao was probably not even 20 years old. A grandmaster who was not even 20 years old. Is this possible? Nobody can believe it. Young Miss, you're not joking with us, are you? This gentleman looks to be no more than 20 years old. How could he possibly be a master chef? Chef Lin felt that the young lady was joking with him. In fact, it wasn't just Chef Lin. The other culinary masters, looking at Jiang Hao who was not even 20 years old, also felt that the young lady had played an international joke on them. Seeing this, Jiang Hao showed no displeasure at their suspicions. Looking at the group, he suddenly had an idea. Jiang Hao could have ignored everyone's suspicions. However, it would be somewhat difficult for him to run a banquet by himself. Besides, as the main character of today's banquet, he can't just hide in the kitchen forever, can he? Therefore, he needs several chefs to help him, and the culinary masters at Tianfu Lu can help him with this. However, these culinary masters are all highly skilled individuals. Why would they willingly help you based on just a few words? Ultimately, it all comes down to ability, and it also requires overwhelming strength. Only by crushing their arrogance with absolute strength will they naturally submit to you. Therefore, everything is decided by strength. Jiang Hao glanced at the several culinary masters, then at Shwezishi beside him, and finally looked at Chef Lin, who was leading the group, and spoke. Since everyone is not convinced, then I'll just show you a couple of simple tricks. Upon hearing this, Shwezishi quickly apologized to Jiang Hao, looking slightly apologetic. I'm sorry to have troubled Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao waved his hand. It's alright. We're all in the culinary business, so I know that in this industry, skill speaks for itself. Alright, take me to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Shwezishi quickly led the way. Behind them, several culinary masters watched Jiang Hao's confidence, composure, and calmness. And what he said made an unbelievable thought suddenly pop into my head. Could this child really be a culinary master? The moment this terrifying idea popped into their heads, it gave them a huge fright. How could this be? Absolutely not. As culinary masters, they naturally understand the difficulty of surpassing the level of a grandmaster of cooking. Although there is only one level difference between a master chef and a grandmaster chef, the gap in skill between them is like an insurmountable chasm. They've been doing this for so many years and haven't even gotten close to the threshold, let alone a little kid. They simply couldn't believe that the little kid was a culinary master. Seeing Jiang Hao and Shwezishi head towards the kitchen, the culinary masters exchanged glances and immediately followed. They're going to expose this scam. In the kitchen, Jiang Hao, dressed as a chef, held a cleaver that seemed to leap like a sprite among the flowers. In the blink of an eye, the ingredients and front of him were transformed into works of art in his hands. Then, turn on the heat, add oil, sprinkle salt, pour in the ingredients, and toss the wok. With a smooth and effortless technique, Zhang Hao transformed what was simply a cooking process into something extraordinary. It's a pleasure to look at. Several culinary masters from the Tianfu Supreme District were stunned. However, this is only the beginning. Soon, a rich aroma of food filled the entire kitchen, its fragrance even reaching for miles around. Immediately afterwards, a dish was cooked, and Zhang Hao picked it up. Deliciousness +5, happiness +3. Looking at the data floating on top of this exquisite dish that looked and smelled delicious, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile. Zhang Hao presented the dish to the several culinary masters who were already stunned, picked up his chopsticks, and handed each of them a pair. Please enjoy and appreciate. Seeing the exquisite and fragrant dishes, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, they couldn't resist any longer and picked up their chopsticks to try it. The moment the food entered their mouths, they couldn't help but shudder. Their taste buds were practically exploding with excitement. However, that's not the scariest part. After they took a bite, their hands holding the chopsticks involuntarily and quickly picked up another piece. In the blink of an eye, the dish was gone. For a moment, they still felt like they hadn't had enough. At that moment, a feeling of happiness spread throughout their bodies, making them unable to control themselves. Even their eyes were glistening with tears of happiness. At this moment, they truly felt the power of a grandmaster. Tears streamed down their faces, and their eyes, filled with nothing but admiration, looked at Zhang Hao. Lin Feng greets Master Jiang. Zhang Tao greets Master Jiang. In an instant, the several self-important culinary masters all bowed their arrogant heads to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. With everything ready, Father Jiang led his entire family toward Tianfu Tower. Shui Zishi also gave Zhang Hao a lot of face and personally greeted Zhang's father and others. When everyone learned Shui Zishi's identity, they were shocked for quite some time. Among them, the uncle and aunt were the most shocked. They knew the reputation of Tianfu Tower. Given their status, they weren't even qualified to go up to the second floor. But today, not only did the young lady of Tianfu Tower personally greet them, they even went up to the top floor, the VIP area, a place they never dared to dream of before. All of this stemmed from the nephew she once looked down upon. Suddenly, she remembered her childish behavior and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Led by Shui Zishi, the group sat down in the VIP area. In the kitchen, Chef Lin ran to Zhang Hao's side and said respectfully, "Master Jiang, your guest has arrived." "Oh, then we should go out and take a look." 3 minutes later, add a third of a spoonful of salt and half a spoonful of sugar to this pot of food. 5 minutes later, add 8 drops of sauce and stir-fry quickly, then it's ready to serve. Zhang Hao gave instructions to Chef Lin. Chef Lin was utterly incredulous upon hearing this. "Master Jiang, you're letting me take over?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao replied without hesitation, "Just come when I tell you to, stop being so indecisive." With that, he handed the items to Chef Lin and turned to leave. Watching Zhang Hao's departing figure, Chef Lin was immediately moved to tears. The others looked at Chef Lin with envy. "I envy Chef Lin for receiving guidance from Master Jiang." Outside, Zhang Hao appeared, and the group exchanged pleasantries. Finally, Zhang Hao glanced at everyone and then asked his father, "Dad, didn't my uncle say he was coming? He hasn't arrived yet?" Father Zhang nodded. Zhang Hao was immediately displeased. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's still not here, and everyone's waiting for him." Upon hearing this, the old man's smile vanished instantly, and he looked at Zhang Hao. "Hao, don't wait for him, you can start." The old man now possesses considerable martial arts skills, so his every word and action exudes immense power. Therefore, once the old man spoke, no one dared to say anything. Zhang Hao was about to nod. However, at that moment, a sudden sound came from afar. "I'm so sorry, I just finished discussing a 100 million yuan project with Mr. Du, so I've kept you all waiting." Then, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle and a big smile walked towards the crowd. Beside him was a middle-aged man whose head was half covered by a receding hairline. Although this person said he was sorry, his expression didn't show any sign of embarrassment. This person was Zhang Hao's uncle who was in business, Zhang Bodong. At this moment, Zhang Bo looked at Zhang Hao and called out, Hao, come here quickly, let me introduce you." As he spoke, he pointed to the Mediterranean man next to him and introduced him to Zhang Hao. "This is President Du of Hong Yun Group. President Du is a big boss." Then, he shamelessly spoke to the balding man beside him. "Mr. Du, this is my nephew, Zhang Hao, who scored 747 points on the college entrance exam. However, all of this is useless. After all, there are plenty of college students now. When he graduates, maybe President Du will give him a chance." This person's words were extremely harsh. However, at this moment, looking at his foolish business partner beside him, Mr. Du felt an urge to kill him. He agreed to cooperate because he learned that Zhang Bo thought the fool was Zhang Hao's uncle, and he wanted to take the opportunity to get to know Zhang Hao. To everyone's surprise, this fool had no idea how capable his nephew was. These words immediately caused Zhang Hao's impression of him to plummet. However, Zhang Bodong was unaware of this. He glanced at Zhang Hao, who was standing standing there dumbfounded and immediately frowned. How, why don't you ask President Du to sit down? What are you standing there for? As soon as he arrived, he took over the role of the host as if he had become the host of the banquet. In an instant, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. Oh, Mr. Du? Which Mr. Du requires Mr. Jiang to personally invite him? Shuezishi, dressed in a purple cheongsam, resembled a noble phoenix descending to earth, attracting everyone's attention. Jiang Bo naturally recognized Shuezishi, although his rank was not high enough to meet her. However, Shuezi's address of Mr. Jiang made him feel like he was floating on air, and he became somewhat carried away. He thought that Shuezishi might have heard about his deeds somewhere, which was why she recognized him. What he didn't know was that Shuezishi's Mr. Jiang was actually calling for Jiang Hao. At this moment, he was unaware of his own shortcomings and prepared to be modest. You flatter me, Mississippi Mr. Du, and I hit it off immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, the balding man saw that it was Shuezishi and quickly interrupted him to explain. Miss, you flatter me. I only wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Mr. Jiang, but I didn't know. He gave a wry smile as he said this. Shuezishi's gaze swept over the Mediterranean man, then she looked at Jiang Bodong as if he were an idiot. He walked straight to Jiang Hao and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Jiang, she has kept everyone waiting. Then, he pointed at Jiang Bodong beside him with some surprise and asked, Mr. Jiang, and who is this? When Jiang Bo saw Shuezishi addressing Jiang Hao as Mr. Jiang, he realized that he didn't recognize him. He froze on the spot, completely bewildered. Young miss doesn't recognize me? Was Mr. Jiang a form of address for Jiang Hao? In this situation, he immediately realized that he had misunderstood. Shuezishi's use of Mr. Jiang was a respectful way of addressing Jiang Hao. He was immediately filled with embarrassment. Soon, he realized that he wasn't even qualified to approach President Du in the first place. Later, it was General Manager Du who approached him. At the time, he thought he had some special potential that caught General Manager Du's eye. It's also because he was blinded by excitement at the time. He didn't even notice the strange situation that after President Du found him, he kept asking about Jiang Hao. It seems that only after Mr. Du confirmed that he was Jiang Hao's uncle did he directly propose a contract worth 100 million. Even later, it was only after learning that he was going to attend Jiang Hao's banquet that President Du asked to go with him. But he still believed that President Du had taken a liking to his talent. Recalling the whole process, he immediately looked at President Du and his expression changed. Could it be that when President Du just called me Mr. Jiang, he wasn't referring to me? Are you talking about Jiang Hao? At this moment, regardless of Jiang Bodong's ever-changing expression, which resembled a chameleon, Shuezishi's assist eased Jiang Hao's grim expression slightly. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Nephew Jiang, I, Song, have come with my family to keep our appointment. I am not late, am I? His hearty laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Jiang Hao finally smiled and quickly went to greet him. It is an honor for me that Uncle Song could come. Indeed, the newcomers were Song Wanzhong, He Huixin, Song Waner, and their family, accompanied by Uncle Hai as their protector. Upon seeing Song Wanzhong, everyone was immediately shocked. Jiang Hao actually managed to invite the Jade King? But a huge wave was surging in Jiang Bodong's heart. How could he not recognize the Jade King Song Wanzhong? However, given his status, he simply couldn't reach the Jade King. However, to his surprise, his nephew Jiang Hao, whom he had just belittled, was able to invite the Jade King. In fact, judging from the situation, Jiang Hao's relationship with the Jade King is even more intimate. What exactly is going on? What exactly happened during this period? For a moment, Jiang Bo felt completely unfamiliar with this world. It's like a dream. Jiang Hao accompanied Song Wanzhong toward the main seat. As they passed the Mediterranean man and Jiang Bo, Song Wanzhong looked at Jiang Hao in surprise and spoke. Who are they? However, before Jiang Hao could speak, the Mediterranean man quickly offered an explanation. Dewey has met the Jade King, and I also wish to congratulate Mr. Jiang on his arrival. However, how could the old and shrewd Jade King not see the abnormality at the scene? Why don't we sit together? Upon hearing this, the Mediterranean man was immediately filled with trepidation. No. Then, the Mediterranean man quickly took out a gold card from his wallet and placed it on the table. I have already delivered Mr. Du's gift, so I will not disturb Prince Yu and Mr. Jiang any longer. Mr. Du will now take his leave. Having said that, he quickly slunk away. Jiang Bo, who was standing to the side, panicked when he saw the balding man about to leave. His contract worth 100 million yuan had not been officially signed yet. Watching the balding man slink away, Jiang Bo opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say anything or chase after him. After all, the Mediterranean man is worlds apart from the Jade King. Afterwards, Jiang Hao arranged for Yu Wang to sit next to the old man, while He Huixin and Song Waner sat next to Jiang's mother along with Shuezishi and others. Jiang Hao then let Uncle Hai sit down in the seat that originally belonged to his uncle. Immediately after everyone sat down, Jiang Bo realized with embarrassment that he didn't seem to have a seat. The others acted as if they hadn't even seen him. Jiang Bo's face turned extremely ugly in an instant. Even the old man and the old woman humans seemed to have forgotten about their eldest son, Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to leave or stay. At this moment, Zhang Hao glanced at his uncle, whom he loathed. "Uncle, what are you doing standing here? Your boss, Mr. Du, has already left. Why don't you hurry up and catch up with him to finalize your 100 million yuan project? When you become successful, don't forget to help out your poor relatives." Zhang Hao's words left Zhang Bo choking, his face turning pale and then red. Zhang Bo couldn't stay any longer and turned to chase after his boss, Mr. Du. Zhang Hao's words left Zhang Bo choking, his face turning pale and then red. Zhang Bo couldn't stand it any longer and turned around to chase after his boss, Mr. Du. Zhang Hao watched as Zhang Bo chased after him, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Then he stopped paying attention to it. On the other side, after Zhang Bo chased after him, he finally saw the Mediterranean man in front of the Tianfu building and shouted with joy, Mr. Du, wait a minute." Upon hearing this, the Mediterranean man turned around and looked at Zhang Bodong with a cold face. Zhang Bodong excitedly ran over. President Du, when would you like to sign that 100 million yuan project?" The balding man, seeing Zhang Bo's despicable face, could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and slapped her. "How dare you bring this up? It's all because of you, you fool, that I've left a very bad impression on Mr. Zhang today. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang's sake, I would kill you right now. Who do you think you are?" The Mediterranean man became increasingly agitated as he continued to rant, and even raised his hand again. Zhang Bo was so frightened that he covered his face and quickly dodged away, looking like a clown. Seeing his cowardly appearance, the Mediterranean man was too lazy to argue with him anymore and turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Bo was left alone on the scene, covering his face and standing there awkwardly. At this moment, Zhang Bo's heart was filled with gloom. Because of his poor judgment, he ended up losing both his wife and his army. Looking towards the stairs, Zhang Bo was filled with regret. He no longer had the courage to go back and find Zhang Hao. At this moment, in the VIP area of Tianfu Tower, after Zhang Hao left, the atmosphere at the large dining table suddenly became somewhat strange. At the dining table, Uncle Hai's expression was somewhat solemn, and he stared nervously at the old man sitting in the main seat. He sensed a deadly threat emanating from the old man, a feeling that came from a martial artist's sixth sense. The old man also glanced at Uncle Hai with some surprise. As a pure martial artist, he also possessed a more acute sixth sense than ordinary people, and he also discovered that Uncle Hai was a martial artist with considerable skill. The old man immediately became excited. This was the first martial artist he had ever met besides Zhang Hao. Immediately, he had the idea of having a friendly spar. Once the thought came to mind, it was impossible to stop it. The old man suddenly stood up and pointed at Uncle Hai. "Young man, we hit it off immediately. Hao hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we go outside and have a chat?" The old man's words immediately startled everyone. Then, the old man and Uncle Hai, who were puzzled by what everyone said. At this moment, Mr. Jiang looked at the old man and asked in confusion, "Dad, do you know this person?" Mr. Jiang's question was the same question everyone else was asking, and they all looked at the old man. To everyone's surprise, the old man replied quite readily, "I don't know him." Immediately, everyone was speechless. "You don't know each other, it's your first meeting, and you haven't had any conversation, so how come you feel like old friends at first sight?" Suddenly, everyone looked at the old man and Uncle Hai with strange expressions. At this moment, Uncle Hai naturally understood what the master meant. Since he became a martial artist, the old man was the first person to pose a fatal threat to him. He also wanted to have a friendly competition with the old man, but today he was there to protect the Jade King, and he had a duty to fulfill. So he said with some regret, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Jiang. I feel the same way. However, I am responsible for the safety of my family head today, so I cannot leave without permission." Upon hearing this, the old man smiled and said confidently, "Don't worry, with my grandson Hao here, the Jade King is safer than you and I are." The old man's words were filled with absolute confidence in his grandson, Zhang Hao. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai was immediately startled and carefully considered the old man's words, especially the last sentence, "With my grandson Hao here, the Jade King is safer than you and I are." Uncle Hai was deeply disturbed by what he saw. Was the old man telling him that Zhang Hao's strength was greater than the sum of his own? At this moment, the conversation between the old man and Uncle Hai left everyone confused. Perhaps only the Jade King had a rough idea. Yu Wang looked at the old man, then at Uncle Hai, and immediately understood what was going on. Now that the old man had said all that, Uncle Hai was in a difficult position and looked at Song Wanzhong. "Sir, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong looked at Uncle Hai and the old man, and then said, "Since Grandpa Jiang values you so much, why don't you keep him company and have a chat? As for my safety, Grandpa Jiang has already said that you don't need to worry about it." Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Uncle Hai and smiled. "Look, even the Jade King has agreed. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around, left a message for everyone, and walked away. "Don't worry, this young man and I will be right back." Uncle Hai hesitated for a moment, then made his decision and looked at the old man. "Then I, Foam, will humbly accept your offer. Then, Uncle Hai looked at King Yu and said, Master, we'll be right back. Excuse me, everyone. After saying that, Uncle Hai turned around and followed. The two then left one after the other. Everyone was still in a daze. Don't worry, everyone. The old man and Ahai might really have hit it off at first sight. They'll be here soon. What I'm curious about now is when my nephew John's delicious dish will appear. I can't wait. The Jade King spoke, enlivening the atmosphere. On the other side, the old man and Uncle Hai went downstairs and came to a secluded place. The old man looked at Uncle Hai and smiled. Young man, are you also a martial artist? Uncle Hai didn't answer, but looked at the old man and asked a question in return. Is Master Jiang also a martial artist? After exchanging questions and answers, their eyes were filled with eagerness. Without saying much, the two then each assumed a starting stance. Then, in the blink of an eye, they were fighting. At this moment, the old man was like a vigorous young man, each punch and move carrying a strong gust of wind, and the leaves on the ground seemed to dance with him. It gives people an extremely domineering feeling. Upon seeing this, Uncle Hai's expression became extremely solemn. He originally thought he had overestimated the old man, but now it seems that the old man is even more powerful than he imagined. No wonder he felt a deadly threat from the old man. The old man attacked, but Uncle Hai was incredibly agile and fought back against him. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of blows. However, at that moment, Uncle Hai took a few steps back and stopped. Uncle Hai looked at the old man. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was a little pale. Master Jiang, this junior has lost. Just now, you had at least 4 chances to defeat me in one move. I am completely convinced. Seeing that Uncle Hai had stopped, the old man, though somewhat reluctant, had no choice but to stop as well. Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Uncle Hai and smiled. No need for that, let's just lend a hand. There's no such thing as losing or not. Master Jiang, there's no need for that. Losing is losing, and I can accept it. Uncle Hai said with a wry smile. The old man felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. How should have finished cooking by now. Let's hurry back. You definitely won't regret it after you taste my grandson's cooking. Let's go. Just looking at it makes my mouth water, the old man said playfully. When the old man and Uncle Hai returned to Tianfu restaurant, the entire restaurant was filled with a rich aroma. They had just gone upstairs when they ran into Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was overjoyed to see the old man return safely, but when he saw Uncle Hai next to the old man, he immediately became a little angry. His face immediately turned cold, and a chilling aura locked onto Uncle Hai. Uncle Hai was immediately on high alert, looking at Jiang Hao with a profound sense of unease. At that moment, he felt difficulty breathing, and in the blink of an eye, a layer of dense sweat appeared on Uncle Hai's forehead. Only now did he truly understand that what the old man had said earlier was absolutely not an exaggeration. Uncle Hai felt bitter at that moment. Since becoming a martial artist 40 days ago, his strength has increased 4 or 5 times, and he believes that few people can rival him. However, he never expected that he would encounter this perverted grandfather and grandson today. He was immediately devastated. At this moment, the old man saw that Jiang Hao was angry with Uncle Hai because he was worried about him. He was happy and quickly tried to exonerate Uncle Hai. Hao, don't hurt Xiao Hai. I was the one who pulled him out. Besides, don't you trust my skills? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao withdrew his imposing manner. Although the old man's skill level is not comparable to his, he is not someone that just anyone can defeat. And it seems things are going as he expected. It's my own fault for worrying too much. Jiang Hao understood and immediately looked at Uncle Hai with deep regret. Uncle Hai, I'm sorry, I was just too worried about my grandfather's safety. However, at this moment, after sensing Jiang Hao's terrifying aura, Uncle Hai dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly became polite. Afterwards, everyone returned to the dining table and Jiang Hao began the banquet. When plates of delicious delicacies, each with its own unique color, aroma, and taste, appeared, everyone was surprised. However, once they tasted them, they couldn't stop eating them. Soon, the whole table of food was devoured. The Jade King was knowledgeable and experienced, and he savored the sensations on his still excited taste buds. He had already noticed that this dish was very different from ordinary dishes. Seemingly having guessed something, he looked at Jiang Hao and sighed. Nephew, did you cook all these dishes? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled modestly. These are just some small tricks. I hope you'll forgive my blunder, Uncle Song. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong sighed. Nephew, you are too modest. If you say that, how will any chef in the world survive? There are probably no more than 2 people in the world who have the culinary skills of a master chef. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. They felt that Jiang Hao's cooking was absolutely delicious. They had never eaten such delicious food before. However, to everyone's surprise, even the Jade King, a man of great knowledge and a true big shot in the region, gave such a high evaluation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao simply smiled modestly. At that moment, the old man heard Yu Wang's words and felt a surge of pride. Hao, quickly bring out your best medicinal cuisine and let everyone have a taste. Everyone was surprised when the old man said that. Is there something else you've got in store? Were those just appetizers? The crowd was filled with dread as they pondered the matter closely, and they couldn't help but gasp in horror. Upon hearing this, the Jade King was immediately intrigued. If these are just appetizers, then I'm even more curious. Jiang Hao glanced at everyone and then spoke. Since everyone is curious, I won't keep it a secret. As he spoke, Jiang Hao looked at Chef Lin, who was standing respectfully behind him, and gave him instructions. Xiaolin, put these away. Get everyone a new set of bowls and chopsticks, and bring me my medicinal meal. Upon hearing this, Chef Lin immediately responded respectfully. Yes, Master Jiang. Afterwards, several waiters quickly cleaned the table, and then Chef Lin personally brought over a large casserole. 2 culinary masters accompanied him from behind. Here, give everyone a bowl, serve them up. Jiang Hao spoke, and Chef Lin personally took charge, working in collaboration with the 2 masters. Soon, a bowl of fragrant soup appeared in front of each person at the dining table. The aroma of the soup made everyone feel refreshed and invigorated, almost like they were floating on air, making it irresistible. Jiang Hao didn't disturb him. After a long while, everyone awoke, their faces filled with shock. Among them, Uncle Hai is the most outstanding. He had only taken a light sniff, but unexpectedly, the fragrance had stirred up the weak internal energy within him. Suddenly, the true energy within his body surged, giving him the feeling that he was about to break through. He sensed that as long as he drank this bowl of soup, his realm, which he had broken through 40 days ago, would be broken through again today. At this moment, he truly understood what the old man had said back then. This is absolutely my great fortune. At this moment, the old man couldn't wait to start eating, and the others didn't say much either, and quickly began to eat. Soon, everyone finished their bowl of soup. Instantly, I felt warm all over, and my energy and spirit reached their peak, as if I had swallowed some fine nectar. At the same time, streams of toxins were continuously expelled from their bodies, instantly giving them a feeling of rejuvenation and indescribable ease. Looking at everyone's rosy faces and the dirt on them, and meeting their shocked gazes, Jiang Hao explained. This medicinal diet can cleanse the marrow and replenish essence, beautify the skin and nourish the complexion, and strengthen the body. The phenomena you are experiencing now are all normal, so there is no need to panic. Then, he looked at Xue Zishi and said, Miss Xue, could you please arrange for everyone to take a shower and change their clothes? The VIP area of Tianfu Tower is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, and even has an upstairs swimming pool, so these are all minor issues. At this moment, Uncle Hai suddenly exuded an imposing aura. Jiang Hao and the old man felt it and looked at Uncle Hai, then smiled. Grandpa, you eat. Uncle Hai needs to rest for a while, I'll take him to rest. Upon hearing this, the old man waved to Jiang Hao and then continued eating bowl after bowl. Only then did Uncle Hai realize the gap between himself and Grandpa Jiang. Afterwards, Jiang Hao escorted Uncle Hai into a private room, while he stood guard on the sofa outside. After some time, everyone returned. At this moment, they all had rosy complexions, were full of energy, and their bodies were brimming with strength. They seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. Each of them was like a completely different person compared to before. Finally, Uncle Hai successfully walked out of the private room. Uncle Hai looked at Jiang Hao at the door and was immediately filled with gratitude. He quickly stepped forward to thank him. After the banquet, Yu Wang and Xue Zishi witnessed Jiang Hao's extraordinary abilities, which further strengthened their resolve to befriend him. A few days later, Jiang Hao was pondering how to obtain some powerful moves from the system. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was Xue Zishi. After the call was connected, Xue Zishi's voice came through the phone. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry to bother you. It's nothing. Go ahead and tell me what's wrong. It's like this, Mr. Jiang. The Jia family asked me about you, saying they want to see you and beg you to let the Jia family go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Who is it? Jia Reni? Mr. Jiang is indeed a prophet, truly Jia Reni. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously. Jia Renjia has been hit by my itching pill, so he's naturally unable to move. The rest is Jia Reni. At this moment, Xue Zishi said somewhat nervously, Mr. Jiang, do you think this is a trap? Should I refuse them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao rejected Xue Zishi's suggestion. No need, I want to see what tricks they're up to. Time and place? Xue Zishi quickly replied. They said if you agree, they will send someone to pick you up. Alright, tell them I agree. Yes, Mr. Jiang. No matter what, Mr. Jiang must be careful. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. A feast at Hongmen? All schemes and tricks are futile in the face of absolute power. Jiang Hao then packed his things and went out. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped outside, he saw a black luxury sedan parked in front of the residential area. Then, a man in a suit and bow tie got out of the car and quickly came to Jiang Hao's side. Are you Mr. Jiang? Jiang Hao calmly got into the car, started the engine, and headed towards his destination. Soon, the car drove into a detached villa. As soon as Jiang Hao got out of the car, a middle-aged man rushed up to him. This must be Mr. Jiang. I am Jia Niliang, the steward of the Jia family. Young master is unable to come out to greet us personally due to his physical limitations. We hope Mr. Jiang will not take offense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt quite embarrassed. Sigh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for being young and hot-blooded. My argument with young Master Jia was just a quarrel. Who knew it would escalate to this point? Take me to see young Master Jia right away. Jiang Hao's inexplicable admission of wrongdoing immediately baffled Butler Jia. Butler Jia instinctively led Jiang Hao upstairs. Soon, we arrived upstairs. Jiang Hao then saw a person wrapped in bandages, looking like a big rice dumpling, sitting on the sofa, with grandmother Jia sitting next to him. Upon seeing Jiang Hao arrive, the giant Zongzi was about to stand up when Jiang Hao quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on it. I wonder if you are the eldest or second young master. You are injured. There's no need for such formality. As he spoke, Jiang Hao helped the man sit down again. Ah. The man in the large rice dumpling gasped in pain. Whether it was intentional on Jiang Hao's part or not, the giant Zongzi was originally wrapped in bandages all over its body, clearly indicating that it was injured and could not be touched at all. Instead, he grabbed the big dumpling's arm and pulled hard. At this moment, the giant rice dumpling man quickly spoke up. Mr. Jiang, I am Jia Reni, please be gentle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao seemed to suddenly understand. Oh, it's the second young master. Come, you're injured, let me help you sit down. When Jiang Hao helped Jia Reni sit down, he actually grabbed Jia Reni's arms with both hands. With her other hand on his shoulder, she forced Jia Reni to sit down on the sofa. This really hurt Jia Reni. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to realize something belatedly and quickly said with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I forgot that young Master Jia is covered in injuries and cannot be touched. Did I touch young Master Jia's wound? Jiang Hao apologized, but on the other hand, he kept touching the spot that Jiang Hao had just touched. If Jia Reni were to actually believe Jiang Hao's nonsense at this moment, then they would be fools. Stop. Hiss. Mr. Jiang, you didn't touch my wound. Please let me go. Jia Reni immediately begged for mercy. He was genuinely scared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao reluctantly let go of the two of them. Young Master Jia, be careful not to touch the wound. Seeing Jiang Hao's reluctant gaze, Jia Reni suddenly shivered. As for Jiang Hao's instructions, they really wanted to ask him a question in return. Actually, you're the one I should be most wary of, right? At this moment, grandmother Jia, who was standing to the side, felt heartbroken to see her son being bullied. At the same time, her resentment towards Jiang Hao deepened. She looked at Jiang Hao, a cold glint in her eyes. You little bastard, I'll let you jump around for a few more minutes. You'll get what's coming to you later. Then, her expression changed instantly, her face full of smiles, and she began to blame herself repeatedly. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. It's all my fault. I didn't educate my two sons well, which made them act recklessly and offend Mr. Jiang. My husband died young, and as their only guardian, I feel guilty for not raising them well. At this point, grandmother Jia became quite emotional, as if recalling some sad event, and began to cry. But I'm just a woman. Raising them to adulthood has already been incredibly difficult for me. Now that they have offended you and have been punished, they have also realized their mistakes. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. Jiang to be lenient and let us go. At this point, she picked up the wine on the table and poured 2 glasses. Then he took 2 glasses of wine, pushed one in front of Jiang Hao, and held the other himself. On behalf of my 2 ignorant sons, I offer this glass to Mr. Jiang, begging him to spare them. With that, grandmother Jia decisively downed the wine in her hand in one gulp. This was done to gain Jiang Hao's trust. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at the wine cups placed on the table, as well as the wine cup that grandmother Jia had finished drinking. At this moment, Jia Reni, who was sitting to the side, saw this and quickly stood up, faced Jiang Hao, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle with difficulty. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I know I was wrong, please let us go. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately went forward to help Jia Reni. Brother Reni, you're injured, so don't move around too much. Come, let me help you. Sit down quickly. Upon seeing this, Jia Reni was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. Mr. Jiang, no, I can do it myself. Jia Reni quickly returned to his seat, and Jiang Hao, seeing this, sat back down with some regret. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Hao was hesitant to drink the wine, grandmother Jia became secretly anxious. Helpless, grandmother Jia looked at the wine on the table, poured herself another cup, and humbled herself as she toasted Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, let me offer you another toast. Please, for the sake of us, a widow and her orphan, have mercy on us. Then, grandmother Jia looked at Steward Jia standing to the side. Butler Jia understood and quickly picked up a folder from the side and handed it to Jiang Hao with both hands. At this moment, grandmother Jia spoke up. Mr. Jiang, this is 5% of the shares of my Jia Group, with a market value of approximately $1 billion or more. Once you sign your name here, he will belong to you from today onwards, as our apology. This is our sincerity. Please accept it, Mr. Jiang, and let us go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was shocked. He quickly took the document from Butler Jia's hand, and after reading it, he gasped in shock. Then, he looked at grandmother Jia with a mixture of surprise and doubt, and asked her, Madam Jia, are you really willing to give it to me? Looking at Jiang Hao's behavior, grandmother Jia wished she could kill him. However, at this moment, she she could not take action because her goal had not yet been achieved. She could only force a smile and say so. If Mr. Jiang spares us and detoxifies my son Renjie, these are yours. Jiang Hao seemed to be bewildered and was immediately overjoyed. Then, he snatched a pen from Butler Jia's hand, quickly turned to the last page of the document, and signed his name. He spoke as he signed the document. Madam Jia, you're too kind. Originally, I had already decided to forgive you, but who knew you would give me such a big gift? Well then, I have no choice but to accept it, lest you start overthinking. Upon hearing this, a hint of disgust flashed in Grandmother Jia's eyes, and she felt a surge of contempt in her heart. A poor wretch is a poor wretch. You only gave in after seeing so much money, and now you're making sarcastic remarks. Let you gloat a little longer. You think the things of the Jia family are so easy to take? You might have the ability to take it, but you'd better be alive to spend it. After signing the document, Jiang Hao tossed the pen aside but held the folder tightly in his hand, unwilling to put it down. He then looked at Grandmother Jia and asked, Madam Jia, where is brother Renjie? Upon hearing this, Grandmother Jia almost lost control of her primal rage and wanted to beat Jiang Hao up. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't right yet, so she had to endure it again and again. At this moment, perhaps she was trying to gain Jiang Hao's sympathy. Or perhaps, recalling Renjie's current miserable state truly touched her heartstrings, and Grandmother Jia actually burst into tears. Wa'ada. Mr. Jiang Jia is suffering from unbearable itching and pain all over his body, to the point that he's become mentally unstable and doesn't even recognize me. He's lying in bed right now. Jiang Hao immediately frowned, as if his conscience had been awakened. That's really tragic. You're right. I have felt your sincerity, so I forgive you. With that, Jiang Hao picked up the glass of wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. The originally heartbroken and tearful Grandmother Jia and Jiang Rennie and his mother, who were wrapped up like rice dumplings, were overjoyed at the sight. However, on the surface, they still pretended to be extremely surprised. Really? Mr. Jiang, you've forgiven us? I knew it. Mr. Jiang is a magnanimous person. Grandmother Jia immediately showered Jiang Hao with flattery, trying to win his favor. At this moment, Jiang Hao picked up the wine on the table and automatically poured a glass for him, as well as for Grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie. Then, Jiang Hao handed them the wine cups, looked at Grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie, and said, After drinking this glass of wine, all our previous grudges will be wiped clean. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Jia appeared overjoyed, but inwardly she sneered. Your grudges with us are wiped clean, but it'll be my turn to settle our grudges with you later. Okay, let's drink this glass of wine. Afterwards, while overjoyed, Grandmother Jia looked apprehensive and tentatively asked, But, Mr. Jiang, now that you've forgiven us, what about the poison in Renjie's body? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao pretended not to know. Poison? What kind of poison? Brother Renjie has been poisoned? It's alright, it's just poison. Take this antidote pill and give it to brother Renjie. He'll be fine soon. As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out a medicine bottle from his pocket and poured out a white pill. Upon seeing the pill, a hint of joy flashed in Jia Rennie's eyes. He recognized the pill. It was the antidote that Jiang Hao had given him in Xue Zixi Office. At this moment, Grandmother Jia also got the answer from Jia Rennie's eyes, and was overjoyed. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to produce the antidote so easily. You little bastard, you're still too young. You've fallen for it. You'll see. Ha ha ha. She reached out to take the antidote from Jiang Hao's hand, but Jiang Hao withdrew his hand. Immediately, Grandmother Jia looked at Jiang Hao anxiously. Jiang Hao placed the antidote on the table without asking, then raised his wine cup to Jia Mu and Jia Rennie, and said, I'll leave the antidote here. We'll drink this cup of wine to settle our past grievances before you can take the antidote. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie exchanged a smile, having no suspicions, and raised their wine cups. Alright, drink this glass of wine, and all our past grievances will be wiped clean. Jiang Hao held out his wine glass and clinked it with theirs. Then, Jia Rennie and his mother drank it without hesitation. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. He then downed the glass of wine in his hand. After the three of them drank the cup together, Grandmother Jia quickly picked up the antidote from the table and then hurriedly said to Steward Jia, who was standing to the side, Butler, hurry, go and take the medicine to my son. Yes, madam. With that, Butler Jia quickly took the medicine, turned around, and left. At this moment, however, the way Grandmother Jia looked at Jiang Hao changed, becoming mocking. As if by prior arrangement, Grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie both took a few steps back at the same time. At this moment, Grandmother Jia waved her hand, and instantly, as if they had prepared in advance, several burly men rushed out from the side. They each had a gun and surrounded Jiang Hao, while protecting Grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie behind them. Don't move! Don't move! Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao seemed to have not expected it, and looked at Grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie with a grim expression. Madam Jia, second young Master Jia, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Jia Rennie immediately revealed his true colors, squinting one eye and bursting into wild laughter. Ha ha, you little bastard, you've made me suffer so much, and my older brother is still lying in bed, enduring excruciating pain. You think I'll let you off so easily? You're so naive. At this moment, Grandmother Jia, who was standing to the side, also became smug and interjected. Do you think the Jia family is something and nobody like you can threaten? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao seemed to realize what was happening and immediately narrowed his eyes, speaking in a cold voice. A feast at Hongmen? Jia Rennie and his mother exchanged a smile, then Jia Rennie looked at Jiang Hao and said disdainfully, not too stupid, but it's too late. Aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Why don't you try moving one now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao made a move, but suddenly stumbled and fell directly onto the sofa. Instantly, his face turned pale, and he pointed at the wine on the table, looking at Jia and her son in disbelief. At this moment, grandmother Jia looked at Jiang Hao with a smug expression. Do you feel weak all over, with no strength in your limbs, and like you're a limp shrimp? Jiang Hao stared intently at grandmother Jia with a cold face, speaking each word clearly. You poisoned the drink? Upon hearing this, grandmother Jia laughed wildly, then glared at Jiang Hao with a vicious expression. You hurt my son so badly. Do you think this grudge will be settled so easily? Do you think you can afford to offend the Jia family? Today, I will make you taste the consequences of offending the Jia family. I will make your family ruined and your people killed. Grandmother Jia looked completely mad. Then, she pointed to the two people in front of Jiang Hao and gave them instructions. You two, tie him up. You two, go and bring his family here. Finally, grandmother Jia looked at Jiang Hao with a vicious gaze and said in a harsh voice, I'm going to torture them mercilessly right in front of you. I'll make you taste the pain of helplessness too. After saying that, the two men that grandmother Jia pointed to stepped forward and were about to grab Jiang Hao. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao looked at grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie and suddenly revealed a strange smile. He immediately stood up, as if nothing had happened. This immediately stunned the Jia mother and son. At the same time, someone next to him hurriedly and nervously pointed a gun at Jiang Hao. Don't move, sit down. Don't move, sit down. The Jia mother and son looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief, then trembled as they spoke. Didn't you drink poison? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao chuckled softly. I did drink it, but has young master Jia forgotten that I said I am a poison master? You actually used poison in front of a poison master. TSK tisk, I have to admire your courage. At this moment, Jia Rennie seemed to remember something, and then he looked at his mother with a blank expression. Grandmother Jia sensed something was wrong and immediately began to scream wildly at the injured bodyguards. Kill him, shoot him. However, Jiang Hao showed no sign of panic. Instead, he made a playful gesture to the crowd and said casually, bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguards went limp and collapsed to the ground, then lost consciousness. At this moment, only Jia's mother and son and Jiang Hao remained standing at the scene. This bizarre scene immediately shocked Jia and her son. Grandmother Jia's face turned deathly pale, and she immediately began kicking one of the bodyguards at her feet frantically, shouting, Get up! All of you, get up! However, no matter how he kicked, no one got up. At that moment, grandmother Jia and Jia Rennie's expressions changed, and they suddenly clutched their stomachs, knelt down, and screamed in agony. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao seemed to realize what was happening and began to explain to the Jia mother and son. I forgot to tell you, the glass of wine I just toasted you with was poisoned with a drug called 10-day intestine tearing powder. 10-day intestine tearing powder. Ingesting this poison will cause 10 consecutive days of excruciating pain in the liver and intestines, followed by sudden death. How are things? How do you feel about the effects of my 10-day liver tearing powder? Jiang Hao asked with a kind expression. However, at this moment, when Jia and her son looked at Jiang Hao's kind face, they felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had seen a devil. At this moment, they experienced waves of intense pain within their bodies, so painful that they collapsed to the ground and began to writhe in agony. Jiang Hao looked at the tragic state of Jia's mother and son without a trace of pity in his eyes. Less than a minute later, the Jia mother and son could no longer contain themselves. The thought of enduring 10 days of excruciating pain sent chills down their spines. At that moment, they finally understood what it meant to be worse than dead. The two knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, repeatedly kowtowing to Jiang Hao and begging for mercy. Mr. Jiang, please spare us. Please spare us. We'll never do it again. We'll never do it again. Jiang Hao remained unmoved. 10 minutes later, the Jia mother and son collapsed from exhaustion, lying on the ground convulsing, their faces contorted. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Hao casually took out 2 white pills and fed them to the two of them. As the pills were swallowed, the mother and son felt the excruciating pain gradually subside. In an instant, they felt as if they had gone from hell to heaven. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again. What I just gave you was only a temporary antidote, which can relieve your pain for half an hour. Of course, I also have an antidote here that can suppress this poison for a month, or even a year, or even longer. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at Jia and her son and asked them a question. Do you want it, or not? Upon hearing this, the Jia mother and son immediately nodded repeatedly, like obedient puppies. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao spoke up. Sure, as long as the Jia family submits to me and works for me, I'll provide you with this antidote. How about it? Trust me, you've already tried my poison. No one but me can cure it. So think it over carefully before you answer. Jiang Hao gave a warning. The mother and son exchanged a glance, their faces immediately filled filled with sorrow. At this moment, Jiang Hao spoke again. Oh, there's one more thing. The antidote pill I gave young Master Jia before was indeed the antidote for the itching pill, but I had applied 10 days worry-rending powder to it. Right now, young Master Jia should be suffering alongside you, having just recovered from his old pains. Upon hearing this, the Jia mother and son turned ashen-faced and gave a bitter smile. We surrender. We are willing to work for Mr. Jiang. I hope Mr. Jiang can provide the medicine. Upon hearing grandmother Jia's words, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. Only those who recognize the times are truly wise. But I hope you won't let me down. Believe me, angering a poison master is something you absolutely cannot afford. Upon hearing this, Jia and her son were filled with fear and trepidation, and kowtowed repeatedly. No, no. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Alright, get up and take me to see Jia Renjie. Upon hearing this, the Jia mother and son struggled to their feet and then respectfully said, Mr. Jiang, this way please. Soon, led by Jia and her son, Jiang Hao met Jia Renjie again. Jia Renjie lay on the bed with his limbs bound, but at this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he kept growling, his whole body looking like it had been pulled out of the water. Meanwhile, the steward who had brought medicine to Jia Renjie was lying on the ground, unconscious. At the same time, a middle-aged man dressed as a doctor was lying next to him. This must be the doctor who was taking care of Jia Renjie. Seeing Jia Renjie in such pain, grandmother Jia rushed forward, disregarding everything else. She gently stroked Jia Renjie's face with both hands, then looked at Jiang Hao's face, her eyes filled with pleading. Jiang Hao didn't say much. He took out a pill and handed it to grandmother Jia, who quickly fed it to Jia Renjie. After a short while, Jia Renjie's ferocious face finally calmed down. Jia Renjie regained consciousness, and his mother, with a sob in her voice, quickly called out, Renjie, Renjie, how are you? Jia Renjie looked at his mother and said weakly. Then, when he saw Jiang Hao behind grandmother Jia, his eyes were filled with fear, and his whole body trembled. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. Young Master Jia, there's no need to panic. Now that your mother has agreed to let the Jia family submit to me, I will not do anything to you. On the contrary, I will heal your injuries and help you recover quickly. After all, without you, the Jia family is just a useless piece of trash. Jiang Hao then told Jia Renjie everything. I'm sure you don't want to experience that kind of pain again, right? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Jia Renjie immediately shuddered. His expression shifted between light and shadow, and finally, he looked at Jiang Hao. Okay, I just hope you keep your word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. Those who understand the times are wise. You'll soon be glad you made the right decision. After saying that, Jiang Hao took out a bottle of life essence without hesitation, handed it to Jia Renjie, and said, Drink it. Grandmother Jia thought it was poison and was immediately terrified, her face turning pale as she pleaded for mercy. Jia Renjie stared at Jiang Hao, thought it over and over, took the medicine Jiang Hao handed him, and swallowed it without hesitation. He was a smart man. He knew that Jiang Hao needed him to control the Jia family, so naturally he wouldn't harm him. Jiang Hao's actions likely served two purposes. Firstly, to test one's own obedience to his commands. Secondly, there might be something else going on with this medicine. Jiang Hao saw Jia Renjie's actions and immediately smiled with satisfaction. Just then, Jia Renjie took the life essence, and immediately felt a wave of comfort. At the same time, all his previous wounds healed. At that moment, he looked at Jiang Hao with horror in his eyes. Looking at the mysterious smile on Jiang Hao's face, he finally understood what Jiang Hao had said earlier. Young Master Jia is cured. Why aren't you untying him yet? Grandmother Jia and Jia Renjie glanced at Jiang Hao, then looked at Jia Renjie, and quickly untied Jia Renjie. After Jia Renjie loosened his grip, he couldn't wait to tear off the bandages wrapped around his body. Soon, her upper body was revealed. However, upon seeing Jia Renjie's smooth skin and unblemished upper body, Jia Renjie and his mother were immediately shocked and looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously, then turned and left. Young Master Jia, please change your clothes. I'll be waiting for you outside. As Jiang Hao went out, grandmother Jia and Jia Renjie quickly followed. Soon, Jia Renjie changed his clothes and quickly came up behind Jiang Hao. I'm sorry, Renjie, for keeping Mr. Jiang waiting. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with Jia Renjie's attitude. The saying goes, if you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. This is the correct way to manage subordinates. Looking at Jia Renjie, who had already sincerely submitted, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke up and asked, Shao Jie, do you crave power? Jiang Hao's inexplicable words immediately left everyone bewildered. Seeing the bewildered looks on everyone's faces, Jiang Hao immediately pushed off with his foot. Snap! With a tremor, the Jia mother and son stared in disbelief at the ground beneath Jiang Hao's feet. At this moment, a large pit suddenly appeared on the road surface that was originally paved with marble slabs 15 centimeters thick under Jiang Hao's feet. The 15-centimeter thick marble slab was cracked in a spider web pattern, extending to a radius of 1 meter beyond Jiang Hao's center. Is this something that can be done by human power? At this moment, they looked at Jiang Hao as if he were a god. That's the power. Do you yearn for it? Jiang Hao tempted him again. Upon hearing this, Jia Renjie's throat went dry and his heart stirred with agitation. Isn't this the power that the shadow once possessed? However, what the shadow showed was less than 1/10 of what Jiang Hao was showing at this moment. Even so, he had longed for it. However, Shadow told him that to become a martial artist, one needs talent, which he did not have. He was extremely disappointed at that time. But now, Jiang Hao brought it up again, and at this moment, he looked at Jiang Hao with a heart full of trepidation. Mr. Jiang, Xiaoji craves power. But Ing once said that I don't have the talent to become a martial artist. Jiang Hao looked at Jia Renjie and immediately smiled. He can't, but I can. I can make you a martial artist right away. Upon hearing this, Jia Renjie was overjoyed and immediately knelt down in front of Jiang Hao. Xiaoji craves power. Please grant my request, Mr. Jiang. From the moment Jia Renjie learned about martial artists from Ing, he had already realized that a new era was about to begin, and martial artists will be the protagonists of that new era. Those who do not become martial artists will eventually be eliminated. Therefore, he desperately craved power. Now that it's finally possible, how could he possibly give up? Martial artists like Jiang Hao, who are already ahead of everyone else, will surely become the overlords of the new era. Following them is absolutely the right choice. At this point, Jia Renjie was completely subdued. Seeing this, Jiang Hao realized that Jia Renjie had finally completely submitted, and he did not hesitate. Then he took out a small jade bottle from his pocket, which was like a treasure bag, and poured out a pill. This was the incomplete human pill he obtained by dissecting the shadow mentioned by Jia Renjie. Seeing the longing look in Jia Renjie's eyes, Jiang Hao explained, "This pill is called the martial artist pill. Swallow one pill and you will become a martial artist." Martial arts pills are divided into several grades, and this one is the lowest grade of martial arts pill. However, even so, if you consume it, your overall strength will be no less than that of the shadow you mentioned, making you a low-level martial artist. Today, I will give it to you. As long as you serve me well, I won't be stingy with high-level martial arts pills. Upon hearing this, Jia Renjie was overjoyed and quickly made his promise. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will do my best to serve you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded and handed the pill in his hand to Jia Renjie. Okay, get up and try taking it. Jia Renjie excitedly accepted the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Amidst the envious gazes of his mother and son, Jia Renjie swallowed the pill in his hand. The pill dissolved in his body, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. At this moment, Jia Renjie felt his whole body was filled with power, incredibly strong, and he looked at his hands with great excitement. Then, he looked around and finally his eyes fell on a piece of pear wood. To everyone's astonishment, he walked up to the pear wood and punched it. Snap! With a crisp sound, the piece of pear wood was smashed right through. Grandmother Jia and Jia Renjie were stunned by what they saw. Is this the power of a martial artist? Jia Renjie looked at his fist and was overjoyed. Of course, he never forgot Jiang Hao, who had given him all of this. Jia Renjie knelt down and looked at Jiang Hao. From this day forward, I, Jia Renjie, am willing to die for my lord. Jiang Hao's invitation to the Jia family immediately attracted the attention of many interested people. Some people sided Jiang Hao, feeling that he was still too young. Some people were relieved and happy, but they were naturally not happy that a poor student had suddenly jumped up and stood on the same level as them. However, when someone saw Jia Renjie, who was infected with the virus and bedridden, suddenly appear unharmed, he even personally escorted Jiang Hao home, a sight that shocked everyone. This seems quite different from what they imagined. For a moment, everyone was completely baffled. When the Jade King learned of this, he simply smiled slightly. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao, the protagonist of all these events, was completely unaware of them. In the afternoon, there was a Hanfu culture exhibition in Tianhe City, and Song Wanner made an appointment with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, having nothing else to do, naturally agreed. After agreeing on a time, Jiang Hao drove to pick up Song Wanner, and then the two headed to their destination. Upon arriving at the destination, one sees crowds of people dressed in various styles of Hanfu, and the street itself is built in a retro style. Even the vendors selling various Hanfu and antiques around the area dressed up just like people from ancient times. For a moment, Jiang Hao felt as if he were in the long river of history. Song Wanner looked at the various ancient costumes with extreme envy. Let's go buy some Hanfu and change into them. Song Wanner, pulling Jiang Hao along, excitedly began their shopping spree. A moment later, Jiang Hao and Song Wanner underwent a dramatic transformation. Song Wanner wore a flowing, wide-sleeved dress, which, combined with her fairy-like face, gave her a touch of vermilion between her brows. She looks just like a fairy who doesn't eat the food of this world. Beside him, Jiang Hao, dressed in white, with his aloof and arrogant demeanor, truly resembled an immortal. The appearance of Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, the seemingly perfect couple, immediately stunned everyone around them. Wang Jiahao, a senior talent scout at Tianzhou Entertainment, was stunned when he saw Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, the seemingly perfect couple. Looking at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, he felt that all the women he had previously sought out were just ordinary and unattractive. All of them combined couldn't compare to these two. At that moment, he made up his mind to sign both of them. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and rushed to Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Excuse me, gentlemen. I am Li Jiahao, a senior talent scout from Tenjo Entertainment Agency. Both of them possess exceptional charisma and unparalleled good looks. I believe they definitely have the potential to become top stars. Therefore, I would like to sign you two on behalf of Tenjo Entertainment. What do you think? Jiang Hao and Song Wanner looked at the man blocking their way with some confusion. However, upon hearing Li Jiahao's self-introduction, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. Holy crap, Tenjo Entertainment. That's one of the top big names in China's entertainment industry. Tenjo Entertainment? Isn't that the company that Su Xiaotong, one of the four little actresses, is signed with? It seems that even award-winning actor Hu Tianming came from this agency. After the introduction by the subordinates, everyone looked at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Hearing the discussions around him, Li Jiahao felt a surge of pride. I'm very satisfied with everyone's assist. In his mind, with Tenjo Entertainment's reputation, everyone would be willing to go to great lengths to get in. Now that he's personally speaking up, signing these two little kids is a piece of cake. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Hao never paid attention to the entertainment industry, and he had no intention of becoming a star at all. As for Song Wanner, it goes without saying. With the Jade King's strength, if Song Wanner wanted to debut, she would probably be famous all over the world by now. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner exchanged a glance, and then Jiang Hao looked at Li Jiahao. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, thank you for your appreciation. However, neither of us has any intention of debuting. Jiang Hao's words immediately startled Li Jiahao, and also surprised everyone around him. Damn, he actually refused? That's Tenjo Entertainment. Doesn't he know about Tenjo Entertainment? Jiang Hao paid no attention to the discussions among the crowd. Jiang Hao nodded to Li Jiahao, expressed his apology, and then prepared to leave with Song Wanner. At this moment, Li Jiahao took a deep breath. He realized he hadn't explained himself clearly, so he quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, you two might not have heard me clearly. I'll say it again. I'm talking about Tenjo Entertainment Agency. Tenjo Entertainment Agency, understand? Li Jiahao stared at Jiang Hao and emphasized twice. He felt that he had made himself very clear this time, and that the two of them should not refuse, right? At this moment, Jiang Hao frowned, feeling very uncomfortable with Li Jiahao's condescending tone. Sorry, I've never heard of it. Is it famous? After saying that, Jiang Hao pulled Song Wanner and turned to leave. Li Jiahao was dumbfounded. I've already made myself very clear. Shouldn't they be begging me to sign the contract now? He had encountered people like Jiang Hao before, but after truly understanding Tenjo Entertainment, they immediately came running to him eagerly. But why is the script different this time? Watching the two leave, Li Jiahao shouted angrily. Kid, you'll regret this. I'll be waiting for you to come looking for me. However, Jiang Hao and Song Wanner seemed not to hear at all, and walked away chatting and laughing. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Well, they probably won't regret it, because that girl seems to be the daughter of the Jade King. Holy crap, I just posted this on my WeChat Moments, and a friend of mine said that the girl is the daughter of the Jade King. What? You're saying that girl is the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong? Damn, no wonder they don't even care about Tenjo Entertainment. After learning Song Wanner's identity, everyone looked at Li Jiahao with some strange expressions. Does the Jade King's beloved daughter really want to debut? Does she need to sign with a management company? Upon hearing this, Li Jiahao froze instantly. Although Yu Wang is not involved in the entertainment industry, his status in the jade industry is no less than that of Tian Jiao in the entertainment industry. As the only beloved daughter of the Jade King, if she really wanted to become famous, the Jade King would probably actually set up an entertainment company just to serve his daughter. They definitely have the resources. The man accompanying the Jade King's daughter, with his outstanding demeanor, is probably not of simple status, otherwise, the Jade King would not feel comfortable removing his bodyguards. Thinking of this, Li Jiahao blushed, glared at the person who revealed Song Wanner's identity, and then slunk away in embarrassment. This was just a minor incident. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner didn't take it to heart at all. Song Wanner was overjoyed as she looked around at the various beautiful clothes and accessories. She would pick up an item every now and then and ask Jiang Hao for his opinion. Jiang Hao patiently offered his opinions. At this moment, Song Wanner stopped in front of a small stall, admiring the various hairpins on display. Jiang Hao, what do you think of this hairpin? She wanted Jiang Hao to give her a hairpin like that. However, Jiang Hao reached out and pulled the hairpin out of Song Wanner's hair. After looking at it in his hand, he frowned and said seriously, "This material is made of iron, which is bad for your hair." Song Wanner thought Jiang Hao cared about her, so she picked out a hard plastic one from the stall. After changing, Song Wanner turned around, looked at Jiang Hao, and asked expectantly, "What about this one?" Even the small vendors standing nearby couldn't help but speak up when they saw Song Wanner. This hairpin is a perfect match for the girl's hair. Song Wanner was indeed very happy to be praised, but she wanted to hear Jiang Hao say it himself. But Jiang Hao still frowned, took the hairpin off Song Wanner's head, and said, "This is too tacky, no good." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner's smile vanished instantly. Even the vendors standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that Jiang Hao was either a typical straight man or someone who was unwilling to spend money. He snatched the hairpin from Jiang Hao's hand. "You guys can leave, I'm not buying it." At the same time, he said calmly to Song Wanner, "Girl, this kind of person doesn't deserve you. He won't even spend a few dozen yuan on you." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner was secretly angry and left Jiang Hao behind. "Wait a moment." At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously, then rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hollowed-out box carved from a single piece of white jade that he had been hiding in his hand. Then he opened the jade box in his hand, revealing what was inside. Curious, the people around him looked at his hands and immediately gasped in surprise. "Isn't it beautiful?" Inside the box was a pure white jade hairpin, as white as ivory, with a phoenix carved on the head with extremely superb carving techniques. However, this is just one example. The next piece, a translucent imperial green jadeite bangle, is even more valuable. There was also a diamond ring, about the size of a thumb, that shone brightly in the sunlight. Finally, an ice-type jadeite necklace with a heart-shaped openwork design completes this stunning four-piece set. Then, seeing the vendor's stiff expression, Jiang Hao knelt on one knee and addressed Song Wanner, who had her back to him and hadn't turned around. "Wanner, be my girlfriend." Jiang Hao's series of actions immediately aroused the envy of everyone around, and they all turned their attention to Song Wanner. Hearing the commotion behind her and hearing Jiang Hao's words, Song Wanner was overjoyed. At this point, the people around started to jeer. "Say yes, say yes." Amidst the commotion, Song Wanner turned around shyly and saw Jiang Hao's actions and what he was holding. A wave of surprise washed over me. With his discerning eye, he naturally recognized that the items in Jiang Hao's hands were quite valuable. Looking at Jiang Hao's smile, she understood that Jiang Hao had done it on purpose to give her a surprise. At this moment, looking at Jiang Hao kneeling on one knee, she suddenly felt shy and embarrassed to look at him. Song Wanner's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If Jiang Hao hadn't had such good hearing, he might not have been able to hear it at all. Jiang Hao grinned mischievously and said loudly, "What did you say?" Song Wanner stomped her foot, rolled her eyes, and threw herself into Jiang Hao's arms while shouting, "I said yes, you big bad guy." This elicited shouts from the surrounding crowd, followed by bursts of laughter and whistles. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. Afterwards, Jiang Hao held Song Wanner's hand and strolled around. When the two strolled into a place selling various artworks, Song Wanner glanced at Jiang Hao and felt that Jiang Hao seemed to be lacking something. Then he went over to the artwork and picked through it. He picked up a folding fan, looked at Jiang Hao, and shook his head. He picked up a side knife, looked at Jiang Hao, and then thought it wouldn't work. Finally, he picked up a sword, looked at Jiang Hao, and his eyes lit up. Afterwards, he gave the money, took the sword, ran to Jiang Hao's side, and handed it to Jiang Hao. "Brother Hao, a sword is a gentleman's weapon, and I think it suits you perfectly." Jiang Hao looked at the sword that Song Wanner handed him, feeling both amused and exasperated. However, since it was a gift from Song Wanner, he naturally had to accept it. However, just as he took the sword from Song Wanner's hand, the system notification sound suddenly came. "Ding, an unopened, low-quality alloy sword has been detected. Disassemble it?" Jiang Hao paused, then burst into surprise. At that moment, as Jiang Hao gave the order, the sword in his hand, given to him by Song Wanner, quickly lost its luster. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling an unopened, low-quality alloy sword. You have obtained the skill 9 Swords of Dugu, and gained 1.5 skill points and 1.5 experience points. Dugu 9 Swords Level 1, 0 out of 10, a powerful sword technique that allows you to anticipate your opponent's moves and defeat them without using any moves. Decomposition complete. Extract the 9 Swords of Dugu." Upon hearing about the skills gained from the dismantling, Jiang Hao was immediately startled, followed by a surge of elation. "The 9 Swords of Dugu. Isn't this the ultimate move of the sword demon Dugu Chobai from martial arts novels? Moreover, none of those who mastered the Dugu 9 swords were simple. This is a peerless sword technique that rivals even Li Xuanwan's flying dagger." At that moment, he was overjoyed, turned around, picked up Song Wanner in his arms, and shouted, "Wanner, you are truly my lucky star." Song Wanner was confused, but seeing that many people were watching them, she immediately punched Jiang Hao twice in embarrassment. "What are you doing? Put me down right now. Someone's watching." "Ha, let them watch. It's not illegal for me to hug my girlfriend." However, despite saying that, Jiang Hao still put Song Wanner down. Afterwards, Jiang Hao pulled Song Wanner to a noodle shop and sat down, eagerly beginning to fuse the Dugu 9 swords. System, extract and merge. With Jiang Hao's command, a stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. Jiang Hao quickly received the information and soon perfectly integrated it into his own, making it completely his own. Having merged with the 9 Swords of Dugu, the chaotic energy within Jiang Hao's body grew stronger once again, much to his delight. He couldn't resist the urge to try it out. However, the sword in his hand was disassembled by the system, leaving only an empty shell. Moreover, there are too many people here, so it's not suitable for testing swords. However, he glanced at the empty sword in his hand. "I need to buy a new one, otherwise Wanner will be heartbroken." Then, Jiang Hao said to Song Wanner, who was standing next to him, "Wanner, you're tired. Wait here for our noodles. I'll go to that food street we passed by first and buy you some snacks." snacks. I'll be right back. Song Wanner was indeed a little tired, so she said reluctantly, then hurry back. Jiang Hao readily agreed and then went out. Jiang Hao returned to the art shop, picked out a sword exactly like the one Song Wanner had given him, and then paid for it. Then I quickly ran to the food street to buy some snacks. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded when he saw the dazzling array of snacks. Oh dear, I forgot to ask Wanner what she wanted to eat. Fine, I'll just buy a few more things. After finishing his shopping, Jiang Hao hurriedly returned, worried that Song Wanner might be getting impatient. However, as soon as he got close to the store, he saw a lot of people standing in the distance, looking at the store. He also shook his head and sighed. It's that rich kid again. This time, that girl is going to be in trouble. Ah, what a pity for that pretty girl. Only his dad can keep him in check. I heard he's ruined several girls. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Jiang Hao immediately sensed something was wrong. He rushed into the crowd and, sure enough, saw several shady-looking men surrounding Song Wanner. Hey girl, be my girlfriend. Your uncle Zhao is treating you to a big meal. Get out of my way, I have a boyfriend. Ha ha, where's your boyfriend? Let me see him. Is it that loser? The pale-faced man in the lead grinned and reached out to put his hand on Song Wanner's shoulder. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao was instantly filled with rage. He held snacks and a sword in one hand, and suddenly a black object appeared in his other hand. Before you could even see clearly, a cold glint flashed and disappeared. Then, a scream was heard. My hand! My hand! Everyone was startled and looked around in astonishment. Just then, Jiang Hao took a step forward and in the next instant, he was already in front of those scumbags. The sword in his hand spun rapidly, and everyone only saw a blur before they heard screams. Ah! By the time everyone realized what was happening, Jiang Hao was already standing a few meters away, holding Song Wanner. Those scumbags lay sprawled on the ground, screaming in agony. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, and then glanced at the rich second generation who had just been flirting with Song Wanner, and suddenly felt a strange sensation. Hey, is this a movie shoot? Jiang Hao's fierce and powerful actions just now truly surprised everyone. With everyone dressed in ancient costumes today, the scene does indeed resemble a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. At that moment, Song Wanner felt a sense of relief upon seeing Jiang Hao. At this moment, the rich second generation covered his hand, looked at Jiang Hao, and said with a look of horror, Blood, my hand. Then, he looked at Jiang Hao and roared angrily, You're finished. I am Zhaoan, the eldest son of the Zhao family. You just wait. Jiang Hao's anger had not subsided at this moment, and when he heard this person talking about his family's wealth, his anger surged even more. He released Song Wanner and walked a few steps to the rich second generation, which immediately frightened Zhaoan into retreating. What are you doing? What are you doing? Murder! Murder! Zhaoan shouted loudly. Jiang Hao sneered and punched Zhaoan hard in the stomach. Zhaoan opened his mouth wide, but before he could scream, he was stunned. Jiang Hao then dropped a small pill into Zhaoan's stomach. Cough, cough. Zhaoan felt a sharp pain and started coughing. Zhaoan clutched his stomach, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Jiang Hao in terror. What did you give me to eat? Jiang Hao stared at Zhaoan and said coldly, Quickly notify your dad and have him come and collect your body. After saying that, he turned and left, completely ignoring Zhaoan. As Jiang Hao passed by the piles of rubble lying haphazardly on the ground, a shower of powder fell from his hand. He then brought her to Song Wanner's side, took her hand, and turned to leave. Just as Jiang Hao and Song Wanner left, Zhaoan suddenly screamed and began to tear at his clothes. It itches so bad. It itches so bad. The other scumbags lying down suddenly turned red-faced, their eyes glowing red, and they started tearing at each other's clothes and kissing each other. Everyone was shocked by what they saw and quickly retreated. Holy crap, what's going on? Is this some kind of high-octane attack? Alas, the chrysanthemums are withered, and the ground is covered in wounds. Subsequently, Zhaoan, who suffered from kidney deficiency and physical weakness, was also drawn into this war between men. All that could be heard were screams of agony. It was truly heartbreaking to hear and brought tears to my eyes. A kind person called the Zhao family, and when the Zhao family arrived, they were met with their young master's miserable condition. They quickly pulled the group over and took them to the hospital. Meanwhile, some people began to inquire about Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao, who was the instigator, took Song Wanner to see a movie as an apology to her. Song Wanner was immediately moved. After the movie ended, Jiang Hao and Song Wanner turned around and left the movie theater. As soon as the two stepped out, three men dressed in black suits, ties, and sunglasses suddenly emerged from either side of them. Don't move, keep moving forward. Song Wanner was startled. Jiang Hao pulled her into his arms, which reassured her. Jiang Hao glanced at the crowd around him, then pulled Song Wanner along and walked outside. Once outside, a black limousine was parked on the side of the road. At that moment, a man stepped forward, opened the back door, and then shouted at the man. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner sat down. Then, the others followed suit and got into the car, and the door was closed. At this moment, the six men seemed to stop hiding their true intentions. Each of them held a gleaming pistol and looked at Jiang Hao warily. Jiang Hao looked at the six people and said casually, People from the Zhao family? At this moment, one of them looked at Jiang Hao and said, Kid, you've got got guts. You've ruined our young master's life so badly, and you still have the nerve to go to the movies with your girlfriend? At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the 6 people and smiled. It's time. The 6 people were taken aback upon hearing this. What did you say? Before they could finish speaking, they collapsed to the ground. Song Wanner looked shocked. Jiang Hao got up and took the guns from the 6 men, then threw them out of the car. We drove away from this place. At this moment, the Zhao residence was brightly lit, and hoarse screams kept coming from one of the rooms. Inside the room, Zhaoan was tied to the bed, his body wrapped in gauze, looking like a big rice dumpling, and that hoarse scream came from his mouth. At his bedside, 4 doctors looked troubled and anxious, helpless as they watched Zhaoan struggle on the bed. In the outer hall, Zhao Gang, the head of the Zhao family and Zhaoan's father, paced back and forth anxiously with a gloomy face, while the servants around him remained silent. Those 2 haven't been caught yet? At this moment, a burly man in a black suit spoke up. Don't worry, Patriarch. 5th brother and the others just sent word that the man has been captured and should be on their way back now. Zhao Gang looked out the door and said coldly, I want to see who exactly has ruined my son so badly. My son may be unruly, but it's not their place to discipline him. A long time passed, but Zhao Gang still hadn't seen anyone. Zhao Gang looked furious. What's going on? Why haven't they come back yet? At this moment, the man in the suit standing next to him also sensed something was wrong, so he asked somewhat nervously, Sir, should I call and urge them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang immediately rebuked him angrily. Then hurry up and go. The man in the suit quickly replied, Yes, yes. As he spoke, he quickly started making phone calls. However, after calling for a long time, no one answered. He looked at Zhao Gang and said nervously, Sir, we can't get through. Something might have happened. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang felt like he was about to explode. He pushed everything on the table in front of him to the ground, even overturning the table itself. Then, like an angry lion, it roared at the man in the suit. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Faced with Zhao Gang's roar, everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Just then, a servant rushed in and, seeing the furious Zhao Gang, became very uneasy. Zhao Gang tried his best to suppress his anger, looked at the person who came in, and asked, What's up? The person who came quickly spoke up, Sir, we've found out who those 2 are. At this point, the person suddenly became hesitant. However, those 2 people have somewhat special identities. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's anger, which had just been suppressed, surged up again. Speak! Even if it's the Heavenly King himself, I, Zhao Gang, will capture him and make him pay for my son's sins, Zhao Gang said angrily. Upon hearing this, the visitor's expression immediately turned troubled, and he said, But, sir, one of them is the daughter of the Jade King, and the other is the mysterious Jiang Hao who even makes the Zhao family bow down. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's angry expression froze, and he stared intently at the newcomer, asking in return, What did you say? The visitor was startled, but still repeated what he had just said. Zhao Gang was immediately frozen in place. Just then, someone else rushed in, looking anxious, and shouted when they saw Zhao Gang, Master, Master, something terrible has happened. The young master's past has been dug up and posted online. Also, our group's accounts have been frozen, and the police have already come knocking on our door. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang turned pale, staggered back a few steps, and collapsed onto the armchair, his body limp. Upon hearing this news, the others' expressions changed immediately. Seeing that the situation was not good, they all quietly slipped away. Soon, Zhao Gang was taken away. The Zhao family was ruined overnight, once again alarming many people. As for who made the move, it was naturally Jiang Hao. At the same time, the Jade King also made a move, otherwise the matter would not have been handled so quickly. On the first day of the new year, Jiang Hao received a call from Jiao Renjie. Hey, Mr. Jiang, there's a private auction in Tianhe City tonight. Would you like to attend? An auction? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately became interested and asked a question. What are the main items up for auction? At that moment, Jiao Renjie's voice came through the phone again. There are quite a few items up for auction, with 9 main items, including a sword once used by Qing Dynasty General Bai Qi, and a 200-year-old Hishou Wu Polygonum multiflorum. Furthermore, if you have anything of value, after being appraised by several experts, you can apply to have it temporarily added to the auction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately intrigued and spoke up. There must be conditions for entering this auction, right? On the other side, Jiao Renjie spoke up. Yes, only those with a net worth of at least 1 billion are invited to participate. If Mr. Jiang is going, I will send the invitation over right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't ask any further questions and simply replied, Alright, send someone to deliver it over. I'll go check on it tonight. Upon hearing this, Jiao Renjie repeatedly agreed. Mr. Jiang, would you like me to send someone to pick you up tonight? Jiang Hao thought about it and then refused. No need, just send someone to deliver the invitation. I'll go by myself tonight. Jiang Hao then hung up the phone. Just after Jiang Hao hung up the phone, Shui Zishi and Song Wanner called one after the other, both asking if Jiang Hao wanted to attend the auction. Jiang Hao explained the situation to them and then hung up the phone. Soon, Jiao Renjie's men delivered the invitations. An invitation decorated decorated with purple and gold trim, once opened, contained information about the items to be auctioned that evening. Jiang Hao took a closer look and suddenly realized he was truly a penniless wretch. This auction features a variety of jade artifacts, famous paintings, calligraphy, ceramics, furniture, and more. Any one of these items is worth at least $1 million. You really wouldn't dare look at this if you didn't have some kind of status. Moreover, several of these items piqued Jiang Hao's interest. One is that 200-year-old He Shou Wu, a secret treasure box from the Warring States period, belonging to the Mahist school that no one has ever opened. A sword that is said to be the sword of the great general Bai Qi. However, with his current net worth, he probably couldn't afford to buy these items. Even though the Jia family has submitted to him, Jia Renjie won't say anything if he lets Jia Renjie bid for these items. Besides, even without the Jia family, there's Xue Zishi and the Jade King. If I just ask, they might help me. But Jiang Hao didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Favors are the hardest to repay, and besides, it's not like Jiang Hao can't get that much money. Therefore, it's not worth making him owe others favors for these reasons. At this moment, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the last page of the invitation. The instructions above describe the steps for temporarily applying to participate in the auction. Jiang Hao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and decided to put some effort into this. The herbal pills I obtained before must be quite popular, right? I can also auction off the pair of tiger tallies I got from my last trip to the antique market. After all, there's no use for that thing if you keep it. Furthermore, given his reputation as a disciple of a master sculptor, how could he not produce something of his own? With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao decided to create something. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao went out. More than 4 hours later, Jiang Hao returned, looking travel-worn. After returning, Jiang Hao locked himself in his bedroom, and then excitedly took out a treasure from his system space. After admiring it for a while, Jiang Hao finally put it away with satisfaction. Afterwards, Jiang Hao washed up and changed his clothes. It was almost time, since Jiang Hao still needed to take his treasure to be appraised. The identification process takes time, so it's understandable that he arrived early. Wearing a tracksuit, I looked in the mirror and was almost stunned by my own stunning beauty. After telling his family, Jiang Hao drove to the address on the invitation. In front of a water villa on the river in Tianhe City, Dalong Bay, many luxury cars are neatly lined up outside, forming a long line. You may not recognize these luxury cars, but some of their license plates are incredibly eye-catching. Among them, Jiang Hao also saw a car with the license plate 8888. Upon entering, each guest's invitation was checked by a designated person. Jiang Hao handed over the purple gold-trimmed invitation that Jia Renjie had given him. The waiter who was checking the invitation immediately became extremely respectful upon seeing the purple invitation. It was only then that Jiang Hao noticed that the invitations seemed to be tiered. There are pure gold ones, white gold ones, and the purple gold one I have. Du Feifei wore a tight-fitting cheongsam with blue and white porcelain patterns, which perfectly showcased her stunning figure and made her the center of attention. As one of the co-hosts of the auction, she was originally receiving some VIP guests. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the purple gold invitation in Jiang Hao's hand, as well as Jiang Hao's sportswear that was completely out of place in the entire venue. This immediately piqued her interest, so she greeted the 3 well-mannered men surrounding her and then stopped a hostess who was walking toward Jiang Hao. Upon seeing Du Feifei, the hostess immediately greeted her respectfully. Du Feifei spoke up, "Go and greet the other guests. I'll personally greet this guest." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in the hostess's eyes, but she couldn't very well refuse. "Yes, miss." After saying that, Du Feifei walked straight towards Jiang Hao. Seeing Jiang Hao next to her, Du Feifei curiously looked at the little boy in sportswear in front of her. He hadn't expected that the little boy would be wearing a tracksuit on such a formal occasion. Moreover, this seemingly casual young boy actually possessed a supreme invitation in purple and gold. This instantly piqued her interest. "Sir, I am your personal hostess. How can I help you?" Jiang Hao glanced at the beautiful young lady and was indeed surprised by her exquisite appearance. However, with a stunning beauty like Song Wanner as his girlfriend, Jiang Hao was indeed much calmer. "There is indeed a small problem that I need your help with. I brought a few items to an auction, but I don't know where I can get them appraised." Jiang Hao told the truth. Upon hearing this, Du Feifei felt a surge of curiosity. "I wonder what he brought. Let me take you there." "Excuse me, is your treasure a large or small item? Do you need any help?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao spoke up. "Thank you, but what I brought is a small item, and I carry it with me at all times." Jiang Hao's humility gave Du Feifei a unique feeling. "Then please follow me, sir." Led by Du Feifei, Jiang Hao entered the lobby and came to a mysterious room where 6 old men were sitting. When the 6 old men saw Du Feifei arrive, they immediately smiled and were about to get up. At this moment, Du Feifei stood behind and kept winking at the 6 old men. Jiang Hao was a little confused when he saw the 6 old men looking so happy as soon as he entered. At this moment, Du Feifei, who was behind Jiang Hao, spoke up. "6 experts, this gentleman has brought several treasures to participate in the auction." The 6 old men reacted very quickly. "Oh, we've been waiting for so long. Finally, there's treasure again." again. What is your name, sir? What's your name? Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao felt something was off, he still replied, my surname is Jiang. Then, Jiang Hao first took out a pair of tiger tallies from his pocket and handed them over. Gentlemen, please take a look at these old objects. They are a pair of tiger tallies from the Western Han Dynasty. When Zhao Xian crossed Flying Eagle Gorge, Wei Qing used this tiger tally to mobilize Zhao Ponu's army. Several experts can take a look. Upon hearing this, the group was immediately taken aback. Tiger tally, as a token for mobilizing troops in ancient times, has left a significant mark on history. However, very few tiger tallies have survived to this day, let alone those from the Western Han Dynasty, which is more than 2,000 years ago. If this is true, then its value is definitely not low. However, this person casually put it in his pocket, which is really. The appraisers accepted the tiger tally from Jiang Hao with strange expressions. At this moment, even Du Feifei, who was standing to the side, had a strange look on her face. If this thing were real, wouldn't most people put it in a nice wooden box? At this moment, Du Feifei seemed to understand what Jiang Hao meant by carrying it with him. You really carry this with you everywhere you go, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. The tiger tally passed through the hands of several appraisers several times, with various methods employed. Finally, after a discussion, the appraisers all nodded in approval. Sir, after our examination, your tiger tally is indeed from the Western Han Dynasty. As for whether it can be linked to General Wei Qing, we are not sure at the moment. So, are you sure you want to auction off these tiger tallies? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. Wei Qing was just using that as a cover, so of course you can't be sure. I will auction off this pair of tiger tallies as long as the bidding price is no less than 10 million. The experts exchanged glances and finally nodded. Soon, the staff completed the formalities and handed it to Jiang Hao, while the pair of tiger tallies were used for promotion and put in line. At this moment, under the strange gazes of everyone, Jiang Hao once again took out 3 jade medicine bottles carved from ice jade from his pocket. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Jiang Hao began to explain. These 3 jade bottles contain a total of 13 miraculous pills. I call it the herbal elixir. It gathers the essence of herbs and trees and absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Taking it can instantly reverse aging and preserve one's appearance. As soon as Jiang Hao finished his introduction, the 6 experts jumped up from their chairs. Their eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Hao and the 3 jade medicine bottles. Mr. Jiang, are you joking with this old man? At this moment, Du Feifei even wondered if Jiang Hao had mental problems. However, Jiang Hao remained completely calm. He had long anticipated this outcome. After all, the herbal elixir was indeed too miraculous. I know some of you don't believe me, so I can give you one for experimentation free of charge. You can find a volunteer and have her take 1 pill that will naturally prove whether I'm telling the truth or not. Upon hearing this, the 6 old men were filled with surprise and doubt, and finally looked at Du Feifei. Does Du Feifei, as the host, agree? Du Feifei looked at the calm Jiang Hao and nodded subtly. The 6 old men immediately understood. Actually, if what Jiang Hao said is true, Du Feifei would like to try it out herself first. But it's uncertain now, and she really can't gamble with her life. Soon, a staff member found a cleaning lady. This 40-year-old woman, upon hearing that there was money to be made, came running over excitedly. She was asked to remove her makeup on the spot, and then Jiang Hao poured out a pill from a jade medicine bottle. Instantly, a unique, fresh scent of herbs filled the entire testing room. Everyone was drawn in. The cleaning lady took the herbal pills under everyone's watchful eyes. The moment the herbal elixir entered her mouth, it transformed into a special spiritual energy, instantly merging into her body. At that moment, under everyone's gaze, the wrinkles on the cleaning lady's face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, her dry and dull face became smooth and radiant. Upon seeing this, everyone in the entire testing room stared wide-eyed. Everyone involuntarily gasped. The cleaning lady, who was originally over 40 years old and overworked, instantly regained the appearance of a 25 or 26-year-old. Moreover, her skin was as fair and tender as a young girl's, radiant and beautiful. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Hao immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Gentlemen, you can send someone to take this young lady for a cell age test and also a skin test. We'll talk again once we've finalized the details. Everyone was awakened, and upon hearing Jiang Hao's suggestion, they quickly took the cleaning lady away. At that moment, everyone looked at the 3 medicines on the table with great interest, wishing they could take them for themselves. Du Feifei was filled with endless curiosity about Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, however, seemed completely unconcerned. Alright, let's talk about the herbal pills after the test results are out. However, the appraisal may take some time, so I'll take one more item instead. Jiang Hao's words immediately startled everyone. This kind of elixir isn't even good enough to be the grand finale? What exactly is this divine object? To them, the herbal elixir was indeed a divine elixir. At this moment, they were completely captivated by the mysterious Jiang Hao. When everyone's attention returned to Jiang Hao, amidst their extremely strange expressions, Jiang Hao once again put his hand into his pocket. He took out a paper package. Seeing this, everyone felt a rare sense of relief. You even know about packaging. However, when Jiang Hao carefully opened the paper and placed the contents on the table, everyone was once again stunned. A bowl-shaped cup, about 10 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters in height, with a bright green color, fine texture, and translucent appearance, appeared before everyone. This green gives people a sense of noble beauty. It is clean and crystal clear, almost so green that it is dripping with oil, and even gives people the feeling that it is about to drip out. Upon seeing this item, the 6 appraisers immediately lost their composure. Is this a luminous cup made of imperial green jadeite of the glassy type? Everyone was shocked. The value of imperial green jadeite of the glass type is astonishing. In the past, even a piece the size of a fingernail could easily sell for millions. However, today, they actually saw a luminous cup carved from a single piece of imperial green glass? At this moment, another appraiser spoke up again. This is simply an astounding treasure. It was actually carved from a single piece of imperial green jadeite of the glassy type, and the carving technique was delicate and refined. Finally, he stared intently at Jiang Haodao. This is definitely the work of a grandmaster. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao just smiled mysteriously and then spoke to the person next to him. Give me a glass of water. The others were puzzled, but the person next to them quickly handed over a bottle of water. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao poured the water into the luminous cup. With a gasp, Jiang Hao raised the luminous cup, and everyone around could see 2 dragon shadows fighting over a bead inside. Moreover, these 2 dragons seemed to be alive, soaring and flying above. My god! Hiss! 2 dragons playing with a pearl. A series of exclamations came from the surroundings. Jiang Hao said, I call this the Imperial Luminous Cup with 2 dragons playing with a pearl. With that, Jiang Hao handed the item to the 6 appraisers. Immediately, the 6 appraisers carefully held this artistic treasure, their eyes filled with amazement. Finally, amidst a gasp of surprise, the staff completed the formalities. Meanwhile, the staff who took the cleaning lady to get checked sent the test results. The cleaning lady is said to be 45 years old, but her skin looks like that of a 25-year-old. Moreover, her cell activity seems to be extremely stable, with almost negligible damage. In other words, her appearance will remain at this level and she will not age. This result immediately shocked everyone. The staff had to process the paperwork quickly. Afterwards, the 2 items were sent to the queue by a designated person, and the remaining notification issues were handled. At that moment, Jiang Hao unintentionally made a gesture of putting his hand in his pocket. Instantly, everyone's eyes were drawn to him again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats again, and they looked at Jiang Hao with resentment in their eyes. Didn't you just say that was the last one? At this point, even the 6 appraisers were startled. One of them said softly, looking uneasy, Mr. Jiang, you don't have any more treasures, do you? Upon hearing the question, Jiang Hao saw the resentful looks in everyone's eyes and immediately realized that they had misunderstood. Feeling a little embarrassed, he touched the tip of his nose. That one's gone, these are the 3. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly felt an urge to punch him. Is using the word too casual? Although the first of these 3 items is slightly inferior, it is still inferior to the latter 2. Compared to the other items auctioned today, those tiger tallies alone far surpass most of them. These 2 items completely outclassed all the other items up for auction today. Under the intense, resentful stares of the crowd, Jiang Hao quickly grabbed the items and headed to the appraisal room to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Led by Du Feifei, Jiang Hao returned to the main hall. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone gathered in small groups, holding cards and discussing something. Looking at the card in their hand, some people couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! Such a miraculous elixir actually exists in the world. This sounds a bit like a myth. Could it be fake? Moreover, the Emperor's luminous cup with 2 dragons playing with a pearl is also a rare treasure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. It seems the organizers of this auction are already promoting it extensively. Even before the auction has started, some people are already getting restless and excitedly moving funds around. Jiang Hao didn't like crowds, so he found a quiet corner to sit down and wait for the auction to begin. Du Feifei, who was accompanying Jiang Hao, looked at him and felt that he was a strange person. Just as Du Feifei was about to try and get some information out of Jiang Hao, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Feifei, so you've been here all this time. I've been looking for you for ages. At this moment, a well-mannered man in a suit approached Du Feifei with a delighted expression. Du Feifei immediately realized something was wrong. Sure enough, when she turned around, Jiang Hao was looking at her strangely. Du Feifei glared angrily at the man in the suit who was running over, her eyes filled with disgust. Wu Xiaofei, I'm currently receiving VIP guests. We can talk later. Jiang Hao thought the other person had something to say, so he spoke up. Oh, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll have some fruit here while the auction starts. Jiang Hao's words immediately made Du Feifei's face stiffen, and she looked at Jiang Hao with a resentful expression. Has my charm diminished again? How could Jiang Hao, such a beautiful woman, be willing to push me away? Seeing Du Feifei's resentful look, Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, Wu Xiaofei, who was standing to the side, saw Du Feifei flirting with someone, and his face immediately turned ugly. Then, when he looked at Jiang Hao, who was dressed in sportswear on the sofa, Wu Xiaofei frowned even more. Who are you? How did you get in? Wu Xiaofei's questioning made Jiang Hao very uncomfortable. Who I am is none of your concern, sir. Hearing Wu Xiaofei's questioning tone, Du Feifei immediately issued a warning. Wu Xiaofei, please watch your tone. This is my distinguished guest. Seeing that Du Feifei seemed angry, Wu Xiaofei quickly spoke softly. Feifei, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Then, he looked at Jiang Haodao. Feifei, you haven't been scammed, have you? He doesn't look like a distinguished guest at an auction at all. I think he just smuggled himself in with someone else. I'll have someone throw him out right now. Just then, a waiter happened to pass by, and Wu Xiaofei stopped him. Before the waiter could speak, he pointed at Jiang Hao and questioned him. How do you operate? Someone sneaked in here without an invitation and you didn't even know? Get him out of here immediately. Wu Xiaofei's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Immediately, they all looked over. The crowd was unaware of the details, but when they saw Jiang Hao's clothes, they also became suspicious of him. Are these elementary school students from somewhere? Maybe he's the son of some big shot? Seeing the way everyone was looking at her, Du Feifei was furious. She hadn't expected Wu Xiaofei to do this. Wu Xiaofei, that's enough. This Mr. Jiang is my honored guest. Don't be unreasonable. Despite Du Feifei's repeated warnings, Wu Xiaofei, looking at Jiang Hao's youthful face in casual sportswear, simply couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Du Feifei repeatedly warned this country bumpkin, which fueled his burning jealousy. He had no idea what kind of spell Jiang Hao had cast on Du Feifei to make her so protective of him. Seeing Jiang Hao's confident and fearless demeanor, Wu Xiaofei felt a surge of resentment in his heart. Even if I can't kick you out today, I'm going to humiliate you severely. Thinking this, he pointed at Jiang Hao. If you're so capable, show everyone your invitation. As he spoke, he proudly pulled a gold-embossed invitation from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. This is mine, what about yours? Let everyone see it. The people around were immediately surprised when they saw the gold-embossed invitation that Wu Xiaofei took out. He actually has a pure gold-level invitation. Looks like he's quite wealthy. That's right, there are 3 types of invitations in total, with purple gold being the most valuable, followed by pure gold, and then platinum. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Wu Xiaofei looked at Jiang Hao with a smug expression. Jiang Hao looked at Wu Xiaofei, speechless. You think I'll just take it because you tell me to? Don't I, Jiang, have any dignity? In Wu Xiaofei's view, Jiang Hao's words meant he was afraid. Immediately, he seized the opportunity and quickly said smugly to Du Feifei, who was standing to the side. Feifei, see, I told you he didn't have an invitation. See, he's scared. At this moment, Du Feifei was extremely disgusted with Wu Xiaofei and wanted to drive him out. But with so many people watching, he can't do that. Although she knew Jiang Hao had a purple gold invitation, others didn't. As the host of this auction, did she represent the Du family? Doing so would be seen as unfair by others. This will severely damage the Du family's image. But Jiang Hao was unwilling to hand it over, and she couldn't force others to do so, could she? Moreover, the 3 treasures that Jiang Hao just brought to the auction are definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. Therefore, she was even more unwilling to offend Jiang Hao. At this moment, she was in a very difficult position. At this moment, seeing that Du Feifei was no longer protecting Jiang Hao, Wu Xiaofei looked at Jiang Hao with great pride. At that moment, the hostess who had been looked down at by Du Feifei happened to see this scene. She had a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After all, he was wearing sportswear to the auction, and the invitation he received was the highest level purple gold supreme invitation. Jiang Hao was one of a kind. He was originally planning to curry favor with her, but Miss Du beat him to it. Seeing this scene, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. Wasn't this a good opportunity to get close to this person? I've seen this gentleman's invitation. It's a supreme grade purple gold color. The hostess's words were like a thunderbolt, and everyone turned to look at her. Holy crap, purple gold? Really? Could he be the young master of some family? Everyone stared at Jiang Hao in shock. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofei froze. He looked at Jiang Hao, whose face was young and whose clothes, when put together, cost less than 500 yuan. He simply couldn't believe that Jiang Hao could have a purple gold invitation. He immediately berated the hostess. You're just a servant. Do you have the right to interrupt me? Then, he suddenly thought of something and his gaze swept back and forth between Jiang Hao and the hostess. Oh, he wouldn't be the one you brought in, would he? Wu Xiaofei's words immediately caused some misunderstandings. Immediately, people around started talking and pointing. I was wondering why. This little kid is so young and I've never heard of him before. How could he possibly have a supreme level invitation? Exactly, even if he's a young master from a wealthy family, he can't just wear sportswear to an auction, can he? The hostess felt wronged after being reprimanded, but she couldn't argue back. Even if she was scolded because of Jiang Hao, she didn't think Jiang Hao would offend so many people for her sake. At this point, Du Feifei couldn't stand it anymore either. Wu Xiaofei, that's enough. I also saw that Mr. Jiang came in with a VIP invitation. Du Feifei's words immediately changed the course of the whole matter once again. At this moment, Jiang Zhang Hao noticed that many people were watching him, which made him very uncomfortable. He was no longer willing to waste any more time with Wu Xiaofei. He then took out a palm-sized invitation with purple and gold trim from his pocket and casually tossed it in front of Wu Xiaofei. "Alright, here's my invitation. You can get lost." Wu Xiaofei's face stiffened when he saw Zhang Hao throw the invitation over. At the same time, there was a gasp of surprise from those around. "Wow, this is truly an invitation of supreme rank. Young Master Wu has really messed up this time." The surrounding crowd chuckled with glee. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Wu Xiaofei's face turned grim. Now, with so many people watching, he's in a difficult situation. Just then, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Perhaps the invitation is for his family? "I don't believe this is your invitation. Let me see the name on it." As he spoke, he picked up the invitation that Zhang Hao had thrown at him and turned it over. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was taken aback. "The invitation has a name on it? I didn't see that." However, at this moment, Wu Xiaofei had already flipped the invitation over, and upon seeing the name on it, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I knew it. How could you possibly have an invitation to the highest rank?" As he spoke, he held up the invitation in his hand, pointed at the name on it, and shouted, "Look everyone, this clearly shows the name of Jia Renjie, the eldest son of the Jia family. We've all been fooled by him." Wu Xiaofei's words immediately caused a huge stir. How so? Could this invitation have been stolen? At this moment, Wu Xiaofei pressed his advantage, pointing at Zhang Hao with a righteous expression, as if he had solved a major case, and questioned him. "Tell me, did you steal Mr. Jia's invitation? Where did you take Mr. Jia?" Even Du Feifei was puzzled at this moment. And then consider the three treasures from before. Did he kidnap Jia Renjie? Du Feifei immediately sensed something was wrong. At this moment, Zhang Hao was quite helpless. He never expected that Jia Renjie would send him his invitation. Now that he's made such a fool of himself, he doesn't know what to say. At this point, even if he said that the invitation was given to him by Jia Renjie, probably no one would believe him. However, if you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. As long as you have a clear conscience, that's all that matters. So he told the truth. This was a gift from Jia Renjie. Is there a problem? However, Zhang Hao was outnumbered and outmatched, and no one was willing to believe him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofei let out a cold laugh, staring at Zhang Hao with a smug look on his face. "You dare to make excuses? You still dare to make excuses? You made it sound so real, I almost believed you. How dare you call Jia Renjie that? If you don't tell the truth, I'll arrest you and take you to the police station." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Let's see who dares." Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jia Renjie, accompanied by a female companion, walked through the crowd and went straight to Zhang Hao. To everyone's astonishment, Jia Renjie bowed respectfully to Zhang Hao. "Mr. Jiang, it was Renjie's oversight that caused you to suffer this injustice." Zhang Hao waved his hand. "It's alright, you can handle it." Jia Renjie then spoke respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Then, under everyone's gaze, Jia Renjie looked at Wu Xiaofei, who had an incredulous expression, and spoke. Renjie originally received a supreme invitation signed with his name, as well as one gold invitation and one platinum invitation, both unsigned. But Mr. Jiang is of noble status, and Renjie feels that gold and platinum are not worthy of Mr. Jiang. Therefore, Renjie presented his supreme token to Mr. Jiang. "Do you have any objections to me doing this?" Jia Renjie appeared to be explaining to everyone, but what he really cared about was Zhang Hao's opinion. He was explaining to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was aware of this, but he had already guessed it and didn't blame Jia Renjie. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to arrive before Zishi." At this moment, Shui Zishi also walked through the crowd and came to Zhang Hao's side, saying respectfully. Zhang Hao looked at Shui Zishi and nodded, not surprised by her arrival. At this moment, people in the crowd who recognized Shui Zishi began to speak up. "Holy crap, isn't that the young lady from Tianfu Tower? Hiss, who exactly is that person? How could the eldest young master of the Jia family and the young lady of Tianfu Tower treat him with such respect?" Even Du Feifei was taken aback. How could she not recognize Shui Zishi? Although Tianfu Tower cannot compare with the Du family, Tianfu Tower still wields considerable influence in Tianhe City. She was already shocked by how respectful the eldest son of the Jia family was to Zhang Hao, but now Shui Zishi has joined the fray. However, before anyone could make a guess, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha, nephew Jiang, that Emperor's luminous cup with two dragons playing with a pearl was your work, wasn't it?" This seemingly inquiring question, yet phrased with an affirmative tone, instantly caused an uproar at the scene. "What? He brought that treasure?" At that moment, Wu Xiaofei, whose face was already pale, felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. At this moment, Jade King Song Wanzhong and Song Wana walked through the crowd and came to Zhang Hao's side. Upon seeing who it was, everyone was startled once again. Is this the Jade King and his beloved daughter? At this moment, Zhang Hao saw Song Wanzhong arrive and immediately smiled, quickly getting up to greet him. Song Wana had already left Song Wanzhong behind and ran to Zhang Hao's side, grabbing his arm. Song Wanzhong saw his daughter's actions but did not stop her. At this moment, Zhang Hao spoke up. "Uncle, please excuse me, I've taken a liking to a few things, but I don't have enough money, so I have to sell the gifts my master gave me. Upon seeing the relationship between Jiang Haoyu and Wang's father, and Jiang Hao's confirmation reply, everyone present gasped. Hiss. They never expected that the world-shaking treasure they had just been discussing was actually brought out by this mysterious Mr. Jiang. Moreover, this mysterious Mr. Jiang has a very close relationship with the Jade King. At this moment, they connected all their relationships. It seems like he's thought of something, someone said nervously. Could he be Jiang Hao, the nemesis of our family? This is exactly how Jiang Hao is perceived by them. After all, of the three families that offended this mysterious Jiang Hao, two were ruined, while only one lucky family became even more respectful to him. At this moment, everyone looked at Wu Xiaofei with pity. Wu Xiaofei was already terrified and his face turned deathly pale. The invitation itself reveals that his strength is far inferior to that of the Jia family. Nowadays, the Jia family treats Jiang Hao with utmost respect, not to mention the eldest daughter of Tianfu Tower and the great Jade King who are standing to the side. Du Feifei was also annoyed. She had heard of Jiang Hao's reputation when she first arrived in Tianhe City. She originally thought that the rumors about Jiang Hao were all hearsay and should not be believed. In addition, Jiang Hao's net worth was indeed insufficient, which is why no invitations were sent. But now it seems that everything about Jiang Hao is true. Considering the auction items Jiang Hao had previously brought out, it's clear that Jiang Hao is far more mysterious than the rumors suggest. However, no one else knew about Du Feifei's frustration. Jade King Song Wanzhong, though unsure whether Jiang Haoyan's words were true or false, still spoke up to rebuke him. Nonsense. If you don't have the money, just tell your uncle. How can you sell such a priceless treasure? Faced with Song Wanzhong's blame, Jiang Hao showed no displeasure, but instead smiled and said, "It's all right, uncle. In my opinion, anything I like is a priceless treasure." As he spoke, he glanced at Song Wan'er beside him, seemingly making a pointed remark. Hearing this, Song Wan'er met Jiang Hao's gaze and immediately blushed shyly. However, she still expressed her concerns. "Brother Hao, if you sell the gift your master gave you, won't your master be angry with you?" Jiang Hao was deeply moved by Song Wan'er's concern. "It's all right, what master gave me is mine, he won't care." However, Song Wanzhong, who was standing to the side, was pleased to see this scene, but at the same time, he felt a pang of jealousy and said sourly, "Girls really are a case of, once they grow up, they're gone." Upon hearing this, Song Wan'er said coquettishly. This caused the Jade King to burst into laughter. At this moment, the Jade King seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke up. "Hey, what were you all discussing here earlier?" At this moment, the Jade King's gaze swept over and landed on Wu Xiaofei's face. Wu Xiaofei immediately felt an invisible pressure, the kind of aura that only those who have been in a high position for a long time possess. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out. "Brother Song, I was unaware of your arrival and was unable to greet you properly. Please forgive me." As the voice rang out, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe appeared. This person seemed to have a close relationship with the Jade King, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Later, through the introduction of the Jade King, Jiang Hao got to know this big shot, Du Zhonghua, the owner of a large auction house. He usually travels around the country and his reputation is comparable to that of the Jade King. At this moment, Du Zhonghua looked at Du Feifei beside him and said, "Feifei, come over here and greet your uncle Song." Under Jiang Hao's surprised gaze, Du Feifei obediently came to the front of everyone. Feifei greets Uncle Song, Sister Wan'er, and Mr. Jiang. Finally, Du Feifei even winked at Jiang Hao. At that moment, Song Wan'er saw Jiang Hao staring at Du Feifei and immediately put her hand on Jiang Hao's waist and made a sharp 90-degree turn. Jiang Hao immediately touched the tip of his nose and looked away. Song Wanzhong looked at Du Feifei inside. Time flies. Feifei is so big now. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Xiaofei was ignored by everyone, much like a clown. Wu Xiaofei himself is also trying to downplay his presence. Soon, the time came, and the auction began. Led by Du Zhonghua, the group entered the auction house. After everyone left, Wu Xiaofei slunk away in a sorry state. Jiang Hao had already noticed him, and before leaving, he silently flicked a little powder onto him. Wu Xiaofei's crime doesn't warrant the death penalty, but it should serve as a warning. Otherwise, people might think you're a kind and gentle person with no temper. After everyone was seated, Jiang Hao realized that there were a lot of people attending the auction today, and quite a few big shots among them. Then, an auctioneer appeared. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome everyone to this private auction." After some opening remarks, the auction truly began. The previous few shows were all small-scale events, featuring jade artifacts, ceramics, and so on. Jiang Hao had no interest in these things, so he didn't make a move. Soon, the polygonum multiflorum that Jiang Hao had his eye on appeared. As the woman in the Cheongsam lifted the golden cloth, a human-shaped Hisho Wu, polygonum multiflorum, was revealed. A 200-year-old human-shaped Hisho Wu, polygonum multiflorum plant, starting bid 1 million, with each bid increment no less than 50,000. The auctioneer had barely finished speaking when someone raised their paddle. Number 22, 1.1 million, 1.3 million, 1.5 million. After a fierce bidding war, the price reached 2.4 million. At that moment, the auctioneer called out, 2,600,000. Is there anything higher? At this point, Jiang Hao felt it was about time and spoke up, 2,700,000. Upon seeing this, the auctioneer shouted, number 12 has offered 2.7 million. The same person raised the price again, 2,800,000. Jiang Hao didn't want to waste time, so he spoke directly before the auctioneer could even open his mouth. 3 million. Immediately, the auctioneer shouted, Mr. Number 12 has offered 3 million. After Jiang Hao offered 3 million, no one was willing to raise the price anymore. 3 million for the first time, 3 million for the second time, 3 million for the third time, as the auctioneer brought down the gavel. Congratulations to Mr. Number 12 for winning this item. Then, several more items were auctioned off, and Jiang Hao also participated. They each spent 2 million to buy the Warring States period Mahist puzzle box that couldn't be opened, and 5 million to bid for a bamboo painting by Zhang Banxiao. As the auction progressed, Jiang Hao's pair of Han Dynasty tiger tallies were sold for 20 million. Jiang Hao didn't expect it to be so valuable. Then, after several more items appeared, Jiang Hao's most coveted item, the killing sword of Lord Wuan, by Qi, came out. The moment this killing sword appeared, the gazes of several people present changed, and a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. However, they seemed to have thought of something and reverted to their old ways. Just then, the auctioneer's voice came through. Everyone knows the reputation of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. The bronze sword, which is in excellent condition, has the name of Lord Wuan, Bai Qi, engraved in small seal script on it. Subsequently, it was examined by several experts. It is the sword of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. Even after more than 2,000 years, this bronze sword can still cut a hair with a single blow. Subsequently, with the assistance of a specialist, this bronze sword, which had been sealed away for over 2,000 years, was unveiled. As the sword was drawn, a dazzling sharpness flashed. At the same time, the temperature in the entire venue seemed to drop a few degrees, and a gentle breeze swept by. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, someone held a small tuft of hair close to the blade. However, before that tuft of hair could even touch the blade, it automatically broke in two. Everyone present was shocked to see this. Jiang Hao was even more envious. This is an unparalleled sword. He absolutely has to win. At this moment, the person holding the bronze sword quickly sheathed it. The sword's sharpness was concealed, and only then did peace return. The auctioneer's voice rang out at that moment, pulling everyone back to reality. The sword of Lord Wuan, starting price 10 million, each bid increment no less than 1 million, begin. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, with no one bidding. The auctioneer was terrified when he saw this, but just then, someone finally raised a sign. The auctioneer immediately shouted, number 19, 11 million, 20 million, Mr. Number 21 has offered 20 million, number 30, 30 million. As the sounds of bidding filled the air, the atmosphere at the scene began to intensify. Upon seeing this, the auctioneer became excited. After a fierce bidding war, the bronze sword has reached a high price of 50 million. Jiang Hao glanced at the person bidding and saw that they were wearing sunglasses, which covered part of their face, making them look quite mysterious. Mr. Number 16 has asked for 50 million. Is there anyone bidding higher? The auctioneer asked excitedly. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Hao raised the sign in his hand. 60 million. The auctioneer immediately shouted. Mr. Number 12 has offered 60 million. Seeing that Jiang Hao had actually picked up a bronze sword, Song Wanner, who was standing to the side, looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly felt like he was being watched. When he turned around, he happened to meet the same man wearing sunglasses from before. Jiang Hao assumed that his bid had caught the man's attention, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Just then, a young woman sitting 3 seats away from Jiang Hao in the same row spoke up. 70 million. Lady number 9 has offered 70 million. Are there any bids higher? The auctioneer shouted excitedly. The next moment, someone else spoke up. 80 million. Mr. Number 26 has offered 80 million. Jiang Hao glanced at the two men. He had thought that not many people would bid for the bronze sword, but he hadn't expected to find such strong competitors. However, he was determined to get this sword. He raised the sign in his hand again and shouted, 100 million. His shout immediately drew curious glances from many people. After all, it's just a bronze sword. Although this bronze sword is somewhat special, 100 million is clearly more than its intrinsic value. Just then, Jiang Hao keenly sensed several wisps of killing intent. One was the man in sunglasses from before, and the other was the woman who had bid earlier. There were a few more people in the back seat. When Jiang Hao turned around and looked over, those people immediately became quiet. Jiang Hao immediately sensed that something was wrong. What exactly is going on? Does this bronze sword hold some unknown secret? These people seem to have come specifically for this bronze sword. Jiang Hao thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. As for those few people who had ill intentions towards him, Jiang Hao, however, was never afraid. I will not attack unless attacked. This is his principle in dealing with people and things. The auctioneer excitedly excitedly repeated Jiang Hao's bid. 100 million. Mr. Number 12 has bid 100 million. Is there anyone bidding higher? No one answered the auctioneer's questions. Perhaps it was Jiang Hao's unwavering determination that deterred others from taking the plunge. Perhaps some people think that a price of 100 million is too high, exceeding the intrinsic value of the sword. Or perhaps some people are afraid that unfair competition will attract more attention to Bai Chi's killing sword, so they are unwilling to bid. In short, after Jiang Hao asked for 100 million, no one was willing to make a bid. After the auctioneer made 3 consecutive bids, the hammer finally fell. Congratulations to Mr. Number 12 for winning the Wuanjun killing sword for a high price of 100 million. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded. The auction then continued, and several more treasures were sold at regular prices. Originally, if Jiang Hao hadn't brought out the herbal elixir and the Emperor's Night Shining Cup with 2 dragons playing with a pearl, these treasures would have been worth even more. But now that Jiang Hao has brought out those 2 rare treasures, some wealthy businessmen have focused all their attention on them. Therefore, this price seems quite ordinary. Then a woman in a cheongsam appeared carrying a tray. When Jiang Hao saw the beautiful woman on the stage carrying a tray, he was immediately surprised, but then seemed to understand something. At this moment, the auctioneer said mysteriously, "Next, please look at the big screen." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a video appeared on the large screen behind him. This video shows the entire process of the cleaning lady testing the herbal remedy. The video was processed by a specialist, and no information about Jiang Hao appeared. As the video ended, the examination results appeared on the big screen. As soon as all of this was over, a gasp of surprise erupted from below. At this moment, the auctioneer spoke with a smile. "I think everyone has probably already guessed it. That's right, the item up for auction this time is the same magical pill from the video. Of course, some people may question the authenticity of the video, but I can tell you with certainty that the video just now was not enhanced with any special effects. The video content is completely authentic." At this moment, the auctioneer spoke to the woman holding the tray. "Xiao Jia, please introduce yourself to everyone." The woman with the tray stepped forward, bowed to the crowd, and then spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Jia, I am 42 years old, and I used to be a cleaning lady. I am the lucky woman in the video just now." As soon as he finished speaking, various proofs appeared on the big screen. At this moment, when the crowd below compared her with the woman in the video, they all gasped in shock. "Hiss, this is incredible. This is practically a celestial elixir." At that moment, many people below stared in shock at the 3 jade bottles in the hands of the beautiful woman on the tray on the stage, their eyes revealing greed. Among them, a few mysterious people who had previously harbored murderous intent towards Jiang Hao began to stir. However, at that moment, they seemed to have thought of something and had to suppress their excitement. At this moment, Jiang Hao heard the crowd's discussion and smiled mysteriously. "It seems I underestimated the value of the herbal elixir." At this point, the auctioneer began his introduction. "According to the client, this miraculous elixir is called herbal elixir." At this point, the auctioneer began his introduction. "According to the client, this miraculous elixir is called herbal elixir. This elixir gathers the essence of many herbs and plants and absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Taking this will instantly restore your youthful appearance to that of a 20-year-old and will also preserve your youth for 5 years. We also conducted various tests on Xiao Jie after she took this miraculous pill, and everyone has seen the results. The client's description is not exaggerated in the slightest." The auctioneer's words immediately drew another gasp from the audience. Such incredible results are simply terrifying. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room had been sufficiently engaged, the auctioneer began to speak. "The client brought a total of 13 of these miraculous pills, one of which the client unconditionally used to verify its wonders. So, there are only 12 miraculous pills left. Next, these 12 miraculous pills will be divided into 3 groups of 4 and auctioned off in sequence. Now, let's begin the auction for the first group of 4 herbal pills. Starting bid, 5 million. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, someone raised their paddle and shouted, 6 million. Before the auctioneer could repeat the price, another round of bids began. 7 million, 8 million, 10 million. After a fierce competition, the price of the first set of 4 herbal pills has soared from 5 million to 80 million. This truly surprised Jiang Hao, and now, the price is still going up. Among them, the one who had previously fought with Jiang Hao for Bai Chi's killing sword, number 9, was the most fiercely competing with another wealthy woman. At this moment, the woman with number 9 immediately raised the bid by 20 million, reaching 100 million. That rich lady, number 6, wasn't going to back down either. 130 million. The woman in number 9 seemed to have made up her mind. With that bid, the price soared to 200 million. The wealthy woman probably didn't expect number 9 to be so ruthless. Then the wealthy woman glared fiercely at number 9 and finally stopped, unwilling to give up. After all, this isn't the only group. As the wealthy woman stopped bidding, the auctioneer excitedly repeated the offer 3 times in succession. With a tense expression on the face of the woman in number 9, the gavel finally fell. well. Only then did the woman in number 9 breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the second group started bidding, and there was another round of fierce bidding. This time, the bidding was even more intense than the last time. The previous 6th-ranking tycoon's wife was also involved. Even Xue Zishi, Yu Wang, Du Feifei, and Zhao Renjie participated in the bidding. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. At this moment, even Song Wanner, who was standing to the side, was excited as she watched the Jade King bid. Zhang Hao was speechless. It seems that loving beauty is indeed a woman's nature. How old is Song Wanner? And with his exquisite appearance, he has no need for her at all. When she needs it, perhaps I can obtain something better than the herbal elixir. Moreover, those 13 pills weren't all he had. He also had several bottles of herbal pills on him. Given their relationship with me, I can just give them a few grains myself. However, this was also his fault. The others didn't know that it was Zhang Hao who provided the herbal pills. At this point, the price of the second set of items had already soared to 200 million. At this moment, Zhang Hao saw that Xue Zishi, Zhao Renjie, and Yu Wang still wanted to participate, and he immediately became anxious. At that moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. With a slight tremor of his throat, a sound traversed space in a strange way, precisely entering the minds of Xue Zishi, Zhao Renjie, and the Jade King. I am Zhang Hao. Please stop bidding. The herbal pills were provided by me, and I still have some. I will give you a few after the auction ends. At this moment, Xue Zishi, Zhao Renjie, and Yu Wang were all horrified. Then, when they looked to their left and right, they realized that it seemed that no one else had heard the sound. That voice just now sounded like they were hallucinating. However, it's possible that one person is hallucinating, but it's impossible for 3 people to be hallucinating, right? When they suddenly glanced at Zhang Hao, they indeed saw him looking at them. Now they're finally certain. Despite their various surprises and doubts, they had no choice but to suppress their shock and stop bidding. The Jade King stopped bidding, which terrified Song Wanner. Zhang Hao had no choice but to quietly tell her the truth. Without their involvement, this set of herbs and peony was ultimately won by that wealthy lady for 300 million. As the last set of herbs and cinnabars went up for auction, the auction reached another climax. In the end, Du Zhonghua personally offered 400 million yuan to win the last set of miraculous pills. With the auction of herbal pills concluded, the final auction is about to begin. It is Zhang Hao's 2 dragons playing with a pearl, the Emperor's Luminous Cup. The Emperor's Luminous Cup, featuring 2 dragons playing with a pearl, made its debut and already amazed the entire audience. However, as the auctioneer poured a glass of water into the luminous glass, to everyone's astonishment, 2 lifelike dragons are manifested within the luminous cup, vying for a single pearl. Moreover, when viewed from different angles, the 2 dragons appear to be alive, changing into various postures. At this moment, everyone gasped in surprise. After the auctioneer's introduction, the 2 dragons playing with a pearl Imperial Luminous Cup was put up for auction. 150 million, 260 million. In the blink of an eye, the price of this luminous cup soared to 500 million. Finally, this luminous cup was bought for 600 million by a stranger who was close to the Jade King and Du Zhonghua. What puzzled Zhang Hao was that Yu Wang and Du Zhonghua seemed quite wary of that stranger. That's why I didn't get involved in the end. With the auction concluded and the auctioneer finished his remarks, the private auction came to an end. Zhang Hao was led backstage by a hostess to complete various payments and other follow-up contracts. Zhang Hao, carrying the 3 items he had won at the auction, as well as the huge sum of money he had obtained from auctioning the Tiger Tally, Herbal Elixir, and Night Shining Cup, came out to meet up with Jade King and the others. When Zhang Hao came out, he saw Xue Zishi, Zhao Renjie, Song Wanzhong, Rong Wanner and others standing with Du Feifei. Du Zhonghua seems to have disappeared after the auction ended. At that moment, with Zhang Hao's appearance, he immediately noticed several unique gazes directed at him. Among them was the owner who had sensed the killing intent when bidding against Zhang Hao for the Bai Qi killing sword. Zhang Hao remained calm and approached the group, exchanging a few polite words with them. Then, with Du Feifei seeing them off, the group left the villa. Uncle, why didn't Uncle Hai come today? As they left the villa, Zhang Hao inquired. Song Wanzhong seemed to have sensed something was amiss and told the truth. Da Hai is waiting for us in the car. Zhang Hao was relieved to hear this. Miss Xue came alone? Zhang Hao's sudden, inexplicable question left everyone puzzled. However, Xue Zishi still answered truthfully. I also had a driver and bodyguard with me. Just then, Uncle Hai arrived in his car and was already waving from the front. Zhang Hao and his group came to Uncle Hai's side, and Zhang Hao greeted Uncle Hai. When Zhang Hao glanced at the car Hai Shu had driven, his eyes lit up. Miss Xue, it's getting late. Renjie, why don't you ride with Miss Xue in Uncle Song's car and see her off for me? Xue Zishi and Zhao Renjie were both intelligent people, and they noticed Zhang Hao's unusual behavior after he came out. They both said in unison, I'll follow Mr. Zhang's arrangements. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao nodded. Renjie, Uncle Hai, thank you both for your help today. Uncle Hai served as Jade King's bodyguard for over 10 years, and his level of sensitivity is unmatched by ordinary people. Zhang Hao was clearly implying something, and he naturally understood it clearly. Da Hai understands, Mr. Zhang. Please rest assured. sword. Then, Jiang Hao smiled at everyone. Everyone, get on the bus. Song Wanner sensed that something was wrong and immediately became worried. Brother Hao, why don't you come with us? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately offered words of comfort. Wanner, be good. I have something to do, so I won't stay with you. Besides, my car is still over there. After coaxing Song Wanner into the car, Jiang Hao waved goodbye, and everyone took their leave, giving her some final words of advice before departing. Be careful on the road. Watching everyone leave, Jiang Hao looked up at the sky and murmured something. A dark and windy night is the perfect time to commit murder. Afterwards, Jiang Hao returned to his car and drove in the opposite direction from Uncle Hai and the others. As Jiang Hao left, the lights of several luxury cars turned on one after another, and then they slowly followed the direction Jiang Hao drove away in. Jiang Hao drove all the way to a large demolition area in Tianhe City. Soon, someone overtook him from behind and blocked his way, while another car quickly moved up behind him, blocking his escape route. At this moment, Jiang Hao had no choice but to stop the car. At this moment, several people got out of his cars in front and behind him, and they immediately confronted each other. Moreover, Jiang Hao could actually sense a faint martial arts aura emanating from each of them. This also surprised Jiang Hao. It's been almost 2 months since he got the system, and he's only met 4 martial artists in total. But I never expected so many martial artists to appear today. Things are getting more and more interesting. Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly as he got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, a man got out of the car in front of him, holding a gun in one hand, and pointed it at Jiang Hao in a cold voice. Boy, hand over Bai Chi's killing sword. Upon seeing this person, Jiang Hao immediately recognized him as the man in sunglasses who had previously competed with him for the Bai Chi killing sword at the auction. Meanwhile, the other guests were all guests who had competed for Bai Chi's killing sword at the auction. The woman number 9 was also present. Upon hearing this, the woman number 9 immediately spoke up. Sir, don't give them the sword. Only if you give me the sword can I guarantee your safety. Moreover, I can spend 100 million to buy that sword. At this point, Jiang Hao ignored the argument between the two. He looked around with great interest and found that the 10 people belonged to 2 factions. One side was the group of men in sunglasses. They were outnumbered, with only 4 people. On the other side was the group of girl number 9, which consisted of 6 people. Among them, the man in sunglasses and the woman number 9 exuded a particularly strong martial arts aura, almost comparable to Uncle Hai from before. Luing Yu, how dare you oppose the underworld palace? The man in sunglasses looked embarrassed and said angrily, the palace of the underworld? Jiang Hao was surprised to hear this, as this was the second time he had heard of the underworld palace. Gu Chuanzhong and his 7 brothers came from the underworld palace. However, even when facing the world's second largest mercenary organization, Hades Palace, the woman number 9 was not to be outdone and said coldly, the palace of Hades, a bunch of rat thieves. This is China. How could my Lu family be afraid of you? The Lu family? This doesn't seem to be a family from Tianhe City? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and realized he had never heard of it before. However, this is not the time to consider this. Jiang Hao looked at the 2 sides arguing, and they seemed to have no regard for him, the person in charge, at all. Immediately, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he opened the car door on his own, saying something as he did so. Come on, all you want is Bai Chi's killing sword. I'll get it for you. Jiang Hao's actions immediately attracted the attention of both factions. They immediately raised their pistols and aimed them at Jiang Hao. Boy, stop trying to play tricks. Give me the Bai Chi killing sword right now. Little brother, have you thought this through? If you give them the sword, they won't care whether you live or die. The two argued incessantly. At this moment, Jiang Hao took a long wooden box off the car. Seeing the 2 sides pointing guns at him, Jiang Hao pretended to be in a difficult position. Bai Chi only has 1 sword, and there are 2 of you. Who should I give this sword to? Both of them looked at the long wooden box in Jiang Hao's hand and were immediately filled with greed. At that moment, the man in sunglasses stared at Jiang Haodao. Kid, we, the Hades Palace, are the second largest mercenary organization in the world. We don't even consider the small Lu family a threat. Furthermore, you need to think this through. If you offend our underworld palace, you and your family will face endless pursuit from the other side, and the Lu family can't protect you. The man in sunglasses spoke threateningly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu's face turned ugly. You're despicable. The man in sunglasses was telling the truth. The Lu family does indeed wield enormous power in China, but it's impossible for them to shield Jiang Hao, someone who has nothing to do with them, from the relentless pursuit of the underworld palace. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. The man in sunglasses who dared to threaten his family has been sentenced to death. Even if he's from Hades Palace, the world's second largest mercenary organization, it won't work. Jiang Hao's face turned grim. He looked at the man in sunglasses and then spoke. Alright, I'll give you this sword. After saying that, Jiang Hao threw the wooden box in his hand very high, towards the man in sunglasses. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden box. When the man in sunglasses saw the wooden box that Jiang Hao threw over, he was overjoyed. Lu Yingyu was annoyed and stomped her feet in anger. However, at that moment, a cold glint suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. As everyone stared at the wooden box, Jiang Hao swiftly flicked his hand and then quickly retracted it. With several screams, the 10 men who were pointing guns at Jiang Hao felt a sudden heaviness in their hands, and then the guns were knocked to the ground. At that moment, the wooden box fell, and the man in sunglasses instinctively reached out to catch it. Then, he flipped over and rolled behind the car. The others reacted quickly, fleeing in panic and finding cover to hide in. However, when the man in sunglasses hid behind the car and opened the wooden box, there was nothing inside. Instantly, the man in sunglasses flew into a rage and roared, "Boy, how dare you lie to us!" At the same time, both sides felt a sudden shock. What exactly happened just now? However, at that moment, Jiang Hao ran towards the man in sunglasses at an uncanny speed. The next moment, a cold light flashed in his hand, and Bai Chi's killing sword appeared in his hand. As Bai Chi's killing sword appeared, the surrounding air instantly turned cold. To the astonishment of the man in sunglasses, Jiang Hao descended from the sky. A blinding flash of cold light appeared, and the 4 men on the sunglasses side froze, their eyes wide open, staring straight at the back of a figure in front of them. Just then, a voice drifted over from the distance. "Anyone who dares to threaten me will come to a bad end. Even the underworld palace is no exception." As soon as he finished speaking, blood gushed out from the 4 men, and the 3 henchmen went limp and collapsed. The man in sunglasses stared in horror at the familiar back view in front of him, and muttered something under his breath. "High-level martial artist." After saying that, he collapsed to the ground with a muffled thud in the quiet night. Hearing the commotion, the 6 members of the Lu family secretly peeked out and saw that the people from the underworld palace had all fallen behind Jiang Hao. In fact, everything just happened in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to react. At this moment, Jiang Hao turned around and looked at the place where the 6 members of the Lu family were hiding. The 6 members of the Lu family immediately felt an invisible pressure pressing down on their nerves, and they froze, not daring to move. For a moment, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence. "You also want the Bai Chi killing sword in my hand?" In the still of the night, a faint sound broke the silence. This also woke up Lu Yingyu. Lu Yingyu sensed a strong killing intent that had locked onto them. If she doesn't answer well, the people from the underworld palace will likely suffer the same fate. At this moment, Lu Yingyu's mind raced, and then she gritted her teeth, stepped forward from the side, and said respectfully, "Senior, I meant no offense. Since the Bai Chi killing sword is protected by a senior, then this junior can rest assured. This junior will take my men and leave immediately." As Lu Yingyu spoke, she bowed respectfully, then turned and gave the others a meaningful look. The others realized what was happening. A hint of fear flashed in their eyes, and they quickly bowed respectfully before preparing to leave with Lu Yingyu. At this moment, they didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. Lu Yingyu turned and left without Jiang Hao stopping her, and he felt a surge of relief. For a moment, he felt like he had survived a disaster. At the same time, he was even more shocked that there were already high-level martial artists in the spiritual energy field, which had only appeared a few days ago. And so young? Who exactly is he? Why did he fight for Bai Chi's killing sword? Does he know the secret of Bai Chi's killing sword? However, no one could answer these questions for her. As she was deep in thought, she suddenly realized something was wrong. When she looked up, she saw that Jiang Hao had somehow gotten ahead of her. Jiang Hao leaned against her car door, staring at the bloodstainless Bai Chi sword in his hand, and then muttered to himself, "Did I let you leave?" Upon seeing this scene, Lu Yingyu froze, and the sliver of relief in her heart vanished instantly. "Did I let you leave?" Upon seeing this scene, Lu Yingyu froze, and the sliver of relief in her heart vanished instantly. She gave a bitter smile to herself. She's probably going to die in this wilderness today. Who would have thought that such a young child would actually be a high-level martial artist? This is something that even hidden aristocratic families probably couldn't cultivate, right? At this moment, Lu Yingyu revealed a bitter smile. She respectfully bowed to Jiang Hao and then asked nervously, "Is there anything else you need, senior? Please tell me." Jiang Hao glanced at Lu Yingyu and then spoke, "I have a few questions for you. If you answer them obediently, I will let you leave. Otherwise..." Before Jiang Hao could finish speaking, Lu Yingyu and his men suddenly screamed and fell to their knees. They clutched their stomachs, their faces turning deathly pale, and cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. At that moment, they felt as if an invisible hand was constantly pulling at their intestines inside their stomachs. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again. "How is it? This feeling of being torn apart is not pleasant, is it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu endured the pain and subconsciously looked up at Jiang Hao. At this moment, how could Lu Yingyu and the others not realize that the inexplicable problems they had experienced were actually caused by Jiang Hao? But when exactly did he administer the poison? Why were we completely unaware? What kind of monster did we encounter today? At such a young age, not only is his martial arts skill exceptionally high, but he also possesses such superb poison skills. At this moment, Jiang Hao's answer confirmed her guess. Ignoring Lu Yingyu's surprised gaze, Jiang Hao continued his introduction. "You have been poisoned by my unique and deadly poison, the 10-day intestine rending powder. 10-day intestine tearing powder. Ingesting this poison will cause 10 consecutive days of excruciating excruciating pain in the liver and intestines, followed by sudden death. How are things? How do you feel about the effects of my 10-day liver-tearing powder? Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu felt a chill run down her spine. This pain, though only lasting a short time, had already made her want to die. If this takes 10 days, it would be better to kill her with a single sword. At this moment, Zhang Hao saw that the warning had been given enough and then spoke up. If you answer my questions obediently, I will give you the antidote. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu immediately looked at Zhang Hao, and with great difficulty, she managed a bitter smile while enduring the pain. Please ask, senior. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was very satisfied with Lu Yingyu's attitude. I hope so. Then, he casually tossed a small medicine bottle to Lu Yingyu. There's an antidote inside that can temporarily suppress the 10-day liver and intestine torture powder. Take it. Lu Yingyu happily took the medicine bottle, hurriedly poured out a few pills, and took them herself first. The antidote was also surprisingly effective. As soon as he took it, the excruciating pain began to subside and then gradually disappeared. After giving the medicine to her subordinates, she respectfully approached Zhang Hao. Please ask, senior. Zhang Hao nodded and without saying much, went straight to the point. Why are you fighting over Bai Chi's killing sword? What secret does Bai Chi's killing sword hold? Zhang Hao glanced at the Bai Chi sword in his hand, a weapon that could kill without leaving a trace of blood, and then asked two questions that had been puzzling him. He stared intently at Lu Yingyu, hoping she would provide him with an answer. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu looked at Zhang Hao in surprise and asked in return, does the senior not know? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a little strange. Should he know this? Then he looked at Lu Yingyu and said irritably, nonsense, if I knew, why would I keep you around? Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu was at a loss for words, unsure whether to feel fortunate or speechless. Fortunately, they survived because Zhang Hao was unaware of the secret of Bai Chi's killing sword. What's unbelievable is that you actually tried to compete with us for Bai Chi's killing sword. She thought that Zhang Hao bought the Bai Chi killing sword because he knew its secret. You can't blame her for that. After all, Zhang Hao is a high-level martial artist, so she naturally assumed that Zhang Hao should know. Suppressing her wild thoughts, Lu Yingyu began to speak slowly and deliberately. I'm sure you, senior, are familiar with the legend of Lord Wuan, Bai Chi. The Battle of Chongping earned Bai Chi, the Lord of Wuan, the title of God of Slaughter. However, it was also because of this battle that his achievements overshadowed those of his superior. This made the King of Qin wary of him, and subsequently, his disagreements with the King of Qin on several occasions aroused the king's suspicion, ultimately leading the King of Qin to sentence him to death. Bai Chi was loyal, brave, and resolute. Upon receiving the order to be executed, he did not defend himself but committed suicide. Lu Yingyu first told a story, and Zhang Hao did not interrupt her. However, Lu Yingyu then went on to deny the historical records. However, these are just historical records written by later generations, and may not necessarily be true. However, in reality, Bai Chi did not die. Lu Yingyu's words immediately stirred up a ripple in Zhang Hao's heart. Zhang Hao initially wanted to refute, but what Lu Yingyu said next made him somewhat believe it. At this moment, Lu Yingyu continued. In fact, after the Battle of Chongping, Bai Chi's reputation was so great that the other 6 states were terrified. Subsequently, the 6 states united to coerce the King of Qin. Although the Qin state was once the largest state, it did not have the strength to fight against 6 other states. Although the rulers of the 6 states united, they were wary of each other and could not be completely of one mind. Therefore, they knew that destroying Qin was impossible. In the end, the 6 states only demanded that the King of Qin order Bai Chi to be executed, and then they would withdraw their troops. Helpless, the King of Qin had no choice but to devise a plan, which Fan Zhu then devised to escape like a cicada shedding its shell. And what followed was all a charade orchestrated by the King of Qin and Bai Chi. Listening to the secret that Lu Yingyu revealed, Zhang Hao felt that it made a lot of sense. At this moment, Lu Yingyu revealed a secret that shocked Zhang Hao. Lu Yingyu glanced at Zhang Hao and then spoke. Speaking of which, we must mention the origins of our Lu family. Zhang Hao glanced at Lu Yingyu and then asked, what does this have to do with your Lu family? Even if you've explained it perfectly, how did you know such a secret? Zhang Hao's question made Lu Yingyu feel smug. To be honest, senior, our Lu family is actually one of the descendants of the first emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately felt that Lu Yingyu was fooling him, and he became quite angry. You better behave yourself and stop talking nonsense, or I'll let you taste other poisons. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu sensed Zhang Hao's anger and immediately responded with trepidation. Senior, please let me explain. I didn't lie to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingyu sensed Zhang Hao's anger and immediately responded with trepidation. Senior, please let me explain. I didn't lie to you. Lu Yingyu quickly explained. The first emperor was indeed our ancestor. We are just one branch of his descendants. The descendants of the first emperor split into 3 branches, one of which continued the royal surname of the Qin state and became a branch of the Ying surname. The first emperor was originally named Zhao Zhang, and the second branch continued the first emperor's surname Zhao, becoming a branch of the Zhao family. The third branch is our Lu family branch. The first emperor's birth mother was once a concubine line of Lu Buwei. Later, Lu Buwei gave Zhao Ji to Iran, a hostage in Qin. However, Ji was already pregnant. This is a saying passed down in my Lu family. Whether it's true or not, I cannot know. Lu Yingyu's explanation made Jiang Hao pause his murderous intent towards her. The first emperor was once called Ing Zhang or Zhao Zhang, and he had also heard the last story. Therefore, what Lu Yingyu said is not wrong at all. Jiang Hao temporarily suppressed his doubts. Just tell me the secret of Bai Qi's killing sword. Jiang Hao was too tired to listen to any more stories, so he asked directly. Lu Yingyu seemed to sense Jiang Hao's impatience and then spoke up. Bai Qi is still alive. He is the secret guardian of the Qin state. He possesses the elixir of immortality. Only by obtaining Bai Qi's killing sword can we find Bai Qi and obtain the elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately thought that Lu Yingyu had gone mad. However, when he saw the serious look in Lu Yingyu's eyes, he felt that Lu Yingyu was beyond redemption. I see you have no idea how powerful I am. Where did Bai Qi get the elixir of immortality? Even if Bai Qi had the elixir of immortality, and he was so loyal, wouldn't King Zhaoshang of Qin still be alive? Then why did the first emperor later search far and wide for the elixir of immortality? If Bai Qi was alive all along, why didn't he emerge when the Qin dynasty was destroyed? Jiang Hao bombarded Lu Yingyu with a series of questions. Seeing the disbelieving look in Jiang Hao's eyes, Lu Yingyu gave a bitter smile. It seems that even the elders don't believe it, but in fact, our ancestors did not die. It was only due to some unavoidable reason that I was forced to choose to sleep and live in seclusion. Our Lu family possesses the ancestral precepts left by our ancestor, the first emperor. Our ancestral teachings state that 1,000 years from now, when spiritual energy revives, we, their descendants, must take the Bai Qi killing sword, the imperial seal, and the Suiho pearl, 3 treasures, to the imperial mausoleum to awaken them. Moreover, the ancestral precepts are not empty words. These 3 treasures were indeed originally in the hands of us, the descendants of the first emperor, and have survived for 2,000 years. People's hearts have changed, and the descendants of the first emperor have split into 3 based on different ideologies. Each of the 3 families possesses a treasure, but later, we lost these 3 treasures one after another. And what my Lu family once possessed was Bai Qi's killing sword. One branch of the Ying clan possesses the imperial seal of the state, while the other branch of the Zhao clan possesses the Marquis of Sui's pearl. Moreover, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has begun to recover, and soon, the 3 treasures will be born one after another. Now that the White Qi killing sword is in your hands, the next treasure will appear soon. After saying that, Lu Yingyu looked at Jiang Hao. If you still don't believe me, senior, then I really have no other choice. Although Jiang Hao was unwilling to believe it, seeing Lu Yingyu made him decide not to lie anymore. But you have to convince him that someone from over 2,000 years ago is still alive. This sounds like a pipe dream to everyone. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then spoke. Fine, I'll believe you for now, but only temporarily. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then spoke. Fine, I'll believe you for now, but only temporarily. Furthermore, you also said that after Bai Qi's killing sword appears, the imperial seal and the Marquis of Sui's pearl will soon follow. Therefore, I will not remove the poison from your bodies for the time being. If you can help me find the imperial seal and the Marquis of Sui's pearl, I will trust you, and I will give you the antidote. As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out another jade medicine bottle, ignoring Lu Yingyu's mournful face, and then said, "Here are 6 pills, each of which can temporarily suppress the poison in your bodies for 3 months. You only have 3 months to hear from me. If there's still no news after 3 months, I advise you to just kill yourselves." After saying that, Jiang Hao tossed the jade medicine bottle in his hand to Lu Yingyu and turned to the spot where the others had stood when they confronted each other earlier. They picked something up from the ground. Then, as if he had thought of something, he turned to Lu Yingyu and said, "Oh, right. You can also choose not to give them any and keep them all for yourself. But that will only prolong your life. As for my poison, no one in the world can cure it." As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the 5 people behind Lu Yingyu looked at her with wary eyes, and even formed a circle around her. They surrounded Lu Yingyu, seemingly ready to strike at any moment should she make the slightest move. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. "Also, you'd better keep what happened today to yourselves, or I'll show you what cruelty is." As he spoke, Jiang Hao approached the group from the underworld palace, and then, to the astonishment of Lu Yingyu and the others, Jiang Hao sprinkled some powder on the 4 corpses, and they disappeared without a trace on the ground. Then, Jiang Hao kicked the car that the 4 people from the underworld palace were blocking his way. He kicked the car over and sent it flying. Seeing their horrified looks, Jiang Hao returned to his car with satisfaction and drove away. Jiang Hao then drove home at breakneck speed. Jiang Hao locked himself in his bedroom and first let Song Wanner and the others know he was safe. He then quickly communicated with the system. System, extract. As soon as he gave the order, 4 pills appeared in his hand. Looking at the 4 pills, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. "I never expected this trip to bring such a pleasant surprise. These 4 human pills can train 4 more martial arts underlings." Indeed, the 4 pills in Jiang Hao's hand were 4 human pills. It was obtained from the corpses of those 4 people from the underworld palace corpse that he just dissected. As for the powder, it was merely a means for him to conceal the decomposition and at the same time intimidate Luing Yu and the others. This was something he deliberately let Luing Yu and the others see. In fact, he had already secretly communicated with the system and dismembered the 4 corpses. After separating the 4 pills, Zhang Hao now had 9 throwing knives in his hand. Looking at the 9 throwing knives, Zhang Hao felt a pang of frustration. System, is there a way to make the throwing knife automatically return to the system space after it is thrown out? Otherwise, I'd have to go pick up the throwing knife every time I finished using it, which feels really tacky. Zhang Hao was extremely frustrated and began to complain. Just before that, he was bending down to pick up the throwing knife he had thrown from the ground. Host, there are currently only 4 ways to make the throwing knife automatically retrieve. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was immediately overjoyed. What? There are 4 ways? Why didn't you tell me? He hadn't held out much hope, but the system actually offered 4 methods, which made him very happy. At the same time, there was also a burst of complaints. The system is really not smart at all. They don't even consider his feelings as their master. The first method is for the host to break through the 50-point mark of their own spiritual power, break the human body's blockade, and successfully transform their spiritual power into telekinetic power. In this way, the host can control the throwing knife using telekinesis. After the system finished speaking, Zhang Hao focused his mind on the system and looked at his system panel. Level 3, 600/1000. Agility, 20.2. Spirit, 15.2. Endurance, 7.6. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Hacker level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. Master Chef level 3, 0 out of 1000. Nameless Fist Technique level 3, 0/100. Dog Beating Stick Technique level 3, 0 out of 100. Literally Flying Dagger level 3, 0/1000. Medical Skill level 4, 0 out of 1000. The Great Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture Technique level 3, 0/100. Danger Perception level 4, 0 out of 500. Mighty Strength level 2, 0/100. Level 2 Invulnerability to all poisons, 0/100. Spellbreaker Eye level 2, 0 out of 100. Transmitting voice across 1,000 miles 2, 0/100. Level 2, 0/100. Insect Control level 3, 0/100. Immortality level 2, 0/1000. Skill points, 230. Personal space, enabled. Damn it, system, are you kidding me? My mental strength is only 15.2, which is far from 50. Zhang Hao said with great dissatisfaction. However, the system seemed to ignore him and continued talking to itself. The second method is to upgrade your literally flying dagger skill to level 4, which also provides a way to retrieve the flying dagger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao glanced at the screen and saw that the level 4 literally flying dagger skill required 1000 skill points. That seems impossible for now. The third method is that you can break down the talent of magnetic control and control them with magnetism. After the system finished speaking, Zhang Hao immediately thought of a protagonist from a movie he had seen. Magneto. Magneto's talent is the ability to control magnetic fields. His talent for controlling magnetism can indeed fulfill this wish. However, he hasn't acquired the talent for controlling magnetism yet. System, what about the fourth method? Zhang Hao asked, unwilling to give up. At this point, the system also provided a fourth method. The fourth method is to upgrade the system to level 4. Level 4 system space has unique characteristics that can meet your needs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao glanced at the system level on the system panel. He needs 400 more experience points to upgrade to the level 4 system. Therefore, considering his current situation, alternatively, one can find a way to increase their mental strength, quickly reaching 50 and completing the transformation. Either upgrade Li Xuanwan's flying dagger level. Alternatively, you can decompose a large number of items related to magnetic fields to gain the talent of magnetic control. Alternatively, the only option might be to dismantle a large number of items to gain experience points and upgrade the system to level 4. If we categorize by difficulty, finding a way to quickly increase one's mental strength is not so simple. Furthermore, upgrading the literally flying dagger skill again is not realistic for the time being, since a level 4 literally flying dagger requires 1000 skill points. The third and fourth methods can be combined. Even if you're unlucky and don't get the magnetic control talent, you can still gain a lot of experience points by dismantling a large number of magnetic-related items. Moreover, you can gain a lot of skill points to upgrade your skills, so why not? Thinking about it this way, Zhang Hao felt much more relaxed. However, it's already late at night, so it seems we can only start tomorrow. Putting that thought aside for the moment, Zhang Hao had a sword in his hand, the very same sword that Bai Qi had used before. Recalling what Luing Yu had said before, Zhang Hao frowned, feeling a sense of confusion. Is what Luing Yu said true or false? With the Bai Qi killing sword, the imperial seal of the state, and the Suiho pearl, one can go to the imperial mausoleum to awaken the first emperor? Did Bai Qi really possess the elixir of immortality? At this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered remembered what the old man had said earlier. The old man possessed remarkable martial arts talent, integrating numerous techniques to create his own unique style, so much so that the master who taught him the moves saw the master's talent and felt sorry for him, saying that he was born in the wrong era, unable to cultivate extraordinary power. Based on the old master's words, it can be inferred that there were martial artists in a certain era in the past, but later, a great change occurred in the world, and a certain special substance became scarce. That's why no one can cultivate extraordinary power. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that Luing Yu had said before that the first emperor and the others were not dead, but had fallen into a deep sleep due to some irresistible reason. Is there any connection between the two? At the same time, Luing Yu said that after the spiritual energy is restored, you can start the imperial mausoleum with the 3 treasures and awaken the first emperor and the others. The special substance the master mentioned might be spiritual energy. It was only after the revival of spiritual energy that the master and others were able to suddenly cultivate extraordinary power. At this moment, Jiang Hao made a bold conjecture. That is to connect all of these. They must have possessed extraordinary powers during the Qin dynasty. There is another piece of evidence for this. Even with today's advanced technology, we still cannot fully understand, replicate, or preserve some of the things left behind by the Qin dynasty. One example is the bronze sword, which, even with current technology, still cannot reach the pinnacle of the Qin dynasty. In other words, the bronze swords made now are simply incomparable to the bronze swords of the Qin dynasty. Since they possessed extraordinary powers during the Qin dynasty, it becomes possible that Bai Qi possessed the elixir of immortality. This explains why the first emperor and others did not die. Later, perhaps due to the elixir of immortality and the Qin dynasty being too extraordinary, it incurred the jealousy of the heavens. Or perhaps for some other reason, the spiritual energy of that place began to dissipate. In any case, a reason arose that even the Qin dynasty at its peak could not resist, leaving the first emperor and his entourage with no choice but to fall into a deep sleep. Moreover, they may have somehow learned that spiritual energy would revive 1,000 years later, which is why they made those arrangements. The spiritual energy began to dissipate from the Qin dynasty onwards, making it increasingly difficult for later generations to cultivate extraordinary power. Perhaps only exceptionally talented individuals like Xiangyu, the hegemon king, were able to cultivate extraordinary power. Until the end of the Dharma era, when there was no more spiritual energy, no one could cultivate extraordinary power anymore. Thinking about all this, it all seemed to make sense to Jiang Hao. However, these are just his personal guesses, and he is not sure how accurate they are. Forget it, I'm not going to think about it anymore. Jiang Hao shook his head, putting those things out of his mind, and then prepared to put away Bai Qi's killing sword. Just then, a red streak flashed across the sky outside the window, and Jiang Hao subconsciously looked out the window. Just as Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the window, the Bai Qi killing sword in his hand emitted a scarlet light. However, the light flashed by so quickly that even Jiang Hao didn't notice it. Red shooting stars are quite rare. Jiang Hao didn't take it seriously, then sheathed Bai Qi's killing sword and went to bed. Meanwhile, on this dark and windy night, several tomb raiders suddenly broke into an ancient tomb. Brother Yon, we've finally broken through here. An excited voice rang out. Don't be too happy yet. Be careful, the owner of this ancient tomb is no ordinary person, so his tomb won't be so easy to enter. Be careful not to trigger any hidden doors. After a long while, the tomb raiders finally appeared in the main tomb without any major incident. When they arrived at the main tomb, they saw a faint white light emanating from it. Then, when everyone's gaze turned to the source of the light, then they discovered that ahead, on a large coffin, a large white jade seal was placed, emitting a faint light. One corner of the seal was tinged with gold. This seal is 4 inches square, with 5 dragons intertwined on the top knob. The large seal sat silently above the coffin. Big brother, my darling, my precious darling. At this moment, one of the tomb raiders was overjoyed and rushed over immediately. The others were initially drawn to the large seal, but when they saw the man rushing towards it, they screamed in fright. Third brother, come back. Don't be impulsive, third brother. However, the third brother was so overwhelmed with joy that he selectively ignored the shouts of the crowd. However, at that moment, as the third brother was running, a stone slab he stepped on suddenly sank. Then, countless arrows suddenly shot out from the wall in front of us. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a series of whooshing sounds, the third brother was stabbed into a pincushion in the horrified eyes of the others. The people behind them were also caught in the crossfire, taking them by surprise with the sudden arrows. Everyone be careful. Seeing the third brother's tragic death, the group was horrified and immediately shouted. However, the mechanism seemed to be covert, even though they had noticed it beforehand. But in the end, no one can escape it. Brother Yon, save me. With several screams, the men fell to the ground, their bodies riddled with arrows, their eyes wide open, seemingly dying with their eyes still open. Only Yon, who pulled one of his accomplices aside as a shield, survived. However, even so, he was seriously injured. Hiss! The pain all over his body made him gasp. Yon shoved aside his accomplice who had been dragged over as a shield, his face extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Third brother, you deserve to die." At this moment, seeing the treasure so so close at hand, Young-gu dared not act impulsively anymore. And just as he was hesitating, he was suddenly horrified to discover that the blood of his dead comrades was strangely flowing towards the coffin beneath his feet. It seemed as if something inside the coffin was drawing the blood away. Seeing this, Young-ji's face was filled with fear. Just then, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared on the seal. Then, a deafening dragon roar suddenly came from the golden light. This dragon's roar instantly woke Young-gu up. Young-gu was so frightened that he staggered, his face filled with fear, and he quickly dragged his badly injured body away. With Young-gu gone, the silent tomb chamber fell into a deathly stillness. However, this somber atmosphere did not last long. Bang! 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 The next moment, a thud suddenly came from inside the coffin. The silence has been broken. However, as the large seal on the coffin emitted golden light, the sound of the impact gradually faded and was eventually suppressed. However, some of the blood on the ground had already seeped into the coffin. Soon, the golden light on the seal dissipated, and it returned to emitting a milky white glow, and the entire tomb fell silent once more. That red meteor descended upon the world and was seen by countless people. Some people, like Jiang Hao, thought it was just a rather special shooting star. But some people were different. They looked at the spot where the red meteor had fallen with solemn expressions on their faces. However, none of this had anything to do with Jiang Hao. The next day, Jiang Hao was preparing to disassemble a large amount of materials for the system's promotion when he suddenly received a call from Song Wanner. "Wanner, what is it?" Jiang Hao, without any suspicion, asked. Hearing this, Song Wanner was also a little annoyed and spoke up. "Brother Hao, I don't know either. My dad suddenly asked you to come over. He has something to talk to you about. I asked him what was wrong, but he wouldn't say." Jiang Hao was puzzled upon hearing this. "Is your uncle looking for me?" Jiang Hao was immediately puzzled, but now he was close to Song Wanner. When his future father-in-law needed his help, he actually went to see him. After agreeing, Jiang Hao drove towards the Song family's residence. The journey was smooth and they arrived at the Song family manor, where Song Wanner was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Hao arrive, Song Wanner ran over and greeted him affectionately. Subsequently, led by Song Wanner, Jiang Hao met Song Wanzhong. At this moment, Song Wanzhong lowered his head, his face full of sorrow, looking like a completely different person from the calm and composed Jade King of the past. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was filled with doubt. Jiang Hao called out, and Song Wanzhong was startled awake. When Song Wanzhong looked up and saw Jiang Hao arrive, he felt a little relieved. He forced a smile and went to greet him. "Nephew, you've arrived." However, when he saw Song Wanner next to Jiang Hao, he immediately stopped himself from saying anything. Then, he looked at Song Wanner and spoke. "Wanner, go and tell the kitchen staff to prepare some food. Nephew, please stay and have lunch with us." Song Wanner was somewhat unwilling. "Dad, why can't you just have someone else notify them? Why do I have to go?" Jiang Hao realized that his future father-in-law wanted to see him about something and didn't want Wanner to know. Therefore, Jiang Hao offered his advice. "Wanner, you go ahead. I need to talk to my uncle about something." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner looked at Song Wanzhong and Jiang Hao, feeling quite annoyed, and muttered something under her breath. "Why do you have to hide things from me? Can't I just listen?" However, despite her reluctance, Song Wanner still went out. Seeing that his daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade, was not listening to him but instead listening to an outsider, Song Wanzhong felt a pang of sadness in his heart. However, now is not the time to think about this. "Nephew, let's talk in the study." After saying that, Song Wanzhong led the way out of the hall and headed towards the study next door. Jiang Hao was filled with curiosity. What could be so mysterious? Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow Song Wanzhong to the study. Upon arriving at the study, Song Wanzhong deliberately closed the door. Seeing this, Jiang Hao became increasingly interested. "Nephew, please have a seat." Song Wanzhong invited Jiang Hao to sit down. Then Song looked on with an extremely serious expression and asked, "Nephew, you left in such a hurry yesterday. Did you have a conflict with someone? Did any of them claim to be from the underworld? You didn't do anything to those people, did you?" As soon as Song Wanzhong opened his mouth, he hurriedly asked 3 questions in a row. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Uncle, you also know about the underworld palace?" Jiang Hao countered with a question. "But then I thought about it again. It's not surprising that a big shot like the Jade King would know about the underworld palace." He then began to answer Song Wanzhong's questions one by one. "I had a feeling someone was watching me when the auction ended yesterday. For your safety, uncle, I took it upon myself to make these arrangements. I hope you will forgive me." Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong simply waited quietly for Jiang Hao to continue his explanation without interrupting. Jiang Hao did not hesitate and continued. "Some of the people who came to me yesterday were from the underworld palace, but there was another person who claimed to be from the Lu family who also came to me." At this point, Jiang Hao suddenly asked, "Uncle, have you ever heard of the Lu family? The one leading the group is a woman. I think her name is Lu Yingyu." Upon hearing this, Song Yan's expression immediately changed. "The Lu family? Lu Yingyu? How did they get here?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was surprised. It seemed that Song Wanzhong knew something. He didn't disturb him and waited quietly for Song Wanzhong's answer. Song Wanjong composed himself and then spoke. I only found out about the Lu family by chance. Because I'm in the jade business, I'm quite well known. A few years ago, a woman came to my door and said she wanted to buy a batch of top quality jade from me. Her name was Lu Yu. I am known as the Jade King and do possess some top quality jade, but I know nothing about her, so naturally I wouldn't say I have any. I had no choice but to tell her that there was a temporary shortage of stock and that I needed to purchase it from various places, and that the cost would be considerable. If she couldn't provide strong proof of her financial resources, I dare not do this business. She left without saying a word. I thought that was the end of it. However, a few days later, the woman came again, but this time she was accompanied by several big bosses. With those big bosses acting as guarantors, I made a deal with her. Later, I drank with those big bosses, and after drinking, I learned from them that the woman named Lu Yu came from a reclusive family, the Lu family. I've never heard of this before, but I asked other colleagues what kind of family this reclusive family is. But every time I asked someone, they either said they'd never heard of it or they turned and left as soon as they heard the words hidden family. While I was wondering about this, I received a warning that evening. The Jade King became somewhat depressed as he spoke. I have hired professional bodyguards to guard this manor, but that woman named Lu Yu can come and go as she pleases. If it weren't for the fact that the sea was very close to where I lived, and that the sea appeared in time, and that Lu Yu was wary of the sea, I probably wouldn't be alive today. Moreover, the sea is extremely wary of reclusive families. After giving Lu Yu a warning, it withdrew. However, I will no longer inquire about the affairs of reclusive families. But I discovered that the world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. That's when I suddenly realized the truth, and I began to keep a low profile and stop being so high profile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao indeed frowned. A reclusive family? It seems the world is indeed not as simple as it appears on the surface. Although Lu Yu's martial arts skills are not very good, that's only in comparison to myself. Moreover, Lu Yu comes from a mysterious, reclusive family. Perhaps there are even more powerful figures in this family? Furthermore, considering what Lu Yu said, the Lu family was once a descendant of the first empress. I'm afraid none of these reclusive families are simple. However, I don't care if he's simple or not, as long as he doesn't mess with me. Even though the reclusive families are very mysterious, Jiang Hao is not afraid of them. At this moment, Song looked at Jiang Hao and then spoke. If you don't provoke a reclusive family, they won't pay you any attention. At this moment, Song Wanzhong's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked, Nephew, Lu Yu isn't looking for you because of Bai Chi's killing sword, is she? Jiang Hao was surprised to hear this. However, as soon as Song Wanzhong saw Jiang Hao's expression, he knew that he had guessed pretty much right. Immediately, his face was filled with worry. He got up and paced back and forth, muttering to himself, what should we do? Jiang Hao looked at his flustered father-in-law, somewhat puzzled. Just then, a rhythmic knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong's face lit up with joy. The sea, come in quickly. When the door opened, it was indeed Uncle Hai. After Uncle Hai entered, he closed the door and bowed to Song Wanzhong and Jiang Hao. Sir, it's Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Song Wanzhong looked worried and hurriedly said to Uncle Hai, Da Hai, now it's not just the people from the underworld palace who want Bai Chi's killing sword, even the reclusive Lu family wants it. What do you suggest we do now? Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai was taken aback. The reclusive Lu family? Yes. Lu Yu already spoke with nephew Jiang last night, Song Wanzhong said with a worried look on his face. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai looked at Jiang Hao, who was sitting there calmly. Looking at the anxious Song Wanzhong, he couldn't help but laugh. Master, don't worry. You underestimate Mr. Jiang. Times have changed. Mr. Jiang is a genius. His spiritual energy has only just begun to recover, but his martial arts skills are already outstanding. Even I can't help but admire him. Although the underworld palace and the reclusive families are unfathomable, Mr. Jiang is not someone to be trifled with. After being reminded by Uncle Hai, Song Wanzhong looked at Jiang Hao and asked Uncle Hai in disbelief. Da Hai, are you saying that nephew Jiang possesses strength that makes the underworld palace and reclusive families wary? Uncle Hai looked at Song Wanzhong and said with a smile, Master, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, every martial artist has been the protagonist of this world. And as for someone like Mr. Jiang, a top-notch martial artist, no intelligent person would dare to offend them. Uncle Hai looked at Jiang Hao and said, they even hold pioneers like Mr. Jiang in the highest esteem. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong tried his best to calm himself down as quickly as possible. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw that his future father-in-law, in such a critical moment, not only did not push him out, but also cared so much about his safety. Whether it was a performance he put on with Uncle Hai or a genuine expression of his feelings, he felt a surge of relief. This way, at least it won't create a rift between him and Song Wanner. Jiang Hao stood up, looked at Song Wanzhong, and said with a smile, Uncle, rest assured, neither the people of the underworld palace nor the Lu family would dare to do anything to me. After saying that, Jiang Hao immediately asked Uncle Hai, who was standing to the side, Uncle Hai, did the people from the underworld palace come looking for you yesterday? Uncle Hai nodded upon hearing this and was about to speak when the Jade King suddenly spoke up. Let me explain. At this moment, Song Wanzhong calmed down and regained his former composure. It's because I haven't completely changed my mindset yet. My dear nephew, please forgive me. Song Wanzhong gestured for the two to sit down before speaking. At yesterday's auction, I was determined to get the Imperial Luminous Cup with 2 dragons playing with a pearl that my nephew Jiang brought. As he spoke, Song Wanzhong looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of resentment. After all, they had made an agreement before. Jiang Hao was immediately embarrassed by his future father-in-law's gaze and subconsciously touched the tip of his nose. At this point, Song Wanzhong stopped pursuing the matter and continued speaking. However, at the auction, I actually saw people from the Underworld Palace. At first, the people from the Underworld Palace and my nephew were fighting over the Bai Chi killing sword. I thought the people from the Underworld Palace were after the Bai Chi killing sword, so I didn't pay much attention. When the Luminous Cup was auctioned later, I was determined to get it. But the stranger who hadn't bid before, holding the number 1 paddle, suddenly started bidding. My old friend Du Zhonghua then stopped bidding and secretly gestured to me, signaling me not to compete any further. I have a good relationship with Du Zhonghua, and I know that he also likes that Luminous Cup. But after that person made the bid, he not only stopped bidding himself but also told me not to compete either. I immediately sensed something was amiss and stopped fighting. Before leaving, Du Zhonghua told me that the person holding the number 1 plaque was also from the Underworld Palace and was an elder of the Underworld Palace. The personnel hierarchy in the Hades Palace consists of mercenary squads at the bottom, followed by assassins trained by the Hades Palace. Then came the deacons, protectors, elders, honorees, hallmasters, and so on. Later, old Du hurriedly went to receive the elder from the Underworld Palace. After we parted ways and I was waiting for your news, someone came to my room without me even noticing. That person is the elder of the Underworld Palace who argued with me over the Night Shining Cup before. Thankfully, Dahai arrived in time. He seemed very wary of the sea and warned me to take the Bai Chi sword from you, saying he would come to collect it tonight. At this point, Song Wanzhong was quite depressed. After all, nobody likes being threatened for no reason. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao understood the whole story. It's likely that the elder couldn't receive messages from the other 4, and since he had a close relationship with Song Wanzhong, he came here to find Song Wanzhong. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at Uncle Hai and asked, Uncle Hai, how good is the martial arts of that elder of the Underworld Palace? Uncle Hai paused for a moment, then spoke. Although he didn't make a move, I feel that his strength is about the same as mine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Since he's coming again tonight, I'll stay another day and meet him tonight. Uncle Hai was overjoyed upon hearing this. With Mr. Jiang here, this man is nothing to fear. He had a deep understanding of Jiang Hao's strength, so he had absolute confidence in Jiang Hao. Song Wanzhong was also overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble you, my dear nephew. Jiang Hao looked at Song Wanzhong and said with a smile, it's no trouble at all. Actually, this whole thing started because of me. My uncle not only didn't blame me, but he also treated me with great care. I haven't even had a chance to thank him yet. Song Wanzhong shook his head and said seriously, nephew, please don't say that. You saved Hu Weixin's life. How could I, Song Wanzhong, be such an ungrateful person? After exchanging compliments for a while, Jiang Hao finally remembered. I think the guards in the manor are capable of dealing with ordinary people, but they are a bit overwhelmed when it comes to dealing with martial artists. Uncle, didn't you find any other martial artists? Or train some? Song Wanzhong, a noble prince, is being treated so humiliatingly. It's quite unexpected that he was threatened multiple times. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai looked at Jiang Hao's strange expression and gave a wry smile. How could I not know what Jiang Hao was thinking? Alas, Mr. Jiang, it's not that the master hasn't thought about it, but the spiritual energy revival has only lasted for less than 2 months. Even before becoming martial artists, the first batch of warriors possessed exceptional physical attributes and formidable strength. Ordinary people simply cannot become martial artists. Therefore, the number of martial artists is extremely small. Uncle Hai paused here, then added, of course, this situation may only be temporary. Once the spiritual energy is sufficient and abundant, others should also become martial artists one after another. Then Uncle Hai looked at Jiang Hao and continued speaking with a helpless expression. As for artificially cultivating martial artists, my master and I have tried, but many factors are required to become a martial artist, and we simply cannot cultivate one. Perhaps only those reclusive families and powerful forces possess the methods to artificially cultivate martial artists. After hearing what Uncle Hai said, Jiang Hao recalled the martial artists he had met, and they seemed to be similar to what Uncle Hai had said. Then he recalled the Underworld Palace and the Lu family members he had seen last night. Only the man in sunglasses and Lu Yingyu were reasonably strong. The other 8 were surprisingly weak. This was vastly different from the martial artists he had encountered before. They must be artificially cultivated martial artists. Hidden families and powerful forces should indeed have methods for cultivating martial artists. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hao had guessed pretty much it. However, However, cultivating strength artificially is not the exclusive domain of reclusive families and powerful forces. I can do that too. Moreover, I can instantly transform an ordinary person into a master martial artist. In that case, it seems my methods are far superior to theirs. Thinking of these things, Zhang Hao smiled knowingly and then looked at Song Wanzhong. Uncle, since that's the case, you find 4 trusted men, and I'll give you 4 martial arts bodyguards. Zhang Hao's words were like a thunderbolt, instantly stunning Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai. Song Wanzhong was the first to react, looking at Zhang Hao with a shocked expression. Nephew, do you possess a method for artificially cultivating martial artists? Uncle Hai was overjoyed and looked at Zhang Hao with hopeful eyes. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and then spoke. I don't know how they train martial artists, but my method of training martial artists is different from theirs. As Zhang Hao spoke, he took out a jade medicine bottle from his body, poured out a black pill, and continued. This is a martial artist pill that I refined. Swallow 1 pill and you will become a martial artist. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai were shocked. This is amazing, and it was so easy. You should know that Feng Dahai cultivated martial arts for decades before he was able to become a martial artist when spiritual energy was reviving. Only he himself knows the hardships he endured. But now, someone is telling him that just 1 pill can turn an ordinary person into a martial artist. How can he accept this? Song Wanzhong was no less shocked. Ever since he learned of the existence of martial artists, he had been thinking about becoming one himself, or perhaps train some martial artists to protect their own safety. However, his attempts with the sea all ended in failure. This also made him deeply realize the difficulty of becoming a martial artist. But now, Zhang Hao's words have completely shattered the concept he had just established. Even his shattered dream of becoming a martial artist has been revived. How could he not be shocked? However, upon closer inspection, Song Wanzhong immediately noticed the problem and quickly pressed for an answer. Nephew, I'm afraid this kind of martial arts pill is not easy to refine, is it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao nodded and then spoke. This kind of martial arts pill requires some special spiritual materials to refine, and it is indeed not easy to refine. I managed to collect a portion of the elixir through various means. Luckily, I was also quite lucky and successfully refined 10 pills. As he spoke, Zhang Hao took out another medicine bottle, placed it on the table, and said, I divide these martial arts pills into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest. Of course, level 9 is just a concept right now, and I don't know if I'll be able to refine it in my lifetime. Zhang Hao pushed the 2 jade medicine bottles in front of Song Wanzhong, and then continued. Uncle, here are 4 martial arts pills. 3 of them are level 1 martial arts pills and 1 is a level 2 martial arts pill. A level 1 martial artist pill can turn an ordinary person into a low-level martial artist. A level 2 martial artist pill will allow an ordinary person to leap to the level 2 martial artist level by taking it. A level 2 martial artist's strength should only be slightly weaker than Uncle Hai's, and Uncle Hai should be around the level 3 martial artist right now. Zhang Hao smiled slightly and offered an explanation. Of course, this is just my personal, guesswork-based classification. Please accept these 4 martial arts pills as a gift from me to my uncle. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, Song Wanzhong and Feng Dahai immediately gasped. They stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief. They never expected that Zhang Hao's martial arts pill could not only instantly turn ordinary people into martial artists, but even allow them to transcend realms. This is absolutely incredible. At this moment, Feng Dahai felt particularly uneasy. All my hard work in cultivation is ultimately no match for someone else's single elixir. Moreover, if he hadn't been fortunate enough to eat Mr. Zhang's medicinal cuisine last time, he probably wouldn't have broken through yet. According to Mr. Zhang's classification, before I broke through, I was only a level 2 martial artist. Nowadays, a single level 2 martial artist pill can instantly elevate an ordinary person to the level 2 martial artist level. If I hadn't made a breakthrough back then, I probably would have lost my mind if I heard this news now. Song Wanzhong was thrilled when he saw the 2 jade medicine bottles that Zhang Hao handed him. He looked at Zhang Hao with a friendly expression. My dear nephew has done me a great favor many times, so I won't say anything more. From now on, my nephew's affairs are my affairs. Picking up the 2 jade medicine bottles, Song Wanzhong seemed to suddenly remember something. Then he looked at Zhang Hao again, somewhat apprehensively. My dear nephew, may I take the martial arts pill? Song Wanzhong finally asked what was on his mind. Relying on others for protection is never as good as becoming strong yourself. How could Song Wanzhong not understand this principle? Zhang Hao was taken aback upon hearing this, but then he quickly understood. Although the human elixir can indeed turn anyone into a martial artist, but my future father-in-law is still one of my own, so I can't exactly trick him into eating human pills made from human tissue, can I? Even if you don't say it, nobody will know. But I can't get over this in my heart. In that instant, Zhang Hao's thoughts raced. The next moment, Zhang Hao continued to deceive. Uncle, although this martial arts pill is incredibly powerful and can grant instant ascension to the heavens, it also has certain flaws. For a martial artist who has become a martial artist by taking martial arts pills, breaking through to a higher realm is much more difficult than for a martial artist like Uncle Hai who has cultivated on his own. In other words, among martial artists of the same level, it will definitely be easier for Uncle Hai to break through to the next realm. Moreover, spiritual energy has only just begun to recover. Perhaps soon, once there is enough spiritual energy, Uncle will be able to become a martial artist. At this point, Jiang Hao looked at Song Wanzhong and then said solemnly, "Therefore, for the sake of the future, I suggest that you wait a bit, Uncle. Firstly, if the spiritual energy is rich enough, Uncle could become a martial artist. Secondly, even if my uncle couldn't become a martial artist by then, I might obtain higher grade spiritual materials and refine better martial artist pills. My uncle can naturally rise to a higher level." Jiang Hao was telling the truth. After all, this power wasn't something they cultivated. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai breathed a sigh of relief. If such a miraculous pill had no side effects, that would be absolutely terrifying. However, at this moment, he felt a mix of emotions, both relieved and disappointed. Fortunately, this martial arts pill has side effects, so I still have an advantage. Disappointingly, he had originally planned that if he couldn't break through to the next level, he would ask Mr. Jiang for a level 4 martial artist pill to use for his breakthrough. However, the side effect of the martial arts pill forced him to abandon the idea. However, even if the martial arts pill has such side effects, it is only a minor flaw. After all, there are very few martial artists nowadays. To be considered a martial artist simply by consuming a martial artist pill is already a stroke of good fortune. At this moment, after listening to Jiang Hao's words and pondering for a while, Song Wanzhong finally made a decision. "Alright, I'll listen to my nephew. Nephew, what kind of spiritual herbs are needed to refine this martial arts pill? If it's convenient, you can tell me, or tell me a part of them. As I said, I still have some influence in this world, so I can still be of some help. If it's inconvenient, then forget it," Song Wanzhong suggested. After all, this is related to whether he can become a more powerful martial artist in the future. He had to put his heart into it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's mind stirred slightly. "That's true. Although the human elixir doesn't require any spiritual medicine, I'm willing to take it myself. You can also improve your strength by making your own medicinal cuisine. But medicinal cuisine requires miraculous herbs. Moreover, the higher the grade of the medicinal herb, the greater the efficacy of the medicinal cuisine made from it. Since that's the case, why not take this opportunity to have my future father-in-law contribute as well?" Upon thinking about it, Jiang Hao instantly understood. Then, Jiang Hao looked at Song Wanzhong with a delighted expression and spoke. "What's inconvenient about that? With my uncle's help, I think I'll be able to collect another batch of the elixir soon. I'll write up a list later, Uncle, so you can have your subordinates pay more attention." Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong was also overjoyed. At this moment, Song Wanzhong glanced at the 2 jade medicine bottles on the table, and then gave instructions to Uncle Hai who was standing to the side. "Da Hai, go and fetch Wen Tao, Wu Lu, and the other 3. Then, he looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. "We are unaware of any contraindications to taking the martial arts pill, so we will need to trouble you, my dear nephew, to help protect us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao did not refuse and nodded. Although there are no contraindications to taking Randan, a traditional Chinese medicine, sometimes you still have to put on a show. Otherwise, how will people remember your kindness? Jiang Hao is not a saint, and naturally not the kind of person who does good deeds without seeking recognition or reward. Not long after Uncle Hai left, he returned to the study with 4 other people. The leader of these 4 people was rather thin and looked like a frail scholar. The third person was tall and imposing, with fierce eyes, giving off a strong sense of pressure. The second and fourth people were of average build, neither tall nor thin. However, they look exactly alike, so they must be twins. After Uncle Hai entered, he said respectfully, "Sir, Mr. Jiang, they've arrived." When the 4 men entered, they saw Song Wanzhong and greeted him with great respect. "Greetings, sir." Then, they looked Jiang Hao up and down. They had all witnessed Uncle Hai's respectful attitude towards Jiang Hao. At this moment, Song Wanzhong saw the 4 people, immediately stood up, and began to introduce them. "My dear nephew, these are my 4 beloved generals. They've been with me since they were little. The eldest is Song Wen. Don't let his thin appearance fool you, he's the strongest among them. The third brother, Song Wu, is enormous and exceptionally talented, possessing astonishing strength. The second brother, Song Tao, and the fourth brother, Song Lu, are twins, and they are of one mind." After saying that, Song Wanzhong addressed the 4 people. "Come, you 4, greet Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing this, the 4 people were surprised, but they still lowered their heads and said, "Greetings, Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded. Then he picked up the 2 jade medicine bottles on the table and came to the 4 of them. Looking at these 4 people, although they were very respectful to him out of respect for Song Wanzhong, they were very well behaved. But Jiang Hao still saw arrogance in their eyes. Although these 4 people were Song Wanzhong's men, he didn't want to create enemies for himself. Therefore, "I must give myself a warning." Jiang Hao circled around them, sizing them up with his eyes. His action seemed to anger the 4 men. Jiang Hao could see a hint of anger in their eyes. Then, Jiang Hao came to them with a smile on his face and first put his hand on the leader's thin shoulder. As Jiang Hao's hand fell, Song Wen's knees buckled abruptly, and he felt as if a huge boulder was pressing down on his shoulders. He mustered all his strength, but the massive boulder remained unmoved. He looked up in disbelief and saw Jiang Hao calm and composed, as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. Meeting Song Wen's shocked gaze, Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly. Then he raised his hand and patted the second brother, Song Tao, on the shoulder. Song Tao was still wondering, "What's wrong with my brother?" Before he could think any further, his shoulders suddenly sank and his knees involuntarily bent. After that, no matter how much he resisted, it was to no avail. He felt a sudden shock. Only then did he learn what his older brother had just gone through. At this moment, the fourth brother and the second brother were of one mind. The fourth brother suddenly bent his knees and looked at Jiang Hao with a shocked expression. Even the third brother, who was rather dim-witted, could tell from the situation that Jiang Hao was behind it all. He was immediately enraged and ready to take action. However, before he could move, Jiang Hao had already taken his hand off the second brother's shoulder and placed it on the third brother's shoulder. The third brother was no exception. His shoulders slumped and his knees involuntarily bent. The third brother tried to struggle, but even with his face flushed red, he was ultimately unable to lift Jiang Hao's hand. Seeing the shocked looks on the four people's faces, Jiang Hao felt he had intimidated them enough, so he stopped and looked at Song Wanzhong and the others. "Uncle, with their physical abilities, they should be able to absorb 100% of the martial artist pill's effects. Let's make it the four of them." Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong was overjoyed. "That's good, that's good." Then, he looked at the four of them and began to explain. "The four of you have followed me for many years and helped me a lot. I have always regarded you as my own sons. Now, there is an opportunity to become a martial artist, so I have decided to give this opportunity to you." Song Wanzhong's words immediately stirred up huge waves in the hearts of the four people who had not yet fully calmed down. "Master, you said we can become martial artists? Didn't we already try before and find that we can't become martial artists for the time being?" The third brother, being the most impatient, immediately asked. The other three also looked at Song Wanzhong with bewildered expressions. At this moment, Uncle Hai, who was standing to the side, looked at Jiang Hao, smiled slightly, and immediately interjected. "We don't have any, but Mr. Jiang does." Upon hearing this, the four of them instantly shifted their gaze from Uncle Hai to Jiang Hao, looking at Jiang Hao's inscrutable expression. Their gaze then returned to Song Wanzhong, hoping to get confirmation from him. Song Wanzhong looked at the four of them and spoke. "That's right. Mr. Jiang can indeed help you become martial artists." Without hesitation, Jiang Hao took out a jade medicine bottle, poured out 4 pills, and gave one to each of them. The level 2 one was given to the boss. He then began to explain. "The pill in your hands is called the martial artist pill, which is divided into 9 levels. Songwon was slightly stronger, so what he had was a level 2 martial artist pill, which could make one a level 2 martial artist after taking it. The other 3 of you have level 1 martial artist pills. Consuming them will make you a level 1 martial artist. Of course, this level is only temporary. As long as you cultivate diligently, you can naturally become high-level martial artists. Now, sit cross-legged and take the martial arts pills in your hands. I will protect you." Upon hearing this, the 4 of them sat down cross-legged without hesitation and began to take the martial arts pill. They believed that Song Wanzhong would not harm them. The 4 men took the martial arts pills. Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai stood aside, watching them intently, extremely nervous. Jiang Hao became much more relaxed. Soon, as they took the ginseng pill, its medicinal properties dissolved in their bodies, and instantly they felt an extra energy circulating throughout their bodies. At the same time, their internal power surged, and then a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. At the same time, they gained some knowledge about martial arts training. At that moment, they were overjoyed. Soon, they opened their eyes and got up with expressions of ecstatic joy. When Song Wanzhong saw them open their eyes, he immediately came to their side and anxiously asked them questions. How is it? How is it?" The 4 were delighted to hear this, and the third brother spoke up. "Master, we have truly become martial artists. I feel my strength has increased 4 or 5 times, and I have gained a trace of chi within my body." Then the second and fourth brothers echoed in unison. "Me too." Then, the eldest brother hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I don't even know how strong I am, but I feel very strong, very strong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and explained. "Don't worry, it's just that your strength has increased so much that you can't fully control it yet. Uncle Hai will spar with them later and help them fully control the surging power." Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai nodded happily. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong felt relieved and then offered a reminder. "Why aren't you thanking Mr. Jiang yet?" Song Wanzhong's words immediately snapped the 4 of them out of their joy. The 4 then faced Jiang Hao, bent their knees, and knelt down. "Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life." As Song Wanzhong's confidants, they naturally understood the importance of becoming a martial artist. Especially with the arrival of a new era, martial artists will be the protagonists of this new era. Jiang Hao helped them transform from ordinary people into martial artists. Wasn't that a life-saving grace? Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly stepped forward and helped them up. "No need for thanks, just please protect my uncle. Of course, I've made you martial artists, but you shouldn't take this for granted and make things difficult for your uncle. Otherwise, if I can give you this power, I can also take it away." Upon hearing this, the four men were immediately filled with trepidation and quickly replied respectfully, "Mr. Jiang, please rest assured, the four of us brothers have been with our master since we were young. Our master treats us like his own sons, and we will never betray him." At this moment, Song Wanzhong also smiled and said to Jiang Hao, "Thank you, my dear nephew. The four of them have been by my side since they were little. I only have one daughter, Wanner. They grew up with Wanner and always acted as her brothers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were my own sons." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded. "That's good. Now that everything's alright, Uncle Hai, take them out for some practice so they can get used to their newly increased strength." After saying that, Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something, looked at everyone, and said very seriously, "Well, everyone, I hope you'll keep what happened today to yourselves, otherwise it might cause a lot of trouble." Upon hearing this, everyone naturally understood Jiang Hao's concerns. "Mr. Jiang, rest assured, nothing happened today. Don't worry, my dear nephew, I understand." Then the group left Song Wanzhong's study. As he left the study, Uncle Hai said respectfully, "Mr. Jiang, then I will take them to familiarize themselves with the power." Before Jiang Hao could speak, Song Wanzhong was indeed itching to know how powerful the four of them would be after becoming martial artists. "Nephew, since it's not lunchtime yet, shall we go and take a look together?" Jiang Hao thought for a moment, but before he could agree, Song Wana ran over from afar and grabbed Jiang Hao's arm. "What are you going to see? I want to go too." Song Wanzhong was quite helpless, but he didn't seem to intend to stop him. Okay, let's go together." In the afternoon, Jiang Hao began searching for materials to disassemble, focusing mainly on magnetic objects. Jiang Hao found a small garbage collection station and gave the owner 50,000 yuan. Then she made up a reason to tell him not to bother her while she was looking for something. Although the boss was somewhat suspicious, he was already tempted when he saw the stack of money in Jiang Hao's hand. "After all, you don't have to worry about anything and you can get 50,000 yuan for free. Where else can you find such a good deal?" "Alright, sir, please make yourself at home. I'll go home for a bit." A disheveled middle-aged man looked at the young man in front of him with a smile, his hands tightly clutching a bulging bag in his arms. "Anyway, I don't have anything valuable here. With this 50,000 yuan, I can have a good chat with Lu Hong." The slovenly middle-aged man quickly made up his mind, then turned and walked over. Jiang Hao has already begun searching for the special items he needs in the vast garbage dump. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a pile of broken electrical appliances. Hopefully these things will be useful. Jiang Hao casually placed his hand on a broken washing machine. Ding! A damaged washing machine has been detected. Disassemble? Ding! Congratulations, host, for failing the decomposition. You have gained 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao muttered something to himself. An inauspicious start. What bad luck. Fortunately, he didn't have high hopes. Then, he reached for the old, discarded television set next to him. Ding! One abandoned television set has been found. Disassemble it? Ding! Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. You have obtained 5 grams of gold, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately taken aback. Can gold be extracted from a television set? But what can you do with 5 grams of gold? Well, since it's going to succeed, it's a good omen. Jiang Hao had to console himself. Then, Jiang Hao began frantically dismantling these old appliances. However, the results were far from ideal. Although they succeeded many times, they didn't get anything good. He gets either fine iron, gold, or a pile of junk. Until he reached out and touched a speaker. Ding! One abandoned speaker has been found. Disassemble it? Ding! Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. You have obtained the skill, Lion's Roar, and gained 2 skill points and 1.3 experience points. Lion's Roar skill level 1, 0 out of 1, a sonic skill that releases internal energy from the dantian, using powerful sound waves to instantly destroy everything. With a roar from Di Chang, the heavens trembled. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. Do you wish to extract and fuse it? After Jiang Hao fully accepted this information, he was overjoyed. The Lion's Roar technique of Buddhism, a sonic martial art, excellent. This trip has already been worthwhile. Overjoyed, Jiang Hao immediately gave the instructions. System, extract and merge. Following Jiang Hao's instructions, a lot of information was quickly poured into his mind, and another skill was added to his skill list. Only after incorporating the Lion's Roar technique did Jiang Hao truly understand its power. According to that information, the Lion's Roar skill after it has been mastered is simply capable of destroying the world. This is simply incomparable to the Lion's Roar in martial arts novels. This trip was totally worth it. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the remaining old and broken appliances, and his eyes suddenly became eager. Decompose, decompose. Today he's going to decompose all the biodegradable items in this junkyard. Having gained the benefits, Jiang Hao immediately became more diligent. A while passed, and it looked like the old, broken appliances were almost completely dismantled. But the magnetic control he wanted was still nowhere to be found, and Jiang Hao was quite disappointed. Ding! One broken projector detected. Disassemble? Jiang Hao said subconsciously. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed and obtained the talent, illusion creation. You have also gained 3 skill points and 2 experience points. Mental talent skill, illusion creation level 1, 0 out of 10 can use powerful mental energy to create a completely virtual mental illusion. In this illusion, time, space, and quality are all under the control of the host. Once trapped in this illusion, one will be forever trapped, and without spiritual power surpassing that of the host, one will be unable to break free from the illusion. Note, the size and duration of the illusion created depend on the strength of the host's mental power. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. Do you wish to extract? At this moment, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He never expected that he would actually extract a talent skill this time, and such a powerful mental talent at that. If we don't integrate now, when will we? System, merge. As soon as Jiang Hao gave the order, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Jiang Hao felt a sharp pain in his head for a moment, and then it disappeared without a trace. When he opened his eyes, he saw a sparrow perched on a pile of rubble not far from him. Jiang Hao looked at the sparrow, and with a thought, an invisible wave instantly enveloped it. The sparrow instantly collapsed to the ground as if it were dead. Is this what they mean by whoever glares at you will get caught in the crossfire? Jiang Hao was also startled by his own innate skill. This immediately reminded him of an anime he had watched, which featured a skill called Tsukuyami. My talent skill is very similar to Tsukuyami. Jiang Hao was overjoyed, but at that moment, his vision blurred, his face turned deathly pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The innate skill was interrupted instantly, and the sparrow was startled awake, fluttering around wildly. Jiang Hao plopped down on the ground and rested for a while before finally recovering. Am I overexerting my mental energy? After figuring it out, Jiang Hao gave a bitter smile. It seems I need to find a way to enhance my mental strength quickly. However, even though it's only a dozen seconds, it's enough for me to do a lot of things. After all, in the illusion, time is under his control. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with this talent for creating illusions. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he knew there was always a way to solve it. After a short rest, Jiang Hao continued his great work of decomposition. However, a whole bunch of things were broken down. Jiang Hao ultimately failed to achieve his goal. However, after 3 or 4 hours, Jiang Hao hadn't come away empty-handed. In such a long time, he has already broken down more than half of the junk at this junk collection station. The system's experience points are just a little short of being upgraded. Jiang Hao was excited and then randomly picked up a piece of broken glass. System, disassemble. Ding! Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. You have obtained the talent skill, invisibility, 2 skill points, and 1.1 experience points. Invisibility level 1, 0 to 1 and invisibility illusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, decomposition successful. Extract? Jiang Hao never expected that the system would give him a surprise during the final dismantling. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao gave the order. Soon, the invisibility technique was successfully integrated. However, Jiang Hao then discovered a problem. That means the invisibility spell, like the shapeshifting spell I acquired, can only conceal the body. The clothes still cannot be hidden. Just as Jiang Hao was feeling down, a system notification sounded. Ding! System experience is full. Do you want to upgrade? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was overjoyed and immediately put aside the matter of invisibility and shapeshifting, and hurriedly said, System, upgrade. Ding! System upgraded to level 4. The success rate of decomposition or synthesis in the super decomposition and synthesis system has increased. As the system notification sounded, a system panel appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Level 4, 0/10,000. Agility, 20.2. Spirit, 15.2. Endurance, 7.6. Weapon, unbound. Lion's Roar skill level 1, 0/1. Duga 9 swords level 2, 0 out of 100. Nameless fist technique level 3, 0/100. Dog beating stick technique level 3, 0 out of 100. Literally flying dagger level 3, 0/1000. Swimming level 3, 0/100. Master chef level 3, 0 out of 1000. Poisoning skill level 3, 50/100. The Great Yin Yang 5 Elements acupuncture technique level 3, 0/100. Medical skill level 4, 61 out of 1000. Hacker level 5, 0/1000. Basketball level 5, 0/1000. Invisibility level 1, 0 to 1. Illusion creation level 1, 0/10. Mighty strength level 2, 0/100. Level 2 invulnerability to all poisons, 0/100. Spellbreaker eye level 2, 0 out of 100. Transmitting voice across 1,000 miles 2, 0/100. Level 2, 0/100. Immortality level 2, 0/1000. Insect control level 3, 0/100. Transfiguration level 3, 0/100. Danger perception level 4, 0 out of 500. Skill points, 780. 780. Personal space enabled. After the system was upgraded to level 4, the experience points required to upgrade to level 5 increased tenfold again. If I level up in the future, upgrading this system will kill me. Although Jiang Hao successfully upgraded the system to level 4. But the thought of the massive amount of experience points needed to level up in the future made Jiang Hao feel depressed. Just then, a system notification sound rang out. Ding! 3 new functions have been added to the level 4 system. Do you need an explanation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. New features added to the level 4 system? Then came a pleasant surprise. Then hurry up and tell me. At this moment, the system also began to explain the new features it had added to Jiang Hao. A new feature has been added to the level 4 system, weapon binding function. The host can choose to bind their own weapon. Once the weapon is bound, the host can recall it to their spatial storage with a single thought if it appears within a certain range. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately overjoyed. This feature is the perfect way to solve the problem of my literally flying dagger skill. I finally don't have to pick up the soap anymore. No need to pick up the throwing knives anymore. At this moment, Jiang Hao took a closer look at the system panel and discovered that a weapon slot had indeed been added below his body data attributes. However, those 3 unbound words after the weapon slot are a bit of an eyesore. System, bind my 9 throwing knives, and name them Heavenly Question 9 Knives. Jiang Hao, in a rather flamboyant manner, gave his 9 throwing knives a cool name. Ding! Heavenly Question 9 blades successfully bound. As the system notification sounded, the weapon section instantly displayed the words Tianwen 9 blades. Subsequently, Jiang Hao also wanted to bind Bai Chi's killing sword to it. But then he remembered what Luing Yu had said. Bai Chi's killing sword was a token to awaken the first emperor. Jiang Hao resisted the urge. After all, the elixir of immortality was still quite attractive. After you've familiarized yourself with the first function, the system's notification sound will ring out at the appropriate time. New feature added to level 4 system 2, system panel modification function. The host can modify the system panel according to their needs and hide infrequently used skills. Hearing about this feature, Jiang Hao was also delighted. After all, the more skills he obtains through dismantling, the more cluttered his system panel looks. After carefully examining his system panel, Jiang Hao thought for a moment. System, permanently hide your swimming skills, hacking skills, and basketball skills. At the same time, create a secondary display panel for all skills and talents in the skills and talents section. As Jiang Hao stared at the system panel, his mind stirred slightly, and instantly, the system panel changed. Level 4, 0/10,000. Agility, 20.2. Spirit, 15.2. Endurance, 7.6. Skill, hidden. Supernatural power, hidden. Skill points, 780. Personal space, enabled. When he wanted to examine his own skills and supernatural powers, he could make them reappear with a single thought. This makes the entire system panel look much neater. After completing the modification of the system panel, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. System, what is the third function that has been added? Jiang Hao asked. The 4th level system adds a new function 3. The system synthesis function is expanded. The host can spend a certain number of skill points to fuse 2 or more of their skills or talents. Hint, there is some kind of connection between these 2 skills or talents, which can greatly increase the success rate of fusion. After a brief explanation from the system, Jiang Hao instantly understood. At the same time, this filled him with ecstasy. That's great. Overjoyed, Jiang Hao decided to try combining 2 skills. After carefully reviewing his skills and talents, Jiang Hao immediately thought of medical skills and poison skills. After all, the saying that medicine and toxicology are inseparable is not just a myth. System, synthesize medical and toxicological techniques, the Great 5 Elements Yin-Yang Acupuncture Technique. Ding! 100 skill points consumed. Congratulations on successful skill synthesis. You have obtained the Poison Doctor Symbiotic Technique. Poison and medicine synergy level 4, 0/1000. Poison can kill or heal, and medicine can heal or kill. Poison and medicine complement each other. With the fusion technology, Jiang Hao's 3 skills, medical skills, poison skills, and the Great 5 Elements Yin-Yang Needle Technique disappeared from his skill bar. At the same time, a new skill has been added, the Poison Doctor Symbiotic Technique. At the same time, a powerful and special true energy suddenly arose within Jiang Hao's body. This energy was formed by the fusion of 2 kinds of energy, one black and one white. However, as soon as this energy entered his dantian, it was quickly fused with the powerful chaotic attribute true energy within Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao's internal energy has become even stronger. This was a result Jiang Hao hadn't expected. Combining these 3 skills might seem like a loss, but in reality, you've gained something, and they made a fortune. After all, the fusion of medical and poison techniques did not increase his true energy at all. After the fusion, it actually increased his true energy by so much. At the same time, the resources required for the upgrade have been greatly reduced. Previously there were 3 skills, but now only one needs to be upgraded. The skill synthesis brought Jiang Hao a taste of success. Jiang Hao quickly turned his attention to the talent bar, specifically the invisibility and polymorph abilities. There is also a connection between the two, and Jiang Hao decided to try merging them. It's just skill points. I have plenty. System, fuse your innate divine abilities, invisibility and shapeshifting. Ding! 100 skill points consumed. Congratulations on the successful synthesis of the new talent skill, transformation. Innate divine ability, 1000 transformations level 1, 0 out of 10 can transform into different forms, transform into other objects, can be large or small, can be present or absent, and when fully mastered, can be infinitely transformed. With the transformation technique integrated into his body, Jiang Hao instantly gained enlightenment under the system's support. This talent is similar to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, allowing for endless variations. However, Jiang Hao is not yet capable of ever changing his abilities. After all, even if this talent is amazing, it's only at level 1 right now. Jiang Hao suppressed his excitement for the time being, as it was getting late. He was going to the Song residence that evening, and before that, he had some preparations to make, so he really couldn't stay here any longer. Jiang Hao turned around and quickly went home. Not long after, the slovenly middle-aged man who looked after the garbage dump returned with a smug look on his face. However, when he saw that the empty courtyard contained only some useless waste paper and discarded wine bottles, he hesitated for a moment. Did I take the wrong road? However, when he looked around again, he seemed to remember something. He suddenly broke down. Good heavens, you little brat, you even steal junk. He looked up at the sky and let out a blood-curdling howl. My junk has been stolen. Call the police. Yes, call the police. However, just as he stood up, his body suddenly stiffened again. At that moment, he remembered that he had received 50,000 yuan from Jiang Hao. No, we can't call the police. The disheveled middle-aged man's expression shifted between light and dark, but he ultimately had no choice but to accept his bad luck. Jiang Hao, of course, had no idea about these things. Back home, Jiang Hao washed up, changed his clothes, and ate dinner. After informing Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, they headed to the Song residence. Song Wanzhong has been waiting for a long time. Although he had 4 more martial arts bodyguards by his side, he still felt confident despite not having Jiang Hao around, thanks to his knowledge of the underworld palace. After Jiang Hao came, his heart felt much more at ease. Nephew, I'll have to trouble you tonight. Song Wanzhong gave a word of advice. Uncle, please rest assured. I will take care of the people from the underworld palace. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong gave a wry smile. How can I possibly sleep at a time like this? Yesterday, the elders of the underworld palace were probably wary of the power of the sea, which is why they did not attack me. But since he said he'd come tonight, he must have a way to deal with the sea. At this moment, Uncle Hai, who was standing nearby, offered words of comfort. Don't worry, sir. Even 10 of me couldn't match Mr. Zhang's strength, let alone me and the others with both literary and martial talents. Song Wanzhong felt somewhat relieved after hearing Uncle Hai's words of comfort. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao looked at Uncle Hai and objected. No, Uncle Hai, I'm all you need here tonight. All you need to do is leave 1 set of your clothes behind. Take my literary and military talents and keep watch near my house. Report to me immediately if anything unusual happens. My father has gone back to the countryside. Although I was prepared, I'm just afraid of the worst-case scenario. Jiang Hao had already said all that, so Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai had nothing more to say. As for Jiang Hao wanting Uncle Hai's clothes, although Uncle Hai was very puzzled, he still chose to obey. Soon, Uncle Hai brought him a set of clothes. Here you go, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao took the clothes without hesitation, turned around and went into Uncle Hai's room, saying something. Wait a moment. Then they went to the door. Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai were puzzled by Jiang Hao's strange behavior, but since Jiang Hao didn't say anything, the two of them didn't dare to ask. We had no choice but to wait. Soon, with a creak, Uncle Hai's door opened again. However, when Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai subconsciously turned around, they were immediately shocked. Uncle Hai opened his door, and another Uncle Hai walked out. Song Wanzhong exclaimed in surprise, then subconsciously looked at Uncle Hai next to him. At this moment, the two uncles spoke, and their actions, expressions, and voices were exactly the same. This made Song Wanzhong extremely strange. Then, Song Wanzhong looked hesitantly at Uncle Hai who had just come out of the room. Nephew, is that you? Uncle Hai quickly realized what was happening, glanced inside the room, and then stared intently at the other Uncle Hai. At that moment, Uncle Hai gave a strange smile, and his voice indeed changed to Jiang Hao's voice. Uncle, how is it? Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai were immediately shocked. They look like they were made from the same mold, and their expressions and voices are so similar. This is not just a simple disguise or makeup. Moreover, Jiang Hao is thin and tall, while Uncle Hai is fat and muscular. Changes in body size cannot be altered by simple disguise or makeup. Jiang Hao's sudden change of tactics instantly stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai. Hai. Every time they thought they had learned enough about Jiang Hao, he would still manage to shock them endlessly. Jiang Hao is like an endless abyss. You can never find the end of him. Such people are absolutely not to be your enemies. Even if we can't be friends, it's better to be strangers than enemies. Uncle Hai, don't worry. Jiang Hao asked Uncle Hai to take Wen Tao and Wu Lu to the vicinity of the Jiang family. He then used his ever-changing abilities to transform into Uncle Hai and waited at the Song residence. In a pavilion within the Song family mansion, Jiang Hao sat leisurely. I'm considering upgrading my skills one by one. As for his ability to transform into Uncle Hai's appearance, it's only possible because he upgraded his innate supernatural ability, 1000 transformations, to level 3. Subsequently, Jiang Hao decided to upgrade his Lion's Roar skill first. System, upgrade Lion's Roar to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. Lion's Roar skill has been successfully upgraded by spending 110 skill points. As the system notification sounded, the Lion's Roar skill was successfully upgraded. A golden true energy once again merged into his body, but it was quickly devoured by the original chaotic true energy within him. At the same time, he felt as if his internal organs had suddenly become much stronger, and a subtle change had occurred in his throat. This change made Jiang Hao feel much more relaxed instantly. When he opened the system panel, he found that his body data had also changed. In the body stats panel, the stamina attribute instantly jumped from 7.6 to 10. This change filled Jiang Hao with joy. So, learning special skills can also enhance physical attributes. In that case, it seems I need to find a way to acquire more mental skills. However, upgrading my mental talent ability, illusion creation, should improve my mental strength, right? After all, upgrading the danger perception talent had greatly enhanced his mental strength. Thinking this, Jiang Hao looked at the innate divine ability in the system panel, illusion creation. System, upgrade the talent illusion creation. It's the host. Ding. Talent illusion creation successfully upgraded after spending 10 skill points. As Jiang Hao's talent for creating illusionary realms was upgraded to level 2, he suddenly felt a refreshing clarity in his head. It's like waking up on a hot summer day, feeling groggy, and then taking a cold shower. In an instant, you feel refreshed and invigorated. At the same time, Jiang Hao's vision cleared up, and even in the darkest night, he could still see very far. The change in his body surprised Jiang Hao, and he quickly opened his system panel. Sure enough, in the four-dimensional data of his body, the mental strength column showed that his mental strength had instantly increased from 15.2 to 20.2. A 5-point increase at once. That's a significant improvement. He worked hard for a long time, but only managed to raise his mental strength to 15.2. However, at this moment, the illusion has only been upgraded to level 2, yet it has already accomplished 1/3 of all his previous efforts. At this moment, Jiang Hao was extremely excited. System, upgrade my illusion creation talent to level 3. Yes, host. Ding. The talent illusion creation has been successfully upgraded to level 3, costing 100 skill points. In the talents and abilities section, the level of the illusion creation talent instantly increased to illusion creation level 3, 0/1000. At the same time, Jiang Hao felt as if he had breathed in some celestial energy, and had a feeling of ascending to immortality. Meanwhile, his mental strength score in the mental strength bar surged again from 20.2 to 30.2. It instantly increased my mental strength by 10 points. In an instant, his mental power leaped to become second only to his physical strength. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Now, I should be able to hold on for a few more seconds, right? At this moment, Jiang Hao wished he could find a test subject to properly experiment with his innate ability to create illusions. But when he thought about the people from the underworld palace who might come later, Jiang Hao immediately decided to leave this good opportunity to those people from the underworld palace. I hope you won't let me down. Jiang Hao looked up at the night sky, a slight smile curving his lips. After suppressing the impulse, Jiang Hao upgraded the Duga 9 swords in his innate skill, Great Strength. After Jiang Hao finished upgrading, he looked at the current system panel and nodded in satisfaction. Level 4, 0/10,000. Agility, 20.2. Spirit, 30.2. Weapon, 9 heavenly blades. Skill, hidden. Talent, hidden. Skill points, 159. Personal space, enabled. His strength surged once again, but his previously abundant skill points were now completely depleted. Moreover, upgrading those skills or talents he values again next time won't be so easy. Sigh, it seems I'm destined to be a busybody. Jiang Hao sighed. However, he didn't consider that others had to work themselves to the bone to achieve breakthroughs. He simply moved his finger and jumped in front of everyone. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Putting aside his playful mood, Jiang Hao quietly waited for the scum of the underworld palace to arrive. Soon, the night was deep and quiet, but there was still no trace of the people from the underworld palace. Just as Jiang Hao was filled with resentment, he suddenly sensed something and instantly looked up at the rooftop. The hint of impatience on Jiang Hao's face vanished instantly, replaced by a slight smile. A bunch of trash, they've finally arrived. Sure enough, shortly after he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared on the rooftop. At this moment, the 3 figures were unaware that a figure sitting in the pavilion below was watching them intently. At this moment, one of the three men whispered a sarcastic remark. "Seventh brother, what about that expert you mentioned?" The person who was being mocked was about to retort, but at that moment, the person in the middle spoke up and interrupted their argument. "Okay, stop arguing. Let's go directly to Song Wanjong and force him to hand over the Bai Chi killing sword. I've been keeping an eye on the Lu family, but they haven't made any moves, which I find very strange. However, no matter what, Bai Chi's killing sword must not be lost." This person seemed to have a high level of prestige. As soon as he spoke, the two people next to him stopped arguing. The three of them belonged to the White Tiger Hall of the Underworld Palace. The first person to speak was the 8th elder of the White Tiger Hall, and the person he was at odds with was the 7th elder, while the one who reprimanded the two was the 5th elder. In the Underworld Palace, the ranking of the 10 elders is based on their strength, and the top 5 elders are one level stronger than the bottom 5 elders. Although it may seem like only a one level difference, the gap in combat power is enormous. The 5th elder alone possessed the power to suppress the combined forces of the other 5 elders. This is why the two dared not refute the 5th elder's rebuke. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the top 5 elders will not easily make a move. However, this situation is special. The White Tiger Hall master personally gave the order, and the appearance of the 5th elder was to intimidate the Lu family. After meeting Uncle Hai, the 7th elder realized he didn't have absolute strength, so he went to call for reinforcements. When the 5th elder learned of the situation, he originally wanted the 8th elder to come and help, but he found that the Lu family seemed to have given up on the competition for Bai Chi's killing sword. Later, he gave up on intimidating the Lu family and decided to come here with the 7th elder to obtain Bai Chi's killing sword in one fell swoop so that he could return to the Underworld Palace to report back. That's why what just happened occurred. Then, the three of them prepared to head towards Song Wanzhong's location. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly entered their minds. "The three of you, since you're here, why don't you come down and have a chat?" The sudden intrusion of this voice instantly caused the three elders of the Underworld Palace to stiffen. However, in just a moment, the three of them quickly realized what was happening. The three of them immediately stood back to back, forming a triangle. Their expressions were grave as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, but in the end, nothing was found. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was speechless. "Am I, a grown adult, really so easily overlooked?" Helpless, Zhang Hao got up and walked out of the pavilion, coughing deliberately at the same time. At this moment, the three elders of the Underworld Palace noticed Zhang Hao. The three elders watched Uncle Hai, who was changing, with suspicion. At this moment, the 7th elder quickly lowered his voice and reported to the 5th elder beside him. "5th elder, this is Song Wanzhong's old steward, the expert who has always protected Song Wanzhong." The 5th elder was startled upon hearing this. Based on Lao Chi's description, he originally thought that Song Wanzhong's bodyguards were about the same level as Lao Chi. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that he was completely wrong. Even he couldn't fathom this person's strength. What he didn't know was that the person below wasn't Uncle Hai at all, but Jiang Hao in disguise. At this moment, the 8th elder no longer dared to be arrogant. He stared intently at Jiang Hao, extremely vigilant, while quietly asking the 5th elder beside him, "5th elder, what should we do now?" Jiang Hao heard the three of them whispering clearly, but Jiang Hao was no longer willing to waste time with them, so he immediately activated his level 2 telepathic communication skill. In an instant, he did not open his mouth, but a voice suddenly entered the minds of the three elders of the Underworld Palace once again. "If you don't come down, do I have to ask you to come down?" The three elders were instantly horrified. They were certain that the voice had appeared directly in their minds. At the same time, a powerful aura instantly locked onto them. At this moment, they sensed that even if they wanted to escape, they absolutely did not have the strength to do so. The 5th elder looked grim. He was now certain that he was no match for this man. Not only himself, but among the top 5, apart from the Grand Elder, none of the other elders were a match for this person. Perhaps only the mysterious and unpredictable Grand Elder has the strength to rival him. After much deliberation, the 5th elder had no choice but to obey Jiang Hao's orders. "Let's go down." With that, he took the lead and jumped down. The 7th elder and the 8th elder exchanged a glance and hesitated slightly, but he eventually jumped. The fact that the three of them jumped down from such a high roof without making a sound surprised Jiang Hao. It seems the Underworld Palace is more mysterious than I imagined. Jiang Hao glanced at the three of them, then turned and walked towards the pavilion. "The three of you, come and sit down." The three elders of the Underworld Palace had no idea what Jiang Hao was trying to tell them, but circumstances forced them to yield. When they arrived at the pavilion with Jiang Hao, they were surprised to find a banquet set up on the table there. At this moment, their faces turned ugly. This is blatant contempt, but they were helpless. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already sat down before them. Jiang Hao gestured for him to enter and began to speak. The three took their seats, and Jiang Hao used his telepathic communication technique to notify Song Wanzhong, who was still pacing back and forth in the room. Just then, a sudden voice entered his mind. "Uncle, I've caught all three of them. You can come out now." Upon Upon hearing this, Song Wanjong was overjoyed. Gotcha! Song Wanjong quickly opened the door, turned around and went out to the pavilion. However, when he saw 3 people sitting next to Jiang Ran in the pavilion, he immediately froze. This is what you meant by being caught? It looks to me like you've been caught. Seeing this, Song Wanjong couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao, who was sitting in the pavilion, and the 3 elders of the underworld palace had already seen him, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk over. Upon seeing Song Wanjong arrive, Zhang Hao immediately stood up and transformed into Uncle Hai's voice. Sir, please have a seat. This action, in terms of expression, movement, and voice, was exactly the same as the real Uncle Hai. Although Song Wanjong didn't know what Zhang Hao was up to, he had no choice but to cooperate at this moment. Song Wanjong had regained his composure, nodded to Zhang Hao, and then sat down. Song Wanjong took his seat, and Zhang Hao was still completely immersed in the role of Uncle Hai. Master, these 3 are the 3 elders of the underworld palace. Then, he looked at the 3 elders of the underworld palace and spoke. The 3 of you, please introduce yourselves. Zhang Hao spoke in a gentle manner, but his unquestionable tone was full of iron-fisted warning. At this moment, the hot-tempered 8th elder was filled with anger, perhaps unable to bear Jiang Hao's repeated threats, or perhaps they couldn't stand the dull atmosphere. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and looked at Zhang Hao, about to shout. However, Zhang Hao's face darkened, and he instantly met the eyes of the 8th elder, who stood up and stared at him. The enraged 8th elder felt a blur before his eyes. Thump! He fell straight to the ground. Then, when the 8th elder opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely dark and desolate world. At that moment, he was filled with fear. At first, he was able to suppress his fear and cautiously survey his surroundings. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find anything, and it was so dark that he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. A long time has passed, and he continues to move forward through trial and error. However, no matter which way he walked, it was as if he was still standing still. It was pitch black all around, with no sound and nothing else. He felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. He began to feel anxious and uneasy. Fear, anxiety, and other negative emotions filled his mind. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe a day, maybe a year, maybe decades. During this time, he kept walking, calling out, and even roaring. But he ultimately found no light, no sound, or anything else. His mental state finally collapsed. Meanwhile, outside, to the astonishment of the crowd, they saw that Zhang Hao, who was actually Uncle Hai, only glared at the 8th elder. Then, the 8th elder collapsed to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and lost consciousness completely. Everyone stared blankly at the 8th elder, who lay on the ground with a peaceful expression, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and completely lifeless. After a long while, they turned their heads with difficulty, looking at Zhang Hao with eyes full of fear. However, they avoided looking into Zhang Hao's eyes. At that moment, their hearts were filled with a raging storm that lingered for a long time. For a moment, the entire scene fell into absolute silence. The 5th elder was stiff all over, not daring to make the slightest movement. At this moment, in his mind, the strength of Uncle Hai, played by Zhang Hao, absolutely surpassed his understanding. Perhaps, only the Hall Master, or a few Hall Masters, of the Underworld Palace have the strength to fight against them. The 7th elder is no worse than the 8th elder. At that moment, he was extremely grateful. I'm glad I didn't make a move earlier, and I'm also glad I didn't act impulsively like the 8th elder. At this moment, Song Wanjong already feared Jiang Hao as if he were a god, and his fear of Jiang Hao even surpassed that of a god. One glare and you're dead. This is practically a living god. At the same time, he deeply regretted his foolish act of doubting Jiang Hao's abilities. Fortunately, Jiang Hao didn't hold it against him. Of course, he also understood that this was not because he, the Jade King, was so powerful or had such great authority. It's because he has a wonderful daughter, Song Waner. Otherwise, Jiang Hao probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to. At this moment, Song Wanjong wanted Jiang Hao to know what he was thinking. Jiang Hao would probably give this seemingly disheveled Jade King a thumbs up on the spot and look at him with new respect. Song Wanzhong's appointment as a Jade King was no exaggeration. In fact, Jiang Hao's actions tonight had 2 main purposes. First, he demonstrated his formidable strength as Uncle Hai, intimidating the Underworld Palace. This will mislead the Underworld into believing that Song Wanzhong's side is someone they cannot afford to offend. This will reduce the trouble caused by the Underworld. Secondly, he was also trying to intimidate his future father-in-law. He never underestimated Song Wanzhong. There was a reason why Song Wanzhong could rise from a nobody to become a powerful figure in the region. This old fox is unpredictable. Although he wasn't afraid of him, he didn't want to let a conflict with Song Wanzhong affect his relationship with Waner. Besides these 2 main objectives, he also had some smaller objectives. For example, he wanted to know if the Underworld Palace's purpose in vying for Bai Qi's killing sword was the same as that of Luing Yu and the others. Also, there's the news about the Zhou Dynasty Emperor's tomb that Gu Chuanzhong and his brothers mentioned before. Of course, there is also some news about reclusive families, even some other unknown secrets. At this moment, in a pavilion in the Song residence, Jiang Hao glanced at the 3 people present and took in their expressions. expressions. He then gave a satisfied smile. It seems the deterrent effect this time is better than expected. Now that we've had enough of a deterrent effect, we can continue. It seems this 8th elder can't hold his liquor. Jiang Hao broke the dead silence with his voice. The 5th elder's face stiffened. He really wanted to ask a question in return. What's wrong with Lao Ba? Don't you know the truth? But he didn't dare. In fact, he didn't even dare to ask Jiang Hao why he knew that the one who had fallen was the 8th elder. At this moment, the 5th elder's mind was racing. He then put on a smile and said apologetically, "Old 8 can't drink. Please forgive me, senior." The 5th elder spoke up, and the 7th elder also woke up with a start, echoing his words repeatedly. Then, the 5th elder obediently introduced himself, followed by the 7th elder. Seeing how obedient the 2 elders of the underworld palace were, Jiang Hao was very satisfied, and only then did he begin to question them. "I am very curious about your underworld palace. Please help me understand. What exactly is the origin of your underworld palace?" Previously, Jiang Hao hadn't taken the underworld palace seriously. Jiang Hao thought the underworld palace was just an organization that combined mercenaries, assassins, and intelligence. However, when he saw the strength of this 5th elder, and even Lu Yu from the reclusive family was filled with deep fear of the underworld palace, he was deeply impressed. Jiang Hao was then forced to redefine the location of the underworld palace. Jiang Hao stared intently at the 5th elder. The 5th elder's heart tightened as well. Somewhat fearful, he avoided Jiang Hao's gaze, glanced at Lao Ba lying on the ground, and finally gritted his teeth and gave in. "Senior, the underworld palace has existed for about 1,000 years, but to be honest, I don't know the exact number. Legend has it that the underworld palace is a legacy left behind by the immortal king of the underworld and the human world. In the Hades palace, Hades is the most revered, and then a lord of the palace controls the overall situation. However, there are 3 vice hall masters, namely Tanlang, Qisha, and Pujuan, assisting him below. As for the situation of these 4 hall masters, I don't know either, because I haven't even met the 3 deputy hall masters. As for the situation of these 4 hall masters, I don't know either, because I haven't even met the 3 deputy hall masters." The 5th elder was also quite helpless. Then, the 5th elder continued. "In the Hades palace, the hierarchy is strictly enforced, and no one may overstep it. As I am a subordinate of the 7 Killings palace master, I know nothing about the other palace masters. The 7 Killings prince is further divided into 4 halls: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, each managed by a hallmaster. The 3 of us are elders in the White Tiger Hall, considered part of the lower management. We also have offerings made to individuals who have great power and influence. The elders then become protectors, deacons, elite assassins, and eventually members of numerous mercenary organizations familiar to the general public." The 5th elder gave a brief introduction to the interior of the underworld palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a sense of gravity. The organizational structure of the underworld palace is so complete and mature. This is not a system that can be formed in a short period of time. This made Jiang Hao pay more attention to the underworld palace. Jiang Hao glanced at the 5th elder and pondered for a moment. This 5th elder actually possesses strength comparable to his old man's. Moreover, above the elders are the worshippers, hall masters, and palace masters. It seems that the underworld palace is indeed no ordinary place. However, just don't mess with me. Although the underworld palace sounds powerful, Jiang Hao is not without confidence. If you anger him, he will upgrade the poison doctor's synergy technique several times, and directly concoct an extremely powerful poison, instantly eliminating the underworld palace. Either upgrade your illusion creation several levels and completely envelop the underworld palace with the illusion, then they'll all be doomed. However, that's a story for another time. They believed that the strength they had just displayed was enough to make the underworld wary and prevent them from easily provoking them. Putting all of that aside, Jiang Hao asked again, "Why does your underworld palace want to fight over Bai Chi's killing sword?" At this moment, Jiang Hao asked another question that he was concerned about. Upon hearing this, the 5th elder stiffened, seemingly unwilling to speak. However, when he thought about his current situation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The order to seize the Bai Chi killing sword was personally given by the White Tiger Hall Master, which is why we are fighting for it. However, I've heard that Bai Chi's killing sword holds a secret about immortality, but I don't know if it's true. Even the 5th elder himself seemed to find this news hard to believe. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Hao had his own thoughts. Although the 5th elder did not believe that Bai Chi's killing sword possessed the secret of immortality, he was constrained by the fact that it was an order personally given by the White Tiger Hall Master. They must fight hard. It seems that the White Tiger Hall Master knows something about the situation. As for why Lu Yu knew so much, perhaps it's because Lu Yu's status in the Lu family is not low. After setting those aside for the moment, Jiang Hao continued to inquire, "How much does your underworld palace know about some of the reclusive families that exist in China?" Jiang Hao's question immediately caught Song Wanzhong's attention, and Song Wanzhong also pricked up his ears, staring at the 5th elder. Upon hearing this, the 5th elder was quite surprised. He thought that the high shoe that Jiang Hao had transformed into was some some old monster from a hidden family. But Jiang Hao's question immediately overturned his guess. At the same time, he was also wondering what this Uncle Hai really was. There are records of this underworld palace. The origins of the hidden families in China are very profound. There are many reclusive families in the country, but the top 4 should be the 4 great clans. The 5th elder thought for a moment, then seemed to realize something, before quickly denying it. No, it should be the 5 top hidden families. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately became interested and then spoke with great interest. Tell me which 5 top families they are. The 5th elder did not hesitate and quickly explained everything. If ranked according to the time of their lineage, these 5 clans are Feng, Zhang, Ji, Kong, and Ing. According to records, they respectively inherited their lineage from Emperor Fuxi, Emperor Yan, Emperor Huang, Confucius, and Qin Shi Huang. However, due to intensified internal conflicts, the Ying clan split into 2 major branches, Zhao and Lu. This has greatly weakened the Ying clan's power, leaving them now merely a figurehead. The 5th elder's tone seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm. However, the 5th elder's words shocked Song Wanzhong. The origins of the hidden family were so profound. At the same time, they learned that the Jiang family was one of the 5 top hidden families. He immediately looked at Jiang Hao, and a bold guess instantly formed in his mind. Could Jiang Hao be from the Jiang family, one of the 5 top reclusive families? However, he soon frowned again. No, if Jiang Hao is from the reclusive Jiang family, how could he not know about the situation of reclusive families? For a moment, Song Wanzhong was completely baffled. However, Jiang Hao was also shocked by this news. The origins of these 5 top-tier reclusive families are truly extraordinary. Jiang Hao felt like he was listening to a myth. However, what the 5th elder said at the end, that the first empress's descendants were divided into 3, does match what Lu Yingyu said. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then asked again, how do the strengths of those 5 top hidden families compare to your underworld palace? Since these 5 top hidden families have such profound heritages, what exactly is their strength? This is what Jiang Hao cares about most. Upon hearing this, the 5th elder hesitated for a moment, and seemed somewhat uncertain. As far as I know, apart from the Ying family which is split up, the other 4 of the 5 hidden families are very powerful, and the underworld palace is also very wary of these 4 families. The 5th elder's words startled Jiang Hao once again. I never imagined that the 4 top hidden families would possess such strength. At this point, the 5th elder added, below these 5 top reclusive families, there are 6 more: the Lu family, the Xiang family, the Sima family, the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Lu family. These 6 reclusive families are next in rank. However, none of them can compare to the strength of the 5 top families. Now, Jiang Hao has a better understanding of the hidden families. After learning some other secrets, Jiang Hao was troubled about how to deal with the 5th elder and the 7th elder. Originally, if they had resisted, I could have easily killed them, but the fact that they were so cooperative put him in a difficult position. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked up and stared at the 5th elder and the 7th elder. The 5th elder and the 7th elder felt a sudden tightness in their hearts, but dared not look at Jiang Hao. They had just witnessed it. This person had killed Lao Ba with just one glance. They dared not try it again. At that moment, Jiang Hao took out a jade medicine bottle and suddenly handed it over. The 5th elder and the 7th elder were confused. As soon as they looked up, they accidentally met Jiang Hao's eyes. They saw a hint of mockery in Jiang Hao's eyes, and the 2 of them were immediately startled, trying to avoid his gaze. However, it was all too late. The 2 felt a blur before their eyes, and then they found themselves in a gray world. When they regained consciousness, they were surprised to find a huge archway standing in front of them. Above the archway are 3 mysterious, ever-changing characters. But when they saw those 3 words, they strangely learned what they were called. Gate of Hell. Yes, it really is the gates of hell. When they saw those 3 words, they suddenly appeared in their minds as if they had known them before. But where is the gate of hell? Isn't that a place only ghosts can reach? Have they turned into ghosts? The 2 were immediately alarmed and quickly touched themselves. Only after confirming that they had touched a real object did they breathe a sigh of relief. But when they saw the 3 big characters Gate of Hell, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. 5th elder, are we really going to die? The 5th elder was actually quite uneasy, but he still managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Probably not. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a deep abyss appeared where they were standing. The 2 screamed and fell instantly. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves being bound and dragged by chains. Hurry up! Stop dawdling! The 18th level of hell is just ahead. We'll let you have a good taste of what's to come. Then they saw that the people dragging them were 2 figures, one in black and one in white. These 2 figures, one in black and one in white, are wearing pointed hats. On the front of the hat, the words "We're catching you" and "You've come too" are written respectively. Upon seeing this, they immediately realized what was happening. This looks like the black and white impermanence. At the same time, they suddenly remembered the sentence they had just heard. The 18 levels of hell? The 2 of them were immediately horrified. Just as they hesitated, the white-robed man's morning staff fell down and struck them. Suddenly, a burning pain, as if scorched by fire, struck me, a pain that seemed to come from the depths of my soul. Bai Wuchang gave a cold shout. Seeing the morning stick raised in by Wuchang's hand, the two of them didn't have time to think and quickly got up and walked forward. Soon, the two arrived at a place where pitiful screams could be heard continuously. Then they saw that many people's tongues were being pulled long and slurred, and the pitiful cries were coming from their mouths. Upon seeing this place, it was the first thing that came to their minds. Is this some kind of hell where tongues are pulled out? Immediately, the two were horrified, their eyes filled with boundless fear. Soon, the two of them were taken over by someone else. They were tied up, and someone began to roughly pry open their mouths and pull out their tongues. They struggled, screamed in terror, and even begged for mercy, but it all seemed to be in vain. Even their lifelong self-proclaimed martial arts skills seemed utterly useless in front of these people. In the hands of these people, they are like infants, utterly powerless to resist. Soon, a piercing pain came over them, and they couldn't help but scream and howl in agony. And so, an unknown amount of time passed. Outside, inside the pavilions of the Song residence, only a few seconds had passed. The fifth elder and the seventh elder were suddenly awakened. When they woke up, their eyes were wide open, and they were gasping for breath. At the same time, they hurriedly covered their mouths with their hands, but their fingers touched their tongues. When they touched their own tongues, they were overjoyed. Then they noticed their surroundings. It seems they've returned? However, before they could rejoice, a voice suddenly rang out. I see that you two are not feeling well, and I don't have anything to offer you. I have 2 calming pills here. Please take one each and then leave. At that moment, they were instantly and completely awakened. Only then did they realize that they had seemed to have made eye contact with Jiang Hao earlier, which led to what happened next. At this moment, the fifth elder and the seventh elder trembled, their eyes filled with fear, but they dared not recall it again. At this moment, all they knew was that they had to obey Jiang Hao's orders absolutely, and they had to have no other thoughts. The two lowered their heads, no longer daring to look Jiang Hao in the eye. The fifth elder hurriedly took the medicine bottle, poured out 2 pills, and took one with the seventh elder. Song Wanzhong saw all of this. He also saw the deep fear in the eyes of the fifth elder and the seventh elder. As for why they were afraid, he knew it must be because Jiang Hao had made a move. Because he saw that the gazes of the 2 elders from the underworld palace had met Jiang Hao's for a fleeting moment. That's right, in that very instant, Jiang Hao made his move. At this moment, his fear of Jiang Hao intensified once again. Jiang Hao smiled as he watched the 2 of them take the pills. Alright, it's getting late, so I won't keep you 2 any longer. You may go now. Jiang Hao spoke, and the 5th elder and the 7th elder staggered to their feet, speaking with trepidation. Thank you for sparing our lives, senior. We'll be leaving now. As they spoke, neither of them dared to lift their heads, and they supported each other as they walked towards the door. After the 5th elder and the 7th elder left, Jiang Hao looked at Song Wanzhong, who was immediately startled and quickly avoided Jiang Hao's gaze. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Uncle, everything's alright now. The people from the underworld palace probably won't dare to come again. Go and rest in peace. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong chuckled lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere and then spoke. Thank you so much, Mr. Xie. Mr. Jiang. He almost habitually called him, my dear nephew, instead. But now that he truly understands Jiang Hao, he no longer dares to be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. Uncle, you're being too polite. Please just call me your nephew. Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong dared not object. Alright, then I'll go and rest. Nephew, you should rest early too. After saying that, Song Wanzhong stood up but did not dare to look at Jiang Hao, and quickly walked outside. Jiang Hao responded and then watched Song Wanzhong leave without stopping him. After watching Song Wanzhong leave, Jiang Hao murmured to himself, no matter what, strength still speaks for itself. Today's events have completely ignited Jiang Hao's desire for power. After a long silence, Jiang Hao stood up and walked to the body of the 8th elder, who had died from the destruction of his spirit. Looking at the 8th elder, who was beyond dead, Jiang Hao sighed. So, if you don't have the skills, it's best not to jump around recklessly. Then, Jiang Hao reached out and pressed his hand onto the 8th elder's corpse. System, disassemble. Yes, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, for dissecting a martial artist's corpse and obtaining a fragmented human core. Congratulations, host, the decomposition is complete. Do you wish to extract? The system notification sounded again, but a hint of disappointment flashed across Jiang Hao's face. Is it still incomplete? Dissecting the corpse of a level 3 martial artist still doesn't yield a complete human core. Now, I'm getting more and more curious about the complete version of Rendan. With the decomposition complete, the 8th elder of the underworld palace vanished from the mortal realm forever. Jiang Hao turned and left. Meanwhile, not far from the Song residence, a figure was hidden in the darkness, keeping a close eye on the Song residence. When he saw 2 figures struggling to support each other as they walked out of the Song residence, he was immediately invigorated. He quickly used the device in his hand to examine it carefully. Just then, one of the 2 seemed to notice him and glanced in his direction. The man was so frightened that he quickly put down his equipment and hid. However, he had already recognized the 2 people. At that moment, a huge wave surged within him. It's the 5th elder and the 7th elder of the underworld palace. The 8th elder is missing. depressing. Moreover, judging from the condition of the 5th and 7th elders of the Underworld Palace, I'm afraid the 8th elder's life is in danger. No, I must report this immediately. In an instant, the person left with incredible speed, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Tonight, some people are destined to be sleepless. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. In the past few days, no one has dared to ask Jiang Hao for Bai Chi's killing sword anymore. Jiang Hao is living a relaxed and carefree life. He spends every day with Song Wanner, and the two are inseparable and deeply in love. Of course, Jiang Hao didn't forget to improve his strength these past few days. For example, after working hard for the past few days, he has broken down countless different kinds of beverages. Hard work pays off, and he successfully obtained many endurance pills. By taking these endurance pills, Jiang Hao's endurance attribute has entered a period of explosive growth. It has skyrocketed from 10 to 40. His stamina surge allowed him to finally unleash his full potential and completely shed his image as a one-hit wonder. On this day, Jiang Hao reached out and touched the last can of Red Bull placed in front of him. The next moment, the can of beverage mysteriously disappeared. However, Jiang Hao had already gotten used to all of this. After finishing the last can of beverage, Jiang Hao stretched and lay down on the chair. The decomposition is finally complete. After letting out a long sigh, Jiang Hao held out his hand and found two black pills with a slight sheen in them, a smile appearing on his face. This is a good haul. I actually got 5 super endurance pills. It's worth mentioning that the super endurance pill was obtained by Jiang Hao after he was blessed by Lady Luck by breaking down a beverage, and its quantity is extremely rare. Super endurance pill, blessed by Lady Luck. This is a super evolved version of the endurance pill. One pill can increase your endurance attribute by 2 points. It is extremely rare. Today, I'm going to max out my stamina attribute. A hint of excitement appeared on Jiang Hao's face. He then started taking endurance pills. He started taking the super endurance pills one after another. As each stamina pill melted in his mouth, his stamina attribute began to increase on the system panel. 42, 44, 46, 48. As the last endurance pill entered his mouth, Jiang Hao's smile suddenly froze. 49.9? Unconvinced, Jiang Hao took another regular version of the endurance pill. Strangely, his stamina attribute seems to be fixed at 49.9 and hasn't increased at all. Jiang Hao immediately became anxious. System, is this your doing? Jiang Hao asked angrily. He suspected that the system was torturing him without his consent because it saw him leveling up too quickly. The system responded to Jiang Hao's suspicions. Host, 50 is a tribulation for the human body, requiring several times, even dozens of times, more accumulation to overcome. The reason your strength attribute broke through 50 is because your own strength increased dramatically and your great strength talent was upgraded by 3 levels. It was only through the combination of these factors that you were able to break through. After receiving the system's explanation, Jiang Hao was taken aback. Then, he remembered that the system seemed to have mentioned that once his mental strength reached 50, he would be able to transform into psychic power. Is this also the reason? However, getting stuck at 49.9 is a very agonizing thing for someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Jiang Hao was feeling quite frustrated. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. We can only take it slowly. With that in mind, Jiang Hao temporarily gave up on increasing his stamina attribute. Just then, his phone rang. Jiang Hao took out his phone, glanced at it, smiled slightly, and answered the call. My darling Wanner, have you missed me? No, and they didn't even call me, ha. Jiang Hao found it amusing upon hearing this. Speak, what is it? I'm in a good mood today, I'll grant you anything. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Song Wanner on the other end of the phone didn't seem to care about his teasing. A good friend of mine has a performance in Tianhe City today, and I want to go see it. Will you come with me? Finally, Song Wanner added a sentence. She's the goddess in the hearts of you fat otaku. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a wave of frustration. Song Wanner, you've got some nerve, haven't you? How do I look like a fat otaku? Just then, a sweet laugh came from the other end of the phone. Giggle. Okay, I'm not messing around anymore. Hurry up and pick me up, or it'll be too late. Jiang Hao hung up the phone, informed his family, and then drove to the Song residence. After picking up Song Wanner, Jiang Hao went to the address written on the ticket in Song Wanner's hand. At the same time, Jiang Hao finally found out who the good friend Song Wanner was talking about was. Feng Nishang, at less than 20 years old, is already a famous actress and singer in the Chinese film and television industry. She is also a talented woman in the art of playing the zither, making her quite an extraordinary woman. Moreover, her ethereal, shiji, a kind of refined elegance, is like that of a fairy, and she became the fairy in the hearts of countless otaku as soon as she debuted. She is indeed quite famous. Even Jiang Hao, who doesn't usually pay much attention to celebrities, has heard of her. However, to Jiang Hao's surprise, Song Wanner was actually her good friend. Brother Hao, isn't Enai-chan your goddess? Song Wanner suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This was a fatal question. Without thinking, Jiang Hao spoke up. Feng Nishang is indeed beautiful, but my goddess is someone else entirely. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately pressed for an answer. Jiang Hao immediately looked at Song Wanner but smiled without saying a word. What are you laughing at? Tell me. Jiang Hao stopped teasing her. Of course it's you, you idiot. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner blushed slightly. Who would believe that? However, although Song Wanner said she didn't believe it, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. After the two entered the venue, it was still early, so Song Wanner made a mysterious phone call. Soon, a staff member came up to Song Wanner and Jiang Hao. The staff member asked Song Wanner a question. Excuse me, are you Ms. Song? Song Wanner nodded, a smile appearing on her face, then leaned closer to Jiang Hao and whispered, "Come on, I'll show you up close to the Jade Maiden Fairy." After saying that, he pulled Jiang Hao aside and addressed the staff member. The staff member gestured for them to leave and then led the two of them around to the back. Soon, led by the staff, they arrived backstage. At this moment, a middle-aged woman greeted the two. Song Wanner seemed to recognize it and immediately called out with a playful laugh, "Aunt Hong, where is N.I. Chang?" Aunt Hong smiled when she saw Song Wanner. "N.I. Chang is waiting inside." Then, she looked at Jiang Hao and said with some surprise, "Who is this?" Aunt Hong looked at Jiang Hao and was surprised. She found that she couldn't see through this young man, which was something that had never happened before. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner quickly introduced herself. "This is my boyfriend, Jiang Hao." Aunt Hong was surprised when she heard this, and looked at Jiang Hao with great astonishment. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hong spoke in a very kind manner. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." At the same time, Song Wanner introduced Aunt Hong to Jiang Hao. "Aunt Hong is N.I. Chang's manager. Brother Hao, you can call her Aunt Hong too." Jiang Hao looked at Aunt Hong and was equally surprised. He could actually sense the aura of a martial artist from Aunt Hong. Moreover, the level seems to be quite high. "Hello, Aunt Hong." Jiang Hao suppressed his surprise without showing it, nodded slightly, and greeted Aunt Hong. After Song Wanner's introduction, the two became acquainted. Then, led by Aunt Hong, the two entered a room. As soon as he entered, Jiang Hao saw a fairy with a pure and refined temperament, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, as if she had descended to earth. It has to be said that this fairy in the heart of this otaku is indeed beautiful. She's on the same level as Song Wanner. However, unlike Song Wanner's gentle temperament, this person possesses a sacred and otherworldly aura that makes people dare not profane her. He's just a bit out of touch with reality. However, at this moment, this stunningly beautiful woman had her brows furrowed, as if she had something on her mind. Upon seeing this, Song Wanner couldn't help but tease, "Oh dear, who has offended our fairy of rainbow robes?" At this moment, Feng Nishan looked over and, upon seeing that it was Song Wanner, finally smiled and quickly got up to greet her. "Wanner, you've come." Song Wanner nodded and then asked, "You look worried, is something wrong?" At this moment, Aunt Hong interjected, "It's all because the people below are incompetent. It looks like N.I. Chang is about to go on stage, but the pianist who was supposed to play with her called not long ago to say he couldn't make it. It's also my fault. I didn't do my homework beforehand." Aunt Hong felt a pang of regret when she talked about it. After Aunt Hong said that, Song Wanner immediately began to worry about Feng Nishang. "What should we do? Are there no other musicians here?" Feng Nishang said, "Although one or two people can play the guqin a little, they can't keep up with my rhythm." Although Feng Nishang phrased it euphemistically, her meaning was very clear. They're just too bad at the game to make up the numbers. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately became anxious as well. At this moment, Feng Nishang finally noticed Jiang Hao standing to the side. Then, looking at Jiang Hao with some surprise, she asked Song Wanner, "Who is this?" At this moment, Jiang Hao was lost in thought and did not pay attention to their conversation. He was certain that Aunt Hong was indeed a martial artist. However, a martial arts expert like Aunt Hong was willing to be a bodyguard for an ordinary person. Feng Nishang's family background is probably not simple either. However, upon further reflection, it was normal that Feng Nishang's family background was not simple, given her close relationship with Song Wanner. At this moment, after being reminded by Feng Nishang, Song Wanner finally realized what was happening. I quickly gave another introduction. When Feng Nishang learned that Jiang Hao was actually Song Wanner's boyfriend, she was immediately surprised. She knew perfectly well that Song Wanner was the precious darling of Prince Song Wanzhong. Jiang Hao's ability to gain the Jade King's approval suggests he's no ordinary person. However, after searching through all her memories, she had never heard of anyone named Jiang Hao. Moreover, she noticed that after Jiang Hao came in, he showed a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw her, but then remained unmoved. Moreover, Jiang Hao's eyes appear as clear as a spring at first glance. But upon closer inspection, Feng Nishang noticed that Jiang Hao's eyes had suddenly become deep and unfathomable, like a black hole that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Feng Nishang quickly avoided eye contact with Jiang Hao, not daring to look at him again. Then, she nodded slightly to Jiang Hao, which marked the beginning of their acquaintance. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded in response. However, at this moment, Feng Nishang paid more attention to Jiang Hao. After all, she knew her own situation. There's definitely something wrong with this person. His eyes are too strange. Feng Nishang felt a chill run down her spine. Then, with a slight shift in her mind, an invisible wave enveloped Jiang Hao. However, this invisible fluctuation was blocked before it even got close to to Jiang Hao. Feng Nishang felt her mental power being blocked by a solid force, like a city wall forged from steel. Startled, Feng Nishang instantly dissipated the fluctuation. At this moment, Feng Nishang felt a surge of horror. How is this possible? Is that his spiritual power? At the same time, Jiang Hao was also surprised. He had just felt a very strong mental force spying on him. Of course, this strength is only relative to others. However, before he could investigate, his mental energy, which he was using to defend himself, mysteriously dissipated in an instant. This was the first time he had ever encountered someone with such powerful mental strength. Jiang Hao glanced around the room in surprise. Besides him and Song Wanner, there was only Feng Nishang, Ant Hong, 2 staff members studying musical scores, and 2 bodyguards at the door. There doesn't seem to be anyone else around. The 2 staff members, like Feng Nishang, showed no signs of martial arts prowess, as did the 2 bodyguards at the door. Moreover, it seems that Ant Hong is completely unaware of this matter. Feng Nishang still looked worried, which didn't seem like it. As for whether it was those 2 staff members or the 2 bodyguards at the door, Jiang Hao wasn't sure. However, he was certain that the mastermind behind that spiritual energy was definitely among these people. As for who it is, that remains unknown. At this moment, Song Wanner came to Jiang Hao's side, hugged his arm, and shook it. Brother Hao, you should also think of a way to help in I Chang. Jiang Hao's thoughts were interrupted by Song Wanner. Looking at Song Wanner, who was also anxious, Jiang Hao was also surprised. Song Wanner and Feng Nishang have such a good relationship. Looking at Song Wanner, who was following him anxiously, Jiang Hao felt a sense of indulgence. Alright, I'll think of something too. However, few people believed that Jiang Hao could come up with a solution. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at Feng Nishang, which made Feng Nishang's heart tighten. Jiang Hao asked, "May I have the honor of seeing the sheet music?" Upon hearing this, Feng Nishang was taken aback, wondering what Jiang Hao was up to. But Jiang Hao is Song Wanner's boyfriend, and she can't refuse this small request. At the same time, based solely on the terrifying mental power she had just detected, she wouldn't refuse. Besides, it's just a musical score, it's not anything particularly valuable. Feng Nishang spoke to the 2 staff members who were looking down at something. Xiao Tian, give Mr. Jiang a copy of the sheet music. At this moment, one of the 2 staff members stood up upon hearing this, pulled a sheet of music from in front of him, glanced at Jiang Hao, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. However, upon seeing this person, Jiang Hao roughly guessed his identity. Is this the half-baked musician that Feng Nishang mentioned? As for the man's gaze, Jiang Hao saw it but didn't pay it any mind. Why would an elephant care about the eyes of an ant? Jiang Hao took the sheet music, glanced at it, and then, amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, folded it up and put it in his pocket. In fact, he doesn't know how to read sheet music at all, so it's pointless for him to look at it. However, since he had asked for the sheet music, he must have had another way of doing it. Jiang Hao put the sheet music into his pocket, and his mind instantly connected with the system. System, disassemble. Ding! Congratulations, host, for decomposing the Song of Rainbow Feathers and gaining the skill. Qin Art, 1.2 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Qin, musical instrument, level 1, 0 out of 1 a refined art, a way to attain enlightenment. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. Do you wish to extract and fuse it? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke. Extract and fuse. With Jiang Hao's command, the system obeyed, and soon, a stream of information flowed into Jiang Hao's mind. In an instant, Jiang Hao went from someone who didn't even know the tunes to someone who had mastered the basics of playing the piano. System, upgrade my piano skills to level 3. Yes, host. Ding! Your musical skills have been successfully upgraded by spending 11 skill points. Qin, musical instrument, skill level 3, 0 out of 100 a refined art, a way to attain enlightenment. All of this was accomplished almost in the blink of an eye. Then, under the questioning gazes of everyone, Jiang Hao looked at Feng Nishang and asked her a question. May I try playing it? Everyone was surprised upon hearing this. Song Wanner was the first to react, and she asked in surprise, Brother Hao, you can play the guqin? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled and said, I don't know, I'm just trying it out. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned, and their impression of Jiang Hao immediately soured. After all, at such a critical juncture, everyone is trying to find a solution. If you don't try to find a solution, fine, but you're also causing trouble. That's going too far. At this moment, even Song Wanner quietly nudged Jiang Hao to remind him. However, for some reason, Feng Nishang actually agreed. It's alright, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. Feng Nishang agreed. At that moment, the staff member moved aside, revealing a guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument. However, Jiang Hao only glanced at the guqin. Then, without looking at it again, he walked straight to another deep red guqin on the table next to him. Seeing Jiang Hao walk towards the guqin, Song Wanner, Ant Hong, and 2 staff members were about to speak up to stop him. At this moment, Feng Nishang reached out to stop the crowd. Then, amidst the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao approached the guqin and casually ran the back of his fingers lightly across the strings. This immediately caused a chaotic burst of piano music. Hearing the chaotic piano music, Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Then, Jiang Hao calmly sat down next to the guqin, and his fingertips began to dance nimbly on the instrument. Instantly, a beautiful melody arose, like a sweet spring, refreshing the depths of one's soul. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Among them, Feng Nishang's zither skills were the best. She was already shocked when Jiang Hao started playing. Such musical skill is already on par with hers. But who exactly is this person? Such superb musical skills, such terrifyingly powerful mental strength, and those eerie eyes? Who exactly is he? At this moment, Jiang Hao played with increasing enjoyment, and listening to the beautiful music, his mind instantly calmed down. He slowly closed his eyes and began to appreciate it. However, it seemed that his piano skills were not good enough, or there was something wrong with the piece, because Jiang Hao felt that some parts were a bit awkward. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. System, upgrade your piano skills to another level. Yes, host. Ding. Your musical skills have been successfully upgraded by spending 100 skill points. Qin, musical instrument, level 4, 0 out of 1000, a refined art, a way to attain enlightenment. As the system upgrade ended, Jiang Hao instantly felt that his grasp of the entire piece of music had become effortless. At the same time, he was certain that he hadn't misjudged the situation. There were indeed problems with the transitions in the score. However, now that he has a level 4 piano skill, he can naturally handle those few mistakes with complete freedom. He can now break free from the sheet music and play according to his own thoughts. At that moment, his entire being was completely immersed in the music, lost in a state of blissful intoxication. Outsiders were already surprised that Jiang Hao could not only play the guqin, but his skill was also quite high. After all, the sound of the guqin touched their hearts. They couldn't help but want to keep listening. But just then, the music changed, and they couldn't help but shudder. In an instant, they followed the music and entered a dreamlike world. In this world, butterflies flutter and dance in harmony with the music, swirling and twirling. Countless birds perched on the branches, closing their eyes and reveling in the beauty. And then the mountain spring water gurgled and sang, echoing the sound of the zither. In an instant, they were completely captivated by the beautiful music. The sound of the piano permeated the room and slowly spread out. The fans who were anxiously waiting at the front desk were instantly moved and inspired by the sound of the piano. Soon, the music filled the entire venue, attracting even the birds outside, who circled around it. At this moment, Jiang Hao was unaware of all this. At that moment, I was completely captivated by him, and even, without realizing it, his spiritual energy involuntarily merged into it as well. What he didn't know was that as he continued to play, the data for his musical skill in his attribute panel began to change. His newly upgraded level 4 piano skills are actually starting to improve towards level 5. In the piano skill level 4, 0 out of 1000, that 0 instantly turned into 1, 2, 3. My piano skills have started to improve on their own. If Jiang Hao knew this, he would be shocked to death. Unfortunately, the piece was short and quickly came to an end, waking Jiang Hao from his reverie. Upon waking up, Jiang Hao quickly discovered the anomaly in the system data. It turns out that mastering the art of playing the zither to a high level is not simple at all. Perhaps this is the truth of the 3000 great paths, all leading to the same destination. A sudden realization flashed through Jiang Hao's mind. At the same time, he gained a different understanding of the art of playing the zither. The ancients used the 4 arts of Qin, a stringed instrument, chess, calligraphy, and painting to demonstrate a person's cultivation. Qin was ranked first, and there was indeed a reason for this. Perhaps the other 3 talents are not so simple either. It seems I need to study them more when I have time. Jiang Hao thought to himself. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hao, Feng Nishang's fans had already gone wild in the venue outside. As the music faded, their minds returned to reality one by one. Upon waking, they were filled with nostalgia and amazement. My goodness, is this the Wind Fairy's musical skill? It sounds so good. I want to hear it again. Ah, I completely forgot to record. However, Jiang Hao and the others in the backstage room had no idea about all of this. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at Feng Nishang with great surprise. Feng Nishang closed her eyes tightly, seemingly entering a wonderful state, while her whole body emanated a strange fluctuation. Nearby, Aunt Hong had already woken up. While marveling at Jiang Hao's unpredictable piano skills, she also noticed Feng Nishang's unusual behavior. Immediately, she was shocked and quickly stood in front of Feng Nishang, while gesturing for everyone to be quiet. The others were confused, but they remained very careful and stood quietly in place. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, looked at Feng Nishang with great interest. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that the mental energy that had tested him earlier came from Feng Nishang. It seems that Feng Nishang is indeed no ordinary person. This was the first time he had ever encountered a superhuman who didn't practice martial arts but possessed such a powerful spirit. After a long while, Feng Nishang finally opened her eyes slowly and woke up. Seeing Aunt Hong protecting her, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. Aunt Hong, I'm alright. As Feng Nishang's light voice rang out, Aunt Hong quickly turned around and called out with concern. At this moment, Song Wanner also looked worried. Sister and I Chang, what's wrong? Feng Nishang looked at the two people with concerned expressions and gently shook her head. She then took a few steps forward, looked at Jiang Hao with curiosity, curiosity in her eyes, and bowed deeply to him respectfully. I just listened to your music, and I benefited greatly from it. Thank you for your guidance. Feng Nishang's actions immediately shocked everyone, especially those two staff members. Their beloved fairy maiden actually bowed to an ordinary person and performed such a grand gesture. Moreover, they hadn't taken this ordinary person seriously at all. At this moment, the two were filled with unease. At this moment, Jiang Hao watched Feng Nishang bow, but he did not decline, because he was worthy of this bow. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, stood up from his seat, and said, Miss Feng, please rise. I only played a piece of music. If Miss Feng was able to gain any insight from it, that is Miss Feng's own ability. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner finally understood. At the same time, she looked at Jiang Hao with a proud expression. This was her man, Song Wanner's man, so excellent at all times. She helped Feng Nishang up, then said rather arrogantly, Sister Anai Chang, can brother Hao be your musician? Just then, there was an urgent knocking on the door. Aunt Hong turned around and opened the door. A chubby boy wearing glasses was panting heavily at the door. When he saw Aunt Hong, he quickly spoke up. Sister Hong, how are Fairy Anai Chang's preparations going? Time's almost up, and the fans can't wait any longer. The situation is getting a bit out of control. If Fairy Anai Chang doesn't show up soon, something terrible is going to happen. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hong immediately replied, Thank you for your hard work, Director Liu. Please let them know that Anai Chang will be on stage soon. Director Liu was overjoyed upon hearing this. I'll inform them right away. He then turned and left. Everyone in the room could clearly hear his conversation with Aunt Hong. At this moment, Aunt Hong also turned back, then looked at Jiang Hao and made a request. We beg Mr. Jiang for your help. Feng Nishang quickly added, Please, sir, help Anai Chang. Seeing this, Song Wanner also grabbed Jiang Hao's arm and shook it, staring at him pitifully. He then looked at Song Wanner and said, I didn't say I wouldn't help. Everyone was overjoyed when Jiang Hao said this. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Soon, Jiang Hao changed into a dark blue robe and followed Feng Nishang onto the stage. Aunt Hong and Song Wanner hid in a corner backstage, watching everything unfold. The appearance of Feng Nishang immediately caused a frenzy throughout the venue. Hearing the deafening shouts echoing in his ears, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. However, he was just a pianist. He walked to the qin table in the corner of the stage where a guqin was placed, then sat cross-legged on the ground in front of it, ready to go. Feng Nishang arrived at the center of the stage and waved to the audience, which immediately drew another round of screams. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Feng Nishang first explained, and then returned to the center of the stage, where there was also a zither table with a guqin on it, and that guqin was the same deep red guqin that Jiang Hao had used when he played it backstage. That was Feng Nishang's personal guqin. As Feng Nishang provided a rhythm, Jiang Hao, in accordance with the requirements of the score, began to play the guqin in front of him to match Feng Nishang's rhythm. Suddenly, a beautiful melody filled the air, sometimes melodious, sometimes soaring, sometimes whispering. Countless people were instantly captivated by the beautiful music and quickly became immersed in it. Soon, the piece ended and the music faded away. The soul-stirring piano music still lingered in the entire venue. The lingering sound truly resonated for 3 days. After a long while, the lingering effects dissipated, and everyone finally slowly awoke. This music should only exist in heaven. It is rarely heard on earth. Although most of the people in the venue were ordinary fans, there were also people who understood music. One of the veteran guqin players originally just wanted to meet Feng Anai Chang, this rising star. But at this moment, he was shocked to discover that Jiang Hao, who was on stage accompanying Feng Nishang with his zither music, was actually a master of the zither. At that moment, he was extremely excited. I almost rushed onto the stage to meet Jiang Hao, this master of the zither. Fortunately, a last shred of reason allowed him to temporarily suppress this impulse. However, he kept his plans in mind, waiting for the concert to end so he could get to know that master of the piano. At this moment, the song ended, and Jiang Hao gracefully withdrew. After changing his clothes, he and Song Wanner returned to the audience to enjoy Feng Anai Chang's next performance. Time flies, and the concert is coming to an end in the blink of an eye. As the wind and rainbow-colored dress danced, the dance came to an end. Just as Jiang Hao and Song Wanner were about to leave, a staff member quickly stopped them. Gentlemen, Miss Feng invites you in. Originally, Song Wanner thought that Feng Anai Chang must be very tired after her concert, so she wanted to leave with Jiang Hao first. Although Jiang Hao was surprised, he still followed Song Wanner. He wanted to know what Feng Nishang wanted to see them about. When I arrived backstage, it was the same room. However, at this moment, besides Feng Nishang and Aunt Hong, there was a sprightly old man in the room. When Aunt Hong saw Jiang Hao and Song Wanner arrive, she quickly greeted them with a smile. Mr. Jiang, Wanner, you've arrived. Jiang Hao nodded. Then, Jiang Hao looked at the old man who had been staring at him excitedly ever since he came in with a strange expression. I hope this old man doesn't have any bad habits? Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, Feng Nishang seemed to see his confusion and quickly explained. Mr. Jiang, this is the famous guqin master, Mr. Tan Yongning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao did not recognize the person, but out of politeness, he still greeted them. Hello, Mr. Tan. Then, Feng Nishang Zhang introduced Jiang Hao to the old man. Tan Yongning greeted him with a joyful expression. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Just now, after listening to Mr. Zhang's song, I was immediately intrigued, which is why I wanted to get to know Mr. Jiang. I never expected Mr. Jiang to be so young, yet possess such superb musical skills." Afterwards, the two exchanged compliments, and Jiang Hao shared his understanding of the art of playing the zither with him. Jiang Hao was surprised to find that the old man was quite skilled at playing the zither, and his conversation with him was very enlightening. However, the one who reaped the greatest reward here was probably Feng Nishang. The exchange between the two Guqin masters further pointed her in the right direction. Unfortunately, the old man had something to do. After exchanging business cards with Jiang Hao, the old man left. After the old man left, Feng Nishang looked at Jiang Hao and finally seemed to have made up her mind. He picked up the wooden box from the table beside him and said to Jiang Hao, who was standing next to him, "Mr. Jiang, you have helped me so much today, I have no way to repay you. This Phoenix Cry Qin was passed down from my elders, and today I will give it to you, Mr. Jiang. I hope Mr. Jiang will accept this." Feng Nishang's actions immediately shocked Ant Hong and Song Wanner. Jiang Hao was also surprised. Now, with his level 4 Guqin skills, Jiang Hao was very clear about the quality of the Guqin. With his knowledge, he could naturally tell that Feng Nishang's Guqin was no ordinary instrument. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a treasure. After all, it's not something an ordinary Guqin can do to resonate with his spiritual power. But Feng Nishang was actually willing to give him such a treasure? Jiang Hao stared intently at Feng Nishang and said, "Miss Feng, you should know the value of this piano, right? Are you really going to give it to me?" However, Feng Nishang was very resolute when Jiang Hao asked her questions. "A treasure is meant for a hero. Only Mr. Jiang is worthy of this Phoenix Cry. Please accept it, Mr. Jiang." Seeing Feng Nishang's resolute attitude, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then took the wooden box from her hands and solemnly spoke. "Very well, I can keep this instrument for you for now. When you feel you are worthy of it, you can come and get it from me." Upon hearing this, Feng Nishang immediately smiled. "Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded. Originally, Jiang Hao was unwilling to accept this gift, as it was rather extravagant. However, he did not have a suitable Guqin, and the Guqin he had randomly picked were probably not enough to withstand his enormous mental power. Now that Feng Nishang has already given it to him, he can just consider it a temporary loan. Once he finds a suitable Guqin for himself, he can return it to Feng Nishang. In fact, Feng Nishang was quite clever. She knew that she was too reliant on the Phoenix Cry instrument, which was why her musical skills were stuck and she couldn't break through. However, Jiang Hao thought about it and realized that he couldn't just take other people's things for free. "Miss Feng, I won't take your instrument for nothing." At this moment, Jiang Hao reached into his pocket, took out a jade medicine bottle with extremely fine carving, and then handed it to Feng Nishang. "I'll give you something that can save your life. No matter how badly you are injured, as long as you're not dead, it can save your life." Feng Nishang hesitated, but she and Ant Hong didn't believe Jiang Hao's words at all. However, Song Wanner knew of Jiang Hao's amazing abilities, and at this moment, she trusted him completely. Since Jiang Hao said it's possible, then it definitely is. Seeing that Feng Nishang was still hesitant, she quickly went to Feng Nishang's side and comforted her. "Sister Ni Chang, take it quickly. Brother Hao won't lie to you." Upon hearing this, Feng Nishang was surprised, but she still accepted the jade medicine bottle that Jiang Hao handed over and then politely thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Hao simply smiled slightly, unsurprised. "Alright then, Wanner and I won't disturb Miss Feng's rest any longer. Farewell. Sister Ni Chang, if you have some free time, you can come to my house. My mother misses you very much." "Okay, then Wanner would like to give my regards to Aunt He and Uncle Song." Afterwards, Jiang Hao and Song Wanner left. After Jiang Hao and Song Wanner left, Aunt Hong quickly looked at Feng Nishang and said, "Miss, how could you send Feng Ming away? Although he is a very skilled pianist, I know you are trying to befriend him, but this... Now, how are you going to explain this to your clan when you get home?" However, Feng Nishang did not take Aunt Hong's worries seriously. She stared calmly at the jade medicine bottle Jiang Hao had given her and spoke indifferently. "Yes, he and Tan Yongning are both master-level musicians, but if that's the case, I can also befriend him using other means, just like I befriended Tan Yongning." At this point, Feng Nishang suddenly raised her head, stared at Aunt Hong, and asked in return, "But, Aunt Hong, do you know what I discovered about him?" Aunt Hong was also puzzled. Miss was always rational, but she was not like her usual self today. She subconsciously responded to Feng Nishang's question and asked in return, "Miss, what have you discovered?" At this moment, Feng Nishang recalled what had happened before, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. "I have detected an unfathomable spiritual power." Upon hearing this, Aunt Hong exclaimed in surprise, "What? Mental power? Could he also be a cultivator of divine power?" Feng Nishang shook her head and continued, "I don't know if he's a cultivator, but his powerful spiritual strength is absolutely beyond imagination. I'm afraid even my third grandfather couldn't match it. This person is definitely not simple. Moreover, his eyes seem to devour souls." Aunt Hong was completely stunned upon hearing this. Not even as good as the third master? What does this mean? She knew very well what Feng Nishang meant by her third grandfather. A martial artist like her couldn't even withstand a single glance from someone. This is the terror of cultivators, they completely suppress martial artists. At that moment, Feng Nishang opened the exquisitely carved jade medicine bottle that Jiang Hao had given her, and a natural fragrance immediately spread out. With each breath, Feng Nishang felt a surge of comfort throughout her body, and a rich vitality spread out. Feng Nishang was shocked and quickly stuffed the stopper back in, her face full of surprise. Aunt Hong was also drawn in and was immediately shocked, looking over at the same time. She was somewhat surprised when she saw Feng Nishang staring at the jade medicine bottle in her hand with a look of delight. "Miss, this." At this moment, Feng Nishang looked at Aunt Hong and then exclaimed in surprise, "Aunt Hong, we almost missed a golden opportunity. This thing possesses such terrifying vitality, it might truly have the power to bring the dead back to life." Hiss! Aunt Hong gasped. After a long silence, Feng Nishang carefully put away the medicine bottle, then looked at Aunt Hong. "Aunt Hong, cancel my work for the next 3 days and go to Honor's house tomorrow. I also miss Aunt He a bit." Aunt Hong did not hesitate upon hearing this. "Yes, miss." On the way home, Song Wanner kept her eyes on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, unaware of what was wrong with Song Wanner, simply smiled wryly. "What's wrong, Wanner?" Song Wanner thought for a moment. "Nothing." Jiang Hao saw through Song Wanner's hypocrisy. "Then you keep staring at me. Ask away. Ask anything you want." Jiang Hao had probably guessed some of Song Wanner's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner fell silent for a moment, then looked at Jiang Hao. "Brother Hao, when did you learn to play the guqin? I didn't know that. And your skills are so good?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately smiled. "You didn't ask me about that." Upon hearing this, Song Wanner was taken aback. "That seems to be the case, but you're too versatile. You're so good at studying, so good at basketball, so skilled in medicine, and a master chef. Now you're also a great pianist. Is there anything you can't do?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was taken aback. This question had truly stumped him. In principle, with the system's help, he could grasp everything instantly. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a joke. Then, Jiang Hao said with a smile, "If you're asking me what I can't do, there are actually some things, like I can't have children." Jiang Hao's words instantly made Song Wanner laugh. Song Wanner was both amused and exasperated. After a period of playful fighting, a trace of worry flashed across Song Wanner's face. "But you're so outstanding, I feel like I'm..." Before Song Wanner could finish speaking, Jiang Hao suddenly slammed on the brakes, interrupting her. Then Jiang Hao turned his head very seriously and looked at Song Wanner. "Wanner, remember this, you are my woman. There is no question of whether I am worthy or not. No matter how outstanding I am, to you, I will always be your man." After sending Song Wanner back, Jiang Hao became fascinated with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He has already mastered the zither. Now, only chess, calligraphy, and painting remain to be mastered. At that moment, he remembered the ink bamboo painting he had bought at an auction. Then, in the blink of an eye, a scroll appeared in his hand. "System, disassemble." Ding! "Congratulations, host, for dismantling a master-level ink bamboo painting. You have gained painting skills, 1.5 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Painting level 1, 0 to 1 a refined art. When mastered, it can be preserved through time and encompass all things in nature. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. Do you wish to extract and fuse it?" Extract and fuse. With a single command from Jiang Hao, he instantly mastered the skill of painting. At the same time, Jiang Hao became more cautious about the system's introduction to these skills. Having been misled by the system in the past, Jiang Hao no longer takes the descriptions of these skills lightly. The system's annotations for drawing skills are also extremely high. Great achievements can endure through time and encompass all things in the world. This means when you will reach the mastery level in your drawing skills. Can we use paintings to preserve time, or even capture the entire landscape in a single painting? At first, Jiang Hao thought it was a bit exaggerated, but as he thought about it more carefully, he was shocked. Perhaps, it really is possible. Legend has it that Niwa possessed a scroll titled The Landscape of Dusu, which was no ordinary scroll. It contained its own world, capable of holding mountains and rivers. Isn't this the ultimate expression of painting? However, this scroll was created by heaven and earth themselves. That is, it was painted by heaven and earth, not by human hands. Could it be that if I keep maxing out my drawing skills, I will also gain such an ability? Thinking about it this way, Jiang Hao was filled with excitement. However, reaching the mastery level in drawing skills is probably not that simple. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A great river is formed from countless small streams. Jiang Hao believed that as long as he kept accumulating experience, that day would eventually come. After upgrading his painting skills to the same level as his musical skills, Jiang Hao couldn't resist the urge to draw and started sketching on paper. In no time, Jiang Hao had a magnificent and beautiful landscape painting in his hand. Looking at the drawing in his hand, Jiang Hao was quite satisfied. However, the only flaw was that the drawing was done with a pencil, which was not quite enough to depict the magnificent landscape. However, this is much better than those those so-called masters who just scribble with a pen these days. Jiang Hao put down the painting with satisfaction. Now, among the four arts of qin, a stringed instrument, qi, chess, shu, calligraphy, and hua, painting, he has mastered qin and painting, and only lacks chess and calligraphy. His family doesn't have any chess manuals or go sets. He does have a few pieces of calligraphy at home, but when he took several sets to disassemble, he didn't get a single hair. Jiang Hao felt depressed. Does it have to be an authentic work by a famous teacher? Left with no other option, Jiang Hao called Jia Renjie and asked him to send him some authentic works by famous masters, as well as help him find ancient chess manuals. As expected of the Jia family, a powerful family in Tianhe City, Jia Renjie personally delivered the gift shortly after Jiang Hao gave the order. The Jiang family was shocked to see that Jia Renjie had come from their home. However, when he saw Jia Renjie, the head of the top wealthy family in Tianhe City, treating Jiang Hao with utmost respect, you can imagine the look in the eyes of Jiang Hao's parents and his younger sister, Jiang Zixuan. They didn't know when it started, but their son had grown up to this point. Even the Jade King Song Wanzhong would give his son face, and the famous young lady of Tianfu Tower also had a relationship with his son. Now, he is the current head of the Jia family, one of the most prestigious and wealthy families in Tianhe City. It seems they overlooked Jiang Hao's growth from the very beginning. However, none of that matters, as long as Jiang Hao is still their son and Zixuan's brother. Jiang Hao accepted the 3 pieces of calligraphy by a famous master in 2 incomplete chess scores that looked somewhat old from Jia Renjie. After seeing Jia Renjie off, 2 new skills soon appeared on Jiang Hao's system panel. Calligraphy level 1, 0/1 an elegant art, where a single character can reveal a world and a single stroke can define a universe. Chess level 1, 0 out of 1 an elegant art, mastered by using the masses as chess pieces to compete against the heavens. The annotations for these 2 skills are incredibly powerful. Jiang Hao did not dare to underestimate it either, and then upgraded the 2 skills to level 4 in turn. After mastering the 4 skills of playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Jiang Hao unknowingly gained a touch of refinement. What a refined and elegant gentleman he is. Upgrading all 4 skills at the same time isn't too difficult for him right now, but it will become increasingly difficult as he progresses. These 4 skills should be related, and with a slight thought, Jiang Hao decided to try to fuse them. Then, Jiang Hao spoke somewhat nervously. System, spend skill points to fuse the 4 skills of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yes, host. Ding. 400 skill points consumed. Congratulations on successful skill synthesis. You have obtained the 4 sage arts of Confucianism and Taoism. Confucianism and Taoism 4 sage arts level 4, 0/10,000 comprehend the Tao through the zither, conquer the heavens through chess, determine the universe through calligraphy, and suppress mountains and rivers through painting. As the skill was successfully synthesized, Jiang Hao's entire body burst forth with a milky white light. At the same time, a milky white liquid appeared instantly inside his body and flowed around Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao felt a warm sensation, and then this energy gradually returned to his dantian, merging with the chaotic energy within his body. In an instant, the true energy within Jiang Hao's body surged even stronger. After integrating the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Jiang Hao felt that his mastery of these 4 skills not only did not decline, but even seemed to have improved. This made Jiang Hao overjoyed. At this moment, he felt that his piano skills could surpass his previous ones. After Jiang Hao completely integrated the newly synthesized Confucian and Taoist 4 sages, he once again received the system's memory infusion. Could it be that the unique energy that just arose within my body is the legendary Confucian and Taoist talent energy? After mastering the 4 sages of Confucianism and Taoism, Jiang Hao realized that the unique milky white aura he had just witnessed was the legendary Confucian and Taoist talent energy. At the same time, he also mastered a rudimentary application of Confucian and Taoist talents. With talent and wit, one can intimidate villains and even slay ghosts and gods. That's the power of talent. This is the greatest benefit he gained after integrating the 4 skills of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Jiang Hao was overjoyed and wanted to show off his skills, but unfortunately, it was already night, and he could neither play the zither nor write or paint. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. However, as for playing chess, it seems there are chess-playing software programs available online now. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly took out his phone and downloaded a chess app. That night, some Go enthusiasts were brought to tears by an unknown player. Some people say he's a professional chess player who came to wreck the fish pond. Some say he is a chess master, a chess saint reborn. But the professional chess players just thought that the person playing against that person was too weak, which made that person seem better and better. It was exaggerated by countless people, which led to the existence of that nameless chess master. So the matter was quickly dropped. Jiang Hao tried several different Go software programs, but none of them could put any pressure on him. Jiang Hao reluctantly gave up. However, he did not become arrogant because of this, nor did he say anything like he was invincible. However, he knew that with his current chess skills, there were not many people in the world who could play against him. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early, washed up, and changed his clothes. He then took out Feng Nishang's Phoenix Cry, sat sat cross-legged in the living room and gently placed his hands on the phoenix cry, his 10 fingers moving at will. The sound of the zither drifted on the wind, peaceful and serene. Countless people who were still asleep seemed to be dreaming, their breaths moving in sync with the music, making their sleep even sweeter. Those who rose early were also immersed in the sound of the piano. In an instant, they seemed to have transcended space and arrived at a quiet and peaceful paradise. Time always flows by unnoticed, and soon, the song comes to a temporary halt. Everyone was still completely captivated by the beautiful music they had just heard. After a long while, people gradually came to their senses, and once they did, they felt that today seemed different from any other day. The air seemed much fresher today, and their mood improved as well, even their spirits lifted. One person may not be able to explain the problem, but it's wrong if many people have this experience. Only then did they remember the gentle sound of the guqin they had just heard. What amazing piano music! I hope I can hear it again tomorrow. I wonder which master composed this piece, such a beautiful zither piece. I've never heard of it before. However, Jiang Hao was unaware of all this. He was just itching to test his skills and wanted to purify his mind with music early in the morning. Now that his goal has been achieved, Jiang Hao is preparing to buy brushes, ink, and some paper for practicing calligraphy and painting. Early in the morning, before some bookstores had even opened, Jiang Hao searched for a long time before finally finding what he needed in a small bookstore. Jiang Hao bought several copies and left amidst the bookstore owner's surprised gaze. Back home, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to test his Confucian and Taoist talents. Prepare your brush and ink, and spread out a sheet of xian paper. Jiang Hao held a pen in one hand, and just as he poured a wisp of Confucian and Taoist talent from within his body into the pen, he began to write. Snap! Unexpectedly, this calligraphy brush exploded. Fortunately, Jiang Hao dodged in time, but the ink splattered everywhere. That pristine white paper is now useless. However, seeing this situation, Jiang Hao roughly understood the reason. He frowned as he looked at the pen in his hand and muttered to himself, "In that case, an ordinary pen would be unable to withstand the infusion of talent, wouldn't it?" Looking at the ink splattered everywhere, Jiang Hao smiled wryly. "I'll get myself ready first before I think about anything else." Fearing his mother would find out and scold him, Jiang Hao quickly cleaned up the mess. Then, Jiang Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, was in a dilemma. Ordinary pens cannot withstand the infusion of talent, which is very uncomfortable. Looking at the few ordinary calligraphy brushes on the table, Jiang Hao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If several stones can undergo a qualitative change when synthesized through a system, can't a calligraphy brush also do the same? Thinking this, Jiang Hao quickly grabbed 3 unused ordinary calligraphy brushes and connected them to the mind-body communication system. System, Synthesize. It's the host. Ding! Congratulations on successful synthesis. You have obtained a grade 1 purple bamboo wolf hair brush, 2.1 skill points, and 1 experience point. The first-class purple bamboo wolf hair brush. The handle is made from a section of purple bamboo, and the tip is made from the hair of a first-class wolf. Synthesis successful. Extract. As the system notification sounded, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. With Jiang Hao's command, a special calligraphy brush appeared in his hand. At this moment, Jiang Hao tried to infuse the brush with his own talent. As Jiang Hao slowly poured his talent into the first-grade purple bamboo wolf hair brush, the brush did not crack. Jiang Hao was overjoyed to have successfully made the pen. At the same time, he discovered that the pen was made of a unique material. First-grade purple spirit bamboo, first-grade spirit wolf? What are all these things? Jiang Hao frowned. At this point, the system spoke up to provide an explanation. Host, purple spirit bamboo is a type of spiritual material. Purple spirit bamboo can grow to a maximum of 9 sections, corresponding to the 9 grades of spiritual materials, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. A first-grade spirit wolf is a small wolf demon that knows how to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was startled. Using spiritual materials for the pen handle and wolf demon fur for the pen tip? At the same time, he also discerned 2 keywords. Spiritual materials are divided into 9 grades, and demons are also divided into grades, with newly learned demons being grade 1. In that case, would martial artists also be divided into ranks? Thinking this to himself, Jiang Hao asked the question. System, how are martial artists ranked? Ding! Insufficient system permissions. Please upgrade to level 5. Insufficient level again. Is level 5 a critical threshold? Jiang Hao was feeling quite frustrated. Since the system wouldn't tell him, Jiang Hao had no choice but to put these things out of his mind for the time being. Their attention fell on the ink and the rice paper. Now that we have the magic brush, ordinary ink and rice paper seem a bit unworthy of it. Thinking this, Jiang Hao reached out and pressed his hand on 2 of the ink bottles. System, Synthesize. Ding! Congratulations, host, the synthesis was successful. You have obtained 1 bottle of grade 1 spirit ink, 2 skill points, and 1.2 experience points. First-class spirit ink, made by mixing the essence and blood of a first-class demon with top-quality ink. Synthesis successful. Extract. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. It really can synthesize good stuff. Afterwards, Jiang Hao took out 2 sheets of xian paper and, after several failures, finally succeeded. System, synthesize. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully synthesized a spirit paper, gained 0.9 skill points, and 0.7 experience points. Spiritual paper, soaked in spiritual energy and nurtured with Confucian wisdom. Synthesis successful. Extract. Looking at the thick stack of Xian paper he had bought, Zhang Hao immediately began to work hard to assemble it. After a long while, the synthesis finally ended. Zhang Hao had a smile on his face. This was a very fruitful haul: a first-grade spirit brush, a bottle of first-grade spirit ink, and 80 pages of spirit paper. This is enough for him to squander for a while. However, this time Zhang Hao has a new understanding of the system's synthesis mechanism. I wonder if the level of the synthesized item is limited by the system level. If so, then when the system level is higher in the future, if I just take 2 iron rods and combine them with the system, is it possible to get the Rui Jingu Bang, the magic staff? Thinking this way, Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy. Putting aside this beautiful dream for the time being, Zhang Hao took out spirit paper, spirit ink, and purple spirit bamboo wolf hairbrush from the system, ready to show off his skills. Zhang Hao then extravagantly had the system make a jade inkstone out of top-grade jadeite. He poured out a little spiritual ink, and a unique fragrance of ink wafted out. Zhang Hao dipped his brush in ink, then channeled his inner talent into the brush. The pen emitted a faint purple glow, and Zhang Hao didn't hesitate. He picked up his pen and sketched on the spiritual paper. In an instant, a poem appeared on the paper. It was truly a masterpiece of calligraphy, with strokes as powerful as dragons and snakes, and as elegant as iron hooks. At the same time, each character also emitted a faint milky white light, which was truly magical. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. To understand the Tao through the zither, and to conquer the heavens through chess. Let words define the universe, let paintings govern the mountains and rivers. Just as Zhang Hao finished writing, his father suddenly reached out and touched it. Father Jiang saw that each of the 20 or so characters on the Xian paper was shimmering with light, and they seemed to be swimming like dragons, which was incredibly magical. At the same time, there was a faint scent of ink, which inexplicably calmed his mind. Mr. Jiang was shocked. He thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his eyes. However, the strange phenomenon from before is gone this time. However, the calligraphy alone still gives people a sense of strength and profundity. Mr. Jiang never expected that his son could write calligraphy so beautifully. How did you write this? Overjoyed, Dad Jiang reached out to pick it up and take a closer look. How are these words of mine, Dad? Although Jiang Hao was asking a question, he made no attempt to hide his smugness. Before Father Jiang could answer, as he reached out to touch the spirit paper and was about to pick it up, he suddenly froze. What's going on? This page is so heavy. A heavy feeling came from his hand. Not believing in superstition, Father Jiang used a little force to pick up the spirit paper. At that moment, he looked shocked. On the table beneath the spirit paper, words were imprinted on the table through the spirit paper. It looks like it was carved on. The page in his hand was unusually heavy. Zhang Hao noticed his father's unusual behavior and followed his father's gaze to see the words engraved on the table. They were immediately taken aback. At that moment, an idiom came to mind. Penetrating. I never imagined that my calligraphy would become so extraordinary. Zhang Hao took the calligraphy from his stunned father's hands, and the calligraphy felt as light as a thin veil in his hands, without any abnormality. Looking at Zhang Hao's calm expression, Zhang's father asked in surprise, How, can you feel how heavy this calligraphy is? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao paused, puzzled. Dad, what's so heavy? I feel fine. Upon hearing this, Zhang's father knew that Zhang Hao had misunderstood. However, judging from Zhang Hao's expression, he seemed completely unaware. Such a miraculous thing was something that Zhang's father didn't know how to explain to Zhang Hao. However, Mr. Jiang was certain that he had not misjudged the situation. His son's calligraphy was definitely not simple. Nothing. I really like this calligraphy. Please give it to me. As he spoke, Father Jiang calmly took the calligraphy from Zhang Hao's hand. It's alright, you can have it if you like it. Zhang Hao didn't mind that his dad liked it, so he let his dad take it. He wanted the word, and he could write it any time, so he didn't cherish it much. However, at this moment, Mr. Jiang looked at the calligraphy in his hand with a sense of surprise. The heaviness of the calligraphy suddenly disappeared after it passed through Zhang Hao's hands. Now, it's indistinguishable from ordinary calligraphy. Such extraordinary calligraphy. Mr. Jiang decided to have it framed and hang it above his bed so he could appreciate it at his leisure. Father Jiang took the calligraphy and left. After verifying his calligraphy skills, Zhang Hao set aside an area in the system space and put away his brushes, ink, paper, and other supplies. It's time to buy some drawing tools. Meanwhile, Zhang's father took Zhang Hao's calligraphy and went out. Although Mr. Jiang wasn't very well educated, he still knew some literary allusions. For example, penetrating to the core, with words carrying immense weight. He thought these were just legends, but today he believes them. Soon, Mr. Jiang arrived at a framing and mounting shop. A middle-aged man was busy in the shop. Mr. Jiang seemed to know him well and greeted him with a smile. Old Wang, busy? Upon hearing this, Old Wang turned around and saw that it was Zhang's Zhang's father. He immediately stood up and jokingly said, "Oh, old man Zhang, what a rare guest. Old Zhang, what brings you here today?" As Mr. Zhang walked into the shop, he also joked, "What's wrong? Can't I take a walk around if there's nothing else to do?" However, old Wang had already seen the calligraphy and painting in Zhang's father's hand. He then smiled and said, "Come on." When Zhang's father saw that Lao Wang had already discovered it, he readily admitted it. "You wouldn't come to my temple without a reason, but I really do have something to ask of you today." As he spoke, Father Zhang carefully took out the calligraphy scroll. "Could you frame this calligraphy for me?" Old Wang casually took the roll of paper from Zhang's father, saying nonchalantly, "Whose masterpiece is this?" Father Zhang smiled slightly and said. Old Wang unfolded the scroll and looked at the words on it. At first, he had a smile on his face, but then his expression changed instantly, and he was shocked. As the paper roll unfolds, the large characters appear to swim like dragons. Moreover, whether he was seeing things or not, he actually saw that these words were emitting a faint white light. At the same time, the fragrance of ink spread, bringing him a sense of peace. However, the strange phenomenon disappeared very quickly. Old Wang rubbed his eyes, as if he were dreaming. With his decades of experience, this calligraphy alone is quite remarkable. "Old Zhang, this calligraphy of yours is quite remarkable." Mr. Jiang had been staring at Mr. Wang. When Mr. Wang said this, Mr. Jiang was startled, thinking that Mr. Wang had discovered something, and was thinking about how to explain. "This calligraphy is definitely the work of a master. It's already showing some divine qualities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a priceless treasure." Old Wang sighed, and when Zhang's father heard this, he recalled how casually Zhang Hao had given him this calligraphy. I was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Old Wang looked at Zhang's father and suddenly said solemnly, "Old Zhang, I can frame this calligraphy for you for free. Can I borrow it for a few days to enjoy?" Father Jiang was taken aback when he heard this, looking at Old Wang's longing eyes. He had known Lao Wang for many years, but he found it difficult to refuse. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Jiang agreed. "Okay, how many days will you borrow it for?" Upon hearing this, Old Wang was overjoyed, but then looked at Father Jiang with trepidation. 7 days, I'll frame it right now. Starting today, how about that?" Upon hearing this, Father Jiang thought that 7 days didn't seem like a long time. "Then you can frame it. I'll pick it up in 7 days. On the other side, Jiang Hao was preparing to go out to buy some painting tools. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When Jiang Hao opened the door, he was surprised to see Xue Zishi. "Mr. Jiang, did I disturb you?" "No, Miss Xue, please come in." Inviting Xue Zishi to sit down, Jiang Hao looked at her and asked, "Miss Xue, what can I do for you?" Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Please, Mr. Jiang, save me." Jiang Hao was surprised and handed the water in his hand to Xue Zishi. "What happened? Tell me what's going on." Xue Zishi looked haggard and then spoke. "This story begins with my Xue family. My Xue family is considered a large clan in Tianhe City. When my grandfather was alive, he was the head of the family and controlled the entire Xue family. I have 6 uncles and 3 aunts. My father was the eldest son, so after my grandfather passed away, my father became the head of the family. But many in the tribe are dissatisfied. When my father came to power, his foundation was unstable, so he had to distribute part of the family business to other people to manage, which is how he won over some supporters. More than a decade has passed since then. My father had no sons and only me as his daughter. In recent years, discontent has resurfaced in the clan. However, over the years, my father has consolidated his foundation and has begun to gradually reclaim the assets that were originally divided up. This increased his power, but also led to a growing number of people who were dissatisfied with him. After I came of age, my father handed over the Xue family's largest business, Tianfu Tower, to me to manage. This was opposed by many members of the clan, but my father had no sons, and I was his only daughter, so he was determined to pave the way for me. Fortunately, I have worked diligently over the past few years and managed Tianfu quite well. However, more and more people in the clan were dissatisfied with my father. Among them, my second uncle in particular won over other clansmen and secretly bribed many of them. Over the years, he has been secretly developing his business and now controls almost half of the Xue family's assets. Now, he has set his sights on Tianfu Tower, and he had already secretly bribed Wu Yong, the culinary master of Tianfu restaurant. Now that my second uncle has gained power, he has begun to pressure my father to relinquish his position as head of the family. I had no choice but to tell you that I also have a culinary master like you here. But my second uncle seems determined to force you to resign. He's conspired with Wu Yong to fight you in the kitchen. And the other tribesmen also agreed with this move. I had no choice but to come to you. After saying that, Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with hopeful eyes. Now, she has placed all her hopes on Jiang Hao. Perhaps only Jiang Hao can help him. After listening to Xue Zishi's account, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. Okay, I agree. Well, I'm a small shareholder of Tianfu restaurant, and I've been working with you for a long time, so I'm used to it. I don't really like dealing with strangers. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Xue Zishi was overjoyed. She quickly stood up and bowed to Jiang Hao. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Hao waved his hand, then smiled and spoke. "You're welcome. Just come pick me up whenever the kitchen is ready." Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi tentatively asked, "The time frame is within the next 3 days, Mr. Jiang. Why don't you make some preparations? I'll come pick you up in 2 days." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at his already level 3 divine chef skill and chuckled. "No need, they're just a bunch of worthless scoundrels. What's there to prepare?" Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi was at a loss for words. A master chef was actually described as rotten fish and shrimp by Jiang Hao. At the same time, she was worried that Jiang Hao was underestimating his opponent, but she didn't want to say anything to remind him. Helpless, Xue Zishi gritted her teeth and then spoke. "Mr. Jiang, the earliest we can expect to receive this is tomorrow morning. After all, we still need to invite the major families in Tianhe City and arrange the venue, etc." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't say much and then spoke. "You can arrange these things, but the sooner the better." Xue Zishi stood up and bid farewell to Jiang Hao. "Alright, I'll go back and inform them now and arrange the follow-up matters. I won't bother Mr. Jiang any longer." Jiang Hao also got up and saw Xue Zishi off. After seeing Xue Zishi off, Jiang Hao sat on the sofa and smiled smugly. A boring trick. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xue Zishi happily reported the matter to her father, Xue Zhangying. Xue Zhangying never expected that things would suddenly take a turn for the better. Overjoyed, Xue Zhangying used this news to temporarily calm down the wavering clansmen. Of course, second Master Xue, who is also Xue Zishi's second uncle, Xue Zhenxiong, also received this news. In a villa, Xue looked at the old man sitting opposite him and said with a smile, "Master Wu, that rising star actually agreed to my niece's request to debut with you. Moreover, he set the time for tomorrow morning. Ha ha, this rising star is truly fearless." Upon hearing this, the white-bearded old man opposite him chuckled softly. "Ignorance is bliss. It is precisely because of this caution that I have successfully collected 8 Master Chef knives and come this far. Perfect. Tomorrow I'll seize another Master Chef's knife, and then I'll have 9 knives at my peak. From this day forward, I shall be the greatest master of cooking in the world. Ha ha ha." Wu Yong was full of confidence, but little did he know that Jiang Hao didn't take him seriously at all. Soon, all the wealthy and powerful families in Tianhe City received invitations. They were shocked to learn that it was a culinary battle between 2 master chefs, but they were also very excited. At the same time, Jia Renjie also learned that Jiang Hao was actually going to have a cooking contest. Immediately, they compiled information on Jiang Hao's opponent, Master Wu, and sent it over. Meanwhile, in the Song residence, Song Wanzhong was lying on a recliner in the pavilion reading a book. On the other side, He Huixin, Song Wanner and her daughter, Feng Nishan, and Aunt Hong, 4 women in a lively conversation, were chatting away. At this moment, Uncle Hai walked over. "Master, this is an invitation that the Xue family just sent over. Tomorrow, Mr. Jiang will have a culinary duel with Wu Yong, the master chef of Tianfu restaurant." Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong immediately became interested, put down the book in his hand, and accepted the invitation that Uncle Hai handed him. After reading the post, Song Wanzhong chuckled and then said with interest, "Ocean, who do you think will win?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai lowered his head and pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know how good Wu Yong's cooking is, but Mr. Jiang is so young, yet he is already a master chef, and his skills are unfathomable. I think Mr. Jiang will definitely win." Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Jiang Hao is unfathomable. Wu Yong's actions are tantamount to digging his own grave." Song Wanzhong felt a chill run down his spine whenever he thought of Jiang Hao's eyes. Uncle Hai and Song Wanzhong's conversation was completely undisguised, and Song Wanner and the others overheard it clearly. Song Wanner hurriedly asked anxiously, "Dad, you're saying Hao Ji is going to have a cooking contest?" Song Wanzhong made no attempt to hide anything and immediately handed over the invitation in his hand. And the person he was culinary battling with was none other than the former master chef of Tianfu restaurant. "Here, this is an invitation from the Xue family." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. When Song Wanner took the invitation and looked at it, she immediately became anxious. What should we do? Seeing his daughter's anxious expression, Song Wanzhong felt a pang of sadness. "You should still worry about that Grandmaster Wu." Uncle Hai also offered words of comfort from the side. "Miss, Mr. Jiang is already a master chef, and his culinary skills are unfathomable. You can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Feng Nishan was startled. That mysterious Jiang Hao was actually a culinary master. Jiang Hao's information wasn't exactly confidential. Feng Nishan had already obtained it through other channels. However, there is absolutely no clue about him in his records. She came to the Song family hoping to find an opportunity to learn more about Jiang Hao. As expected, perseverance pays off. From the conversation between Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai today, it's clear that Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai definitely know something. Moreover, she was even more surprised to discover that there were actually 5 martial artists in the Song family mansion. Moreover, Uncle Hai is not only a martial artist, but his strength is no less than Aunt Hong's. However, this does not match the information she received earlier. Rumors Rumors had circulated that the 5th elder, 7th elder, and 8th elder of the White Tiger Hall under the Underworld Palace had come to the Song residence together. In the end, only the 5th elder and the 7th elder left in a sorry state, while the 8th elder was suspected of dying. But now, with Uncle Hai and the other 4 warriors' strength, they are simply not enough to resist the threat from the Underworld Palace. Then wasn't it someone else who made the move? Could it be that mysterious Jiang Hao? At this moment, seeing how confident Song Wanzhong and Uncle Hai were, Song Wan'er put aside her worries and took the invitation to Feng Nishang's side. Sister Ni Chang, why don't you come with us to watch the cooking competition tomorrow? Brother Hao's cooking is so delicious. Maybe we'll have a chance to try his cooking someday. Feng Nishang was still thinking about how to participate in tomorrow's cooking competition when Song Wan'er invited her first. A smile appeared on Feng Nishang's face. Good, that's exactly what I was thinking. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early, and after listening to a piece of music to cleanse his soul, he waited quietly for Shui Zishi to arrive. When Jiang Hao's parents and younger sister Jiang Zixuan found out that Jiang Hao was going to compete in a cooking competition, they all insisted on going to cheer him on. Jiang Hao let them be. At 9 o'clock sharp, Shui Zishi arrived at Jiang Hao's place. Mr. Jiang, I've come to pick you up. Jiang Hao nodded. Wait a minute. Then he called out to the inner room. Mom and Dad, Zixuan is leaving. No, they're here. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Zixuan came out, all dressed up beautifully and looking very happy. People who didn't know better would think they were going on a trip. Shui Zishi broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. Don't they know that fighting in the kitchen is very dangerous? Or are they simply very confident in Mr. Jiang? Shui Zishi temporarily put these thoughts aside and greeted Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan. Miss Shui, let's go. Jiang Hao spoke, and Shui Zishi quickly followed suit. Mr. Jiang, have you forgotten something? Jiang Hao looked at Shui Zishi with a puzzled expression. What have I forgotten? Seeing Jiang Hao's expression, Shui Zishi was stunned and immediately had a bad feeling. Mr. Jiang, don't you bring your own kitchen utensils? Jiang Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. Doesn't the cook deserve to be provided with kitchen utensils? Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi immediately rubbed her forehead. He's starting to doubt whether Jiang Haoqing is even aware of the rules of the cooking competition. She quickly explained. Mr. Jiang, cooking utensils will certainly be provided during the cooking competition, but the chefs usually use their own special cooking utensils. That way, we won't have to waste time and energy getting used to all those new kitchen utensils in the kitchen cabinet. Jiang Hao understood immediately upon hearing this. He thought the cook had to bring his own cooking utensils, which meant he would have to bring his old kitchen knife from home too. However, since kitchen utensils will be provided, it saves me the trouble of bringing my own big cleaver. Upon learning that a kitchen knife would be provided, Jiang Hao said indifferently, there's no need for that, you don't need to bring it. After saying that, Jiang Hao left the house first. Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi froze. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan, who was standing to the side, tugged at Shui Zishi and said with a smile, let's go, Sister Shui. Shui Zishi gave a wry smile as she looked at the delighted Jiang family members. She didn't know what to say. Soon, Shui Zishi drove Jiang Hao to the culinary competition venue. Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan went to the audience seats. At this moment, the culinary competition venue was already bustling with people. Many people also noticed Jiang Hao next to Shui Zishi, and immediately, a wave of speculation arose. Who is that young man? Shouldn't Miss Shui be inviting that mysterious culinary master? Could that young man be that mysterious grandmaster? How is that possible? I don't even think he's 20 years old. How could he possibly be a culinary master? Everyone was discussing it, but no one believed that Jiang Hao was a culinary master. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao also learned about the cooking process from Shui Zishi. First, they introduced themselves, and then both sides had 20 minutes to select the ingredients. The timer starts, and both parties will use the 36 methods of cooking to make one of their signature dishes using each method, for a total of 36 dishes. The player who takes the shortest time each time gets a 1-point lead. The dishes prepared by both sides were then sent to the judging panel, which would be any of the prestigious restaurants in Tianhe City for review. Simply rate each of the 2 dishes. During this process, none of the judges knew which dish was made by which master chef. Finally, the scores are tallied, and whoever has the most points wins. Just as Jiang Hao was familiarizing himself with the venue, a middle-aged man arrived in a hurry with several people. Shui Zishi smiled and waved, and the middle-aged man came over when he saw her. After the middle-aged man came over, he said anxiously, Zishi, quickly take me to visit that grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi was afraid that her father would displease Jiang Hao, so she quickly pointed to Jiang Hao, who was standing calmly to the side. Dad, this is the culinary master I was talking about, Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Shui Zhangying glanced at Jiang Hao and was immediately filled with shock. At the same time, I really couldn't believe it. But now that the Shui family has come to this point, he believes his daughter wouldn't lie to him. But isn't this grandmaster too young? However, Shui Zhangying was also a cunning old fox. Although he was full of suspicion towards Jiang Hao, he showed no further reaction beyond his initial shock. Now, he's ready to fire the arrow. The fate of the Shui family is now in the hands of this young man, and he has no choice but to trust him. He apologized repeatedly, giving Jiang Hao plenty of face. I apologize, it was my poor eyesight that I did not recognize Master Jiang in person. Please forgive me. Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to it. Afterwards, Shui Zhangying and Shui Zishi accompanied Jiang Hao to familiarize him with the surroundings. However, they hadn't even taken 2 or 3 steps. A sprightly old man with a white beard and a middle-aged man who looked a lot like Shui Zhangying walked toward them, surrounded by a crowd. At this moment, Shui Zishi and Shui Zhangying stopped and looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Shui Zishi lowered her voice and introduced herself to Jiang Hao. That old man is none other than Master Wu. The person next to him is my second uncle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded, glanced at Shui Jingxiong, and had to admit that Shui Jingxiong did indeed have the appearance of a cunning and ruthless man. In particular, his 2 mustaches perfectly revealed his cunning and ruthless nature. At this moment, Shui Jingxiong saw Shui Zishi and Shui Zhangying and immediately smiled. Hey, big brother, niece Zishi, you're here too. Then he saw Jiang Hao standing between Shui Zishi and Shui Zhangying. He was taken aback for a moment, then said with a hint of sarcasm, "Could this little kid be the culinary master that my niece Shui Zishi was talking about?" Shui Zishi did not answer Shui Zhenxiong's question, but instead said sarcastically, "Second uncle, this is none of your business. Second uncle, I advise you to be careful of some rebellious old fogies." As soon as Shui Zishi said this, Shui Zhangying and the Master Wu next to him immediately turned ugly. Master Wu's face turned cold, and he stepped forward to reprimand him. However, Jiang Hao looked over and met the angry Master Wu. Instantly, Wuxia felt as if his soul had been swallowed up by Jiang Hao's gaze. Master Wu quickly looked away and staggered back a few steps. Behind him, Shui Jingxiong quickly helped Wuxia up and then asked with concern, "Teacher Wu, what's wrong?" Wuxia steadied himself and stood up straight again, but he dared not look at Jiang Hao again. Seeing that Wuxia seemed normal, Shui Jingxiong didn't pay any attention to it. Shui Jingxiong thought that Shui Zishi's provocative words had affected Master Wu, and he stared at Shui Zishi with a grim expression. "My niece Zishi is still as sharp-tongued as ever. My niece Zishi, I hope you'll still be as sharp-tongued as ever after this culinary battle." After saying that, Shui Jingxiong and Master Wu left amidst the crowd. At this moment, it was almost time, so Shui Zhangying led Jiang Hao to the front desk. Soon, the time was up, and everyone was in place. The host then gave an opening speech. "Now, please welcome our 2 culinary masters to the stage. Please introduce yourselves as a sign of respect." As the host began to speak, 2 people walked out from behind the curtain on the stage, one on each side. It was Jiang Hao and that spirited old man with a white beard, Master Wu. Jiang Hao came up empty-handed. That Master Wu was indeed holding a black leather wallet with great care. Master Wu walked to the microphone on the side, looked at the crowd below the stage, and began to introduce himself. "I am Wu Yong, 60 years old this year, and I learned my culinary skills from the imperial chef, Mr. Wang Wenba. I started learning to cook at the age of 5, became proficient at 20, and became a master chef at 30. Over the next 15 years, he defeated 8 renowned chefs in culinary competitions, winning 8 chef's knives, and at the age of 45, he became a culinary master." As he spoke, Master Wu waved his hand, and 2 people behind him carried a small cabinet to his side. Master Wu opened the kitchen cabinet, inside which hung 8 very different kitchen knives, and at the end, there was a reserved space. At this moment, Master Wu spoke up triumphantly. "These are the 8 kitchen knives I obtained after defeating 8 culinary masters." Then, he pointed to the last reserved spot in the kitchen cabinet. "I have one wish, to obtain the 9 blades in my lifetime, and this position was reserved for this day. Today, by a stroke of good fortune, I am finally about to perfect my 9 blades." Master Wu's words were brimming with confidence. Before the cooking competition even started, he seemed to have already decided that he would win. Master Wu's self-introduction left even those unfamiliar with culinary rules feeling a sense of awe and wonder. Those in the culinary world wore even more solemn expressions. Next, Jiang Hao introduced himself. When everyone saw Jiang Hao, they were immediately shocked, and some even could not believe it. "He's a master chef? Isn't that too young?" A commotion immediately erupted from below. Jiang Hao glanced around the room and saw that, in addition to his family, Shui Zishi, Jia Renjie, Song Wanzhong, and other acquaintances were also present. However, to Jiang Hao's surprise, Feng Nishang and Aunt Hong were also sitting next to Song Wanzhong's family. Without much thought, Jiang Hao calmly introduced himself. "My name is Jiang Hao. I am 18 years old this year. I have no culinary apprenticeship, but if I had to say, I would be a culinary god. I've been involved in culinary arts for less than a year, haven't I? I'd say I'm a culinary master now. That's all." Jiang Hao's 2 simple sentences instantly stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Everyone gasped in shock. Holy crap, 18 years old, self-taught, and became a culinary master in less than a year? Could this be the reincarnation of a culinary master? Countless people were amazed. At this moment, even Song Wanzhong and the others were shocked. Although they knew Jiang Hao was a culinary master, but they didn't know that Jiang Hao had been learning to cook for less than a year. Feng Nishang was deeply shocked. With boundless spiritual power, terrifying eyes, and unparalleled musical skills, his talent in cooking is now unprecedented. Who exactly nurtured such a prodigy? However, at this moment, some people's faces were indeed extremely grim. For example, Shui Jingxiong and that Wu Shi who just made those outrageous remarks. The two men stared at Jiang Hao with grim expressions. An 18-year-old culinary master. No one would believe this if it were told to them. Moreover, this person actually came into contact with the art of cooking, and in less than a year, he had mastered it all without a teacher. This caused the two, who had been full of confidence, to fall into complete despair. In contrast, Shui Zhengying and Shui Zishi were overjoyed. For a time, the people underground were divided into two factions, one supporting Wu Shi, who had a brilliant record of victories. Some support Jiang Hao, the culinary prodigy. Soon, under the host's arrangement, both sides began to select ingredients. Jiang Hao calmly and methodically selected ingredients, while Master Wu looked solemn. 20 minutes passed quickly. The cooking competition has officially begun. As the host announced the rules, the first dish was a stir-fry. Jiang Hao chose cabbage. With his exceptional knife skills, Jiang Hao evenly sliced the cabbage into thin strips about 5 mm wide. Then, light the fire, add oil, a spoonful of white sugar, and wait until the oil changes color to a certain point before quickly pouring the cabbage into the pot. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Hao started adding various ingredients. Stir it a few more times, and a rich aroma begins to waft out. The dish was ready in no time. Looking at the rows of pale yellow cabbages, Jiang Hao smiled. Fragrance +5. That's the essence of this dish. Then, Jiang Hao calmly pressed the bell. Meanwhile, the host in the venue outside immediately made an announcement. Master Jiang took 4 minutes and 49 seconds to cook the first stir-fry. As the host announced the announcement, a commotion erupted in the hall. So fast? Wow, no wonder he's a culinary prodigy. Shui Jingxiong was extremely anxious inside, but he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Of course, he didn't forget to put down his opponents. He spoke loudly to the person next to him, pretending to be relaxed. Young people are just so impatient. In the pursuit of speed, they have forgotten the essence of cooking. Anyone with eyes can see that Shui Jingxiong is deliberately suppressing his opponent. But there was some truth to what he said, and he managed to fool some people. Some people who were originally neutral also nodded in agreement with his words. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Shui Jingxiong looked at Shui Zishi and her father and smiled smugly. Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi and her father's faces darkened. Meanwhile, on the other two sides, the Jiang family members, Song Wanner and others also frowned and glared at Shui Jingxiong. Song Wanner glared at Shui Jingxiong and angrily complained to Feng Nishang beside her. Sister N.I. Chang, that person is so wicked. Feng Nishang was speechless. They're rivals to begin with, so this kind of suppression is perfectly normal. Soon, the phone rang from Wu Shi's side as well. The first stir-fry is finished. Master Wu took 8 minutes and 15 seconds. In terms of time, Grandmaster Jiang is 1 point ahead. Next, please have our staff deliver the first dish prepared by the two master chefs to guest number 1 for their feedback. As soon as the host spoke, two beautiful women in cheongsams quickly pushed identical food carts, delivering covered dishes to table number 1. Nobody knows who made which one. The first guest stood up and nodded to the others as a greeting. Then, without waiting, I casually lifted the lid of a food cooker and started to taste it. He first tried a plate of dry-fried green beans. Seeing how much he loved it, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. When he finally unveiled the second dish, a unique and rich aroma wafted throughout the venue. The man looked delighted and immediately began to taste it. Even after he finished the dish, he was still not satisfied. At this moment, the host interjected appropriately. Please rate these two dishes. Guest number 1. At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, guest number 1 stood up. You two truly deserve the title of masters, but based on my personal preference, I give this green bean dish an 8 out of 10, and this cabbage a 10 out of 10. After the guests finished giving their scores, the host began to speak. Please turn on the big screen. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, the entire process of Jiang Hao and Chef Wu cooking was shown on the big screen. Now, it's clear who won and who lost. It seems that our Grandmaster Jiang will be leading by 11 points for the time being. As soon as the host announced it, a buzz of discussion erupted from the audience. Those on Jiang Hao's side were ecstatic, while those on Wu Shi's side had grim expressions. Then, the host announced the second course, which was cooking. The two sides started again, and before long, Jiang Hao finished first again, scoring another point. After Chef Wu finished, the second dish was served to the guests at table number 2, under the guidance of the host. After tasting the food at two tables, the guests gave it a score of 7 and a score of 10 respectively. Finally, the big screen lit up again. Without a doubt, Jiang Hao has scored another 10 points. Jiang Hao's score immediately jumped to 22 points, while Master Wu only had 15 points. To everyone's surprise, just two dishes had created such a huge gap between these two masters. Next, the host announced the third dish, fried. Jiang Hao finished first again, taking the lead and scoring another point. After tasting it, the third guest gave it a score of 9 and a score of 10 respectively. However, when the big screen lit up, everyone was shocked to see that Jiang Jiang Hao's dish had scored 10 points again. In this way, Jiang Hao has 33 points, while Wuxia only has 24 points. The results of the fourth test are Jiang Hao 44, Wuxia 33. The results of the fifth test are Jiang Hao 54, Wuxia 41. As the cooking competition progressed, Jiang Hao maintained his lead. Question 10, Jiang Hao 108, Wuxia 80. Question 11, Jiang Hao 119, Wuxia 90. Question 20, Jiang Hao 217, Wuxia 166. Question 21, Jiang Hao 228, Wuxia 175. At this point, the cooking competition was more than halfway through, and it was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that Jiang Hao had gained an absolute advantage. Soon, the 30th dish arrived. Jiang Hao 326, Wuxia 250. The cooking competition continues until the 35th dish. Jiang Hao 377, Wuxia 290. In this way, the outcome is already decided, and with the arrival of the 36th dish, the final result. Jiang Hao 388, Wuxia 300. Jiang Hao won the 30 methods of cooking with overwhelming force. As Jiang Hao and Wu Shi, who were unaware of the outcome from behind, stepped onto the stage, the people looked at Master Wu with pity in their eyes. Wu Shi had already noticed something was wrong from everyone's gazes. When he looked towards the judges' table, Shui Jingxiang was nowhere to be seen. Then, the host announced the results. In this culinary battle between the two culinary masters, after 36 rounds of competition, Master Jiang won with a high score of 388, while Master Wu lost with 300 points. Upon hearing this result, Wu Shi's face turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He was muttering to himself, "Impossible. How could there be such a big difference?" Jiang Hao won by a landslide, according to the rules. Jiang Hao will take away Master Wu's cooking utensils, and Master Wu will be forced to stop cooking. However, Jiang Hao did not take away Master Wu's kitchen utensils. Firstly, he doesn't have that kind of fetish. Secondly, this is completely meaningless. His culinary skills were already comparable to a master at level 2, and at level 3 he had actually surpassed the master level. Fighting against Wu Yongchu was never going to be a battle of equals. Jiang Hao wouldn't come here to bully newbies if it weren't necessary. As the culinary battle came to an end, Jiang Hao's fame soared once again. He has been given titles such as Genius Chef, Reincarnation of the God of Cookery, and #1 Master of the Culinary Arts. After the cooking competition ended, many people extended olive branches to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao thanked them one by one. Subsequently, Song Wanzhong invited Jiang Hao's family to a celebration banquet for him. Jiang Hao couldn't refuse, so he took his family and left with Song Wanzhong. Meanwhile, Shui Zhengying and Shui Zishi have already begun to busy themselves with completely subduing the Shui family. With the favorable situation that Jiang Hao secured for them, some of the Shui family members who were originally neutral all sided with them. However, it must be said that Shui Jingxiang is indeed a cunning and ruthless man. He was well prepared and transferred a large amount of funds in advance. They ran off with the money. As for that Master Wu, a loser, he has long been forgotten by everyone else. This world is very real. It's always written by the victors. Who would remember a useless loser? 3 days passed, and Jiang Hao lived a peaceful life. However, on this day, Jiang Hao's peaceful days were finally shattered. June 29, 3:45 a.m. Mr. Zhang's phone suddenly rang. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang were woken up by the noise. Zhang's father picked up the phone in a daze and saw that it was old Wang, the framing artist. "Damn, what's old Wang up to? Making a phone call in the middle of the night, disturbing my sleep." Zhang's father answered the phone, grumbling and cursing, and was about to yell at old Wang. However, before he could start yelling, a piercing scream suddenly came from the phone, startling Mr. Zhang so much that he dropped his phone. Then, old Wang's desperate cries for help came through the phone. "Help! Old man Jiang, save me!" Mr. Jiang shuddered and became fully awake. He stared in horror at the phone that had fallen onto the bed. At this moment, Jiang's mother was also startled awake from her sleep. The two of them stared blankly at their phones. Meanwhile, Lao Wang's cries for help could be heard from the phone, along with a shrill and ear-piercing scream from a woman. Father Zhang's face turned pale, and he felt uneasy. In the end, he picked up the phone and tentatively called out. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a self-built villa on the outskirts of Tianhe City, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe was holding a framed calligraphy and painting in his arms. This person is none other than old Wang. At this moment, he was facing off against a white-clad figure with long flowing hair, hiding outside the window, his face filled with terror. At this moment, the woman in white looked hopefully at a blank painting hanging on the wall not far away. He seemed to really want it, but when he saw old Wang in the painting, he looked wary. No, to be precise, what he was wary of was the calligraphy and painting that old Wang was holding in his arms. That painting contained only a few dozen characters, but each character was like a living, swimming dragon. Whenever she gets close, the calligraphy will burst into a milky white light. It made her feel like she was being burned by fire. She was too afraid to get close. At this moment, old Wang retreated again and again until he was backed into a corner. His face was full of panic. He hugged the calligraphy tightly with one hand and picked up the phone with the other to call for help. "Brother Wei Ping, come save me. There's a ghost." That calligraphy? The calligraphy you gave me. A few minutes later, the lights in the Jiang family's living room came on. Father Jiang held Mother Jiang, who looked terrified, while Jiang Hao sat opposite them. Jiang Hao stared intently at his father, Jiang Weiping. Dad, you're saying my Uncle Wang encountered a ghost? Was it my calligraphy that saved him? Jiang Hao said, his face full of surprise and doubt. At this moment, the worldview he had formed over more than a decade of ordinary life made him somewhat unwilling to believe it. But at the same time, he also knew that this era was no longer the ordinary era it once was. Ghosts are indeed possible. Moreover, his calligraphy was written using Confucian talent, which is extremely effective against evil spirits. The whole thing seems to make sense. Jiang's father seemed unsettled, but he still responded when Jiang Hao asked him, I took your calligraphy that day, intending to have your Uncle Wang frame it. Your Uncle Wang really liked that calligraphy after seeing it. He said he could frame it for me for free and asked if I could borrow it to admire for a few days. I have a good relationship with your Uncle Wang, so I agreed to lend him 7 days. He just called me, screaming for help in a panic. Then I heard a terrible woman scream. Later he said that your calligraphy would emit white light, and whenever the ghost got close, the calligraphy would burst out with white light, and the female ghost would not dare to come near. And when she ran out carrying the calligraphy and paintings, the female ghost disappeared. After listening to what Jiang's father said, Jiang Hao remained silent for a while. At this moment, Jiang's mother timidly peeked out her eyes and asked Jiang Hao with a nervous expression, How, it's better to believe in the existence of unclean things than to believe they don't exist. Since it's afraid of your calligraphy, why don't you write a few more pieces and put them at home? As soon as Jiang's mother said this, Jiang's father also agreed. Yes, How, write it now. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were originally from the countryside, and they naturally held a deep reverence for ghosts and spirits, but they were extremely careful. Okay, I'll go get the pen and ink. Since both of Jiang's parents had spoken, Jiang Hao couldn't refuse. Moreover, he himself had this plan. Jiang Hao responded and then turned around to go back to his bedroom to get paper, ink, and a pen. Back in his bedroom, Jiang Hao took out a spirit brush, spirit ink, and spirit paper from his system space. Back in the living room, Jiang's mother quickly tidied up the things on the table, while Jiang's father helped Jiang Hao carry his things. They helped lay out the paper, and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang stood by and watched. At this moment, Aunt Jiang twitched her nose and asked in surprise, How, where did you buy this ink? It smells so good. Father Jiang nodded in agreement. Yes, I smelled this ink last time, and the scent of ink seems to have a calming effect on the mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and said, Mom and Dad, this is expensive ink. It's ridiculously pricey. My paper, pen, and ink are all custom-made. They're not usually sold anywhere. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang muttered to themselves. Jiang Hao didn't press the matter further, but instead pondered what to write. Dad, what do you think we should write? Jiang's father enjoys reading and has a solid foundation in Chinese language, so Jiang Hao sought his father's opinion. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang remained silent for a moment before speaking. I think it would be better if we had some powerful and assertive poetry. I think the poem The Swordsman, Jia Dao, is quite good. It has a lot of spirit. 10 years to forge a sword, its frosty edge yet to be tested. Today I present this to you, who has a grievance to redress. Father Jiang blurted it out casually. Jiang Hao was also surprised, but he didn't hesitate when his father spoke up. As he mobilized the chaotic energy within his body and transformed it into a portion of Confucian talent, he poured it into the purple spirit brush in his hand. Instantly, a faint layer of purple mist emanated from the purple spirit brush. Then, with a flourish of his pen, Jiang Hao produced a powerful poem on the paper in just a few strokes. As each character was born from Jiang Hao's pen, it began to emit a faint milky white light. Even the words seemed to come alive, moving across the paper, which looked magical. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang watched this scene in shock. If they weren't afraid of waking Jiang Zixuan, Mrs. Jiang would have almost screamed. Jiang's mother lowered her voice and asked Jiang's father with an excited expression, Wei Ping, did you see that? There was a white light on the words just now. And, is this character moving? Although Jiang's father had already seen it once, he still found it very amazing. Father Jiang was also very excited and nodded vigorously. He was right last time. His son's handwriting is truly remarkable. As soon as Jiang Hao finished writing, a phantom image of a sword appeared on the paper, hidden in its sheath. Even so, as this phantom sword formed, the surrounding air seemed to turn several degrees colder. However, this strange phenomenon only lasted for a few breaths before disappearing in the blink of an eye, and the painting returned to its ordinary state. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were horrified, and then they couldn't help but shiver. Jiang Hao seemed to have not expected this result either, and he quickly reached out to roll up the calligraphy. Dad, let's frame this calligraphy tomorrow and hang it in the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang finally came to their senses. Jiang's father swallowed hard and took the words Jiang Hao handed him. Then, it seemed that Mr. Jiang had made a decision. He glanced at Jiang Hao and spoke. Your calligraphy is so amazing. I'm going to learn how to mount calligraphy in paintings so I can do it myself. After all this, Father Jiang was no longer comfortable entrusting the calligraphy to anyone else. Jiang Hao did not not object to his father's decision. At this moment, Zhang's mother stared intently at the table. On the table, the poem that Zhang Hao had just written was imprinted on the table through the paper. People who don't know the truth might think that Zhang Haoyin engraved it. Subsequently, Zhang Hao wrote 3 more gentle famous lines with his Confucian and Taoist talents, and left them to his father. Mr. Zhang placed the 3 paintings and calligraphy works in the master bedroom where he and his wife lived, and 1 each in the bedrooms of Zhang Zixuan and Zhang Hao. Soon, the summer nights are very short, and it gets light as early as 4 or 5 in the morning. Just after 5 o'clock, Lao Wang called again. Old Wang cried as he recounted his story. "Brother Jiang, my house is haunted. I'm too scared to go back. I'm at the Sinuo Hotel. Please help me." When Zhang's father saw that it was dawn, he felt relieved. Moreover, he still had the calligraphy and painting written by Zhang Haogang in his hand. However, Zhang's father still sought Zhang Hao's opinion. Zhang Hao was also curious about what ghosts looked like. At the same time, he also wanted to test whether his Confucian and Taoist talents could kill the ghosts. With the results in hand, he can now embrace this new era of profound change. Originally, Zhang Hao wanted to go and take a look by himself, but his father wouldn't let him take the risk. So, in the end, Zhang's father, fully equipped with the calligraphy that Zhang Hao had written first, accompanied Zhang Hao to see Old Wang. In a hotel room, Zhang Weiping sat to the side, while a middle-aged man knelt excitedly in front of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao originally wanted Lao Wang to take him to his house for a visit. As a result, Old Wang was so frightened that he dared not go back. Left with no other choice, Zhang Hao had to tell the truth. The calligraphy he was holding was written by himself. "If Old Wang doesn't listen, take back that calligraphy." Upon hearing this, Old Wang felt as if he had grasped at the last straw. "Hao, save me." Zhang Hao helped Old Wang up, then said helplessly, "Uncle Wang, if you don't take me to see it, I won't know what's going on. How can I save you? Besides, it's almost broad daylight now. Those unclean things wouldn't dare to come out." Upon hearing this, Old Wang felt that what Zhang Hao said made a lot of sense. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, I'll take you there, but you have to help me." Zhang Hao comforted him. Help! I can help, I definitely will." Then, the 3 of them, led by Lao Wang, arrived at Lao Wang's suburban villa. Upon entering the villa, Father Zhang unfolded Zhang Hao's calligraphy beforehand, ready for the challenge. Old Wang was also holding the framed calligraphy. When the door opened, although Zhang Hao was not afraid, his father still protected him behind him. The 3 of them cautiously entered the villa, but everything inside was normal, and there was no sound at all. Only then did Father Jiang and Old Wang feel a little relieved. However, they did not put away the calligraphy and paintings in their hands. Upon entering the main hall, Old Wang spoke. "Luckily, my wife took the kids to her parents' house a few days ago, so I've been home alone these past few days. Last night, I drank some alcohol and went straight to bed when I got home. In the middle of the night, I suddenly felt thirsty, so I came to the main hall to get a glass of water. As soon as I came out, I saw a white phantom float in through a window." At this point, Old Wang glanced out the window, then quickly turned away, shuddering as if he were haunted. "I was terrified and hid to one side, too scared to make a sound. When I came back last night, I just casually put your calligraphy on that table over there. I was hiding to the side watching. Just as the female ghost floated in, the calligraphy you wrote suddenly burst forth with a white light. The white light fell on the female ghost, she screamed, and then floated out of the window. Later, she seemed to try to enter the room several times, but every time she entered, the calligraphy would burst into white light and she would hide back inside. That's when I realized that the calligraphy seemed to be suppressing her, so I rushed over, picked it up, held it in front of me, and called for help." Old Wang explained the whole process to Zhang Hao, while Zhang Hao searched around the room. According to Uncle Wang, it seems that something in this house has attracted the female ghost. This is why, even though the female ghost was wary of the characters I wrote with Confucian and Taoist flair, she still tried to enter me multiple times. But what exactly is it that attracts her so much? Zhang Hao frowned, now positioned at the window, trying to see the inside of the room from the female ghost's perspective. Just as Zhang Hao stood still, his gaze fell on the wall directly in front of him from this angle. There hangs an ancient scroll there. There was a girl dressed in white gazing affectionately into the distance. Just then, Zhang Hao seemed to see the woman in the painting suddenly move. Zhang Hao pretended not to know, went around in circles, and then asked Lao Wang a few trivial questions. Then, he inadvertently came to the painting, looked at it, and casually asked a question. "Uncle Wang, whose work is this painting? It looks like an old piece." With no news for so long, Old Wang has become much more settled. He came out carrying 2 glasses of water, heard Zhang Hao's words, and then replied indifferently. "You mean that painting? I traded it for a piece of junk the day before yesterday. It looks like an antique to me, but I don't know whose work it is." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao nodded. At this moment, Zhang Hao was certain that the source of all the problems was this painting. As soon as he stepped in front of the painting, his Confucian and Taoist aura suddenly reacted. He had walked around this room several times, only when he got here would the Confucian and Taoist talents within him react. At this moment, Old Wang thought Zhang Hao liked the painting, so he quickly said, Hao, if you like it, you can take it. It's not worth much anyway." Zhang Hao had originally planned to find an excuse to ask Lao Wang for the painting. Unexpectedly, old Wang just gave it to him like that, saving him the trouble of racking his brains. Then thank you very much, Uncle Wang. Zhang Hao smiled as he took down the painting of a lady, rolled it up, and held it in his hand. To everyone's surprise, the painting of the lady seemed to be alive, and even struggled to come to life. Zhang Hao subtly channeled a trace of Confucian and Taoist talent into his hand, and the painting of ladies in his hand immediately fell silent. Then, Zhang Hao turned to look at Lao Wang and said, Uncle Wang, keep that calligraphy you have. Then find some brush and ink, and I'll write you another one. It should be alright now. If you're still worried, you can contact a reputable geomancer to settle things at home. Upon hearing this, old Wang was overjoyed. Okay, I'll go get the pen, ink, and paper right away. After old Wang left, Father Jiang, holding a cup of tea, frowned as he looked thoughtfully at the painting in Zhang Hao's hand. After Lao Wang brought over a pen, ink, and paper, Zhang Hao left behind a few large, flamboyant characters. Then, I prepared to say goodbye to my dad. Old Wang actually took several important items, as well as the words Zhang Hao had just written, and left the villa with Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao said it was nothing, Lao Wang was still a little scared. Fortunately, he has more than one place to live. Halfway there, Lao Wang parted ways with Zhang Weiping and his son Zhang Hao. Zhang's father was driving, and Zhang Hao was sitting in the passenger seat. In fact, Zhang Hao had been clutching the painting of a lady in his hand ever since they left old Wang's villa, so his father drove the whole way. Of course, Mr. Jiang also has a driver's license. After Lao Wang left, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat somber. At this moment, Father Jiang said casually, Hao, is that painting in your hand some kind of antique treasure? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but glance at his father. After a long silence, Zhang Hao spoke. Dad, so many changes have happened to me lately. Have you ever suspected anything? Father Jiang turned his head, glanced at Zhang Hao, and then smiled. What do I suspect? No matter how much you change, you're still my son. What do I have to doubt? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a surge of emotion. Dad, thank you for trusting me so much. After saying that, Zhang Hao paused for a moment, and then continued. Actually, I haven't changed. What has changed is this world. 50 days ago, this place was no longer the same place it used to be. More than 50 days ago, spiritual energy appeared in the world, and martial artists came into existence. The martial artist is somewhat like a martial arts character from a wuxia novel, or even somewhat like a fantasy character. Martial artists possess superhuman strength in every gesture. But 50 days ago, I suddenly became a martial artist, which is why I have undergone such a big change. Of course, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, many things that didn't exist before have now appeared. As he spoke, Zhang Hao picked up the painting of a lady in his hand and continued. For example, her. Zhang Hao seemed afraid that his father would be scared, so he immediately said, But don't worry, Dad, she can't cause any trouble in my hands. A new era is about to begin, and I am already searching for a way to make you all martial artists. Zhang's father listened silently to Zhang Hao's explanation, his heart filled with shock. After a long while, Mr. Zhang seemed to have recovered his senses. Father Zhang smiled and looked at Zhang Hao, then spoke. Dad believes in you. Your mom, Zixuan, and I will all support you. At this moment, Father Zhang glanced at the painting of ladies in Zhang Hao's hand and then spoke. But what do you plan to do with it? Zhang Hao felt much better after confronting his father. As for what to do with the painting, he didn't know. Actually, the reason I'm not afraid of her is because I've cultivated Confucian talent. My writing is imbued with Confucian wisdom, and Confucian wisdom can subdue all evil. I could say that killing her is entirely up to me. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, the painting of the lady in his hand struggled again. Then, a faint, soft female voice suddenly rang out. Sir, spare my life. Sir, spare my life. The sudden sound startled Mr. Jiang, causing him to instinctively slam on the brakes. Zhang Hao didn't notice and almost bumped his head on the car. He was immediately a little angry, but then the palm of his hand holding the scroll gained a touch of Confucian and Taoist elegance. Suddenly, a pitiful scream rang out. Sir, spare my life. Sir, spare my life. After giving Hua Ling a good scolding, Zhang Hao finally withdrew his Confucian and Taoist talent. Mr. Jiang looked at the painting in Zhang Hao's hand with some disbelief and then said nervously, How, is she begging for mercy? Zhang Hao nodded. Although Mr. Jiang didn't want to believe it, the facts were undeniable, and he had no choice but to accept them. At that moment, that soft voice rang out again. Please, sir, spare me. I am the spirit of this painting. I was born not long ago. I went out to see the outside world last night because I was curious about it. When I went back, it was blocked by the teacher's words, and that person only discovered it later. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I really didn't mean to hurt anyone. Sir, spare my life. The scroll kept shaking. Zhang Hao frowned and gave a reprimand. The spirit in the painting is a ghost within the painting, and is naturally restrained by the Confucian talent. Dad, let's go home first. Zhang Hao and his father have similar personalities. They respond better to gentle persuasion than force. Hua Ling kept begging for mercy, and both Zhang's father and Zhang Hao felt a little sorry for her. However, neither of them dared to easily believe Hua Ling's words. words. However, Father Jiang saw that the painting spirit couldn't really cause any trouble in Jiang Hao's hands. In fact, as Jiang Hao said, the life or death of Hua Ling rests entirely on Jiang Hao's decision. Relieved, Mr. Jiang drove home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to let Jiang Hao bring this thing home. On his way home, Jiang Hao closed his eyes and meditated. Actually, he was communicating with the system. System, is what the painting spirit said true or false? Host, it's real. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the system to respond, so he quickly pressed for an answer. System, what should we do with this painting spirit? At that moment, the system's voice came again. Host, the painting that gave birth to the painting spirit is itself an excellent weapon. The system did not answer Jiang Hao's question about how to deal with the painting spirit. Instead, he said something completely unrelated. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly understood. System, you mean I can use it like a weapon and bind it? The system did not respond, so Jiang Hao stopped waiting. At this moment, Mr. Jiang had already driven to the underground parking garage of the community and had just parked his car. Jiang Hao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his father with joy. Dad, I have an idea. Then, under his father's questioning gaze, Jiang Hao picked up the scroll in his hand and said, Painting spirit, if you acknowledge me as your master, I will spare you. At this moment, the scroll in Jiang Hao's hand trembled. I admit it. Bai Yu greets master. As the painting spirit recognized him as its master, Jiang Hao immediately communicated with the system. System, bind the portrait of the lady. Yes, host. Ding. Successfully bound to the portrait of a lady. The next moment, the painting of the lady was stored in the system space. System, open my personal panel. Level 4, 1100/10,000. Agility, 20.2. Spirit, 30.2. Endurance, 49.9. Weapons, 9 heavenly blades, lady's portrait, painting spirit. Skill, hidden. Talent, hidden. Skill points, 515. Personal space, enabled. Seeing that the weapon slot was indeed bound to the painting spirit, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang's father watched helplessly as the painting that had just been in Jiang Hao's hands disappeared. Although Jiang Hao had heard a lot from Jiang Hao, he was still shocked at this moment. This is practically the work of immortals and gods. However, he did not know that this method was temporarily Jiang Hao's privilege, and other martial artists did not have this method. Moreover, he only learned later that not all martial artists were as powerful as Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is the only exception. When Jiang's father saw this, he didn't ask any questions. Since Jiang Hao could handle it, he naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. Back home, Jiang Hao locked himself in his bedroom, and then a painting appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao opened it and then spoke. Come out. Soon, the scroll emitted a soft light, and a classical beauty in flowing white robes suddenly appeared before Jiang Hao. This servant, Bai Yu, greets my master. As soon as the classical beauty appeared, she respectfully bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at the classical beauty with surprise, never expecting that the spirit born from this painting of ladies would be such a beauty. However, her title. Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable. He's not some kind of government official, and as a model young man, Jiang Hao is very upright. Jiang Hao sat to one side, thought for a moment, and then spoke. No need to call me master, just call me Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, the classical beauty secretly glanced at Jiang Hao and tactfully replied, Yes, Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded and then asked another question. You said you were just born a few days ago? Bai Yu nodded. About 7 days ago, I was inexplicably born. Seeing that Bai Yu was also confused, Jiang Hao stopped asking and changed the subject. Tell me about your abilities. Bai Yu has been bound to Jiang Hao, so he will unconditionally obey Jiang Hao's orders. Sir, Bai Yu was only recently born and is not familiar with his other supernatural abilities. Bai Yu is currently familiar with techniques such as passing through walls, simple illusions, invisibility, possession, flight, and using supernatural powers. Then, Bai Yu displayed these supernatural abilities one by one in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was somewhat disappointed upon seeing these supernatural abilities. These abilities are basically possessed by most ghosts. He thought that painting spirits and ghosts were different, but in the end they were no different. Jiang Hao only hoped that Bai Yu only had these abilities because he was newly born. Later, as she continues to grow stronger, she will probably develop other abilities. But how does the painting spirit become stronger? Jiang Hao was a little curious, so he asked, How did you become so strong? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu seemed somewhat uneasy, and then whispered, Any method that works for enhancing ghosts also works for us. I can absorb yin energy to enhance my cultivation, and I can also absorb ghosts to enhance my strength, or absorb the yang energy of ordinary people. As Bai Yu spoke, he secretly observed Jiang Hao's expression, so in the end, his voice grew softer and softer, as if afraid that Jiang Hao would misunderstand, and she quickly explained again, Master, I am a newborn servant, so I have never done these things before. Besides, I would never harm anyone. Jiang Hao glanced at the timid Bai Yu, his face expressionless and unfathomable. Are there any other methods? Bai Yu thought for a moment, then whispered, Furthermore, if Master can find a painting with spiritual power for Bai Yu to to absorb, Bayu can also become stronger. Or, Bayu might be able to find a painting of a higher quality than the one I'm currently attached to, the one depicting court ladies, to possess. As Bayu spoke, he lowered his head. The last two methods are a luxury. Paintings with spirituality are all rare treasures, and even if she had one, she might not be able to devour it. If she can be born, then that treasure will naturally give birth to an even more powerful spirit. It's still uncertain who will devour whom in the end. As for those who have spirituality but haven't given birth to a spirit, they can only try their luck. However, Bayu's last words reminded Jiang Hao, a painting imbued with spirit? So, the paintings I create with the talent of Confucianism and Taoism must possess a spirit, right? However, the Confucian and Taoist talents restrained Bayu. Even if the paintings he created with the Confucian and Taoist talents possessed spirituality, Bayu probably wouldn't be able to devour them or attach himself to them. However, now that Bayu is bound to me, perhaps I shouldn't be able to restrain him? Jiang Hao was daydreaming. However, these are just his personal guesses. We'll have to wait and see after we try them out. With that in mind, Jiang Hao decided to give it a try. Jiang Hao took out paper, pen, and ink, and then looked at Bayu beside him. Bayu, sit still and don't move. I might be able to enhance your strength. Bayu was puzzled upon hearing this, but still obeyed Jiang Hao's order. Yes, master. Bayu sat in the spot designated by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao poured Confucian and Taoist wisdom into his brush and began to paint Bayu, using him as a model. Bayu looked at the pen in Jiang Hao's hand, which was imbued with the spirit of Confucianism and Taoism, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but at the same time, there was also a trace of longing. Jiang Hao paid no attention to any of this. He had already used the four sage techniques of Confucianism and Taoism to paint a portrait of Bayu and was completely immersed in it. Soon, some time passed, and a lifelike portrait of a classical beauty was born from Jiang Hao's brush. The only regret is that the people in this painting have no eyes. However, after sketching out the shape, Jiang Hao shifted his gaze away from Bayu and began to add the final touches based on his memory. With just a few strokes, Jiang Hao sketched a pair of expressive eyes. As the finishing touch was finished, the entire scroll burst forth with a soft white light, and then the whole scroll seemed to have changed completely. Most importantly, the person in the portrait seems to come to life, especially those eyes that are full of curiosity about the world. When you stare at them, it's as if they're looking at you. Bayu was immediately shocked when he saw the painting. Looking at the person in the painting, isn't that me? She looks exactly the same as when she's sitting down. What shocked Bayu even more was that the portrait that Jiang Hao had just painted actually possessed a spirit. This is incredible. At this moment, Jiang Hao put down his brush, looked at the painting, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he picked up his new work, looked at Bayu, and asked him a question. Bayu, can you possess this painting? Bayu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yes, master. Your painting has already possessed a spirit. Moreover, since the master painted a portrait of a servant, the servant naturally felt a sense of closeness to the painting. She could almost possess the painting herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was overjoyed, but he still asked with concern, won't the Confucian and Taoist talents mentioned here restrain you? Upon hearing this, Bayu nodded, and Jiang Hao was immediately somewhat disappointed. However, to everyone's surprise, Bayu continued to speak. Master, although the energy attached to this painting you created has restrained me, the person in the painting is me, so the restraint of that energy is not very noticeable. Once I possess this painting and completely devour and control it, at that time, the energy in this painting will not only not restrain me, but will even become another ability of my servants. Bayu happily explained to Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. In that case, this painting is yours. Upon hearing this, Bayu was overjoyed, even though he had already guessed it. Thank you, master. Just as Bayu was about to possess the new residence, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Then he looked at Jiang Hao and said nervously, Master, Bayu doesn't know when he will be able to fully control this painting, so he will probably fall into a deep sleep after this possession. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't think much of it. With Bayu's current abilities, she can't offer him any help at all, and even if she falls into a deep sleep, it won't cause him any loss. No problem, just focus on controlling this painting. Upon hearing this, Bayu respectfully bowed to Jiang Hao, thanked him, and then transformed into a beam of light, instantly floating towards the scroll in Jiang Hao's hand. Although she recognized Jiang Hao as her master, there was not much affection between them, so there was no bond of life and death separation. However, just as she approached the painting, a burst of milky white light erupted from it, preventing her from entering. The two sides were locked in a stalemate for a moment, but this stalemate did not last long. Bayu has completely blended into the painting. Jiang Hao then saw that in the painting in his hand, Bayu transformed into a phantom image, which eventually overlapped with the Bayu he had painted. It turned into a white feather. After a flash of white light, the entire scroll suddenly became ordinary and fell into complete silence. Jiang Hao glanced at him and realized that Bayu must have fallen into a deep sleep, so he stopped thinking about it. The scroll was then stored back in the system space. After dealing with Bayu's matter, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Now, ghosts have already begun to be born, while Mom, Dad, and Zishuan are still ordinary people. It's too dangerous. It seems I need to find a way to turn them into martial artists as soon as possible, or find something else, at least to ensure their safety. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly had an idea. I wonder if I could teach them martial arts. However, learning martial arts is not something that can be accomplished overnight, and it is impossible to achieve results in a short period of time. Looks like we still have to rely on the system. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. However, Jiang Hao still decided to give it a try. Then, Jiang Hao opened his skill bar, preparing to select a skill to teach them. Jiang Hao looked at his skill list and found that he could teach 4 skills. One is the old man's boxing style, the second is the dog beating stick technique, the third is the Duga 9 swords, and the fourth is Little Li's flying dagger. However, the latter two are probably not something that ordinary people can learn. Regardless of which method they choose, as long as they can get started, Jiang Hao can use medicinal cuisine to assist their cultivation, enabling them to rapidly increase their cultivation level. That's decided then. I happen to have some spiritual materials on me. However, ordinary martial artists probably cannot subdue ghosts for the time being, but if one's chi and blood are strong, ordinary ghosts will not dare to approach. However, people with strong blood and energy are more attractive to evil spirits, so I still need to find something special for them. At this moment, Jiang Hao immediately thought of some of the things that people think of first when they mention ghosts. For example, talismans, consecrated ornaments, etc. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to visit those famous Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries. However, at this point, Jiang Hao decided to talk to his parents about it. Sometime later, Jiang Hao's family sat around in the living room, with Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan looking at Jiang Hao in shock. Just now, Jiang Hao repeated what he had said to his father before, and at the same time, he gave them a small demonstration of his abilities. That's why what just happened. Mom and Dad, Zixuan, I now have 4 cultivation methods for you to choose from. First, my grandfather's boxing style, which is relatively the easiest to learn, and Jingyi is also practicing it. Secondly, the dog beating stick technique. You should have heard of this as well. It's a direct descendant martial art of the beggars sect in the northern Song dynasty, and it requires a certain amount of talent. Thirdly, the Duga 9 swords, which requires exceptional comprehension. Most people cannot learn it. The fourth type, Little Li's flying dagger, is the same, only those with exceptional talent can learn it. After Jiang Hao finished his introduction, Jiang Zixuan couldn't wait to speak. Brother, Mom, and Dad, how is my talent? As soon as Jiang Zixuan said this, Jiang's parents looked at Jiang Hao with hopeful eyes. Jiang Hao didn't know the answer to Jiang Zixuan's question either, so he had a sudden inspiration and asked the system, how talented are my parents and my sister in martial arts? Just as Jiang Hao was feeling disappointed, thinking that the system wouldn't answer his question, suddenly, 3 evaluations appeared in his mind. Jiang Weiping, average, Wu Chunlan, some talent, Jiang Zixuan, genius. Jiang Hao was immediately pleasantly surprised. He had only asked tentatively, but he didn't expect the system to give him such a rating. What surprised him even more was that although his parents had only average talent in martial arts, his younger sister Jiang Zixuan was a genius. At this moment, he was somewhat looking forward to seeing what his talent would be like, and he quickly asked, System, what about my talent? At that moment, another piece of information appeared in his mind. However, this information suddenly made his excited expression freeze. Host Jiang Hao's talent, trash. Jiang Hao was furious. How could the system give such a handsome and promising young man like himself a terrible rating? This is blatant retaliation. Jiang Hao roared inwardly. Meanwhile, Jiang's parents and Jiang Zixuan watched with trepidation as Jiang Hao's expression constantly changed. How, surely our talents can meet even the most basic requirements. Jiang's mother spoke up, interrupting Jiang Hao's daydreams. Jiang Hao woke up with a start, looked at the 3 of them, and then quickly comforted them. No. Mom and Dad, Zixuan, don't worry, you can all cultivate, but each has its own suitability. My dad will start by learning my grandfather's boxing style. After all, the son follows in his father's footsteps. Once my dad has mastered my grandfather's boxing style, I'll teach him other styles. Mom, you should choose the dog beating stick method, it suits you. Zixuan, it's your choice, but you're still young, in the prime of your life. I suggest you choose either the Duga 9 swords or Little Li flying dagger. Jiang Hao offered his suggestions, and subsequently, Jiang's parents followed his advice and began practicing the old man's boxing style and the dog beating stick technique. Jiang Zixuan surprisingly chose both Duga 9 swords and Little Li flying dagger. However, Jiang Hao didn't stop her. It wouldn't hurt to let her try. Afterwards, Jiang Hao began to teach the 3 of them separately. Soon, the day passed by unnoticed. However, Jiang Hao discovered another problem. That means teaching my family martial arts. The house I bought is a bit small and not suitable. However, this is not a big deal for him now. Jiang Hao made a phone call to Jia Renjie, asking him to find him a detached villa. It would be best to have a large meditation space. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Hao made his request, Jia Renjie said that he had a detached villa prepared for himself, which perfectly met Jiang Hao's requirements. Finally, it should be given directly to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't agree either, only saying he'd let him see first. Soon, Jia Renjie personally drove to pick up Jiang Hao and took him to see the villa. In a villa in the suburbs, Renjie was introducing the villa to Jiang Hao beside him. "Sir, this villa has just been renovated. The first and second floors are for living, and the basement level is a fitness area with all kinds of fitness equipment." Jiang Hao listened to Renjie's introduction and nodded. "When will this place be ready for people to live in?" Upon hearing this, Renjie quickly spoke up. "Don't worry, sir, this villa has undergone air quality testing and is ready for immediate occupancy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at Renjie and then spoke. "In that case, I'll accept it. However, I won't let you sacrifice yourself in vain." At this moment, Renjie wanted to express his loyalty, but Jiang Hao stopped him and then continued. "You don't need to refuse. I'm very satisfied with what you've done during this time. I'm a person who rewards and punishes fairly." As he spoke, Jiang Hao reached into his pocket, took out a small medicine bottle, and then said, "This is a level 3 martial artist pill. After taking this pill, you can instantly become a level 3 martial artist." After saying that, Jiang Hao tossed it to Renjie. "Take it." Renjie hurriedly caught the small medicine bottle that Jiang Hao threw to him, his face beaming with joy. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Jiang Hao waved his hand and then said, "Alright, take this here, then take me back home. I'm moving." At this moment, Renjie was completely devoted to Jiang Hao, so he listened to Jiang Hao's every word. After taking the human pill, Renjie instantly became a level 3 martial artist, on par with Uncle Hai. Afterward, he sent Jiang Hao back. They also called a moving company for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had already told his parents and Jiang Zixuan, so the whole family was prepared. Soon, Jiang Hao and his family moved in. After settling down, Jiang Hao began to teach his family martial arts and personally cooked medicinal meals for them every day. Moreover, in order to help them quickly get started, Jiang Hao even tried to guide their cultivation with his own true energy. In addition, Jiang Hao also prepared several bottles of life essence liquid as a nutrient solution to replenish their energy consumption. In such a luxurious training environment, after 3 days, the younger sister Jiang Zixuan finally became the first martial artist. He actually mastered both the Duga 9 swords and Little Li Flying Dagger at the same time. This greatly shocked Jiang Hao. He truly deserves the title of genius. But Jiang Zixuan got too cocky and actually challenged Jiang Hao. As expected, after being frustrated by Jiang Hao, Jiang Zixuan worked even harder. Jiang Hao didn't care about him. Anyway, with him around, nothing would happen, so he let him be. 3 days later, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang became level 1 martial artists in succession. While pleased, Jiang Hao also reminded them not to reveal their martial arts identities. After all, they had only just begun their martial arts training, and Jiang Hao was afraid that they would be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. But no matter how careful they were only level 1 martial artists. In front of those advanced martial artists, their martial aura was completely exposed. That day, Jiang Hao finally had a moment of relaxation, and he was preparing to nurture his relationship with Song Wanner. At the same time, he also planned to examine Song Wanner's talent and teach her some martial arts. But as soon as he stepped out the door, his phone rang. Jiang Hao took out his phone and saw that it was his mother calling. As soon as he answered the phone, a lot of noise came through. Quickly, after them, the young master said, "We must catch those two." Then, the noise gradually faded away. Only then did Jiang's mother's anxious voice come through the phone. How, I'm in Dahiku. Someone's trying to arrest us. Your dad got arrested, but Zixuan ambushed and injured the leader of the group. Zixuan and I took the opportunity to escape. They've gone after Zixuan now. You need to hurry and save your dad and Zixuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression immediately changed. "Mom, you hide first, I'll be right there." Jiang Hao rushed out and drove towards Dahiku. At the same time, he called Renjie. When Renjie answered the phone, Jiang Hao's words were devoid of any emotion, utterly cold. "Renjie, immediately take men to Dahiku to find my sister. Someone is trying to capture her." Upon hearing this, Renjie was immediately startled. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately responded, "Yes, Mr. Jiang." At this moment, all Renjie could think of was who dared to provoke such a tiger. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao called Song Wanzhong again. "Uncle, please have Uncle Hai take some men to Dahiku to help me find my father. Someone has kidnapped him." Upon hearing this, Song Wanzhong was deeply shocked. He answered without hesitation, "Okay, I'll have Uncle Hai and Wen Tao and Wu Lu take men over right away." Jiang Hao didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Was I just too modest in the end? It is time to forge my name with blood. On the other side, Song Wanzhong summoned Uncle Hai and Wen Tao and Wu Lu and gave them his orders. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai, Wen Tao, and Wu Lu were filled with righteous indignation and set off with their men. Song Wanzhong watched Uncle Hai and the others leave and murmured to himself, "Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death." Subsequently, he made several calls to several powerful figures in Tianhe City. At this moment, because of Jiang Hao, the entire Tianhe City was once again in turmoil. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated workshop in Dahiku, Jiang Zixuan hid in a storage room and secretly watched the people chasing after her. She tried to calm herself down. Slowly, she turned turned on her phone and sent her location to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had just arrived in Day when Zhao Renjie and his men arrived shortly after, and the two had just met up. The surrounding crowd began to murmur as they watched Zhao Renjie and his group of well-dressed young men gather. Damn, is this going to be a group fight? Even thugs are so formal these days? Shut the fuck up, you're asking for it. That's Zhao Renjie, the eldest son of the Jia family. As for that one, even the eldest son of the Jia family is so respectful, so his identity must be even more extraordinary. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, they were even more curious. What were these people gathered here for? Just then, Jiang Hao's phone rang. Jiang Hao took out his phone and saw that it was a location sent by Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. My sister can send her location, so she should be safe for now. Renjie, go to the Archway Bridge to find my mother. Also, I don't want one of the people who were trying to capture my mother to escape. I need to save my sister. Upon hearing this, Zhao Renjie nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, Renjie understands. After parting ways with Zhao Renjie, Jiang Hao turned on the navigation and sped towards the location he was looking for. A few minutes later, Jiang Hao arrived at a dilapidated workshop and heard several noisy commotions. Little girl, come with us obediently. You think you can escape after injuring the young master of the Su family? No matter how good you are at fighting, you still can't escape in the end. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Is the Su family very powerful? Jiang Hao walked out from behind with a calm expression. When Jiang Zixuan saw Jiang Hao, she immediately shouted excitedly. Jiang Hao smiled gently at Jiang Zixuan, ignoring everyone else, and said, "It's okay, I'm here." At this moment, the people from the Su family were shocked and furious. To their surprise, they hadn't noticed when Jiang Hao had appeared behind them. What's infuriating is that so many of us were completely ignored by this little kid. Boy, the Su family is a family of martial arts masters. Your sister injured the eldest young master of the Su family. I advise you to obediently surrender and come with us to the Su family. Exactly. Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you know a couple of martial arts moves. Jiang Hao looked at the arrogant crowd, sneered, and walked straight through the crowd towards Jiang Zixuan. Anyone who dares to offend me has already gone to hell, without exception. The Su family will be no exception. Seeing Jiang Hao's composure, the crowd felt uneasy and quickly retreated. When Jiang Hao arrived in front of Jiang Zixuan, he took her hand and left without paying any attention to these people. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. So many of them had been frightened by a little child. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Charge them. At this moment, the leader let out an angry roar. This sentence seemed to ignite the crowd's enthusiasm, and they rushed forward, ready to charge at Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan was extremely nervous. However, Jiang Hao remained unmoved, not even glancing at the people behind him, and continued walking as if he were in a trance. At that moment, a calm voice came from behind. You will serve as the vanguard of the Su family and go on a journey to hell first. Don't worry, the Su family will be there soon. Jiang Hao's disregard fueled the crowd's anger, and some people rushed behind him, revealing sinister smiles. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. With a scream, the man staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and screaming in agony. However, this is not an isolated case. As the man lay down, the crowd that rushed up behind him turned pale and screamed in agony, clutching their stomachs. Soon, without exception, everyone who had chased after Jiang Zixuan ended up clutching their stomachs, lying on the ground, rolling around, and screaming in agony. This scene completely shocked Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan had no idea what was going on. At this moment, Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks without turning his head, and his calm voice rang out again. Struggle. Cherish your last moments. After saying that, Jiang Hao pulled Jiang Zixuan up and left the place. But from this dilapidated workshop came a series of shrill screams, like something out of hell. After Jiang Hao rescued Jiang Zixuan, Zhao Renjie called first. Mr. Jiang, I have already received your mother. Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt a little relieved. I'm coming right away. Jiang Hao hung up the phone and headed towards Zhao Renjie with Jiang Zixuan. I had just hung up the phone when Uncle Hai called again. Mr. Jiang, your father was kidnapped by the young master of the Su family, a martial arts family specializing in Tai Chi. We are on our way to the Su family. With news of his father, Jiang Hao felt a little relieved. The Su family of Tai Chi? Jiang Hao had never heard of this family before. I hope my dad is alright, otherwise, I'll make you pay. After meeting up with Zhao Renjie, Jiang Hao sought his mother and comforted her. Then, Jiang Hao asked Zhao Renjie to protect his mother and sister. He then had one of Zhao Renjie's henchmen take him to the Su family. A short while later, Jiang Hao arrived at the Su family's house. However, the Su family home was unusually quiet today. He also failed to find any trace of Uncle Hai and his group. This made him feel that something was amiss. This matter is probably not simple. With his innate supernatural ability of hearing super hearing activated, Jiang Hao noticed something amiss as his ears twitched slightly. Come out, I'm here, Jiang Hao said calmly. However, Jiang Hao's words received no response. But how could the warnings from his two innate supernatural abilities, danger danger perception and keen hearing, Biron. A bunch of cowards hiding their true colors. Since they wouldn't come out, Jiang Hao had no choice but to ask them to come out. Jiang Hao slightly turned his left hand, and a black substance appeared in his hand. The next moment, Jiang Hao flicked his hand out. 4 beams of cold light flew in 4 directions, piercing straight through any object in their path. Directly ahead, behind a window concealed by curtains, a black figure felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively retreated to the right. On the left, behind a wooden plank, another figure was also hidden. At this moment, his expression changed drastically, and he twisted his body in an extremely strange way, trying to dodge the attack. The figures on the right and those hidden on the roof behind also sensed this sharp threat. They all used various methods to try and dodge the attack. Snap! But the cold light seemed to have a tracking function, accurately slicing across their faces. Hiss! As the skin was cut, tiny beads of blood seeped out. The group reached up and touched their faces, immediately feeling a dampness. Then he looked at his hand and was immediately shocked. At that moment, a chill ran through the hearts of the group. They didn't even see what hurt them. Moreover, no murder weapon was left in the vicinity. Just then, Jiang Hao's voice rang out again. If you don't come out now, next time it'll be your throats. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The people in the main hall looked at a middle-aged man who had just stood up from his chair. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn. However, he soon started clapping. Slap slap. He then gestured to the people next to him to open the door. Then, he led the way out of the house and looked at Jiang Hao standing in the courtyard. Mr. Jiang is indeed amazing. Mr. Chen has been waiting for Mr. Jiang for a long time. Please come in. Jiang Hao glanced at the few people who had shown themselves around him, then looked at the middle-aged man who was in the lead. People from the underworld palace? Jiang Hao's question seemed to be asking a question, but his tone was full of certainty. Jiang Hao saw through him, but the man didn't pretend and readily admitted it. Mr. Jiang, you have a good eye. My name is Chen Shi, and I am the 7-kill hall master of the underworld palace and the hall master of the White Tiger Hall. Jiang Hao gave a cold laugh and said sarcastically, the people from the underworld palace seem to have no sense of propriety at all. He then walked straight up to her, without even glancing at Chen Shi, and went into the room. Jiang Hao's words made Chen Shi's face turn extremely ugly, and the others around him were also filled with anger. But since Chen Shi hadn't moved, they didn't dare to make any rash moves either. At this moment, Chen Shi tried his best to suppress his anger and calm himself down before turning around and going into the room. Jiang Hao sat in the armchair, watching Chen Shi walk in. Hand over my father, and I might spare your lives. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, but he pretended to be indifferent to Jiang Hao's threat. He smiled and said to Jiang Hao, don't worry, Mr. Jiang, your father is safe right now. As long as you agree to a few conditions, I will release your father immediately. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao gave a cold laugh and looked at Chen Shi. It seems you haven't investigated this thoroughly at all. Few who dare to threaten me will have a good end. However, Chen Shi seemed to have Jiang Hao completely under his control and ignored Jiang Hao's threats. Ha ha, how could that be? Before coming to see Mr. Jiang, I did a lot of preparation. Mr. Chen also knows Mr. Jiang's temperament and is afraid that he will not be able to invite Mr. Jiang, so he plans to invite your father, mother, and sister to come and be guests first. Unfortunately, those incompetent subordinates did a terrible job. They only managed to get your father to come. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Chen Shi with icy eyes and a chilling aura emanating from him. Immediately, the expressions of Chen Shi's many subordinates changed, and they all looked at Jiang Hao with solemn faces. Chen Shi was much calmer. He held Jiang Weiping's life in his hands and was certain that Jiang Hao wouldn't dare to make a move. After a long silence, Jiang Hao withdrew his imposing aura. Speak your terms. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's concession, Chen Shi immediately smiled. A wise choice. Then, without hesitation, Chen Shi began to propose conditions to Jiang Hao. First, we demand that Mr. Jiang hand over Bai Qi's killing sword. Chen Shi stared at Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao were to activate his mental talent and create an illusion, he could instantly kill Chen Shi. But without any news of his father, he had no choice but to endure it for the time being. Everything is for father's safety. Jiang Hao agreed. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's face lit up with a hint of joy. Then, a second request was made. Second, hand over the method for cultivating martial artists. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao understood immediately. He looked at Chen Shi and the people behind Chen Shi. Chen Shi's words further strengthened Jiang Hao's resolve to kill everyone in the arena no matter what. After a brief silence, Jiang Hao spoke. However, Chen Shi was unaware that it was precisely his own greed that strengthened Jiang Hao's resolve to keep all of them alive. At that moment, Chen Shi felt a surge of joy. He never expected this trip to bring such a pleasant surprise. Now that the world is just beginning to recover, becoming a martial artist requires a combination of various factors. Ordinary people simply cannot become martial artists for the time being. The Underworld Palace also has methods for cultivating martial artists. However, unlike Jiang Hao, the Underworld Palace selects some of the strongest warriors from among the top elite assassins to train them. Then they were given various precious secret medicines, which allowed them to regenerate a trace of chi within their bodies and become the lowest level martial artist. Moreover, the casualty rate among them is also very high. Not everyone they select can withstand the medicinal properties of the drugs and convert them into true chi. Some people will burst from being so full. In addition, those medicines are extremely precious, so even for artificially trained martial artists, there are quotas available. Moreover, the competition within the Underworld Palace is extremely fierce. They are also competing for the spot of the artificial warrior. Within their 7 Killings Hall, there are 4 major halls, and there is a ranking among them. In the 7 Killings Hall, the Azure Dragon ranks first, followed by the Vermilion Bird, then the Black Tortoise, while the White Tiger Hall can only be ranked last. It's all because their White Tiger Hall lacks warriors and isn't strong enough. Now that he has obtained Jiang Hao's method for cultivating martial artists, he can already foresee what's to come. Soon, the strength of the White Tiger Hall under his control skyrocketed, surpassing the Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird, and even becoming the top hall. Chen Qi became more and more excited as he thought about it. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Hao and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He spoke up again and made a third request. However, before he could speak, a dangerous glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Jiang Hao slammed his hand on the table next to him. Snap! With a cracking sound, the old pearwood table next to him shattered and scattered all over the floor. Chen Qi, don't you know that once or twice is acceptable, but a third time is not? Jiang Hao said in a cold voice. Chen Qi also woke up at this moment. Seeing Jiang Hao's dangerous gaze, he quickly smiled and explained. Mr. Jiang, listen to me, this third point is beneficial to both of us. Third, I would like to invite Mr. Jiang to serve as the Grand Elder of my White Tiger Hall. However, it's fine if Mr. Jiang doesn't agree. As long as Mr. Jiang abides by the first 2 conditions, I will still release him. But I still hope Mr. Jiang can consider my proposal, since it would benefit both of us. I think Mr. Jiang should be aware of the strength of the Underworld Palace. Chen Qi quickly stated his conditions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Chen Qi, who remained calm and sat quietly to the side, waiting for Jiang Hao's reply. He believed Jiang Hao would agree. Although they were enemies for the time being, this relationship could change. He believed that as long as the benefits were sufficient, even enemies could become friends. After a long silence, Jiang Hao finally spoke. Do you think I would agree? Chen Qi, thinking he had seen Jiang Hao show some interest, smiled smugly and said, I think Mr. Jiang will agree. Although we are enemies for the time being, this relationship can be adapted. Jiang Hao looked at Chen Qi's confident and composed demeanor and smiled mysteriously. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that Jiang Hao's strength should be about the same as his own, but after actually seeing Jiang Hao, he truly believed what the fifth elder said. Jiang Hao's strength is unfathomable, and such people are the ones you should never make enemies of. Therefore, the third condition was introduced. Otherwise, even if Jiang Hao's strength was the same as his, he wouldn't be afraid of Jiang Hao. After all, he brought 9 elders with him today. If the 10 of them join forces, they can definitely capture Jiang Hao. After all, Jiang Hao killed several of his White Tiger Hall members. Even if Jiang Hao agreed to his first 2 conditions, he still had to kill Jiang Hao to establish his authority. But now, Jiang Hao's strength has exceeded his expectations, so he has to find another way. Chen Qi stood up and extended a hand of friendship to Jiang Hao with a smile. Ha ha! With the addition of Jiang Gongfeng, my White Tiger Hall is truly like a tiger with wings. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and seemed to have really made peace with Chen Qi. At this moment, Chen Qi's subordinates also looked delighted and offered their congratulations. Congratulations on joining Master Jiang. Lu has met with Jiang Gongfeng. After all, Jiang Hao's strength exceeded all of their expectations, and they didn't want to be enemies with someone like Jiang Hao. However, at this moment, only the fifth elder, who had truly experienced Jiang Hao's immense strength, secretly glanced at Jiang Hao with a look of hesitation in his eyes. Jiang Hao responded to each of their greetings, and then said, Master Chen, where is my father? Upon hearing this, Chen Qi smiled and said, Don't worry, Master Jiang. We're all brothers now. Your father will definitely be fine. However, the Bai Qi killing sword and the method of cultivating martial artists were ordered by the 7 Killings Hall master himself. I am only acting under orders, so I hope Elder Jiang will not make things difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao spoke without hesitation. I will go and retrieve Bai Qi's killing sword and the method for cultivating martial artists, but I have come to see my father, as well as the men I sent to find him. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi was overjoyed and quickly replied, Absolutely, absolutely, Master Jiang, rest assured. Now that we are on the same side, we will naturally not break our promise. Okay, see you later then. I'll go get my things now. Chen Qi naturally wouldn't stop Jiang Hao from leaving. Once outside the Su residence, Jiang Hao's smile vanished, instantly turning cold and indifferent. You're threatening me. I hope you can leave Tianhe City after taking the goods. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Chen Qi watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, his smile vanishing, replaced by an extremely grave expression. I miscalculated, Chen Qi murmured. While the other elders around were all deep in and thought. One of them spoke to Chen Shi. Master, I suspect there's something fishy about Jiang Hao agreeing so easily. Upon hearing this, several other elders spoke up. Yes, Master, this person is unfathomable. Even if we obtain Bai Chi's killing sword and the method for cultivating martial artists. But if we hand him over so easily, won't he turn around and break the contract? However, Chen Shi had not overlooked the concerns of the elders. He looked at everyone, then his face turned grim. But if we don't hand it over and completely enrage him, will he let it go? After Chen Shi said this, everyone fell silent. After all, Chen Shi was right. If they angered Jiang Hao, they might not be able to leave Tianhe City. At this moment, they suddenly remembered something the fifth elder had said before they came. We cannot go. This person is unfathomable. Unless the palace masters personally intervene, we will not return. However, at the time they all thought the fifth elder was exaggerating, and no one believed him. After all, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has only just begun to recover. The four hall masters of the underworld palace had already become martial artists for many years before the spiritual energy recovered, thanks to the inheritance of the underworld palace. Now, it is even more unfathomable. How could a rising star with no foundation compare to him? But after they actually met Jiang Hao, they remembered the fifth elder's advice. At that moment, they felt a pang of regret. But now that things have come to this point, they are in a bind and have no choice but to grit their teeth and move forward. After a long silence, another elder who had been silent spoke up. Master, I have a plan. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the person. Chen Shi immediately gave the order. Second elder, please speak. Upon hearing this, the second elder did not hesitate and spoke up. I have two options for you, Master. The best course of action is to entrust this matter to the Su family, since they have already submitted to our underworld palace. Let's leave now, before Jiang Hao arrives, and withdraw first, then wait for news from the Su family. This strategy can save our lives, but the drawback is that we may not be able to obtain Bai Chi's killing sword and the method to train martial artists, thus making it impossible to complete the mission. After speaking, the man glanced at Chen Shi. To put it bluntly, BG means escape. After all, of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. He personally prefers this approach, since saving one's life is the priority for everyone. Upon hearing this, the other elders' eyes flickered, and they also considered retreating, but none of them spoke up. Although they were considering backing out, it wasn't up to them to make the decision yet. If they persuade Chen Shi to escape now, they will fail to complete the task assigned by the palace master, and Chen Shi may be forced to take the blame. Moreover, running away without a fight would absolutely damage the prestige of the underworld palace. Even if they survive today, they will definitely be held accountable by the underworld in the future, and none of them can escape it. Nobody dares to take the blame for this. If these elders could think of it, Chen Shi could naturally think of it too. Chen Shi was also in a dilemma. Second elder, suggest the worst option. Chen Shi instructed the second elder to continue speaking. The worst option is somewhat risky, similar to the best strategy, but the difference is that we will stay and wait to obtain Bai Chi's killing sword and learn the method of cultivating martial artists. But we can't hand over the people yet. We can have the Su family take Jiang Hao's father hostage. Once we've retrieved the goods and left safely, we can then have the Su family release Jiang Hao's father. As for how Jiang Hao treats the Su family afterward, that's none of our business. After the second elder finished speaking, he stood aside and said nothing more. The second elder's two schemes were undeniably vicious. No matter which one they were, the Su family would ultimately become their scapegoats. Perhaps, even the Su family didn't expect this outcome. After a long silence, Chen Shi made a decision. I'll suggest the worst option. I don't believe that the 10 of us combined are no match for a little kid. Besides, we are from the underworld palace, he might not dare to turn against us. Of course, this is just in case. If Jiang Hao is truly sincere in joining the underworld palace, then nothing else matters. Chen Shi made his choice, and no one will go against it. Now, they are all in the same boat. Third elder, go and arrange for the Su family to handle this matter. Chen Shi gave the instructions. At this moment, the third elder obeyed the order, left the main hall, and headed towards the back hall. However, what they didn't notice was that a spider was perched on the beam in the main hall, watching everything. At the same time, a fly was following behind the third elder. After a long while, the third elder arrived at the Su family's back hall. Father Jiang and Uncle Hai, Wen Tao, and Wu Lu were all tied up in a room. There were quite a few people guarding the area. In another room, a young man with bandages wrapped around his leg was cursing and swearing. Behind him, an old man looked at the young man with a grim expression. If Jiang Hao were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this old man. He is the old man who once tried to show off in front of Jiang Hao and wanted to take Jiang Hao as his apprentice, Su Weizhong. Su Tianming, do you know you're pushing the Su family into a fire? Although the underworld palace is powerful, their influence is all overseas. Although you have allied yourself with the underworld, you have captured Jiang Hao's father. When the people of the underworld achieve their goal and leave, we will be the scapegoats they push out, bearing Jiang Hao's wrath alone. Since Jiang Hao can make the underworld palace so wary, is he someone we can afford to offend? happened? Although Su Weizhong saw things so clearly, his muddle-headed son Su Tianming already had a deep belief in the Underworld Palace. The power of those people from the Underworld Palace was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he did not believe that anyone could make the Underworld Palace wary. Now, he is also a member of the Underworld Palace. Killing him is tantamount to offending the Underworld Palace and slapping it in the face. He believed that no one would dare to do that. Just then, the third elder burst in. Upon seeing the third elder, Su Tianming gave him a fawning smile and quickly went to greet him. "Third elder, you've arrived. What are your orders?" Su Weizhong turned his face away with a displeased expression, clearly not wanting to see the third elder. But now, his own scoundrel son has let a wolf into the house, and the Su family is no longer his Su family. He had already realized how powerful those people from the Underworld Palace were. He was no match for them at all. Whether the Su family can continue to exist depends on fate. The third elder glanced at Su Tianming, then went to Su Weizhong, who was sitting inside sulking. He heard Su Weizhong's words clearly. Su Weizhong is a shrewd person who knows too much. Perhaps, in the events to come, he will become a destabilizing factor. Therefore, he wants to eliminate all unstable factors in their infancy. The third elder came to Su Weizhong and said to him with a smile, "Patriarch Su, you're overthinking things. Now that the Su family has pledged allegiance to our Underworld Palace, they are now our people. Anyone who dares to touch you is an enemy of our Underworld Palace. Those who oppose our Underworld Palace never have a good ending." Upon hearing this, Su Tianming hurriedly walked over to the third elder and echoed his words. "That's right, that's how I explained it to him too, but he just won't believe me." Now that the third elder has personally explained, "Father, you should believe him, right?" However, Su Weizhong merely glanced at the man coldly and let out a cold snort. Su Weizhong's tactlessness caused a chill to flash in the third elder's eyes. "It seems that Patriarch Su has not yet witnessed the strength of my Underworld Palace. In that case, I, Lei, would like to invite Patriarch Su to rest for a while." Then, he reached out and pressed down on Su Weizhong's head. Su Weizhong was shocked, and Su Tianming was also shocked. They quickly tried to stop him. After all, it was him, and I've always treated him well. However, the third elder's martial arts skills far surpassed Su Weizhong's. Now, the two were so close, and the third elder had taken them by surprise. Su Weizhong ultimately couldn't dodge this attack. He was knocked unconscious on the spot. The third elder helped the unconscious Su Weizhong to his feet, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, before explaining, "Young Master Su, don't worry. I just want Patriarch Su to get some rest. I won't harm him." But is that really the case? Actually, that's not the case. Su Weizhong is a martial artist. If he were so uncooperative, why would the third elder keep him around to continue opposing the Underworld Palace? The third elder's true energy had already penetrated into Su Weizhong's head with that attack, disrupting his mind. Su Weizhong is already in a vegetative state. Even if he does wake up, he'll either be an idiot or a moron. Upon hearing this, Su Tianming felt relieved and quickly stepped forward to help his father up. However, at that moment, a cold glint suddenly appeared, heading straight for the third elder's throat. The third elder felt as if he had been stabbed in the back by a cold light. His expression changed drastically, and he retreated from the place in a strange manner. However, the cold light followed closely behind him like a maggot clinging to his bone. As the cold light flashed across the third elder's throat, the third elder let out a groan. He suddenly froze, his eyes widened, and then he stiffly turned around. He saw someone. Before he could even finish speaking, a spurt of blood shot out from his throat, splattering everywhere. He then collapsed. Su Tianming, who was standing to the side, finally came to his senses. Seeing this scene, he looked horrified and let go of Su Weizhong's hand. Poor Su Weizhong fell to the ground, his head hitting the ground directly, causing secondary injury. Su Tianming was about to shout when the figure at the door suddenly appeared in front of him and knocked him unconscious with a knife. Looking at the fallen Su Tianming, Zhang Hao's face was cold, and he murmured something. "I won't let you die too easily." After saying that, Zhang Hao had a jade medicine bottle in his hand. He pulled out the jade stopper and sprinkled some white powder on Su Tianming's body. After finishing, Zhang Hao went to the side of the dead third elder and reached out to touch the third elder's body. Ding! A human martial artist's corpse has been discovered. Decompose it? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully decomposed a human martial artist's corpse and obtained 1 incomplete human core, 3 skill points, and 1.8 experience points. Decomposition complete. Time to extract? Decomposing a level 4 martial artist only yields an incomplete version of the human core. However, this is not the time to think about this. Zhang Hao suppressed his thoughts and glanced at Su Weizhong lying on the ground. He approached Su Weizhong and, after testing him, discovered Su Weizhong's brain nerves were disturbed by the third elder, and later, he was thrown to the ground by Su Tianming, hitting the back of his head. He's finished. He had overheard every word of their conversation, and Su Weizhong had been completely tricked by his own son. Zhang Hao didn't know what to say about how things had ended up like this. In fact, although he had previously promised Chun Chi that he would take Bai Chi's killing sword and the method of cultivating martial artists, actually, that's not the case. Bai Chi's killing sword is in the system space, and the method for cultivating martial artists is in his mind. He doesn't need to retrieve it at all. Before he left, he had already used his insect controlling technique to secretly manipulate several insects to monitor Chen-Chi and the others. He saw every single move Chen-Chi and his group made. Not long after he left, he secretly returned and followed the third elder here. He also saw his father and Uncle Hai, but Jiang Hao suppressed his urge to save them immediately. He needs to deal with the third elder first, otherwise, he'll alert the enemy. That's why this scene happened. Now that the third elder has been eliminated, it's time to rescue father and the others, and to capture Chen-Chi and his group in one fell swoop. This time, he's going to make an example of someone. No one who dares to threaten him will live. Jiang Hao's eyes were cold and indifferent, like those of a deity. As Jiang Hao walked out, his body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao disappeared, and the third elder was resurrected. Innate supernatural power, ever-changing. After becoming the third elder, Jiang Hao went straight to the room where his father and Uncle Hai were being held. Without the slightest hesitation, the third elder pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, dozens of people looked over warily, but when they saw that it was the third elder, they immediately became respectful. Third elder. The third elder nodded, then came closer to them, casually took out a medicine bottle, and poured out small pills. You have done a good job guarding this place. This is a secret medicine from my underworld palace that will give you the opportunity to become martial artists. One pill for each person, here you go. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. How could they not know about martial artists? The head of the Su family became a martial artist, and in order to ensure the prosperity of the Su family, he naturally tried to artificially cultivate martial artists. However, they all failed in the end. But the power of martial artists was already deeply imprinted in their minds. Now, they actually have the chance to become martial artists again. At this moment, the leader was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward to take the small pill from the third elder's hand. Thank you, third elder. The others were also overjoyed and expressed their deepest gratitude to the third elder. The third elder simply nodded. Having received the small pills, the group, without suspicion, swallowed them one by one. The third elder's eyes remained indifferent upon witnessing this scene. In the corner, Jiang Weiping, Uncle Hai, and Wen Tao and Wu Lu were all tied up and unable to move. They watched this bizarre scene silently, their faces full of confusion. A secret medicine that could give ordinary people the opportunity to become martial artists? If it's true, these secret medicines are all extremely precious. Even if the Underworld Palace is a large and powerful organization, it's impossible for them to just take out so many. Moreover, it's given to these insignificant people. This is absolutely questionable. At this moment, Uncle Hai suddenly saw the jade medicine bottle that the third elder handed to that person, and he was immediately startled. He had only ever seen such an exquisitely carved jade medicine bottle in Jiang Hao's possession, and he knew that Jiang Hao was a very skilled master of disguise. Could he be Mr. Jiang? At that moment, an idea suddenly popped into Uncle Hai's mind. In fact, it wasn't just Uncle Hai who felt this was abnormal. Jiang Weiping and Wen Tao Wulu also felt it was abnormal. When did martial artists become so worthless? Just as they were wondering, the third elder walked straight up to them. He gave them a strange smile and then casually untied them. At this moment, Uncle Hai's face lit up with joy, further confirming his idea. Later, the group that had taken the secret medicine saw the third elder untie the others and were immediately filled with worry. However, when they recalled that it seemed this very person had single-handedly subdued these people when they broke in, they didn't say anything more. The third elder released the 6 people. Except for Uncle Hai, the others looked wary, wondering what tricks the third elder was up to. However, at this moment, the third elder looked at Jiang Weiqing and actually spoke. Dad, I'm so sorry to have frightened you. I'm here to save you. This voice was completely different from the previous one, and Jiang Weiqing immediately recognized it as his son Jiang Hao's voice. The others were no exception, and Uncle Hai had already guessed it. Jiang Weiping looked at the third elder with a puzzled expression, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively spoke. Uncle Hai, standing to the side, spoke up somewhat embarrassedly. Mr. Jiang, I am ashamed to say that I was captured by the people of the Underworld Palace as soon as I arrived at the Su family. The third elder waved his hand and said, It's not your fault. I never expected that the people from the Underworld Palace would be behind today's events. With Uncle Hai's confirmation, Jiang Weiqing, Wen Tao, and Wu Lu were shocked to believe that the third elder was Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, the people from the Su family who were guarding Jiang Weiping were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, someone hesitated and said. The sound startled Jiang Weiping, Wen Tao, and Wu Lu, and their expressions changed. However, the third elder turned around with a nonchalant expression, looking at the people who had taken the secret medicine with a cold gaze. Fall down. The third elder's inexplicable remark left everyone baffled. However, the next moment, their bodies went limp, their vision went black, and they all collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Weiping, Uncle Hai, Wen Tao, and Wu Lu were all shocked. This was the first time they had ever witnessed Jiang Hao in action. But isn't this method too miraculous? These people are ordinary people, but that is in comparison to martial artists. Before the advent of martial arts practitioners, they, like Wen Tao and Wu Lu, were a special group of people who underwent brutal little training. However, even so, they were still taken down so easily. At this moment, they remembered the secret medicine that Jiang Hao had given them before. The third elder watched as those people lay down and then ignored them, turning to look at his father and Uncle Hai. Uncle Hai, you two are both wise and capable. Take my father and hide him first. I'll deal with the people from the underworld palace while I go. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hai and Wen Tao Wu Lu immediately spoke respectfully. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiping looked at his son with a worried expression. Hao, be careful. The third elder smiled as he looked at his father. Dad, don't worry. Today I'll show you just how powerful your son is. After saying this, the third elder turned and left. Back in the main hall, the third elder pushed open the door and entered. Chen Shi looked at the third elder and then asked, Third elder, is everything arranged? The third elder glanced around and, seeing that the other 8 elders of the underworld palace were all present, replied, Master, everything is arranged. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi nodded, unaware of anything unusual. At this moment, the third elder came to the side, next to the 8 elders who were sitting, and prepared to sit down. However, the next moment, a bronze sword suddenly appeared in the hand of the third elder. Then, a cold light flashed and the second elder next to him was decapitated. A stream of bright red blood shot into the sky. At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, when masters clash, being distracted is a major taboo. The third elder's bronze sword, gleaming with a cold light, continued its momentum as it slashed at the first elder once more. The elder felt a chill run through him and was instantly jolted awake. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the bronze sword hurtling towards him. Third brother, are you crazy? Then, he subconsciously stretched out his hands, and a burst of light erupted from them as he reached for the sword. However, Jiang Hao, disguised as the third elder, activated his immense strength talent, and this sword strike was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even a wooden plank would not be something he could catch. What's more, he was holding Bai Chi's killing sword. With a scream, the sword sliced off the elder's hands without a doubt. Bai Chi's killing intent did not diminish, and his sword once again slashed across his throat. The elder's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to speak. Gurgle. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood foam gushed out. His mouth was full of blood, and at the same time, a stream of blood spurted from his throat. The elder stared wide-eyed and slumped back into his chair. Now, the others finally realized what was happening, and their expressions changed drastically. Elder. Second elder. However, at that moment, as the third elder opened his mouth, a huge roar came out. This sound was earth-shattering, like a thunderbolt from the sky, with an aura that soared to the heavens. Like a white tiger descending to earth, roaring across mountains and rivers. An invisible wave instantly swept outwards from the third elder. In an instant, countless things around were blown away, and all kinds of glass shattered instantly. Crack! The remaining few felt dizzy and instinctively covered their ears with their hands. Then, a tremendous force came and they were thrown away. But at this moment, Jiang Hao did not stop. He stepped on the 7 stars and the white chi killing sword in his hand came like a maggot clinging to bone, piercing through the fourth elder's chest with a single strike. The next moment, the white chi killing sword in his hand disappeared, and he punched the fourth elder away, sending him crashing into another elder. With a loud crash, the whole house shook, and the elder was smashed into the wall. Upon seeing this scene, Chun Chi roared in grief and anger, then clenched his fist, his face contorted with rage, and charged toward Jiang Hao. Go to hell! A crimson light erupted from his hand, and he punched Jiang Hao straight in the chest. However, Jiang Hao remained calm as he watched the punch come hurtling towards him. He then caught Chen Chi's fist as it came at him without moving an inch, leaving Chen Chi horrified. How is that possible? As soon as he looked up, he saw a huge foot growing larger and larger in his eyes. Chen Chi's nose collapsed, and an unimaginable pain shot through him. With a scream, Chen Chi was kicked flying. Chen Chi smashed the table, then crashed into the wall, leaving a large dent, before falling to the ground. The remaining people looked horrified and shouted, Master! Master! The group then quickly retreated and gathered around Chen Chi. Master, are you alright? When they helped Chen Chi, whose face was covered in blood, up, everyone stared in fear at the third elder, who had transformed from Jiang Hao. At this moment, Chen Chi, enduring the pain, pointed at Jiang Hao and questioned him with a look of fear on his face. If you are not the third elder, then who are you? Jiang Hao, disguised as the third elder, smiled coldly and spoke. Master Chen, we just parted ways, don't you recognize me? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Chi and the remaining 5 elders were horrified. At this moment, Jiang Hao stopped pretending. As he withdrew his ever-changing talent, the original third elder appeared in an extremely bizarre manner. He quickly became a completely different person, and this person was none other than Jiang Hao. Chen Chi and the elders were horrified when they saw this bizarre scene. Jiang Hao smiled as he looked at Chen Chi and the remaining 5 elders. I've said it before, anyone who dares to threaten me will come to a bad end. The people of the underworld palace are so clueless. At this moment, Jiang Hao reached out his hand, and Bai Chi's killing sword suddenly appeared in his hand again. This scene once again stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of Chen Chi and the remaining 5 elders. However, Jiang Hao didn't seem to care and continued talking to himself. This is the Bai Chi killing sword you wanted. Come and take it. What? Chen Shi and the 5 elders snapped out of their shock. At that moment, they looked at Jiang Hao with fear in their eyes. At this moment, Chen Shi suddenly remembered that he still had an ace up his sleeve, so he quickly shouted, "Jiang Hao, don't you want to know where your father is?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Chen Shi as if he were a fool. At this moment, he even began to doubt how Chen Shi had become the hall master. "Chen Shi, is there something wrong with you?" Jiang Hao pointed to his head and then continued, "I dared to impersonate the 3rd elder because I have already dealt with him, and as for my father, I have already rescued him. Are you still counting on the 3rd elder?" Jiang Hao shook his head in disappointment. "I thought the underworld palace was something special. The result is nothing special. Fine, I'll send you all to hell now, so you can keep the others company." As Jiang Hao spoke, he approached Chen Shi and the others step by step. Chen Shi and the remaining 5 elders' expressions changed drastically. Jiang Hao was determined to kill them all. Suddenly, the 5th elder knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging Jiang Hao for mercy. "Mr. Jiang, spare my life. Mr. Jiang, spare my life. I told them not to cause you any trouble, but they wouldn't listen. I was coerced." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi and the others immediately turned furious and glared at the 5th elder. "5th elder, what are you doing? He won't let you get away with this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh. "If I spare you, even some Tom, Dick, and Harry will dare to cause me trouble." After saying this, Jiang Hao didn't give the 5th elder the right to continue speaking. With a flick of his wrist, little Li's flying dagger reappeared. A cold glint flashed. The 5th elder froze, then stared wide-eyed at his chest in disbelief. Blood gushed from their chests, and blood also trickled from the corners of their mouths. Thump! The 5th elder then collapsed and died. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill. Chen Shi knew that Jiang Hao would never give them a chance to live. They would probably perish here today. Suddenly, he made up his mind. "Brothers, Jiang Hao is determined to kill us. In that case, let's all attack together. If we die, the 7 Killings Palace Master will avenge us." The other elders also realized the situation and knew that Jiang Hao would not let them go. Suddenly, everyone mustered their courage, their faces turning sinister, determined to bite off a piece of flesh from Jiang Hao, even at the cost of their lives. With a roar, the 5 rushed forward, each using their own methods. Frost Poem, Autumn Wind Slash, Heavenly Crippled Kick. With a series of angry roars, the 5 men unleashed a powerful aura and attacked Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao did not back down. He twirled the white chi killing sword in his hand, then mobilized the chaos true chi within his body and poured it into the white chi killing sword. Instantly, Bai Chi's killing sword erupted with a dazzling red light. The sword moved with his will, and in an instant, he unleashed 36 sword strikes. Ah ah ah. With a series of shrill screams, the 4 elders, covered in sword wounds and bleeding profusely, collapsed to the ground. Then Chen Shi rushed up and looked at Jiang Hao with a ferocious expression, fist in front of him, leaping into the air. "Jiang Hao, prepare to die." At this moment, Jiang Hao raised his head slightly and met Chen Shi's ferocious gaze. The next moment, his gaze turned into a black hole. Chen Shi felt a darkness before his eyes, and then his body went limp, causing him to fall directly from mid-air. When he woke up again, he found himself in a pitch-black world where he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. This world is devoid of light, life, and sound. No matter how he shouted or groped, he found nothing. In this pitch-black world, time seems to have become the most luxurious thing. Time passed, and Chen Shi went from being confused and panicked at the beginning, to fear and irritability, then to numbness, and finally, completely collapsed. In reality, Chen Shi bled from all 7 orifices and completely lost his life. At this point, all 10 elders and the hall master of the White Tiger Hall of the Underworld Palace were wiped out. Chen Shi is dead, and Jiang Hao has withdrawn his innate supernatural ability to create illusionary realms. After wiping out the entire team, Jiang Hao disassembled all 9 corpses and obtained 8 incomplete human pills. When dissecting Chen Shi's body, they finally obtained a low-end version of the human pill. Jiang Hao stared at a pill in his hand that had a strange luster, and pondered for a moment. The top 5 elders are probably at level 4, while the 6th to 10th elders should be at the same level as Uncle Hai, belonging to level 3. Chen Shi, this hall master, is much stronger than all of them. He should be at level 5. A level 5 martial artist has finally refined a low-grade version of the human pill. However, this low-end version of Rindan should be much more advanced than the incomplete version. This was quite a bumper harvest. However, after this incident, the hatred between him and the Underworld Palace will likely be difficult to resolve. However, Jiang Hao was never afraid of anything. Now that he has these 10 human pills, he can cultivate a few powerful individuals to protect his family. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be so lucky if I encountered this situation again. Thinking this, Jiang Hao turned and left the dilapidated main hall, returning to the place where his father and Uncle Hai were hiding. In the back room, Jiang Weiping, Uncle Hai, Wen Tao, and Wu Lu listened to the sounds of a violent fight as well as the roar that had just made their ears ring and their eyes dizzy. Only now did they truly realize their own weakness. Just as the group was worried and anxious about Jiang Hao, someone opened the door. "Dad, Uncle Hai, come out." It seems the Su family had been preparing for this whole affair for a long time, from the moment they sided with the Underworld Palace to the moment they organized orchestrated this whole mess. It seems that all the servants in the house have been given a holiday, leaving only the caretaker. After all, the Underworld Palace is an overseas assassin organization. The Su family had joined them, so naturally they dared not make a fuss, since this was China. Upstairs, Jiang Weiping and the others, who had been holding their breath, were overjoyed to hear Jiang Hao's familiar voice. It's Howard. Jiang Weiping was overjoyed. A weight had been on his mind. Uncle Hai and Wen Tao Wu Lu are also among them. At the same time, they were deeply shocked. After all, they had broken into the Su family without knowing the situation, and the 5 of them were suppressed by the 3rd elder alone. Moreover, the people in the Underworld Palace are not just that 3rd elder. Even so, how long has Jiang Hao been gone? Will this wipe out all the experts in the Underworld Palace here in the future? Uncle Hai and the others were shocked and quickly followed Jiang Weiping outside. When they came out, they saw Jiang Hao standing there unharmed. After leaving the Su family with Jiang Hao, Uncle Hai drove while Jiang Hao rested in the back seat. Uncle Hai repeatedly glanced at Jiang Hao, who sat calmly in the back row, through the rearview mirror, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Finally, he asked hesitantly, "Mr. Jiang, how strong are those people?" This question immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Weiping and Wen Tao Wu Lu both pricked up their ears. Jiang Hao didn't hide anything. Putting some pressure on them was a good thing. For level 3s, 5 level 4s, and 1 level 5. As soon as Jiang Hao said this, the surroundings fell into dead silence. After a long while, everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, a surge of emotions welled up within Uncle Hai and his companions, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. No wonder they were completely powerless to resist. Among them, Uncle Hai is the highest, only at level 3, while Songwon is slightly lower, only at level 2, and the others are still struggling at level 1. However, this time, the people from the Underworld Palace were all at least level 3 martial artists. At this moment, they felt immense pressure. Although Uncle Hai and his group weren't of much help this time, Jiang Hao isn't an unfeeling person. Jiang Hao personally prepared medicinal meals for them to improve their martial arts level. After several servings of medicinal cuisine, their martial arts levels all increased once again. Uncle Hai finally reached level 4, Songwon was promoted to level 3, and the other 3 were promoted to level 2. However, the sensation caused by this incident was considerable. Originally, the Su family sent out to capture Jiang's parents, but Jiang Zixuan's henchmen were tortured beyond recognition by Jiang Hao with a weakened version of the 10-day intestine severing powder. Unaware people always thought it was a special infectious disease, and suddenly, the ordinary city was filled with fear and panic. How could Zhao Renjie and Song Wanzhong's big moves that day go unnoticed? Meanwhile, the unusual activities of the Su family that day, as well as the Su family's young master's attempt to capture Jiang Hao's family members, were also discovered by many people with ulterior motives. The final outcome is obvious. The Su family angered Jiang Hao, who then appeared and destroyed the Su family, which is now fragmented and is further suppressed by the Jia and Song families. The Su family, a martial arts family in Tianhe City, has been destroyed once again. But this is still just a superficial thing. The identity of the reclusive family, the Lu family, who have been vying for Bai Qi's killing sword, has finally been confirmed. In Tianhe City, there is a powerful entity that they cannot afford to offend. Ever since Lu Yingyu lost to Jiang Hao in the struggle for the Bai Qi killing sword, Jiang Hao has come into the Lu family's sights. Although Lu Yingyu, who had witnessed Jiang Hao's actions, warned him that Jiang Hao was unfathomable and that their Lu family could not afford to offend him. But as a reclusive family, they have their own dignity and would not be intimidated by a single sentence. However, although they felt that Lu Yingyu's evaluation of Jiang Hao was somewhat exaggerated, the Lu family remained much more cautious. Moreover, they knew that the people of the Underworld Palace would not give up so easily, so they kept a close watch on everything from the shadows. They used the Underworld Palace to test Jiang Hao's abilities. They already knew that the 5th, 7th, and 8th elders of the Underworld Palace had threatened the Song family last time. They originally thought they could test Jiang Hao's strength this time, but to their surprise, the 5th elder and the 7th elder fled in defeat. This finally made them take Jiang Hao seriously. This time, the Underworld Palace dispatched a hall master and 9 elders to support the puppet Su family, who captured Jiang Hao's family members in order to coerce Jiang Hao. This shocked them, but it also showed them how much the Underworld Palace valued Jiang Hao. Although I don't want to admit it, with such strength, we already have the power to severely injure or even destroy the Lu family. Without a doubt, Jiang Hao is doomed to die this time. This is what they all think. However, just as they were looking solemn and feeling sorry for Jiang Hao, the final outcome, however, shattered their expectations once again. Jiang Hao left unharmed, the Su family was destroyed, and one of the hall masters and 9 elders from the Underworld Palace who came on this trip completely disappeared. Not long after Jiang Hao left, someone secretly entered the Su family's house, and then left in a hurry with a look of horror on their face. From then on, Tianhe City became a forbidden area. Intelligence agents from all sides quickly spread the news. From this point on, no one dared to ignore Jiang Hao's existence, and no force dared to easily reach out to him. Jiang Hao successfully forged his reputation with the blood of his enemies. He has achieved his goal goal of making an example of someone to warn others. With no one to disturb him, Jiang Hao's holiday life returned to peace once again. He helps his family members improve their skills every day, but now he has added another person to his teaching team. That's Song Wanner. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the one-month deadline agreed upon by Jiang Hao and Gu Chuanzhong has arrived. Gu Chuanzhong contacted Jiang Hao, who then fell into deep thought after hanging up the phone. The mission to the Zhou dynasty emperor's tomb was issued by a young man surnamed Ji. In fact, when Jiang Hao was at the Song residence last time, he specifically asked the fifth elder about the Zhou emperor's tomb. As a result, the fifth elder was completely unaware. The fifth elder told him that although he belonged to the Underworld Palace, the Underworld Palace was divided into many departments. Therefore, the task of the Zhou dynasty emperor's tomb should be the task of the other halls. After learning about the strict hierarchy within the Underworld Palace, Jiang Hao basically stopped relying on Gu Chuanzhong and the others. Unexpectedly, a month later, Gu Chuanzhong actually managed to find out such a clue. This was beyond Jiang Hao's expectations. Jiang Hao frowned. Could it be the reclusive Ji family? The surname of the Zhou dynasty emperors was Ji. Could this young man surnamed Ji be a descendant of the Zhou emperor? However, in this way, there might be a slight possibility that the Zhou emperor's tomb is among the earliest. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and made a series of assumptions. However, there is currently insufficient evidence, and it is all just his speculation. Helpless, Jiang Hao had no choice but to suppress these speculations for the time being and have Gu Chuanzhong keep an eye on things. Now that the young man surnamed Ji has issued this task, it is impossible to simply let it go. They will definitely take further action. As agreed, Jiang Hao gave Gu Chuanzhong part of the antidote through special channels, temporarily stabilizing Gu Chuanzhong. In the bedroom, Jiang Hao looked at the milky white object in his hand with a delighted expression. At the same time, information about the pearl appeared in his mind. First grade concealing spirit pearl. It can conceal the aura of a martial artist, and cannot be seen through unless one is a whole realm higher. Usage, simply wear it. This is the system's annotation for this hidden spirit pearl. Ever since his family members started learning martial arts, Jiang Hao has tried every possible way to conceal the martial arts aura emanating from them. This is to reduce their visibility and avoid attracting the attention of people with ulterior motives. At the same time, it's also to better protect them. He tried to decompose and synthesize various things, and went through all sorts of attempts, but he never obtained any treasures in this area. Just now, he was merely conducting a routine experiment, casually combining transparent glass and a pearl. Surprisingly, he actually succeeded by accident. A grade 1 hidden spirit pearl? It seems that the hidden spirit pearls are divided into different levels. Jiang Hao knew that the first rank was just the lowest level. Jiang Hao didn't know if the grade 1 hidden spirit pearls would be enough. The system's annotation on the first grade hidden spirit pearl is that it cannot be deciphered by anyone who has not reached a certain level of cultivation. He was unaware of the martial arts ranking system, and therefore did not know whether he had surpassed his parents by a whole realm. However, none of that matters. He will give this concealment bead to either of his parents later, and they will know once they try it. Thinking this, Jiang Hao picked up the hidden spirit pearl, got up, and quickly left the bedroom. Upon entering Jiang Zixuan's room, Jiang Zixuan was reading a book. Although she experienced a series of events during this period and became a superior martial artist, Jiang Zixuan did not give up learning. When she gets tired from practicing martial arts all day, she reads a book to relax. Jiang Zixuan asked in surprise when she saw Jiang Hao come in. "Brother, is something the matter?" Without saying much, Jiang Hao handed the hidden spirit pearl to Zixuan. "Zixuan, you're wearing this." Jiang Zixuan felt somewhat confused, but she still accepted the hidden spirit pearl that Jiang Hao handed her. She looked at the hidden spirit pearl in her hand and asked with some curiosity, "Brother, what is this? Is it a pearl?" Although the hidden spirit pearl is made of pearl and glass, its material seems to have undergone a special change. Although it resembles a pearl, the hidden spirit pearl seems to emanate a special energy that is invisible and intangible. However, this energy can suppress a special aura unique to martial artists. When Jiang Zixuan accepted the hidden spirit pearl from Jiang Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that he could no longer sense the special martial arts aura emanating from Zixuan. This made Jiang Hao overjoyed. This result gave Jiang Hao a very important piece of information. His strength far surpassed Jiang Zixuan's, but it didn't transcend a major realm. In this way, the grade 1 concealing spirit pearl can be used to completely hide the martial arts aura on family members. If even I can't see through it, then there's no point in thinking about it from anyone else. However, compared to Jiang Zixuan, who had just become a level 1 martial artist, even he, who was already dozens of times more powerful than ordinary people, could not see through the concealment of the hidden spirit pearl. In other words, in terms of the overall level, he is still at the same level as Jiang Zixuan, still at the first stage of martial arts. However, even the first realm of a martial artist is so powerful. He became even more curious about the later realms of martial arts. This fueled his passion, making him eager to quickly increase his abilities. Jiang Zixuan, watching Jiang Hao's expression shift between joy and in anticipation, was curious about what her brother was thinking. Elder brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly came to his senses. Brother, what are you thinking about? What is this thing? Jiang Zixuan, like a curious child, pressed for more information. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Zixuan, who had a curious expression on her face, and then smiled and said, I wasn't thinking about anything. Then, he pointed to the hidden spirit pearl and said, this is a treasure called the hidden spirit pearl. It can conceal your martial arts aura, making it impossible for anyone below a high cultivation level to see through your true strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixuan was immediately startled. Since becoming a martial artist, Jiang Hao has also taught her a lot of common sense. For example, the special aura emanating from a martial artist. High-level martial artists can determine a martial artist's strength by observing this special aura. However, as martial artists reach higher levels of skill, they become able to conceal the special aura emanating from their bodies. Therefore, under normal circumstances, low-level martial artists cannot detect high-level martial artists. However, the pearl that his brother gave him today was actually able to conceal the aura of a martial artist. This is probably no ordinary treasure. My brother actually gave it to me. Jiang Zixuan was deeply moved. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan quickly handed the hidden spirit pearl to Jiang Hao. Brother, you should keep this treasure. I don't need it for now. Seemingly sensing what Jiang Zixuan was thinking, Jiang Hao spoke up. Take this one, it was originally prepared for you. Besides, I don't need it at all. Besides, this hidden spirit pearl may be very precious to others, but it's not to me. I can make one anytime I want. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Jiang Zixuan gleaned a crucial piece of information. He stared at Jiang Hao in shock. Brother, did you make this? Jiang Hao nodded. Okay, this one is for you. I'll go make one for mom and dad too. Seeing Jiang Hao's nonchalant attitude, Jiang Zixuan was completely bewildered. Such a precious treasure was treated like a toy in his brother's hands, and he could make it up with ease. If other martial artists knew this, wouldn't they all be scrambling to become my disciples? On the other hand, Jiang Hao started trying various things again. After taking apart his mother's pearl necklace, Jiang Hao began his grand project of making new ones. After a series of attempts and many failures, he used up all the pearls on his mother's pearl necklace, and he now had 10 grade 1 hidden spirit pearls in his hand. Without the raw materials, Jiang Hao decided to go out and buy a few. At the same time, he wanted to test whether the grade of the hidden spirit pearl was related to the grade of the raw materials. Is it possible for a top quality pearl to be used to create a second grade hidden spirit pearl? 3 hours later, Jiang Hao looked at the pearl in his hand with a frustrated expression. After testing by Jiang Hao, it seems that the quality of the pearl does not affect the grade of the hidden spirit pearl, because he spent a lot of money to buy many high quality pearls, but unfortunately the hidden spirit pearls he made were only of the first grade. Based on this, Jiang Hao guessed that the system level might be limiting the level of the hidden spirit pearls he created. After all, the writing brushes and ink he made himself were only of the highest quality. With no other option, Jiang Hao had to temporarily abandon this method. Afterwards, Jiang Hao used the hidden spirit pearl to make various ornaments, which he gave to the warriors on his side, and told them to always wear them. With the hidden spirit pearl, Jiang Hao felt much more at ease for the time being. As time goes by, the start of the university semester is getting closer and closer. Everything seemed calm during this period, but Jiang Hao did not relax, because he will be going to Jiangbei to study soon, and once he leaves, the safety of the Jiang family will become a problem. Although Tianhe City and Jiangbei City are not far apart, he was still worried about not being with his family. Therefore, Jiang Hao decided to use the human pills extracted from the elders of the Underworld Palace. Now is the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, and not only are there few martial artists, but their levels are also not very high. Chen Qi and his group were able to obtain cultivation resources that ordinary people did not have because they were backed by the powerful Underworld Palace. This is why, at the very beginning of this spiritual energy revival, he possessed strength far exceeding that of most martial artists. There probably aren't many people in the Underworld Palace with such high strength. A level 5 martial artist should be among the top ranks of all martial artists at this stage. It's enough to withstand most sudden crises. However, how to ensure the loyalty of the martial artists one has trained is a very important issue. He didn't want the martial arts assistant he had painstakingly trained to turn against him in the end. Although it won't cause any major trouble, it's still a hassle. Therefore, if the system could bind subordinates, we could check their loyalty. Or, is there some special medicine that can win their loyalty? He wanted to check his underlings' loyalty, but the system said there was no such function, and besides, he didn't have any underlings. As for training subordinates, who knows how long that will take, and human nature is unpredictable. To cultivate a few loyal subordinates worldwide, Jiang Hao utilizes the system's two main functions, decomposition and synthesis. However, regardless of whether you break it down or synthesize it, if you want to gain loyalty-related abilities, then you need to find items related to loyalty. Originally, his innate ability to create illusions could have achieved this goal. However, he currently lacks sufficient control over the creation of illusions, which can cause significant harm to those affected by the spells. styles. This is not in his best interest. In the end, Jiang Hao sought another solution. When it comes to things that possess loyalty, the first thing that comes to Jiang Hao's mind is dogs. Dogs are man's best friend. Everyone's heard that saying. Killing a dog for no reason was not Jiang Hao's intention. However, it's not like there's no way out. Jiang Hao searched online for where to buy dog meat in Tianhe City. Soon, dog meat restaurants started popping up everywhere. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips, and he immediately drove over. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at his destination. Looking at the bustling street, there were rows of dog meat restaurants. Jiang Hao then walked into a dog meat restaurant. Jiang Hao ordered a serving of dog meat and then reached out to touch it. Ding, 1 pound of dog meat detected. Produce it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao spoke without hesitation. Ding, congratulations on successful decomposition. You have obtained 1 bottle of grade 1 loyalty potion, 2.1 skill points, and 1.2 experience points. First class loyalty potion, give this potion to any creature, and you will gain their loyalty. Note, this medicine cannot be used if the user's cultivation level exceeds grade 1, otherwise it will be ineffective. Decomposition successful. Extract? Jiang Hao was overjoyed to have obtained the loyalty potion as he had hoped. Meanwhile, the system's annotations on this loyalty potion also provided Jiang Hao with more information. Martial artists should also be divided into 9 ranks, and below the 9 ranks, there should be even more detailed divisions. And now almost all martial artists should be at the first rank martial artist level. Even I am no exception. Therefore, a bottle of loyalty potion is definitely very useful. With this idea in mind, Jiang Hao raided several dog meat restaurants in succession. Finally, he left with a big smile on his face. Back home, Jiang Hao summoned Jia Renjie. Renjie, find me a few ordinary human experts who have undergone special training. Requirements: 2 men and 2 women. Yes, sir. Jia Renjie was very efficient. Before long, 2 men and 2 women appeared in the training ground on the basement floor of Jiang Hao's villa. Jiang Hao looked at the 2 men and 2 women and nodded in satisfaction. Even without Jia Renjie's introduction, Jiang Hao could tell that these 4 people were definitely strong among ordinary people. First look at those 2 men. One is a completely muscular man, tall and strong, probably in his early 20s. This person's name is Tang Qi. The other one was a little older, probably around 40 years old, and looked more like an ordinary person. But Jiang Hao could tell at a glance that this most ordinary-looking uncle was actually the most capable of the 4 of them. Then 2 girls caught Jiang Hao's eye. Both were around 20 years old and had excellent looks, but their temperaments were completely different. A girl with a cold demeanor is named Liang Bing. One of them was like a caring older sister, Liang Rou. They are sisters. The older sister is Liang Rou, and the younger sister is Liang Bing. Looking at the 4 people, Jiang Hao spoke. Are you aware of the existence of martial artists? Martial artists cultivate various killing techniques, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, break through the limitations of the human body, and pursue immortality. Jiang Hao's words instantly shocked the group. At the same time, even Jia Renjie was no exception. After all, these things were all made up by Jiang Hao himself to fool people. If you're going to make something up, you should at least make it sound sophisticated. At the same time, even Jia Renjie was no exception. After all, these things were all made up by Jiang Hao himself to fool people. If you're going to make something up, you should at least make it sound sophisticated. The 5 people were instantly drawn in, but Jiang Hao remained silent as he looked at their suspicious faces. Renjie, go and help them out. Let them experience it. Jiang Hao smiled calmly and then gave the order. Upon hearing this, Jia Renjie dared not disobey. Yes, sir. Jia Renjie accepted the order and then looked at the 2 men and 2 women. You 4, attack me without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. Ultimately, Du Man Chang made the decision to bow to Jia Renjie. Mr. Jia, I, Du, will dare to give it a try. Immediately, Du Man Chang put on airs, ready to test the truth. The other 3 were about to make way, but Jia Renjie was now a level 3 martial artist, so why would he care about 4 ordinary people? Even though these 4 ordinary people are very capable. But since they don't become martial artists, they are ultimately just ordinary people. No need, all 4 of you come at me together. Despite Du Manchang's attempts to curry favor, Jia Run was completely unmoved and declared that he would take on all 4 of them by himself. Now, the expressions on their faces turned rather grim. Which of those 4 isn't a tough character? Why would they gang up on one person? They are utterly disgraced. Helpless, they had no choice but to comply with Jia Renjie's request. The 4 men exchanged glances and finally bowed to Jia Renjie with clenched fists. Mr. Jia, I'm sorry to offend you. The 4 men then positioned themselves in 4 directions, forming a defensive stance to surround Jia Renjie. They had already planned that they would take turns attacking one by one, and if Jia Renjie showed any signs of weakness, they would immediately stop. On the periphery, Jiang Hao stood quietly watching this scene. Jia Renjie stood with his hands behind his back, and Du Manchang and 3 others surrounded him. At this moment, Du Manchang said something. Excuse me, Mr. Jia. Immediately, he took a powerful step forward and arrived in front of Jia Renjie, then threw a punch like the wind. He aimed for Jia Renjie's chest. Behind him, them, Tang Chi looked solemn. Hopefully Brother Du can stop in time, otherwise Jia Renjie might be crippled by this punch. Liang Ro and Liang Bing were also very nervous at this moment. Brother Du should know what he's doing. Jia Renjie should be fine. At this moment, the three of them were not worried about Du Manchang, but instead looked at Jia Renjie with concern. However, the three of them were well aware of Du Manchang's strength and felt that the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. No sooner said than done. Du Manchang's fist was already 10 centimeters from Jia Renjie's chest. However, Jia Renjie still hadn't reacted when Du Manchang was somewhat disappointed in preparing to withdraw his strength. Jia Renjie suddenly moved. He grabbed Du Manchang's fist with his backhand, pulled it upwards, and then exerted force to close the distance. Du Manchang felt a powerful force strike him, his chest tightened instantly, and he was knocked down and sent flying. The three onlookers were immediately startled. What had they just seen? Was that Brother Du who flew out? The three were shocked as they watched Du Manchang fly backwards towards them. Tang Chi reacted quickly, stepped forward, and caught Du Manchang. Tang Chi's expression changed as he caught Du Manchang. He staggered back several steps, then squatted down with his right leg back to dissipate the force. Du Manchang rolled over a few times, then squatted down, clutching his chest with his hand, his face flushed, but his eyes were fixed on Jia Renjie. At this moment, the four of them were extremely unsettled. Jia Renjie glanced at the four people and then spoke. All of you, come at me together. At this moment, the four of them were extremely unsettled. Jia Renjie glanced at the four people and then spoke. All of you, come at me together. The same sentence carries different weight on two separate occasions. This time, nobody took it as a joke. The four men had solemn expressions, their muscles tense, and they stared intently at Jia Renjie. Attack together. With a loud shout from Du Manchang, four men surrounded Jia Renjie from all directions, unleashing a variety of deadly moves. For a time, Jia Renjie was attacked from both sides, but he did not show the slightest sign of panic. With his extremely agile movements, he effortlessly maneuvered through the encirclement of the four men, and then defeated Du Manchang and Liang Ro with a punch and an elbow in succession. Tang Chi was still unable to catch his palm and was knocked to the ground. Liang Bing attacked from behind, but Jia Renjie seemed to have anticipated it and kicked him away with a sidekick. The power that Jia Renjie unleashed with each punch and strike left the four of them with no chance to turn the tide. The brawl ended in the blink of an eye with the defeat of all four. Jia Renjie stopped and stood aside. Du Manchang and the other three were in a sorry state. They helped each other up and looked at Jia Renjie with shock in their eyes. Jiang Hao made his entrance with a smile. This is what a martial artist is. The four looked over, and Jiang Hao said with a smile, Renjie, tell them how much effort you put in. Upon hearing this, the four were startled again and looked at Jia Renjie. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now? Upon hearing this, Jia Renjie did not hesitate. Sir, I just used 20% of my strength. Jia Renjie's words startled the four of them once again. Impossible. Tang Chi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, Jiang Hao spoke up at this moment. Nothing is impossible. This is what a martial artist is, a master who transcends ordinary people. At this moment, all four of them turned their gazes to Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with longing. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and looked at the four of them before speaking directly. Be loyal to me, and I can make you powerful warriors, instantly surpassing Renjie, and follow me in the pursuit of immortality. Jiang Hao's words instantly stirred up a huge wave in the hearts of the four people. After a brief silence, Du Manchang knelt on one knee. Master, I am willing. With Du Manchang's submission, the other three followed suit. Master, I'm willing. Having experienced various harsh trials since childhood, they naturally understand that in this world, everything depends on strength. They only respect the strong. Today, Jiang Hao has opened up a new world for them. Having witnessed the power of martial artists, they were filled with longing. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. A smart choice. Alright, get up, all of you. From now on, you can call me sir just like Renjie did. Upon hearing this, the four men stood up and respectfully replied, Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao reached into his pocket. He took out 4 small glass bottles, each about the size of a little finger, from the system space. They contained some pure blue potion. This is a first-class loyalty potion. Although Du Manchang and others swore allegiance, Jiang Hao still had to use the loyalty potion just in case. Then, Jiang Hao took out 4 jade medicine bottles, which contained martial arts pills. He arrived in front of the 4 people. Jiang Hao gave each of them a vial of medicine and a pill. The 4 looked at the potions and pills in their hands with puzzled expressions. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again. Sit down cross-legged on the spot, take the medicine first, then the martial arts pill. Today, I will help you become intermediate martial artists in one fell swoop. At that moment, Jiang Hao's voice came again. Sit down cross-legged on the spot, take the medicine first, then the martial arts pill. Today, I will help you become intermediate martial artists in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, the 4 were overjoyed and immediately did as instructed. As the 4 took the potion, their loyalty to Jiang Hao grew infinitely. As soon as they took the martial arts pills, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. Under the influence of this elixir, their physical condition underwent a tremendous change, and a surge of energy circulated through throughout their bodies. At that moment, they felt their bodies brimming with power. It seems that the saying "a fist can shatter rocks" is not just empty talk. Jiang Hao also handed Jia Renji a loyalty potion, falsely claiming it was another enhancement drug. After Jia Renji took the loyalty potion, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity to inject life essence into Jia Renji's body and stimulate Jia Renji's acupoints with ice jade needles. Jia Renji also took the opportunity to break through to level 4. Afterwards, once the 5 people regained consciousness, they were filled with gratitude. This time, Jiang Hao really went all out to train 4 bodyguards. The human pill given to Du Manchang was a low-grade version of the human pill he obtained by dissecting Chen Qi's corpse. The other 3 people took the human pills obtained by dissecting the corpses of the first elder, second elder, and third elder. Now, Du Manchang has become a level 5 being, while the other 3 have also jumped from ordinary people to level 4 beings. Afterwards, Jiang Hao introduced them to his family and informed them of the situation. Du Manchang is the housekeeper, Tang Qi is Zhang's father's bodyguard and sparring partner, Liang Ro follows her mother, and Liang Bing follows Jiang Zishuan. With them protecting his family, Jiang Hao felt much more at ease. Just as Jiang Hao was preparing to wait for the start of school, his grandfather suddenly called. The old man sounded a little anxious, hoping that Jiang Hao could return to his hometown as soon as possible. After quickly informing his parents, Jiang Hao drove to his hometown at high speed. When Jiang Hao returned to his hometown, he met his grandfather and found that the old man had become even stronger. Jiang Hao was happy for the old man as he became stronger. However, Jiang Hao soon noticed that the old man seemed to be in a strange state. Martial artists cultivate themselves, and the higher their cultivation level, the stronger their qi and blood should be. But the old man's face was a little pale, and his aura carried a chilling coldness. Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At this moment, the old man saw that Jiang Hao seemed to have discovered it, and without time for further pleasantries, he spoke. Hao, come with me. After saying that, the old man went out the door. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt were a little confused, and Jiang Hao comforted them. Fourth uncle, fourth aunt, grandpa and I are going out for a walk. We'll be right back. Then, Jiang Hao followed the old man out. Once outside, there was no one around. Jiang Hao and the old man walked side by side. Grandpa, something seems off about your blood and energy. Have you encountered some kind of trouble? Jiang Hao finally couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, the old man paused, then stopped and looked at Jiang Hao. How, you noticed? Jiang Hao nodded silently. The old man was not surprised. His grandson was already ahead of everyone else in martial arts. It wasn't surprising that he noticed the problem with his own blood and qi. Having such an amazing grandson, I have no regrets in this life. How, the reason Grandpa asked you to come back this time is to ask you to take your third uncle and fourth uncle's families with you. We can't stay in Jiangjia village anymore. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was immediately startled and looked at the old man with a solemn expression. Grandpa, what exactly happened? Jiang Hao didn't believe it was without reason that the old man had asked him to take away his third and fourth uncle's families. The old man remained silent for a long time after seeing Jiang Hao's inquisitive look. Then, he finally spoke again. How, with the revival of spiritual energy, not only are we becoming stronger, but some things that shouldn't be appearing are also starting to emerge. The new era can be described as both the best and the worst of times. Upon hearing the old man's inexplicable words and considering the unique aura emanating from him, Jiang Hao immediately thought of a possibility. So he looked at the old man and asked tentatively, Grandpa, did you run into something unclean? Jiang Hao's words startled the old man instantly. Seeing the old man's reaction, Jiang Hao knew that his guess was correct. How, don't worry about it. Before dark, take your third uncle, fourth uncle, and their family and leave. Looking at the nervous old man, Jiang Hao really wanted to say that it wasn't that he was afraid of ghosts, but that ghosts were afraid of him. But Jiang Hao knew that at this point, the old man probably wouldn't believe anything he said. After all, ghosts and gods will always be mysterious, untouchable, and not to be discussed lightly by humankind. As for ghosts and gods, people have always kept their distance from them. Therefore, even though the old man knew that Jiang Hao's martial arts were far superior to his, he still did not intend to tell him the whole story. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly thought of Confucian talent. The chilling aura emanating from the old man must be the aura of a ghost. Confucian talent completely suppresses Yin energy, therefore, Confucian talent should be able to counteract them. With that in mind, Jiang Hao decided to give it a try. Jiang Hao reached out and directly mobilized the chaotic energy within his body, transforming it into Confucian talent energy, which then adhered to his hand. Then, Jiang Hao placed a palm on the old man's back. Grandpa, don't resist. After saying that, Jiang Hao used his hand to infuse the old man with the Confucian talent within him. The old man was about to resist, but upon hearing Jiang Hao's voice, he immediately stopped moving. At that moment, he felt a very warm power flow into his body. Instantly, the stubborn, hidden cold energy in his body seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. In an instant, like ice and snow melting, it was completely dissolved in the blink of an eye. The martial arts aura that had been suppressed by that Yin energy on his body finally erupted. It's as if it's been rekindled from the ashes. His blood and qi surged throughout his body body, and his aura was like a huge furnace. The old man's blood and energy recovered, and his complexion became rosy in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Jiang Hao stopped and looked at the old man. The old man looked at Jiang Hao with a shocked expression. How, that aura? Jiang Hao said with a smile. Grandpa, have you ever heard the saying, an ancient sage could utter a single word that made even the gods flee? This power is different from the true qi that we martial artists cultivate. It is specifically designed to counter ghosts and gods, and is the nemesis of all evil spirits. Upon hearing this, the old man gasped in shock. Specially effective against ghosts and spirits? Such miraculous power? The old man looked at Jiang Hao, his heart filled with turmoil that lingered for a long time. After a long silence, the old man's expression shifted between light and dark, but in the end, he finally spoke. Alright, I'll take you somewhere. With that, the old man turned and left, and Jiang Hao followed. Alright, I'll take you somewhere. With that, the old man turned and left, and Jiang Hao followed. Soon, Jiang Hao followed the old man to the entrance of the village, in front of a small, low mud house. This is an ancient well house. There was no running water before, so we dug underground wells. Because we were worried that it would be dangerous for the children to play there, we built a small mud house on top of the well. Therefore, it's called the well house. On the door of this old well water room, there are some yellow paper strips pasted on it. These strips have turned white after being exposed to the wind and sun. However, the strange red symbols on it are still quite clear. Looking at this ancient well water room, Jiang Hao still has vivid memories, because this ancient well water house has existed since he was a child, and it has always been locked, with no one ever opening it. Even when he was a child, his family strictly forbade them from playing here. But as children grow older, they also reach the age of rebellion. When Jiang Hao was 8 years old, a 14 or 15-year-old boy from the same village was persuaded by others to join him. Mustering their courage, they prepared to open the ancient well and explore its secrets. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the boy smashed the lock with a stone, opened the door to the ancient well water room, and curiously walked inside. Not long after the boy went inside, a scream was heard. Outside the door, the other children were frightened and ran away in an instant. Later, the group of children realized that it was the little boy who had entered the ancient well water room who was scaring them. So they went back to cause trouble for the boy, but no one responded when they stood outside the well house and shouted for a long time. They assumed the boy had gone home after they left, so they didn't pay much attention. Later, as evening approached, the little boy's family, worried because he hadn't returned home all day, began searching for him everywhere. The children then realized that the boy was missing. They panicked and then told the adults what had happened during the day. Upon hearing this, the adults immediately beat the group of children without saying a word. When the boy's family learned of the situation, they fainted on the spot. But, late at night, no one dared to go and take a look at that old well house. The next morning, the people of Jiangjia village brought in a strange man. The strange man was wearing an apricot yellow robe with the Bagua, 8 trigrams, printed on his back. He held a piece of wood in one hand and several pieces of yellow talisman paper in the other. He went into the well house under the watchful eyes of the people, and came out after a while. He then let a few strong men from the village go in. When they came out again, they carried out a body that had been soaked until it turned white and was swollen. And that corpse was the little boy who had entered the well earlier. Then, amidst the family's wailing, the boy's body was cremated on the spot. Afterwards, the well house was locked again, and the strange man affixed talismans to both the inside and outside of the well house. From then on, no one dared to open the well house again. At that time, Jiang Hao overheard someone say that the little boy had been dragged into the well by something unclean. Although he was very scared at first, Jiang Hao changed his mind after going to Tianhe City with his parents. As he grew older and gained more experience, he simply assumed that the little boy had slipped and fallen into the well. However, today, when Jiang Hao came here again, he clearly felt something was off. It is summer now, and today there is neither wind nor rain. It was summer, and today, with no wind or rain, the place was strangely cool. Moreover, the fact that the old man brought him here suggests that things are not so simple. The old man looked at the well house with a solemn expression, and then spoke. How, do you remember Wenbin's accident here 10 years ago? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded. The old man didn't ask any more questions and continued talking. Actually, this well is very old. It existed here even before Jiangjia village was built. In the last century, during a war, Jiangjia village was affected. A young girl was violated by the enemy and jumped into an ancient well. Later, this ancient well became strange, as if it were cursed, with people jumping into it every year or two. At the time, people felt something was wrong, so they invited some extraordinary people to investigate. One of the Taoist priests said that there was something unclean here. He performed a religious ceremony and then had a room built above the ancient well, forbidding anyone from entering, and they pasted many talismans inside the ancient well house. After that, the ancient well finally settled down. Later, when Wenbin got into trouble, the person who came to handle it was the successor of that Taoist priest from back then. After telling the story, the old man made a statement. I have always held a sense of awe for things like ghosts and spirits. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Jiang Hao and continued. 3 days ago, your fourth uncle and the others went to do farm work, and it was getting dark. They haven't come back yet, and your grandma is worried, so she sent me out to check. When I went out to find your fourth uncle, I suddenly saw a girl in white. She noticed me too, and she turned around to stare at me. When I met the girl's gaze, I felt uneasy for some reason. Then, the girl walked over here. I don't know what happened to me at the time. I was in a daze and somehow ended up following that girl here uncontrollably. I watched as the girl floated into the well house, and I was instantly startled. I was startled awake, and in a panic, I unleashed my martial arts aura, becoming alert to my surroundings. It was then that I realized I had unknowingly arrived here. Recalling what had happened, I felt a chill of fear and quickly went home. The next night, I was sleeping when I suddenly felt someone watching me. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure walking past the window. I didn't disturb your grandmother. I went out by myself and saw that girl in white again. I became much more vigilant this time and mobilized my martial arts chi and blood in advance. She seemed to be both wary and eager. She ended up charging at me, and I threw a punch at her, but I missed. At this moment, I realized that my blood and energy were not flowing smoothly, as if there was an obstruction, or even as if I were frozen. I felt a chill run through me, but I didn't let my guard down. He didn't appear until dawn. I guess she might come again tonight, so I called you early this morning to ask you to come over and take your third and fourth uncles and their families away from here. Jiang Hao listened to the whole process and had many questions. Why did she approach Grandpa alone? And what exactly is it about Grandpa that attracts her? Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has only just recovered, so what has been born should all be little ghosts. But after hearing what Grandpa said, could this ghost have existed before the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored? Moreover, that strange Taoist priest actually possesses such abilities? After thinking it over and over without finding a solution, Jiang Hao stopped thinking about it. Even so, Jiang Hao was not afraid of her. We'll discuss everything tonight. When Jiang Hao and the old man returned home, Jiang Hao specially prepared a medicinal meal to replenish the old man's lost chi and blood. He also handed over the Duga 9 swords to the old man. At night, Jiang Hao lay in the side room, quietly waiting for the female ghost to arrive. Even with Jiang Hao present, the old man was still extremely nervous. The saying "the spirits and gods are unpredictable" is not just a figure of speech. The long wait continued until nearly midnight. A gentle breeze blew by, and the mist began to rise. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Under his powerful spiritual perception, he sensed a slight disturbance in the courtyard. At the same time, a chilling aura approached from afar, and the Confucian and Taoist talents within him reacted involuntarily. Jiang Hao was now certain that the female ghost had arrived. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Jiang Hao suppressed the reaction of the Confucian and Taoist talents within his body. Then, she quietly got up and looked out the window. Sure enough, a woman in white was heading towards the old man's room in the courtyard. Ghosts are extremely sensitive to human sense. A martial artist's massive blood and energy, in their eyes, is like a ball of fire, particularly eye-catching. Moreover, while that ball of fire filled them with immense fear, it also held an irresistible allure for them. Sun Yunfang looked at the old man with longing. She had a premonition that as long as she devoured the old man, she could break through and completely break free from her shackles. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a strong, almost tangible threat. Without the slightest hesitation, she instinctively turned around, her heart filled with shock. Suddenly, a young man appeared standing not far behind her. At this moment, the young man stared at her with great interest, seemingly developing a strong interest in her. But I was clearly invisible. I didn't become visible. However, to his shock, the young man was holding a bronze sword, and Sun Yunfang sensed a deadly threat emanating from that sword. What shocked her even more was that she hadn't noticed when the young man had appeared behind her at all. You must know that ghosts are incredibly sensitive to the aura of the living. But this young man had no aura whatsoever, as if he were a dead thing. But she's a ghost. How could she not recognize her own kind? This person not only lacks human vitality, but also the yin energy possessed by ghosts. Therefore, there is only one possibility. This person is a master who can conceal all his aura. At this moment, Sun Yunfang's expression turned serious. To Jiang Hao's surprise, this ghost was far stronger than Baiyu in his perception. Moreover, unlike Yu Baiyu, this female ghost had a trace of black aura on her body, and Jiang Hao subconsciously felt disgusted by this black aura. At this moment, after a brief silence, Sun Yunfang made a decision. If she didn't run now, when would she? Putting aside whether she could defeat this person, the bronze sword in his hand alone posed an endless threat to her. In situations where everything is unclear, a temporary retreat may be necessary. After making her decision, Sun Yunfang turned around and quickly drifted away. Jiang Hao watched the fleeing female ghost and gave chase. He didn't want to fight here, as it would inevitably alert his family, and that would be difficult to explain. He also wanted to conduct 2 experiments, so this place wasn't suitable. Moreover, he had some questions that he needed the female ghost to answer. Otherwise, he could have killed her with a single sword strike earlier. Following the female ghost out, no matter how she ran, Jiang Hao stayed close behind her. At this moment, Sun Yunfang knew perfectly well that this this young man was an absolutely terrifying expert. Jiang Hao chased the female ghost all the way to the forest where the ancient well house was located. Sun Yunfang looked at the ancient well house so close by and finally felt at ease. Although she was imprisoned here, it also protected her in a way. She can instantly hide inside whenever there is danger. She turned around and stared at Jiang Hao, who also stopped in his tracks. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Having arrived here, Sun Yunfang felt a little more confident. Looking at Jiang Hao with great anger, she questioned him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. You little brat, you have no sense of propriety. You dared to harm my grandfather, and you even ask me why I'm chasing you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yunfang was immediately startled. Was the old man she had her eye on before this person's grandfather? But how could that old martial artist, despite his formidable strength, have such a monstrous grandson? At that moment, Sun Yunfang's mind was racing, and she instantly understood that she absolutely could not admit to this crime. So she adopted a gentle and weak demeanor and spoke softly. Sir, I didn't mean to harm your grandfather. I've never harmed anyone. I was only born recently. Seeing Sun Yunfang transform into a weak and frail figure in an instant, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The dark aura emanating from the female ghost that he found so repulsive was definitely not a good thing. Compared to the newly born Baiyu, the purine energy emanating from Baiyu's body appeared exceptionally pure. Baiyu and her are completely different concepts. If Baiyu is a benevolent ghost, then this female ghost is definitely an evil ghost. However, there's no rush to expose her yet. What's your name? What's your background? Jiang Hao looked at Sun Yunfang and asked a question. Upon hearing this, Sun Yunfang, for reasons unknown, replied, My lord, my daughter, Sun Yunfang, was born from this ancient well just a few days ago. Regardless of whether what she said was true or false, Jiang Hao continued to press for answers. Why are you still chasing after my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Sun Yunfang was immediately delighted. Looks like he's a greenhorn. He doesn't even know this? Thinking of this, she suddenly had an idea, put on a pitiful look and then said, My lord, I don't know either. I just felt that there was an aura about your grandfather that attracted me. That's why I followed him without really understanding what was going on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression turned cold. This female ghost was lying again, and he immediately became too lazy to ask any further questions. You wicked devil, you're spouting nonsense. Do you really think I know nothing? Having said that, Jiang Hao picked up Bai Chi's killing sword, stepped forward, and slashed out with his sword. As for why Jiang Hao used Bai Chi's killing sword, it was actually something that Jiang Hao suddenly thought of. Many ancient beliefs hold that anything stained with the blood of many living beings has the power to subdue ghosts. As the sword of Bai Chi, the god of slaughter, Bai Chi's killing sword has slain countless lives and is definitely one of the best. Therefore, Jiang Hao decided to take it out and give it a try. Sure enough, that statement was not unfounded. Previously, when he took out Bai Chi's killing sword, the female ghost stared at it repeatedly, her eyes filled with fear. At this moment, Jiang Hao's sudden move caught Sun Yunfang off guard. We were having a great conversation. At least, that's what Sun Yunfang thinks. Why did they suddenly make a move? As Bai Chi's killing sword struck down, Sun Yunfang's expression changed drastically. She quickly dodged Bai Chi's killing sword and headed towards her lair, the ancient well house. When Jiang Hao's sword struck, it was like a maggot clinging to bone. No matter where Sun Yunfang fled, Bai Chi's killing sword relentlessly pursued her. With a scream, Sun Yunfang was caught off guard, and Bai Chi's killing sword severed her arm. As Bai Chi passed through her arm, an intensely painful burning sensation immediately struck, halting the self-repair of her ghostly body. At the same time, the substance that was preventing her ghost body from repairing itself began to invade her body, continuously dissolving her ghost body. It's like a snowflake meeting fire, it begins to melt. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't harm her at all, but Bai Chi's killing sword is different. It has slain countless lives and its murderous aura is overwhelming, completely restraining her. With just one strike, Jiang Hao severely injured Sun Yunfang. Sun Yunfang looked at the crimson aura that was constantly eroding her arm. Her face was contorted with rage, and she stared at Jiang Hao with murderous intent, letting out a shrill roar. How dare you hurt me? You just wait. After I've devoured the souls of everyone here, I'll make you die. Sun Yunfang made a harsh statement and headed straight for her hideout without the slightest hesitation. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao let out a cold snort, still trying to escape. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a scroll was thrown directly in front of the ancient well house. The painting arrived later but arrived first, landing on the door of the well house and hanging eerily above it. The scroll unfolds, revealing a lifelike classical beauty at the top. At this moment, Sun Yunfang, her light darting away, was about to pass through the door when she bumped right into the painting. Just as Sun Yunfang bumped into the painting, a dazzling milky white light suddenly burst forth from it. Sun Yunfang screamed and was sent flying. Those milky white lights were like a ball of fire, and when Sun Yunfang bumped into them, it was as if ice and snow melted. Sun Yunfang suffered another severe blow. The two consecutive blows made Sun Yunfang's originally solid figure become faint. Sun Yunfang lay on the ground, staring at the painting in utter terror. What is this? At that that moment, the classical beauty in the painting hanging on the door of the well-house suddenly moved and then walked directly out of the painting. This classical beauty who seems to have stepped out of a painting is none other than Baiyu. After coming here with the old man today, Baiyu woke up as soon as we got back. After absorbing the painting created by Jiang Hao with his Confucian and Taoist talents, Baiyu's energy seemed to disappear, replaced by a more ethereal aura. Baiyu seems to have embarked on an unknown path that even Jiang Hao could not foresee. Baiyu has become stronger. Moreover, once the white feathers have washed away their energy, they are not only immune to sunlight but can even control the Confucian and Taoist talents in Jiang Hao's painting. This truly shocked Jiang Hao. However, now that Baiyu is bound to him, Baiyu's enhancement is his own enhancement. Shocked, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. However, this also gave him two more reasons to capture the female ghost. First, he wanted to verify whether Bai Chi's killing sword, which had killed countless people, was effective against ghosts. Secondly, now that Baiyu has awakened, he naturally wants to understand Baiyu's strength. Now, he has verified the first one. Baiyu's attack just now also seemed to demonstrate considerable strength. At this moment, Sun Yunfang stared in shock at Baiyu, who stepped out of the painting and exuded a holy aura. She stared at Baiyu and realized that Baiyu was neither a ghost nor a demon. At this moment, Baiyu walked straight up to Sun Yunfang and smiled slightly. Before Sun Yunfang's horrified eyes, with a wave of its hand, a white silk thread instantly wrapped around Sun Yunfang's body, binding her. "Let me go! Let me go!" Sun Yunfang screamed and struggled. However, the more she struggled, the tighter the white silk thread would bind her. At this moment, Baiyu ignored Sun Yunfang's struggles, picked her up, and brought her to Jiang Hao's side. Then, he dropped it at his feet and bowed respectfully to Jiang Hao. "Master, what should we do with this evil spirit?" Baiyu's address of master shocked Sun Yunfang, and at the same time, made her feel utterly hopeless. Looking at Sun Yunfang, who was left bound and unable to move, Jiang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction with Baiyu's abilities. Jiang Hao squatted down, stared at Sun Yunfang, and smiled slightly. "Now can you tell me why you're following my grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yunfang immediately begged for mercy. "My lord, spare me. What I said before was true. My lord, spare me." However, although this white feather looks like a ghost but not quite, she is still a ghost in essence. Sun Yunfang's words could not deceive her. Baiyu snorted coldly, then looked at Jiang Hao and said respectfully, "Master, she's lying. She must have her eye on the old man's enormous vital energy." Baiyu's words instantly exposed Sun Yunfang's true intentions. Sun Yunfang's face immediately froze, a scene that Jiang Hao happened to witness. Jiang Hao looked up at Baiyu, who understood and quickly explained, "Master, martial artists possess abundant blood and energy, and are full of masculine vigor. This does indeed suppress ghosts and prevent them from approaching. However, this vast amount of vital energy is also extremely attractive to ghosts. Like her, devouring a martial artist brings her so many benefits, her strength will skyrocket." After hearing Baiyu's explanation, Jiang Hao immediately thought of a sentence. "All things in the universe are interconnected and mutually restraining. However, as the ghosts gradually revive, martial artists may face a great calamity." Even so, he was powerless to do anything about it. Although he is strong, he is not strong enough to change the rules of the world on his own. Putting aside these random thoughts, Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Yunfang, then looked at Baiyu. "Baiyu, what do you suggest we do with this ghost?" Baiyu glanced at Sun Yunfang with a look of disgust. "Master, this ghost is covered in resentment and death energy, and has already taken many lives. It cannot be allowed to live." Upon hearing Baiyu's words, Sun Yunfang was so frightened that she begged for mercy repeatedly. "My lord, please spare me. I don't want to die." Jiang Hao ignored Sun Yunfang's pleas and felt disgusted by the black aura surrounding her. Upon learning that Sun Yunfang had already committed multiple murders, Jiang Hao probably guessed that she might be the girl who was humiliated and committed suicide by jumping into a well. Those who subsequently committed suicide by jumping into the well were likely lured in by her. She wasn't born after the revival of spiritual energy in the world. She must have been born many years ago. But how did she survive when there was no spiritual energy many years ago? It seems that even before the spiritual energy recovered, this world was not simple. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? Jiang Hao shook his head, putting these wild thoughts out of his mind. Then, looking at Sun Yunfang, all I can say is, every pitiful person has something hateful about them. Jiang Hao channeled his Confucian and Taoist energy, and with a flick of his wrist, struck Sun Yunfang's forehead, preparing to end her life. Just as Jiang Hao touched Sun Yunfang's ghost body, a system notification suddenly sounded. "Ding! An alien demon has been detected. Decompose it?" As the system notification sounded, the Confucian Taoist artifact in Jiang Hao's hand suddenly froze and then disappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao responded immediately. He never expected that the system could even break down ghosts. With Jiang Hao's command, Sun Yunfang, who had been begging for her life, was completely dissipated by the system's disintegration. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for dismantling one alien demon and gaining the innate divine ability, Divine Footwork 5.1 skill points, and 2.2 experience points. Divine Footwork level 1, 0 out of 10 with divine footwork. One can fly freely, leaving no trace on the snow, coming without a shadow and going without a trace. Congratulations, host, the decomposition was successful. Do you wish to extract and fuse it? Looking at the system's annotations, Zhang Hao was surprised. Isn't the supernatural power of divine foot one of the 6 supernatural powers in Buddhism? The 6 supernatural powers in Buddhism are divine eye, divine ear, divine foot, knowledge of past lives, knowledge of others' minds, and the power of extinction of defilements. The system is getting more and more powerful. Now it can even grant him, a mere mortal, the power of Buddhism. Moreover, among his 4 attributes, agility is currently the lowest, and divine speed is a speed-based supernatural power that perfectly made up for his shortcomings. I suppose the divine speed technique should be able to improve my agility attribute? Thinking this, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. System, extract and merge. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Hao immediately spoke. As soon as Zhang Hao gave the order, a stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. Then, a golden aura was generated from within Zhang Hao's feet, which began to travel along Zhang Hao's meridians, circulating throughout his body, and finally gathering in his dantian. At the same time, Zhang Hao's personal panel also changed. Zhang Hao naturally sensed the changes in the system panel. Zhang Hao's mind stirred slightly, and he gave the order. System, bring up my personal panel. Yes, host. Level 4, 2000/10,000. Agility, 25.2. Spirit, 30.2. Endurance, 49.9. Weapons, 9 heavenly blades, lady's portrait. Skill, hidden. Talent, hidden. Skill points, 15. Personal space, enabled. Zhang Hao was overjoyed to see his agility attribute suddenly increase by 5 points. It was only a preliminary integration of the divine speed technique, yet it caused his agility attribute to suddenly increase by 5 points. Truly worthy of being a Buddhist supernatural power. Zhang Hao then glanced at the skill points he had gained from dismantling the equipment during this period. I have enough skill points. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade your talent ability. Divine footwork. Yes, host. Ding. Successfully upgraded your innate ability, divine speed, by spending 10 skill points. As the system notification sounded, Zhang Hao stared intently at the agility attribute on his personal panel. Just then, Zhang Hao felt a lightness throughout his body, and then a ball of golden energy appeared in his body again, flowing from his feet along his meridians and into his dantian. It merged with the chaotic true energy within his body. Meanwhile, on his personal panel, Zhang Hao's agility attribute changed again. Yes, host. Level 4, 2000/10,000. Agility, 32.2. Spirit, 30.2. Endurance, 49.9. Weapons, 9 heavenly blades, lady's portrait. Skill, hidden. Talent, hidden. Skill points, 1505. Personal space, enabled. Upgrading to level 3 divine footwork now requires 100 skill points. Zhang Hao gave the order. Promote me to the next level. Zhang Hao's agility attribute surged again, reaching 42.2. In this way, speed is no longer his weakness. Of course, this shortcoming is only relative to him personally, not compared to others. Compared to others, even without the supernatural ability to move with incredible speed, Zhang Hao could still easily defeat them. Zhang Hao was still eager to level up, but he had to keep 1,000 skill points as a backup to deal with any unexpected situations. After all, it's always better to be prepared. Zhang Hao put away the system panel with satisfaction, and then stood up. Despite all that was said, in Baiyu's eyes, only a few seconds had passed. At this moment, Baiyu watched as Zhang Hao merely touched the evil spirit lightly. The evil spirit was completely annihilated, leaving not even a trace of its soul behind. Baiyu was amazed by such methods. The master is indeed the master. Luckily, I was just born and didn't harm anyone. Otherwise, I'm afraid my fate won't be much better than that evil spirit's. However, what's even more fortunate is that I recognized him as my master, which means I've found a powerful patron. Just then, Zhang Hao and Baiyu simultaneously heard a noise in the distance, which must be the old man. Zhang Hao looked at Baiyu and quickly spoke. Baiyu, quickly return to the painting. Without hesitation, Baiyu quickly flashed into the painting. The scroll hanging in front of the well house automatically rolled up and flew into Zhang Hao's hands. Zhang Hao added it to his system space. How? Are you alright? The old man looked anxious and, upon seeing Zhang Hao, immediately asked him with concern. At the same time, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. How could I have been so rash as to agree? I should have told Hao how to take the third and fourth brothers and their families and leave immediately. How can human beings contend with ghosts and gods? If anything happens to Hao, how can I live with myself? At this moment, the old man was filled with regret. Seeing the excited old man, Zhang Hao quickly turned around and ran over. Grandpa, I'm alright, don't be afraid. I've already killed that ghost, so you can rest assured. The old man was startled when he saw Zhang Hao's calm expression. What did you say? You killed that female ghost? The old man looked at Zhang Hao in disbelief. He hadn't been able to sleep, waiting for the female ghost to arrive, since she had come looking for him. At the same time, he was also worried about Zhang Hao. He feared feared that the female ghost would turn her attention to Jiang Hao, and that Jiang Hao's Confucian and Taoist talents were insufficient, which would be disastrous. However, after waiting for so long without hearing any sound, he hurriedly got up to see if Jiang Hao was there. He discovered that Jiang Hao had already left sometime earlier, so he quickly chased after him. We chased them all the way here. Finally, they saw Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao had already killed the female ghost. After Jiang Hao explained repeatedly, the old man finally believed that the female ghost was dead. I stayed in my hometown for 2 days, following several medicinal meals prepared by Jiang Hao. The old man's cultivation level is starting to advance towards level 5, while Jiang Jingyi's cultivation level is starting to advance towards level 3. Jiang Hao was fairly satisfied with the results. On the 3rd day, before leaving, Jiang Hao gave the old man and Jiang Jingyi a spirit concealing pearl each. Let them carry it with them to conceal their martial arts aura and reduce unnecessary trouble. September 3rd, today is the first day of university. Jiang Hao was going to register at Zhongbei University. After his mother's repeated reminders, Jiang Hao finally pulled his suitcase and left the house. Song Wanner was naturally with them. The two embarked on their journey to Zhongbei. 5 hours later, the two finally arrived in Zhongbei. As soon as they got off the bus and left the station, Song Wanner pointed to the road outside with delight. Brother Hao, that looks like a school bus from Zhongbei University. It must be picking up new students. Jiang Hao looked in the direction Song Wanner pointed, and it really was. A school bus was parked on the side of the road with a banner next to it bearing a welcome message. It was a school bus from Zhongbei University picking up new students for registration. Let's go over there. Jiang Hao dragged 2 suitcases, while Song Wanner walked ahead, and the two headed straight for the school bus. At this moment, several senior students spotted Song Wanner and Jiang Hao next to the school bus. Song Wanner is simply too dazzling. At this moment, an older student looked at Song Wanner with a lewd expression. He then encouraged a young man in a suit who was leading a group of people who were also staring at Song Wanner with shining eyes. Brother D, that junior is so pretty. Brother D, what are you waiting for? Make a move. Several people nearby also encouraged him. Quick, Brother D, she's coming this way. It must be a junior from school. Brother D, make your move. That's right, only our Brother D is worthy of such a beautiful junior. Hong Taidi looked at Song Wanner, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. He finally met a beautiful female student. On this sweltering day, he volunteered to take on the arduous task of welcoming new students, also that he could find naive and inexperienced female students. Then look at the few sleazy young men next to him, their goal is the same as his. However, I should keep my composure. Didn't you guys see that girl with a guy following her? She's probably already taken. Hong Taidi looked at Jiang Hao and spoke to the others. However, the others just smiled upon hearing this, and then said disdainfully, Brother D, we've all been through this. How many kids like that do you think will last? Exactly. D Gu is so outstanding. I think that girl is a perfect match for him. Isn't there a saying that all the junior girls belong to the senior boys? While these people were talking, they didn't know that their whispers had reached Jiang Hao's ears. Jiang Hao frowned, glancing at the few sleazy-looking older students next to the school bus. I couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that even a prestigious university like Zhongbei University has people like this. At this moment, encouraged by the crowd, Hong Taidi stopped being reserved and stood up to greet Song Wanner with a big smile. This must be a junior student. I'm Hong Taidi, a sophomore. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner's expression immediately turned strange. She suppressed a laugh and replied with a single sentence. Hello, Teddy. Upon hearing this, Hong Taidi stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly corrected himself. Junior, you can just call me Senior Brother Hong. I'm sure you must be tired from your journey. Let me take you to get something to eat over there while we wait for the next bus. Let's go back to the college, and I'll take the female students to register. May I ask your name, Junior? Looking at Hong Taidi's sycophantic expression, Song Wanner said with a hint of apology. Thank you, Senior Brother Hong, but I won't trouble you any further. My boyfriend will go with me. Upon hearing this, Hong Taidi immediately displayed his shameless spirit, grinning broadly as he hurriedly replied, no trouble at all. Then he looked at Jiang Hao and said, is this the junior student? Jiang Hao frowned and said coldly, Teddy, you should take care of the others. We don't need your care. Jiang Hao's words immediately made Hong Taidi's face turn ugly. However, he will not give up. This won't do. As the head of the student organization department, how can I ignore my juniors? This is my job. Hong Taidi invoked righteousness, appearing all righteous and awe-inspiring. At the same time, he also mentioned his title as the minister of the organization department. Looking at Teddy's smug expression, Jiang Hao had to admit that the name he was given was absolutely perfect. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, Teddy, who named you? Hong Taidi was very displeased upon hearing this. What's wrong? Jiang Hao didn't keep him in suspense and continued, it's nothing, I was just asking casually. However, the elder who named you knows you too well. Haven't you noticed that the name Teddy suits your personality perfectly? As soon as Jiang Hao said this, the crowd of onlookers burst into laughter. You know what, it really does look a bit like it. Teddy bear, this is a rare species. Upon hearing this, Hong Taidi Taidi pointed at Jiang Hao with an ugly expression. Jiang Hao ignored him, then turned around, put the suitcase in the school bus, and pulled Song Wanner to get on the school bus. Hong Taidi looked disgusted. At this moment, the senior students who had been instigating Hong Taidi quickly came to his side and pointed at Jiang Hao with a shared sense of righteous indignation. You, get down here and apologize to senior brother Hong right now. How dare you insult Minister Hong? Who gave you the audacity? So, a mere freshman thinks this place is your small county town? We braved this scorching sun to pick up you junior students, and you dare to insult us for no reason. Who gave you the audacity? These people pointed at Jiang Hao and accused him one after another. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of many people, who all turned to look. Upon hearing this, many people who were unaware of the situation looked at Jiang Hao with disgust. They also joined the chorus of criticism. Seeing this, Hong Taidi was also quite pleased with himself. Apologize now. Apologize. Jiang Hao turned around and met the gazes of the shouting group. In an instant, everything went black before their eyes. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a blood-red world, surrounded by blood. Outside, in less than a second, Hong Taidi and his group snapped back to reality, their faces filled with terror. Then, they shuddered, and a puddle of water appeared at their feet. At this moment, the people around immediately noticed the abnormality. Holy crap, what's wrong with you guys? Are they scared out of their wits? How pathetic. They were scared to death just by looking at them. As the stench of urine spread, the surrounding crowd immediately retreated, covering their mouths and noses, staring at the group with strange expressions. At the same time, they looked at Jiang Hao with surprise and doubt. They saw that the freshman only glanced at Hong Taidi and his group, and they were so scared that they wet themselves. This is so weird. Just as the fear in Hong Taidi and the others' eyes faded, they saw the strange looks from the crowd. Then he noticed his pants were a little damp and smelled urine. The group of people felt a chill run down their spines. Looking down, their faces flushed crimson. Faced with the pointing fingers and whispers of the crowd, Hong Taidi and the others could no longer remain still. Ignoring everything else, he quickly covered his face and ran to the toilet in a disheveled state. Looking at the disheveled group, Jiang Hao's lips curled up slightly, indicating that he was in a good mood. Song Wanner glanced at Jiang Hao with a strange expression, and noticing his expression, she immediately knew that Jiang Hao must have done it. He then got on the bus under everyone's watchful eyes, pulled Song Wanner onto the school bus, and found a place to sit down. Soon, many more new students boarded the bus, and another school bus arrived. It was time for the school bus to leave. Ever since Jiang Hao gave Hong Taidi a slight punishment, Hong Taidi and his friends seemed too ashamed to show their faces and have already returned to school. 20 minutes later, the school bus drove into Zhongbei University. After getting off the bus, Jiang Hao, carrying his luggage, and Song Wanner followed the others to the registration office to report. Jiang Hao's tuition was waived, so it wasn't much trouble. After finishing the report, Jiang Hao dealt with several groups of senior students with ulterior motives, and then, along with a female senior, escorted Song Wanner to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Seeing that no males allowed sign in front of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks. Wanner, you go upstairs with senior sister Lu. I need to go find my dorm too. I'll come find you after I'm settled. Jiang Hao looked at Song Wanner and spoke. Song Wanner smiled gently. Okay, I'm not a child anymore. The dog food being flaunted was so over the top that senior sister Lu couldn't stand it anymore and said impatiently. Alright, I'll take this dog food. Junior brother Jiang, you should hurry up and go. I'm taking junior sister Wanner upstairs. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner immediately felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Hao smiled as well. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior Lu. Jiang Hao, carrying his luggage, asked for directions along the way until he arrived at the boys' dormitory building. I reported to the dormitory manager downstairs, got the key, and went to room 333. When Jiang Hao arrived at dormitory 333, he opened the door and found two people already making their beds. It seems these must be his two roommates. The two people, one fat and one thin, were about the same height. They had just arrived and were not familiar with each other, so they did not interact much. This dormitory room is a four-person room. Besides the three of them, there is one other person. Jiang Hao randomly chose a bed and began to tidy up his bed and belongings. Not long after, the door opened again, and a short boy walked in with a happy expression. This person was very talkative, and with him acting as a mediator, the four people in dormitory 333 quickly became acquainted. Jiang Hao learned that the slightly overweight roommate was named Du Jiasen, and the slightly thinner roommate was named Zhang Daoqian. The short, talkative boy who came later was named Yang Xiaoxiao. After the four met, Yang Xiaoxiao suggested that they go out for a meal together to get to know each other better, but Zhang Daoqian said that his father was still waiting for him to go out for a meal together, so the matter was postponed. Jiang Hao then went to find Song Wanner and had a meal outside. The following day, it was registration time again. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner had already finished registering, so they had nothing to do. So Jiang Hao took Song Wanner and prepared to go out and enjoy the scenery of Zhongbei City. After leaving the house, Jiang Hao and Song Wanner boarded bus number 2 and headed towards the city center. Zhongbei University is located in the suburb suburbs, but it is not far from the city center of Zhongbei. It takes about 40 minutes to get from Zhongbei University to the city center by bus. After boarding the bus, all the seats were occupied except for one empty seat in the back. Jiang Hao asked Song Wanner to sit down, and he stood next to her. Time passed second by second. Soon, the bus crossed the Zhongbei Bridge. It wasn't rush hour, so there weren't many people on the bus. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in front of them. "Stop the car. I want to get out. This isn't a stop. We can't stop here. Let's wait for the next stop." Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the noise. Then I saw an overweight, bald, middle-aged man standing next to the driver, arguing with him. It turns out that this person forgot to get off at the Zhongbei Bridge and only realized it after getting on the bridge. Now they're even making a scene and want to get off the bus. At that moment, he was yelling for the bus driver to stop. "Where were you before? The voice prompts have been given several times. Don't you know where you should get off?" The driver was furious and yelled at the bald, middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the bald, middle-aged man became furious. "I'm getting off here, so what? Are you going to stop or not?" The bald, middle-aged man pointed at the driver, his face full of anger. Before the driver could refute, the bald, middle-aged man grabbed the driver's collar and then punched him. "Stop the car. Ah, move aside, I'm driving." The two immediately started fighting, and by then the bus had already lost control, wobbling like a drunkard. Just then, a red sedan came hurtling straight at them, startling everyone in the car into screaming in terror. "Car! There's a car ahead!" Jiang Hao's expression also changed. The situation was critical. Without thinking, he took a step forward and instantly arrived at the driver's side. He grabbed the bald middle-aged man by the lower back and with a sudden force flung the bald men backward, sending them crashing into the railing behind them. Without thinking, the driver reacted quickly, turning the steering wheel to the right to avoid the other car, and then slammed on the brakes. The bus veered several meters to the right in an instant, narrowly avoiding the red sedan. Then it rushed onto the sidewalk and crashed into the right side guardrail of the Zhongbei Bridge. With a sudden impact, the people in the car were thrown from side to side, crying out for their parents. Fortunately, there were no other vehicles behind the bus at that moment. As soon as the car came to a stop, Song Wanner quickly got up from the back seat and went to Jiang Hao's side. "Brother Hao, are you alright? Wanner, are you alright?" The two asked the question almost simultaneously. While the passengers were still in shock, a police explosion rang out, and traffic police on duty arrived and immediately blocked off the area behind them. Clap, clap, clap. "Open the door! Open the door!" A series of knocking sounds were mixed with a delicate shout. The driver opened the car door. Several traffic police officers in uniform came up, and surprisingly, the one in the lead was a girl, followed by an older man and two younger men, a total of 3 traffic police officers. The girl was about 23 or 24 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a police uniform, with a smart and graceful figure and exquisite curves. However, at this moment, her face was cold and she glared fiercely at Jiang Hao, who was now next to the driver. "What's going on here? Get out of the car and explain." He thought Jiang Hao was causing trouble, so he reached out to grab Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao instinctively pushed the female traffic policewoman's hand away and shoved her aside. The female traffic policewoman didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so strong. She stumbled and bumped directly into the older traffic policeman behind her. The veteran traffic policeman quickly helped the female traffic policeman up. Fortunately, Jiang Hao didn't use much force. Jiang Hao stared at the female traffic police officer with some dissatisfaction. "Officer, why are you arresting me?" Song Wanner quickly spoke up as well. "You're arresting people without even asking what happened." At this moment, the driver quickly pointed to the bald middle-aged man lying on the ground, still screaming in pain, and explained to the traffic police, "Officer, it's that person. He just missed his stop and then started causing trouble. He told me to stop here, but I didn't. Then he grabbed my collar and hit me, causing the car to go out of control." By this time, the others had also recovered and looked shaken. In the back row, a young man, still angry, got up and went to the bald, middle-aged man lying in the aisle of the carriage, and kicked him a few times. "It was because of you that I almost lost my life." The others, realizing what was happening, also angrily attacked the bald man. "Stop! All of you, stop!" Traffic police officers rushed forward, blocked the angry crowd, and dragged the bald middle-aged man away. The female traffic policewoman glared at Jiang Hao with a cold expression. At that moment, the veteran traffic policeman shouted, "Everyone, please get off the bus and cooperate with our work so we can understand the situation." After saying that, he grabbed the female traffic police officer and pulled her out of the car, dragged her aside, and stared at her while whispering a reprimand. "Jiang Qionying, I know you used to be a special police officer, and you were very unhappy about being made a traffic police officer. But you're a traffic cop now. Don't you dare lay a hand on me and cause trouble for your dad." Upon hearing this, the female traffic police officer looked defiant and unconvinced, but she did not refute the veteran officer's warning. On the other side, Jiang Hao got out of the car and looked at the female traffic police officer who was being trained not far away, somewhat surprised. He had just sensed the aura of a martial artist emanating from that female traffic police officer. However, compared to the martial arts aura emanating separating from others. Her aura was very faint, as if it had been hidden. This surprised Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Qinying also noticed that Jiang Hao was looking at her, and she immediately stared at Jiang Hao with a fierce look. She looked frustrated. She, a martial artist, had just been pushed away by an ordinary person. If word gets out, how will I save face? Looking at Jiang Qinying's fierce expression, Jiang Hao was completely baffled. I don't think I've offended her, have I? Soon, under questioning by several other traffic police officers, the passengers on the bus explained the whole incident. Their testimonies are consistent. Jiang Hao is innocent and has actually done a good job. After the matter was clarified, they took statements, left their contact information, and then Jiang Hao and the others left. As for the bald middle-aged man, he was arrested for endangering the safety of others. Jiang Hao didn't know what to do with the driver. After this incident, Jiang Hao and Song Wan'er lost their enthusiasm, wandered around for a bit, and then returned to school. Meanwhile, back at the brigade, Jiang Qinying felt increasingly uneasy. He, a dignified martial artist, failed to capture an ordinary person and was instead pushed away by an ordinary person. Even if it was just a random grab, it's not something an ordinary person could dodge. Even beginner-level martial artists are already superior to some specially trained ordinary people. Moreover, she is a martial arts genius, and her martial arts have already entered the middle stage. Thinking about this, Jiang Qinying was certain that the person was definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking this, Jiang Qinying quickly got up and ran to the other office to find one of the traffic police officers who had just taken her statement. "See you, let me see the confession from just now." Jiang Qinying approached the young traffic policeman who was with them and spoke. The young traffic policeman was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and then said, "Senior Sister Jiang, there's nothing wrong with the statement. What do you need this for?" Although he was asking, he still handed the recording device to Jiang Qinying. Jiang Qinying took the recording equipment but did not answer the traffic policeman's question. He picked up the recording equipment, left only one sentence, and then turned and left. "I'll give it back to you later." Jiang Qinying took the recording equipment back to her office, connected it to the computer, and quickly found Jiang Hao's recording. After quickly finishing reading, Jiang Qinying fell into deep thought. Could it be a member of my Jiang clan? Then Jiang Qinying took a screenshot of Jiang Hao's face and typed it on the computer. Soon, all of Jiang Hao's information appeared on the computer. Jiang Hao, male, 18 years old, a freshman in the Department of Medicine at Jiangbei University. I didn't expect her to be such a top student. Jiang Qinying looked at Jiang Hao's information and couldn't help but marvel. I was overthinking it. It seems he's not a member of my Jiang clan. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had no idea that someone would investigate him over such a trivial matter. As one day ends, a new day begins. That day, Jiang Hao got up early and ran to the playground. What followed was their 3-week military training. Jiangbei University is a well-known institution of higher learning, and their military training is conducted by a unit under the jurisdiction of the local military region. As the school's top leaders arrived, after a welcoming speech, the regimental commander who led their military training gave them another encouraging speech. Afterwards, military training uniforms were distributed. At the same time, everyone also received a rubber model of a Type 95 automatic rifle. Even though it was fake, it still made a group of boys extremely happy. These model guns are made to the same weight as real guns, and they actually feel quite realistic when you hold them in your hand. Then the instructors began selecting their own soldiers. Jiang Hao's instructor was a young man in his mid-20s named Huang Tianhua. He was lean and had dark skin. And so, before they could even enjoy the replica guns for a few days, the freshman's enthusiasm was worn down by the tedious training. Jiang Hao's instructors were very strict and serious, and the repetitive and tedious drills made everyone complain endlessly. Jiang Hao performed all the actions perfectly, and Huang Tianhua pulled him out to be the vice-class monitor. The 3-week military training is about to end amidst a period of gloom. During a training break that day, a group of people sat around Huang Tianhua. Huang Tianhua glanced at everyone, then looked at Jiang Hao with satisfaction and spoke. "I have good news for you. This year's military training has been reformed, and on the last day of training, you may have the opportunity to practice target shooting." Finally, Huang Tianhua added one more sentence. "I'm talking about real guns." When Huang Tianhua said this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they looked at the instructor in disbelief. "What? Real gun target practice? Instructor, you're not lying to us, are you?" Upon hearing this news, everyone's fatigue from the training session vanished, replaced by excitement. Jiang Hao was also surprised. He hadn't expected that there would be a chance to practice shooting during the military training at Jiangbei University. Huang Tianhua looked at the excited crowd and then revealed a rare smile. "All right, everyone, please be quiet." As soon as Huang Tianhua spoke, the crowd stopped their discussion, but waited quietly for his detailed explanation. The regimental commander will explain the details of this target practice in detail later. Before Huang Tianhua could finish speaking, a whistle blew. Huang Tianhua jumped up from the spot, and the others followed suit a few breaths later, quickly getting up and lining up in an extremely fast manner. "Everyone, assemble in front of the stage." As soon as an order came from the front front desk. Huang Tianhua led the puzzled group to quickly assemble. Then, after the chief instructor finished rehearsing several commands, the regimental commander stood on the main platform, looked at everyone, and nodded in satisfaction. Today, I have some good news to tell you all. According to orders from higher command, this year's military training has been reformed, and you will have a chance to experience live-fire target practice tomorrow. Before the commander could finish speaking, the crowd below erupted in an uproar. Huh? Live-fire target practice? Did I hear that right? Holy crap, is this for real? Just as everyone was discussing and making a ruckus, the leader on the main stage lost his temper and launched into a tirade against everyone. The instructors were then called out and punished. In the end, the freshmen couldn't avoid being thoroughly trained by their respective instructors. But at this moment, they were experiencing both pain and joy. That night, many people were so excited that they didn't even get to sleep. The next day, the freshmen excitedly arrived at the playground. After a period of training, they were taken to a simple shooting range. At this firing range, they saw soldiers carrying live ammunition and guarding the surrounding area. As each class entered the makeshift shooting range, they began their shooting experience. Before this, the instructors had trained them on various techniques for holding a gun many times, and the plastic model guns they carried with them every day were not just for show. The rifles they used for target practice were the familiar Type 95 automatic rifles. Each person is issued 5 bullets, and 20 people go on the field at the same time. Each person is accompanied by a soldier. With such anticipation, it was finally Jiang Hao's class's turn. They were divided into 2 groups. Jiang Hao belonged to the first group, at target position number 8. Jiang Hao gripped the gun in his hand. His shooting skills made him wield the Type 95 rifle with complete ease. Looking at the 100-meter target so close at hand, Jiang Hao smiled. At this moment, the instructors at the rear gave the order. On your marks, action. Everyone tried their best to suppress their excitement, loaded their bullets, and began to pull the trigger according to the instructor's instructions on the 3 points in a line. Then came a series of gunshots. Bang bang bang. Jiang Hao fired 5 shots in quick succession, and a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the bullet marks in the center of the target. Soon, the others finished shooting as well. The instructor gave the order, and the group, still somewhat unsatisfied, put down their guns and stood up. Behind the target paper, a designated person came out and replaced the target paper, then began to collect data. By the time Jiang Hao's class finished shooting, their target shooting results had already been tallied. Huang Tianhua received the target practice results and, with some anticipation, found the name of Jiang Hao, the deputy squad leader he valued highly. 10 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings. However, he was stunned when he saw Jiang Hao's shooting results. What's going on? The first shot was a bullseye, but the rest were all misses? Jiang Hao was the most talented student he had ever seen. In training, no matter what the event was, he far surpassed ordinary people. They even did a better job than I, a veteran who had trained for several years. This data could be given to anyone, but it just won't work on Jiang Hao. His first shot hitting the bullseye could be attributed to luck, but the subsequent 4 shots missing the target seemed suspicious. With this question in mind, Huang Tianhua walked towards Class 8. Meanwhile, the students from Class 8 were excitedly recounting their glorious deeds. Jiang Hao sat alone to the side to rest. Meanwhile, in a small circle, several classmates were chatting and laughing around a rather handsome boy. The handsome guy surrounded by these people is called tall, rich, and handsome. His identity is just like his name suggests. His father is a well-known wealthy businessman in Jiangbei, and he is also quite good-looking. They deserve such a title. At this moment, one of the students looked at the tall, rich, and handsome guy in the middle and asked him a question. Rich and handsome, how do you feel about your grades? Upon hearing this, the handsome, rich, and successful man smiled and said, it should be pretty good. After all, my dad took me to shooting ranges abroad a few times. These words immediately drew gasps of surprise and envy from the crowd. Wow, rich and handsome, you've even done target practice abroad? I'm so envious. This is my first time, and I felt like I missed the target several times. Rich and handsome, tell us about your target shooting experience. The crowd was immediately drawn in and gathered around. Rich and handsome, does that mean your score in the shooting competition will rank in the top 10 in the whole school? A student interrupted. Upon hearing this, the handsome, rich, and successful man didn't mince words and immediately replied, more or less. Actually, I'm different from you guys. After all, I've shot targets several times. You don't need to compare yourselves to me. This is your first time shooting, so it's normal to miss. You're already doing great if you hit the target. Although he seemed to be comforting people, what he said made people feel very uncomfortable. Nearby, however, some people couldn't stand his smug face. He glanced at Jiang Hao, who was sitting alone not far away. He then turned back and glanced at the rich and handsome man surrounded by the crowd, muttering disdainfully, what's there to brag about? You've only shot a few times, so you think you're all that great. But he's still being suppressed by the deputy squad leader. Besides, the results aren't out yet. You might lose to the deputy squad leader in shooting again. Although this person spoke very softly, many people still heard him. Upon hearing this, the handsome handsome, rich, and successful man's face immediately stiffened. The others also subconsciously looked at Zhang Hao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away. They had been living together for almost 3 weeks, so they naturally knew a bit about Zhang Hao, the deputy class monitor. If it weren't for Zhang Hao, Gao Fushuai would definitely be the vice class monitor in their class. But with Zhang Hao, everything changed. In every aspect, Zhang Hao was far superior to the rich and handsome guy, giving off a real-life version of the "Why did heaven create both Zhou and Zhuge Liang" feeling. Just as everyone was discussing this, Huang Tianhua walked over with the report card in his hand. "Everyone, stand up straight. Your shooting results are in." As soon as Huang Tianhua spoke, everyone quickly lined up in order, looking at him expectantly. At this moment, Huang Tianhua picked up the report card in his hand, glanced at it, and then spoke. "Our class did quite well in target practice this time. Hua Haiyang, total score 24 rings. Su Ruilong, total score 26 points." As Huang Tianhua read out everyone's scores one by one, the freshmen of Class 8 in the first row were both happy and disappointed. Meanwhile, others also began to wonder which of the rich, handsome, and successful men, Gao Fushuai and Zhang Hao, actually had better grades. Tall, rich, and handsome. As Huang Tianhua read out the name of the rich and handsome man, everyone perked up their ears. Even the handsome, rich, and successful man got nervous, and his palms started sweating. Huang Tianhua looked up at the handsome and rich man, then continued. 44 rings in total. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Wow, 44 points. That's so high. No wonder he's someone who shot at targets a few times. Huang Tianhua also offered a rare compliment. "This is an excellent result." Upon hearing this, the handsome, rich, and successful man was overjoyed. At this moment, the rich and handsome guy was even more eager to know the score of his old rival, Zhang Hao. Everyone else is also very much looking forward to it. Soon, Huang Tianhua finished reading everyone's list, but Zhang Hao, whom everyone wanted to know, was not among them. Now, even the rich and handsome guy looked nervous. Just as everyone was wondering, Huang Tianhua looked at Zhang Hao, who was standing calmly to the side, and didn't know what to say. "Zhang Hao, come here." Huang Tianhua was afraid that revealing Zhang Hao's achievements in public would hurt his self-esteem. At the same time, Zhang Hao was chosen by him as the vice-class leader, and Zhang Hao's performance was also related to his judgment and reputation, so he called Zhang Hao aside. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao, who had been called aside, with puzzled expressions. Huang Tianhua looked at Zhang Hao, who had a calm expression, and had many questions. "Zhang Hao, were you nervous during the target practice? How come you only scored 10 points? This isn't like the kind of result you'd produce. If you didn't perform well because you were nervous, I can talk to the team leader and give you another chance. Since many people are absent from this military training, we should have some bullets left over." Huang Tianhua admired Zhang Hao, which is why he was willing to speak up. He wouldn't have said that to an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao looked at Huang Tianhua with some surprise. He knew perfectly well what had happened with his score, but he hadn't expected Huang Tianhua to take such good care of him. At this moment, Huang Tianhua looked at Zhang Chen, which surprised Huang Tianhua. Zhang Hao didn't react at all when he heard that his total score was only 10 points, as if he already knew his score. "This is extremely abnormal." At this moment, Zhang Hao looked at Huang Tianhua and smiled. "Instructor, thank you for your kindness, but it's alright. Actually, some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface." Zhang Hao declined the opportunity offered by Huang Tianhua. It was just a target practice session. The result wasn't that important to him. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhua was stunned and very surprised. He did not expect Zhang Hao to refuse him. In fact, giving Zhang Hao a chance was partly due to his own selfish motives. He is a strong-willed person. In his eyes, this target practice is not only a competition among students, but also a competition among the instructors. Otherwise, even if he thought highly of Liang Hao, he might not have fought for this opportunity for him. However, since Zhang Hao doesn't want this opportunity, then forget it. Anyway, the score for the rich and handsome guy is already very high. Alright, let's go back. It was just a trivial target practice session, and Huang Tianhua wouldn't force Zhang Hao to go again. The two returned to the classroom, amidst the surprised and suspicious gazes of everyone. Huang Tianhua didn't say much and handed the report card to Zhang Hao. "Alright, here are the results for this shooting exercise. Anyone who wants to see them can check their own performance." Zhang Hao took the report card, glanced at it briefly, and then handed it to the others without looking at it again. Huang Tianhua was also somewhat surprised to see this scene. Zhang Hao's actions were beyond his expectations. It also doesn't seem like the behavior one would expect from someone his age. At this moment, he suddenly remembered a strange remark Zhang Hao had made earlier. Actually, some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Could there be some hidden story behind this? For a moment, Huang Tianhua fell into deep thought. While Huang Tianhua was lost in thought, the entire class surrounded the student who had received the report card. Everyone was eager to see the report card. Just then, someone exclaimed, piquing everyone's interest. "I've found the deputy squad leader's name. 10 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, total score 10 rings? Holy crap, what's going on? Holy crap, is this for real? This is just too awful. This is already at the bottom. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with strange expressions. At the same time, they seemed to understand why the instructor hadn't called out Jiang Hao's name but instead called him aside. At this moment, the handsome, rich, and successful man felt a surge of joy. He looked at Jiang Hao and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I've finally got my chance." Thinking this, the rich and handsome man came to Jiang Hao's side and comforted him. "Squad leader, it's okay, don't get depressed. Didn't I say that before? It's perfectly normal for you to miss the target the first time you're shooting. Besides, you even managed to get a bullseye on your first shot. That's already pretty good. Besides, I've shot at targets a few times, so it's not surprising that I scored 44 points. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the rich, handsome, and powerful man and Jiang Hao with strange expressions, looking at Jiang Hao's silent expression as if he had suffered some kind of blow. Furthermore, since Jiang Hao did not refute Gao Fushuai's words, some people began to believe Gao Fushuai's words. Immediately, many people began to imagine various scenarios. Could it be that Jiang Hao really knew all along that he had missed the target and had no hope of winning against the rich and handsome guy, so he became depressed? That's true. Jiang Hao was better than Gao Fushuai in every way, and now the military training is almost over. Suddenly, he not only failed to outperform the rich and handsome guy in target shooting, but also became the worst in the class, and perhaps even worse. In such a situation, it's understandable to experience feelings of frustration, depression, and other negative emotions. For a moment, the crowd began to feel some sympathy for Jiang Hao. Just then, a voice came from the main stage. "Huang Tianhua, instructor of Class 8, 1st Platoon, Jiang Hao, deputy squad leader, report to the podium immediately." The sound not only startled Huang Tianhua but also woke up the students in the class. Huang Tianhua was very puzzled, but as a soldier, what he should do at this time was to obey orders. "Jiang Hao, keep up." Huang Tianhua quietly called out to Jiang Hao, and amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, Huang Tianhua and Jiang Hao ran forward one after the other. The two moved in perfect unison, their movements increasingly precise. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Hao and Huang Tianhua were dressed differently, people would probably have thought they were both instructors. Many people on the playground watched with curiosity as the two ran towards the podium, and there was much discussion. What happened? Could it be that someone in Class 8 of the 1st Platoon has committed a crime, and those two are going to be punished? The crowd was confused and made wild guesses. The students from Class 8 seemed to have realized something, and their expressions changed as they began to discuss among themselves. Holy crap, could this be because of the shooting scores? Could it be that Jiang Hao's grades are really the lowest in the whole school, so our instructors are implicated? Jiang Hao is really something. He messes things up at the crucial moment. Although Huang Tianhua was very strict with them, they had lived with him for 3 weeks and had developed feelings for him. As a result, Huang Tianhua has been implicated because of Jiang Hao, and it may even affect them as well. Under these circumstances, how could they not have any complaints about Jiang Hao? Meanwhile, Huang Tianhua and Jiang Hao arrived at the head table. Instructor Huang Tianhua and Assistant Instructor Jiang Hao of Class 8, 1st Platoon, reporting for duty. The regimental commander who took on this military training mission at Zhangbei University was a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing black glasses. His name was Deng Jianbin. Deng Jianbin glanced at Jiang Hao, who was running alongside Huang Tianhua, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he didn't know who Jiang Hao was before. But at the firing range, a recorder excitedly approached him with a target tag. When he looked at the strange target sign, he learned that it had been shot by a student named Jiang Hao. He became extremely interested in Jiang Hao, this student. However, the president of Zhangbei University, who was inspecting the work at the time, was also surprised when he heard the name Jiang Hao. After some confirmation, it turned out that the Jiang Hao they were talking about was actually the one who scored 747 points on the college entrance exam. Jiang Hao, the top scorer in the college entrance examination who declined the invitation from Tsinghua University and chose to come to Zhangbei University instead. This made him even more interested in Jiang Hao. Now, he looked at Jiang Hao, who, despite only undergoing 3 weeks of military training, was indistinguishable from a veteran who had trained for many years in every posture and manner. His eyes were full of affection. "Call the two of them up." Deng Jianbin picked up a target from the table and handed it to Huang Tianhua, saying, "Huang Tianhua, take a close look at this target and tell me what's different." Huang Tianhua looked puzzled but quickly responded and took the target. "Yes, Commander." Huang Tianhua held the target and examined it carefully for a while. "This target doesn't seem any different from the other targets. Could it be that the commander has ulterior motives?" At this moment, Jiang Hao glanced at the target sign with some surprise. He recognized it. It was the very target he had been shooting at. However, he hadn't expected the battalion commander to discover it. At this moment, Huang Tianhua looked at it over and over again, just as he was wondering about it. Suddenly, he noticed by chance that there was a bullet hole in the very center of the target. That's not surprising, but what is strange is that the bullet hole seems a bit too big, doesn't it? it? A single bullet usually cannot achieve this effect, unless the bullet hole was created by a specially modified or large-caliber firearm. But there are no conditions here, so this turns the possibility into the impossibility. However, this is only the general case. However, in special circumstances, there is another possibility. That means multiple bullets hit the same point, creating a point of impact. Could this bullet hole have been caused by repeated firing? Thinking of this, Huang Tianhua's expression changed, and he began to carefully examine this extra-large bullet hole. He quickly noticed something amiss. The extra-large bullet hole felt irregular to the touch, as if it were formed by 5 interlocking rings. 5 shots hit the target. 5 stones linked together. Huang Tianhua made a bold judgment. At this moment, the regimental commander, Dang Jianbin, looked at Huang Tianhua and then spoke. Huang Tianhua, boldly state your deduction. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhua hesitated for a moment, then spoke loudly. Yes, Commander. This target is a standard target for our army. The only difference is the extra-large bullet hole located in the very center of this target. Go through. Finally, I concluded that the person who shot at this target was a skilled marksman who accomplished a feat. 5 bullets, 5 hits. As Huang Tianhua loudly proclaimed his deduction, countless people on the ground were immediately shocked. After Huang Tianhua's explanation, the freshmen on the playground finally understood what the concept of 5 shots hitting the target meant. That's an even more incredible score than simply getting 50 rings. Holy crap, who is this amazing person? Wow, that's impressive. 5 shots hitting the target. However, the instructors on site understood the concept of 5 shots hitting the target better than these freshmen. Just as everyone was discussing this, the regimental commander, Dang Jianbin, handed the target from Huang Tianhua to Jiang Hao. Upon seeing this action, the others were surprised and puzzled. Seeing this scene, and recalling Jiang Hao's various differences from before, Huang Tianhua looked at Jiang Hao with a shocked expression. On the playground, in the row of Class 8, everyone who had just witnessed the scene was surprised and doubtful, while others seemed to have also discovered something, their faces filled with shock. When the rich and handsome man saw that scene, his expression changed, and his heart jumped into his throat. At that moment, someone cautiously uttered a sentence. No way, wasn't the person who got that score our class's vice captain? As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell silent. How is that possible? At first, everyone thought it was impossible, but then they remembered Jiang Hao's achievements. 10 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings. This result suddenly became striking. At this moment, on the main stage, the regimental commander Dang Jianbin looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. Jiang Hao, is this the target you were shooting at? Dang Jianbin's voice wasn't loud, but his words strangely echoed throughout the entire playground. Immediately, chaos erupted underground. Holy crap, does the commander mean that the sharpshooter is this Jiang Hao? How is this possible? Everyone instinctively felt it was impossible. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on Jiang Hao, hoping that he could provide an answer himself. Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless, as he had never liked being high-profile, but at this point, he had already been exposed by the commander, and if he continued to hesitate, it would be a bit pretentious. It would be better for him to just admit it openly. Jiang Hao gave Jiang Jianbin a somewhat resentful look, and then said, "Yes, sir." Jiang Hao's admission completely ignited the crowd below. Everyone gasped in shock, never expecting it to actually be Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, the handsome and wealthy student from Class 8 was immediately taken aback. He kept muttering to himself, "No, no, it's fake." Now, the rich, handsome, and successful man is depressed. While the others were shocked, they looked at the depressed rich and handsome man with a touch of sympathy. On the stage, Jiang Jianbin looked at Jiang Hao with a kind expression. "Jiang Hao, come join the army with me." Before anyone could react, a frantic voice suddenly rang out. In the distance, a spirited middle-aged man hurried over. Everyone was surprised to see this person. Why is the principal here? Indeed, this person is Li Yaohui, the president of Jiangbei University. Li Yaohui went on stage, quickly walked to Jiang Hao's side, and glared at the group leader, Dang Jianbin. "Commander Dang, you're trying to trick a top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination into joining the army? Isn't that a bit unethical?" Then, Principal Li turned to look at Jiang Hao. "Jiang Hao, don't listen to him. You should work hard to learn more professional knowledge and broaden your horizons." On the other hand, Dang Jianbin would not give up on a top-tier military genius just because of Principal Li's words, and argued his case. "Principal Li, I know that, but his talent isn't just reflected in his studies. 5 shots hitting the target, is that something an ordinary person can do? Besides, who says that top scorers in the college entrance exam can't join the army?" The argument between the two immediately left everyone speechless. Holy crap, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination? My goodness, I knew the name Jiang Hao sounded familiar. Wow, he's actually that exam genius who scored 747 points? For a moment, everyone looked at the party leader and Principal Li, who were arguing endlessly about Jiang Hao not far away. I suddenly became depressed. You're a top student, good at studying is one thing, but your marksmanship is also incredibly good. This is just infuriating. Jiang Hao was speechless speechless as he watched the two arguing endlessly. These two are arguing endlessly, shouldn't we ask the protagonist for his opinion? Besides, with so many people watching you right now, shouldn't you be mindful of the impact? Helpless, Jiang Hao had no choice but to quietly interrupt the two who were still arguing. Commander Deng, Principal Li, there are too many people around here, shall we talk outside? After Jiang Hao's reminder, the two finally realized what was happening and saw a group of people below staring at them with great interest. Deng Jianbin and Li Yaohui blushed involuntarily. Deng Jianbin glared at his deputy beside him and reprimanded him. What are you looking at? Look how energetic they are. Go help them vent their energy. The deputy, suppressing a laugh, quickly said, Yes, Commander. Jiang Hao then left with Deng Jianbin and Li Yaohui. On the drill ground, at the deputy's command, the instructors sprang into action and a series of groans echoed across the entire field. The students in Class 8 were feeling quite conflicted, especially the handsome and rich student. He considered Jiang Hao his strongest rival and thought he had really won this shooting contest, but in the end he realized that. It turns out that they simply didn't bother competing with them. They weren't even on the same level. On the other side, under the watchful eyes of Deng Jianbin, the head of the group, and Li Yaohui, the principal, Jiang Hao announced his decision. Thank you for your kind words, Commander. I have great respect for soldiers like you who defend our country. However, I want to learn more so that I can benefit society and humanity in the future. Jiang Hao gave his answer. Deng Jiangwo did not make things difficult for him and even left his private phone number. To make Jiang Hao consider joining the army, I called him. Soon, the inspection ended, and Jiang Hao and his classmates' 3-week military training came to a close. The school gave everyone a day off to rest and regroup, and everyone started various celebrations. When Jiang Hao's roommates learned that their roommate was actually the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, they were even more eager to celebrate. Of course, they also discovered Song Wanner's presence, and so, amidst their pleading, in the afternoon, Jiang Hao's dorm and Song Wanner's dorm had a get-together and went out to have fun together. When the afternoon arrived, the students from the two dormitories met and got to know each other. Song Wanner's 3 roommates are all quite good-looking, but their personalities are very different. To Jiang Hao's surprise, one of Song Wanner's 3 roommates was a straightforward and outgoing person, and was their leader. Her name is Wei Mengyue. The reason she caught Jiang Hao's attention was because he sensed a faint martial arts aura emanating from her. Although she hid it very well, Jiang Hao still sensed it with his immense mental power. Her cultivation level should be around level 3 of martial artist. The remaining 2 were named Hu Yu, who was dressed very fashionably and seemed to be quite wealthy. However, this person gave Jiang Hao a very strong sense of worldliness. The last one was rather quiet and seemed a little shy. Her name was Li Xiaoyu. After the introductions, everyone got to know each other. Yang Xiaoxiao drove his Land Rover and took everyone to a Chinese restaurant. At the dinner table, the group gradually became acquainted, and Jiang Hao's 3 wolfish roommates began to look for various targets. Yang Xiaoxiao and Li Xiaoyu seem to have hit it off, while the whereabouts of the others are unknown. To show off, Yang Xiaoxiao had already announced in advance that he would be treating everyone today. The crowd was overjoyed and decided to rob the wealthy man. More than half of the time had passed, and the people had become more familiar with each other. Li Xiaoyu seemed to rarely drink alcohol, but after only a little, her face turned bright red. At this moment, Yang Xiaoxiao, who had been watching Li Xiaoyu closely, seemed to notice that Li Xiaoyu was not able to hold her liquor and asked with concern, Xiaoyu, are you alright? Everyone looked at Li Xiaoyu and noticed that she was holding her stomach with one hand, as if she was uncomfortable. Yang Xiaoxiao noticed that Li Xiaoyu seemed a little embarrassed. Song Wanner quickly asked with concern, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Li Xiaoyu looked at Song Wanner and whispered, It's nothing, Sister Wanner, I just have a bit of an upset stomach. At this point, her roommates also inquired about the situation with concern. It's nothing serious, it's just that it was her first time drinking, and she felt a little dizzy. Finally, Song Wanner accompanied Li Xiaoyu to the restroom. Song Wanner apologized to the others and then escorted Li Xiaoyu to the restroom. The absence of Li Xiaoyu and Song Wanner did not dampen the spirits of the others. At the dinner table, Wei Mengyue fully demonstrated her forthright personality, drinking against 3 others, making Jiang Hao's 3 roommates somewhat afraid of her. Jiang Hao ignored Yang Xiaoxiao's pleading look and was secretly laughing to himself. Yang Xiaoxiao, you're not scared, are you? Wei Mengyue held the wine and looked at Yang Xiaoxiao with some disdain. Wei Mengyue used the simplest form of provocation. Yang Xiaoxiao was too proud to admit it, so she stubbornly insisted on drinking. She had suggested it herself, so she had to keep up the act. I'm not scared, I'll drink it slowly. With Li Xiaoyu gone, Yang Xiaoxiao stopped trying to be a hero. Upon hearing this, Wei Mengyue stared at Yang Xiaoxiao with a look of disdain. Of Jiang Hao's 3 roommates, Du Jiasun and Zhang Daoqian are both good drinkers, while Yang Xiaoxiao is not. Yang Xiaoxiao immediately cast a pleading look at the other 2. Seeing Yang Xiaoxiao's pleading eyes, Du Jiasun stood up and said, I've drunk my wine, but I need to go to the restroom first, he said, turning and leaving. After Du Jiasun finished speaking, he left without anyone stopping him. Meanwhile, Zhang Daoqian completely ignored Yang Xiaoxiao's pleas for help. At this this moment, Hu Yu glanced at the doorway, her eyes flickered slightly, and she suddenly spoke up to help young Xiao out of the predicament. How about I drink this glass on behalf of classmate Yang? This surprised everyone present. However, at that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Du Jusin, who had just left the house, suddenly rushed in looking flustered and shouted, "Something terrible has happened. I just went out and saw someone drag Li Xiaoyu into a private room." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stood up. Yang Xiao ran up to Du Jusin and loudly questioned him. "Du Jusin, what exactly happened? Explain yourself." Immediately, the scene became chaotic and Du Jusin looked nervous, unsure of whose question to answer. At this moment, Jiang Hao was also anxious. Li Xiaoyu had been dragged away, but what about Song Wanner? So Jiang Hao quickly spoke up. "Du Jusin, they went to that private room. Take us there quickly." After Jiang Hao reminded them, the others also realized what was happening. Who on earth is so bold as to dare to mess with my sister, Wei Mengyue? They're asking for trouble. Stop talking and take us there. The group stormed out of the private room and, led by Du Jusin, arrived at the door of another private room. Looking at the closed door of the private room, Zhang Daoqian calmly asked, "Du Jusin, is this the one?" However, before Du Jusin could confirm, Jiang Hao's eyes turned cold. "This is the place." After saying that, Jiang Hao kicked the door open and went inside. The others were startled by Jiang Hao's violent actions, but when they saw that Jiang Hao had already entered, they didn't care about anything else and hurriedly followed him in. As soon as he entered, Jiang Hao saw 4 young men and 1 middle-aged man sitting around the table. There were 6 bodyguards standing against the wall on one side. In front of them, Li Xiaoyu was being dragged along by 2 burly men, completely dazed. Song Wanner was knocked unconscious and thrown onto the sofa. Jiang Hao and his group's intrusion immediately startled everyone in the private room. However, soon, several bodyguards dressed in suits and bow ties, wearing sunglasses, surrounded Jiang Hao and his group. This was said by a man sitting at the table, who spoke with some impatience. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Jiang Hao was somewhat relieved to find that Song Wanner was alright. Then, he glanced around and was surprised to find that there were 5 martial artists in the private room, and their levels were not low. The middle-aged man sitting around the table was probably around level 4 in terms of martial arts skills. However, this middle-aged man does not seem to be the main character. Beside him, a very handsome young man seemed to be the main character. His skin was translucent and his appearance was handsome. If it weren't for the Adam's apple in his throat revealing his gender, probably no one would believe he was a man. If it weren't for the Adam's apple in his throat revealing his gender, probably no one would believe he was a man. This person gave Jiang Hao a rather peculiar feeling. His cultivation level was also the most deeply hidden, making Jiang Hao feel somewhat vague about it. His cultivation level seemed to fluctuate between level 4 and level 5. This was the first time Jiang Hao had encountered this. The other 3 young men were not very skilled in cultivation. 1 level 3, 2 levels 2. Jiang Hao and his group were surrounded by 6 burly men in black, and Du Jusin and the others were immediately frightened. Just then, Hu Yu saw the young man who had asked the question. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately spoke to him. "Young Master Lu?" Just as he was delighted to recognize the young man, at the same time, Wei Mengyue kicked away the burly man in black who was blocking his way. "Lu Tong, Sima Nan, Zhao Dongqiu, are you blind? How dare you kidnap my sister?" Then, to everyone's astonishment, the 6 burly men in black who had surrounded them were sent flying backward in the blink of an eye. Wei Mengyue was already standing on the other side, supporting Li Xiaoyu, glaring angrily at the young people sitting around the table. This sudden turn of events startled the 5 people gathered around the table. The 3 people whose names were mentioned were startled and immediately stood up. When the 3 of them saw Wei Mengyue, their expressions changed immediately, turning somewhat grim, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. However, as if they had thought of something, they glanced slightly at the handsome young man who was still sitting calmly and the middle-aged man next to him. Feeling much more at ease, he looked at Wei Mengyue and his courage grew. "Wei Mengyue, I didn't expect it to be you. This is not a place for you to act recklessly." Wei Mengyue was quite surprised to see the 3 of them suddenly become so arrogant. Then he noticed the 2 people who were still sitting calmly. Wei Mengyue watched the 2 of them with great interest. Is this their ceremonial procession? However, Wei Mengyue soon seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man, and her expression became serious. At this moment, everyone came to their senses and looked at Wei Mengyue in shock, with different expressions. Yang Xiao quickly ran to Wei Mengyue and helped Li Xiaoyu up. Du Jusin looked at Wei Mengyue with a fearful expression, as if her worldview had been turned upside down. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Daoqian's eyes, but his expression remained unchanged afterward. Hu Yu, shocked, stared at the 2 opposing sides with a distant look in her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Hao was still thinking about how to handle today's situation when Wei Mengyue, with her explosive temper, actually took action. Moreover, they seemed to know each other. However, nothing could change Jiang Hao's determination to destroy them. Since Wei Mengyue had already made a move, he didn't bother to think about it anymore. Ignoring everyone else, Jiang Hao came to Song Wanner's side, reached out and stroked her back, and Song Wanner slowly woke up. Jiang Hao nodded. It's okay, I'm here. Having just woken up, Song Wanner hadn't even had time to check her surroundings before she hurriedly said, Brother Hao, please save Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stepped aside, revealing Li Xiaoyu standing next to Wei Mengyue. It's fine. Song Wanner then looked around again and realized her current predicament. Jiang Hao, holding Song Wanner's hand, turned around and coldly stared at the 5 people at the table. Tell me, how do you want to die today? Jiang Hao's words stunned everyone present, as they hadn't expected him to be so arrogant. Song Wanner then looked around again and realized her current predicament. Jiang Hao, holding Song Wanner's hand, turned around and coldly stared at the 5 people at the table. Tell me, how do you want to die today? Jiang Hao's words stunned everyone present, as they hadn't expected him to be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Wei Mengyue, Hu Yu, and Jiang Hao's 3 roommates looked at Jiang Hao with even more suspicion. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao, who usually seems gentle and refined, has such an arrogant side. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong, Sima Nan, Zhao Dongxu, and the others burst into even more arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Someone actually dares to ask us how we want to die? This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Just then, Hu Yu seemed to make a decision and then suddenly walked towards Lu Tong. Young Master Lu, it's me, Hu Yu. Then, she turned on him and reprimanded Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao quickly apologized to young Master Lu and the others. Hu Yu's actions immediately enraged Wei Mengyue. Hu Yu, what do you mean? Yang Xiaoxiao also roared and questioned. Hu Yu, whose side are you on? Lu Tong looked at Hu Yu, and after thinking for a long time, he seemed to finally remember Hu Yu. So it was you shameless slut. Fine, make them kneel down and apologize, leave those 2 women behind, and then get lost. Then, he glanced at Wei Mengyue and said, Wei Mengyue, if you don't want trouble for your Wei family, hurry up and apologize to young Master Jiang. Lu Tong's threatening words immediately enraged everyone. Yang Xiaoxiao, unaware of the dangers, angrily retorted, You're dreaming. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Du Jessen, who was hiding behind Zhang Daoqian, was startled. He knelt down cowardly before Lu Tong and the others. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, this has nothing to do with me. I was just passing by, and I only just met them. Du Jessen's sudden and inexplicable betrayal is infuriating. Du Jessen, you. Yang Xiaoxiao pointed at Du Jessen, who was kneeling on the ground, and was very angry. But Du Jessen's performance made Lu Tong and the others burst into laughter. My dear Miss Wei, is this your companion? Lu Tong's merciless ridicule made Wei Mengyue's face even more embarrassed. At Lu Tong's casual command, Du Jessen didn't even dare to lift her face and turned to leave as if fleeing. Jiang Hao simply watched the scene unfold without saying a word. Looking at Lu Tong's arrogant face, Jiang Hao said calmly, Everyone who was not involved, get out of the way. No one listened to Jiang Hao's words. Zhang Daoqian and Yang Xiaoxiao seemed not to hear them at all. Lu Tong, however, looked at Jiang Hao and walked up to him. Just as Wei Mengyue was about to stop him, Zhang Daoqian also took a step forward. Kid, you're arrogant. Ah. However, before Lu Tonghua could finish speaking, he let out a scream. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Tong was lifted up by Jiang Hao and thrown directly at Sima Nan and Zhao Dongxu. The 2 were startled and quickly reached out to block, while also trying to protect the table behind them and the 2 people who had been sitting calmly. However, when they made contact with Lu Tong, a tremendous impact force struck them, instantly deforming their outstretched arms. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. The table behind them was smashed to pieces, and Lu Tong, Sima Nan, and Zhao Dongxu, undeterred, crashed into the back wall. It smashed 3 large, human-shaped holes, through which people passed to the other side of the wall. The young man and the middle-aged man who had been sitting there quietly, pretending to be cool, were now staring at Jiang Hao with unpleasant expressions. Yang Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief at the scene. Zhang Daoqian and Wei Mengyue's expressions changed, and they looked at Jiang Hao with solemn expressions. Jiang Hao looked at the young man and the middle-aged man beside him, whose faces were grim. Tell me, how do you 2 want to die? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the 2 men's expressions turned extremely grim. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Hao with an arrogant expression and spoke. Boy, don't think that becoming a martial artist gives you the right to act recklessly. You must know that there are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to our young master to apologize, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Jiang Hao looked at the arrogant middle-aged man, wondering where he got his confidence from. You want me to kowtow and apologize? Old dog, where do you get your confidence? With your meager martial arts skills? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He stared at Jiang Hao with a serious expression, but he could not discern Jiang Hao's true nature at all. Young man, you lack a sense of awe. After saying that, the middle-aged man instantly appeared in front of Jiang Hao, his hand forming an eagle claw shape, golden light shining from it, and he reached out to grab Jiang Hao's head. Wei Mengyue, standing nearby, was shocked and immediately shouted. The middle-aged man looked at the claw that was about to land on Jiang Hao's head, which, in the eyes of others, instantly transformed into a claw of steel. It gleams with a metallic edge, seemingly possessing the power to shatter stone and split jade, inspiring fear in all who behold it. it. Just as he grinned menacingly, the sensation of the tofu pudding crumbling did not come. At the same time, a strange voice rang in his ears. "Old dog, don't stick your paws out like that." Upon hearing this, he was astonished to discover that his arm had separated from his body. Then, an indescribable pain came over him, which he could not bear. With a piercing scream, a large foot struck him first, kicking him in the chest and creating a large crater. A mouthful of blood gushed out, forming a colorful ribbon in the air. Then, a figure flew backward. A loud crash resounded, and the wall in the distance suffered an unexpected blow, once again being smashed into a human-shaped shape. For a moment, all around was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with shock. At that moment, the young man's expression changed drastically. A level 4 guard couldn't even last a single move against him. "I'm afraid even I can't do that. This child is unfathomable." He glanced at the hole in the wall in the distance, then stared intently at Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with endless fear and frustration. He never imagined that on the very first day of his life he would attract such a formidable enemy because of a trivial matter. "How do you want to die?" At this moment, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the pretentious young man, breaking the dead silence. The young man felt a sudden jolt when Jiang Hao spotted him. "My name is Jiang Xuanzi, a member of the reclusive Jiang family. I was wrong today, and I am willing to apologize and make amends." Knowing he was no match for them, he naturally wouldn't recklessly rush into his death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. He had just guessed that this person must be from some powerful force. After all, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has just been revived, so it is not so simple that a level 4 expert can be a guard. However, to everyone's surprise, he turned out to be a member of the Jiang family, one of the 5 most reclusive families in the world. Moreover, the traveler he mentioned is probably of a high status. However, he dared to kill even the hall master of the underworld palace, so why would he be afraid of him? "I will not attack unless attacked." Wei Mengyue, who was standing nearby, now knew Jiang Xuanzi's background. Shocked, they finally understood why Lu Tong and the others, who were usually so aloof, were so respectful to this mysterious young man. At the same time, she remembered Lu Tong's previous threats and was immediately filled with fear. However, what shocked her even more was Jiang Hao himself. He had already investigated Jiang Hao many times before, but he had not been able to detect any martial arts aura on him. But to her surprise, Jiang Hao's move was earth-shattering, completely shocking her. Just how high is Jiang Hao's cultivation level? She didn't know. It was simply unfathomable. But before that, the middle-aged man who was shouting made her feel a deadly sense of crisis. But the middle-aged man couldn't withstand a single kick from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's martial arts skills were probably beyond her imagination. Just as Wei Mengyue was lost in thought, Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Xuanzi indifferently and said calmly, "The reclusive Jiang family? Are you threatening me?" As Jiang Hao spoke, his imposing aura surged forth like a raging flood, rushing towards Jiang Xuanzi. In an instant, Jiang Xuanzi felt as if he had been targeted by a prehistoric beast, and he seemed to be carrying a 1,000-pound weight on his back, forcing him to move forward. His body suddenly sank, as if the surrounding air had become thick, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, Jiang Xuanzi was utterly shocked. He had thought he had overestimated Jiang Hao, but now he realized that he was wrong. Jiang Hao's strength exceeded his expectations. But how could there be such a powerful person when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has just begun to recover? This was Jiang Xuanzi's inexplicable feeling. "I was being presumptuous, but I had no such intention." Jiang Xuanzi quickly took out 2 treasure boxes from his person and respectfully presented them to Jiang Hao. "Here is a heavenly spirit stone and a qi and blood pill, as an apology from this junior. Please forgive this junior, senior." Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Xuanzi, who had now suppressed his arrogance and bowed his head to apologize, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "This man is flexible and adaptable. He is a ruthless and ambitious figure." Jiang Xuanzi seemed to sense something and quickly offered an explanation. "This junior has no ill intentions toward these 2 friends of yours, senior. However, I have discovered that they possess a special physique for cultivation, so I wish to bring them into the Jiang family for focused training. I never imagined they were friends of my senior." Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He then glanced at Li Xiaoyu behind him and communicated with the system in his mind. "System, does Li Xiaoyu have a special constitution?" Li Xiaoyu, water spirit body. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "I didn't expect it to be a special constitution after all." Aside from Song Wanner, Li Xiaoyu was the second person with a special physique that he had encountered. "However, I can only detect a person's constitution through the system, but how does he detect it? Perhaps the lineage of these reclusive families has not been broken." Thinking this, Jiang Hao approached Jiang Xuanzi and looked at the 2 small octagonal boxes in his hands. Heavenly Spirit Stone, Qi, and Blood Pill? This was also the first time Jiang Hao had ever heard of this thing. Jiang Hao reached out and 2 small boxes landed in his hands. Then, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on Jiang Xuanzi, who was looking down. "You're quite sensible. However, while the death penalty may be spared, punishment is inevitable. I'll give you 2 choices, either I cripple your martial arts, or you take one of my moves. The choice is yours." yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanzi looked troubled. Jiang Hao remained silent, waiting quietly for Jiang Xuanzi to make his choice.